originally a peerless genius with the demeanor of the earth, but had his Tao heart shattered by the protagonist of destiny. Since then, he has been sealed, serving as the guardian of the scripture pavilion in the Eastern Tomb Holy Land for an astonishing 60 years, only reading scriptures every day and not asking about martial arts. After all, as long as the Eastern Tomb Holy Land does not collapse, I can live freely. But one day, a young man arrived at the scripture pavilion, and wherever he went, the disciples of the Eastern Tomb sect greeted him, with men showing admiration in their eyes and women showing infatuation. The senior brother, the visitor, is none other than the senior brother of the younger generation of the Eastern Tomb Holy Land, Jiang Chen. On the rooftop, I sensed something, opened my eyes wide, looked down, and suddenly a cold mechanical sound rang in my mind. I discovered the Destiny villain. The best villain investment system has been activated. The host only needs to invest in the Destiny villain to receive high returns. The host currently has one opportunity to deduce life and one opportunity to invest in the villain. Looking at Jiang Chen climbing the steps, my eyes revealed a strange color. Senior brother Xingdi, with high prestige within the sect, possesses unparalleled talent, and is a rare man with extraordinary abilities. I clearly opened my heavenly eyes, checked the panel. The name is Jiang Chen, 27 years old, at the peak of the king's cultivation, with a purple aura, destined to be an antagonist. Born into the ancient and noble Jiang family as the eldest son, showing outstanding talent at a young age, he entered the Dongling Holy Land, known for his kindness, often guiding fellow disciples, respected and honored as senior brother. However, as the protagonist of destiny entered the sect, his luck repeatedly declined, and when he fell to the bottom, he was completely killed, leaving a tragic evaluation of his life. My mouth twitched slightly. It turned out to be a stepping stone for the son of destiny. Senior, Jiang Chen has reached the top all the way, and has come to pay respects. I nodded gently. What is it? I want to become your disciple. Jiang Chen frowned. He came to pay respects to the master under the instructions of the elders in his family, but these days, his goddess was entangled with a broken genius from a mountain valley, which made him very annoyed and restless at the moment. I revealed a hint in my heart. If nothing unexpected happens, in a few days, the protagonist of destiny will also come to the scripture pavilion. I slowly spoke. Paying respects to a master is not a trivial matter. Think twice before acting. I see that your emotions have been in turmoil lately, and you are restless. So I will give you some guidance. Close your eyes. I will give you a chance to deduce your life. Jiang Chen closed his eyes in confusion, not understanding what deducing life meant. The next second, his mind seemed to fall into a bystander world. Life simulation period begins. In the first year, you were born in the ancient Jiang family, and your father was the head of the Jiang family. You were greatly loved, and at a young age, you showed extraordinary talent, causing the elders of the family to be amazed, feeling that with you in the family, it was destined to be appreciated. At the age of 6, you met the person who would change your life, Yi Qingcheng, and fell in love at first sight, becoming deeply involved in following her all the way until you were accepted into the Eastern Tomb Holy Land. At the age of 27, you faced the darkest moment of your life, as your goddess mingled with a young man from a remote town. Your mindset gradually collapsed. You began constantly reciting experiences, sending your younger brother to be a stepping stone for that young man, wishing him to grow step by step. At the age of 30, you finally could no longer restrain yourself from killing that boy. It's a pity that he had fully developed wings and had already made a name for himself. He even implicated your father. Being executed at the age of 31, his life evaluation was tragic. As the simulation ended, Jiang Chen's blood surged to his head, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with intense grief and indignation, as well as unparalleled rage. Flames burst from his pupils. I will kill you, almost spit out from the gaps between the teeth. Jiang Chen's eyes were bloodshot, thinking of the father in the simulation of life who was respected, strict, generous, and magnanimous, killed because of himself, and thinking of the goddess he had always longed for, ultimately misplaced, and the smug look on that kid's face. Everything felt like a nightmare. Seeing Chu Sun utter a word, his words were followed by actions. The crimson fierceness in Jiang Chen's eyes gradually dissipated, and after a while, all that remained in his eyes was confusion and loss. He murmured, Senior Chu, was everything just now real? Chu Sun smiled but remained silent. Jiang Chen fell silent, his eyes dim. He never expected that after pursuing the goddess of his dreams for so many years, he would be easily seduced by a young man from a remote town. He also never expected that his rise was caused step by himself. Thinking of the goddess he had been pursuing so hard for these years, he realized how disdainful she was of him. The multiple blows left his face as pale as paper, but the thought of his most respected father being implicated because of him made his eyes even more resolute. If he had to choose again, the outcome would be completely different. He would no longer be merciful, nor would he be a pitiful lapdog. It turned out that the clown was myself, Jiang Chen murmured in disappointment. At this moment, it feels like a blessing to the soul, as the system's voice resounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host on a successful investment. Change the trajectory of the life of the destined villain. Get rewarded. 1 advanced life projection card. Looking down at the advanced life projection card in his hand, put it away without moving. Mind straight. Earned. On the surface, however, he remained breezy and calm. Whether or not what just happened is true depends on how you choose to do so. It's something that both may and may not happen. Ginger Dust got it. After saying thank you, draw away. Down the stairs. The body still couldn't help but tremble slightly. If the life deduction simulation was correct, in the life simulation he himself was the heavenly destiny villain, and the kid who pestered himself all day long and touched the porcelain should be the heavenly destiny protagonist. At this moment, raging flames filled his eyes. So what if it's a divine order protagonist? He'll let the latter know. What a horrible thing to call a big bad villain. After Ginger Dust left, Chusun also looked at the life simulator in his hand and exuded a different color. Try your own life too. Life simulator begins. In the first year, you came to be an elder in the East Prosperity Sacred Lands Scripture Pavilion, and spent the whole day in the sect reading and watching the scriptures, and gained systematic rewards for your cultivation, which has grown by leaps and bounds in a single day. In the third year, you broke through the Sate realm and your fame shook the eastern region. Even in the central state there were big shots casting friendly sentiments and wanting to befriend you. In the seventh year, you mastered the Great River Sword Intent, and with a cultivation of the third heaven of the sacred realm, you fought against the peak of the sacred realm and swept through the eastern domain, making the East Prosperity Sacred Land the sole hegemon. In the 11th year, your disciple offended the great sage of true martial arts, and you fought a duel with him, and both sides exchanged hundreds of rounds of fighting, and both were ultimately defeated. In the 12th year, you died of a serious injury. This simulation is over. Rating, A. Chusun slightly frowned, gazing at the screen among the display of the true martial great sage and the memory. The original owner only so draw the ground for the prison, self-bound for decades, is because by the true martial great sage shattered the heart of the Tao, and from then on was devastated. Cultivation collapsed, reduced to an ordinary person. In the Tibetan scripture pavilion at one time for 60 years. I didn't realize that I had already reincarnated and retrained myself, but I still hadn't bypassed the true martial great sage, and still ended up dying under him. Scoring reward, this simulation is an A. The host can randomly select a type of reward. 1. Great River Sword Intent. 2. Soul Talent. 3. Alchemy. All three of these are things that one subsequently learns in the midst of a deduction life, and randomly selecting them now is just a way to get a head start on these skills. Extraction over. Congratulations! Obtained the Great River Sword Intent. The mind was instantly filled with a terrifying sword intent, and at this moment Chusun did not rush to accept it, but instead silently said in his heart, if I were to deduce a life simulation now, would it be a different ending if I ran into the true martial great sage? Phew! Take a long breath. It feels like the future is too long. 12 years of light. What will happen remains to be seen. Even the present self will be different from the last deduction. Inheriting the Great River Sword Intent for an instant will be able to take a detour for many years less. Feeling the Great River Sword Intent in the surge. If one tries to comprehend it, it will certainly be a supreme sword study. There's no rush. Read the scriptures first. Practice your sword again. After settling the mind, Chusun took the scripture in his hand and slowly flipped through it again, only to gain an increase in cultivation. And then another top-level sword intent couldn't be eaten. To be as integrated as reading. Chapter 4, Bullet Strike. After the mind is through, daily life is back to the same old routine. Look at the scriptures. Practice your handwriting. Occasional practice. Inheriting the Great River Sword Intent in his spare time. Unconsciously, in this half-month alternation most of the essence of the Great River Sword Intent has been grasped, and there are still a few bits and pieces of the scattered ground that have not been completely grasped. The first floor of the hidden scriptures. It is accessible to all ordinary disciples. No guards are required. A disciple said in confusion. Have you sensed it? These days the sword intent of the Tibetan scripture pavilion is getting thicker and thicker day by day. Yesterday you needed to still your breath and gaze at your mind, but now you can feel it just by sitting in a cross-legged position. Not to mention, me too, Murphy. Some of these disciples didn't move and looked up to the upper level of the scripture cabinet. There were generally only two reasons for having such conditions. Either someone had sensed supreme sword intent or there were sword Tao scriptures. Compared to the former, they prefer the latter. Plus, where is this? The hidden scriptures of the East Prospect Holy Land. Wouldn't it make sense if a supreme sword scripture was unearthed? Not a day. Eastwick. Word spread about the appearance of another Sword Dao secret code in the East Prosperity Holy Land. Late night. Hidden scriptures. Two sneaky figures felt their way in. A fat one and a thin one. The fat man nervously transmitted. Big brother, aren't we taking too much of a risk here? This is the East Prosperity Holy Land. There are saints sitting inside. That thin man skimmed his mouth. Did not think that said. I asked around a long time ago. East Prosperity Holy Land of the saints have long been asleep. Now is dead or alive is still unknown. The head of the Xiao Rongyu, although it is a human emperor realm, cannot sit in the hidden scripture cabinet. With the stature of the two of us, there is no human emperor sitting in the town. Stealing is not a handful of things. Fatty took a deep breath. His narrowed eyes had tension. The two brothers were also famous thieves in the Jianghu. It was not the first time that they had stolen from under the hands of the human emperor realm. It was just that this was the East Prosperity Holy Land, which made the two brothers inexplicably shiver. Don't panic. It's not like we're stealing the East Prosperity Holy Land Sect's treasure. It's just borrowing a look at the recently ventured Sword Sutra. There are 9 floors in the hidden scripture pavilion. We'll go up to the 8th floor at most. Steal the stuff and then skedaddle. The top floor of the hidden scriptures. Chu Sun's wisp of mind drooped down. Looking at the figure of the fat and thin two people, the corners of his mouth inexplicably twitched. Not expecting that in the world of metaphysics there were still people who went to the Tibetan scripture cabinet to steal the scriptures. The first layer. Second layer. Third level. In a hurry. Then he came to the 8th floor. Into the eyes is a book of scriptures filled with light. Both the fat man and the thin man were stunned. Eating? These scriptures? Any one of them is cast by the human emperor. The luster flowing on the scriptures are human emperor breath. Casually take out a book in the eastern region can set off waves. But looking at the 8th floor of the hidden scripture pavilion on the placement of so many, can be the two people stunned bad. Sent. So many people with imperial level feats. Steal anything and you'll make a fortune. The two trembled with excitement. Keep your voice down. Don't disturb the strongest members of the East Prosperity Holy Land. Action. Ahem. Chu Sun gently coughing. Looking at the two obsessed with the scriptures among the thieves and bandits. There is helplessness in his heart. He is such a big living person, just do so. Is the other side cannot see? The two fat and thin brothers were like enemies. Phew. But after seeing that it was Chu Sun who quietly sighed in relief, the fat man said, it turns out that it's a waste that can't cultivate. And it's also strange how the East Prosperity Sacred Ground let such an important position casually go to him. Isn't that better? Cheap for the two of us brothers. During the conversation the two men also showed their ferocious looks. The fat man's eyes flashed with hostility and said, old undead thing. If you want to blame it on the fact that you saw the two of us brothers, today in the coming year will be the day of your sacrifice. Why bother? Chu Sun said softly. Stealing scripture. And want to kill. Everything was only because of that unnamed book of sword scriptures. Boom. Fatty instantly exploded his cultivation at the Zunshi realm. Even when looking at the eastern region, it was still a number of powerful people. The saints don't come out. The Emperor of Man is easily unobtrusive. The exalted realm was indeed the very top. No wonder he dared to come to the East Prospect Holy Land to steal the scriptures. Boo! Chu Sun was calm in his eyes as he flexed his finger and flicked it. A green-colored sword chi was only the size of a finger, but it was filled with the unique aura of the human emperor realm, which caused the fat and thin duo to look horrified and exude panic. Human emperor realm. It's the human emperor realm. How? Even the East Prosperity Holy Land didn't have many human emperor realms, and every one of them was burdened with a mission. And according to their intelligence, there were no human emperors in the East Prosperity Holy Land Scripture Pavilion at all. But how could this unfamiliar old man be a human emperor? They're appalled? More alarmed. When? The East Prosperity Holy Land has filled in such a powerful person again? Boo! Shasta! The sword chi penetrated the fat man's brow. The thin man saw it. It was also scared and panicked. Boo! Break the window. You don't even want to think about running away. The moment. What feats? What a brotherly revenge. It's all secondary. Pity. Chu Sun gently shook his head. The cultivation of the Zunshi realm might be good in the outside world, but it was still too far away in the East Prosperity Holy Land. Not to mention the other things. Even if the hidden scriptures were lost, with the activation of the formation that enveloped the entire clan, these two could not run away. Even if they were in the human emperor realm, when quietly and silently sneaking into the East Prosperity Sect was doomed to end. Put. In the void. A mist of blood exploded, with the breeze blowing through. It didn't cause the slightest movement. The East Prosperity Sect Scripture Pavilion was as silent as ever, but outside the East Prosperity Sect, but it set off horror. For no other reason. Fat and thin two people to steal is not a person, no. Many forces are silently watching, and even more people witnessed the two brothers sneak into the hidden scripture cabinet after the tone. One time, they all know, there was still a terrifying human emperor realm within the East Prosperity Holy Land's hidden scripture pavilion. It was just that they couldn't think of it even if they stirred their brains. This human emperor realm of the East Prosperity Holy Land came out from there? One must know that the human emperor realm was already quite not weak, and one could open up not weak dynasties amongst the secular world, honoring them as human emperors. And there were a number of strong people at this level even in the northeastern region. Even the East Prosperity Sect only had 5 human emperor realms, and each one has a key position. And where did this one come from? One time, the eastern region is making waves again. The impression of the East Prospect Holy Land in people's hearts was once again elevated. Not bad for a holy place that has stood for thousands of years. The bottom line is really scary. All of this, Chu Sun was not aware of it, and even if he was, he wouldn't care. Peace of mind, daily in addition to studying the scriptures. Then there is nothing else. Unawareness. The task of 100 scrolls of scripture has also been accomplished. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reading 100 volumes. Rewards, clarity of the Taoist heart. 1 chance to invest in a heavenly destined villain. And 1 realm-breaking Dan. Chapter 5 Great River Sword Intent. Taoist clarity. Chu Sun's eyes showed a different color. This is good stuff. Practice people. The most focus on the state of mind. If too much anger and greed, cultivation speed will be slowed down. And mastery of the Taoist clarity of mind. Do not dare to say that all the time to keep clean. But the vast majority of the mind is empty and quiet. Things like this are great. 1 chance to invest in a divine order villain. Boundary-breaking Dan. These 2 things Chu Sun had already comprehended and knew the effects of them, and there was no great joy in them. Reading 100 scrolls has been completed. Next task. Read 500 scrolls. 500 volumes. Not very long. Chu Sun's face shows the color of relaxation. 500 volumes of Taoist scriptures, as long as the heart only need more than a month's effort, will be able to master. But also the combination of work and rest. These days the whole day immersed in the scriptures. Although read 100 volumes, but the heart has a lot of enlightenment. Understanding of the word, as well as the understanding of the Great River Sword Intent. Time to go for a walk. Chu Sun murmured. Cultivation is not a matter of austerity. That would be too boring. The rest of the labor and the rest of the work. Go out and relax and unwind too. Elder Chu. Elder Chu. When Chu Sun walked out of the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion, some of the disciples who often went to the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion and knew this old man were showing strange colors. To know, Elder Chu hadn't come out in the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion for decades. How did he have the leisure to come out and stroll around today? A leisurely stroll, walking in the middle of the clan. It was late in the evening. The afterglow of the evening sun shines down and falls on a splendid temple, setting it off like a fairyland, with cranes soaring in its clouds. If there were disciples hurrying to catch up, they would still be able to see the powerful people crossing the void. And of course, the main thing was to see the vigorous young disciples with fresh vigor, each of them exuding a bright smile. There were also some young men and women traveling in pairs. These are completely different from inside the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion, and it is not the hard cultivation day and night described in the network novels, where one can see the lazy life of the disciples after the cultivation. The mood relaxes with it. Feel free to hang out. Unawareness. Then he came to a river. The river runs. I don't know where the source came from, and I don't know where it's going to flow. Gusts of breeze from the river, blowing Chu Sun's robe, also calmed that heart. Close your eyes. The inheritance of the Great River Sword Intent came pouring in. His circumference, a sharp sword intent, filled the air, bursting in the heart, like a submerged dragon accumulating. A sword in the chest may open the heavens, but it didn't swing out with reckless abandon. Instead, he gazed calmly at the river in front of him, and in the middle of his vision, each drop of the rushing river was so weak, but if they were gathered together, they made up the river and the swimming dragon. A great rush swooped down. One is like the way of the sword. Each sword light was faint, but if 1,000 sword lights were gathered together, it was enough to turn into a rushing river of swords, surging and destroying everything along the way. Exempted from seeing, he understood the mysteries of the Great River Sword Intent. Pride of mind, no hostility. Like this rushing river, they don't know what's in front of them to block the way, or mountains and rocks to hinder them, or grass and trees to keep them alive, but they trample everything in their rushing, out of the sword, and so it shall be. Don't be intimidated. The heart has no fear. The party can wield and cut the invincible sword intent. That closed eyes opened. The pupils erupted endless sword light. Suddenly, he realized, standing here in the heart of the heart that pervaded out of the invincible sword intent, surging shrouded. Wow! Not far. A red robe Xiao Rongyu quietly stood not far away. That feel that surging out of the incomparable sharp sword intent, that is the heart of the invincible. Once set foot in this field, their own strength will be far suppressed, weakened. Even the breeze that blew by was filled with piercing sword intent, but at this time, her eyes were exceptionally bright. Gazing at that figure from afar, her heart filled with joy. Invincible state of mind. The dashing swordsman with a green shirt back then. It's back again. In the clouds. The two old men who were playing chess also looked in unison, only to see that the world Chusun stood in was gradually distorting, as if it was peeling off a second world, and the place he was in was a whole new realm. Great! 60 years of silence. One day explodes. It will be amazing. Chusun beside the river also no longer stand quietly. Casually this next willow branch, soft willow branch under the palm but turned into a sharp and incomparable absolute divine sword. Clang! With trembling, Chusun danced the sword in his hand. There was no rushing sword intent leaking out uncontrollably, but every dance was like driving a world of sword Tao. The willow in his hand was getting faster and faster, and his perception of the sword was getting deeper and deeper. Even he himself didn't notice that he seemed to have fallen into a marvelous epiphany. When less inclined, the breath in his heart sputtered out. Hidden scripture reading 500 volumes. Inheriting the great river sword intent. There is an epiphany with Riverside. The present day outbreak. A blazing sword chi shines with an incomparable luster. And that sharp sword intent is even more exciting to feel just near to tear the flesh. And the whole body inexplicably trembles. East Prospect Holy Land. Hidden scriptures. Budo stage. Cultivation ground. Inside the palace. Multiple places. I don't know how many people raised their heads in unison, shocked as they watched a sword chi streak across the sky, shining above the 9 heavens. Even if it was a human emperor realm powerhouse, their bodies were creeped out, only to be absolute that this sword could even kill itself. Terrible. Too strong. Whose sword energy? Shoo shoo shoo. It's just a matter of moments. A figure with his hands behind his back soared into the 9 heavens, gazing at the fall of the sword chi, and instead of spewing out into the outside world, it crashed into the middle of an unknown river in the East Prosperity Sacred Land. Soon, a figure gathered by these rivers, looking at the once inconspicuous rivers, now filled with boundless sword intent. The rushing of a wave was like a magnificent sword flower. A drop of splashing river water was like a terrifying sword intent. The raging river was like a rancorous sword dragon. But look around. It was empty by the river of swords. There's no one to be seen at all. Only this terrifying river of swords was rushing and flowing. A disciple who cultivated swords exuded ecstasy and said in an uplifting manner, "What a dense river of swords. If I were to cultivate swords beside a river of swords, my sword cultivation would definitely grow by leaps and bounds. I have a premonition that the realm that's stuck on me will break through here. I'm going to practice here. And me. It's just a matter of moments." Many of the disciples who had heard of the incident had sat down beside the sword river to feel the residual raging sword intent. And a white-clothed old man playing chess amongst the clouds followed with a smile and stroked his beard when he saw this, saying, "Since the river has coalesced into a sword river, I'll help you out as well." Buzz. A sword intent that flashed with the aura of the human emperor realm fell from the clouds. It didn't go into the middle of the sword river. Wow! The disciples even revealed ecstasy. Human emperor's sword intent. It's the human emperor realm sword intent. Most of them were in the Dharma phase realm, too far away from the human emperor realm. In the past days, even meeting a human emperor face to face was a luxury, not to mention feeling the sword intent in it, and now staring at a shining sword light. All of them were suffused with ecstasy. If they were to sense this sword intent, their cultivation would also soar rapidly. Brush it off. In an instant, multiple more figures arrived. Even some of the middle-aged were startled, obsessively sensing this human emperor sword chi. Only a few people, seeing this scene, secretly shook their heads and lamented, sacrificing the fundamentals to seek the end. The most terrifying thing about this river is this sword river, that a sword light completely and utterly did not enter into it. If it is the sensation that is the supreme creation, but instead, it is the pursuit of the subsequent icing on the cake of a human emperor's sword chi, when it really is to give up the end of the world, and go back to the source. Chapter 6, The Stunned Protagonist. As for the culprit who caused such a big commotion, he had long since slipped back into the hidden scripture pavilion, and incidentally took away a pot of good wine, gently sipping a mouthful of it in the hidden scripture pavilion, and the wine fragrance was overflowing. Nice, nice. Chusun had a big smile on his face. The mood is excellent. Master the great river sword intent. The strength of a person again when soared a few percent. Dare not say in the human emperor realm how strong. Can cross the level of the enemy? Across 1 or 2 small realms are easy. No pressure, really forced to the extreme encounter the peak of the human emperor hit but run or broad to. Keep reading. Reading more scripture is the way to go. While Chusun was making such a big commotion, Ginger Dust wasn't idle either. A cold, chilly and handsome gaze filled from his eyes as he said, "Yi Chuan, finally returning to the Sect, East Prospect Holy Land." A teenager with a slightly tan face had a bright smile on his face as he said, "It's been a month, and I'm finally back again." The smile on his face grew even stronger as he thought about how much he had improved in a month. "I really have to thank the master. His name is Leaf Dust. Originally, he was a son of the sideline of the Yi family in the border town. Once when he went up the mountain to collect medicine, he mistakenly entered a cave and picked up a broken jade pendant, and that jade pendant among the residual soul of a supreme great man. I heard that the complete period is still the level of saints, but it is a pity that there is only a wisp of residual soul left. The state of the crippled is too powerful. Even so, under the tutelage of this teacher, the cultivation is also a surge of progress. In just half a year, he has crossed several realms that are unimaginable to others, and he can even fight over the level, and soon won the first place in the family competition. Since then it has left proudly. A way to break in, came to the East Prospect Holy Land, some time ago, but also witnessed the holy daughter of the East Prosperity Holy Land, Yi Chang. That is really beautiful. In the teacher's encouragement, and this woman gradually tied the marriage. The only beauty. It's the big brother of the East Prosperity sect who was offended. Ginger Dust. But the master was not amused. Think it's the fastest way to make a name for yourself. Calculating the time, this disappearance for a month. Those minions waiting to send their experience shouldn't be able to wait. Yi Chuan had a shallow smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, thinking about this month's successive gains, coming from the beginner of the Dharma phase realm to the peak of the Dharma phase realm, and in some time he would be able to step into the Marquis of King's realm. Even if it's a clan competition, it can be a great achievement when the time comes. One could even defeat Jiang Duan in front of all eyes. Phew, read this. The smile at the corners of his mouth grew even wider. He couldn't help but flirt. Master, do you think Jiang Chen will be infuriated and directly present himself in person? Within the jade pendant an old man whose body was covered with black mist, his eyes were bubbling with evil thoughts, looking at this kid with greed. When the soul was gradually crippled were about to dissipate. It was just this guy who was lucky to come across himself, along with the ever-growing soul. He had a premonition that he would be able to devour this kid's soul and take his place after some more time. Rebirth on Shell. And that's when. This kid should have just gone through the clan competition, achieving a first-place finish, and even more beauty, cultivated by elders. Just pick up an empty shell when the time comes. Metso, unimpressed, he said, "What kind of little person are you? And what kind of character is Jiang Chen, the holy son of a holy land, that would look at you squarely? This is more or less a bit despicable, but it is also true. Jiang Chen worship into the East Prosperity Holy Land, but even the Dharma phase realm has not reached, and the clan which the Holy Sun is afraid of already the peak of the Marquis of the realm. The realm gap is too large. How will pay attention to this small worship into the clan's characters?" Also, Leaf Dust nodded. Instead, there was bravado born in his heart. That Ginger Dust looked down on himself. Wait for the clan competition. Just show him what he's made of. Humph. Exempted from seeing. A stormy, terrifying aura rolled in, and Yi Chuan instinctively smelled a crisis, but didn't budge in the slightest. Instead, he gleamed and burned, staring excitedly into the distance, muttering, "Is the experience delivery coming?" He was in the Dharma realm when he left the clan. Now it was the peak of the Dharma realm. The true battle power is comparable to a Marquis one. The cultivations were, the body refining realm, the concentration realm, the Jindan realm, the Dharma phase realm, the King's Marquis realm, the Venerable realm, the Human Emperor realm, the Sage realm, the Quasi-Emperor realm, and the Emperor realm. 9 heavens per realm. The first one is the weakest. The 9th is the strongest. These people are afraid that they can't even dream that they will make big breakthroughs one after another in just over a month. So when they come down, they will have to make them look good and know that they know how powerful they are. Yi Chuan leaped forward, quite excited. The younger generation, possessing that kind of strength. It was considered top-notch in the East Prosperity sect. Except the strongest batch don't do it. He is the king. Quite the ego, too. Wow. A few moments of work. A young man with a plump god-like jade and handsome features crossed the void and stood with his hands on his head, looking down from above and gazing at the young man with tanned features below. Buzzing. Yi Dust's brain was roaring. 1,000 thoughts. Never thought that the one who came in person would be the Grand Master of the East Prosperity Sacred Ground. And in his heart he couldn't help but complain viciously. "Master, didn't you say that that kind of big shot wouldn't care about a small minion like me?" The black-robed man inside the jade pendant was also confused. Jiang Duan in person? The corners of his mouth kept twitching. Mindfulness. What's the point? Eldest brother. Eldest brother. Eldest brother. In a matter of moments, many figures had gathered around. These were all disciples of the East Prosperity sect, and when they saw that their eldest senior brother was staring at Yi Chen, each of their eyes became odd. Eldest brother against Yi Duan's opponent? That's not too lame. Bullying the small with the big. Big brother is a bit unorthodox. These people were bellyaching and transmitting their voices to each other. But someone else said, that's just not right. It's well known that eldest brother favors Yi Qingcheng. This freshly initiated Yi Chuan who doesn't know how high and mighty he is preferred to hook up with eldest sister Yi, angering the eldest brother to personally take action. I don't see any problem with that. Nice. That's what I thought. Cultivation world. By force of arms. You can't be strong. What right do you have to hook up with someone else's object? You deserve to be killed. Cold sweat broke out on Yi Duan's forehead as he waited for his master to take the move. No harm done. Jiang Chen, he doesn't dare to make a move. So many disciples in. I don't believe he dares to kill you. The black-robed old man in the jade pendant is also a bit confused, but he swears, in his opinion, these young generations want a face, especially the big senior brother of a clan, but also focus on the face. How could he have no face to take action against a new person? Boom. Actually, putting it before Jiang Chen was really not prepared to make a move. Can see the life simulation. Think of the death of your father because of yourself. The family is in decline because of itself. Yi Qingxin also followed this kid. What cheek? What morals? It's all behind us. Raising his hand to suppress down, a rumbling palm print coalesced in midair. 5 earth-colored fingers with visible clear lines, the size of a millstone. Suppressing down, the air in all directions froze. The black-robed old man was shocked and confused, calling out furiously, quickly call out to Yi Qingcheng. Quickly shout for Yi Qingcheng. Let her save you. Chapter 7 forced to show up. Rumble. That palm print was too appalling. Even if Jiang Chen didn't use his full strength, but it was still the peak of the Marquis of King's realm. That kind of strength. It was more than enough to deal with Yi Duan. Actually, and it does. Yi Chuan, who had returned to the sect in high spirits, only felt an unprecedented great terror. That was not possessed by any experience encounter in the outside world, and this palm could definitely hit his soul. It's over. Master, you make a move. Leaf Dust shouted furiously in his heart. The black-robed old man in the jade pendant also forehead veins straight up, now facing a double choice, is to choose to save or stand by and watch. If it is to save his own, inevitably will be exposed, but if it is not to save, the kid died. They are also finished. It looks like there are options. Actually no. Pity. Hateful. The black-robed old man in the jade pendant secretly regretted that if Jiang Chen hadn't been unruly and bullied the small with the big, why would he have bullied him into showing up? Boom. But as he was about to do it, a clear and cold sword light flashed, like a curved moon, permeating a clear and cold and outstanding mood, causing people to instantly fall into an ocean of an icy cold world. This mood is not unfamiliar to people. Yi Qingcheng, the holy maiden of the East Prospect Holy Land. Boo! There was a flash of cool luster. Really see a cool as a fairy. A white dress fluttering, Yi Qingcheng descended. Eyebrows like a picture. Face cold. Body permeated with a refusal of people. This is the goddess in the hearts of all the disciples. The status is only second to a red-robed sect leader. Yi Qingcheng. In an instant, the eyes of these eaters lit up. Interesting. Original match. Junior. Parties. Sheesh. Never would I have expected such a melon this early in the morning. Phew. Yi Chen let out a long breath, secretly thankful that Yi Qingcheng had come in time. The black-robed old man also grunted as he sent his breath away. This honored one has long been expected. The void. Yi Qingcheng crossed the sky and stood in front of Yi Duan, directly in front of Jiang Duan. The already cold and pretty face is more chilling, with the heart of the more happy with his choice. Fortunate that he stood on the side of Yi Duan, but also this opportunity to let himself see through Jiang Duan's heart. Really sinister villain. Cannot tolerate others. If you don't come yourself, the consequences are unimaginable. Humph. Jiang Chen was also looking at the cool woman in front of him, like a fairy as outstanding, but also as cold and noble as an ice mountain snow lotus. The eyes flickered softly but were quickly rejected by the biting cold. Compared to women, he cares more about his father. In The Sims, this woman was the culprit for defeating herself. If it wasn't for her backlash, pretending to befriend herself but actually performing a sneak attack, she wouldn't have collapsed and been defeated by that kid in the limelight. The most let him can't figure out is, himself in the heart of Yi Qingcheng is so incompetent. Think of 6 years old. Yi Qingcheng home suffered a change of heart. It is himself and his father's passing by to save her life. Afterward, he even more secretly support to help. Even Yi Qingcheng can be so smooth to worship in the East Prosperity sacred ground, all have his figure. However, and she turned a blind eye. Instead, he hangs out all day with this kid he hasn't known for a few days. There was a momentary sound of glass breaking in his heart, but it was back to normal in a flash. Isn't it too deceitful for senior brother to strike out at a disciple who has just been initiated not long ago? Yi Qingcheng asked coldly, with a questioning tone, as well as a cold gaze. She felt that under these inquiries, Jiang Chen's adoration for her would definitely stop there. Oh, a new disciple? Why did I hear that he was a demon taking over? It has long since ceased to be the East Prosperity Sect's holy land of yesteryear, Jiang Duan coldly said. Yi Qingcheng gazed even colder. The heart secretly said, humph, really is a bit of cheek or not, so bright lies can be pulled out, when everyone is a 3-year-old child? Prove it how? Jiang Chen gave her a cold look and said, naturally simple. Buzz. The mind surges. A huge sword chi coalesced, filled with a brilliant and righteous atmosphere. The golden sword awnings release the sword intent, can reflect the heart. There is a sense of uprightness. The evil demons in foreign paths do not dare to look directly at this sword. Shoo! The sword light sped on. Yi Qingqing's cool eyebrows raised. If senior sister Yi makes any more obstruction, Shu blames senior brother for being impolite. Jiang Chen said expressionlessly. Yi Qingqing sneered. She doesn't believe it. The ginger dust one loves her. You're willing to make a move on her? Boom! Next moment, terrifying and brilliant sword intent surged, instantly injuring Yi Qingcheng. Shook her off. Put. In retrograde. Yi Qingqing's red lips spat out blood. Her beautiful eyes were full of shock. Staring at the figure to death, her heart set off waves of shock. Jiang Chen had really sacrificed his life to her. Even if this strike was not at full strength, it still injured her. The disciples around them were jaw-dropped, exuding shock. Jiang Chen's obsession with Yi Qingcheng was well known. But today, Jiang Chen had actually injured Yi Qingcheng. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who dares to believe that? Jiang Chen, who was standing in the void, looked cold, and his heart became more and more certain that this Yi Chen was the protagonist of Heaven's destiny, or else that palm just now would have been enough to take his life, and people with great chi luck all had noblemen to help them. Chop! Eyes flashed sternly, chopping down with a sword. This sword, full steam ahead, not the slightest bit of residual energy. Dang! Brilliantly bright. A sword chopped down, reflecting the sneaky and evil thoughts of the human heart. Help me! Master, save me! Come on out! Yi Chuan was completely flustered. This sword was even more fearful and desperate than the palm just now. It was bound to have Zunshur level strength. It was simply not something he could withstand. The black-robed old man in the jade pendant also frowned tightly. He did not know which link appeared to be a problem. Jiang Chen indistinctly changed as if he were an individual. Even the beloved woman are willing to hurt. And then the divine sense probed. Perceived that the surrounding strong people all chose to watch quietly, not ready to check the hand of this matter to offend Jiang Chen. Sighed, finally. We must do it. Buzz. A black mist filled from Yi Chuan's body. Even his pupils were blackened, flashing ferociousness, sternness, as well as a terrifying eye light that chose to devour others. In an instant Yi Chuan's body shone with a horrifyingly appalling aura. It was only a pity that his physical body was bound by the Dharma phase realm, and he was unable to perform his strongest mastery. Phew! A sword chopped down. It was like stabbing into the midst of a black fog of ghosts. Miserable hostile voices were screaming. Blocked this brilliant sword chi. And a wretched figure flashed away from among the black mist, instantly disappearing to the mountain gate outside. That figure was naturally Yi Chun, who was still complacent just now. Wow! In an instant, these disciples nearby were all stunned. Incredulously, he watched the scene. Blocked? Leaf dust blocked it? They're confused. Yi Chuan had just shown his superb talent when he joined the clan, and was one of the few disciples who could worship the East Prosperity sacred ground at the Jindan realm, which had caused a frenzy at that time, and he did not expect to show his cultivation of resisting the full force of his eldest brother's strike only a few months ago. No, that's not Yi Chen. A disciple's heart suddenly trembled, thinking of the terrifyingly ferocious light that permeated Yi Chen's eyes, wanting to devour people. It was too terrifying. It was simply comparable to a devil. How could it be something that a disciple should possess? Wow! It's just a moment. Several middle-aged men descended. None of them had their hands behind their backs. The face is composed, but it was permeated with gravity. They were all powerful men in the sect, each of them at the Zunshur realm, and had just paid attention to what was going on here without paying any attention to it. But the demonic aura that erupted from Yi Chuan's body alarmed them, and they descended at the first opportunity, gazing at the trail that fled in a sorry state, and knitting their brows. They said, "A reclaimed demon." Chapter 8 Changes in Chi. Boom! The middle-aged man's voice was light though, but it rang out like a great bell. It vibrates in people's hearts, associated with the dark fog, and Yi Chuan to the Dharma realm cultivation actually managed to block the eldest senior brother's all-out sword. All of them were moved. Shocked. Really is a devil taking over the body. Earlier, they still thought that senior brother Jiang Chen was bullying the small with the big. Do not allow others to get their hands on the Holy Virgin. And now it seems, they were wrong about big brother. Then think back to the character of the eldest brother in the clan. Is that kind of belly? Good at jealousy of the villain. And not, but very elegant and calm, treating people kindly, often pointing out the disciples, and answering questions. This kind of eldest brother. How could it be to a small person blindly out of the blue? Can't help it. These people exuded shame, hidden apologies. They actually believed the devil, instead of Big Brother. How hateful. I was actually blinded by Jiang Chen. Thought he was a super genius. Some disciples said angrily, but the thought of going all the way from the border town to the present is already not easy, and where will continue to demon. Not to mention the ability to break through one after another in a short period of time. Just now, although the seizing of the devil with the help of the Yi Duan shot, but also revealed Yi Duan's extraordinary cultivation and combat strength. Terrible. My sect is actually harboring such a devil. It's appalling. Even these middle-aged men were showing palpitations, but they didn't pursue any further because they had already fled far away. Plus, since the devil could take over the body, it must be of great importance. It wasn't something they could deal with, and they said gruffly, "Report this matter to the sect leader, and we'll discuss it later." Not far. Being injured by the sword gassy tendency, eyes lost focus, blank and helpless standing there, the subsequent occurrence of everything in the eyes. This instant her beliefs are going to collapse. The one who was trusted by her, and even already have a few infatuation is, the devil to take over the body. Thinking back on the encounter with Yi Duan, every single one of these things is just plain weird, but one can be fooled over. Yi Qingcheng, how can you be so stupid? Yi Qingcheng worried to the remaining and with fear, thinking that he has been vaguely inclined to that boy, otherwise it would not be the first time he returned to the clan will show up. Hateful, but it is the reincarnation of the devil. It was unavoidable to see Jiang Duan again. There is shame in the heart. It's more like arrogance. Even if one is wrong, so what? Jiang Duan still had to obediently come over and admit his mistake. Standing proud, waiting for Ginger Dust's comforting and dog-licking behavior, ran, witnessing the direction Yi Chen fled in. Jiang Chen felt some regret in his heart, but when he thought that Heaven's Destiny protagonists all carried great fortune, and how could they be so easy to kill, he became natural in his heart and squinted his eyes. If I can injure you once, then I can injure you twice, 3 times, and countless times. I don't believe that I can't chop you off in this life. Out of the corner of his eye, seeing that one still coldly looking down on himself, the woman who seems to be in the wrong, the heart can't help but be amused. If it is not Elder Chu pointing out, he is really stupid to lick the dog up, but after experiencing the life simulation, he has long seen through Yi Qingcheng's heart, and it is pressingly impossible to get her. Then he thought of so many women within the sect who favored him. Why should he fall in love with a single flower? The mind is uninteresting. It only seems that Yi Qingcheng also seems to be this. Go away. Go visit Elder Chu. I'm so thankful to thank him. Jiang Chen's figure flickered away. Yi Qingcheng, who was waiting for comfort at the same spot, suddenly stared wide-eyed, her eyelashes trembling long and hard as she looked incredulously at the departing back. He's surprising. He went so far as to, I can't believe he's gone. 30 miles away from the East Prospect Holy Land, a staggering figure fell into the mountains. The black-robed old man in the jade pendant said weakly, I'm injured. That guy's sword intent is too terrifying. Having this strength at such a young age, it's truly terrifying. I'm going to sleep for a short period of time, so be at peace yourself. Yi Duan instantly panicked. It's a long way to go. It's all dependent on the teacher. What will he do if the teacher slumbers? Panic. You can't go to the East Prosperity Holy Land. The eastern region is so big. It's not like the East Prosperity Sacred Ground is the master of the house. As far as I know, the East Prosperity Sacred Ground has more than 1 or 2 enemies, so it's just fine for you to just defect to one of them. As for the rumors coming from the East Prosperity Sacred Ground, you can totally say that it's jealousy of your talent plus the fact that you have seduced Yi Qingcheng, and have been suppressed by Jiang Duan, and thus expelled from the sect. Phew! Leaf Dust's eyes lit up, diffused joy. Indeed, the eastern region was not dominated by the East Prosperity Holy Land alone. Looking for a counterpart in the East Prospect Holy Land. Tell us what happened to you. Maybe even get sympathy and get super treatment. Think it and do it. Eyes grudgingly looking in the direction of the East Prosperity sect, she gritted her teeth and said, I'll make you pay for this, as well as Jiang Chen. Sooner or later I'll have to flay you alive one day. It's just a shame. Didn't go up to the cache. Heard where there is a supreme figure. Self-binding Tibetan scripture pavilion for 60 years. Still want to return to the clan the first time to visit, to see if you can break the knot of the heart of this respect, so as to become a backer. Now it seems that all unnecessary. I hope that guy a lifetimer stuck where, cannot break the knot of the heart, depressed for a lifetime to die. Hidden scriptures. Chu Sun, who had taken everything in his eyes, was bashful. The ginger dust in question struck, to the subsequent escape, all blandly reflected in the eyes. Profoundly knowing that these heavenly fate protagonists all had great fortune on their side and were not so easy to kill, it was enough to force Yi Chen to this extent this time, having already greatly compromised his heavenly fate fortune. Elder Chu, the late generation has come to say thank you. Ginger dust came over grateful. Ha! Chu Sun exuded surprise. Name, Jiang Duan. Age, 27. Cultivation, Peak Marquis Realm. Chakra, purple and black, destined villain. Character's life, completely torn with the fate of the protagonist, temporarily winning a slightly longer chi. However, with the fate of the protagonist to worship the immortal Wei Sect, the two in the Taihuang secret realm and the re-encounter, one after another, was taken away from the opportunity. Chi Decay, 35 years old, failed to escape the disaster, was decapitated. Watch a brief commentary on a lifetime. Chu Sun exuded a different color, and yet, it was as if he was thinking, the last time I ran into Jiang Chen, his chi, purple. This time he ran into Jiang Chen, his chi, purple and black, obviously suppressed the heavenly destiny protagonist. The chi thus grows. Or perhaps Jiang Chen was originally purple and black chi, only these time encountered the protagonist cut off. The chi weakened by one level. Fell, purple. The chi level. White, gray, black, brown, purple, purple black. Yulian, the great villain of Heaven's destiny. There are 7 levels. Jiang Chen's temporary chi luck was the 6th class. Staring at that fortune, Chu Sun couldn't help but think in his mind that if the heavenly fate protagonist relied on his fortune to constantly gain opportunities, then wouldn't the heavenly fate villain be the same? With the growth of his fortune, the benefits would continue to flow? While thinking like this, he looked at Jiang Chen and only felt that his forehead was shrouded in black mold, clearly a symbol of good luck to come, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Interesting. Cultivating supervillains? Chapter 9 Admission. Senpai. The late generation wants to worship the master. Jiang Dust looked sincere, was really moved. Elder Chu's hand of deduction can be called ghostly. Everything happened in the prediction. The strength that boy showed today, even he was shocked for a moment. It's only been introductory for a while. Jindan realm. Step into the peak of the Dharma realm. All of this. It's only been a few months, right? If you give him a little more time, I'm afraid that he will still break through quickly. And when it really comes to the day of the clan competition, he really may not be his opponent. If everything is moving towards the life simulation at that time, he's grateful. It is not Elder Chu himself who is about to be doomed. Likewise, and the heart is really on fire. I've been coming to the East Prospect Holy Land for such a long time. The delay in worshipping. It is to think that the East Prosperity Holy Land can be worthy of him to worship not a few people. In the ancient family Zhang's, his father is a human emperor realm. His grandfather is also a human emperor realm. Not to mention the kind of those who valued their own elders. To say a word of arrogance, Zhang's is not inferior to the East Prosperity Holy Land. Only came here for various reasons. But the one that made him take the initiative to worship has not so far. Now he was really heartened. The look of sincerity, eyes expectant. Chu Sun, who was sitting there in his old mind, lifted his eyes lightly, and made a choice in his heart, saying, "Make a good choice, please, master." Ginger dust kowtowed. Heartwarming. Good. Chu Sun nodded gently. His system was supposed to invest in the Heaven's Destiny villains, but even after doing so, it seemed more than normal to accept them as disciples again. Nodding his head slightly in recognition, Ginger dust was overjoyed. Even the chi on his body floated with it. Originally, it was a purple and black chakra. It suddenly skyrocketed, hidden to condense a deep black lotus. Even if it did not take one step to form, there is also an illusory trend. If you trample on the main character of the heavenly destiny a few more times, condensing the Psi Lotus chi luck is still quite easy. Since you're worshipping the master, this seed won't treat you poorly. This elixir will be gifted to you as a meet and greet gift, Chu Sun calmly said, and an elixir appeared on his flickering fingertips, which was none other than the realm-breaking pill. He has broken the human emperor realm. This type of elixir is not useful to oneself for the time being. It's a waste to keep it. Just investing in disciples. Not a loss. This is? Jiang Dust looked at the front filled with the fragrance of the elixir. The body and mind suddenly trembled. The pupils dead stare. As the first eldest son of the Jiang clan, the eye is very high. The ordinary elixir simply cannot enter the eye, but this elixir is different. Just sniffing a bite on the body of the realm and the stupidity of the realm. Boundary-breaking pill. Almost instant recognition. But what shocked him was this. One is at the peak of the Marquis of King's realm. It was only a step away from the exalted realm. This realm. Unusual pills are simply useless. Otherwise, by virtue of the Jiang clan or the East Prosperity Sacred Ground, what elixir could not be obtained. But now, This elixir was placed in front of the eyes in red and orange. Still quite heartwarming. Master, will this be too expensive? Jiang Chen hesitated. He had a feeling that if he swallowed it, stuck in his realm could break straight away. It was just too much of a pity to use it for himself. Such a precious elixir. I'm afraid it's useful for the Zuni realm. It should be utilized to its maximum value. No harm done. It's just a randomly refined elixir. Chusun shook his head and found a pretext to pass it off. This boundary-breaking elixir wasn't a particularly precious item, and he had a premonition that if he read a certain number of books again, he would be able to reap another harvest. Thank you, Master. Ginger Dust also stopped excusing himself. Receive the elixir. Ding. Congratulations to the host for investing in the Divine Destiny villain. Return, Day 1 Dan *3. Chusun didn't rush his men, but looked at the disciple and slowly said, if there's nothing else, you can retire first. Yes. Ginger Dust bowed respectfully. Retreat in silence. Buzz. 3 pills as white as lamb's fat white jade landed in his palm, emitting a rich grass and wood essence. This was refined using the purest medicinal herbs, which contained the essence of heaven and earth, and as long as it was absorbed, his cultivation would continue to grow. I wonder what realm a single elixir can help me come to. Curious murmur. Swallow one at the same time. Boo. After entering the abdomen, the elixir melted away. It was transformed into a raging medicinal power, filling every vein in the body. Even the cells in his body were like thirsty dry cows, wailing madly, greedily absorbing the medicinal power of the great elemental pill, while the realm on his body was slowly growing. Buzz, close your eyes. Silent practice. It's a good thing this is the 8th floor of the hidden scriptures. Not many people can come here and disturb. You can refine the medicinal power at ease. 1 hour, 2 hours, in the twinkling of an eye. Then came the late night. Under the reflection of the moonlight, landing inside the house, an old man sitting inside could be seen slowly opening his eyes, glittering and suffused with divine splendor, his body filled with an aura, immortal style and Taoist bones, like a high priest who has attained Taoism. The aura around his body was running. The chi is full. Second sky of the human emperor realm. Phew! Exhale a cloudy breath. Chusun picked up the scriptures in his hands again, and there was also a strange color in his eyes. He had thought that the great elemental pill would bring about quite a few breakthroughs, and he did not expect that just one of them would allow the realm on his body to break through one heavens. If all 3 are absorbed, it's still not about breaking the 3 realms. Very good. Chusun gently nodded his head, also deeply aware that to the human emperor realm this realm and then want to break through need to accumulate over time. Not overnight can be completed, and today's harvest has been very rich. Be content. Time passes slowly. There are no years of practice. The cold is over and I don't know the year. In the hidden scripture pavilion plain daily reading the scriptures, study the mysteries therein. The understanding of heaven and earth is also more and more profound. Occasionally leisure will be used to participate in the Great River Sword Intent. This inherited sword intent was too profound. The last time I was at River Enlightenment Sword. It is also only a furtive comprehension. Sort of a primer. To have complete mastery you still need to practice and fit in day after day. Eyes peering out the window. Look at the thin layer of snow that has fallen. Murmured. First winter. Count the hours. It's been a few months since I crossed over. The East Prospect Holy Land remains the same. Other than a sword river appearing out of nowhere and attracting countless sword cultivation disciples, which had unconsciously become a holy place for sword cultivation disciples, there were no great changes. And after Jiang Chen got the realm-breaking Dan he fell into seclusion and did not come out for many days. But Chusun knew that there would be no accidents. The realm-breaking Dan could even break a human emperor realm like his own, not to mention assisting him to enter the Zunshi realm. Keep reading the scriptures. Reading. Cultivation. Chusun in the cabinet of scriptures. True as if brought into the identity of the old man. The state of mind is calm. Cannot afford waves. Let the outside world in a hurry. The cabinet of scriptures for a long time is one. Without realizing it. Another 2 months passed. 3 celestial yuan Dan consumed. The realm on his body had also come to the 4th sky of the human emperor realm. Chapter 10 The Rite of Worship. It's been 2 months. The eastern region was quite peaceful. The immortal Dao sect had taken in a disciple with good natural talent, or was personally taken in as a disciple by the soon-to-be-seated elder Tai Xian, causing quite a ripple in the immortal Dao sect. On the day of the acceptance of the disciples, quite a few forces went to the eastern domain. I just heard that this disciple ran away from the East Prosperity Holy Land? This caused the powers to shed their colors. Feeling odd. As for the reason for it, they inquired, and yet, they didn't come up with a reason. One party executes the words of the other. No clear answer. However, they also do not think. At most is a rising star, even if it is again demon and can be strong to which step. This generation of young people has long become a stereotype. by the East Prosperity Holy Land of Jiang Chen, as well as the Immortal Road sect of the Wang Fan for the leader. Ordinary people again want to exceed too difficult. Beyond that, the forces in the Eastern Domain were also concerned about that Sword River in the East Prosperity Holy Land. To know, in the Eastern region, human Emperor realm powerhouses were counted. The appearance of each one was noticed by all the forces, especially the 6 Holy Lands of the Eastern Domain, who were more concerned about which one had an extra human emperor. But it was the East Prosperity Holy Land that had emerged with a human emperor, and it was unknown where he had appeared from. A great river of sword intent. It couldn't have come out of nowhere, trying to find the parties. It's like vaporization. As that fat and thin two venerables sneaked into the East Prosperity Holy Land's hidden scriptures, also mysteriously disappeared. No news at all. In their intelligence, that night the East Prosperity Holy Land's 5 human emperors realm all in their own turf. And that who will be fat and thin venerable to the extermination of the case. Another unsolved case? Only a few old men. People who experienced what happened back then. Think of someone, a green shirt and a sword, walk proudly in the jungle. It can be popular for an age, scorchingly dazzling, but they were quickly abandoned, which has been dormant for 60 years, drawing a blank in the East Prosperity Holy Land's hidden scripture pavilion. And if he had truly explored the knot in his heart, it would be impossible for him to remain unmoved. Within the eastern region that was surging with storm clouds under the seeming calm, the ancient family, the Jiang family, suddenly there was movement. This day, the long street shook, and the horses' hooves rumbled, as if a thunderclap had resounded in the place. A powerful man from the Jiang clan emerged. Revive from your slumber, alarming the eastern region. Although the ancient lineage Jiang clan did not belong to the 6 holy lands of the eastern domain, no one dared to underestimate the Jiang clan. But in terms of human emperor realm powerhouses, the Jiang clan was not inferior to these holy lands at all. Just compared to them, Ginger is more low-key. There are also fewer people, except for his own clan. No cultivation of out-of-town talent, but low profile does not mean no strength. If Jiang's anger, any holy land to tremble. As for the unusual top forces, more and a day to extinguish. Enough to see the depth of Jiang's today, but like crazy, one strong man after another revived. It's a big fuss about the 6 holy places. Many top forces, all terrified. Some even directly asked their own offspring this period of time to provoke Jiang's children did not. Afraid of Jiang's is to seek revenge, but also like a wave in the wind, calm and treacherous eastern region to set off waves. The message flew away. Just make sure after. None of it dripped with eccentricity. The heart has a belly laugh. Some people even directly muttered, as for it, but worshipped a teacher. Why make such a big fuss? Make it known to everyone. Ginger. A dozen or so horsemen and horses were in the front to open the way. These were not ordinary steeds. All of them were terrifying beasts with lofty horns and flashing scales and armor, permeated with ferocious aura. Every one of them had the king's marquee realm, and only such an ancient family as the Jiang clan was able to subdue so many of them. The man riding on top of the beast steed, all of them were clad in armor, with cold eyes, and their bodies were filled with a murderous aura that made people shiver. Knock, 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 horseshoes rumble, trample the sky. There were people with weak cultivation who, just by getting close, were shocked by this terrifying aura that caused their chi and blood to roll over, and the taste of blood churned up in their throats in a creepy way. Ginger. It's horrible. They witnessed it from afar and exuded shock. And in addition to the dozen or so groups of foreign beast steeds that opened the way, there were also 5 golden divine colts draped in divine radiance, pulling a black jade carriage that appeared honorable and mysterious. The ancient flags shone in the air, and the word Jiang, which flowed with the rhythm of the Tao, even more so leaked out an aura of vicissitude, passed along the pathway to a city, letting many cultivators who were practicing or relaxing look in unison, shedding a shocking scene, gazing at the 5-headed golden divine colt, the terrifying aura flowing from it, murmuring, "This is the Zunshe realm, isn't it? It's horrible." Exalted level foreign beasts pulling the carriage, just Ginger, too. They spoke with envy, hating to be one of Jiang's household servants, but it was a pity that Jiang's rules were strict and did not allow outsiders to step in easily, not to mention that they would not accept the opposite sex as a disciple, and it was said that this was a rule set by a quasi-emperor of Jiang's back in the day. At that time, the Jiang clan was one of the best in the divine continent, and there were only a few that could be comparable to it, but it was a pity that after a long time, the withering of the paramount emperors, and the subsequent fall of the great saints, the Jiang clan had weakened step by step to the present time, and was only claiming the top spot in the eastern region, and even then it was an unattainable power. In the eyes of many old-back cultivators, the ancient family Jiang's is more frightening. No one knows how much heritage remains of the family that once peaked in splendor, even making them prefer to offend a holy land power. but also don't want to offend this ancient Jiang. The Emperor's carriage. Ginger Dust was a bit jaw-dropped. He was also a little confused. Just tell the situation of the clan to his father. That thought that his father would be so big movement. Not to mention the strength of the clan. As far as the row at the moment is concerned, it is counted in the entire eastern region. What do you know? Jiang Duan's father, Jiang Jinshan, mixed up, said, you are at least my Jiang Jinshan's son. The row can't be less. Saying here, do you really think that old man this row is for you? Kong Yungsan bristled. The face was contemptuous, full of disdain. This kind of expression can only be possessed when the father and son duo are present. Outside, Jiang Jinshan is quite serious, unsmiling, the frame taken to death. When I was young, Elder Chu was the man of the hour, charmed countless teenage girls. Even my old man also worshipped, but unfortunately, encountered the emergence of the true martial great sage, known as a great emperor's qualifications. A defeat of the Taoist heart collapsed, and thus drew the ground for a prison. Self-binding Tibetan scripture pavilion for 60 years. Now break the knot. 100 feet to the top. I shall be congratulated with a heavy gift, plus the old man's son to worship the teacher. This worship gift how can't be worse, when let Elder Chu know that accepting you as a disciple is not a loss. In the future, Elder Chu cultivation on what resources you need. You can mention it. The old man lifted the whole clan's power to fulfill. Jiang Jinshan grunted, showing his dominance. Chapter 11, The Antipodean Father Pro. The Holy Land of the Eastern Tomb. A powerful cultivator coincidentally stopped cultivating and gazed out of the sect with his eyes. Tap tap tap. Among the clouds, came a gust of footsteps, and the hissing of the Fae. Even the disciples in front of the mountain gate were stunned, and when they tilted their heads, they wore a strange color, saying, this commotion is extraordinary. Could it be that the recent rumors are true, and that the Jiang clan really wants to come to my East Prosperity Sacred Land? Ho! Savage hiss. Exudes the wildness of ferocious beasts. The shock of the following practitioners of chi and blood surging. Good in the worship of the East Prospect sacred ground of the disciples' cultivation is not weak, but also not so much as to appear chi and blood rolling, surging out of the throat of the scene, but the woe is unavoidable. Hiss. That's Ginger. As a black steed descended, all of these disciples no longer hesitated, and looked towards the ferocious beasts, as well as the cold generals dressed in black armor riding on them, leaving no more doubts in their hearts. With 5 golden divine colts with divine radiance pulling a jade carriage, a terrifying pressure permeates, which is the wildness that comes with foreign beasts, as if a great demon has descended, with a ferocious and wild aura. Shoo shoo shoo. The East Prosperity Sacred Land side was not willing to show weakness, and in just a flash several middle-aged figures descended, each with their hands behind their backs and in different expressions, but they suppressed all those foreign beasts' flames. Undoubtedly all of them were powerful cultivators of the Zunshi realm, holding important positions such as tutors in the East Prosperity Holy Land, and with a light brush of their sleeves, they resisted all the pressure for the disciples. Phew! It's the strongest of my Donglin sect coming out. The faces of the disciples of the East Prosperity sect carried pride, which was innate. Even if the enemy was strong, there was a strong sense of security and belonging in the East Prosperity sect. Roar! The 5 golden divine colts that were draped in divine radiance, however, had pupils that showed wildness, refusing to be so subdued in their aura, and the ferocious flames on their bodies were gradually rising and diffusing. Shoo! Accompanied by a great red-robed peerless woman descended. Her eyebrows were like a picture. Her expression was cold and arrogant. There was a bit of vermilion sand on her eyebrows. Her cold and arrogant eyes glanced at the 5-headed golden god full, and all the anger was immediately scared away. Whether it was the disciples within the sect, or one of the middle-aged men who had just appeared, the pressure on their bodies was completely gone. And while they were silently relieved, they also had a sense of pride and blazing enthusiasm. Xiao Rongyu Fish, the sect leader of the East Prosperity Holy Land. At such a young age, he was already ranked at the human emperor realm. Even aside from the cultivation, Xiao Rongyu's face value has always belonged to the pinnacle. No one can be out of its right in the East Prosperity sect. Even the East Prosperity sect's saintly maiden Yi Qingcheng is also to be worse than a chip. If it is to talk about the temperament of the long-time high position, that Yi Qingcheng with one then but far too poor. Master, Jiang Chen hurriedly stepped out of the carriage, and in his heart, he also had a slander. This is all the way to the East Prosperity sect. Old dad did not collect his aura, making the situation so stiff. He hurriedly stepped out and said, my father is here to meet my master. Wow! The crowd of disciples below shed a stunned look. And curious. The rumors are true. Eldest brother Jiang Dust really worshipped the teacher. Just who worshipped the teacher? Jiang Dust came to the East Prosperity Holy Land is not a day or 2 days. Should worship the teacher long ago to worship the teacher? That will delay until now? Xiao Rongyu's expression was cold. His phoenix eyes skimmed and he did not make a sound. The Jiang clan's family head who was inside the carriage also smiled gently and stepped out from inside the jade carriage. All of a sudden, the entire sky above fell into stasis, as if time had frozen at this moment. In reality, this was only because his cultivation was strong to a certain extent. When he stepped out, everyone's eyes froze on him as if they were uncontrollable, ignoring everything around him, standing calmly. Instead, a god-demon-like pressure permeated his body, palpitating, inexplicable trepidation. It didn't even dare to look at the middle-aged man head-on. Wow! Flick your sleeve. Several items filled the long sky. Each of them was wrapped in a glistening mass of light. Same as number 1. Purple jade essence. By the world's rare purple jade among the refined. Each drop needs to be in the purple jade in the brewing for thousands of years. And now this small jade screen is feared to have more than 30 drops. The value of the horror of the horrors. Appalling. Second sample. 7-leaf swordgrass. It is from the most terrible sword valley in the birth of the sword grass. The whole day to absorb the sword. Every birth of a petal sword will be several times more intense. Is to repair the sword people in the heart of the divine medicine. 4 petals will be difficult to find in the market. And the 7 leaves is more. Think about the value. Third sample. A weapon. Not a normal divine soldier. Exudes monstrous devilishness. Gazing at the center of only one idea to kill. This kind of terrible devilish idea can be called a devil soldier. But those disciples are not. In the middle of the air standing in the middle-aged man also be revealing blazing. Although it is a devil soldier, if harnessed, it will be a terrifying divine soldier. Not only these 3. There are 6 of them. It filled the air in mid-air. It gives off a magnificent aura of beauty. It makes the human emperor's heart flutter. Gollum. So are the disciples below. Those middle-aged or not. All thumping hearts. Xiao Rongyu, however, looked calm and said blandly, the firstborn son of the Jiang clan pays homage to his master. And that's all there is to it? Jiang Chen had a smile on the corner of his mouth as he shook his head. This is naturally nothing. My son is the first eldest son of the Jiang clan, even if he is no better. These things are just a gift to the East Prosperity Sacred Ground to thank for the many years of cultivation. As for the worship gift, there is something else. Surprises were heard. Near the East Prospect Holy Land, there are more than just these disciples. There are also scouts from various forces. Ginger made such a big move. They should naturally explore. Earlier when Jiang Chen took out so many things it made their eyes burn. And they vaguely hated Jiang Chen for why he didn't worship the immortal Dao sect. But now when they heard that this was just an appetizer and not even a normal worship gift, they all swallowed their saliva and muttered, this Jiang clan is also too rich, isn't it? Wow! Xiao Rongyu whisked his sleeve to wave a few things that make the imperial realm are blazing hot to collect. Delicate Chin also gently nodded. If Zhang's will take out this thing to rush to do the worship gift, is really disappointing, and more loss of Zhang such a big movement. Go! Enter the clan. Meet your teacher. Jiang Zhinshan mouth pursed with a smile. The mood is good. Step out will come to the East Prosperity sect. For this place he is not a stranger. When his son visited the clan will come to a trip. In addition to the clan forbidden places, the place to go have been. The eye is even more straight to the hidden scripture pavilion. Wow! A blazing gaze outside the East Prosperity Holy Land wanted to follow and move over. But unfortunately, they couldn't enter the East Prosperity sect. So they could only witness the Jiang clan's family head enter the interior and hastily take out a messenger artifact in his hand to inform the East Prosperity sect of the latest progress. Chapter 12, Sacred Weapons. Coming in. The Jiang clan head has entered the East Prosperity sect. Is this direction? Hidden scriptures. Within the East Prosperity Holy Land, there were also people who watched the Jiang clan family head's trail, but when they witnessed him heading straight for the Tibetan scripture pavilion, consternation and bewilderment flowed across each and every one of their faces. In front of the hidden scriptures, Jiang Zhinshan descended from the void, quietly stood there, looking out at the 9-story pavilion in front of this, looking coy and showing reminiscence. Back then, he also witnessed Elder Chu's magnificent style, green shirt and sword. Just compared to Xiao Rongyu, who was still a tender girl, he had already made a small name for himself in the eastern region, but still don't dare to match this one. Eyes approaching, both are in the mood to worship idols. There is also emotion and celebration. Dusty, follow me to pay respects to your master. Kong Yongsan said softly. Inside the hidden scriptures, is sitting in that book reading Chu Inquiry Heart. Eyes look outside. Feel that kind of hustle and bustle. The heart was born Busai. Sighed softly, why bother? Would like to quietly read the scriptures, and occasionally cultivate the martial arts. The days can be clean. Ginger made such a mess today. The gazes of the entire eastern region coalesced over. It's impossible to try to hide it any longer. But he didn't care. The East Prosperity Sacred Land had produced a human emperor realm or within the hidden scriptures. it was bound to be investigated clearly. Even if these forces could not think of themselves for a while, they would still be sure in the end. And Jiang Zhinshan's appearance was merely exposing himself in advance. Plus, just don't go downhill. It doesn't matter if it's exposed or not. After figuring that out, put down the books in your hands as well, quietly waiting for the father and son. The 8th floor of the hidden scriptures. Jiang Zhinshan looked at the window in front of the old man sitting. Simple and ordinary, the heart is full of emotions. A moment actually have all kinds of feelings surging up to the heart. Silently thinking, that year, if it is not that battle, Elder Chu is not so much as the heart of the Taoist collapse, painted a prison for 60 years. Senpai, Kong Yungsan saluted. It was reasonable to say that he was not required to salute. Whether it's their own cultivation, it's still the head of the Kong family. All of them are worthy of being on equal footing with Chu Sun, but out of respect for his idol, especially this great sword immortal who had surveyed the knots in his heart and sat in the Tibetan scripture pavilion for 60 years. Who could have imagined how far he would come back after his epiphany? A strand of divine sense didn't go into the past. Feel the realm of Chu Sun. Jiang Zhinshan pupils are even slightly contracted. Even though the surface is calm, the bottom of his heart is disgusted with 1,000 waves. Dark and furious, how is it possible? Human Emperor realm 4 days. He is not just breaking the realm? According to which clan elder of the Jiang clan within the East Prosperity Holy Land said, Chu Sun and the hidden scriptures to see through the knot disappeared into the human emperor realm. Only to let Jiang Duan to worship him as a teacher, and all of this has only used less than 2 months of time, but came straight to the 4th realm of the human emperor. Terrifying as it is, he thought back to himself. It's also a natural talent. How long did it take to walk from the 1st sky of human emperor to the 4th sky? It seems to be 7 years. One time, the emotion of admiration for Chu Sun intensified. It was worthy of being the magnificent sword god of that year. It was also worthy of being a senior who had entered the human emperor straight after an epiphany. You and I are of the same generation. No need to salute. Chu Sun, however, calmly said, with his eyesight, he could naturally tell that the cultivation level of the Jiang clan's family head was very high, stronger than his own, and the aura on his body was not far off even if it wasn't the peak of the human emperor realm. Jiang Zhinshan also nodded gently, with a gentle smile on his face. Not the slightest bit of the arrogance and conceit that he had outside. His words were calm. After hearing Xiao Duan say that he had worshipped Elder Chu as his teacher, both the Jiang clan and I are also very fortunate for this opportunity for Xiao Duan, and also attach extra importance to it. And so I was condemned to be the representative to come and pay a visit to Elder Chu. Talking, Jiang Zhinshan also flicked his sleeve. Buzz. Several clusters of light reappeared. Just compared to being outside the gates of the East Prospect Holy Land, what emerged this time was much more intense and cherished. The first violet glow, wrapped around several large medicines. It was filled with a strong medicinal fragrance, and it didn't dare to say that it could produce white bones from the dead, but if it was used for alchemy, it could definitely even create an excellent elixir. The second mass of light, a sword plant filled the air. 9-leaf swordgrass. It was more than 1 grade higher than what was given in front of the clan. As for a few others, it's not the slightest bit bad either. The most valuable is the last item, a tripod. It was filled with the aura of the holy way, dazzled with golden light. A wisp of holiness filled the air from it. Sacred artifacts, alchemy furnace. Jiang Zhinshan laughed softly. I heard Xiaoda say that Elder Chu occasionally makes pills in his spare time, so it just so happened that he sent over a cauldron after finding one from the Jiang clan's treasure trove. And in addition there are also some good medicinal herbs for Elder Chu to try his hand at in his spare time. Chu Sun exuded a strange color. When he gifted Jiang Chen with the realm-breaking Dan, he was merely casually prevaricating, but he didn't expect it to be taken seriously by Jiang. It was no wonder that so many of the things he sent were mainly medicinal herbs. Also, that alchemy furnace was also extraordinary. Sacred artifacts, extremely rare. Ginger Dust also wore a glory on his face, secretly praising his father's giving. There were also many people in the East Prosperity Holy Land who were paying attention to this scene, and as a wisp of mind fell, all of them widened their eyes when they saw the suspended Dan furnace, constantly smacking their lips and saying, Ancient lineage Jiang clan. It's truly terrifying. Sacred artifacts, alchemy furnace. Even for a power like the East Prosperity Holy Land that had accumulated terror, there were only a handful of holy weapons in their hands, each of which was precious. And as for the even rarer holy weapons like alchemy furnaces, there were even none of them, which thought that the Jiang clan would be so generous, directly sending a sacred realm-level Dan furnace. If this was put up for auction in the outside world, I'm afraid that it could be exchanged for 2 or even 3 sacred artifacts of the same level. Big deal. What a masterstroke. They lamented. It also realized that Kong had put her blood on the line this time. This kind of sacred artifact level Dan furnace, in the peak of the Jiang clan, is not a big deal. But if it is placed in the present, I am afraid that the number is also limited, can directly take out a respect, but also enough to see the respect. Good. Chu Sun nodded gently. It was not rejected. It's worship, and deservedly so. A flick of the sleeve. Everything fell into the sleeve. In the heart also secretly lamented. No wonder in the last world to see the novel villains shaking people a shake accurate, are pouring out their best shot. On the road level, can not have friends? Who is not going to make an effort to shake who? In the meantime, Sendo Sect, the Great Hall, for old men with different images gathered together, and the long-bearded old man said, the Jiang clan's intimate relationship with the East Prosperity Sacred Land is not a good thing for us. Back then, Jiang Chen had this premonition when he worshipped the East Prosperity Sacred Ground, and now the two sides are even closer, and I would like to know who exactly Jiang Chen worshipped as his master, to have caused the Jiang clan to make such a big commotion. It would be just as well if we were to worship the saints of the East Prosperity Holy Land, but it's the hidden scriptures. It can't be a saint. Slight pause. An old man slowly said, perhaps, it's worship to which one? A few people who were disputing immediately gave a start, and their brows involuntarily locked up, full of gravity, as they muttered, if it's really him, it's really a bit of a problem. Trouble? What kind of trouble? Back then he was magnificent, unrivaled in the world, single-handedly suppressing an era. I don't say anything, but what time is it now? A self-binding a place, drawing a prison for 60 years of old man, completely wasted. Even the juniors among the juniors came to the human emperor realm. What's the significance for him to break through the knot of his heart and step into the human emperor realm at this time? The time that belonged to him is over. 60 years of delay. Long ago he was eliminated. An old man with red hair was filled with contempt, mockery, disdain, and a strong sense of malice. The rest of the people first frowned, then nodded to recognize this reasoning. Regardless of whether the Epiphany in the Tibetan scripture pavilion is not, he does not matter. Dare to go out of the Tibetan scripture pavilion, jump. A hand will suppress him. Chapter 13, reading 500 books. ID. Divine Action Sect. Tianji Sect. True Martial Sect. These same several powers of the Eastern region Holy Land were also closely watching the movements of the Eastern Advent Holy Land. And when Jiang Chen stepped into the hidden scripture pavilion, those older generation figures coincidentally thought of Chu Sun. First it was stayed. Contempt ensued. And disdain. 60 years of desolation. Let the former not as good as Chu Sun, they all grew to unimaginable heights. And then faced with the former one's words with much conceit. Do not think that a waste of 60 years will quickly catch up with them. Let the original still stayed. They immediately shifted their gaze. No longer worry about this matter. Only feel that it is a trivial matter of no importance. Only to blame Jiang is too serious. Engaged in such a big action. And thought that the worship of saints. Besides, it's not necessarily which one has broken the realm. Maybe that guy was still depressed. How could he break through now by such a coincidence when he hadn't gotten out of that hump in 60 years? Elder Chu, just tell Dust if you need anything in the future. Ginger doesn't make excuses when she can. Jiang Chen's smile is also more and more. The more powerful his son worshipped the master, naturally the more assured. Especially Elder Chu, this kind of thick and thin, calm and steady state of mind. Far from the unusual cultivator can be compared to this kind of experience of great ups and downs. Life can be precipitated, even if the cultivation is now a little weaker. In the next period of time will also be rapidly soared. There really is a bit. Chu Sun's eyes revealed a strange color. His gaze swept over the scriptures in the hidden scripture pavilion. The scriptures on the 8th layer were only enough for him to comprehend for a period of time, and the scriptures on the 9th layer were too profound. All these years precipitated within the hidden scriptures. Other preferences did not develop, but developed a liking for reading books. Not many scriptures in the East Prosperity Sacred Ground. Would like to ask for some from the Jiang family lord. Ginger Dust froze. Mindfulness. So nonchalant? That's too much of a no-show. This scripture thing. It can be big or small. To the big say is a clan of the town treasure which can be easily outside. Towards the small say is just a few scriptures. Not worth mentioning, but Chu elders since the opening is a few scriptures of the matter. At least to get a 3 or 5,000. And cannot be mixed with ordinary goods. Otherwise it is to fool. But not good. Yes. Well. The matter is good. Jiang Dust immediately with a smile. This word in the mouth of the other person to say. He will feel really don't point of face. Their own on polite you damn still serious. No points? But Elder Chu said it is full of joy. Secretly sigh. Elder Chu, this is not to treat themselves as outsiders. A short stop. The two made small talk for a few more moments. Jiang Chen realized Elder Chu's profound knowledge, but also silently thought that it is worthy of the East Prosperity Sacred Ground. Scriptures are almost the same. Seniors really want to discuss a sermon, but the time is limited, can only be dismissed with the resignation. Inside the East Prosperity Holy Land, Father and son hang out. Jiang Chen's face was calm as he said, "Father, how is my teacher?" Jiang Chen skimmed his son. "Look at that pretense of lightness. Slander, you damn in front of the old man is still pretending to be an egg. Want to be happy on the pendulum chanting, and not moving his head. Seriously, the big weapon late. Thick and thin hair." Ginger Dust was slightly stunned. Even thought my father would give it high praise. But those 8 words, but it sums up everything. The corners of his mouth curled into an involuntary smile. Inside the hidden scriptures, as the father and son left, Chusun's heart flooded a few waves, silently thinking, if the investment in the fate of the protagonist of the heavens themselves can obtain what? Racked his brain to think half a day. Muttered, I'm afraid that there is only a big background to the sky of the villain, and countless trouble, investing in divine destiny villains. It's so fragrant. A smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Picked up the scripture in his hand and watched it as well. A few moments of curiosity were also born in his heart. Count the hours. It's time to accrue the next reward yourself, right? I wanted to check how many scriptures I had gone through, but after thinking about it, I felt that it was too deliberate. Everything goes with the flow. Anyway, I don't need to go down the mountain. I don't need to deliberately raise my cultivation level. Just go with the flow. Flip through the scriptures. Practicing handwriting in my spare time. Occasionally overlooking the clan's chi. Unconsciously see another few days of light. Congratulations to the host. Successfully read 500 scriptures. Rewarded with a Taishian sword. A copy of the 8 desolate poems. And a chance for an epiphany. Chusun had a smile in the corner of his eye. Silent nod. Not bad. Much as one would expect. The 500 scrolls of scripture were indeed completed within these few days of work. And the harvest came as expected. Exploring what it was first. Taishian sword. A verdant turquoise 3-foot green blade landed in his palm. Quietly suspended there. The sword body draped with a wisp of human emperor's breath. And the spirit of the weapon was slightly chirping during the period. It seems to be a common shock. Seemingly joyful. The Taishian sword. A divine weapon of the human emperor realm. Comes with its own artifact spirit. And is an excellent weapon within the same realm. Especially since the way of the sword specializes in killing. And is even more difficult to forge. Usually the sword-casting patriarchs had long been human emperor level killing and destroying divine weapons. Each piece was heavenly sharp. Ordinary people could not master. Even if the human emperor wanted to tame it, all needed to make a lot of effort. But the Taishian sword at the moment was completely different. Warm and moist like jade. There was no flaws. And the gentle artifact spirit did not have a hostile atmosphere. Even if it was an ordinary cultivator could also master it. That's how rare this divine weapon is. And yet, it wasn't that the Taishian sword was weak. Placed in Chusun's hands, this soft and harmless divine weapon could erupt with monstrous sword intent. Even those demonic swords with monstrous demonic flames would have to tremble and not dare to fight with it. Excellent. Chusun nodded gently. Spinning around, he looked at the second one. 8 Wasteland poems. A palm technique. From a certain fictional world. There are 3 levels. Introductory, minor, major. Entry-level minimum to human emperor realm cultivation. If mastered can cross 3 small realm against the enemy, small into the need for chance to sense. If mastered can be invincible in the same realm. As for the big into the saint's palm law is not weaker than. It suits me. Chusun's eyes were filled with divine splendor. With his current cultivation and realm, really give him great saint level secret arts. Emperor level inheritance instead of being able to eat. It is this kind of is the most suitable. Initial mastery will be able to let their combat power sword. It's not difficult to start. Just need to cultivate for a period of time. One chance for epiphany. Something like this didn't need to be explained in Chusun's opinion. It was already straightforward. Epiphany opportunity can be used for everything. Whether it is cultivating aptitudes, or breaking the boundary, or mental epiphanies. One can fall into an epiphany and thus make an unimaginable breakthrough without much elaboration. Excellent. Chusun's face was filled with a smile. The rewards this time fit him well and were all things that could be used. Murmuring, there's yet another thing to do in addition to this reading of the scriptures. Chapter 14 8 Desolate Poems. A few days later, backcountry. An old man bathed under the moonlight, his white hair like silk, and his body was permeated with barren, withering power, affecting the surrounding grass and trees, causing the flowers and plants full of vitality to fall into withering. 8 desolate poems. It's so deep, Chusun murmured softly. This was the first time he had practiced the 8 desolate poems, and along with the inheritance his mind fell into a marvelous world. After a period of heavenly rotation, it was as if he had come to another pale world, above the earth, a flat river. Looking at the end cannot be seen at all, but there is a reckless atmosphere. Come to the face, is not only the existence of the body, but hovering in the whole world. Withering, barren, dead silence. It is the main theme of this world. Sitting here, powerlessness and insignificance erupted from within, and fear spread from the deepest part of the mind, as if there was nothing but barrenness in this world. That is, deadness, and there was no other place to go. Even if you want to return to the previous world again, you can't do it. There is only one option. Sense the meaning of desolation. Master the 8 Wasteland Palms. Beyond that, nothing more is possible. Good thing that has long been adapted to the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Withered sitting Chu Sun, but also stored gas, slowly closed his eyes to sense this force of barrenness. Unlike the sharpness of the sword road, unlike the hegemony of the knife road, barrenness is everywhere, always lurking in the surrounding, or in the twilight tidal wave. To sense this trace of barrenness, pervade the withering, be still and empathize. His body also radiated a dead silence. It's affecting all around, like the darkness that engulfs the night, spread over. At first it only enveloped a few feet around his body, let the lush flora wilt in yellow, but as time passes, such areas are also gradually expanding. 10 feet, 20 feet, hundreds of feet. Good in the back of the mountain to come to practice. Not many people, even if some birds and beasts accidentally enter the field. The instinct of life smells the crisis, and hastily flashing back, unknowingly see actually let this place to form a bizarre 2 paintings. In the zone where Chu Sun was sitting in cultivating, it was plunged into an overwhelming dead silence, filled with grayness and ominousness, and the vitality within the shrouded domain was all dead, while outside the domain was the vibrant, lush flowers and trees in the early spring. This scene is too bizarre. If the field is another step to expand will trigger not a small movement. Rare. This 100 feet of the field stops, no matter how much time passes, always these distances, no longer eating outward. The old Taoist who was sitting there on a plate. The twilight in his body was growing stronger. This sitting, it is just a few days. There was also an earlier scene, with Chu Sun's eyes open, that pair of pupils filled with endless pallor and withering. Dead silence is the only main theme inside, and even the influence of the surrounding withering, instantly all the flowers, plants and trees completely dead. Even if it is the river beside the fish and shrimp are flooded with white solo, the vitality of the burial. 8 desolate palms. It's so deep, Chu Sun murmured. Sort of understand why this gong method has the strength to cross the border and fight. He practiced the main focus as a state of mind. The power of barrenness spreads. People's minds and souls instantly despair, plunged into endless darkness and self-reproach within this scenario. The strength of the discount of the great. And how could it be an opponent? It can be too difficult to practice, if not for having a legacy. He was afraid that it would be difficult for him to comprehend it for many years. Saint level, Chu Sun murmured softly. A slight bow of the head, also perceived a difference in itself. Barren, dead silence. The sadness of the mood is too strong. If someone is around will unconsciously think of once sad past, cannot help but will fall tears. This is a mood effects too deep, from the inside out. Phew, exhale a cloudy breath. Flick your sleeve. The rich vitality diffused and dispersed from the circumference, and those withered flowers and plants were filled with life again, and the fish and shrimps buried for lack of vitality also came back to life, and a tumble splashed a wave and dived into the river again. Shoo, take a light step, straight back to the cache, pick up the scriptures. Murmuring softly, he said, participating in the 8 desolate palms is too much of an influence on the state of mind. First regulate the chi of the surrounding body before speaking. Reading within the Tibetan scripture pavilion was undoubtedly excellent for cultivating one's mind. A quick shake. It is just a few days. A disciple walked out of the Tibetan scripture cabinet. Long breath, quite with doubt said, these 2 days in the Tibetan scripture cabinet always feel depressed and bitter. The heart has sadness and sorrow, but do not know the reason. Could it be that the pressure of cultivation in the past few days is too great? Can't practice anymore. Go take a walk. Come back in a couple days. Fruity. With a few days to go, this disciple went back to the Tibetan scripture pavilion to read again, and that barrenness and sadness in his heart dispersed, and with a satisfied smile on his face, he nodded to himself and said, it seems that cultivation requires a combination of work and rest. Tibetan scripture pavilion on the 8th floor of the Chusun eyes also diffuse smile and satisfaction. After a few days of reading on the body of the twilight and barren as much as possible to disperse, breath and ordinary people again no difference. The figure flashed. Once again, he appeared outside the hidden scripture pavilion. This time it was in the depths of the back of the mountain. This place was already on the verge of the edge of the East Prospect Holy Land. Standing with his arms folded, gazing at the rolling mountains in front of him, the corner of his mouth also curled up slightly as he murmured, cultivated for many days, but I haven't yet tried out the power. A small test run. Move your hands. 5 fingers spread out. Slap down towards the front. Rumble. The clouds were shaken, only to see a huge to boundless palm print condensed. 5 fingers as huge as the pillar of the sky, each of which is visible above the texture. As for the center of the palm is even more vast, such as that gully spread in which, top down, call it a repressive gesture. There is even a barren atmosphere coming out, enveloped under that palm, making several huge peaks instantly fall into withering and dead, a tree rotting, and with the palm descending, directly flattening several peaks, leaving a huge palm empty. Swish swish swish. Such a big commotion had since alarmed the East Prosperity Holy Land. In an instant, several figures descended, no longer in the Zuni realm, with Patriarch Xiaoronyu as the leader. Several figures descended in a flash, precisely the 5 human emperor realms of the East Prosperity Sect. He looked grave, staring at the palm prints remaining in front of them, and shook himself up and said, "Which strong person has come to the vicinity of my East Prosperity Sect without saying anything and without seeing it? What a terrifying desolate power! This residual palm imprint is at the very least at the human emperor's 7th realm. What do you intend to do with this slap in the back of my East Prosperity Holy Land? A few powerful human emperor realm all do condensation. The human emperor's 7th realm of the strong eyes of the East Prosperity Sect is also too. And this palm print is still which strong man casually and left. Who knows if he is not the original means of the full force of the means? Wow!" Xiaoronyu dodged forward and came to the zone that was leveled by the palm print. Feeling the residual breath, her eyebrows slightly knitted, a figure suddenly surfaced in her mind, thinking and discarding, murmuring, "He only broke the human emperor realm not long ago. His cultivation is at most the 2nd realm of human emperors. It is impossible for him to have this strength. Moreover, this barren power is not mastered by him either." The 2 old men playing chess in the clouds were also here. They also thought of Elder Chu, and quickly ruled it out as impossible. Elder Chu practiced the sword Dao, was not proficient in palm techniques, not to mention this supreme desolate force. Extremely strong palm prints. Perhaps the cultivation of the person who issued the palm didn't come to the 7th realm of the human emperor. It's just that this palm is too terrifying, thus giving us the illusion. At this time, which Jiang clan's elders who held important positions in the East Prosperity Sacred Land came out to comment, perceiving that although this palm print was terrifying, it did not look like it was left behind by the human emperor's 7th realm. Just as well, no matter which mysterious powerhouse comes out with what purpose, it's always right to be cautious for a moment or two within the clan during this time. A few strong people communicate with each other. Just the corner of the eyes fell in the direction of the hidden scripture pavilion, also with emotion worthy of being since the binding of the scripture pavilion for 60 years of Chu elders. This side of the occurrence of such a big commotion, he even the desire to take a look at the desire to not even a divine sense did not cast to. Really calm. Chapter 15, Future Empress. Chu Sun didn't know what they were thinking. After a palm drop, satisfied with the power of the palm, then he drew away. In a flash, he was back in the cache, missing them perfectly. Didn't realize what the group was thinking, even knowing that. I'm afraid I won't bother to explain, but it's just a realization of a palm technique. There's nothing to say. Pick up the scriptures. Rereading. The days were free and easy. Unawareness. Another month or so. This day, Tibetan Scripture Pavilion 8th floor poked out a nervous apprehension of the small head, which is reading. Chusun froze. Tibetan Scripture Pavilion 8th floor storage of the Human Emperor Realm secret books. Ordinary disciples simply cannot enter the inside, even the strongest within the clan also need to head nods. To obtain the credentials can come in, and this little girl is how to come? Are you, Elder Chu? The little girl poked out a small head, fluttering her dark, glowing eyes as she looked at him curiously. Ha! Chu Sun was just about to speak when he blessedly opened his heavenly eyes and slowly looked away. Name, Li Yaozi. Age, 4 years old. Cultivation, body refining realm. Chakra, purple and black, big bad. Biography evaluation, the future empress. Since the cultivation of the protagonist and the fate of the protagonist's childhood sweethearts. Finger for marriage. In the cultivation of the world can be said to be a good story. It is a pity that the body is burdened with a special physique. In the wedding night the fate of the protagonist attempted to tamper with the spirit of the embodiment, but unexpectedly, it was actually the anti-deprivation of a generation of female emperors. Yaoqi female emperors came out of the blue since then. However, the protagonist did not die, but was strangely reborn hundreds of years later, recovered from a remote corner of the rise, step-by-step growth, and finally defeated the Yaoqi Empress to reclaim the former destiny. Life evaluation. Miserable. TSK. Chu Sun's eyes showed a different color. This life evaluation. It looks so familiar. In the last life can be called a classic sung by the network writers Crazy Set. Tried and true opening line. I did not expect to run into the right master. What brings you here? Li Yaozi nervously pinched the corner of her coat and said, Can I read a scripture here? Chu Sun slightly pondered. This hidden scripture pavilion 8 layer of scripture that is so easy to understand. But according to the rules, to come to this layer of people are qualified to observe the human emperor scripture. Also gently nodded acquiescence to the girl's request. Phew! Li Yaozi took a long breath and carefully moved her body to a corner of the hidden scripture cabinet, taking a scripture and pretending to read it. This made Chu Sun, who was sitting there, think it was funny that the human emperor's scriptures, even if they were in the Zunsha realm, needed to be carefully understood, and this little girl could understand them? Shaking his head and no longer paying attention. No, don't grab me. A hint of panic tone from the corner. Chu Sun also frowned, put down the hands of the scripture scroll, slowly walked to, only to see this eyebrow-clear little girl has long been relying on the wall to fall asleep, and just now it is even more from the sleepy murmur. This also makes Chu Sun slightly surprised. According to reason, this little girl can come to the Tibetan scripture pavilion. 8 layers of identity is bound to be extraordinary. How will still be in the sleep of nightmares? And this little girl, pale face and forehead flooded with water beads, more like recalling memories of yesteryear. System. Can I view the life rating further? Yes. Host, Li Yaozi. Life rating, born in an ancient Taoist system. Due to civil unrest and lead to separate from their parents. Since childhood was raised by an old servant, grew up. A few months ago was found by hostile forces. Blood rain in the pouring rain, killed in the courtyard. When the face of the little girl decapitated, Fubo will be her imprisonment. The key time was found by her father. Although she saved her, can also get the knot in the heart. And the little girl brought back to the Taoist system is not happy. The father is immersed in cultivation all day long. The Taoist system is strict rules, all day long. In addition to the urge to cultivate, is harsh and harsh. No wonder. Chu Sun's eyes also soften a few points. Do not think of the future Empress of the Yao Qi in this tragic childhood, and then think of her subsequent experience. Even if she encountered the fate of the protagonist, is also hoping to seize her spirit of creation. I have to say that this kind of tragic life, the future reversal for the fate of the villain, he is not surprised, and even some sympathy. In the cache. Someone just saw it. Downstairs, there were 2 grey-robed servants hurrying up the stairs. Although there was anxiety on their faces, they were not worried about Li Yaozi's safety, but rather panicked that they didn't keep an eye on Li Yaozi and let her run away. And they were worried that they wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. Evil servant? Not really. Just being selfish. The common nature of man. People are not here. You 2 go downstairs. When approaching the 8th floor of the scripture cabinet, a light voice fell into the ears of the 2 servants, causing the latter to freeze, spinning his head up to look at a blurry figure standing in front of him, slightly hesitant or arching his hand to retreat from the scripture cabinet. In the meantime, 2 hours later, accompanied by the sound of dreaming, the little girl suddenly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was the scene around her, as well as the old man who was sitting there in a platter, and instinctively froze, murmuring, "No one is disturbing me?" She also remembered that since Uncle Fu left, that strange man brought himself into a Taoist system. The whole day except for cultivation is cultivation. Because of the outside exile for several years, missed the Taoist system within the specialized children's enlightenment, as well as carrying the spirit of embodiment, resulting in her cultivation is slower than her peers, to be a cut above. Since then it was endless urging, obviously at her age when most children are innocent. What greeted her was the loss of her only relative, Fu Bo, as well as endless cultivation. Being woken up frequently in her sleep by servants urging her to cultivate, not even a little bit of spare time was given to her. It was really tiring, so tiring. This time, along with her mother going out to come to the East Prosperity Sect, she was tired of the servants following her around, and deliberately found a clean place, not expecting that this time, the servants did not even find them, but instead, she let herself have a peaceful sleep. The tiny cheeks were as content as they could be, but when she saw that the old man, who was still reading the scriptures, carefully moved downstairs for fear of disturbing him, and was about to walk out of the 8th floor of the Bible Pavilion, the little girl also hemmed and hawed. "Thank you." Chu Sun twisted his head to look at the naive and nervous little girl, and there was a hush in his heart. Who would have thought that the future empress who would reign over the world would be satisfied and celebrated for taking a nap at this point in time, even if it was a nightmare nap, and would be satisfied because of it. With emotion, a soft sigh, Li Yaozi's destiny in his opinion is a good candidate for investment. But unfortunately, now the investment opportunities have been used up, and the original host is too poor, self-bound for 60 years and even the same to take out of the things or not, but also on their own to obtain a Taishan sword, although not to be used, can be handed over to this little girl more or less inappropriate. Shaking his head also felt like a headache. Being an investment in the divine destiny big bad. Now there is no investment opportunities, even if it is not. Even take out the hands of the things or not. Say out more or less a little bit shabby. Chapter 16 Consignment Auctions. The next day, the little girl came with a tired face, Must have not been nagged a lot last night. Seeing the corner of the Tibetan scripture pavilion, those bleak eyes bloomed with hope, as if this is her shelter. Parasitic place. Chu Sun, who was in the scripture pavilion, also naturally saw the scene. His heart was touched, and heartache filled the corners of his eyes, but he didn't move and said, "Yesterday's scriptures are still in place. If you didn't comprehend them, continue to look at them." Li Yaozi nodded heavily, this time not as scared as yesterday, slowly came to the corner, relying on the wall. Just a few breaths will have been a small sleep. Tenderface only after a deep sleep can be peaceful. So, several days in a row. Chu Sun was also somewhat familiar with this little girl, but the conversation between the two was still not much. The little girl had gone through exhaustion every time she came over, and under the supervision of her mother and servants, she had no chance to rest at all, and this had also become her shelter. Time to prepare a few things. This time after the little girl left, Chu Sun also silently murmured, "As an investor of the Heavenly Destiny villain, the investment opportunity may be available at any time, but the investment item is not necessarily. It so happens that there will be a grand auction in Heavenly Treasure City in the next few days, and one can sift through it for a little bit of investment items, only for a few moments." Then one of the elders came to the hidden scriptures, with Chu Sun's explanation of a few sentences. This elder also revealed a look of satisfaction. Chu Sun entrusted him to consign an item. The spirit stones gained were used to bid on a few items, either jade pendants and jewelry for self-defense, or items that could be invested in the villain. As for trading, after completing the task, he would instruct this elder once. The latter left gladly. Eastwick, Tianbao City. It belonged to a unique city that was not affiliated with the Six Holy Lands, nor did it belong to an ancient family like the Jiang clan, and there was no city lord in the city, but rather it was run by the major powers, and among them, there was a chamber of commerce, Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, responsible for auctioning and selling various items. Reputable quality is guaranteed, trusted by the people of Eastwick. Today, Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. It's time for another annual auction. This kind is not an unusual grade. The auctions are all fine. It only took a quarter of an hour for the auction house to quickly fill up. Whether it was the VIP room or the hall below, there were countless people looking out, looking at the boiling crowds around them. A newcomer lamented, "There are too many people here. It was full in only a quarter of an hour." That's awesome. And I saw so many big names walking into the VIP room. There's even a human emperor senior. There were sounds of amazement. And that atmosphere. It lasted a few moments. With the bell ringing, it also silenced the bad noises. Only to see a red-faced old man from the back of the auction table came, carrying a small hammer, knocked the auction table. "Look exuberant. Everyone quiet. This auction is about to start. I Li Yang is the main auctioneer of this auction. I am grateful to all of you appreciate the honor of attending. I believe that we will certainly not be false." Ha! Surprisingly, it's Master Li Yang. Strange. Isn't it usual for a pretty woman auctioneer to open the show? Could it be that? These people's eyes lit up, vaguely guessing something. Two extremely well-built and beautiful women combined their efforts to carry a wooden tray and walk to the auction table. Li Yang is not in a hurry to reveal, but smiled and said, "Many people may wonder why the first item will preside over the auction. The truth is not to hide. Just yesterday temporarily received a consignor to send auction. This thing is too precious. Would like to be placed in the pressure box axis, but think of this as the annual auction conference. It will be bold to be placed in the first to open the scene. Have to say, there's just something about this old auctioneer tactic. A few abbreviated sentences. Not only does it evoke curiosity in people's minds, also let the disordered thoughts collected, all quiet and concentrated to see. Buzz. As Li Yang unraveled the red cloth, revealing an ancient and simple wordless sword, the field remained quiet waiting for Li Yang's introduction. The latter slowly said, "This sword is the first item of this auction, the human emperor level weapon, Taishan sword, Shasta." There was a brief silence. The whirlwind was followed by a popping boom. Nothing else. The human emperor realm divine weapon, even if it is more gentle, also exudes a terrible murderous aura. Non-ordinary people cannot master. But this sword is also too gentle. A trace of hostility has not been released. If not for Li Yang personally presided over, people thought it was an ordinary sword. It can't be, can it? Human emperor realm magic weapons are so precious. This sword, however, is too ordinary. Can't see any bright spots. Whisper. The bad mix is constant. Li Yang also quietly waiting for the following discussion between the sound, only to transport enough chi. Low voice spread across the field. Lamented, "Old me when I first saw it is also shocked to hear the heavenly. How can there be this kind of mild sword? As if anyone can harness control." However, when a wisp of the human emperor chi from this divine weapon diffuse, old me no longer questioned it. Buzz. Just see. The Taishian sword trembled lightly, suspended in mid-air. A wisp of the human emperor's aura lingered. It's like the sacred Excalibur. Hiss. This one. No one can sit still anymore. Both exuded intense horror. It really is. A human emperor-level magic weapon. This item is too precious. Not only is the sword gentle, yet it is full of killing power. And when it erupts with hostility, it is even more terrifying than a monstrous devil soldier. Accompanied by Li Yang's mastery, a strand of sharp sword intent filled the field, causing pupils to contract. Extreme weapon. It's hard to find a comparable one within the human emperor realm's magic weapons. It's hard to match an ordinary half-step saint soldier. It was worth the trip. It's worth it just for the sword. Even those powerful people in the VIP room had their thoughts rising and falling, revealing a sense of shock. VIP room number 4. Jiang Dust is also among them. Originally came here to casually auction a few things, which thought that the appearance is this shocking divine sword. He also cultivate the sword. But the first thought is not about himself, but instead is the teacher. His eyes suffused with essence, murmured, if this sword is given to the master, I'm afraid that it can be happy for half a day, seeing enough atmosphere brewing underneath. Li Yang had a smile on his lips. The auction begins. No lowballing. He was now looking forward to what price this divine soldier would fetch, and wondered if it could break the records of recent years. 30 extreme spirit stones, 50 extreme spirit stones, 100 extreme spirit stones. The currency of the eastern region was still based on spirit stones, which were divided into lower-grade spirit stones, middle-grade spirit stones, upper-grade spirit stones, and extreme-grade spirit stones, and a single extreme-grade spirit stone was equal to thousands of upper-grade spirit stones. And even though the shouted price was slightly shabby now, and didn't feel like it was worthy of the Taishian sword, in reality, the initial starting price was already extremely high. The bidding is still going on. Prices are also skyrocketing. Lounge 7. A young man with a calm voice said, Senior Brother Yi, this magic weapon is good. Do you want to bid on it? A few of the rest of the group looked over as well, to which disciple of the Yi surname carried respect. They came from the Immortal Way sect. Senior Yi is named Yi Duan. Earlier, he had worshipped in the East Prospect Holy Land. It seemed to have offended Jiang Chen. Thus, he was kicked out of the clan. And this guy talent is also extraordinarily demonic. A short-month inquiry will be in the Immortal Taoist sect to cause many waves. Even broke the record of many doors. These brothers are aware of the talent of Yi Chen. As long as the future of the eastern region will not die prematurely, he will have a place. And thus the words of good, hidden for the first of the people. Yi Dust eyes diffuse obscure essence. He initially also moved this divine sword. Can perfectly fit himself even if it is the realm of the Dharma phase can be mastered. Just listen to that horrible bidding will be to give up. This trip is purposeful, targeted, not for this divine sword. Is ready to exit the refusal. Suddenly I hear a familiar voice. Froze. Ginger Dust? Yi Dust murmured with some uncertainty, and when hearing it again and again to be completely sure, the resentment and hostility in his heart exploded together, and he secretly gritted his teeth and said, Dogs, even though I can't use this Excalibur, you don't want to get your hands on it honestly either. Chapter 17, Auction Fiasco. 7,000 Extreme Spirit Stones, 8,000 Extreme Spirit Stones, 9,000 Extreme Spirit Stones. On the auction stage, Li Yang auctioneer mouth are almost smile crooked. Originally this human emperor realm magic weapon, although not bad, but at best is 5 or 6,000 extreme spirit stone, which in his view has been quite satisfied. Who knew there were 2 douchebags raising hell? This kind of thing happens all the time though, but it's all small items. It's not like now, where it's just skyrocketing at every turn. Looking at this situation, I'm afraid that it's not uncommon to break through 10,000 extreme spirit stones. The smile that was a big one. The 4th VIP room of Jiang Dust Facer Black. Originally many people have recognized him, willing to buy the East Prosperity Sacred Land or the Jiang Clan of Face, not ready to compete. Looking at the 4,000 Extreme Spirit Stone is going to take the Divine Sword, which thought to come to across a bar of Ruthless, hard to raise him to the 9,000 Extreme Spirit Stone, and is still growing. Just, young Master Jiang, this is a good thing, but it's already over the limit. There were clan elders who discouraged it, and were the ones who had followed Jiang Chen over. No. Wildness filled Jiang Chen's eyes. This was the divine sword he was going to honor his master with. It was worth it even if he had to pay a great price. There was no way he could just give it up. East Prospect Holy Land. Hidden Scriptures. Chu Sun, who was reading a book, also put down his books in a rare moment, looked out at the outside world with his eyebrows, and muttered, I don't know what price the Taishian sword was auctioned at. I don't think it's going to be bad. Experiencing rethinking, he still decided to give up the Taishian sword. There are multiple reasons. 1. This sword in their own terms more or less some chicken ribs. In the East Prosperity Holy Land is completely no opportunity to use the sword. Put on the side of the purely ornamental. Often half a year will not be used once. Secondly, with their own cultivation soaring, really to use the sword time also do not look on this Taishian sword. Third, the East Prosperity Holy Land is rich in heritage. If the temporary use of the sword can be completely to get a handle, even if it is a little less than one cannot affect the use. So think again. There was little point in keeping this sword at his side. Instead, there was something in this auction in Tianbao City that really touched Chu Sun's heart, so he entrusted one of the elders within the sect to bid for him, thus resulting in this scene in Tianbao City. Thoughts gathered. Shake your head. Knowing that it is not up to him to interfere in the affairs of Tianbao City, what should be done has already been done, and the rest is left to heaven's will, to the best of one's ability. Walk out of the hideout. No reason to think of that little girl again. It's pathetic and heartbreaking. Mindfulness. Then he found Li Yaozi. Grandpa Chu. Li Yaozi, who was in the middle of her cultivation, looked at the old man who suddenly arrived. Her clear dark eyes had surprises as well as pleasant surprises. The many days of getting along with each other had made her no longer a stranger. Practicing. Aha! Then I'll take you somewhere. Okay? Yes. With a burst of light enveloping Li Yaozi, the duo's silhouettes disappeared into thin air, leaving only an afterimage echoing. I'll take the little girl to the back of the mountain for a stroll. Worry-free. Backcountry. Along with the duo's figures descending to a lush meadow, Li Yaozi's eyes were filled with joy, not only for the beautiful mountain scenery of this place, but also for leaving that place that annoyed her. Servants staring at all times as if they were guarding against evil. This kind of surveillance made her not at all comfortable. Bringing you here isn't for you to loiter, it's also for you to cultivate. Chu Sun's mouth was tinged with a smile as he inquired, "Are you willing?" Li Yaozi nodded heavily. Anyway, she was used to practicing cultivation all this time for the whole day. Furthermore, as long as it was not a monitoring type of cultivation, she could accept it. That's good. I'll teach you a palm technique. Let's see if you can master it. Chu Sun sat there on his plate, and a desolate aura instantly permeated around him, causing the vibrant flowers and plants to wither and fade at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene can attract Li Yaozi's eyes. This is different from the whole day boring repetition of a few steps. Completely alternative and novelty. Expectant look. Want to go? First try to sense the power of desolation. Chu Sun's mouth was tinged with a smile. Yes. Li Yaozi nodded heavily and came to the position where Chu Sun had just sat down, where there was still a residual barrenness power, closing her eyes to follow Chu Sun's induction, slowly sensing the barrenness breath. Looking at this earnestly practicing little girl, Chu Sun's face was also flooded with smiles, not expecting her to master it for a moment. In any case, before leaving the East Prosperity Holy Land to sense the barren breath, he was ready to completely teach this palm technique. Accompanied by the little girl after her initiation, Chu Sun also sat down beside his body to cultivate, sensed the breath of desolation. Time rushes by. It was 2 hours in the blink of an eye. Is ready to shop the little girl up. Chu Sun openly froze. Feel the wisps of barrenness. Along with the twist of the head face directly surged stunned, because the little girl body really diffused the wisps of barrenness. It's shallow though, but in the eyes of him who has mastered the power of barrenness is still clearly visible. Eyeing the quiet sitting little girl, heart suddenly trembled. Really well behaved and cute and extremely talented little girl. It is a pity that the early childhood is tragic. Even the future encounter of the protagonist of the destiny of the heavens is also ill-intentioned, and is not purely adoration. Wanbao Auction House. 13,000 extreme spirit stones. The remaining few senior brothers looked nervously, and one of them even said, "Would this price be too high for senior brother Yi? I feel like I could have stopped just now." A human emperor realm magic weapon worth 5,000 extreme spirit stones. Auctioned to 10,000 is already sky high. Any higher is already a luxury. When piled up to that, when they are worried that something will happen, even reminded Yi Duan and this guy, but do not think so. Sure that Jiang Duan will continue to increase the price. Things are also really as he expected. Constantly increasing increase, to now has come to more than 13,000 pieces of excellent spirit stone price. Pretty scary. Phew. Yi dust also long breath. In fact, he also felt the top. If the bidding again Jiang Dust will be annoyed do not want, then he will lose a lot. This Taishian sword although good, but this price is far over the bid. Dang. However, wait a few breaths. The imaginary bidding didn't. Instead, they waited for the sound of the auction gavel falling on the case. This one, Leaf Dust couldn't sit still, wide-eyed, deadly staring at the number 4 VIP room. The bottom of his heart set off waves of shock, and he shouted furiously, "You to shoot, ah, I swear, you shout a little bit more. Even if it is a piece of extreme spirit stone I will not want it again." Jiang Dust in the 4th VIP room had a cold smile spreading at the corner of his mouth. Earlier in the day he did want to take it at any cost, even if he paid double the price. After all, there were too few swords that fitted the teacher, and if he came across one, he couldn't miss it. Who knew that kid was deliberately making things difficult for himself? Repeated teasing. It also lets Ginger Dust play with fire. Now indifferently watching the auction hammer fall, there was only a cold smile in his heart. It is. Give it up. It's good to give up. These clan elders in the 4th VIP room also breathed a sigh of relief, although there was some disappointment in their eyes, knowing that Jiang Chen was preparing to give it to Elder Chu, but the price was really too high. Just 1 second Jiang Chen was as if he was hysterical like a madman, a picture of not stopping until he got it, and the next second he was back to being cold, looking down with an expressionless face, obviously teasing the opposite side. Okay, it's fortunate that the young lord hasn't lost his mind. This is going to be the end of that kid. They all laughed lightly, yet Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Giving up. This is not his character. That kid is not still dare to play him. Waiting out of the 10,000 treasures auction house will let this kid know what is regret. Obviously, the Ginger Dust at this time has moved to plunder. If it is Chu Sun and may be stunned, but definitely not surprised, because this is not exactly the consistent style of the villain. If everything is regular, that is still the villain. Chapter 18, The Wrongdoer is My Disciple. The 8th floor of the Hidden Scriptures. An immortal old man sat there. The moonlight spilled down through the window and shone on him as if he would fly up at any time, and a strong fluctuation came from the circumference, even with eyes closed. It also ripples. Boo! Human Emperor Realm 5th level. It's a done deal. The closed eyes of Chu Sun leisurely opened his eyes, showing a different color, not seeing sadness or joy, because this is all reasonable. 4 months in the Tibetan scripture cabinet to sit in a withered cultivation. Every day is nothing more than turning over the scriptures, realizing the way, raising the sword, and practicing calligraphy. The wind and rain do not change, and the summer and cold do not change. If you can't break through the realm with this kind of diligence, it would be strange. At this time, the realm of a small breakthrough in the body of a heavy, only to feel on the palm sword suddenly emerged many comprehensions. Close your eyes. Endless sword intent filled within the mind. If his sword had been stuck in the river before, nowadays it feels like it's in the eye of the beholder. As much as you can incorporate into the way of the sword. Flowers and plants can be melted into the way of the sword. Grass and trees can be melted into the way of the sword. The breeze can also be melted into the way of the sword. All of these could be fused with the great river sword intent, so that it was no longer stuck in form, trapped in a river intent, which was a completely new metamorphosis. The metamorphosis of the mind. It's not just the sword intent, and palmistry. Earlier in the day, I was still a little confused about the 8 Wasteland palm. Now a single moment floods in with many sensations, just trying to comprehend. Then he heard the guests coming from the 8th floor. Elder Chu. Well, Chu Sun suppressed the sensation brought about when he broke the boundary at the bottom of his heart, and opened his eyes to see an old man in his 60s or so walking towards him. The very same elder son who had been entrusted by himself with the consignment and auction earlier. Elder son. Chu Sun nodded gently. Elder son also noticed the mood spreading out from Chu Sun's body, and said with a slight hesitation, if Elder Chu has any enlightenment, he can enlighten himself first. Don't worry about me. Not a moment too soon. Finish before you go. How did it go? Chu Sun's eyes were warm and calm. Ha ha ha. Great. I'm afraid that even Elder Chu wouldn't have thought that this Taishian sword could be auctioned to any extent. Elder son sked in wonder. In the past, he would definitely have to sell a secret. But now he also knew that Chu Sun was at a juncture in his cultivation, so he only used abbreviated language to tell the story of what happened. Mumble. It's 6,000 holy stones. And what you're bidding on? It's all inside this void ring. Mr. Sun will take his leave first. Elder Sun made a haha and left the scripture collection building in a good mood. Originally wanted to have a good exchange with Elder Chu. He came in and was also confused on cultivation, but he saw that Elder Chu was in a critical juncture and was not in a position to interrupt. And he was in his heart secretly saying, the mood that pervades Elder Chu's body is very strong. It is not like he is at the beginning of the human emperor realm. Could this be the effect of 60 years of reading books in a hidden library? An epiphany. Thick and thin. There was envy in his eyes, knowing that the East Prosperity Holy Land was going to produce a powerful person in a matter of days. After Elder Sun left, Chu Sun wasn't in a hurry to get the void ring either. Instead, close your eyes. Relapsing into the precipitation of just now, palm intent also raged in his heart. The comprehension of palm techniques skyrocketed, but not for long. Master! Master! Another shout came from the 8th floor of the hidden scripture. It doesn't take much to figure out who. Just one apprentice. Then he saw Jiang Chen walking with a red face, and without any nagging, he smiled and said, Master, a few days ago, I was attending an auction in the Heavenly Treasure City, and I saw a divine sword that I felt oddly suited to my master. So I gave it to him to be auctioned off. Buzz. The ancient and plain Taishian sword, levitating on the 8th floor of the hidden scriptures. It made Chu Sun, who was cultivating, freeze, gradual. The eyes looked oddly at the disciple. I just heard Elder Sun say that this Taishian sword was only auctioned to a sky-high price because the two kung fu masters were pitted against each other, and one of the latter was put on the spot and suffered a stifling loss, thus taking the Taishian sword. Could it be that the great injustice is my disciple? Sendo Sect. The Great Hall. The heavily injured Yichuan's face was pale, his breath wilted, and he weakly said, Senior Zhao, the late generation fell in love with a divine sword at the Wanbao auction house, and I wanted to auction it off and send it to my master. But who would have thought that in the middle of the process, a Changbite gene would come out, and constantly make things difficult, and pinpointed my determination that I had to have this divine sword, so much so that the top came to be at a sky-high price, would have broken the bank. Such a thing, as long as it can be gifted to the master, it would be nothing. Who knows? That was actually my former enemy, Jiang Chen, who, relying on his status as the eldest senior brother of the East Prosperity Holy Land and the first eldest son of the Jiang clan, with slaves at his side, directly injured me and a group of my senior brothers and snatched the Taishian sword that was in his hands at the auction. Humph. Moment. A strong aura of fire filled the hall. Which Master Zhao? A head full of red hair. The eyes were fierce. Gritting his teeth, he said, Good East Prosperity Sect, arrogant to the extreme. How dare you abet the disciples within the sect to openly plunder my immortal Dao Sect's disciples? Is it really deceiving my immortal Dao Sect that there is no one? Shoo! Berserk aura rose from within him. A flight of fancy. Straight to the East Prospect Holy Land. In the great hall to pretend innocent and pitiful ye dust long breath. But the eyes of the vicious hatred. If not the last time in the East Prosperity Sect's strong hands, the ring inside the Devil Senior fell into a deep slumber, how he would be plundered, and now eat a stifling loss no matter how to get back. He is not a rival. So let the immortal way sect of these old guys to go to kowtow with them. An elder from the immortal Dao sect dissuaded him. Wait. There were flames blazing in the red-haired old man's eyes as he laughed coldly. All of you senior brothers don't need to stop me. I have long wanted to kill my way into the East Prosperity Holy Land to see what kind of saint is inside that scripture pavilion. Whether it's the Chusun who's been wasted for 60 years or whether it's someone else. Inside the hidden scriptures, Chusun also exuded a strange color after hearing the ins and outs. He didn't expect such a result. Jiang Chen's behavior was still expected. It was the result that was unexpected. In terms of the experience of the previous life, the villain goes to plunder the protagonist is usually pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, ruthlessly pretending to be a wave, which thought that today is actually a logical plunder. Take a look at the apprentice's chakra. The Phantom Lotus was quite a bit more solid than earlier. I'm afraid that if I step on the abuse a few more times the Heaven's Destiny protagonist will completely solidify. Also secretly thought, it seems that with the increase in the destiny of the villain's fortune, this protagonist's fortune a little pinch. If you look at the life evaluation is afraid to be different, but with the character of the protagonist ate such a big loss, I'm afraid that will not be willing to rest, right? Positive thoughts. The East Prosperity Sect's mountain gate trembled openly. Rumble. Terrifying aura swept through the mountain gate. A powerful crimson stream of light swooped down, smashing into the East Prosperity holy ground to form a strong sense of shaking. A circle of ripples to resist, so that the cultivation of the disciples were all shocked wrongly looking out, looking towards the massive crimson figure wrapped within an old man. Fierce look. The visitor is not good. Chapter 19. East Prosperity Sect's Jiang Duan. Get your ass out here. The voice is thick, rolling like a tide. It filled the air above the East Prosperity Sect. In an instant, elders or disciples who were practicing were all startled, and with their ears sideways, they thought they had heard wrongly, and said in astonishment, Eldest brother? Crazy. Come to the East Prospect Holy Land to provoke eldest brother. This is no ordinary disciple. Both the platoon of the East Prosperity Holy Land, but also the first eldest son of the Jiang clan, whereas an ordinary person can provoke. This background is not to say that in the East Domain horizontal walk is not far from it. Dum dum dum. A dull trampling sound. Just see. The figure that stood in the middle of the red glowing mass, like a demon god, trampling. Just 3 or 2 steps will break into the East Prosperity Holy Land above. The diffusion of the human emperor realm pressure radiation, so that many disciples in the door are gas and blood surging. Sweet throat, deeply feel the human emperor realm of the powerful place. Humph. A white-haired old man lightly descended and crossed in front of Zhao Huangchao, coldly saying, The elders of the immortal Dao sect have not been too unbridled in intruding on my East Prosperity sacred ground. Get out. The red-haired old man's pupils filled with fishy gas. There is fire in the heart. Anger. Various intersections. A flick of the sleeve. a huge tornado whistled away. Wild winds whirled. Each wind chi was a terrifyingly sharp blade, enough to tear apart the flesh of a Zunshur realm. And this tornado formed by the combination of hundreds of millions of wind chi. Even the human emperor realm would have to back away from it. Put. This immortal-style old man hastily fell back. There are many parts of the clothes on the body torn. A wind chi cut the skin. Flowing red blood. Although the injuries are not serious, will soon be able to heal. But the opposite side of the red-haired old man did not give his best. Elder Zhao. Entering the sixth realm of the human emperor. No wonder he dared to come barging in alone. The immortal style of the old man's face sank. To know that the East Prosperity Holy Land, now human emperor's sixth realm above the two. One not long ago because of the birthday just closed the death. There is a town in the East Prosperity Holy Land of the Forbidden Land. Cannot be easily moved. Even if a while ago a huge palm print of the back of the mountain that the elders are only discharged a detachment to see. It's hard to invite him out now. One time. The face is hard to see. Snort. Zhao Huangchao mouth corner hooked up a sneer. Dare to come like this is to pinch the level of the East Prosperity Holy Land. 5 human emperor realm. 3 are not enough to be afraid of. 1 closed to death. 1 cannot move. In this case, he just dared to come barging in with impunity. A contemptuous snort. 1 step out. Straight to the hideout. Ruthlessness filled his eyes. He would then have to see if that human emperor was actually Chu Sun. If it was really him, he wouldn't mind taking this opportunity to waste this person again. Or even beheading him, completely ending the Eastern Prosperity Holy Land's thoughts. Arrogant. It's just a moment. Several figures diffused coldness. Swish. Xiao Rongyu, who was practicing in the land of the Sect leader, suddenly opened her eyes. Her phoenix eyes were filled with unparalleled coldness, and her figure appeared in the sky with a flash of light. And with a single glance, she saw through Zhao Huangchao's bottom line and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to make a move against Chu Sun. The beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. To bully her intended in the East Prosperity Holy Land. Was it because they saw that the East Prosperity Holy Land was too weak? Or were these people already looking down on the declining sword god of yesteryear? Baby doll, you're too weak. It's only the human emperor 4th realm. Not my match. Zhao Huangchao snorted. Randomly a palm print hit down. Did not move the killer. His purpose is to force out the Tibetan scripture pavilion of the human emperor. If there is a possibility of decapitation in the flow. But if it is a hallowed kill, the elders of the East prospect sacred ground, not only the two sides to go to war, they will never go out. Not to mention the repair of the human emperor is still on top of their own. Even if the big array is open, themselves cannot afford to eat. Beneath the seeming recklessness lie details. Live a lifetime. It's true that they are all human beings. Clang. A rich sword chi chopped down, like a phoenix with spreading wings roaming the 9 heavens, tearing through the palm in a matter of moments, and with unabated might. It continued to attack towards Zhao Huangchao. Zhao Huangchao frowned slightly. Did not expect this little girl's combat power is so powerful. If really hard to win or lose is not yet to say. In this said their purpose is not her. Dodge this sword light straight to the hidden scripture cabinet. Via cabinet. Jiang Chen's face sank. The joy was gone from his face. Watching Zhao Huangchao like no one's business. All the way across. Straight up here. Heart inexplicably flooded with guilt. He did not expect his own reckless actions will lead to such a big trouble for the master. That day thought of robbing Yi Duan also robbed. By virtue of this their own identity. The immortal Taoist sect can still attack, for this brat cannot be. In fact, the immortal Taoist sect is even more decisive than he imagined. I'm sorry, master. Trouble for you. Ginger Dust bowed his head and apologized. The words just fell. Shoo. His figure went straight outside the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Standing in mid-air. His face staring indifferently at Zhao Huangchao. He didn't believe that this old monster really dared to move against him. As the first eldest son of the Jiang clan, and the Grand Master of the Donglin Holy Land, if he dared to lay down a deadly hand, he had doomed the two sides to immortality. Ha! Zhao Huangchao eyes flashed a flash of surprise. He is essentially trying to find the hidden scriptures in the cabinet in trouble. Which thought that Jiang Chen actually also here, although unexpected. But the smile is even more. Brightly said, little bastard. Rob my master nephew to gift my brother's sword. The crime should be 10,000 deaths. For the sake of your young, hand over the sacred sword. Give you a slap. Boom. Lightly slapping out a palm. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted. There was horror in his eyes. Shocker. Bewildered. I did not expect Zhao Huangchao, although he did not dare to kill, but moved to abolish his idea. This palm, if it fell on the body, not to be crippled, at least to slow down for a few years. But then the transformation of the world of cultivation. I am afraid that they have long been reduced to the edge of the characters. The struggle to separate. Expect no. Even if one has entered the Zuni realm, still can't move. witnessed the palm getting closer. The fear in his pupils also spread infinitely. Bang! The moment he was approaching him, an old Taoist figure stood lightly in front of him, fending off the palm for him. Seeing that the old man turned around with kindness permeating his eyes, gently rubbed Jiang Chen's head and smiled. With a master in place, how could he allow outsiders to hurt you? Chapter 20 Slapped to death with your hand. It's you, Shu Sun. You really aren't wasted. After seeing that figure, the worries in Zhao Huangchao's heart were gone, and all kinds of relieved emotions surged to his heart, and those doubts and incomprehensions were also relieved. Jiang Duan worshipping Chu Sun could also understand why the Jiang clan was moving so much. A former supreme-style character who had been looking out of the East region, binding himself for a year, breaking down, representing a strong potential, worthy of the Jiang clans moving so much. Likewise, the one who broke the boundary was Chu Sun. That river sword intent was also able to be understood. Chu Sun in the past practice as the sword road, now break through the knot, recluse into the human emperor realm and river Epiphany, leaving a brilliant sword melted in the river. For the disciples to practice is also relieved. Likewise, that fat and thin Zuni sneaked into the hidden scripture cabinet within the silent extermination is to be able to understand. Out of the human emperor realm Chu Sun, not to mention that the two are only Zuni realm, even if it is strong is also doomed to the result. Phew! Exhale a cloudy breath. The thoughts of the mind break through. All kinds of clarity pouring in. Clarity in the eyes is also blooming. Inside the East Prosperity Holy Land, that white-clothed old man or not, Sect Master Xiao Rongyu or not, there are still the remaining human emperor realm faces have revealed a worried look. Chu Sun see through the knot to disappear into the human emperor realm is a secret of the East Prosperity Sect. Even if the outsiders have a speculation is not enough to confirm it, and now it is completely exposed outside the sunlight, is not a good thing. Chu Sun was too arrogant back then. A green shirt and a sword. Not a lot of offense. At that time, Chu Sun's cultivation was strong, no one dared to say no, but now with 60 years of desertion, even if he disappeared into the human emperor realm he also distanced himself from the others, which was not necessarily a good thing. Master. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at his teacher in close proximity. His heart was filled with infinite touching. He knew that his teacher liked to be quiet, but today he stood out to block everything for him. How much mindfulness was needed to stand in the light? Again, he bowed his head in shame. It was meant to be a one-man job, which I thought would make things worse. No harm done. It's just a little thing, Chu Sun calmly said. Zhao Huangchao, however, coldly laughed. In the heart completely solved the mystery. The killing intent in the eyes also with the erection. Cannot let Chu Sun continue to cultivate. Precipitation 60 years, which if allowed to cultivate, ghosts will come to what degree? That year that a green shirt sword fighting swordsman still reappear. Boom! In the meantime, inside the East Prosperity Sect, several strong auras descended. White-haired old man, Xiao Rongyu Fish, Elder Jiang. These three human emperor realms descended in a flash in the surroundings. Even the forbidden land that sat in the holy land of the Donglin sect surged with a terrifying aura. A human emperor powerhouse was about to revive. Even though suppressing the forbidden land was an important task, compared to Chu Sun's safety and security these were not matters. No harm done. Just leave it to me. Chu Sun, however, swept his eyes warmly and peacefully over the human emperors of the East Prosperity Sect, and with a casual move of his hand, the Taishian sword, which was on the 8th floor of the scripture pavilion, landed in the void with a trembling sound. It's really not bad. Zhao Huangchao had a strange color and greed in his eyes. Earlier when he heard that Kid Yi Chuan say how extraordinary this sword was, he was still unimpressed, but now when he saw it, he was really amazed. No wonder he pushed it to the amount of 13,000 extreme spirit stones. Xiao Rongyu was wearing a bright red robe with a bit of vermilion sand on his eyebrows. His pupils were filled with coldness. He was just about to step forward but was stopped by the white-haired old man beside him, who said, "It doesn't matter for the time being, let Elder Chu chop out a sword first." Elder Jiang also nodded gently. 60 years of savings. Thick and thin. Hide a sword in the chest. Not necessarily weaker. Moreover, Chu Sun's breakthrough to human emperor was already a well-known thing. If he didn't show some strength it would inevitably attract the smallest of the small. Now which elder of the East Prosperity Sect's forbidden land would come in person in real body at any time? Not afraid of things collapsing to the point of not being able to end the situation. Phew! Xiao Rongyu stood there motionless, but her phoenix eyes were stern. If that Zhao Huangchao dared to touch a single hair of Chu Sun's head, she swore that it was necessary to hunt this person down in the Donglin sect. The men dispersed without a sound. Silently vacate the battlefield. The Taishian sword was suspended there, releasing a wisp of human emperor intent. More and more, the extraordinary nature of the divine soldier was revealed. Zhao Huangchao didn't hide his greed either. Chu Sun mocked. Want? You deserve it? There was anger and greed intertwined on Zhao Huangchao's face, both angry at Chu Sun's arrogance and greedy for that sword. With a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, he said, "Arrogant. Since you've sent the divine sword to my door, I won't be polite." White-haired old man, Xiao Rongyu Fish, Elder Jiang. These people vacated their positions to wait for Chu Sun to use his sword. Expecting that great river of sword intent, they suddenly froze and stood dumbfounded. Their pupils dilated with hidden horror and shock, their hearts spreading like lightning, exclaiming, "He's not going to use his sword." Ha! Zhao Huangchao went straight for the Taishian sword. He didn't care what traps were out there. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity will be regretted for the rest of your life if you miss it. Pity! Chu Sun's eyes flashed with benevolence. This Zhao Huangchao was really big-headed. Rushing to the East Prosperity Holy Land alone, was he really bullying the East Prosperity sect? No one. Slowly lifting his palm, a force of desolation spread out. Boom! A huge palm like the size of a millstone, rumbling and pushing away from the front, crushing everything. Xiao Rongyu, who was still ready to immediately rescue the three, instantly stopped their bodies and stiffened there, their pupils unconsciously enlarged, suddenly thinking of the palm print on the back of the clan. Shocked. It's him? The power of desolation spread. A rich blight burgeoned with it. A mood spread. Frustrated. Darkness. Dead silence. All sorts of negative clarity came instantly. Devour everything. Those disciples below who are watching the battle only feel empty in their hearts, and feel that there is nothing to live for. If they allow this withering to devour their own life force will be just. Suddenly, a fresh breeze brushed by, blowing away the pessimism in their hearts. One openly wide-eyed, horrified at the palm print. The heart is full of shock. Just in that brief moment they even gave up resisting. To know that this is still a residual touch of intent waves to them. And in the palm under the enemy that? Zhao Huangchao this also did not care. More want to seize the sword when the situation to waste Chu Sun. He came on this trip to carry justice. Do not believe that the East Prosperity sect dares to go to war with the immortal Taoist sect head-on. Who knows that the palm intention? The sky is filled with desolation. Sizzle. The moment. Zhao Huangchao clearly feel their own life force in the devouring. Is not illusory. Is really devoured by the Baron. He did not know where the Baron hide, but like all sides are equipped, there is nowhere to hide. Rosy cheeks. Instant dryness. Sunken eyes. Skin and bones. It's like being devoured by a demonic evil for its life essence. The immortal Tao true scripture. He smelled a crisis, and his pupils filled with intense great horror. Hands pinched. A brilliant righteousness aura will come from the sky, like an ancient god in Buddha, unfolding his Dharma phase to shelter Zhao Huangchao in the middle. But it was too late. The earth-colored palm had already approached. Rumble. Inch by inch crushing. The phantom that flowed with the light of immortal Buddha gradually dimmed, while the fear in Zhao Huangchao's eyes continued to grow. His head full of flying red hair as messy as possible. He had a premonition that he would die under this palm. How is that possible? How is that possible? He had only broken the human emperor realm not long ago. Ka-ching! A crack filled the room. More and more cracks spread even more with it. It took only one breath to pop completely to pieces. Boo! In the meantime, the large earth-colored palm slapped down without mercy. Strike at the latter's body. Direct hit. Pust. The sky. A mist of blood filled the air. Instead, there was an eerie dead silence all around. Both the disciples. It's still the human emperor realm. All dumbfounded. That into the East Prosperity sect like no man's land. Zhao Huangchao was so seconded. Just now everything seemed slow, but in fact in the electric light of the flint completed. Did not use much time at all. But was Chu Sun a palm second? Completely burst. A line of sight moved again. Transferred to that breezy old Taoist. There was only endless admiration. Chopping strong enemies without changing his face. Executing human emperors in calm. Chapter 21, Turmoil. Gollum. But there was a lot of gulping. Couldn't contain it any longer. Elder Zhang's scalp was numb at this moment. Staring at Chu Sun in death. Full of incredulity and shock. Some time ago that huge slap in the back of the mountain was filled with the power of barrenness. Making him anxious. Always feeling that someone had topped the East Prosperity sect. Which would have thought that it was actually a member of his own family. White-haired old man. Xiao Rongyu Fish. The duo froze as well. Spinning around. Ecstasy welled up. Seconds. Feel free to shoot to death. Chu Sun show the powerful strength completely let the two marvel. Early before, they also expected the latter will quickly rise, but did not expect to fast to this point, which only broke the human emperor realm a few days will come to this kind of cultivation. As for Xiao Rongyu was even more fascinated look, even though at this time the Chu Sun is no longer young, but her pupils still reflect that green shirt sword style of the young man. The aura that had risen in the East Prosperity sect's forbidden land gradually turned inward. Apparently satisfied with the outcome of this battle, Chu Sun's snap of his fingers to destroy a strong enemy completely stunned him. and also gave the East Prosperity Sect a pleasant surprise. As for the bottom, many elders, disciple, handyman, all stunned. Earlier in the red-haired old man to raise the teacher, only to kill into the East Prosperity Sect how hegemonic, ordinary people and so on is completely not a rival. Even the two human emperors have not stopped, did not think that it was such an end. There were disciples who hadn't been in the sect for a long time for the first time. Unrivaled arrogance surged on their faces, and even their chins lifted slightly as they nodded. Worthy of being the sect I fell in love with. It's just powerful. A disciple rolled his eyes, thinking that this closes the fart, but with a twist of his head pride can't be hidden, and lightly hummed. The East Prosperity Sect has a deep heritage, and there are many strong people. Even a collection of elders are this powerful. It seems that wise eyes didn't choose me. Terrible. It's horrible. This is too strong. There were also scouts from other sects within the East Prosperity Sect, and at this time, they were all stunned, and even more so. In their hearts, they expected that the East Domain would set off horrifying waves. Chu Sun broke through the knot in his heart and went straight into the realm of the human emperor. Immortal Dao Sect Zhao Huang Chao fell to the East Prosperity Holy Land. The two, either one is enough to set off huge waves, instantly becoming the biggest topic of conversation in the eastern region. Stoically blazing, not to mention that these two are still from the same place. Both they and those with the heart of gold are foretelling that there is going to be a turmoil breaking out. Tianji Sect. The elder in charge of the intelligence trembled in his heart and soul. His pupil suddenly contracted as he gazed in the direction of the East Prosperity Holy Land and swiftly summoned several human emperor realm powerhouses from the Tianji sect. Gentlemen, it happened as expected. Which mysterious human emperor realm of the East Prosperity sect has learned the identity? It is none other than Chu Sun, who has bound himself to the Tibetan scripture pavilion for 60 years. A blue and white Taoist robe between the Taoist priest frowned slightly. Spoke, early in the fat and thin venerable broke into the Tibetan scripture cabinet will have guessed, although unexpected but not enough to be surprised. In the final analysis, or deserted 60 years missed the best time to cultivate. Pay more attention to pay attention to can, do not have to be too on the heart. The elder in charge of intelligence skimmed his eyes and said flatly, the news I just detected is that Zhao Huang Chao of the Immortal Dao sect broke into the East Prosperity Holy Land, sped all the way to the Tibetan scripture pavilion, and was later killed by Chu Sun with a single palm strike. There was a silence in the temple. Apparently neither had slowed down from the sheer volume of information. Zhao Huang Chao killed the Donglin sect? Forced out of the hidden scriptures Chuxing, and killed with a raised hand? Zhao Huang Chao is a strong person in the fifth realm of the human emperor. Looking at the eastern region belongs to the top ranks. In addition to that, few of the helmsmen of the various forces, is already the strongest person, but was so easy to be killed. Or very shocking. What happened? Several powerful people were stilling their breath and concentrating. But don't worry too much. Chu Sun's own cultivation shouldn't be strong. What he utilized was a terrifying palm technique. The power of desolation, which can devour a person's chi. Zhao Huangchao was the one who suffered a big loss without knowing the bottom line before he was easily subdued, and this palm technique should be a saint's start. So I guess Chu Sun hasn't yet recovered to the point of trembling one's guts. The elder in charge of intelligence added. The people in the temple let out a long breath. That's why I'm so relieved. There was a huge difference in essence between exterminating with one's hands and exterminating with a powerful secret art. One is that the latter is very strong. One was the latter's ultimate slap. And Zhao Huangchao's death also probed out a secret. The East Prosperity Holy Land is too weak. The elder in charge of intelligence narrowed his eyes and said, the matter of the East Prosperity sacred ground being weak had been rumored a long time ago. It was common knowledge among all the major powers. It was just that the proof was delayed. While those younger generations in the Eastern Domain were unaware of this, in their eyes the East Prosperity Sacred Land was still that ancient and huge power, towering for 3,000 years, standing tall and inherited from generation to generation. A human emperor fifth realm powerhouse is naturally not considered weak. The Chu Sun who might have broken into the East Prosperity Holy Land to force it to show up that would be too unexpected. And it also exposes the weakness of the East Prosperity Holy Land from the side. The 5 human emperors of the East Prosperity Holy Land, one of which was sitting in the Forbidden Land and had no time to go out, and one of which was also the topmost powerhouse of the East Prosperity Holy Land, were recently rumored to be sitting in the Death Barrier, and it seems that it has been fulfilled now. The East Prospect Holy Land is weak. At the very least, it's been coming for generations. At its weakest, the elder in charge of intelligence narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that he could project that other forces could also see that if the East Prosperity Sacred Ground really lacked top-notch combatants, it could be dangerous. Divine Action Sect. The same message was received, and guessed that far. The elder in charge of intelligence bristled, unimpressed. Compared to the matter of whether the East Prosperity Holy Land is weak or not, I'm more curious as to who that mouthful of Great River sword intent belongs to. A lofty sword river in the East Prosperity Sect. It was dense with sword intent. Earlier in the day they thought it was Chu Sun who had chopped them, and now it seems, not also. First of all, when that big river sword will break out, only human emperor realm cultivation, or just into a short while. Chu inquiry from this battle can obviously see as long ago into the human emperor realm just delayed exposure. Furthermore, this legacy of Chu Sun's drilling fist techniques, there may not be another time to ponder over this great river sword intent. Think about it. The East Prosperity Sect might still have a human emperor. Who cares who got that mouth of Great River sword intent? Chu Sun destroyed the immortal Dao Sect's elder with one palm. With that group of people's mouths, how will they stop? Wait and watch. Furthermore, even if the immortal Wei Sect does not meet with the East Prosperity Sacred Ground, there is still the True Martial Sect. Don't forget, back then, the True Martial Great Sage was from the True Martial Sect, and now Chu Sun breaks through the knot and disappears into the human emperor realm. Is the True Martial Sect not panicked? With them biting the dog, how can they not trouble their own heads? The powerhouses of the Divine Walking Sect were happy to be at home. Let them fight. The more lively the fight, the better. It's none of their business anyway. Chapter 22, The Ecstatic East Prosperity Sect. Master. In front of the hidden scriptures, Ginger Dust froze. Honestly, when stepping up to the plate, he was prepared for the worst. How could I have imagined it would end like this? No harm. Just a small matter. I still have something to say with your several masters. You go down first. Chu Sun's eyes were warm and calm. Looking at the agitated white-haired old man, and Elder Jiang shed a smile. Oh, Ginger Dust retreated silently, the frustration and low vibe on the body. It took only a few breaths to return to business as usual. Instead, an essence filled his eyes, murmuring, doesn't all this make sense? Thinking of Master's divine and unfathomable means, a handful of life simulations was simply a miracle. And now that he had only casually extinguished a human emperor realm, what was there to be fussed about? Elder Chu, the white-haired old man named Wang He, is also one of the East Prosperity Sect's human emperor realm powerhouses, now agitated all over the body apprehensively, exuding all the unbelievable looks as he stepped forward, saying, Elder Chu, your cultivation level? Human Emperor 5th Realm, Chu Sun calmly said. Wow! Although they had seen the realm on their bodies when Chu Sun had just struck out, the rich feeling of happiness when it was confirmed in person almost made them vertigo. Human Emperor 5 Realms. Human Emperor 5 Realms. The Human Emperor 5th Realm was not scary. What's scary is how long has Elder Chu only broken through the realm? If memory serves, or a few months ago, not even half a year had passed before he entered the 5th realm of the Human Emperor. That speed. It's also a little too demonic. Elder John's cloudy eyes were also full of marvel. And more than that, he was still pleased. This felt unbelievable and even odd when placed on the sidelines. But when it fell on Chu Sun it seemed reasonable. And everything was so natural. 60 years of thick and thin. Once it breaks out, breaking several realms in a row doesn't seem to be surprising. Xiao Rongyu also opened her red lips slightly and said, Congratulations Elder Chu. Chu Sun nodded kindly. The white-haired old man Wang He, however, frowned again and said, Elder Chu's breakthrough is certainly something to be congratulated, but the immortal Dao Sect definitely won't let up. Elder Jiang also frowned slightly. After beheading an elder of the immortal Dao Sect, the other party would definitely not be kind. And it was on the contrary that the East Prosperity Sacred Ground was too weak at this time, unable to take out even a top human emperor expert. Xiao Rongyu held the corners of his mouth and laughed coldly. If you don't stop, I'd like to see which inconspicuous one dares to come to the Donglin Sect to die. Towels. But it was full of harshness. A red robe flew, and a domineering and protective spirit flowed between his eyebrows. Chu Sun's heart did not come to warm up a few points. Meta so protective of the palm is also a good thing. On the immortal Taoist sect's retaliation he did not put in mind. Unusual people over is nothing more than to send death. This is the East Prosperity Sect, passed down for thousands of years, the top power in the eastern region. Besides, that day, Chu Sun broke through the cultivation to escape into the human emperor realm. The moment the Yuanshan sword, overlooking the East Prosperity Sacred Ground's continuous array, that terrifying killing array which even saints come will be defeated. Saints under the intrusion is even more dead. As for saints striking out, Chu Sun to disbelief. In the eyes of the saints is nothing more than a fight between juniors, a common occurrence. Even the immortal Dao Sect does not dare to raise the power of the sect to kill. After all, the eastern region is 6 holy places. Their two parties killing each other is nothing more than letting the other holy places to pick up a bargain for nothing. And then again, although the East Prosperity Holy Land is weak, it may not necessarily not have saints. Even if that saint was sleeping, it really comes down to necessity. Enough to turn the tide, reverse everything. These are the bottom line. King Crane, Elder Jiang. These two also understood the meaning of the sect leader, gently nodded and said, "That's good. I'll go and order the disciples within the door. If there's nothing to do in recent days, there's no need to go out of the sect." With the departure of several people, Chu Sun also returned to the hidden scriptures, just stood in front of the window staring at the back of the sect master's departure, shedding a strange color. Just now how he felt that the sect master's eyes possessed ambiguity when he looked at himself. There were a few points of irrational relationship? Think about it. Didn't figure it out either. Shake your head. Keep picking up the scriptures. Slow study. What was just said outside was not an exaggeration. Even if the East Prospect Holy Land was weak again, it was still a thin dead camel, and given a certain amount of time, as his cultivation continued to grow, he might not need to rely on others again. Besides, the first simulation of the life simulator hadn't even encountered a crisis in the eastern region, so there was no point in fooling around. After a quiet moment, immerse yourself in the world of books. Soon everything was ignored, as if it had just been a trivial matter not worth mentioning. I don't know. Eastwick. At this point it is making waves. Inside the Immortal Way sect. Boom! With the shattering of Elder Zhao's original life word token and the news coming from the East Prosperity sect, it directly set off a shocking wave, and the Immortal Dao sect's disciples were furious, exuding anger in unison. It's too much of a bully. It's just a matter of robbing and plundering the disciples in the gate. Elder Zhao went to seek justice. It was actually killed. This East Prosperity sect is arrogant to the extreme. Do you really think that my Immortal Dao sect can help him? One time, the group is outraged. The disciples of the Immortal Dao sect were all sharpening their swords. Hate to just slaughter away. Hateful. Pissed off. The human emperors of the Immortal Dao sect were also high in anger. Compared to the impulsive disciples, they were much calmer and stood in the great hall with their eyes wide in penetrating coldness. The East Prospect sacred ground is too arrogant. Not to mention that at this time, the East Prospect sect is weakened, and even at its peak, it wouldn't dare to treat us like this. Master, you died a horrible death. Master, disciple useless can't avenge you. Zhao Huangchao's disciple, a snot and a tear crying. I do not know how many real, how many acting, but the heartache is sure. Cultivation is the most rely on the back of the mountain, and now the back of the mountain is gone. What to do in the future have to rely on their own fight, which cannot be heartbroken. Senior nephew Lu, Donglin sect dared to kill my senior brother Zhao. I will never settle with him. Don't worry, this revenge will be avenged for you. There were elders whose eyes were spewing this anger, trying their best to suppress the flame in their hearts, only so they didn't explode. They were deliberating on what kind of posture to descend on Donglin sect. Ginger. When the news reached Jiang Zhinshan's ears, the fastidiously composed Jiang clan had burst out into bright laughter. Ha 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 ha, I knew that Elder Chu was thick and thin, and that a great weapon would be a late bloomer. And this time, letting the Immortal Dao sect's group of self-proclaimed decent mouths eat their hearts out is really refreshing. Some of the elders sweated, thinking to myself that this is not inviting hate. The Immortal Dao sect had just lost a human emperor realm elder. It's hurting. And here you are having a hearty laugh. The Sendo sect would still be angry if they knew about it. However, thinking that Elder Chu was the teacher of the firstborn son of the Jiang clan, the corners of these elders' mouths didn't have any reason to spread a smile. Their moods were soothed as they smiled and said, Jiang Duan has really worshipped a good teacher. Chapter 23, Epiphany. Who first realized the big dream? I know myself in my ordinary life. Inside the warped cabinet, put down the books in your hands. Thousands of feelings also welled up in his heart. Every day, he read the scriptures and tried to understand their meaning. Although his cultivation did not see any growth, the realm of his heart was growing, especially his understanding of the various paths. These scriptures not only have the way of the sword, but also palm techniques, finger techniques, divine powers, and the alchemy of the partial point, each of which has a number of comprehensions. Gathered together, the sea of the 100 rivers, the realm of the heart naturally climbs higher and higher. The only thing that was lacking was cultivation. Inside the hidden scriptures, these days in the disciples are also more and more every day, usually are borrowing a little two scriptures to bring back to see, or on the spot to look through once in mind. But recently these disciples came to the Tibetan scripture pavilion do not want to go, as if this is the home. This caused the elders guarding the other floors to diffuse helplessness, looking at the one who was openly under the guise of reading a book, but actually wanted to figure out how to be favored by Elder Chu. They also shook their heads inside. It's a pity that a great deal of time has been wasted here. Elder Chu is what character these hidden scripture pavilion elders still do not understand it. The most like pure, comfortable, and even Elder Chu collected ginger dust as a disciple they feel incredible. As for another disciple is really not possible. Shake your head. Also think it's a shame about these guys. Actually, Chusen really did not pay attention to the movement downstairs. As long as there is no small like fat and thin venerable quietly sneak into the Tibetan scripture pavilion is generally very difficult to attract his attention. As in right now, read a book for a while, plus the breakthrough epiphanies of the previous days, accumulation in the chest. You also know that you need to combine work and rest, and practice in a different venue. So, lightly, he got up and left, didn't go to the back of the mountain. Instead, they came to the river. Once upon a time this is still an inconspicuous small river. In the back of the clan mountain flow spread over, which thought after their own a big river sword intent melted into it, actually turned into a sword road holy land. Many disciples who practiced the sword path were obsessively sitting in front of the river, sensing the supreme mysteries therein, when there were two major legacies within, one originating from Elder Zhang's one sword intent, and the other from Chu Sun's great river sword intent, both of which belonged to the top, while the rest were the minutiae. Now coming to a small reef, looking at the disciples on both sides of the river sitting cross-legged and practicing, the corners of his mouth also pursed up a slight smile. The disciples could reap the rewards because of themselves. It was also a good deed, witnessing this rushing river, evolving from a small river more than 10 feet wide into a vast river, rushing straight down. The feelings in his heart also grew stronger. Close your eyes. A disordered sword intent surrounded the area. It was originating from a sword cultivator, or lingering, or bullying, or low, or sadness. The sword paths that each person had comprehended were different, a variety of things, like that thousand sights, variable. Kendo, Chu Sun murmured softly. Also in my mind, one chance for an epiphany. Buzz, the host has one more chance for an epiphany. To use or not to use? Yes. Chu Sun gently nodded his head. When he read 500 scrolls he was rewarded with 3 things, the Taishian sword, the 8 Wastelands poem, and the opportunity to have an epiphany once. The first 2 have all been navigated through. Only this epiphany has always been retained, and now it feels like it's time to be used as well. The Great River Sword intent had also been practiced for many days. Want to break through unless chance, otherwise extremely difficult. And this epiphany opportunity is chance, with the use of sword intent around the body in a moment of clarity. Earlier if you can sense the side of the sword but filled with a variety of mottled mess. Now it is completely pure sword intent. Dazzling heart. Stretch your palms. There was a breeze. It's like a kendo blow. Close your eyes. But what was presented in the sea of void consciousness was not the sword path, but a small flower appeared, and just as Chu Sun frowned, the small flower blossomed between the minds, and a petal bloom swayed and filled the air with drifting fragrance, turned into a small grass, and the void of stubborn survival, even if the environment around the bat again, still resolutely head, never give in, it turned into a droplet again, evolving into a river as it surged, into a river, into an ocean, and eventually into cold ice and rising mist. Subsequent changes. The great avenues are connected. Everything melts into it. Kendo is also a part of it. Immersion period. He's obsessed. This kind of epiphany was completely different from what was imagined. Like a teacher teaching you how to walk on the road ahead and where to go. Instead of wandering alone in the darkness and blazing a trail, an epiphany was like a finger pointing out the direction in which Chu Sun was heading, and a metaphysical aura gradually permeated around him. The first to do so were those who approached Chu Sun. They were originally sensing the way of the sword. Exclusion. The thoughts are clear. The place where he had stuck himself earlier broke abruptly. Sword intent soared suddenly. Just as he tried to ascertain what the source was coming from, his consciousness gradually became engrossed in the environment of enlightenment. And as it sank, he soon gave up probing and concentrated on sensing the way of the sword. This range is also expanding. 10 feet, 20 feet, 50 feet. Not long after the river bank in addition to the rushing river will no longer have other sounds. Everyone fell into enlightenment, but do not know why. Just as far as possible to seize every inch of the opportunity to try to enlightenment. So much so that people who were used to hearing whether or not the burgeoning sword intent was coming from this side of the river couldn't help but look sideways frequently and say in surprise, "Why is the river so quiet today? Probably all went to the cache. I hear where it's been packed lately. Let's clog up the outside with people who really want to borrow the scriptures." He who was practicing cultivation could not know all of this. An epiphany opportunity for himself not only sensed the way of the sword, but also subsequently diffused a metaphysical realm of enlightenment that enveloped this place, allowing the nearby disciples to follow and eat the benefits. Phew! Great river sword intent. One step further. Exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Chu Sun closed eyes slowly opened. Earlier when the 8 desert palm cultivation once overpowered the great river sword intent, resulting in his outburst against Zhao Huang Chao or a palm to destroy. And today with the use of epiphany opportunity, the great river sword intent sword, once again overpowered the 8 desert palm, became the strongest bottom card. A satisfied nod. With eyes open, Seeing an epiphanic disciple exempt froze. Enlightenment? So many people? Just a moment. With the flickering of the eyes will realize the original reason. Their own human emperor realm of Epiphany slightly flowpoint aftermath is indeed enough for these disciples a great enlightenment. Would have liked to show the idea of sword intent in this also converge. With a draw away. Disappeared. He's not long gone. Riverside. Boo hoo hoo. A clear and bright sword she shot straight up into the sky. Even the elders within the clan are dumbfounded. Jaw-droppingly looking toward the direction of the sword river. Murmured, what happened? Usually 3 or 5 days still do not see an epiphany one. The understanding of their own sword. Today how as if it is like a rain. One after another. Chapter 24, Am I that weak? Riverside is destined to become a suspenseful affair. These days, it is also popular within the clan. Drawing heat. The result was that the hidden scriptures were much less crowded. The 8th floor of the hidden scriptures. Li Yaozi was full of joy when she walked in this time. And the corners of her eyes were smiling when she saw the old Taoist who was reading a book. What is it that makes you so happy? Chu Sun also smiled and teased. No. It's just that seeing that evil man trying to make a move on you made me very angry. But after seeing him being slapped to death by you I was very happy. The little girl was really happy. These times Chu Sun was never seen her smile so bright and happy. In fact, in Li Yaozi's heart in addition to that already dead Uncle Fu, Chu Sun's status in his heart was constantly soaring, now vaguely surpassing that father whom he met very few times, and was therefore nervous and worried about his well-being. When the red-haired old man came to the East Prosperity Sect with a murderous aura, she thought for a moment that the former Fu Bo's story was going to play out, and her entire being was on the verge of breaking down and despairing, but fortunately, the aftermath was reversed in a different way than she had imagined. Looking at the giddy little girl, Chu Sun also shook his head and said, I'm not just shooting dead, but also using all my strength, and that palm technique is not you will? Li Yaozi nodded her head like a chicken eating food, and there was also barrenness spreading on her body as she said, I want to be as strong as you in the future, and then protect you. Chu Sun laughed dumbly, but saw the seriousness in this little girl's eyes, and could not help but silently say in his heart, this little girl is afraid that she considers herself as her relative. But a sudden wisp of change also caught Chu Sun's attention. Only the desolation on Li Yaozi's body was seen devouring the surrounding aura. Ha! Chu Sun exudes amazement. The 8 desert palm with withering ability, does not have the ability to swallow the surrounding aura for their own use of this efficacy. Cannot help but take 2 steps forward. In the little girl's body to simply fumble a few times. Feel if there is no suction. Cannot help but look odd. The heart also carries a release. No wonder this little girl's body of spirit-embracing creation can countertake the heavenly destiny protagonist's fortune. This comes with a devouring physique. And then paired with this barren power is simply heaven-defying. One also has to lament his own mindless actions of yesteryear. Just what kind of a big devil is going to be raised? Silently, he looked at Li Yaozi's chi. Name, Li Yaozi. Age, 4 years old. Cultivation, body refining realm. Chakra, purple and black, heaven's destined villain. However, at this time Li Yaozi purple-black under. Vaguely a dark black lotus condensed. Although illusory but also has a few parts of the appearance of Jiang Dust. We must know. Jiang Dust, but with his own help several times stepped on the protagonist of the heavenly destiny, before condensing into a black lotus shadow. And this little girl is only a few years old? This was if she waited until she was an adult and her chi skyrocketed. Wouldn't she still be a proper heaven's destiny villain? The corners of his mouth were flirty, with a few shades of color. Li Yaozi didn't notice these. Instead, she said nervously, but I also heard my mother say that although you made a splash, you also caused a bunch of trouble. The East Prosperity Sect is going to be unpeaceful, and you're going to have to take me away from there in the near future. Chu Sun nodded his head. This was also expected. Chopping off an immortal Dao Sect powerhouse. The other party's delay in making a move was bound to be storing up big moves and preparing big plans, but he didn't really care. The soldiers came to block the water and cover the earth. With the great river sword intent that he had just mastered, there weren't many people in the human emperor realm who could kill him. Even if he couldn't fight and run, it was still more than enough. Furthermore, as long as he didn't go down the mountain there was no danger. How about? Li Yaozi pursed her lips and whispered, why don't you come with me? I'll ask my father to step in. Surely no one will dare to touch you. Chu Sun looked at the little girl with relief, touched her little head, and smiled. That's what you wanted to say, isn't it? Li Yaozi lowered her head, nervous pinching of fingers. Chu Sun also smiled and shook his head. The appreciation in his eyes is more intense. To the little girl and his father's relationship. Can say this shows that he has been very important in her heart, but also said, although my cultivation is not high, but the East Prosperity Sect treats me well. This matter is due to me and how would it be left? Furthermore, not having a high cultivation doesn't mean that one is left to be bullied. If a cat or dog comes along it can still be easily taken care of. Loss permeated Li Yaozi's eyes. Yet another heavy nod. Good. I'll watch you storm them when they get here. Not leaving? Chusun smiled and teased. Not going. Li Yaozi's complexion was filled with perseverance. This makes Chusun stunned, but also look grave. Knowing that the little one is afraid that after she left he was again subjected to Fu Bo's change of heart. To be here to watch and guard. Really to the last resort when I'm afraid that I will defy all odds to beg for my mother. Smiling, he rubbed her head and said, listen to your mother, don't try to be a hero, and also talk to me before you go. I'll give you a present then. Gifts? Li Yaozi eyes flashing. Long so big has never been no one has sent her gifts. In the remote city she and Fu Bo depend on each other. No one cares about this pair of old and weak. In the Taoist system, people are even looked down on her as a wild child. Only seen other people's children have a gift. As for their own has never received. The eyes are also slow as looking forward to. There. Go back first. Grandpa Chu still has to cultivate. Chu Sun smiled. Li Yaozi nodded and waved her hand as well. See you then, Grandpa Chu. I'll definitely hold out until you storm them. The little girl had just left on the front foot. Chu Sun hadn't picked up the books yet. Someone else came on the back foot. This made Chu Sun quite helpless. Wanting to say, didn't he say that no one could easily come in on the 8th floor of the Tibetan scripture pavilion? How come this just left one and then another one came? Master. Handsome appearance. Abundant god like Jade Jiang Chen came to the 8th floor. When looking at Chu Sun, eyes contain respect and usually different. Before just on the cultivation of respect as well as the master's admiration. Now there are a few Chu Sun as a father's posture. In these few days of cultivation, every time he closed his eyes he could think of Zhao Huangchao's decisive and stern killing, as well as the deepest fear in his heart. An elder Chu's gentle smile, which directly disintegrated the deepest fear in his heart. That was only felt in his father. No matter what kind of crisis he was in, as long as he had his father there he would be absolutely fine. Secretly at ease, relaxing to let him trust and respect like never before. Chu Sun nodded gently. My father has also heard about this matter and is worried that the immortal Dao sect will come to retaliate, so he's prepared to send a clan elder to sit in the East Prosperity sect, so that he can take care of him in case something goes wrong. Jiang Chen said. The corner of Chu Sun's mouth twitched slightly. I thought to myself, could it be that I am not the one who destroyed Zhao Huangchao with a slap? It is not that he is slandering. The front foot Li Yaozi has just come, politely pointing out that the East Prosperity sect is too weak and wants to let himself follow her. The back foot of this Jiang Duan is coming again. And he also wants to invite a Jiang clan's underbelly to ensure safety. It's the East Prosperity sect that's too weak. Or is he too non-existent? Bellyache to bellyache. Still speaking softly, he said, O Jiang Chen, as a disciple of the East Prosperity Sacred Land, there are some things you should know. This ancient power that has been passed down for 3,000 years is far deeper than you think. Ginger Dust was aghast. The mind is also gradually awakening. There must be a deeper meaning in the master's words. Could it be, the sleeping saint is not dead? Seeing this gentle and relaxed gaze of the teacher, the inner certainty grew. Chu Sun does not know what he thinks. East Linzong saints dead or not dead ghost knows, but East Linzong's formation is real. Idle people can only eat. Buzz. A simple and ancient Taishian sword was suspended within the pavilion. Mediocre. No show of sharpness. Take this sword. Since it was auctioned by you, there is no reason for the teacher to hog it, Chu Sun said in a gentle and calm manner, also vaguely sensing that he was about to read 1,000 scrolls and would have a better reward. And although this sword was not bad, as a teacher there was no need to hog the disciple's weapon. Master. Jiang Chen was instantly anxious. Let you take it then take it. This sword is gentle and calm, with your cultivation can also be managed. Enough to double your battle power. With the teacher, there will be better choices. Not to be obsessed with this sword. Chu Sun said. Alright. Jiang Chen didn't dare to disobey his master, thinking in his mind that the teacher refused to probably have something better. After receiving the sword, he arched his hand and said, then disciple will leave first, and won't disturb the teacher's cultivation. Chu Sun nodded gently, as the latter departed. Check out the reading progress as well. 999 volumes have been read. 1 volume left to complete the task. Soon. Chu Sun murmured softly, both curious about this 1,000 scrolls reward, at the same time also vaguely looking forward to the immortal Dao sect's retaliation, which does not take action to set up the authority, not to mention outsiders. Even his own valued 2 young juniors feel that the sect is weak. Chapter 25 War Letters. Day 2. Chu Sun put down the human emperor scripture in his hands. Close your eyes. Silent listening. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reading 1,000 scrolls. Rewarded with a green vine sword, a talisman, and a chance to invest once. Coming. Chu Sun had joy in the corner of his eyes. Yesterday, I had a premonition that I was about to read 1,000 scrolls and get a good reward, and today, with the reading of this scripture in my hand, the reward for coming to 1,000 scrolls completely came with it. Green Vine Sword. Sacred weapon level. Buzz. With a flash of light in front of his body. A 3-foot green blade filled with turquoise light hung in front of his body, suffused with spirituality, resonating on its own without anyone controlling it, and flying around Chu Sun. When the thoughts flowed, the green vine sword was quietly suspended there again, and strands of turquoise beams of light transformed into vines that wrapped around the sword body, which was like 2 levels compared to the Taishian sword. If the Taishian sword was quietly suspended there like a wooden sword, quaint and introspective, can't see the greatness, that green vine sword, on the other hand, was impossible to move at a glance. A ray of green vine light surrounded it. The turquoise is full of life, heartwarming, carrying joy again. Good sword. Chu Sun exuded amazement. Although the green vine sword was low profile, it was just the right amount of proof that it was extraordinary. It could be low profile but not let anyone belittle it. 1 talisman. When looking at the second item, he was still surprised that it was a talisman. Knowing that in this world talismans are quite scarce or precious to the extreme, not only is it difficult to refine, but there are only a handful of people who can master it. And this yellow paper fell into the palm of his hand, and the relevant effects surged into his mind. Carrying charms. It was enough to carry the full force of the host's strike, which made Chu Sun marvel. If he melted his great river sword intent into one of them, it could explode with unexpected effects at critical times. Even if it was gifted to a descendant, it was also a good option. Satisfied nod. Another look to the third. 1 investment opportunity. This third has been quite familiar. The role does not need to be introduced. The mind will be 3 things will be collected. The corners of the mouth also diffuse shallow smile. These 3 things for him are urgently needed. Especially the green vine sword. Is the actual holy weapon? Can make their own strength table sword several times? In the human emperor realm more and more secure. Inwardly, he was also vaguely expecting the immortal Dao Sect's retaliation. There's a lot of rain on the mountain. The trees want to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. While the immortal Dao Sect was still in the middle of preparations, the true martial sect couldn't sit still. The grudge between the 2 sides could be traced back to 1,000 years ago, both belonging to the oldest Holy Land forces in the Eastern Domain, and the grudge accumulated over the millennia due to each other's snatching of disciples and secret treasure hunting could not be described as deep. This situation lasted until the rise of the true martial great sage, and since then it has shown 2 poles. The East Prosperity Sect is weakening and falling apart. On the contrary, the true martial sect is flourishing, and it is quite a bit of the meaning of one family's dominance. And there was a twofold reason why the true martial great sage didn't exterminate the East Prosperity Sect. When the true martial arts saint rose to power to defeat the Chu elders, abolished his heart, East Lin clan saints were furious. Want to kill the true martial arts saint has not yet risen to perceive his outstanding talent. Too demonic. If it is to fall in the heart of some of this, they put a hand. And the latter also read this favor. Did not liquidate the East Lin clan. Secondly, the true martial grand sage left the eastern region after he broke through the half-saint and traveled around, and has not returned so far, which is why the 2 sides are at peace. Ever since then, the true martial sect has been suppressing the East Prosperity Sect, repeatedly stealing away talented and good seedlings. There is no excuse for what could have been. The East Prosperity clan also recognized it. But now, Elder Chu's cultivation had just been restored. When someone from the true martial sect couldn't sit still, a sword light sped and flew across 10,000 miles, arriving in front of the East Prosperity Sect's gate, directly penetrating the void. Buzz. The sword chi approached the temple. The patriarch Xiao Rongyu was alarmed. The closed eyes opened, and the hilt popped into pieces on its own in the temple, turning into a rain of swords to form a line. The general idea. Invitation to battle. Swish swish swish. Elder Jiang. Elder Wang He. There were also some of the clan's powerhouses who held important positions, who had rushed within the great hall, still able to see the lingering sword rain, and froze. The true martial sect's war letter? Elder Zhang's face sank slightly. Recently he had been on the defensive against the immortal Dao sect. How could he have thought that a letter of war from the former had not yet arrived from the true martial sect had already arrived to make an appointment to fight Chu Sun 7 days later? Ha! Thanks to him for thinking of it. Elder Wang He snorted. Elder Chu's 60 years of cultivation has not grown, which has just broken through the not breakthrough, that the East Prosperity Sect's Zhao Yong will shamelessly come to challenge, but also do not think about the possibility of Zhao Yong. Xiao Rongyu recited this name when smoked eyebrow also slightly wrinkled. If she said that there are a few people in Donglin zone, let her scruples. This Zhao Yong is one of them. 60 years ago was the leader of Jinwu zone. Can fight with Chu Sun for a few rounds? Now in the past long years, the cultivation must be high terrible. At the very least, It was the human emperor's 7th realm. Maybe even the human emperor 8th realm. Zhao Yong is trying to take personal revenge and cut off my East Lin sect's rise to power. Elder Jiang laughed coldly, seeing that Zhao Yong was trying to kill Chu Sun, but also wanted to break the foundation of the Dong Lin sect, with the state of Elder Chu's accumulation. As long as he was given a period of time, he would surely rise, and even the Holy Realm might be possible to step in. If he chopped off Chu Sun, would it not be a break of the foundation of the Dong Lin sect? Nice try, don't mind him. Xiao Rongyu is also laughing coldly. If you give her another 10 years of time, she can single-handedly kill the true martial sect, but now the East Prosperity sect is weakening and how would take care of him? Laughing coldly, if you are not afraid to die under the East Prosperity sect's big formation, let him come to his heart's content. All the people in the hall nodded their heads. With the clan protection formation in, it was not afraid of the opposite side rushing in. Elder Wang he remembered something and snapped out of it. I'll go look for Elder Chu. This matter of the war letter will soon reach his ears. Avoid being agitated and remind him first. Elder Jiang, however, was unimpressed, knowing that Chu Sun's mind was indifferent, and that he was even able to sit in the Tibetan scripture pavilion for an aeon of time, and that this kind of gossip couldn't affect him at all. Xiao Rongyu Fish, and the elders who were on the sidelines. It's all about that, too. We all know that the heart of the Chu elders want to provoke him for fear that it is much more difficult, but Wan Crane elders to remind some of the irrelevant. Although it will not be stressful, but in case of it, it is good to take a precautionary shot in advance. Xiao Rongyu's beautiful eyes swept over the several elders present, translucent with severity, and coldly said, the East Lin sect has closed the mountain for these few days, so if that Zhao Yong wants to come, let him come, and let's see if he dares to barge inside the sect. Yes. Nah. The elders rose. Just a vague feeling of suffocation. One of the 6 holy places in the eastern region actually was forced by a person closed the clan, or people have not yet arrived in the case. This have spread out really humiliating disgrace. But on the contrary, they cannot fight. Cannot be because of a little face to force the life and death of the saint out of the gate. Hidden scripture building. Although reading 1,000 scrolls has been rewarded, but still did not give up the hands of the scriptures. Now listening to the reminder of Elder Wang He, Chu Sun's eyes frequently diffuse a different color and divine. True martial sect. Zhao Yong. In the memory search half a day also did not have the impression of this person. But do not think, but secretly exhilarated. No matter what he dares to come to the East Prosperity sect, take him to sacrifice the flag to set up the prestige just. I was worried earlier in the day in case the opposition was too weak to deter. But now it's fine. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. A gentle nod. Elder Wang he also excused himself and left. Only he left with a strange and odd feeling. How did he feel that Elder Chu was excited when he heard that he had a strong enemy? Illusion. It must be an illusion. Chapter 26, The 6 Holy Land Patriarchs Pro. Is it here? I heard yes. Look. Someone is already stationed here. The next day many cultivators came to the river bank outside the Holy Land of Donglin Sect. At first the people of Donglin Sect didn't care about it, but as time passed, more and more people gathered. Day 2, Day 3, Day 4. The East Prosperity Sect couldn't sit still. Due to the closure of the clan, disciples cannot go out, can only look out from afar. Looking at so many people gathered outside the door of the East Prosperity Sect, they are bewildered and puzzled. Do not understand what has happened. However, Xiao Rongyu, they were clear about why these people had come, and with the flickering of the figures, Xiao Rongyu was wearing a red robe, with an exquisite face, and a bit of vermilion sand on her eyebrows, standing proudly in the void. Elder Wang He's figure arrived with him, looking down ahead together. His face no longer relaxed from the previous days, and he said in a grave manner, the true martial sect is trying to push us to our deaths. A build-up. The wind is rising. It rolled through the entire eastern region. I don't know how many loose cultivators, as well as young talents, came to hear about it. The duel between the human emperor realm or the showdown between the two ancient forces. The topic was too hot. All of them went out of their way to come. At this time, if the East Lin sect refuses to fight again, I'm afraid that the reputation directly stinks. Not to mention the next year's recruitment. I'm afraid that there are a group of disciples within the sect will choose to abandon the sect and go. This was to break the foundation of the East Prosperity sect. Disciples are often the foundation of a clan. If the disciple is gone, even the largest clans will be defeated. Masculinity. Wang He laughed bitterly. He wanted to refuse to fight. The true martial arts clan does not give him the opportunity to refuse to fight. To the entire eastern region of the momentum of the pressure over. Do not believe that you East Linzong is still avoiding the war, not out. The war shall not be allowed. Xiao Rongyu pursed her lips. Donglin sect was too short of time. Both she and Elder Chu could rise as long as they were given a certain amount of time. And now they couldn't support this battle at all. The big picture is compelling. It's a war if you don't. Accompanied by a ghostly sigh, Xiao Rongyu and Wang He turned to look and immediately exuded surprise. Elder Wang, why are you here? The oldest old man on crutches walked slowly with his face full of wrinkles. He was usually responsible for sitting in on the East Prosperity Sect's forbidden land, and now that his real body had come, his cloudy eyes looked ahead at the flow of people inside. If I don't come again, the East Prosperity Sect will be finished. Xiao Rongyu exuded shame, as the sect leader but could not lead the sect to glory. Instead, it fell into an awkward place. She, who was the head of the sect, could not absolve herself of the blame. Do not blame you. Elder Wang gently shook his head. This is originally a mess. Donglin's sect is weakened to such a point. Whoever takes over the helm who suffers. Looking at the generations, this is also the most difficult time. Xiao Rongyu can maintain the operation of the huge sect until now has been really not easy. It's really going to be a duel. 7 days later. I'm on. The old man hunched his back and spoke in a slow tone. Xiao Rongyu moved for it. Want to discourage more aware of the situation at this time. Silence, said, grasp. Elder Wang gently shook his head. He did not have the slightest grasp of that battle. Zhao Yong is rich and strong at his peak, but instead he has one foot in the coffin, and he really fought even if he lost both of them, because he also had to continue to sit in the Forbidden Land. Where is the real danger of the place? And he was even more afraid of Zhao Yong breaking through to the human Emperor 8 realm. If that's the case, no chance of winning. Only one life can be spelled out. Stall a little for the offspring. Xiao Rongyu understood, so he was silent. The wind whisks through the coolness, as are several people's states of mind. Continuing, as the date of the appointment approached, it's not just these casual cultivators. Even those forces that were second only to the 6 great holy lands came with them, and countless small clans, even the secular dynasties that had built their countries in the remote points of the eastern domain, all had people rushing over to witness this battle. However, as the time drew nearer, there were also people making different noises. There were groups of cultivators sitting in groups of 3 to 5 who gathered together. One of them said, I heard some gossip that the East Prosperity Sect doesn't dare to meet the battle, and it's highly likely that this battle won't be fought. I've heard about it too, but do you believe this kind of rumor? What kind of force is the East Prosperity Holy Land, dominating the eastern domain for 3,000 years, for the oldest force, if it is possible to lose the battle, but even dare not to meet the battle, do you think it's possible? The young man sitting on the opposite side of the plate sipped his wine and snorted disdainfully, which cultivator stared with a frown. Earlier on, I thought the same thing, but look, the 6 great sacred lands of the eastern region, they don't have a single Arabista so far. Several young men swept around, eyes slightly glued, and the smile froze. They realized that not only did no one from the 6 holy lands come over, even the ancient lineages, the Jiang clan, the Nangong clan, these ancient clans had not yet arrived. A hint of foreboding pervaded the mind. Could the rumor be true? A wasted trip? Gulp. Just as a cold sweat broke out on his forehead, suddenly seeing a cry of a new cry under the night, resounding through the cloud field, making all the cultivators look up in unison, only to see a fiery red phoenix soaring through the 9 heavens, swooping down from the clouds, a crimson-colored haze, blossoming into flames, and a wisp of the ferocious beast's dominance spread even more along with it, causing the cultivators underneath to all tilt their heads to look at it. Exuding shock, only to the head of the phoenix, stood a purple-robed middle-aged man, wordlessly overlooking the bottom, the powerful pressure permeating out of his body. But the cultivators were appalled. Even the Zunshi realm felt suffocated. True martial sect patriarch, Lunanshan, in person. One moment, the rumors that were born today are not true. Just as the shock was sinking in, suddenly, he saw a great sun streaming down from the 9 heavens, diffusing a golden light that covered even the evening sun. And as the light dispersed, a stunning woman with a delicate figure quietly hung in the void. Divine Feminine Sect, Shu Yo-Yo. Again in a moment, a strong and domineering aura filled the sky and earth. A number of world-defying powerhouses visited one after another. The God-walking sect, Patriarch came in person. Immortal Way Sect, Patriarch in person. The Tianji Sect, Patriarch came in person. The head of the ancient family, Jiang clan family, is personally present. The Patriarch of the ancient family, Nangong clan, came in person. A dazzling light blossomed between the descent of this place, triggering a strong sense of shock, so that every person waiting there are blood spurting, the blood on the body without reason. Lit up. Chapter 27, Welcoming the Battle. East Prosperity Sect, top of the mountain. A red dress Xiao Rongyu every feel a powerful breath descending. The pressure in the heart will increase a few points. With the last breath descending, the pressure of her breathing are half a beat slower. Kaori frowned slightly. Count carefully. the helmsmen of the various forces in the eastern region descended in droves, compelled with great power. It made the East Prosperity Sect have to meet the battle. The Void. Zhang's family head Jiang Chen also frowned slightly. He had a premonition that this trip to the war would cause no small ripples. Did not expect the hype to this point. Secular forces. Unusual cultivators are just. Even the helmsmen of these major forces also came. It seems to be on Elder Chu scorn extraordinary. It seems that all of you are very idle. The patriarch of the Nangong clan scanned the surroundings and found that the people who should have come had arrived in sparse numbers. This scene had not been seen in the eastern domain for 20 years, and the last time that the helmsmen of the powers had come in person, it was still because of the emergence of a saintly secret realm, which was suspected of having a higher level of inheritance inside. However, seeing that all of you have no desire to talk, after descending, they quietly closed their eyes and recuperated. The patriarch of the Nangong clan's lips pursed slightly, glancing at the direction of the East Prosperity Sect, also curious about how to deal with tomorrow. Darkness falls. The moon shed hazy moonlight through the clouds. Dots of stars shone brightly in the sky to punctuate the sky, and those waiting cultivators had no desire to sleep. A powerful human emperor descended, giving too much impact on the mind. So much so, that now when they look at those immortal godlike figures, they all exude marvel and envy, secretly thinking about when they will be able to reach this kind of achievement. Even those who preferred to blow wildly closed their mouths under the influence of this aura, and obediently waited for the passage of time, looking forward to the arrival of tomorrow, when the sky was flooded with a touch of fish-belly white, and the purple haze then shone universally for miles. The true martial sect patriarch Lu Nantian, who was closing his eyes, opened his dark and stern eyes, looked into the distance, and softly said, "It's coming. It's not just him. Goddess Palace Master Chu Yao Yao, Kong Yung-san, the head of the Kong clan, Tianji sect patriarch." These powerful human emperor realms opened their eyes one after another and looked into the distance, only to see an additional figure in the void, who seemed to have appeared out of thin air, yet stood there quietly. This figure did not have any aura to release, and the wind blew his robes and also curled his ebony hair, revealing his face, which was a rather delicate and handsome face. Handsome, demonic. The reason for this strange feeling was his evil-eyed eyes and the curved smile that curved the corners of his mouth, which spoiled the quiet beauty and looked demonic instead. True martial sect Xiao Yong has arrived. I don't know whose low murmur. Let also closed their eyes to sleep people have opened their eyes. Look to that rather cynical figure. The heart of the first rise is not fear, but rather a long breath. Last night's atmosphere is too depressing. Let those who prefer to talk to hold back, and now finally be able to breathe a sigh of relief. Well, the people from the true martial Holy Land have arrived. What about the East Prospect Holy Land? Buzz. Just as people turned their heads to look, they were horrified to discover that Zhao Yong of the true martial sect had taken another step forward, arriving 10 miles away from the East Prosperity Sect, his evil eyes suffused with demonic evil. His body rolled up a terrifying air current, and behind him he even coalesced into a collapsing black hole. Along with him raising his slender and clean right hand, the finger palm sword vortex diffused into a black hole, the deepest part of it showing a collapse constantly releasing arcs of electricity, while the outer part was a rotating storm. Dang! Lift your hand and slap it away. Turned into a horrible palm print, pressing down on the East Prosperity Sect. Gulp! Everyone followed the heartbeat. Even the divine feminine sect's patriarch Chu Yao Yao was no exception. Her stunningly beautiful cheeks surfaced with emotion, not having thought that Zhao Yong would be overbearing to such an extent. Tianji clan patriarch's eyelids are also fierce jump, is also not thought of this situation. Things have come to such an extent Donglin clan will certainly be someone to meet the war, but is a little late thing, which thought Zhao Yong this kind of crazy rebellious, blatantly did not put the Donglin clan into the eyes, but also secretly, it seems that Zhao Yong on the killing intent of Chu Sun is not a half a star. Zhang's family head Jiang Chen also pupils ghostly. He came to see if he could mediate from the weak, so that things try to develop towards the good, and Zhao Yong this move is clearly exposed heart. This matter will not be so easy to good. Chu Sun did not have an explanation. I'm afraid that the East Prosperity Sect is difficult to end. My god, that fierce? It's worth coming. As for those scattered cultivators, or from the secular dynasty of the powerful, to see the appearance is so domineering, but also all are showing marvel. The excitement in the look of the glance can be viewed, which is on the next battle more and more look forward to. Rumble. Before the palm prince even descended over the East Prosperity Sect, a golden light shield lit up, allowing the latter to land, and the heaven-destroying palm prince did not shake the grand formation in the slightest. Is this side the formation of the East Prosperity Sect? This is too strong. There were teenage geniuses looking at this scene in awe, full of inclination. Having faltered in the 6 Holy Lands on their journey to worship the East Prosperity Sect, gradually leaning towards the East Prosperity Sect, There were also the top forces of only the 6 holy places. Their eyes stared eerily, and in their hearts they also secretly lamented. The difference between these holy places and these holy places was not only a saint, but also this kind of heritage. Inside the East Lin sect, Wang He or Xiao Rongyu, even if it is Jiang Elder or showing warm anger, Zhao Yong, this is the East Lin sacred ground, is a small sect. One person wants to easily suppress. The guts are not to waste. Humph. In the back of the mountain forbidden land, the arrangement of the afterlife of the cloudy eyes of Elder Wang through the anger. That Zhao Yong is too overbearing. When it is really bullying his East Lin sect no one. There is anger on his face, and no longer hesitate to absorb the heaven and earth aura crazily. The parched skin is gradually full, which is to adjust their own state to the peak, to meet the battle before. However, inside the hidden scriptures, the eyes of Chu Sun, who was flipping through the scriptures, were suffused with joy as he put down the books in his hands, and through the window, he could see the commotion outside, and the corners of his mouth were also tinged with a light smile as he murmured, "Finally, waited 7 days, he's also feeding off his energy." Buzz, the green vine sword trembled. Fly around the body. Chu Sun smiled faintly, gathered his flying sword and said with a smile, "You're my trump card, and I don't know if this Zhao Yong is worthy of letting me use my holy weapon." What a big commotion. Xiao Rongyu. Several people also looked towards the direction of the back mountain. That Elder Wang was preparing to return to his peak, and had absorbed too much spiritual chi, thus triggering a strange image. Only to think that Elder Wang was this old. Suppressing the forbidden land was already a strain, and still had to come out to solve this kind of trouble, and couldn't help but show his shame. Elder Jiang did the same, silently twisting his head away, exempted from seeing, hearing the mountainous roar from within the clan. A few twisted their heads in bewilderment, only to the hidden scriptured pavilion where out of a figure, slowly toward the clan door, which did not intend to let them, jaw-dropping, standing in place as if they were dumbfounded. Was that just Elder Chu? Chu Sun. Boom! The moment he froze, Xiao Rongyu's face suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but say angrily, "Wang He, didn't I ask you to remind Elder Chu not to let him be provoked and impulsive to take up the battle?" When he opened his mouth, froze, a word cannot spit out. As early as a few days ago to remind the time to notice Chu Sun is not in the state. Strange. Exactly where and cannot say. But now woke up, but also too late. Elder Jiang is also scalp numb. In his mind Chu Sun is lighthearted, calm and collected wise man. Even the destruction of the East Prosperity Sect did not see forced out of his fire. That thought that even more irritated than them. Heart trembling. This is still Witch Chu Elder, I know. Stop it. Go after them. Elder Wang, who was trying to recover his peak within the Forbidden Land, also changed color violently, and without time to recover his cultivation, he took the lead to transform into a bolt of lightning and sped away. Chapter 28 verses. In the meantime, Zhao Yong, who stood outside of the East Prosperity Sect, also noticed the strange image of the East Prosperity Sect. His evil-eyed white eyes swept away, the corners of his mouth curved up, and he taunted, "Trying to fool me with a dying old thing. Is it possible?" Wisps of demonic evil filled his body, turning into a bizarre crimson red, and behind him, a terrifying demonic beast silhouette, Block Beast, was vaguely condensed, showing its teeth and ferociousness. The patriarch of the Nangong clan also looked in the direction of the back of the mountains of the East Prosperity Sect. That Elder Wang recovered the peak of the movement is too great. So much so that they want to not notice it is difficult. Although there are accidents also released, it seems that the East Prosperity Sect is pushed to the brink of extinction, and even the one who sits in the Forbidden Land are recovering to come out. The Divine Walking Sect patriarch also sighed. It's a pity. One of the 6 holy places, the oldest Dong Lin sect. If the saints within the sect were to be probed again or fall, I'm afraid that it will fall down the ranks from the eastern domain, or even be removed from the name outright. A Zhao Yong will force the East Prosperity Sect, so can think of the weak state. Then again, even if the Forbidden Land of that Wang Elder barely blocked Zhao Yong, how to suppress the Forbidden Land in the follow-up? That will be a bigger trouble. Shake your head. The heart has a boo-boo. Unexpectedly, the oldest powers had this kind of calamity. But suddenly Xinxing Sect Patriarch or not, Jinwu Sect Patriarch or not, even Zhao Yong are frozen present. Froze there, looking at the temperament of the introverted and ordinary old man. If he is in the world, no one will think that he is a practitioner. The breath is too introverted, warm and gentle, not too fast. Even if the clan suffered this kind of catastrophe did not change its face, strolling slowly in the void. If we're talking about temperament, the two sides are more than a step apart. Anyone with a clear eye can see the strengths and weaknesses, but the Immortal Wei Sect sovereign in the deep surprise and long breath. This state of Chu Sun led him more scrupulous, not too fast, not proud, not impatient, clearly is the state of mind on the big breakthrough. which if you give him a period of time will inevitably soar. And even set foot in the Holy Realm is not unexpected. Fortunately, to encounter the calamity fell in this. The true martial sect's patriarch Lu Nanshan's pupils also slightly contracted. Seeing Chu Sun's state, he only had one thought in his mind. A great weapon late, thick and thin. 60 years of precipitation will only need to be less tilted to blossom into a bright and extremely bright light. Pity. It was too late. No one would give him more time. And he also silently looked in the direction of the immortal Dao sect, somewhat thankful that Zhao Huangchao's caused trouble. Or else he wouldn't have known that Chu Sun had already grown to such an extent that he was afraid that he would soon be able to cross the eastern region. Chu Sun's appearance. In the eyes of these top human emperor realms all diffused different looks, from the initial shock to the subsequent relief. Even the divine feminine sect patriarch Chu Yuyu was no exception. From the initial surprise to the subsequent relief and relaxation, able to accept Chu Sun's fall, as well as this intimidation. Jiang's family head Jiang Chen saw Chu Sun out but could not sit still, face suffused with anxiety. He as 1,000 thoughts did not expect Chu Elder will come out. To his knowledge, this calamity, although the face of the East Prosperity sect cannot hang on, and even in the next few years to show the trough, but as long as Chu Sun and I heart, cultivation for a few years to step on the Holy Realm, will reverse this trend, back to the peak. But what would have thought that Elder Chu would come out? This was not at all what he expected. That has always been calm and steady. Like a wise man, Chu Elder today how can not sit down? He is impatient. Vaguely want to go forward to stop Zhao Yong. The immortal Dao sect patriarch didn't move and laughed softly. I heard that the first son of the Jiang clan master made quite a commotion a few days ago when he paid homage to his master. So it can't be this one, right? The true martial sect patriarch, as well as the Tianji sect patriarch swept over in an instant, which was the Nangong clan patriarch silently moved a position. If the Jiang clan patriarch assisted, he would block it in the first place. Chu Sun's mentality and talent they had already witnessed, not allowing such a powerful existence in the eastern region. The moment Chu Sun walked out of the scripture pavilion today was the wrong choice, and would not give him any chance of survival. This old silver coin, the Jiang clan head cursed in his heart. Not only the Nangong clan head, but the rest of the several top human emperors were also shifting their bearings, presenting him with a trap and not giving him a chance to aid him. Below, those secular dynasties, or from the small forces of the young geniuses, but the flow of relief. Earlier also wondered who the old man, and now heard the relief. They are not clear Chu Sun's name, but know that a few days ago the first son of the Jiang clan to worship the teacher of the buzz. Immediately, a young maiden's beautiful eyes revealed curiosity as she asked, I've heard that the firstborn son of the Jiang clan is incredibly talented and stepped into the Zunshi realm at a young age. So his teacher should be very powerful, right? That's natural. Even Jiang Chen is such a genius. How can a teacher be bad? There were many young girls who had witnessed Jiang Chen's demeanor, all showing infatuation. All he was unconditional admiration. And along with that, they were also more curious about Chu Sun. Chu Sun from the Tibetan scripture pavilion slowly out, looking at such a big battle outside. And Zhao Yong's momentum. There is helplessness in his eyes. He is here to fight, and not more than fancy, as to make such a big commotion? Swish, swish, swish. But as Chu Sun had just come, several streams of light descended behind him, each surging with a terrifying aura, namely Xiao Rongyu, Wang He, Elder Jiang, and Elder Wang, who was sitting in the Forbidden Land. They came at great speed and did not suppress their aura, causing them to descend like an ancient immortal god from the heavens, with a raging aura that was not inferior to the great emperors that descended last night. This makes the young geniuses on the sidelines even more inclined. Swooning, this is also too valiant. Right. I had earlier heard people say that the East Prosperity sect is not working, is the weakest of the 6 holy places? Now it seems where is the weakest? Clearly jealousy. Okay, all of a sudden sprung up 5 human emperor realm. My god, it's too powerful. Right. Humph. I think so. These forces are really doing everything to compete for disciples. Even this kind of nasty rumor can be used. Look down on them. However, East Prosperity sect's several human emperors, however, were nervous and bad. Chu Sun was their backbone and future. How could they risk their lives? Elder Wang, who was sitting in the Forbidden Land, even angrily shouted, Nonsense, Elder Chu. Quickly return to the sect. As long as they enter the clan, even if something big happens outside, it won't affect the inside. And if the saints don't visit, no one can break the East Prosperity clan's formation, so they are still very relieved. Hee hee. Chu Sun mouthed with a smile, looking at a few also said, How did you guys come? This matter both because of me, but also when because of me an end. In the hidden scripture pavilion also suffocated for a period of time, would like to try the body outside. Elder Jiang forehead with cold sweat. Heart to this can blindly try it. Want to discourage. but looking at Elder Chu that frank and easy, somehow the heart of a burst of recognition. Actually in the thought, maybe try it is also okay. This thought together could startle him. Elder Chu's status is honorable. How can he fool around here? Elder Chu, there is no harm. I will try first. You guys can press the line for me. Really can't hold up in the end. You guys can go on again. Chusun turned his back to a few people. Calmly said, is also the idea of the heart. If it really is not the opponent he will not try to be strong. The sky collapsed, there is a taller top. How also not his turn? The lips of Elder Wang, who was sitting in the Forbidden Land, quirked and also sighed softly. That's just it. That's just it. Since Elder Chu is willing to make a move, then I'll be the one to hold down the fort. Thinking that Elder Chu had destroyed Zhao Huangchao with a palm a few days ago, and thinking that Chusun still had a wave of Great River Sword intent, even if he couldn't defeat Zhao Yong, he could still be more than enough to go a few rounds with him. So he let him take his shot. Xiao Rongyu delicate pretty face also have full heart. Small face nervous red. If not Forbidden Land King Elder open mouth promise. She is what she said is not allowed. Now can only bawling in the back watching. Vegetarian hand is poised. Ready to assist. Chapter 29, I have a sword. Ha! Zhao Yong was full of mockery. Snapping his fingers a green-colored finger shadow burst out, exploding along the way so fast that it caused the air currents to surge towards the sides. Taking me to test my hand. Are you also worthy? Zhao Yong sneered. If it was back when the heart of the Tao was not broken Chusun he was still afraid of a few points. Now still dare to be so wild. Let him know what belongs to your era has passed. Boom! Not only that, Zhao Yong stretched out his palm, only to see the void around Chusun collapsing violently, while a huge palm imprisoned him in the middle of it, accompanied by that green underworld finger, unleashing an absolute kill. How terrifying! Those dignitaries from secular dynasties all had their eyes jumping wildly, looking at this set in shock, only to feel that Zhao Yong was too strong, moving motionlessly across the distance yet trying to snipe Chusun. How do you cope? There were also people who were worried for Chusun, and the disciples of the East Prosperity Sect were watching from afar, their nervous hearts jumping into their throats for fear that Chusun wouldn't be able to block it. Buzz! Golden light diffused out from Chusun's body, transforming into a ball of light of about 3 feet, and neither the fingers nor the huge void palm shook this shield. Phew! Xiao Rongyu of the East Prosperity Sect let out a long breath and also secretly said, back then, this hand of Elder Chu's defensive golden light shield was a masterpiece. I didn't expect it to still be outstanding after all this time. Elder Zhang's face but no joy, because back then this hand of defense can be called Elder Chu's mastery, and now just out of the hand was forced out. To know that Zhao Yong this is still randomly for, did not use other means. True martial sect patriarch Lu Nantian gently nodded his head, satisfied with the effectiveness of this strike. To casually kill Chusun was obviously an unrealistic thing. Even back then, the true martial great sage had only managed to defeat it with all his might. And now, if they were to be casually killed, it would not be worth the trouble for them to raise such a large crowd. The immortal martial sect's patriarch, however, was frowning slightly as he silently said, although Zhao Yong didn't break the 8th realm of the human emperor yet he was only a foot short of the threshold. If he chopped off Chusun in this battle and broke the demonic barrier, he would surely be able to follow the trend and go straight into the 8th realm of the human emperor. Wouldn't the true martial sect have one more powerful cultivator? Tianji Sect Patriarch, Patriarch of the Goddess Palace, Sect Leader of the Divine Walking Sect, Ginger Family Head, Nangong Clan Chief. These people after seeing this scene performance vary from one to another, more still relaxed and cozy, but casually a hand will force out the Elder Chu's defensive mastery, then this battle will not have another accident. Elder Jiang, King Crane, Xiao Rongyu Fish, Elder Wang who guards the Forbidden Land. These people's faces, however, there is anxiety pervading. Zhao Yong showed the realm although did not break the human emperor 8 realm, but the powerful battle force is afraid that it is already not inferior to the 8 realm of the strongest. Chu Elder hangs. Just this? Zhao Yong snorted playfully, the heart is more and more lost. All these years Chusun always his heart not magic obstacle, thought there is no chance to break again, which thought Chusun actually broke the realm to return to the peak, which let him see the hope, and now the hand-to-hand and let him disappointment. Too weak, but it is a random palm and a finger will be forced to Chusun to move the top of the school. The next how to fight? Solely uninteresting. Lost, disappointed, all sorts of emotions, all at once it pervades the heart. It's complicated, like looking forward to so many years of dueling against each other, really to hard contact but found that the other side is weak unlike words, completely not at a level, the kind of tasteless, so that he also lost the idea of playfulness, boring, and it. Aha! Chusun also gently nodded his head. Just now although he didn't make a move he also saw the strength of the other party, a lot weaker than he imagined. It wasn't worthwhile to use the green vine sword. His eyes slowly moved to the direction of the back mountain of the East Prosperity Sect, and also saw the expectant eyes of the countless disciples of the East Prosperity Sect, and he said in a warm and calm manner, "I have left a sword intent in the back mountain, which has melted into the river, so I will use it to fight today." Wow! Those sword cultivators within the sect immediately stared wide-eyed, their pretty faces instantly suffused with redness. As early as before there was speculation that this sword intent might be from the hands of the elders of the Tibetan scripture Pavilion, and now it was acknowledged by Chu Sun himself to be naturally joyful, especially thinking of this word said by Chu Sun, which was both thrilled and also permeated with a few points of bewilderment. Wow! Boiling river suddenly emerged within the most general sword intent, modeled and miscellaneous. That is the East Prosperity Sect sword cultivation disciples. There are in the riverside Enlightenment success will be their own insights left and not into the effectiveness of the river. Along with Chu Sun's summoning, the entire river was filled with sword chi, and the rushing river was no longer calm, but instead turned into a restless sword dragon, as if it imprisoned countless sword intentions. Great river sword intent, Chu Sun thought. A boiling river galloped from the back of the Clan S mountain, crossing the long sky, so that those who watched the battle were stunned. Can still come, like this to directly summon a sword river? Rumble. The river rushed and the sword intent surged. The several patriarchs, who had earlier remained unperturbed, steeped their expressions and gazed toward the boiling river, saying, "What a dense sword intent, modeled, messy, disorganized." The divine feminine sex patriarch frowned. She felt all sorts of berserk sword intent in that moment. It wasn't the attributes of a single person. It was more like the sword intent of thousands of people fused together. Such a river or a miraculous effect. But it's a bit delusional to think of defeating Zhao Yong. However, the next moment her expression froze on her face and the hairs of sweat stood on end. "Come on." Standing in the void on the old man is still warm and calm. Not in a hurry. Raised his hand to guide the hands of a river sword will melt within the river. In an instant, the river boiled. A drop of water tumbling and surging. The turbulence of the river steeply outburst of murderous gas. The sword rushed to the clouds, across thousands of miles away from the creepy. This, Elder Zhang's scalp tingled as he stared at the river in death. He knew that Elder Chu's hand of great river sword intent was out of this world, but he never thought that it would be terrifying to this extent. This sword, I don't know if you can catch it. Chu Sun looked towards Zhao Yong, spitting out words while chopping down, and in just a moment, the river coalesced into a boiling giant sword, like a huge sword dragon. Rumble. The rushing and raging river water also shook the people watching the battle below. How could they have thought that there would be this hand? Some Wangho realm practitioners were creeped out, staring at the waves within that giant sword river, sucking in cool air and saying, "Every droplet of water within this can easily decimate the Wangho realm." Terrifying. Originally did not know exactly how powerful this sword young genius completely shocked. To know, the Marquis realm has been able to open up a dynasty in the eastern region. Self-appointed son of heaven. And such an existence, even a drop of water in the middle of the cannot be blocked. I feel that every wave that surges together can easily kill the Zunsha realm. There was also a powerful person from a not-so-weak power in the eastern domain who spoke. This is more to trigger a burst of amazement. To know, Wanho realm in the eyes of ordinary people are unattainable characters. Honored has been even more unimaginable. But right now, that huge river sword dragon, randomly a wave can be chopped down. That this sword is how strong. Look at the tossing waves, do not know how geometrical. Number 100. 000. There are also 80. 000. Terrible. Whether it was the geniuses among the seculars or the cultivators from the eastern region, they all showed extreme shock, looking at the plain and unimpressive old man, their hearts filled with shock. It was hard to imagine that he could be this strong. Chapter 30. Formation chopping. The Tianji sect patriarch also stared with a numbscalp at the vastly arriving river sword dragon. As a peak human emperor realm powerhouse, he could feel it much more clearly, and the thousands of sword intent contained within it was already terrifying. With the fusion of Chu Sun's great river sword intent, it was considered to completely stimulate the sharpness of this river, and the sharpness that was revealed in an instant was fearful of opening up the heavens. Thousands of waves, billions of water drops. Though Ru, it coalesced into a river sword dragon. Chop. Directly facing this sword dragon, Zhao Yong clearly feel the pressure within the sword river. That does not belong to the sword of one person. That belongs to the great finished product of the thousands of disciples of the East Prosperity Holy Land who have been practicing for many days. You cheat. Zhao Yong gritted his teeth. He clearly can feel Chu Sun's a big river sword intent is not strong enough to this extent. Is the sword river and the thousands of sword image support this sword, so as to reach a height that does not belong to him? So Chu Sun this sword is to stand enough to take advantage of. But things have come to this point. What to say is useless. A drop of water, a wave, a river, combined together to form a huge sword of water waves. the length and width of no end. Straight down. True martial phantasm. Zhao Yong is not a waste. Can cultivate to this realm are unique. A ray of golden light shines, transformed into a blazing flame, raging burning, accompanied by a phoenix song. A huge bird of God emerged. The sun god bird three-legged golden crow. A phoenix song resounded through the 9 heavens. The blazing temperature instantly rolled. Boom! The whole heaven and earth in a moment like a sea of fire, swept away. The water droplets in the river in the visible speed of the naked eye evaporated, turned into clouds, diffuse in the heaven and earth. Gulp! All around the viewer is shocked to watch this scene. Thought that the old man a hand of the river sword intent has been amazing. Which thought Zhao Yong's this god bird three-legged golden crow appeared as even more days of grams, directly evaporate part of the river. Humph! Chu Sun did not think. Eyes staring across the distant palm lightly chopped. That huge waterflow giant sword also chopped down. Even if the three-legged golden crow and then blaze for the hegemony, it is still difficult to resist. Directly chopped off the neck. Huffing and puffing, the three-legged god bird is ambushed. A wisp of the breath of death forced. Zhao Yong that conceited heart openly trembled up. He actually felt the breath of death under this sword, which made him fear more his anger, as well as unwilling to roar. Earlier he could not beat Chu Sun admitted, but now he clearly has been wasted for 60 years, deserted for 60 years. Why still cannot beat him? He's not happy about it. Did he, Zhao Yong, have to be suppressed for the rest of his life? The pupils of his eyes were filled with intense blazing in flames, the fire in his chest was rising, and the breath of death was on the verge of being more and more imminent. But when the huge sword was about to be chopped down, the breath that had been held back to the extreme point directly exploded. Boom! Cultivation on the body. Humongous breakthrough. Human Emperor 8th Realm. A more powerful aura filled the air and swept through the scene, causing true martial sect patriarch Lu Nantian, who was originally prepared to come to the aid of the true martial sect, to be stunned, and then exuded joy. Zhao Yong's breakthrough signaled that no matter what the outcome was, the true martial sect had already made a big profit. True martial phantasm. After the breakthrough, Zhao Yong's coldness is more prevalent. The killing heart of Chu Sun is instantly reached the extreme point. The pupils of cold and ghostly staring, the body directly diffused the strongest breath and heaven and earth resonance, summoned a terrifying figure, with the cohesion in front of the body, and in the constant gaze, only moments, a head wearing a coronet. The gas swallowed 10,000 miles of the phallic phase reflecting on, cannot see the face, can only see palpitations and trembling from the light of the eyes that are indifferent to the ages. With this phantom, the battle power is bound to soar. Boom! Slap out a palm. Zhao Yong's hideous face was filled with killing intent. At this moment, he was like an immortal god, unstoppable, blessed by the true martial dharma, fearless of everything. He coldly said, Chu Sun, I really have to thank you for the pressure you've put on me. It wasn't Chu Sun, how could he have broken through the realm at a critical time? In appreciation, it is natural to put him to death, to put an end to it. Surprisingly, he has broken through the realm. The eyes of Chu Sun, who was standing there, showed surprise, but looking at Zhao Yong, whose breath was skyrocketing, he still slowly shook his head and said, it's still a little bit worse. This sword of his was a fusion of the Great River Sword intent, and the Great River Sword intent was even forced to a small level of success by his specialized use of the martial way deduction card, where the sword intent in it could not be seen on the surface. Boom! Momentary collision. The huge palm of the true martial phantom as well as Tao Tao's Great River Sword intent. Everyone is like a ringing in the ears like a boom. A strong to the extreme ripples as the vertical and horizontal ripples. Speed push. Xiao Ronyu and the others of the human emperor realm instantly drew back and retreated violently, and the rest of the strongest people were no exception. And when they retreated, those supreme human emperors didn't forget to take away a group of cultivators who were close by with their hands. But there are still people who did not retreat in the first time. Was rippled waves, a large mouth of chattering blood, so that the hearts of people watching the battle from afar trembled, because that coughing up blood but the Zunshi realm, still stranded far away, if it is close will not instantly be turned into a mist of blood, but also shocked, that the collision between two people should be how intense. Click, 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 the constant trembling of the true martial dharma phase, as if it could not withstand this kind of pressure. A strand of the Great River Sword intent was even invading within the true martial dharma phase, making the gaze of the dharma phase gradually illusory, while a crack was also spreading. How? How is that possible? How is this possible? Zhao Yong's heart trembled. This was clearly the peak of him, even breaking through the 8th realm of the human emperor, but he still wasn't an opponent. This was completely unacceptable to him. Feeling the cracking of the true martial phantasm inch by inch, he had a premonition in the bottom of his heart that it was over. Boo! Indeed, without even holding out for a single breath, the true martial dharma phase completely exploded. turning into a rain of light and spilling out into the sky, while the pupils of the true martial sect's patriarch, Lu Nantian, who was observing the battle from afar, shrunk as he bellowed, "How dare you! But it's too late!" Put! A sword chopped down. The boiling river giant's sword swept over Zhao Yong's body, directly chopping him into pieces. Not even a bit of slag left. Brilliant fist light splitting and killing. That is from the true martial sect patriarch Lu Nantian. But Chu Sun did not even look squarely at it, just calmly responded, "What do you dare not?" Chapter 31, If there's something he's really on. Boom! The furious true martial sect patriarch killed him instantly, but he was greeted by the Jiang clan's family head, Jiang Chen, only to see the latter smiling and saying, "Patriarch Lu, not so furious," but the four fields are dead silent. Everyone is dumbfounded and shocked to watch this battle. The heart set off waves of shock, because it is all too fast. From the appearance of the old man to the end of the war, everything seems to be slow but actually not used a few breaths. And the most amazing thing is that these few breaths are wonderful to the extreme. From Chu Sun, a hand of great river sword intent, attracted the clan back of the boiling river, to the true martial arts sect Zhao Yong's broken realm are completed in a few moments. This is all so rapid and overwhelming. Every breath flickers to see there are variables. It seems that the two sides who will win, and it seems that who will lose. The final presentation falls. Zhao Yong was defeated. The body is dead. There's not even a crumb left. As for the true martial sect patriarch Lu Nantian, as early as in the previous to move to rescue the idea, can see Zhao Yong's breakthrough only to give up this idea, which thought that the huge sword contained within the great river sword intent domineering to such a degree, actually hard breaking the true martial phantom, directly Zhao Yong chopped down, so that he was too late to rescue. "Get out!" The furious Lu Nantian yelled. Zhao Yong is a top human emperor of the true martial sect. Breaking through the 8th realm of human emperors is a considerable combat power. Just die here which can be willing. TSK. Pissed off. Can't play. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, scared. Just now this guy was on his left side to watch out for him, not allowing him to go to the aid of Elder Chu, now well cocooned. But in turn, he was stopped by himself. Divine Feminine Sect Patriarch Xu Yaoyao's eyes looked at the duo strangely, but she rarely went to help either of them. And the Tianji Sect Patriarch, the Nangong clan chief, did the same. Earlier on, they wanted to see Chu Sun fall, but things have changed again. And they don't have any deep grudges with the East Prosperity Sect. There's no need to step in at this time. Thanks to the Jiang family master. How righteous! Wang He also thankfully exclaimed. If it wasn't for Jiang Jinshan's intervening hand, with true martial sect patriarch Lu Nantian's strength, in just a few moments Chu Sun would have been in trouble, and would have even fallen into a place of no return. Worthy of being the father of the heavenly destiny villain. Chu Sun eyes have feelings. If you say righteousness on the villain is always out of the heart, especially useful to the villain, but also as a treasure. Think of the last novel in the villain abandoned characters are useless waste, or vaguely as to produce anti-bone boy to defect to the fate of the protagonist, only to be abandoned. Even so also by the fate of the protagonist to take this handle a flurry of black, resulting in centrifugal separation. Actually, it really comes down to it. The villain is real good. Something's wrong and he's really on it. Wonderful. Wonderful. The geniuses from the secular dynasties below, or other forces in the eastern region saw this before they gradually looked around God, and none of them were not showing blazing heat and excitement. Although the exchange of hands was brief, it was too intense. Didn't come for nothing. Earned. Especially think of Chu Sun, that amazing sword, and Zhao Yong's pro forma breakthrough. Excited, this scene I can take back to blow 10 years. Small Li Z, that guy refused to come to feel that there is not much to see. This time I prefer to hit him in the face, so that he can see that this battle is wonderful. Not me too. My friend had to say that the fight couldn't be fought and that the East Prosperity Sect didn't dare to come out. And now I really want to drag him here and point at his nose and say, repeat it to me again. Damn you, it's a fight that can't be fought? It's clearly a punch in the face. But the East Prosperity Sect is really strong. Elder Chu quickly returned to the sect. After the change, Elder Wang He was the first to say and quickly came to Chu Sun's side, to escort him. Elder Jiang, Xiao Rong you fish. These two also arrived moments later. This caused Chu Sun's face to show helplessness as he looked at the several people and muttered silently in his heart. Are you guys here for me to escort me or to add to my troubles? On their kind of war 5 dregs, to say the unreliable Zhao Yong can single-handedly sweep, and he is more unconsciously see into the strongest fighting force of the East Prosperity Sect. If he ran away, leaving a few of them is not to send death. Besides, it's not so easy to leave on your own, is it? Buzz. Wisps of dazzling divine splendor filled the body of immortal Daozong, and behind him even condensed a brilliant ancient immortal god phantom, with the breath of the 9th realm of the human emperor unmistakable. Immortal Dao Sect Patriarch Qin, you took a step forward. His pupils filled with a sharp color as he said with a ghostly coldness, "It just so happens that all of you are here. And it's also considered to be a time to witness whether or not my immortal Dao Sect's elder, who fell in the East Prosperity Sect, is going to have to give an explanation as well." The words just fell within the surrounding nothingness, steeply diffusing several supreme figures. 5 figures. All of them are in the human emperor realm. They stood with their arms folded, staring indifferently at the several people from the East Prosperity Sect. Among them, an elder of the immortal Dao Sect shouted angrily, "Your East Prosperity Sect disciples Hall plundered my disciples within the immortal Dao Sect's gate, and my senior disciple, Zhao Huangqiao, came to ask for the reason why, but was mercilessly subdued and killed here. And if you don't give an account of this matter, you won't be able to make peace with it today." Xiao Rongyu's phoenix eyes condensed. They have long been on the lookout for Xian Taozong, for the latter's delayed retaliation and feel doubtful. And now with the Xian Taozong pressure forced, that is still not clear that this has long been on top of the Donglin Zone. This battle is a must-have. Tianji Sect Patriarch, Master of the Palace of the Goddesses, Sect Leader of the Divine Walking Sect, Nangong Clan Chief. This writes the East Domain big shot then exudes a different color, but there is not too much surprise. The immortal Dao Sect since ancient times, like to protect the calf, especially produced such a big event. Delayed retaliation is not normal, now appear both in the unexpected, but also in the reasonable. More murmured. It seems that the Duel clan, this is the beginning of the Eton East Prosperity Sect. First, the true martial sect invited the battle. Another Xanadu Sect Jedi. Underneath the seemingly calm waves, there are actually lurking steps to kill. It is not obvious then. A stunning appearance. Dang. The immortal Dao Sect Patriarch's body was filled with dazzling divine splendor as he indifferently said, "You guys hold them off for a few breaths, and leave the rest to me." The elder Wang who was guarding the Forbidden Land changed slightly. There was anger on his face. Was this thinking that he could defeat him within a few breaths? It was also too much to underestimate him. Someone Wang coldly said, "Elder Jiang, you escort Elder Chu back to the clan. It's still not a big deal for me to delay for a few breaths." At the same time, the aura on Elder Wang's body was also soaring by the minute. Human Emperor 6th Realm. Human Emperor 7th Realm. Human Emperor 8th Realm. Just compared to Zhao Yong's 8 realms, the breath of Elder Wang sitting in the Forbidden Land was obviously much weaker. I don't know if it was because he was too old or forcibly reverted to his peak, both of which made the chi and blood worse, resulting in a temperament if much more. But Elder Wang's pupils were suffused with harshness and his head was full of ebony hair, and he said indifferently, "It has been a long time since I have returned to my peak." Chapter 32. The Green Vine Sword exhibits its might. Quickly, there's Elder Wang stalling for time. Get back inside the clan as soon as possible. Elder Jiang looked grave. Both staring at the 5 human emperor realm. Also keep an eye on the battlefield. The true martial arts clan, although there is no outsider, can he also hold the Jiang family head? Want to rely on external help again? Obviously impossible. Breaking seal. Immortal Dao Sect Patriarch Qin Yu formed seals with both hands. His body surged with a terrifying aura as an ancient great seal descended from the sky, suppressing and flooding down, filling the air with boundless battle power. Put. Just one shot. Elder Wang, who was sitting in the Forbidden Land, then bled profusely, his body staggering backward, that just glowing black hair turning white again, his face wilting, and his aura suddenly weakening. This, even Shu Sun looked at a burst of jaws. Just Elder Wang, that aura really gave him an illusion. Even if it is a human Emperor 9 realm can also over a few rounds, which thought a photo on the route into such. Nangong clan chief, to not surprised, calmly said, "Elder Wang is old and weak. Forced to restore the realm can also be human Emperor 8 realm." On the contrary, the immortal Dao Sect Patriarch Qin Yu was originally human Emperor 9 realm, but also rich and strong at the peak, now have to use a powerful aptitude to destroy the seal of suppressing. Did not kill Elder Wang with a blow. It's quite remarkable. Elder Wang, Senior Wang, Elder. The several human emperors of the East Prosperity Sect could not help but tremble violently at the sight of this. Elder Wang was the strongest combatant of the East Prosperity Sect, and now that he had been seriously injured by a single shot, how could he not be worried? "Don't care about me. Quickly go." Elder Wang weakly coughed up blood, his eyes filled with shock. This immortal Dao Sect Qin Yu was far stronger than he had expected. "Ha! Go! Maybe?" The 5 human emperors of the immortal Dao Sect made a horizontal move and stopped in front of a few people. And one of them, a white-haired old man with rage in his eyes, stared at Chu Sun dead in the face and gritted his teeth. "You dared to kill my senior brother. And even if I have to spell out this old life today, I will bury you here." Xiao Rong fish pretty face a cold look to the front of the body. A few people, if it is as she has no fear, can be full of 5. Pressure is not her own can block. Clenched his teeth. A red dress back to the Chu Sun said, "Chu elders first back." There is this sect master and no one can overstep this half step. Snort! A sword mark cut through, leaving abyssal gullies in the void. Xiao Rongyu's breath was also gradually surging, obviously ready to use forbidden techniques, which made Chu Sun, who was behind a few people, show helplessness. He had no intention of retreating, and said in a soft tone, "Sect leader should still wait for a while, so that I can be a moment for them." A greencoat stood in front of Xiao Rongyu, looking at that back, vaguely like seeing the scene of the past. In her most helpless time as this greencoat stood in front of the body, blocked everything, as if the sky collapsed is not afraid, and now in the most weak and powerless time, or he stood out. Humph, arrogant. That white-haired old man named Zhao Sentiment, cultivation of the human emperor's 7th realm. This realm is reasonably not able to beat Chu Sun, but he has a few teachers and brothers in the joint forces who are not afraid. We only need to drag on for a few moments. Sect leader Qin is about to finish off that old thing who doesn't know how to die, so we can easily win by dragging on for a few breaths. Another old man also said. Right. A few people came together to walk forward. The heart of the pressure is also weakening. Think of Chu Sun that a big river sword intent, the heart of the fear, but think of that as unique. With the help of the river's momentum, this kind of sword intent can only be used with a time. Really on the battlefield, Chu Sun is not imagined to be strong, and is not worth so scary. Chu Sun, Elder Chu, Elder Chu. Chu Sun faintly smiled. His back to a few people will lead out the green vine sword. A crystal clear green vine sword. Flow diffuse warm luster. Even people who do not know the sword to look at will marvel at a good sword. Not to mention the fact that the people present are not weak. Zhao Aishu's eyes flowed with scorn, saying, "This sword is extraordinary. The body is warm and moist, but the green vines are filled with spiritual light. I'm afraid that it's a superb artifact. Even the Taishian sword, which has been on fire for a while recently, can't be comparable to it." The several human emperors around them nodded silently. They too had heard of the recent appearance of a superb magic weapon Taishian sword in Tianbao City. The sword body was ancient and introverted. It did not display any aura. Even ordinary cultivators were able to control it. It was a rare human emperor's magic weapon. It was only a pity that this sword had originally fallen into the immortal Dao sect, and in the end, it was hard to snatch it away. Now that they saw this green vine sword in Chu Sun's hands, they only felt that the spirit was extraordinary. Even compared to that Taishian sword, it was not inferior or even better. If they took it into their hands they might not be able to make up for their losses. Greed also looms large. Their desires. Chu Sun naturally saw it in his eyes. The corner of his mouth hung a cold smile. The green vine sword fell into his palm, lightly waving and slicing out a sword. Wow! In an instant, sword intent skyrocketed. A dazzling silver aura flashed between heaven and earth. Even Lu Nantian, who was making a move, paused slightly, skimming from the corner of his eye. But his pupils suddenly contracted and fell into shock. The sky and earth were white, while a dazzling and unrivaled Milky Way sword light rushed, as if it were an unparalleled condensed ocean, pouring down and sweeping half of the sky. Hiss! Throughout the battlefield, everyone's gazes gazed over, feeling the overwhelming sword intent. Even their souls trembled, and they couldn't help but tremble. What kind of sword is that? It's horrible. Goddess Sect Patriarch, True Martial Sect Patriarch, Ginger Family Head, Xiao Rongyu Fish. All of these human emperor realms stayed there in shock, their scalps tingling as they witnessed the unparalleled silver light pouring out. Even the Jiang family lord was no exception, breathing hard in shock as he said, "This sword, it's hard for even me to withstand it." He completely trembled. Thought of Chu Elder only broke the human emperor realm how long? His first meeting he is only human emperor 4 realm has let himself shocked speechless. But just a turn of the eye will hear that he slapped Zhao Huang Chao, the Ion, only a few days later. This again a sword to let themselves all feel the crisis. How can a person be strong to such a point? Boom! The first to bear the brunt of Zhao's sentiment feel the unparalleled sword intent, as well as that heaven and earth a white blanket of the Milky Way tilted. Scalp is numb. Life and death crisis erupted under the wildly shouted, together. Where else to say? These 5 human emperors all felt the crisis of death. No one dares to stay back. True martial phantasm. These several people have dense dazzling light, behind the cohesion of a huge phantom. Originally this scene is shaking the heavens and earth, but in that matchless silver light under the dull. But several people do not care about these. The killing move is even more instantaneous outbreak. Breaking seal. Vajra seal. The seal of Heavenslayer. Pan-Dragon Palm. In the blink of an eye, each of them activated more than one powerful mastery, all of which were the strongest in their lives. The trance was accompanied by the killing of Jingo and iron horses, as well as the chanting of the Buddha, and even more so, the roaring of that divine dragon. And each of these feats was strong to the extreme, as the 5 of them joined forces to shake this matchless pouring out of the sword's intent. However, the sword light destroys everything. Whether it is the huge ancient seal, the golden Buddha palm, or the divine dragon phantom, all of them fall apart under this sword, and pop up and shatter inch by inch. Click, click, pust. The sword light swept across the room, chopping away like a bamboo, and one could vaguely hear a mournful cry. Senior brother's sentiment. Senior brother Gunan. This was followed by a relentless white aura that overwhelmed everything, making it impossible to open one's eyes. Chapter 33, Qin Yu's Terror. Gollum. Gollum. Those heavenly sons of the secular dynasties watching the battle below, as well as the countless geniuses of the eastern region, and even the up-and-coming prides, had their eyes wide open, staring at that sword in shock, especially those who cultivate the sword. Only feel blessed to the heart, usually stuck in their own sword Dao steep breakthrough. This sword contains too much sword Dao enlightenment, even a trace of the vastness of it is enough for them to break through. This successive epiphanies of the sword Dao made those around them who did not cultivate the sword envious to the extreme, which would have thought that just by watching the battle for once, someone would have a big breakthrough. Phew! Inside the door of the East Prosperity Sect, as the eldest brother in white as snow Jiang dust naturally watching the battle, earlier still nervous pinching fists, because I know the situation of the East Prosperity Sect, to see the scene to completely relax, eyes full of respect and emotion. I did not expect the master was so powerful, but also glittering to the master in the hands of the sword. Compare that with this Tai Xian sword. It's so lame. Earlier when his master said that Tai Xian sword was given to him, he was still a bit apprehensive. All this time he thought about what method he should give it to his master again, and now he was also completely relaxed. His master had a better one. Then this sword he himself could frankly accept it. Senior sentiment. Senior brother Gunan. The voice of grief resounded through the void. Immortal Dao Sect's Qin Yu heart suddenly stagnant. The expression on his face stiffened, vaguely flooded with ominous foreboding. Pupils dead stare to go, only to see that brilliant and unparalleled silver dashing. There are still 3 people standing in mid-air, but none of them are not pale and weak. The body is suffused with sword traces. As for the other 2 drips are not. Boom! This scene fell in the eyes of the other Holy Land of the Patriarch. The pupil is also violently contracted. Goddess Sect of Chu Yao Yao inhaled cool air. Human Emperor realm is a pillar of the clan. A loss of 2 even if it is the immortal road sect of such a deep-rooted fear cannot carry it. The palace master of Tianji Palace, however, was filled with shock, not having thought that Chu Sun's sword would be overbearing like this, directly decapitating the 2 of them, or with no one joining hands. Senior brother's sentiment. Senior brother Gunan sacrificed their lives to protect us. The 2 of them have fallen. A human emperor was filled with grief, witnessing his 2 senior brothers die in front of him while doing nothing. Sect master, avenge the 2 senior brothers. This passage was sent into the lower part of the room, further causing those who were watching the battle to vibrate, and a line of sight looked at the plain old man's body again, all of them shaking. It's incredible. This old road, a little too strong. 5 human emperors join hands were actually killed by his sword 2 people, or the strongest 2 people. If it is another split sword will not be a direct regimentation of these 5 human emperors? Scalp numbness. Those who were second only to the 6 major forces also swallowed their mouths furiously. Earlier on, the legend of the East Prosperity Sect dying circulated among the topmost forces in the eastern region, and they were still coveting the position of the East Prosperity Sect. Now it seemed that the thin dead camel was bigger than a horse. Even a single Chu inquirer would be able to easily flatten one of their clans. It's too strong. That strength. Horror. Whoosh. Qin Yu's pupils erupted with blazing killing opportunities. His head full of long hair disheveled with the wind. A golden spear fell into his palm, and he said with a murderous aura, Chu Sun, you shall die. This short-month inquiry within the immortal Dao sect even died 3 human emperor realm, which are also human emperor 5 realm above the strong, completely shook the foundation of the immortal Dao sect, and everything is to lose Chu Sun given, so his killing intent came to the peak. Elder Wang, who was suppressing the Forbidden Land, still wanted to block, but Qin Yu merely let out a loud roar and casually slapped out a palm, sending the weakened Elder Wang flying sideways, nearly dying. Whoosh! The golden spear gulped out endless coldness and stabbed straight at him. Xiao Rongyu and the others felt the bone-piercing coldness and were creeped out, violently realizing the dreadfulness and horror of the 9 realms of the human emperor, which was far more than ordinary people could withstand. Great River Sword intent. Chu Sun also looked gloomy. This is his first time against the human emperor 9 realm of the strong. If not in the hands of this holy weapon he is completely afraid to fight. Right now even holding this green vine sword is only try. Did not want to chop the other party under the horse of the absurd idea. Buzz. A hanging Milky Way rolled vastly. This time there were no water droplets, but it was as if there were countless water droplets, all because it was all made up of weak and tiny sword intent. transforming into a monstrous Milky Way vastly intercepting it. But the strong golden spear was like falling into a swamp. It was actually blocked under the sword, especially because the Great River sword intent was so profound and extraordinary that it froze his strike. The patriarch of the Nangong clan always frowned, only slightly relieved at the sight, saying, "It's not that Chu Sun is too strong. It's that sword in his hand that has problems." Holy weapons. Sect leader of the Divine Walking Sect. Tianji Sect Patriarch. Master of the Palace of the Goddesses. True Martial Sect Patriarch. These several people also recognized. Eyebrows cannot help but tightly locked. Holy weapon is naturally easy to explain. Is a saint refining holy weapon? But such weapons only saints can play the power of which. Even the 9 realms of the human emperor do not see to be able to harness the holy weapon. So they are these people out of the noble as a force at the helm of the helmsman, but also did not have to carry a holy weapon with them. Seeing that Chu Sun was not only able to harness it, but even erupted with uncommon power, they all stared at the sword dead in the face and said, "I fear that this sword is different from the Taishan sword. Only better. Is this the depth of the East Prosperity Sect? No wonder it's been able to stand in the Eastern domain for 3,000 years. Even the Jiang clan's lord, Jiang Chen, couldn't help but sigh." Elder Chu. Elder Wang, who suppressed the Forbidden Land, witnessed this scene, also fell into solidification. Personally fighting with immortal Dao Sect's Qinyu to know how powerful he was, without using the magic weapon could suppress and injure him. Now taking out the magic weapon and going all out, who could resist? While Elder Chu was able to separate himself from it with a single sword. This, Elder Wang He, Elder Jiang, and the rest of them were overwhelmed by this monstrous ecstasy, never expecting that Chu Sun would give them such a big surprise. But after the ecstasy, there is a strong worry. Now Chu Sun's strong is just illusory, such as the mirror flower and water moon. A touch of broken. Chu Sun's strong is relying on the holy weapon, and the consumption of the holy weapon they are aware of, cannot support a few times, such as the present. Qin Yu's momentum is more and more prosperous. He was now completely at his peak. Even if this spear was stopped, it still didn't affect the state. And even this was just a trial period for him to adapt and mobilize the huge energy in his body. And the next was the most terrifying moment. Elder Chu quickly returned to the sect. Elder Jiang colored and said, taking this opportunity to retreat as he walked, as long as he could return to the clan, any stronger Qin Yu would not dare to take half a step. Otherwise he would be broken under the formation. I can't get away. Chu Sun looked gloomy, sensing the difficulty. That Qin Yu's stab of a golden spear was sheer and had built up. At this time, if he took a step back there would be a danger of doom, and trying to go back inside the sect was already a nightmare. Chapter 34, A Long Sigh. Walk away? Qin Yu's pupils erupted with blazing killing intent. The immortal Taoist sect had lost 2 people, plus Zhao Huangchao was already a triple human emperor. This revenge couldn't possibly be let go just like that. Kill. The golden war spear gulped out a terrifying sharpness, and the battle intent climbed to the extreme peak, and with a swinging chop from afar, there was a blazing golden spear intent that flourished. Great River sword intent. This was still the same sword that had just been chopped out. This was already Chu Sun's strongest means. Even the 8 desolate palms didn't dare to use it, fearing that the moment of delay would lead to great trouble for himself. He's finished. Divine Feminine Sect Patriarch Shu Yao Yao hung there, a pair of beautiful eyes showing complexity. Having witnessed his splendor, she was also about to witness his downfall. The Qin Yu who had exploded at full strength had few rivals in the realm of human emperors, and the handing out of this sword also meant that there was no more power left in Chu Sun's hands, and this was his strongest means already. It won't be able to block a few rounds. The Tianji Sect Patriarch was also shaking his head. Where was the sacred artifact so easy to play? In his opinion it was at most 3 or 5 swords, while Qin Yu's moves were already coherent. There would be tens or hundreds of strikes in a split second. If no one interrupted, Chu Sun would surely die. Looking around the field, the only one who seemed to have this ability and condition was Jiang Chen. True Martial Sect Patriarch Lu Nantian stared at the other party with a cold look. Earlier this guy had blocked him, but now it was the other way around. Elder Chu. Elder. The line of people from the East Prosperity Sect, on the other hand, changed color violently, looking at the back of that green shirt with black hair flying. Their hearts were filled with touch and panic, and they also knew that Chu Sun couldn't block a few rounds. No, we can't let Elder Chu risk his life. Xiao Rongyu clenched her teeth, her eyes full of perseverance. Anyone in the East Prosperity Sect could die, only Elder Chu could not. Explode. Forbidden spells. Pain suffused the delicate, pretty face. However, there was a supreme breath revived in her body, like a giant dragon that had been sleeping for many years, or an ancient true god that was about to be revived, and just a wisp of breath shook the heavens and the stars. Roar! The realm on his body suddenly exploded. Human Emperor 4th Realm. Human Emperor 5 Realms. Human Emperor 6th Realm. Human Emperor 7th Realm. The scene was unbelievable. Wang He, as well as Jiang Elder obviously know what the situation. Complex look at Xiao Rongfish but Rare did not go to interrupt. Really want to make a choice to round 1. They still chose Chu Elder. Perhaps dissuading Xiao Rongyu to give her a certain amount of time can likewise grow up, but compared to her Chu Elder's thick and thin is obviously faster. And, in the case of reason as well as to Chu Elder's feelings they have chosen the latter. Humph. Xinyu's pupils were filled with ghostly cold. How could he not notice this opportunity? His body was chilled with a ghostly light that instantly transformed into black lightning, crossing over and striking Xiao Rongyu directly. Block. Elder Wang He. Elder Jiang. These two also changed color, but just as he moved a step, he was stopped by the immortal Dao Sect's 3 remaining human emperors, and could only watch as the spectral light struck across Xiao Rongyu's body, interrupting that forbidden recovery. Put. Big mouthful of blood. Xiao Rongyu's pretty face paled. The body was full of weakness, but more than that, it was despair. Xinyu's pupils were cold, not seeing a trace of emotion, mercilessly sweeping Xiao Rongyu. His body was filled with killing intent. If he could, Donglin Sect might be able to get rid of his name today, which made him see the opportunity. Chu Sun was already a person who was bound to die. He didn't allow anyone to disturb him, and although the variables that arose from Xiao Rongyu's body were odd, as long as they interrupted the recovery it was nothing. Scanning the state of the field, Elder Wang is ruined. Xiao Rongyu hit hard. Elder Wang He. Elder Jiang. Not to be feared. In this case, it seemed that the possibility that the East Prosperity Sect was going to be exterminated was extremely high, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a grim smile. Looking at it this way, the immortal Dao Sect's loss of 3 human emperor realms wasn't as much of a loss as he had imagined. Pity. Chu Sun was also secretly sighing when he saw the scene. The power of the 9th realm of the human emperor was deeply beyond his expectations. It was simply not something that he could resist. After all, it was still a span of several realms. But in his heart there was not much fear. Preparations had been made before this trip. There might be people who could kill him in the human emperor realm, but there were definitely very few, and Xinyu was clearly not one of them. Thought surging, a piece of legal paper surfaced within the palm of his left hand. A reward for reading 1,000 scrolls of scriptures. Can carry 1 attack. Naturally sealed his strongest strike. If he used it now, together with the Great River Sword intent in his hand, it would be enough to force Xinyu back, and he himself would be able to carry the sect leader and the others away. It was just a pity that this life-preserving artifact had only been in his hands for a few days before it was used. Lamentable though. And yet there was no hesitation. It's done. Any further delay creates variables. No one can save you anymore. Xinyu approached step by step. His aura was rumbling, and his golden spear was also gulping out endless cold auras. His next strike was going to severely injure Chu Sun, and within 3 moves, he would behead him. Ugh! A long and drawn-out sigh resounded in the sky, slowly echoing, causing the entire sky to suddenly freeze. All the human emperors who were still exchanging blows froze. Even those below who were watching the battle were all shocked in unison, their pupils contracting as they froze there. Only so a moment, as if the whole world is in a freeze. The aftermath of the battle in the air is fixed there. Time as if with a sigh and stood still. Goddess Sect Patriarch. Tianji Sect Patriarch. True Martial Sect Patriarch. Sect Leader of the Divine Walking Sect. Nangong Clan Chief. Ginger Family Head. These top human emperors have also been fixed there. Their bodies are like being blocked by invisible avenues, and their pupils are shrinking, almost horrified, gazing in the direction of the East Prosperity Sect, and there is only one thought, in their hearts and minds, saints. Immediately after, he was haunted by infinite panic. The existence of the realm of saints was too terrifying, so much so that there were 6 holy places in the vast eastern region, and it was also because of the birth of 6 saints that they were honored with the title of the 6 holy places. But now there is a long sigh. Obviously a sigh can be in this chaotic battlefield but clear into the ears of everyone, more so that the outbreak of the battle and the aftermath of all stagnation in that. This means that only the saints have. Sage of the East Prosperity Sect. Xinyu is like an electrocuted cat that has been shocked like never before, and he tries his best to swing his golden spear, but it is not aimed at Chu Sun, but it is chopping into nothingness, forcing him to break through the pressure, and he retreated backward in fear, and in a flash he appeared 100,000 miles away, and he became the farthest person to retreat among all of them. No one would laugh at him because they would only do even more when they stood in that position. From Xinyu's step-by-step pressures to the total collapse of the East Prosperity Sect, everyone thought that the big picture had been settled. How could they have imagined that a saint would pop up in the end? Damn it! Xinyu stood in a distant direction with an uncertain expression, both for his own ability to escape here and thankful, but also panic and anger. East Prosperity Sect, both saints, why not sooner or later emerged? That as of now so that they see hope and on the verge of despair. Chapter 35, Changes in the Powers. Not only him, True Martial Sect Patriarch, Goddess Sect Patriarch, Tianji Sect Patriarch, Sect Leader of the Divine Walking Sect, Nangong Clan Chief. These people's thoughts were not far from each other, both giddy and dumbfounded. If the East Prosperity Sect Saint had shown a wisp of breath earlier, who would dare to be reckless in front of the East Prosperity Sect? Earlier, the news that the Saint of the East Prosperity Sect might have fallen had been circulating within the Eastern Domain, and that was what made the scene of their great oppression. If they had known that the Saint was still alive, who would have dared to be so unbridled? It's okay now. It's all been fought to this point. Everyone thought you had died a violent death. As a result, you're out. Saints. Chusun, also a little dizzy, looked back at the direction of the clan. This is even he did not expect. Did not think that there is still such a supreme power within the clan. But the palm of the hand in the middle of the magic paper but does not move to put away. Since there are saints to clean up the mess, there is no need to waste another magic paper. Sage, Elder Wang. He also revealed the color of joy. He is also with other people in general battle to this time. The last trace of luck in the bottom of the heart is gone. Thought that the saint sat down. Never thought that it is still alive. Elder Wang, who is responsible for suppressing the Forbidden Land, has a complicated look in his eyes, and seems to have known about this matter for a long time. But he was not surprised by the recovery of the saint and a wisp of breath, but more of a sigh, as if strangling his wrists, and ultimately, looked in the direction of Chu Sun and also fell silent. And it might be worth it for him. Senpai. Earlier, the helmsmen of the various forces were all looking out of the corner of their eyes, peacefully hanging on one side like supreme deities, but now they were all bowing, facing the East Prosperity Sect and reporting their respect. Even Qin Yu of the True Martial Sect is not an exception. Nothing else, only respect for the realm of the saint. Perhaps there is also a share of other reasons, have hit the doorstep of others, this time the saint recovery to not be obediently and honestly as a little brother, for fear of a snap of the fingers will be evaporated from the earth. That's a bitter or no place. Even if their clan might be unwilling afterward, that would be after death. And they who had cultivated to this realm with great difficulty did not want to die so unexplainedly. Perhaps the only Jiang clan's Jiang Jinshan is the most excited. Eyes suffused with glittering glitter. East Lin's sect has a saint is something he never thought of. But this out to his surprise is no less than Chu Sun show so demonic talent. Earn it. Blood money. Jiang Jinshan in the heart of the beautiful. As the largest ally of the East Lin Zone. This East Lin Zone, the stronger the body, is an ally of the natural most at ease. And think of their own actions just now. More and more admire their own vision. Go! Elder Wang, who suppressed the Forbidden Land, supported his weak body, and with a flick of his sleeve, he enveloped the injured Xiao Rongyu, as well as Elder Wang He, and they were to be taken back to the sect. Elder Wang He is somewhat reluctant. Earlier suffered such a big grievance, which can be so easily just, if there is no saints also, even if, now the big backer both in. Naturally, to flaunt to find the scene, the Sixth Holy Land is really good patience, carrying the eastern region of the momentum oppression over. Really think that he is a vegetarian East Lin Zone? Elder Wang, my East Prosperity Sect saint is about to come out. Wouldn't it be a joke for people to retreat at this time? Elder Wang, he said. However, with a voice transmission from Elder Wang who suppressed the Forbidden Land, Elder Wang he instantly quieted down, and the expression of joy on his face dissipated, and he was wrapped up in his body in a wooden manner, returning to the East Prosperity Sect, True Martial Sect Patriarch, Sect Leader of the Divine Walking Sect, Ginger Family Head, Nangong Clan Chief. These people also watched in silence. Every one of them dared to obstruct. Even Qin Yu, who was far away in the sky, did not dare to take half a step closer, and after witnessing the line of people return to the sect, the wisp of sage's pressure dissipated, and bewilderment permeated the faces of several people. Looking at each other have apprehension and confusion. Some of them have been ready to pay the price, but that thought of the East Prosperity Sect saints actually did not appear at all. What's that supposed to mean? Saints are generous, not bothering to take on their juniors? Unrealistic. If it is an unusual encounter, saints indeed do not bother to these juniors' hands, but this has been bullied to the doorstep, and then do not do it possible. There is a bewilderment in the heart as well as an amazing guess. Is it possible that the saints of the East Prosperity Sect have died? Just that sigh is nothing but illusory? No. Carefully recall the sigh under the pressure. That is the real saint breath. There cannot be any fake. Both the real saint has no intention to can. Why did not choose to show up? Several of the helmsmen of the various forces' eyes are flashing different colors. Inwardly have their own conjecture, or denial or hesitation, but have been vertical departure. Both East Prosperity Sect saints are still in today's siege will become a joke. Even Qin Yu of the Immortal Tao Sect, not to mention whether or not the East Prosperity Sect saint was alive. Just the East Prosperity Sect's formations were not something he could break, and he also disappeared into this place with a single leap. And that's when countless spectators remained below. Some of them were secular dynasty dignitaries who had traveled thousands of miles to come over. Some were Eastern Domain cultivators, and others were Eastern Domain geniuses, but were awed by today's battle. Before they came, they only witnessed the seniors of the human emperor realm fighting, which thought that the process was not only so sound, but the evolution of the aftermath was even transformed into a sparring match between the two clans. And in the end, saints even popped up. Even if the sage senior did not show up, that solid sigh and the expressions of the major patriarchs all confirmed that there was a sage in the East Prosperity Sect. Saints. There are saints in the East Prosperity Sect. Originally there were many geniuses in the eastern region between the six forces wavering. Do not know which one to choose. After today's battle they openly have a choice. Thought of the East Prosperity Sect that fell from the sky of the number of human emperors, and saw that the plain and simple, but one sword after another to kill the human emperor of the old man. Even more, they thought of the saint that emerged from the East Prosperity Sect at the end. If this wasn't a big backer, there was still that one in the East Domain that was a big backer. The situation that really happened they couldn't understand, but they could see how strong the East Prosperity Sect was. I want to worship the East Prosperity Sect. I want to worship the East Prosperity Sect as well. And me. It's not clear if there are any saints in the other Holy Lands, but the East Prosperity Sect is a real one. The eyes of these young geniuses burned and blazed, permeated with intense excitement. There is no lack of secular dynasties in which some of the sons of heaven are honored to be the head of a country. After witnessing this battle, they also marveled. Today's battle, the East Prosperity Sect is completely seated in the eastern region's oldest power. The depth of its foundation is truly unfathomable. In the future, when more geniuses are dispatched to worship in your sect, there was also an order from the Son of Heaven that said, in the future, but if there is a genius in the country who worships the East Prosperity Sect, when he is crowned, he will be rewarded with an earl, as well as a heavy amount of gold. Obviously this battle also let those secular dynasties in remote areas see the depth of the strong, want to use the disciples to attach to climb the friendship. Inside the East Prosperity Sect, Chu Sun was also a bit curious. Things had come to this point. Why didn't the sage seniors show up to clean up the mess? Chapter 36, The Sage is Ill. Elder Wang, who had suppressed the Forbidden Land, saw Chu Sun's doubts and sighed in a complicated manner. The saint is ill. Chu Sun wondered. Xiao Rongyu's beautiful eyes also revealed complexity. As the head of the East Prosperity Sect, she still knew some secrets, among which was about the saint's deeds, and said in a low voice, the saint, his old man does not have much life left. As early as more than 10 years ago, they closed down and fell asleep so as not to leak their essence, in order to delay the time to live for 2 more years, thus holding on to the East Prosperity Sect to rise again the younger generation. Earlier the East Prosperity Sect sage's most expected candidate was her, and now there is Elder Chu who is obviously more inclined to the latter. The saint is ill, Chu Sun murmured. The heart of the doubt is also in one by one unraveling. No wonder the saint has obviously recovered but delayed to show up. If the saint's hands want to kill the immortal Taoist sect patriarch is but a matter of a snap of the fingers. But still silent can also see the saint's weak body from it. That has been unable to cover up. Elder Jiang, Elder Wang He. These two were also in silence for a while. They heard the Elder Wang who suppressed the Forbidden Land explain that the saint's recovery this time led to the essence leaking out again, and could only last for another year, and that they could also force their hands to suppress immortal Dao sect patriarch Qinyu today, and Jinwu sect patriarch Lu Nantian today, but the price to pay would be to be seated in the grave. It's clearly not worth it. Although the two patriarchs were top experts of the human emperor's 9th realm, it was too much of a loss to allow a saint to accompany the fall, and anyone with a clear eye could see the loss. Even if it is Chu Sun heard this heart is also a burst of wrist, great regret. Just now also in the East Prosperity Zone appeared out of a saint seniors, which thought that even a head did not venture in silence, but he also did not have too much regret. The saint is still alive is obviously a good thing. Delayed for a year, then even if the face of saints should have the power of a battle. Thoughts to this. Also the mind is open. Calmly nodding his head towards the several people, he said, then I'll go back to observe the books within the Bible Pavilion first. Elder Wang He was also stunned for a moment as he looked at Chu Sun's back. With such a big event happening within the sect, even news about the imminent fall of a saint, you still have the leisure to read a book? Elder Jiang was also dumbfounded, then sighed, worthy of being Elder Chu. This calmness of heart, we are still far apart. Come to think of it, although the news is explosive, but after knowing that there is no other way, rather than pondering over it, it would be better to take the opportunity to enhance their own strength to cope with the future changes. The emotion in the eyes of Elder Wang, who suppressed the Forbidden Land, grew stronger. And he also felt that the saint's forced revival was not a disadvantage, and as long as Elder Chu could rise, he would certainly be able to take up the beam in the future. But he also asked, Sect leader Xiao, how is your situation? Okay. Xiao Rongyu's face was pale and lacked blood, but there was no fatigue in her eyes. Her forbidden technique was used halfway and was forcibly interrupted, but instead it allowed her to fold less severely, and she also asked, what about you? It's very serious. I'm afraid I'll have to stay in seclusion for a while, Elder Wang said silently. He had been injured very badly by Immortal Dao Sect Patriarch Qinyu and needed time to recover, and was also fortunate that he had made sufficient preparations for the Forbidden Land a few days earlier, or else it would have been yet another troublesome matter. Sendo Sect. Forbidden Land. Immortal Dao Sect Patriarch Qinyu also came to the Saint's cultivation site and reported the matter respectfully, and the Great Hall fell silent for a few moments before an empty, tiny voice landed. You did the right thing. A white-haired, white-bearded old man sitting on top of a futon in mid-air opened his eyes. Pupils flashed thousands of images. Just from Qinyu's report will be sorted out 8 or 9, calmly said. Although the East Prosperity Sect Saints didn't die, although there are some surprises, but also probed into the real situation. More than a year, less than a few months, Qinyu's pupils contracted. The hearts set off in horror. The word saint was too heavy in the eastern region, so much so that most of them were in awe and kept their mouths shut, and now listening to the old ancestor calmly expounding on the imminent fall of a saint. His heart was still quite appalled. But you did the right thing. The old man sitting on the futon nodded once again. With the cultivation of the human emperor's 9th realm, if he exchanged a saint, even if it was a saint whose great limit was approaching, it would be a blood prophet. Just why should their Immortal Dao sect fall a human emperor's 9th realm? It was a good thing that they did not completely provoke the recovery of the saints. Just wait quietly. Within a year, do not provoke the East Prosperity sect. After the old man sitting on the futon finished speaking, his figure disappeared, going nowhere. Qinyu also obeyed the order. The East Lin sect has a saint naturally cannot be as arrogant as usual, but it is good to try to find out the true depth of the East Lin sect as well as the situation. Even if there are saints, it's not that scary once it's been probed. True martial sect. The black-robed and cold Lu Nantian was also reporting back to the saint about what happened today, and the reply he received was also the same as the Immortal Dao sect in general. The saints of the East Prosperity sect were about to fall, so there was no need to touch the wrong side of the law at this time. A dying saint. Really want to limit 1 for 1. Even if you can't do it, you can still hit hard. This is undoubtedly to give other forces the opportunity. Even the high saints don't want to touch this brow. Then Chu Sun. Lu Nanshan's lips quirked. After thinking about it, he still gave up asking his own saint, truly recalling that the Chu Sun of the East Prosperity sect wasn't as strong as he had imagined. A sword to cut Zhao Yong. But trickery. Borrowing a sword river in the back of the East Prosperity sect's mountain, in which the sword intent of thousands of disciples had been accumulated, and being taken by surprise by him, thus erupting with a power beyond imagination. In addition to that is that the holy weapon need to be on guard, but there is no need to be too cautious. With the strength of the human emperor's 9 realms can easily suppress the possession of the holy weapon of the Chu Sun. The next time I see you is bound to carry the holy weapon to kill, then Chu Sun cannot turn any waves. Thoughts to this. Also the mind is open. Retreat in silence. Divine Action Sect. Tianji Sect. The Palace of the Goddess. Nangungs. These top forces in the eastern region had all received the same tacit approval. The East Prosperity Sect saints had reached the end of their days, so there was no need to touch the mold. And as for Chu Sun's short year, even if he had grown, what winds and waves could he stir up? Inside the hidden scriptures. Buzz. Chu Sun arm stretching. The green vine soared with the movement. Turquoise vitality into a green vine winding sword body. Even he is very satisfied. More no today's battle this green vine sword but play a vital role. My cultivation is still a bit different from the human emperor 9 realm, but if I want to escape, he won't be able to stop me. Chu Sun was also reviewing today's encounter. If he encountered the 9th realm of human emperors in the plains, he directly drew back and left without giving the opposite side to build up momentum to stop the kill. As long as the moves were not connected, there was no way to take him. When he really had to, he still had the talisman in his hand and had no problem escaping. Besides, after experiencing this matter he easily will not go down the mountain. Silently recall their own means. The 8 Baron Palm has been a period of time without a breakthrough. The Great River Sword will also be stronger if it is again integrated. The body cultivation breakthrough is the top priority. The 3 above. Any one of the breakthroughs are enough to be worry-free in the human emperor realm, but all of these need time. But also thankful that the saint of the East Prosperity sect is still alive. At least this period of time is bound to be very quiet. Leisurely pick up a scripture. After returning his mind back to the ancient wells, he slowly chanted again. But he was interrupted just a few pages in. Chapter 37, Rewarding 10 Years of Cultivation. Grandpa Chu. Li Yaozi stood obediently on the 8th floor of the scripture pavilion, her pair of dark and clear eyes foggy with reluctance, as well as ecstatic fulfillment. Well, Chu Sun looked to the little girl when the heart is also melting. Said these days although they are in the essence of their own, but the small Yaochi also have many days have not come. See that the firm little face is afraid of these days in order to convince the mother did not suffer. P.S. Above Li Yaozi's plot in front of the revised down. Feel the discrepancy can be read down the front. I'm leaving, Li Yaozi lowly said. In this corner of the Tibetan scripture pavilion she only found the sense of belonging of home, not that cold and numb place within the Taoist system, not always being supervised and urged to cultivate. The only place where she has peace and belongs to her own time is in that corner, and is also going to leave Grandpa Chu. Is it time to go? A ripple also rose in Chu Sun's heart, counting the time. If it wasn't for Li Yaozi's stubbornness in waiting for herself to teach those comers a lesson, I'm afraid that she would have already returned to the Taoist system by now. There was a brief moment of feeling. Looking at the little girl's attributes. Name, Li Yaozi. Age, 4 years old. Cultivation, body refining realm. Chakra, deep purple, the phantom lotus is hidden. The Chiluk was obviously further also don't need to worry about her safety. So he got up and said, do you still remember Grandpa Chu said that he would give you a gift before he left? Li Yaozi's bleak eyes flooded with hope. Mumble. Stretch your palms. A metal bracelet was quietly placed in his palm, and Chu Sun softly said, do you like it? Love it. Li Yaozi had a bright smile in her eyes. No matter what Chu Sun gave her she liked it because this was the first time she was given a meet and greet gift and it was still Grandpa Chu who she cared about. Taking off the bracelet that belonged to herself and putting on this gold bracelet gifted by Chu Sun, the little girl even tilted her wrist, showing off splendidly, saying, does it look good? Good looking. Chu Sun nodded back. Li Yaozi is still smiling, but there is gloom in her eyes. Leaving the Donglin sect in the future life will be boring again, and always be watched. The main thing is that this is like Uncle Fu's General Grandpa Chu will be far away from himself. Go back. We'll see you later. Chu Sun stroked her little head and softly said, really? It seemed that the latter half of the sentence had touched the little girl, revitalizing the dull eyes, which looked up with hope. Really? Chu Sun nodded heavily. Yes. Goodbye then, Grandpa Chu. Li Yaozi waved her hand reluctantly. Chu Sun who stood upstairs did not go down to see him off. Witnessing Li Yaozi following a woman clad in phoenix robes as she drifted away, there was a little bit of reluctance in his heart, but he soon regained his equanimity. The road to cultivation is long. Anyone who passes through. Yaochi, who sent you this? The woman holding Li Yaochi naturally saw a gold bracelet on her wrist, and her beautiful eyes flashed a wisp of color as she knew what it was. Some time ago, the auction of Tianbao City gave birth to 2 divine objects. The first is the opening object Taishian sword. This sword according to her knowledge is in the East Prosperity Sect. The second is this gold bracelet, quasi-sacred artifacts, but some chicken ribs, can resist the saint's blow, belongs to the protection of the treasure. But the price is too expensive. Ordinary people simply cannot afford to buy, and can afford to buy the people do not need this gold bracelet protection, and that is why it will be straight out of the appearance in the auction house, but still undeniable is a treasure, quasi-saint weapon. Although cannot take the initiative to attack the loss of many prices, but if placed on the child body protection is the supreme treasure. Grandpa Chu. The woman holding Li Yaozi's eyes suffused with a trace of trance and consternation. This quasi-saintly weapon is said to be auctioned out of the sky. For the press box axis of the thing, I did not expect that it also fell in the hands of the East Prosperity Sect, but also was gifted to her daughter. A short trance, and a little more respect for which old man. Ding. Congratulations to the host for investing in the Divine Destiny villain. Reward, 10 years of cultivation. Reward, 10 years of sword Dao sense. Reward, life drops. 3 in a row are related to cultivation, which makes Chu Sun accident and surprise. Now even if he does not have too much pressure in his heart, but the immortal Taoist sect and the true martial sect is also like a mountain of pressure. If you can quickly break through the natural unexpected joy. Absorb. Boom. 10 years of cultivation directly entered his body, and the realm that had earlier paused at the 5th realm of Human Emperor suddenly exploded. Peak of the 5th realm of the Human Emperor. Human Emperor 6th realm. Human Emperor 7th realm. Human Emperor 8th realm. To the middle of the Human Emperor 8th realm before he managed to stop. And all of this only took less than a quarter of an hour. This if it is spread out I don't know how much of an uproar it will cause. Pity. Chu Sun's eyes showed a little sigh of relief. If he had invested in Li Yaozi earlier, then there would be no need to revive his own saint. With his own cultivation at the moment is enough to flatten all the enemies with a single sword. Even if it is the Jinwu sect Lu Nantian. Immortal Taoist sect Qin you can't stand up to his own sword. But it doesn't matter. It's a blessing in disguise. Although let the saint recovered once, but he can also continue to hide behind the curtain, waiting for the next time to strike when the eastern region can rival their own people. I'm afraid that only a few. Another look at the second reward. 10 years of sword sense. To absorb or not to absorb? Yes. In an instant the raging sword Dao sense comes to the surface. About the sword Dao all kinds of comprehension is too muddled and bad. Even if Chu Sun has covered a lot of books, the foundation is deep also in this raging sense almost lost his mind. Solidify the mind. Fine body. Chu Sun was blessed with spiritual enlightenment, and tightly closed his eyes, sensing the arcane sword path within the pavilion of scriptures, and the confusing parts of his earlier comprehension of the great river's sword intent were now being solved. As time passed, every minute and every second the sword Dao cultivation skyrocketed, as if momentarily caught in the middle of an epiphany. The cultivation speed was extremely fast, bursting forth at an unbelievable rate. 7 short days. It then carries 10 years of sword Dao enlightenment. Even with his eyes closed, the moonlight from the window shed hazy moonlight, reflecting on that old man, as if reflecting a clear and bright divine sword, filled with sharpness. A wave followed. Buzz. A curved moon erupted from the cuffs and rushed to the sky, flashing blazing and radiant loud and clear sword intent. For a time, I don't know how many sword cultivators in the sect felt something in their hearts, tilting their heads with astonishment, and even more people were as mesmerized as they were, murmuring, "This sword intent is too overbearing. If we can comprehend it, our cultivation can be taken to the next level." Xiao Rongyu, who was practicing in the land of the sect master, also opened his tired eyes, but when he looked at the burgeoning sword intent, the fatigue was dispersed, and he diffused joyful colors and said, "Elder Chu has had a breakthrough again, and has realized a new sword stance." Wang He and Elder Jiang, who were playing chess, also suddenly froze, and then felt the thick sword intent, and said in surprise, "This sword has the power of the 9th realm of the human emperor. It seems that the last encounter benefited Elder Chu greatly. Ha ha ha, a breakthrough so soon." Elder Wang, who was suppressing the Forbidden Land, was also suffused with joy, thinking that this was some newly realized sword Dao divine ability of Chu Sun. However, in the pavilion of the Chu Sun leisurely opened his eyes, just that the curved moon sword intent is just a casual swing, not to mention the use of the green vine sword, and even their own cultivation has not used a few points, purely will be recently realized as a sword intent randomly chopped out. The remaining light also looked towards the curved moon rushing towards the sky, transforming into a huge sword light, as if it was going to chop the moon, and the corner of his mouth also carried a smile as he said, "Without using the great river sword intent cultivation can be comparable to the 9th realm of human emperors, and if it's coupled with the great river sword intent and the green vine sword, it's hard to find an opponent in the realm of human emperors." Chapter 38, Adoption Ceremony. System. Properties. After the sword chi gradually dissipated beyond the sky, Chu Sun also had the rare opportunity to check his attribute panel. Name, Chu Ying. Clan, Donglin Holy Land. Cultivation, peak of the 8th realm of the human emperor. Avatar, Defense Mastery Golden Light Shield. Technique, 8 Desolate Palms. Great River Sword Intent. Reading, 1, 200 volumes. Well, Chu Sun pursed up the corners of his lips when he saw the last thing. After the reward for reading 1,000 volumes, the new task given to him is to read 3,000 volumes. At the moment it seems that the road is long, but it doesn't matter. The breakthrough in cultivation is much more sufficient in terms of time. Continue to read the scriptures. Write, drink tea, cultivate your mind and body. And so the time passed quietly. March time. Transient. This day. Inside the hidden scriptures. Chu Sun. As always, reading to read the scriptures. The daily books involved in different categories, but can be mutually corroborated, integrated, and already enjoy the process of reading. And now sitting on the 8th floor of the Pavilion of Tibetan Scriptures are able to feel the outside, but also cannot help but look at a few more eyes, and then exudes a different color. East Prosperity Holy Land. Enrollment Day. The annual apprentice ceremony. Just this year's apprentice ceremony than in previous years to be a lot of heat. A few months ago the East Prosperity sect of a great battle can make the entire East region attention, especially with the mouth opportunity. I do not know how many people secretly regret not rushed over to witness the amazing world of a battle. There were both those who had witnessed Chu Sun's appearance, as well as those who were immersed in the scene of several human emperors descending together from the East Prosperity sect, and even that last wisp of saintly breath that confirmed the rumor that there was a saint in the East Prosperity sect. This also led to this apprenticeship ceremony being extraordinarily hot. Secular genius. Eastern region heaven's pride. Even those who had broken out into minor celebrity came. Well, it's okay to check it out. Putting down the scriptures in his hands, Chu Sun walked down the scripture pavilion in a green coat, which made the people who were still reading inside all startled in unison. Even the elders sitting on the other floors were dumbfounded. looking at Chu Sun's back in dismay, muttering, which one of them was Elder Chu just now? As if, going along for the ride? Should. This made them exude astonishment, not expecting that Elder Chu, who had a bland temperament, would attend this session of the enrollment conference, and also said enviously, this session of newly entered disciples are really blessed. They even happened to run into Elder Chu going to hang out. This is a good opportunity that will never come by in 1,000 years, and if they get into Elder Chu's eyes, they will be soaring to the skies, along the way, all the way through, leaving a multitude stunned. Immediately the news like a whirlwind swept through the East Prosperity Sect, the pavilion of the Chu elders out of customs, and straight to the enrollment ceremony, which is not to say that other people even worship into the clan has been 3 or 5 years of people are wildly run to go. The place of the ceremony of apprenticeship. The one in charge of this matter was Elder Sun, who was also the tool person who had been entrusted with the auction by Chu Sun earlier, and when he saw Chu Sun he was also filled with shock and surprise, incredulously saying, Elder Chu, why are you here? Although the East Prosperity Sect's annual discipleship ceremony is grand, at best it is a venerable realm that shows up, such as Elder Wang He and Elder Jiang, both of whom are only present on the last day of the discipleship ceremony. It's only the 3rd day. There are still a few days to go before the end. Elder Chu had actually become the first arrival of the crowd at the Imperial Realm. Aha! Chu Sun nodded gently, and the remaining light from the corner of his eyes also carried a smile as he looked downward at the incessant figures below, where one of the proud sons of heaven were displaying their talents to the fullest, breaking through a barrier and thus attracting the gazes of the great figures above. There were also some who had already been eliminated and gathered with the elders who had come with them, looking sad, and some of the young women were even sobbing softly, repenting for not being able to join the East Prosperity Sect. Too much, Chu Sun gently sighed. This lively crowd, even those geniuses who had broken through the barrier numbered in the thousands, and that number was still surging in a steady stream. Let's see if there are any good candidates first. Name, Lovan, age, 23, cultivation, first sky of Dharma, chakra, white, life evaluation, worshipped the East Prosperity Sect after a few days, became an unusual disciple of the East Prosperity Sect, after 35 years of age. He knew that he had no delusion to break through the King's Marquee realm, then returned to his hometown to educate his descendants. Eyes shifted. Name, Chao Yu. Age, 22. Cultivation, fourth heaven of the Dharma realm. Chakra, gray. Life evaluation, worshipped the East Prosperity Sect a few days later. Became a disciple of the East Prosperity Sect. Broke through the King's Marquee realm at the age of 30, and at the age of 40, with no hope of the Zun Shi realm, and spiraled back to his hometown to open a school palace. Qingzhou School Palace, from which a heaven-defying figure had come out in the future. Keep sweeping away. Name, Fang Jia. Age, 24. Cultivation, Dharma Phase 4. Chakra, black. Destiny supporting character. Life evaluation, into the clan to show not bad talent. Into an elder under the door. Only a few years to become prominent. Hidden young generation of the Cavalier, but attracted the fate of the protagonist, 29 years old death. Gently shaking his head. This look around most of the people's destiny is fixed in that. Very few of the fortune to black. But also this Fang Jia slightly with a bit of potential, but with the imagination is still too much difference. Hard to find. Chu Sun sighed with emotion. He had thought to see if there was any chance of investing in the heavenly destiny villains, but unfortunately, all of these people's fortunes were too weak. But thinking about it, even though there were heavenly destiny villains, how could they all be gathered within a small sect? Thought I was going to get nowhere this time. Elder Sun also obediently pointed to the group of eliminated people and said, there might be good seedlings among those disciples as well, so Elder Chu might as well go and take a look. This is not a false statement. The customized rules of the clan is ultimately rigid. This way of trial some good seedlings have not yet revealed the talent will be eliminated is also a common thing, and even more so by the people who teamed up to exclude out, and thus eliminated, is also a common thing, so you cannot generalize the whole. However, it was also undeniable that this kind of seedling was too small, and not even one would appear for many years, while most of those who were eliminated were not gifted enough and had no chance of worshipping in the East Prosperity Holy Land. Aha! Chu Sun gently nodded his head, not holding any hope in his heart. His eyes blossomed with heavenly eyes. Looking around, one of the destinies was clearly reflected in his eyes, and the destiny of one of them directly made Chu Sun fixed there. Ha! Eliminated in the crowd. A black robes of cold young people cannot speak of loss. Looking around the same people who lost the election, but they are accompanied by elders accompanied. But it's just a failure. It's nothing, and your performance today is already very good. When you try again in the coming year you'll definitely be able to break through the 7 barriers and worship in the East Prosperity Sect. Ha ha ha, the first time you can break into the 4 barriers. In the next year in the test will certainly be able to enter the East Prosperity Sect. Worthy of being my precious daughter. Just outstanding talent. Little girl, even though you lost the election, your brother was valued by the elders of the East Prosperity Sacred Ground and was accepted as a disciple in advance. You should be happy for your brother. Aha! Looking around the harmonious scene, the black robes of the cold youth eyes are full of loss. Others either 3 or 5 groups have companions to accompany from, or have the elders of the family together with the accompaniment. Only he was alone. Even if he was rejected by no one cared about the selection. Am I really not talented? Despair filled the eyes of the black-robed youth. Once upon a time he was also the pride of his family. Born in the Tianyun country Lu clan. Since young, he showed not bad talent. Was the family's high hopes? The clan elders all regarded him as the hope of the future. As he grew older, he traveled to the imperial capital and was enrolled in the first school, Tianyun School, and in only 3 years he conquered his peers with his splendor. Even the Son of Heaven in Tianyun State valued him highly and regarded him as the first genius of Tianyun State. Subsequently, they launched a traveling career. The first time away from the Sky Cloud country when he was also spirited, had promised the first stream on Earth, but as more and more travel that the heart of the gas has been suppressed more and more, until the East domain into this big stage, he only knew how weak he was, how powerless, the hope of the family, the Son of Heaven's honor, the idol of countless secular mortals. He came to the eastern region but frequently hit the wall, not to mention worshipping the East Prosperity Sect. He had already been eliminated from even going to the 4 holy places, and even going to a slightly lesser sect was eliminated, which caused him to be disappointed and despondent, and the genius who used to be full of pride had smoothed out his edges, and bitterness was accompanied by stinging pain. I'm sure that at this time, the fellow students of the Heavenly Cloud Academy still thought that they were doing so well in the eastern region, and even worshipped the eastern region's Norse clans, fearing that they had never thought that they were not even qualified to enter the threshold, and that even if they were brushed off, the only thing they could do was to hide in a corner in a sorry state and lick their wounds alone. Chapter 39. System. Check the properties. Chu Sun's eyes showed a strange color. Name, Jian Lu. Age, 23. Cultivation, Dharma Realm 2. Chakra, purple, destined to be a villain. Physique, natural sword body. Ha! This caused Chu Sun to show a hint of astonishment, knowing that the others didn't show this mark. Even Li Yaozi's devouring physique didn't reveal itself. Instead, Lu Jian's special physique revealed itself. Somewhat surprised, but still reading on. Life evaluation, since childhood is the family mouth genius. All the way smooth, into the imperial capital. Worship Tianyun Palace, by the Son of God, however. Out of the travel but frequently encountered blows. Repeatedly worship into the clan was rejected. In the East Prosperity Zone assessment brushed down. Choose to return to the country of Tianyun. The turning point of life began. Tianyun country is being robbed by the 3 devils' blood sacrifice. Witness this scene of Lu Jian eyes want to crack, but the cultivation is too weak, and the struggle with the devils noticed the special physique, and then brought back to the devil training. I wanted to lurk in the magic religion to accumulate power. However, fate, step by the same door framed, unknowingly become the mouth of the forces of the great devil, the total annihilation, and gradually a generation of the devil emperor appeared in the air. Life rating, miserable. After roughly reading the evaluation of Lu Jian's life, Chu Sun only sighs in his heart. Really a poor man. Young and spirited, but was smoothed out by life. This is nothing. Witnessed the demonic religion will be the most holy place in the heart of the blood sacrifice. Hundreds of millions of people died tragically. The heart of grief into strength to lurk in the demonic religion, but did not expect to be frequently framed, and was even rumored to be the destruction of the country of heavenly clouds that day is him. Inhumane. Even with the family are willing to kill the family. Back countless black pots. This heavenly villain when really a little sad. Completely to the system's evaluation. Brother Willow. A flash of light. An elegant man came in front of Lu Jian and said with a smile, Brother Lu, I was valued by one of the elders of the East Prosperity Sect, so I didn't need to continue with the examination and worship the East Prosperity Sect ahead of time. How about you? Lu Jian's throat was just about to wriggle yet he felt unprecedented hardship. Only bitterness in his eyes as he arched his hand and said, Congratulations Brother Wang, I've been eliminated. Out. The elegant man pretended to be surprised. Looked up and down a few eyes surprised, should not with your talent this was eliminated? Lu Jian forced the fire in his heart, which cannot hear this elegant man is deliberately taunting. He is in the crowd our eliminated area, which deliberately come over to talk to him is not to taunt. But the situation then people strong he has long been not just out of the Sky Cloud country which a spirited young man. Pursed lips do not move. The heart is despondent. It seems that I am also one of these beings. I do not know when the young and wild how dare to promise that kind of cloud G. Disappointed. It was no longer prepared to hang out in the eastern domain, prepared to return to the kingdom of heavenly clouds. Accept your mediocrity. And which in front of the elegant man's eyes diffused disdain. Up and down the eyes of the willow sword spinning away. Earlier thought it was a character deliberately befriended some, which thought that even the East Prosperity sect did not worship. Really waste, but also pretending to be a cold highman style. Really ridiculous. Ryujian turned around in disappointment, just ready to go. A figure descended at an unknown time and stood not far from Lu Jian, looking at him with a smile on his face as he asked, Lu Jian, would you like to join the East Prosperity sect by worshipping me? Boom! What Lu Jian said in front of him didn't hear clearly. He only heard the number into the East Prosperity sect in the back of his eyes. His pupils suddenly contracted, staring at Chu Sun dead on, his breath coming in short breaths as he said, May I enter the East Prosperity sacred ground? May. Chu Sun nodded. Bang! Lu Jian kneeled down on both knees and cut out heavily in the crowd, making the people around him look as if they were seeing a madman, all of them backing away from this guy. Disciple willing. Disciple willing. Lu Jian forehead heavy touched the ground, the voice is choked. Into the eastern region of these times used to eating the cold and warmth of people, more aware of the importance of a strong clan. At the moment he does not want to know who this old man, as long as he is willing to allow himself to worship in the East Prosperity sect, not to mention kowtow to the public, even if it is even more difficult to make things. Chu Sun's eyes filled with benevolence, just now the scene he naturally saw in the eyes. The disciple's heart also has some understanding, and the big disciple Jiang Chen is very different, such as Jiang Chen suffered this aggression. Afraid of your 3 or 7, a sword split, even if the King of Heaven also dare to split, and this little disciple is obviously by the life smoothed out the edges of the corners. Good, come with me. Chu Sun gently flicked his sleeve, and a ball of glittering light enveloped Lu Jian, lifting him up, while the surrounding crowd stared at the ball of glittering light gradually widening their eyes in astonishment. Human Emperor, it's the Human Emperor. The Human Emperor aura that permeated that glistening ball of light caused the people in the elimination area to look over. And even the area where the disciples were being recruited had people looking over in shock. Human Emperor, it's Senior Human Emperor, accompanied by a sound of consternation. The elimination area is full of envious and eager gazes, and more are jealous. This guy is really lucky. Obviously eliminated, there is still a Human Emperor Seniors, willing to accept as a disciple. This is a big chance. Has been recruited disciples of the region, which the elegant young man also with the flow of people to look at. But see the figure under the mass of light. Eyes wide open, face full of consternation, as well as shock, the whole person completely with the doll off. Willow sword? Surprisingly, it was that Lu Jian who he had despised and disdainfully mocked and taunted. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. It was only then that the elegant youth eased over, thinking that although the teacher he worshipped was not a human emperor, he was extremely powerful within the East Prosperity sect, and might not be unable to be equal to Lu Jian, and gradually regained a touch of candor. Congratulations to Elder Chu for taking on a disciple. Congratulations to Elder Chu for taking on a disciple. Congratulations to Elder Chu for taking on a disciple. But suddenly, those figures who were originally as cold as a rock, who had earlier looked at the disciple acceptance ceremony with indifference, at this moment all warmly got up, came to the void and arched their hands to thank them, with smiles at the corners of their eyes, and looked at that disciple with benevolence, and sent meet and greet gifts to show their congratulations. This scene fell in the eyes of those assessment contestants are also all reveal shocked. Originally thought that just an ordinary human emperor. Now it seems that the origin of this human emperor is not small. Elder Chu. Elder Chu. Along with people dreamy murmuring, frowning feel familiar ears. Openly someone surprise. Wildly trembling. Could it be that? Is which elder in the hidden scripture pavilion? All of a sudden. A dead silence. A pair of eyes and then look at all is to reveal the blazing desire and envy. As early as a few months ago the battle, if you say that the scenery is the most prosperous person is naturally which Chu elders, now actually really show up and collect disciples, do not intend to let the atmosphere to reach the extreme point. It's really Elder Chu. I've had a meeting with him and had watched from afar during the great battle a few months ago. It's him without a doubt. Excited sounds of certainty also resounded. The elegant youth's knees are soft. The whole person is paralyzed. If not the people beside him to help fear has fallen to the ground. There are also people who ask, Brother Wang, what's wrong with you? The elegant youth face snapped, forced out a smile, said, nothing. If it is an unusual human emperor he can still barely give himself a cheer. But if it is really which Chu elders he brought the qualification of arrogance, and then tilted his head when he found suspended in the air to fly to the East Lin sect of the Lu Jian. The front expressionless look at him. Put. It made him want to just pass out. Chapter 40 Pointers. Inside the hidden scriptures. Lu Jian stood there, his expression slightly shaken. At the time he was on the verge of despair. Chusen stretching to pull him a hand has made him grateful. That three-head is knocking sincerely. Which thought this old man origin is so big? Elder Chu of the East Prosperity Sect, the most popular senior in the Eastern region recently, and now he had become his own master, which caused him to be joyful mixed with apprehension. What qualifications did someone who had been eliminated by the other forces one after another have to worship the senior as his master? Chusen naturally saw this guy's worries, and did not hide it, smiled and said, "Your physique is good, bearing the sword body, just not yet inspired. Go to the back of the mountain Sword River walk, perhaps there will be a harvest. When you formally activate the sword body, it is my positive solid disciple." Sword body. Joy filled Lu Jian's eyes. He had a special sense of cultivating swords since he was young. It was just that as he didn't enter the eastern region and encountered too many geniuses, he didn't feel that he was unique in terms of his sword path. But Elder Chu was bound to have a reason for saying so. A respectful salute. Retreat in silence. One way to go. Straight to the Sword River at the back of the clan's mountain. This river is too famous. Earlier on, it was worshipped as a holy place by the people who cultivate the sword in Donglin clan, along with Chu Sun's defending the enemy in front of Donglin clan. One hand of the great river's sword intent, the monstrous river of swords rolled out from the back of the mountain, and straightly annihilated Zhao Yong of the Jinwu clan. It was the river that pushed this river to the extreme. Right now there were countless disciples practicing here, each sitting scattered in one place, making a pilgrimage to realize the sword intent in the river. What a dense sword intent! Lu Jian looked at the river in front of him. There was shock in his heart, which he had never felt in any place. Looking at the river with hidden sword chi, there was no lack of Zunshi realm, and even saw a human emperor's sword intent, which made him shocked, to know that in the outside world is not randomly come across such a chance, but in the East Prosperity Sect, this seemed to be just one of the insignificant ones. Phew! Exhale a cloudy breath. The joy in the eyes is internalized, and the face also reveals perseverance. Since Elder Chu said that he is burdened with a sword body, then it will be activated here. Otherwise it is an insult to the prestige of the senior, the top of the eastern region. How can he accept a nobody as a disciple? Buzz, with eyes closed to sense. Dense sword intent came pouring in. It didn't go inside his body. Snort! The original body of the sword is just a hair's breadth away. In the middle of this river to feel the supreme sword intent, more and more sword chi constantly need out, flushing the body, so that the inner sword intent is more and more clear. Only 7 days. He then felt the difference in his body. It was like a pure sword. Think mastery, and yet it always comes up short. It left him anxious and unsolved. Far away in the hidden scripture pavilion within the Chusun lookout over the past also exudes a strange color, and then relieved. Think of this little guy's life journey. If there is no accident at this time back to the Sky Cloud country by stimulation, only coincidentally awakened sword body, clearly is the accumulation of many years just short of this line of separation, but also a slight smile, said, "That will help you a hand. Buzz, flex your fingers." A sword intent surged. It turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Lu Jian's body. Boom! Originally has been only a little short of the Lu Jian body, such as a lightning strike, constantly trembling, can be accompanied by a more sharp full of sword intent. The cultivation level even exploded in a moment. The peak of the Dharma Phase 2 realm, the 3 realms of the Dharma, the 4 realms of the Dharma, the 5 realms of the Dharma. A short moment, cultivation is thick and thin, breaking through the realm one after another, straight into the triple heavens. Such a strange image also alarmed the nearby cultivation of people. They opened their eyes to look, just happened to see the scene, are all showing shocked, shocked, sword body. That person's body was transparent as if it was a complete sword light. What made them even more envious was that this person's cultivation had skyrocketed in a matter of moments, breaking through 3 realms consecutively, saving several years of bitter cultivation, which could make these people envious. Accompanied by the internalization of the sword power within Lu Jian's body, these people swarmed up to him, and one of them showed a bright smile, saying, "Dare I ask whose senior brother is? I'm Ding Hongxing. How come I haven't seen him some time ago? Greetings, senior brother. My name is Jun Jiaho. I joined the academy last year. Elder brother, are you free again recently? Slave has some cultivation confusion and would like to ask elder brother to explain." In a few moments, a silhouette surging, are in envy and realize that this young man to rise, that is the sword body. The entire eastern region, how many thousands of years has not appeared one? East Prosperity Sect has never seen a genius with a sword body since the establishment of the sect, and this black-clothed cold youth mastered the sword body. As long as he doesn't fall in the future, he will definitely enter the human emperor, and there is even a ray of hope for the saint realm. Such a big man. Naturally, they are worthy of their friendship. Lu Jian heart and soul touched. Thought a few days ago he was still down and out, poor boy. Even that elegant man can arbitrarily humiliate himself. But this has only used a few days. These East Lin Sect's disciples has long been initiated for many years. In the past they need to be careful and reverence. But now they are all in a flurry of coming. Flattering. Heart touched. But also know that this is not all their own credit. If not Chu Elder to fish their own a hand, they may be sunk back to their hometown for life without the possibility of mastering the body of the sword. If not for the help of that last sword light, I'm afraid I would still be in the middle of the obsession. I don't know how many days before I can solve the problem, and I know that the sword light is originated from the teacher, and my heart is even more grateful. Looking at the fawning senior brothers and sisters in front of him, Lu Jian also said silently in his heart, awakening the sword body and shedding the mortal body once and for all, I am also qualified to be Elder Chu's disciple. A few moments later, inside the hidden scriptures, where Ryujian stood obediently, Chusun also pursed the corners of his lips with a smile and said, not bad. 7 days. Mastery of the sword body. Still expected. And what really makes him happy is that the system along with Lu Jian mastering the sword body, also gifted Chusun with a gift of worship, rewarding the chaos sword body. Now he is not feeling the body being washed by a thick sword intent all the time. You go down and sense the sword body first. I'll take you on a trip out to the clan in 3 days. Chusun said calmly. Lu Jian nodded his head obediently without asking any more questions. 3 days later. Transient. Shu. A stream of light wrapped Lu Jian flew out of the clan. Originally Chusun is not ready to go out of the clan. Ready to continue. But this little disciple gifted himself such a great opportunity. Have gained the chaos sword body. If not to give some rewards cannot be said. Furthermore, the current Lu Jian had not yet blackened. If he was allowed to cultivate within the sect for a period of time, and then returned home when he heard that he had been completely overthrown by the demonic sect, he still didn't know if it would affect his state of mind. The most important thing is that according to the life evaluation, now the heavenly cloud country should be about to be robbed. The whole country, hundreds of millions of living beings will be blood sacrifice. This kind of ferocious thing, they don't know is just, since they know that they are still related to themselves, there is no reason to live with it again. Chapter 41 Heavenly Cloud Country. Shu. It turned into a stream of light across the eastern region. Rushed to the corner of the eastern region. Nooks and crannies. Lu Jian all the way to silence. Watching to their own with the help of magic weapon, or line 10, 000 miles of distance in the Chu Elder's leadership, only a few moments to cross over. The heart is also full of sighs of relief. At the same time looking at this road is also more and more familiar. When passing through a primitive forest the doubts in his heart were even more extreme, and he couldn't help but say, Master, is this going to the kingdom of heavenly clouds? Chusun smiled slightly. The kingdom of heavenly clouds. Lu Jian's mind trembled. Even if you see the familiar road there is a guess or slightly moved. But with confusion. Tianyun country is just a remote cranny place in the eastern domain. Perhaps in that grows he is very touching. But Elder Chu was a giant in the eastern domain. How could pay attention to that kind of cranny place? You'll know when you go. Chusun also smiled faintly without explanation. In the meantime, the kingdom of heavenly clouds. Imperial capital. It is in the midst of an unprecedented catastrophe. Under the clear sky. The people of the imperial capital live as usual, eating this morning tea leisurely humming a little song. Young students in the academy read aloud. Everything is a thriving scene. The people live at ease, eat at ease, and do not have to worry about foreigners, all because this generation of the emperor as a wise ruler. Good governance. Cozy. There are old people stretching their lazy backs, listening to a little song in the theater building. Their faces are full of contentment, sighing that such a hard-won life, but also to persuade their young grandchildren to cherish such a time. But suddenly, the wind rises. The clear sky surged with bursts of black clouds. Initially the old man thought it was a storm about to come, but gradually, the dense depression made everyone's mind dusty, and he couldn't help but tilt his head to look over. What's going on? Why is it dark? It's a little weird. At this time, the people of Tianyun country noticed the difference, but did not care too much. This is the imperial capital of Tianyun country. All the strongest people live here. Where the accident here is not likely to be an accident. However, rumble. Within the sky that could not be seen, a black dragon wandered and loomed. The huge dragon head, as well as weaving under the clouds of dark scales and armor, as if cast by black diamond. Each piece of black scales are refracted cold and chilling aura, especially the demonic eyes, refracted greed, so that the people of the imperial capital inexplicably trembled. Dragon, demon dragon, imperial capital, imperial city. That sits in the dragon chair. Cultivation of the Son of Heaven is the first time to be alarmed. Came to the hall outside. Saw that black dragon trail. Pupils continue to contract. the bottom of the heart hidden flooded with ominous foreboding. Jie. Immediately after that, under the clouds coalesced a treacherous face, sinister and cunning, but also through the brutality, accompanied by that strange laughter sound, but also let the heart of this son of heaven trembled, recognized the coming demonism. How is that possible? This kind of person is born brutal, like sex slaughter. Just this kind of devil has long disappeared for hundreds of years in the eastern region, by the major top holy places to join hands to eliminate. Now how could it be resurrected? And appeared in the Tianyun country. Ominous foreboding pervades the heart. Next, 3 figures descended beneath the clouds. The black cloak covered the body, making it impossible to see the face, while underneath the cloak there was a creepy light of ghostly fire stirring. The pupils of his eyes emerged with a dark light, fluttering uncertainly, and he cruelly said, "Heavenly Cloud Country, hundreds of millions of living beings are really fresh and delicious. If we slaughter the Heavenly Cloud Country, the cultivation under the blood sacrifice will be straight to the half-saint. Jia. More than that, if the 3 of us all break the half-saint realm, a year later when the East Prosperity Sect saints fall, the 3 of us will then blood sacrifice the East Prosperity sacred ground, and won't we be expected to be in the sacred realm at that time, below the Sky Cloud Country's son of heaven to listen to the scalp numb? These 3 demonic sect and the people actually want to blood sacrifice Sky Cloud Country hundreds of millions of living beings. This kind of tragic thing appeared in his country, make his heart trembling, forced to hold back the fear. I do not know when the Sky Cloud Country offended seniors. If there is an offense, also please explicitly say, in the following is willing to pay the price. Cost. Can you afford it? A devil under the cloak laughed strangely, only to see that the black clouds appeared in the middle of a strange red-colored red tripod mouth filled with silk red mist, as if it was the essence of human life. But also with the emergence of this tripod, the entire sky dome is reflected in the 2 poles, black, red. As a wisp of red mist drifted down, the people of the imperial capital city were caught in the middle of an illusion, their shapes as stagnant, their eyes as empty, and the silk of life essence above their heads overflowing out. No! This scene made the heavenly prince of the heavenly cloud kingdom anxious. That was his people. How could they be wantonly absorbed by the demonic sect's life essence? Directly opening the protectorate formation, a huge shroud of light enveloped the imperial capital, making the stagnant people wake up from their hallucinations. Ridiculous! The other cloaked man looked down in derision. There was no need for him to do anything at all. The black dragon in the middle of the clouds swooped down. A divine dragon swinging its tail directly shook on the formation. One could clearly see the formation that was strong enough to withstand the Zunshur realm. It crumbled inch by inch, and in the blink of an eye, it fell apart and completely exploded. Put. Being the eye of the formation on the Son of Heaven is even more by the backlash. Mouth blood, pupils slowly as fear. He is not clear that the devil dragon is what realm, but just a pendulum tail will break the Tianyun country formation. Let him simply cannot rise the will to fight. The heart is only infinite remorse. Who exactly did the kingdom of heavenly clouds offend? Why would such a powerful demon race descend? The red mist on the red tripod spread down again. This time a place in the imperial capital blossomed with a sacred light. That is the Tianyun Academy. The strongest academy in Tianyun country. It is a matter of a country's life and death. Even if it is not, the enemy still come forward. Roar! With a roar, the demonic dragon shattered that divine radiance, completely dashing the hopes of the people of the imperial capital city, each with dull eyes, watching as their life essence flowed away and into that crimson red cauldron. The heavenly son of the heavenly cloud kingdom also despaired. Even he was powerless to resist, watching his life essence drain away in a steady stream, pooling in the middle of the crimson red cauldron. At this moment he couldn't think of anyone else who could come to his rescue. As the son of heaven, noble king in Marquis realm, in one side of the king and Marquis, but after all is a remote corner of the nook and cranny of a place. The strongest contact with this life is only the realm of honored one, and that black dragon will give him the feeling of unfathomable. Can't really think of who can still save themselves, on the verge of extinction. Suddenly, he thought of one person, Heavenly Cloud Country's supreme genius, who had crisscrossed the Heavenly Cloud Country at a young age, and was even more outstanding than himself in his eyes, tried his last hope and prayed. Seniors, my Heavenly Cloud Country has a genius, Lu Jian, who has broken into the Eastern domain at a young age, and may even worship a great power as a teacher. Could you please take my Heavenly Cloud Country's life for his face? Sky Cloud Academy. Imperial subjects. These people hear the words of the Son of Heaven also contains hope. Lu Jian, that year's heavenly talent they all see in the eyes, is the pride of the Sky Cloud Country. This, if you go to the Eastern region, can at least worship into the not weak sects, and may even be rumored to be among the 6 Holy Land. To see in his face, can there be a hint of effect? Chapter 42. A sword. Willow sword? Who is he? Is it some saint? Never heard of it. The three demon sect powerhouses scoffed wantonly, teasingly destroying those ants. The corners of their eyes carried playfulness. One said, "What is Lu Jian never heard of? I'm afraid that the people in this small place still think that just a random genius will be able to mix up with a notable status in the eastern region. It's really laughable. Jia, let me give you popularization. The Lu Jian in your mouth may have extraordinary talent, but into the eastern region, in the multitude of people and count for what? It is estimated that even the unusual forces are not worshipped. Not bad, even if you worship. So what?" This conversation spread into the lower air of the imperial capital, causing those who originally still had hopes to completely despair. The most outstanding genius of the heavenly cloud country, Lu Jian, was actually despised like this in his mouth. The eyes of those students in the Heavenly Cloud Academy were also bleak. Lu Jian had left all sorts of miracle rumors within the academy, and they also fantasized about Lu Jian breaking out into a notable reputation in the eastern region. But how true it was, I'm afraid that, as these few devils had said, even the proud senior brother Lu Jian would be mediocre when he entered the eastern region. Despair spreads. There is no more hope in the eyes of these people. Not far. There is a stream of light speeding. Lu Jian heard this conversation, heart is trembling. He never thought that this homecoming happened to meet this kind of catastrophe. His hometown was in trouble. The remnants of the Devil clan resurfaced. Is a blood sacrifice to the heavenly cloud country. The most let him feel ashamed is that he has become the hope of the emperor's mouth, the pride of the people of the imperial capital. For a time and scared in fear. Fortunate that he worshipped the East Prosperity sect this time. More Master Chu Elder accompanied together, but also alarmed that if not accompanied by Master, I am afraid that Tianyun country will be a blood sacrifice, and they do not know in what year and month to know. Master. His eyes looked at his master with supplication, knowing full well that he was powerless and needed the elders to step in at this time. Chu Sen nodded his head warmly and calmly, wrapping him up and continuing forward. Jia, that's desperate? That won't work? The three demonic figures exuded a mocking look, still wanting to destroy tease these humble ants. Did not think that this point of pressure cannot help but taunt, tell you your identity is no harm? Even if it is the 6 holy places of the eastern region of the Patriarch of the Pro, we can easily hunt and kill. So, you die no loss. GGG. The heavenly son of the heavenly cloud country heart trembling look. As early as in the Magic Dragon a swingtail will break the heavenly cloud country array when he realized that a few people's extraordinary. Did not think that the origin is so terrible. Even the 6 holy land of the eastern region of the Lord can be hunted down and killed. After destroying the heavenly cloud kingdom and absorbing the power of the blood sacrifice, the next stop will be to hunt the East Prosperity Holy Land. A clan that has stood for thousands of years and should be quite rich, but it's a pity that it's going to come down to us. In the last second, there were still people who held a skeptical attitude, thinking that the three were bluffing. How could the patriarchs of the 6 holy lands in the eastern region, who were supreme figures, be hunted down and killed at will? But looking at their faces full of intoxication, fantasizing about how to slaughter the East Prosperity Holy Lands next, they completely trembled in their hearts and believed in it. These devils, I'm afraid, really have the strength to slaughter the 6 holy land sovereigns. Lu Jian, who was about to arrive at the battlefield, heard this, but his heart and soul trembled wildly. His sweaty hairs stood on end, and his entire body went numb with trembling, saying in horror, "Master, you must flee." Ha! Incoming! The 3 devils standing in the sky also showed surprise. This heavenly cloud country had already been isolated by them with formations, and it was really surprising that a cultivator had broken in. It's the human emperor. But look at the cultivation of Chus, and a few people show the color of relief. If it is a human emperor is good to say. They know that the sky cloud country does not have a strong hand, not at a formation blocking the following Zunshur realm, no problem. As for the human emperor is still unable to stop. However, the human emperor in their eyes is nothing. The 3 are human emperor 9 realm of the strong, or quite conceited. One of them voiced mockery, a small human emperor, just to be used to sacrifice wine, to his cultivation with the blood of the billions of living beings when really tasty. It is a pity that, too old, the blood decay of the formidable. Roar! In the middle of the clouds, the demonic dragon under the potential black clouds poked out an ugly head, a pair of demonic pupils exuding an evil aura, and greedily said, "Master, I want to eat him." But the other black-robed man shook his head in disinterest. If a human emperor in his prime brought it to down the wine just right, but this old man with withered chi and blood ate it, it didn't have much of an effect. It was still interesting to see the essence blood of these billions of living beings. Bang! The huge body of the black dragon just poked out a little bit from the clouds. Chusun slightly frowned and waved his sleeve. A pure and unparalleled sword chi spewed out and struck on the impenetrable scale armor. The black dragon did not have time to emit a scream. It was annihilated by the sword chi and chopped into pieces, completely shattered, and no dregs were left. This scene was supposed to be appalling, but Lu Jian couldn't afford to have any joy in his eyes, because he heard the conversation just now. These three devils were the ones who could hunt down and kill even the patriarchs of the 6 great sacred grounds, while his own master, although strong, could be far from that level, and a strong sense of shame and self-reproach flowed out of his eyes. Master, I'm really a bane. Run away. Lu Jian blamed himself. No harm done, Chu Sun said warmly. Swoosh. In an instant 3 figures descended. All of them were clad in cloaks, revealing dark and narrow eyes. The pupils erupted with rage. That demonic dragon was their carefully cultivated mount, just like that. The fire in their hearts was still extremely great. Go! Walk away? Don't even think about leaving when the King of Heaven comes. The 3 devil cult figures stared at Chu Sun with a ghostly coldness, only hating the fact that they had just looked away, and that this unassuming old man was actually a human emperor 8th realm figure. Below the heavenly cloud country, countless people of the imperial capital and the Son of Heaven all looked over in unison. The change above them gave them a touch of hope, especially after seeing Lu Jian. There was even more uncontrollable ecstasy. Then their eyes dimmed. These 3 devils said that they could even hunt down and kill the holy lords of the 6 holy lands, and it would be hard for Lu Jian's master to escape death even if he had heavenly and earthly cultivation. Buzz! One of the men clad in a black cloak poked out his palm, and a huge bone claw emerged from above the clouds, white in bone, permeated with a cold aura. Too weak. Chu Sun gently shook his head. If these 3 were immortal Dao Sect Patriarch Qinyu and true martial Sect Patriarch Lu Nantian, it would be just fine, but they were practicing the devil's way, going by forbidden arts, focusing on the left-handed path of rituals, and obtaining power that was inherently weak and flimsy. And even though they had the cultivation of the 9th realm of human emperors, they did not have the strength of the 9th realm. Hold up is the human emperor 8th realm ability, compared to Zhao Yong, slightly stronger than a cut. Just words hunted down the 6 holy land of the Lord is clearly bragging. And even if there is really this strength, and how? Clang! The green vine sword glistened and flickered, suffused with emerald green light. Chu Sun, who grasped the green vine sword, casually chopped out a turquoise sword aura without even taking a second glance at it. It was too weak to warrant a second outing of the sword. Chapter 43, The Devil's Cauldron. Hubris. The black-robed man who slapped down the bone claw's cold pupils were permeated with anger. He knew all the top powerhouses in the eastern region. There were only a few people in the 9 realms of the human emperor, and this old man who appeared out of thin air dared to belittle him so much, directly stimulating the fire. Boom! White bone palm more and more surging shot down, but suddenly, a green vine sword light flashes, only to see the verdant turquoise divine sword peacefully suspended in the air, directly cut through the white bone palm, and that old man holding the divine sword, lightly chopped out a sword. Wow! In a split second, the whole world seems to be frozen in time. A pale green and turquoise suffused with vitality of the sword gas spewed out, suffused in the bottom of people's hearts of the suppressed panic, despair directly dispersed, but in the eyes of the 3 people have supreme great horror. This sword, Lao San, retreat, can't be stopped. This sword is a great evil. The 2 cloaked men standing at the back were also suddenly changed in color, and the green vine sword swung out from 3 zhang instantly turned into 300 zhang, 3,000 zhang, 30,000 zhang, and a huge and brilliant sword chi paved the sky and chopped down. There is no hiding place. There is no escape. Join hands. The remaining 2 cloaked men came beside Lao San in an instant, and the 3 of them united together to condense a huge crimson-colored formation, fitting into each other, their powers united, and their realms skyrocketing straight away. If before only with the strength of the human emperor 8 realm, then now soaring directly to the human emperor 9 realm. A slight pause breath burst out of the peak of the human emperor 9 realm, and then a pause to the limit of the human emperor. This strength is quite considerable. But the sword light chopped out by the green vine sword was even more terrifying. The huge 30,000 feet of green sword light instantly sped. The 3 of them, even if they inspired the blood formation, were just like ants under the giant sword, and were easily swept away. A mist of blood exploded. Green-colored huge sword vertical and horizontal. Will 3 people easily crushed into pieces? Even if it is until the death of the 3 people cannot understand why this old man is plain and simple. Only human emperor cultivation but burst out than the strength of the holy realm? Weak. Chu Sun gently shook his head. His current cultivation had long been able to explode with the might of the human emperor's 9th realm, which had gained the chaotic sword body, plus the exhibition of the holy weapon Xingting sword. He didn't know how much worse he was with the saints, but there weren't many within the human emperor's realm that could block one of his swords, and at the very least these 3 people weren't among them. Gollum! Gollum! The heavenly cloud kingdom fell into a brief silence, each and every one of them looking at that old man in the sky above with their jaws agape. so much so that even their breaths fell into a freeze as the contrast was too great. In 1 second people's life essence was still being absorbed by that magic cauldron in the sky in a steady stream, while in the next second there were 2 people walking, a familiar Lu Jian and an unfamiliar old man. Then that old man lightly waved his sleeve. The demonic dragon that was able to shatter the heavenly cloud country's protectorate formation burst into pieces in place and turned into blood mist, and with a light and fluffy sword chop, the 3 demon heads directly fell. How? How is this possible? Those 3 are capable of hunting down the 6 Holy Land sovereigns. The heavenly cloud country fell into intense shock and cheers after a short silence, especially the Heavenly Cloud Academy. Those were people of cultivation, profoundly aware of what the lords of the 6 great sacred lands of the eastern region stood for, and those 3 devils had previously been at that level, yet they were chopped up by a single sword strike from this mediocre old man. A sword. Only 1 sword. That's not too terrible. Standing beside Chu Sun, Lu Jian had also long been frozen in that frame. In the last breath he was still sadly doubting his life. He was an unlucky man. It was not easy to worship the master but brought disaster to the master. In the next second the master had beheaded the 3 devils in front of him, and only 1 sword was used. And beside his master he could easily detect that his master was not using his full strength at all. Even when he swung that sword, there was still a strong contempt in his eyes, and even the thought of moving the second sword was not there. He could not help but say, "They're blowing smoke." Not really. Chu Sun shook his head. If the previous realm of these 3 people a little bit of bragging suspicion, but with the 3 people teamed up with the addition of the array directly erupted the limit of the human emperor's cultivation. In this level of the same realm can beat the 3 of them is not much. Indeed, have the qualifications to hunt down the 6 Holy Land sovereigns, but unfortunately encountered their own. Lu Jian was a little turned around, confused, looking at Chu Sun, opened his mouth to say something but did not know how to speak. The only thought in his mind was, this is also too loaded. Thoughts just up and hastily converge. Secretly reproach yourself. For the honored one, moreover. The master, this is called pretending. Clearly 3 people are too weak. The master, obedience to the heart. Okay. Ha! Chu Sun will move his eyes in the sky on the red-colored tripod. Absorbing the blood of the people of the Tianyun country, this tripod looks more and more demonic and evil. Tripod back, vaguely faceless human face condensed. But a flash. Directly into a stream of light flying away. Weird. Chu Sun muttered. Treasures are generally not spiritual. Even the green vine sword, this holy weapon, only a little spiritual instincts. As for letting him escape from the enemy will not be at all. But this tripod can view the surrounding crisis. Know that the 3 devils fell, but also dive into the black clouds, want to escape. Boom! A large hand probed out, passing through the dense layer of black clouds and clasping onto the demonic tripod, sending a huge tremor and shaking crazily in an attempt to get rid of it, but the palm firmly tethered it to its hand, and the bizarre reddish-red tripod erupted into a strong suction again, devouring Chu Sun's cultivation in a frenzied manner. Humph! Cold snort. The 8 deserted palm moved to shoot on top of the magic tripod, issued a dull sound. Dong, a force of barrenness is spread out, transformed into the nemesis of the magic tripod, so that it issued a shrill scream, struggling to shake. A mouth of masterless thing also want to escape. Also not to underestimate Chu Someone. Chu Sun real body forward, but 3 or 2 steps will come to the magic tripod before. So far, the mouth of this evil thing choose to obediently put to death, transformed into the palm of the hand size by Chu Sun, ingested in the palm of the hand. In the meantime, the imperial capital of the heavenly cloud country was without the ravages of this demonic tripod. The people were weak and paralyzed on the ground. Each one of them had a waxy face as if they were very sick. Even the heavenly prince of the heavenly cloud country was not an exception. The use of the protecting formation earlier was reversed, and this drained the life essence. So weak and terrifying, he couldn't even stand up. But the spirit is extraordinarily exuberant, both burning to look at Lu Jian, but also to which old man. In the heart of the dark thought, I knew that Lu Jian talent is extraordinary. In the Tianyun country will be such a demon. This into the eastern region is even more show talent. Even this kind of strong people are willing to accept as a disciple, is worthy of being the pride of my Tianyun country. The scholars of the Heavenly Cloud Academy also look exuberant. Their eyes are full of admiration, whispering, what kind of teacher did senior brother Lu Jian worship? How could he be powerful to this extent? Those 3 devils said that they could hunt down and kill the patriarchs of the 6 holy places, but he can easily chop them down. So Woon, he be. Speculation also saw the heavenly prince of the heavenly cloud kingdom, transforming into a stream of light and going forward to salute. Chapter 44 Slaves. Senpai. Incarnation of a stream of light speed rushed to the heavenly cloud country, son of heaven. Grateful shout. If not Chu Sun, the entire heavenly cloud country has been suffering. And more exciting to him is that Chu Sun's identity is feared to be a saint. The saints among the 6 holy places. Rumor has it that even the 6 holy places don't have much of this kind of level, and even if they do, it's still a dragon that can't be seen, and it's rare to see it in seclusion for years, and I didn't think that Lu Jian would be able to worship the latter as a teacher. I'm not a saint yet. Chu Sun, who could see what he was thinking, also gently shook his head. Although he was infinitely close in terms of battle power, his true realm was still a step behind. Humble. The heavenly cloud country heavenly sun in the heart secretly thought, that sword huge has 30,000 Zhang not saints who can chop out. Moreover not saints to reflect the more horrible. A time when the corner of the eye glanced to the willow sword more pleased. Not worthy of the heavenly cloud country's genius. Since the young show extraordinary talent, let him also for the bullish. This into the east domain is only counted as a complete stimulation of the talent. In this gaze under the Lu Jian heart ashamed, the sky cloud country's son of heaven, as well as the people of the empire, as well as the former classmates fear that they thought they were in the east region mixed with the wind and water. Only he himself is clear, if not Chu elder in the key time to pull their own, now has been decadent and degenerate, which can be now the scenery. He also said, Tianzi Zhao, my master doesn't like this lively occasion, so it's better to go down and sit down first. Well, Tianyun country Zhao Tianzi smilingly responded, personally lead the way, straight to the palace. If it is usual Chu Sun also some curiosity about the palace in ancient times, but now collected a magic tripod also want to study the role of research, then said, prepare a compartment. I want to shut down for a few days. Zhao Tianzi eyes flashed a flash of darkness. This kind of supreme great man descended to Tianyun country is a monstrous happy event. Can ask to teach 1 or 2 on the cultivation of the help since it is a surge, but the senior has no intention to also can only be dismissed. A few moments later, then he arranged for a luxurious compartment. Burning incense. Light the furnace. The wafting scent is calming. Buzz. A small crimson tripod also surfaced with his palm, and although Zhao Tianzi outside the door lamented that he couldn't instruct his cultivation, his eyes gleamed and smiled when he saw Lu Jian, saying, Lu Jian, you're much more calm and stable in this nature than before. He still remembered how dazzling and sharp Lu Jian was when he was in the imperial capital of Tianyun country, but it was a pity that he only stayed for 3 years before he went out to travel and went straight to the eastern region. But he also said, to be able to worship under the senior it seems that you have abundant chances in heavenly destiny. This journey must have been quite wonderful. Why don't you talk to the king about it? Lu Jian looked up woodenly, his expression slightly frozen, thinking of the successive strikes he was dealt when he first entered the eastern region. The whole person was about to doubt his life. Right. Lu Jian comes from my heavenly cloud academy. It just so happens that the wonderful deeds will be elaborated on and expounded, so I can share with your senior brothers and sisters. I think this journey must be thrilling, but accompanied by heavenly chances. The geniuses of the eastern region are all convinced by it. The dean of the heavenly cloud academy also came excitedly. Lu Jian froze there dumbfounded. The whole person. Numb. The compartment. The small red-colored tripod was silent, pretending to be dead there. Bang! Chu Sun will not be spoiled him. The palm lightly shot, seemingly powerless can fall in the tripod but turned into a great bell. In the vibration of the ringing when, if not the compartment was simply arranged under the array, I'm afraid that this ripples will be enough to raise the entire palace. Still not out? Chu Sun slightly frowned. Palm rubbing turn, light and then go to fall. Is about to approach when the red-colored small tripod swoosh sound violently scramble tremor, actually detached from the bondage. Shoo! A faceless human face was also reflected on the small red-colored tripod, and his eyebrows were also being carved in a simple manner, exuding horror, fearing that another blow would directly smash the small tripod into smithereens. What are you? Chu Sun said warmly. Simply carved eyebrows of the faceless man slightly convergence of fear, following the magic voice compulsion, who I am is not important. The important thing is that I am your chance, heavenly chance. If you submit to me to worship me as the main, can give you heavenly creation, even if I wish you to break through the holy realm and what is it? Hiss. Ding mouth on the emergence of wisps of demonic gas spread out. That is a rich life essence. There is no point of tragic false. Just sniffing on a mouth will be spiritually vigorous. If it is absorbed a few strands of cultivation can also be followed by growth. Looking at Chu Sun closed his eyes intoxicated in which, the faceless human face slightly relaxed, and then compelled, the body of this father has a rich essence but not enough to wish you to break through the holy realm. Such as the blood sacrifice of the Tianyun country to your cultivation to break through the holy realm is more than enough. Then the world is big, where you still can't go? Bang! A light trembling, that is a wisp of life essence was collapsed into nothingness. This change made the crimson small tripod was greatly alarmed, directly into a stream of light but also want to fly away. Boo! The formation in the room lit up, not giving the possibility of escape at all. Chu Sun's eyes also became more and more cold. This tripod is very demonic. I saw it earlier. The three devils' blood sacrifices to the heavenly cloud country. Countless people's chi and blood aloes didn't go into this tripod. So the source is this small tripod in the making. It absorbs the people's life essence and then feeds back to the three devils, in turn turning them into slaves, constantly sacrificing and slaughtering one city after another. And I'm afraid that the three of them don't even know that it's its effort rather than the one who's in control of it, and are afraid that earlier on they were still complacent about having this tripod. Pathetic. Pathetic. You. The faceless man's face stared in horror. This was something he hadn't encountered before. Initially he was only mastered by an ordinary man, along with his constant compulsion. Its masters kept changing, and no one had ever been able to escape its grinding claws, getting something for nothing. Suddenly, it's soaring. This benefit smells too good. Normally, 3 to 5 years of hard cultivation before breaking a small realm, and in the magic tripod under the auspices of but slaughter a city. Spend 2 or 3 months to set up will easily cross several large realms. This kind of soaring promotion who cannot be moved, and now he's met a freak who was not impressed. The main thing was that it saw a killing opportunity in that old man's eyes to pop it, which made the little tripod panic. You can't do it. I'm a holy object under the Green Bull Demon Monarch. Green Bull Demon Monarch. Chu Sun's pupils flickered with a touch of confusion. My home Green Bull Demon ruler is about to come out from Een ruins. If you hurt me will not stop. Seemingly afraid that Chu Sun does not know the origin of the Green Ox Demon Lord. And ferocious, when the east region of the vast extermination of the demon cult, the extermination of my master, he did not die, but only sleeping, and now is about to wake up. I advise you to return to the Lord Demon Lord with me. Bang! Lightly a palm shot down. That magic tripod diffuse a crack. Really let the magic tripod completely crazy. The faceless man also surfaced hideous upset. You crazy, Lord Demon Monarch present. The eastern region is about to be in chaos. What's wrong with defecting to my master? Ka-ching. The response to him was still an expressionless palm print. Together. The second way. 3 ways. Cracks gradually increase. The Devil's Cauldron was desperate. Chapter 45, Een Ruins. Ka-ching. As the 10th palm print fell, the small tripod completely exploded. Boo! Along with the gushing is the rich life essence. Its richness, directly enriched the entire room inside the cultivation of a day is better than the outside world for half a decade. But Chu Sun's eyes are filled with sadness. This rich life essence do not know how many people were blood sacrifice. Just rely on the Tianyun country's point of blood is only a drop in the ocean. I am afraid that the 3 devils are also deceived in it, thinking that they have gained the supreme treasure. But how to think of it is the incarnation of the slaves. It could be imagined that what the demonic tripod gave back to the 3 of them was just a little bit of minutiae, while the truly massive chi and blood was contained within the tripod, waiting for his master to recover from Een ruins and return to the peak after years of slumbering and absorbing this massive life essence directly. Humph. His eyes flashed a touch of hostility. Although he is not cynical as a righteous person, but this kind of tragic slaughter appeared in front of the eyes. Behind the murderer is really outrageous. Hate to kill it. Palm presses down a little bit to wear out these life essence. Not Chu Sun is too generous. Put in front of the benefits do not want. Really he has the system, simply do not need to rely on this side road. The previous 3 devils have been a warning. Clearly is the strength of the human emperor 9 realm but only human emperor 8 realm strength. The realm was elevated up, but a great hidden danger remained in the body. It's no different to him than drugs. Cool for a moment. The consequences are endless. And this huge life essence also contains evil thoughts. Easy to influence people's minds. If you let loose by the palace near the people suck. Afraid not many days a generation of Mingjun will be turned into a tyrant. The devil. Then on the people of Tianyun country is another disaster. Being human to the end. Sends someone to the west. Since he was solving the troubles of the heavenly cloud kingdom, he would solve them thoroughly. A few days later, the compartment is clear again. One array pattern disperses. Chu Sun's eyes also suffused with calm emotions. But the heart is more heavy. Not to the outside world to go on a journey far, do not know the cruelty of the cultivation world. Some people in order to cultivate is really nothing to do. Master, Lu Jian, who was closely guarding the door, was also the first to greet him. Well, Chu Sun gently nodded his head. Looking at this disciple also more than a few points of comfort. From the life evaluation can be seen even if caught in the devil's teachings, in the midst of all kinds of sidetracks display, but also can uphold the heart. Do not ever fall, is how not easy. Follow me, Chu Sun said. Lu Jian long breath, eyes also suffused with a few points of relief. These days looking back is the extreme social death. Think of their own hard-headed blowing 2 small cowboys. In the Tianyun country more and more intense. At first, he just boasted a few words. Talent is good. Awakened the sword body by the teacher, valued, accepted as a disciple. Somehow passed to the Sky Cloud school on the flavor. Into the eldest brother Lu Jian awakened sword body. across the eastern region is difficult to meet a defeat, and somehow circulated to the imperial capital city, transformed into the Skycloud Country Willow Sword Awakening Swordbody. In the East domain easily suppress the young generation. The wind is infinite. By the Six Holy Land powerhouse accepted as a disciple. There are even rumors that Lu Jian awakened the Swordbody, easily defeated the various heavenly pride. The Saint Girl followed. The Six Holy Land patriarchs to seize the disciple fought, and ultimately the saint stepped in to take him under his command. This kind of pompous to the extreme rumors also really people believe. Think of that day Lu Jian's master, lightly even killed 3 adults in the Emperor 9 realm, is not the strength of the saints. For this rumor, the rumors are getting more and more raging. At this moment, Lu Jian could vaguely imagine that even more pompous rumors were brewing, which made even this young man who had smoothed out his edges ashamed to the point of social death, and had no face to continue staying in the heavenly cloud country. A few days later, East Prosperity Sect, Chu Sun had just returned when an elder approached him. Elder Chu, you can come back. I'm afraid that you still don't know that a heavenly event has happened in the eastern region in these few days. The Yin ruins buried for hundreds of years have reappeared in the heavenly day, alarming the eastern region. Countless cultivators have rushed to the adventure. Patriarch Xiao Rongyu has already rushed to the place for many days. Elder Sun said. Ha? Chu Sun froze slightly. Yin ruins? When he smashed the demon tripod in the heavenly cloud country he heard that guy wailing in pain, saying that his own master was about to recover from the Yin ruins, and he wanted to go back to the hidden scripture cabinet to rummage through the scriptures to see if there were any allusions to the Yin ruins, which were right in front of his eyes. Right. Yin Hui. Elder Sun also complex, eyes with longing, said. Back then, Yin ruins was a great sensation in the eastern domain, and there were several saints alone, establishing a huge dynasty. Yin dynasty, covering 60% of the eastern region area. Even my Eastlin clan at that time also have to bow down. But unfortunately, the Yin dynasty do not know offended the eastern region outside of which seniors. Illustrious dynasty was a night of extermination. Chickens and dogs are not left. The entire eastern region are all for the turmoil, and then silent for decades. Yin dynasty heat before going down. I did not expect this time actually surprised the remains of the Yin dynasty. After listening, Chu Sun nodded silently. He also had a general understanding of this Yin ruins, from which he could also imagine the Yin dynasty's heyday. The current eastern region was dominated by clans, and it was as difficult as heaven to establish a state capital, and the Yin dynasty was able to establish such a huge dynasty in the eastern region. I'm afraid that the pomp and circumstance was unimaginable at that time, and I'm afraid that a legal paper was descended, and nothing in the eastern region was not respected. It is a pity that such a huge dynasty has also fallen in the river of time, but it is no wonder that Patriarch Xiao Rongyu has run to the past when he heard the words, exempt. Chu Sun's pupils contracted slightly, thinking about the words of the Devil's Cauldron. The Green Bull Demon Monarch is about to be revived in Yin ruins, so is the current Yin ruins not hiding a terrifying demon? The origin of this Green Bull Demon Monarch is not very clear to him, but with the origin of the demon tripod going to say that it is very likely to be a saint. What's wrong? Elder Sun had curiosity. Nothing. Chu Sun shook his head. As early as when he returned, he had thought of waiting for one day to break through the Saint Realm in order to go on a trip to the Yin ruins, but now that Yin ruins came out in advance disrupting his plans, it was obviously unrealistic to rush to Yin ruins at this time. Even though the Green Bull Demon Monarch had been suppressed not knowing to what degree of weakness he was, but it was still too risky. What is the current situation within the sect? Chu Sun asked again. Elder Wang He is stopping a group of young geniuses from going to explore the expedition. There might be unexpected gains, Elder Sun said. This was something that was agreed upon by the 6 Holy Lands. When relics appeared, these juniors would be able to go exploring to find their own chance. This matter is of great importance. The Yin ruins present is still unknown whether it's a blessing or a curse. The younger generation doesn't need to go too much. With Jiang Duan as the leader to go to a few meanings is good, Chu Sun urged. Elder Sun was a bit puzzled, but he also kept a close eye on Elder Chu's teachings. Right. Have Jiang Duan come here. Chu Sun touched a talisman paper in his hand. This is the reward for reading 1,000 volumes of books, and can carry one of his own attacks. Although he can't be physically present in person, he may not be unable to play a role with this talisman paper at a critical time. As for why Jiang Chen was allowed to go, Chu Sun thought it was simple. The heavenly fate villain wouldn't fall so easily. Furthermore, he was still a great villain who was about to coalesce the spectral lotus, so he would die so easily. So letting him try the water might really save Xiao Rongyu's life. Chapter 46 Yi Duan's Provocation. Master. Jiang Chen bowed respectfully. Chu Sun nodded, putting down the books in his hands and glancing at the latter's cultivation as well. Not bad. Zunshur 4th realm now. A bright smile spread across Jiang Chen's face. He wouldn't act like this on the outside. Just a compliment from his esteemed master was still heartfelt happiness. Mumble. That's a rune. It contains my blow. Works wonders when it counts. John Dust looked to the side of the charm paper hanging out of amazement. He also knows that the charm paper such things, Zhang's even have, just too scarce to be used as a town of the family's heritage. Did not think that the hands of the master on the hands of, but also gave him a, not to avoid the joy of, thank you, master. Go on, be careful on the way. There are chances of running into danger on this dangerous trip. I hope you can gain something, Chusun slowly said again, picking up the scripture and continuing to study it. Ginger Dust also respectfully retreated. A few moments later, a flying boat set sail. Stay away from the East Prosperity Sect. En route. Several disciples of the East Prosperity Sect have apprehension and anticipation, and more are curious, especially when approaching Yin ruins. They even exchanged, I heard that the Yin dynasty at that time suppressed the eastern region, and could be called a hegemony, and that its clan disappeared overnight, with countless residual sacred weapons, secret treasures, and even more valuable inheritance, which would be a supreme blessing if it is found. I heard that the 6 holy places in the eastern region, as well as many top-powered geniuses have gathered there. It can be said that the wind has risen and stirred up the calm of the entire eastern region. Do not be careless. The competition between secret treasures is often accompanied by life and death struggles. Sometimes the secret treasures may be important, but lives are more important. You guys are following closely behind Jiang Chen on this trip. You can't suffer any losses with him sheltering you. Elder Wang He also interjected. Aha! Several young disciples nodded heavily, looking at the young man sitting on the front end of the flying boat with both admiration and respect. The East Prosperity Sect's eldest senior brother was still admired by them no matter if it was his character or in all aspects. Soon, the flying boat approached the Yin ruins. Several young people were shocked by the scene in front of them. It was a gray sky. It was a plain land. Now the earth is cracked. An old capital of the ancient times surfaced in front of them. Gray dust fog like a boundary-shrouded isolation. The city to gossip as the foundation of the construction. Each house has a vital and minuscule effect. Far down like a gossip array. Can imagine how powerful the city's array? But even more shocking is a huge palm print residue in the center of the old capital. Destroyed 90% of the area. Let the city is broken. Cracked rocks. And rare is the palace even in the residue of a few intact. And now the dust and fog is still there. You can see the dusty old capital in the haze. The East Prosperity Sect is here. The East Prosperity Holy Land people have arrived. The 6 great sacred lands have gathered again this time. There were also countless cultivators below in ruins early on, watching from afar as the flag belonging to the East Prosperity Sect swayed and a flying boat crossed over, all revealing fire and astonishment. What is the situation now? Elder Wang He said. Earlier there were scouts from the East Prosperity Sect arrived first. Gazing at the old capital ahead also said, the patriarchs of the 6 holy places have come in person, breaking the boundary to enter in search of opportunity first. Then the boundary healing has been no one to enter, but the strength of the boundary is weakening a little bit, and then the younger generation will be able to enter after a few hours. Aha! Wang He nodded his head and also said darkly, it's not too late. Yo, that's all the East Prosperity Sect has? Is there no one left? The eerie voice made the cultivators present froze. Even the strongest of the Nangong clan were astonished and looked away. The news that the saint of the Donglin clan was about to be seated had not been a secret for a long time. And there was still someone who was not open-minded enough to provoke the Donglin clan at this time? Look around. Both surprised. There is also release. It's him. Yi Duan. Immortal Dao Sect Yi Duan. Below many loose cultivators immediately came to the interest. The Immortal Taoist Sect can be called the earliest batch of arrivals. And the Immortal Taoist Sect Yi Duan more in the waiting to provoke the other forces of the genius. And one by one to defeat the eye of the reputation of the more wins. It's him. These young men from the East Prosperity Holy Land also recognized the visitor. Back then, this Yi Duan made a lot of noise in the East Prosperity Sect, and even hooked up with Yi Qingcheng, only to be suppressed by eldest senior brother Jiang Duan with a lift of his hand. And now he worshipped in the Immortal Dao Sect boasting that he had made some achievements. Was this intentionally coming to provoke? Jiang Dust also slightly narrowed his eyes. Did not expect after half a year actually ran into Yi Duan again. And look at Yi Duan's station which is in the Immortal Taoist sector vaguely for the bullseye. Whoosh! The figure flashed. Yi Dust strolled through the nothingness, staring at Jiang Dust of the East Prosperity Sect with slightly narrowed eyes, a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. I've long heard of East Prosperity Sect's sacred son Jiang Dust's mighty name. I've come here to ask for advice today. Do you dare to meet the battle? Coming! That's the set. Below the watchers of the melon masses are showing joy. Earlier Yi Duan is so successively invited to teach the Tianji Sect's holy son, the goddess Sect's holy daughter. and defeated one after another. And now the prestige of the first appeared. As long as the deeds spread, will be able to make a name for themselves in the eastern region. This is also ready to step on the Eastland Sect's holy son Jiang Duan. One shot to shake the eastern region. There are also many belligerent cultivators who have fiery eyes. This time the eyes of the eastern region are focused on this, which can be called the best time to fight for fame. But it is a pity that they don't have enough strength and can only watch. Picking a fight. It was ruthlessly suppressed by my eldest senior brother that day. How dare you provoke now? I don't know how to die. A young disciple of the East Prosperity Sect immediately spoke angrily, ready to take action in place of his eldest senior brother. But Jiang Chen raised his hand to stop him and calmly said, Senior brother Liu, since he was the one who provoked me, it should be me who takes action, he implicitly said, and also slightly narrowed his eyes, seeing Yi Chen's extraordinary, Zunshi realm. No wonder he dared to provoke him in public. It seems that this heavenly destiny protagonist's luck is just monstrous. Even if he was strongly suppressed by himself that day, he still managed to rise up. There's going to be a fight. Who wins and who loses? Jiang Duan, right, the first son of the Jiang clan, himself is also the eldest senior brother of the East Prosperity Sect, and the identity of the Holy Son. He entered the Zunshi realm early. There are only a few of the younger generation in the eastern domain who can fight with him, and Yi Duan, though powerful, may not be a match for him. I don't think so. Earlier Yi Duan against the holy sons and daughters of other holy places, we also not think so. The result of it, all hit the face. I think Yi Duan will still win. Whisper, each one of them. Even the characters of the older generation lowered their eyes to show their curiosity, that Yi Duan had already made a complete name for himself in the earlier battle and might not be unable to defeat Jiang Duan. The void. Jiang Dust sat cross-legged, dressed in white, with a plump god like jade. Just his appearance and aura comprehensively crushed Yi Dust, and in contrast, the latter was just like an aborigine. Chapter 47, Second Defeat. Yi Dust eyes have jealousy. Thought to pretend what weight is not to be stepped on the foot. The thought of this also minds stretch up. The more so the more can reflect their own outstanding talent. Boom! The body's cultivation level exploded in sections. Dharma realm. The realm of kings and marquises. Venerable realm. Adjusting to his peak state in just a few breaths. Yi Chuan's pupils were ice cold as he said, when you and I fought that day, it was just a matter of you relying on your realm, but now I'd like to see what you're going to take to win against me? Ignorant! Jiang Chen was still sitting in the void. A holy and flawless light diffused from his body, covering him, holy and flawless, like that supremely pure holy sun. The holy son of the true martial sect, the holy son of the divine walking sect, the holy son of Tianji Palace. These young generation leaders also looked over. Seeing this scene, there was both surprise and frowning. Is Jiang Dust so trustworthy, sitting there on a plate? This is not ready to use his full strength? Goddess Palace Sacred Maiden also contains tension within her beautiful eyes, her pretty face pale. Earlier thought that Yi Chuan cultivation is average. Was fooled by it, did not expect the latter's cultivation is extremely strong. Ada Dark Loss was defeated. Also worried voice, Brother Jiang, be careful. This person's cultivation is not bad. Do not be confused by the surface of him. No harm done. Jumper. One sword will do. Jiang Chen's words, which were spoken in public without divine sense transmission, caused the surrounding people to be speechless for a while. Even the holy sons of the other holy lands frowned slightly, thinking that Jiang Chen was too much of a trustworthy person. Just see. An ancient sword was offered. It was none other than the Taishian sword. Take charge of this sword. Snort. Swing a sword. In a split second, the holy sons and daughters of all the great holy lands had their pupils frozen, staring dead on at the curved moon sword light, all of them exuding shock, unable to resist exclaiming out in shock, this sword? The dense sword light boiled and erupted with terrifying sword intent. Even though there were seniors who had entered the Zunshi realm for many years were moved by it, feeling the sword intent and getting chills. It was not expected that the younger generation's cultivation had already pushed them straight ahead, and even vaguely surpassed them. Boom! Leaf Dust took the brunt of it. Feeling the supreme terror under this sword light, horror and shock permeated his eyes. Looking incredulously at Jiang Chen, how could this sword light be so strong? He had fought with the holy sons and daughters of several other places, which did not give him this monstrous sense of threat at all, and even felt that this sword light would be able to cut him down. No way! I, Yi Chen, am the son of heaven's destiny, accompanied by Grandpa Ring. How can you not defeat him? Rumble! The sword light was raging, drowning him out. Pust! Along with a burst of dust and mist dispersed, countless cultivators silently looked up into the void. Jiang Chen still white as snow, peerless temperament, sitting there in a plate surrounded by a stream of sacred light, can be called the supreme son of the saints. On the contrary, Yi Chuan's clothes were tattered. There were sword marks remaining on his body, and the corners of his lips were suffused with blood. He was in a sorry state. And what's more, there was an old man standing in front of him, and if it wasn't for the latter's rescue, he was afraid that he would have already perished under the sword chi. Such a contrast. The victory is over. Just let everyone can't imagine as will be so devastating. Jiang dust sitting in the void. Even get up have not, but is casually sword. Swinging chopping a strike will be the other side of the form of God is destroyed. Those melon eaters also choked a bit. If Yi Chen was too weak, but just after defeating the East region's up-and-coming people, even the Tianji sect's Holy Son, the Divine Feminine sect's Holy Maiden were defeated. The strength has been confirmed, but it was still a disastrous defeat. That's not to say that Yi Chen was too weak, but that Jiang Chen was too strong. The Holy Son of the True Martial Sect, the Holy Son of the Divine Walking Sect, first son of the Nangong clan. The pupils of these young generation leaders also contracted as they stared at the sword, unable to help but say, it's not that Jiang Chen is too strong, it's that sword that's odd. Human Emperor Sword, Tai Xian Sword. Someone recognized the origin of the sword, exclaimed out loud. Phew! Shen Xingzong Holy Sun long breath. If the latter casual sword will come to this kind of cultivation, that is really terrible. If it is with the help of the Human Emperor realm magic weapon, that does not seem how strong, but also in the expected. Just cannot be denied that Jiang Chen's powerful. If not enough cultivation to support, even to give the Human Emperor realm magic weapon also cannot play out so powerful. Plate sitting there, Jiang dust temperament transcendent. The result of this sword is quite satisfied. From the life simulation to know that Yi Duan is the main character of the heavenly destiny has not thought of easy to suppress the kill. Now a sword loss of power is not ready to continue to move. Humph. What a ferocious junior. But it's just a sparring match between peers. Then you directly kill. Such a ruthless disciple can't be retained. I'll wait for your master to discipline you a little bit. That old man who stood in front of Yi Chuan, however, defended his calf, and a hand was even drawn over. At the same time, Elder Wang He, who was sitting on the flying boat of the East Prosperity Sect, snorted coldly and said, "Where did you come from? When is it your turn to lecture the people of my East Prosperity Sect?" Pop! A palm was drawn through the air. It was flung directly at the old man's face, sending up flying and spitting blood foam. This made the surrounding people a moment of consternation. Did not think that just two juniors between the sparring, a turn of the Kung Fu Human Emperor realm of the strongest people are down to the scene to do hands, wildly slapping the opposite side of the ear. True Martial Sect, Divine Action Sect, Tenji Palace. These great figures on the flying boat also looked odd, not thinking that the people of the East Prosperity Sect were so brave. Smacking the face of the Immortal Dao Sect in public. That old man was only at the peak of the Zun cultivation level, which was nothing, but this slap was a real slap in the face of the Immortal Martial Sect, and the latter would be kindly willing to let it go? Just as he thought of it, a thick and pouring breath rose from within the Immortal Dao Sect's flying boat, and a vicissitude voice came out from within. The East Prosperity Sect is also too overbearing. Is it deceiving me that the Immortal Dao Sect has no one as well? Clang! A glint of eyes fell from within the Immortal Martial Sect's flying boat, a pressure as thick as a mountain of pressure, making it difficult for Jiang Chen to breathe. As the latter continued, "This sword was rumored to be my disciple Yi Duan's dutiful tribute to me from the auction in Heavenly Treasure City. It was only hijacked by your shameless scion, and now it is considered to be returned to its rightful owner." Buzz! An even larger palm poked out from within the flying boat, covering the sky and causing the Human Emperor realm of the other Holy Lands to be distraught, secretly saying, "This old monster's cultivation is even stronger." At the same time there is also regret. That Taishan sword fame they have heard of, is a treasure, originally in the hands of Chu elders in the cabinet. Did not think that the latter was generous enough to give to the younger generation? This is good. Not only the Taishan sword to be lost, I'm afraid that today's face of the East Prosperity Sect will also be lost. Elder Wang He also pupils slightly solidified. Do not think of the opposite Human Emperor so bold. Not afraid of their own saints at the last moment straight to the Immortal Dao Sect, but the opposite big hand constraints to forcibly swipe away the Taishan sword. The figure flickered just as it was about to strike. When he heard Jiang Chen's voice transmission, Elder Wang needn't worry. Watch me act. Coming. Under the enormous pressure of Jiang dust in the eyes and no fear, but rather the spirit of Nguyen. Extraordinarily exuberant. There is even a talisman usurped in the hands of the darkly excited. Master really anticipate things like God. Know that this trip will be dangerous. Specially gifted me this talisman. And now a sword chopped up this bull-nosed old man, so that he pretends to be a pussy. Chapter 48, Runic Paper showing its power. The eyes of the old Taoist perched inside the flying boat jumped openly, and there was a hidden sense of foreboding, which made him wary, knowing that there were not many people who could threaten him after breaking through the ninth realm of human emperors in this seclusion. and the agitation just now made him extremely uneasy. But he still pressed down with his big hand and said indifferently, "The only one from the East Prosperity sect who can threaten me is the sage. And the sage is about to sit down and have no time to go out. So who can threaten me?" Clang! A handle of talisman paper crushed in Jiang Chen's hand. "That? What? Rune paper. True Martial Sect Human Emperor. Human Emperor of the Tianji Sect. Human Emperor of the Divine Walking Sect." The keen observation of these powerhouses instantly locked onto the talisman paper in Jiang Chen's hand, only to have it crushed by the latter before they could take a closer look. Boom! A monstrous sword intent rolled out. Behind Jiang Chen condensed an illusory and majestic figure. From virtual to real only took a split second. Facing that constrained palm, the virtual figure just sent out a ripple and easily crumbled it. Aha! A voice of uncertainty resounded, but as the people saw the figure they all froze slightly and said in surprise, "It's Chu Sun. This talisman paper is his." The human emperor of the Tianji sect looked odd. Earlier he had thought that Jiang Chen was holding some kind of great killing weapon, but now he seemed to be insufficiently afraid after revealing his own body. "I thought what this kid's reliance was. So it's him." The true martial sect's human emperor also murmured, but his eyes were suffused with disbelief. Although Chu Sun was strong, but this was ultimately a shadow. His strength was limited. What did the old man think it was? So it's just a rat. The eyes of the human emperor senior who was perched within the immortal Dao sect looked askance as he mocked. "Even if the master behind this talisman came, this seat can still suppress it with just one hand. To try to shock me with just a single silhouette is really a fantasy in the heavens." Yes? The silhouette behind Jiang Chen was none other than Chu Sun, only to see that his eyes were warm and calm, and with a casual move of his hand, the Taixian sword landed in his palm, lightly chopping out a sword, and in an instant, a sword chi spanning across 10,000 miles slashed through, as if it was chopping through an abyss. Hiss! The old man perched inside the immortal Dao sect's flying boat's pupils suddenly contracted, his head full of white hair flying, looking at this backlight in shock. Even the other disciples on the flying boat were all shocked and appalled, only to feel that under the sword is as small and weak as a mole cricket. This sword, the old monster perched inside the flying boat was completely shaken, and fear sprang up in his heart, which made him horrified, knowing that he had broken through the ninth realm of the human emperor, and that this talisman paper was ultimately a talisman paper. Buzz buzz buzz. The formation on the flying boat was the first to light up. A golden divine feather coalesced and hung around the flying boat for 100,000. Evolving into a huge golden divine feather formation, which was simulated by the seniors of the immortal Dao sect with the emulation of divine birds. However, ka-ching, not even a breath of crotch down, the sword gas more and more blazing, across 30,000 miles, compared to the opening of the man of the sky is not inferior. Whether it is a flying boat or a powerful cultivator in this sword gas under the weak and small as a mole cricket. Roar! Which old man of the immortal Dao sect's flying boat also made seals with both hands, erupting with limitless divine abilities, executing a palm that only covered the sky, slapping towards that sword light, in blocking it. Boom, 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 boom. The sky was filled with dull explosions, and the four fields were plunged into an unprecedented silence, as a line of horrified eyes stared, all carrying a strong shock. Dust and fog. The fire is raging. Pieces of flying boat wreckage were splattering. Below those watching the battle of the cultivators are heart and soul trembling. To know that is the immortal Taoist sect powerful human emperor even more that flying boat formation, the two together, the end but miserable to such, that flying boat and the people? Divine feminine sect's human emperor is also breathing rapidly, a pair of beautiful eyes staring at the explosion of the fire. The heart has a premonition. I'm afraid that the immortal Taoist sect's old monsters will have to break down here. After all, the flying boat did not protect, and its own and can be good to that. The raging fire dispersed. The dust haze is also receding. Ahem! A weak voice came from that firelight, and the true martial sect's human emperor silently sighed in relief. Not dead. But when people look at the situation inside but jaw-dropping, Xian Dao sect's old monster has no previous compulsion. Body through the sword chi, pupils in the burner of the embers of life. This state even if it is not dead cannot live for a long time. Sasha, with his hollow open mouth, there are sword chi spit out from his mouth. Only at this time his eyes are full of despair and unwillingness. Obviously breaking through the human emperor 9 realm is difficult to meet the enemy, truly ranked at the top of the eastern region. But the first trip out of the customs will be chopped off. If he was defeated head-on he would have admitted it, but it was clearly just a piece of talisman paper, still being held by a junior. Yet he was able to decapitate him, making him how unwilling, roaring in anger. Old man is unwilling. Boom! The residual sword chi erupted, blossomed from within him. It turned into thousands of sword lights shining in the heavens and earth. Put! The immortal Dao Sect's old monster was even more so when even in the flying boat were directly turned into flying ash. Hiss! The 4 fields were dead silent. A gaze then condensed solid ginger dust exudes a strong shock. That is the fear of Chu Sun. The divine feminine Sect's human emperor pupils are also shrinking. To know, how long has it only been? A few months ago Chu Sun was still forced to defend himself under the 9th realm of the human emperor. Even if he held this holy sword, there is a danger of falling. And now, separated by 10,000 miles, but a talisman paper containing part of his might will be able to cut down the 9th realm of the human emperor, or in the protection of the flying boat. Without that flying boat, wouldn't the old monsters of the immortal Dao Sect have been decapitated in an instant, with no drop left, and would not even be able to make an agonizing cry of sorrow? Terrible. Demon! Is this the thick of it? The big of it? The people of the 6 Holy Lands were shaken to their core, not expecting such a wonderful deed to break out during the time they were waiting for the Yin ruins to open, with a supreme giant of the 9th realm of human emperors falling as a result. Master, Leaf Dust, however, panicked. Today he is only so arrogant around provocations. Feet step on all kinds of heavenly pride. The holy son of the holy woman all because behind and teacher backing. Just that old monster is his worship into the immortal Taoist teacher. Because the status of the transcendent to decide that his cultivation speed is so fast. But now, decapitated. The reason for this, himself accounted for the absolute reason. If it is not their own provocation of the East Prosperity Zone, Jiang Dust will not happen at all. Even if the Immortal Wei Zone's patriarch will not be held accountable afterward, I'm afraid that their future resources will be aborted. And, in addition, the occurrence of such a big event, the Immortal Wei Zone cannot be held accountable. Their own finished. His face was pale. Not only was the powerful backer behind him gone, but he was also feeling killing machines all around him. Humph. Jiang Dust to eyes showing killing opportunity. Previously a sword lost no longer hands as to know things cannot be. Now the Immortal Wei Sect's backer are gone. This Leaf Dust if it can be killed since the best. Clang. He also no longer sat on his knees, and rose straight up, holding the Taishian sword as a stream of light to kill. Chapter 49, The Great Fortune of the Heavenly Destined. Help! Yi Chuan's face was pale. He had been hit hard by a sword earlier, and knew that he was not an opponent. The holy son of the true martial sect. The holy son of the Tianji sect, holy daughter of the divine feminine sect. These young generation are indifferent to watch, and even a few people mouth hanging with a cold smile. Earlier Yi Chen's strong provocation of this and that, stepping on the crowd on the head, has long been accumulated a belly of fire to see the other side of the robbery, naturally happy. True martial sect human emperor frowned slightly. In the final analysis, Xianwu's sect and his 2 sides temporarily allied, have a common enemy. This time to watch each other juniors also die in this more or less a bit unethical. I don't think there's any need to intervene in this little matter. It was Yi Duan who offered to ask for advice earlier, and one should be psychologically prepared in the face of such an ending. The divine feminine sect's human emperor said quietly, extremely displeased with that Yi Chen. Divine Action Sect, Tianji Sect, Nangong or Namgung Clan, 1192-1224, and intentionally so. The true martial sect's human emperor pondered a little, but still gave up. Save me. Yi Dust looked around. No one human emperor is willing to come to the rescue. The despair in his heart is deeper. The hatred in his eyes towards Jiang Dust is also more raging. Is simply can't figure out that he is smooth sailing all the way, and whoever he encounters can turn misfortune into good fortune. Why is it that Jiang Dust has repeatedly suffered defeat? Unbridled. Sudden. A thunderous shout. It shook the 4 corners of the world. A pair of gazes looked over, only to see a man dressed in Taoist robes rushing from the distance. It was the immortal Dao Sect human emperor. Only this human emperor's eyes were glazed over, his heart trembling with fear at the sight of this scene. He was practicing in the East Prosperity Sect and only felt uneasy. He couldn't sit still no matter what, so he rushed to take a look, which thought that he just happened to see the scene. The immortal Dao Sect's flying boat was chopped to pieces. An old monster Zhao, who was in closed door to break through the realm, even died, which made his eyes go black, and there was suffocating oppression pervading his heart. Earlier, he had taunted the East Prosperity Sect for not having any emperor top experts. Now he, immortal Dao Sect, was going to face this dilemma as well. Zhao Huang Chao, Zhou Sentiment, Zhao Gunan. These are all human emperor 5 realm cultivation have fallen due to the East Prosperity Sect, and now even the old monster Zhao, who has just broken through the human emperor 9 realm, has also fallen, which makes his murderous anger boil, and his pupils refract the horrible sword chi. Die, struggling to raise his hand to suppress it, to exterminate the people of the East Prosperity Sect. Humph. Between juniors, the elders strike. It's not too much. An old man with a head full of silver hair crossed over from afar and blocked the strike, and Jiang Chen exuded joy at the sight of the latter as well. saying, "Sixth grandfather." This silver-haired old man was none other than Jiang, who had arrived late. The sixth clan master of the Ginger clan nodded gently. The immortal Dao Sect's human emperor was furious. "Do you, Jiang clan, want to meddle in the feud between my immortal Dao Sect and the Donglin Sect as well?" The silver-haired old man shook his head and said, "Intervene is not to talk about. Just see you bully my Jiang clan's firstborn son. Since when to step in to resolve the situation?" Just that scene I also saw. Zhao old monster to big bully small gutter overthrowing the boat cannot be blamed on someone else. But you still have to cherish immortal Dao Sect's top human emperor can be no one. You, the human emperor of the immortal Dao Sect, gritted his teeth. Naturally hearing the threat in the words, he was the only top human emperor of the immortal Dao Sect other than Qinyu. If he fell here again, the immortal Dao Sect feared that it would be in decline, and that there would be a period of years where there would not be any green or yellow. The fight is over. Goddess Sect Human Emperor of the Tianji Sect, True Martial Sect Human Emperor. The guys saw the scene and knew it. Just the eyes still stayed on Jiang Chen, body exudes a different color. Began to seriously recall the power of that sword just now. Could not help but look at each other and said, "That sword, is it really chopped by Chu Sun?" Unlikely. A few months ago Chu Sun was still at the fifth realm of the human emperor, and with the help of the holy weapon Taishan sword, he could barely exert a battle power comparable to that of the ninth realm. But it couldn't be sustained, whereas that sword just now is infinitely close to being a saint. The human emperors quietly pondered, thinking back to that huge sword on just now, first chopping the formation on the flying boat, and then forcefully chopping down old monster Zhao. It was not at all like what Chu Sun could have chopped up, even if it was thickly built up and progressed extremely quickly. It was not possible to come to such an exaggerated point. The true martial sect human emperor's eyes surfaced a touch of anxiety. This matter he is not good at judging. Silently said, "When this matter is over, hurry to report to the Lord Patriarch. The East Prosperity Sect can't be entrusted for too long. I'm afraid that there will be a change of heart. We have to exterminate it this morning." Not necessarily Chu Sun, probably borrowed from some secret method. The human emperor of the heavenly Qi Palace was also speculating, not wanting to admit that Chu Sun's realm would have skyrocketed to such an extent. Pity. A shallow loss appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Still failed to kill Yi Duan, but also secretly lamented, worthy of the heavenly destiny protagonist. This cannot be killed. The ability to turn good fortune into good fortune is really absolute. But coldly looked at Yi Duan. The immortal Dao Sect has been crippled. Want to shelter him is also enough. And so on, and then find the time may not be unable to completely suppress. At the same time also looked to the sixth grandpa, smiled brightly and said, "Sixth grandpa, why are you here? Ha ha, in ruins now. How can Kong not come?" Only to see that there was also a huge flying boat crossing over from the rear, and a flag held high up swaying in the wind with the word Jiang engraved on it alone. The board of the flying boat also stood a young man with the same plump god-like jade, Jiang Ju, Jiang Duan's cousin, accompanied by a clan elder at the moment, said, "Third grandpa, my cousin has done another feat, with the Zunshur realm beheading a strong person of the ninth realm of the murder emperor. I'm afraid that it will be famous in the eastern region in a matter of days." The old man with white hair has a gloomy face. With Jiang Chen's reputation still need to care about this. He is annoyed that Jiang Chen is getting more and more unaware of self-awareness. Donglin Sect and Immortal Dao Sect have a grudge that is between the two sects. To Bu Jiang Chen nothing. Just return to Ginger. Sendo Sect or not. So is the true martial arts sect. The one who dared to go to Kang's to touch him? Now that the involvement with the East Prosperity Sect is getting deeper and deeper, it is not something that he is happy to see right away. Especially when the news of the saint of the East Prosperity Sect's imminent seating is spreading. It is even more so that he does not want to have too much involvement with the East Prosperity Sect, but there are still some old stubborn people in the clan that feel that there is nothing wrong in being tied up with the East Prosperity Sect. Net will cause trouble for Kong. It seems that the Jiang clan does need to consider a successor to the throne. Third grandfather said in a cold voice. Earlier Jiang clan are acquiesced to Jiang Dust as the successor. Only need to cultivate for a period of time in the East Prosperity Sect. Return to the Jiang clan will be able to inherit the family in place of his father's duties, but recently the East Prosperity Sect scourge constantly. Strong enemies coveted. If the involvement is too deep, fear of trouble. But the contemporary patriarch of the Jiang Jinshan and the East Prosperity Sect relationship with the enemy. In recent days the clan has been part of the clan. Old man put forward the significance. Coincidentally at this time Jiang Ju appeared out of nowhere. Also show the talent. And Jiang Dust compared to not even that bad. And Jiang Ju's identity is clean. No forces were joined. Enough to inherit the Jiang clan in place of Jiang Duan. He also faintly said, Jiang Duan is too deeply involved with the East Prosperity Sect. So back in the clan, we can consider dismissing Jiang Duan's status as the first eldest son. and allow him to stay in the East Prosperity Sect in general, along with Elder Jiang. Chapter 50, Intercepting Ye Dust Heaven's Great Opportunity. Ginger's flying boat approached. Jiang Chen also saw the other old man on the flying boat, third grandfather, and also smiled. Third grandfather is also here. It seems that Yin ruins are now in the world, and the commotion is quite lively. Within the Yin ruins there is a fear of a great inheritance, and more than that, a crisis accompanies it. So you and your party will have to travel in pairs later on. The third grandfather on the flying boat feigned deafness and turned to Jiang Ju and the others to speak. Old 3. The silver-haired Old 6 couldn't help but frown slightly. He knew that Old 3 had some opinions about Jiang Chen in recent times, but the junior had taken the initiative to greet him, so how could he ignore it? Ha! The oldest looked over and feigned awakened surprise. Brother, Kong, brother Jiang Chen. Those young men on the flying boat also greeted Jiang Chen. The latter merely nodded, glancing at third grandfather and then at Jiang Ju beside him, and without saying anything else, he took a light step and returned to the East Prosperity Sect flying boat. Humph! The stubborn and pedantic third grandfather snorted coldly. His face had a very unhappy expression. The Jiang clan's children were all here, and Jiang Duan was still running towards the East Prosperity Sect. It seemed that his heart had already followed the Jiang clan, and he was not fit to take over the ancient Jiang clan anymore. On the East Prosperity Sect flying boat, and it was a joyous one. Eldest brother, eldest brother, eldest brother. Looking toward these intimate and brilliantly sincere smiles, Jiang Chen gently nodded his head, and with that, his gaze wandered to land on the grayish boundary in front of him, and he softly said, "It's weakened a bit more, and it will be opened after another tea." Aha! Elder Wang He also stood on the ship's board and nodded his head, worry permeating his eyes as he said, "This trip is too dangerous. Remember to move forward cautiously after you enter, and don't force yourselves for unattainable opportunities." A strange look permeated Jiang Chen's eyes, quietly standing there. As time passes, the tea time passed quickly. Buzz! The grayish boundary gently trembled, like a layer of grayish dust shaking off, making Yin Hui's boundary significantly weaker, while the rest of the forces exuded joy. "It's okay." Shoo! In an instant, a figure disappeared into the middle of this relic, and the boundary that could block everything before no longer intercepted towards these young people, allowing them to shuttle in. Whoosh! Let's go too! Along with Jiang Chen opening his mouth, he led a group from the Donglin sect through the boundary and descended into the midst of the Yin ruins, which were cold and shocking as far as the eye could see. The city was dark, the sky was dark, and it was permeated with an ancientness that had been buried by the years. The crumbling city, the green-colored tiles and bricks, and an atmosphere that felt depressing when you breathed in. Buzz off! A fog is even surging to drown them out, which makes the disciples of the East Prosperity Sect unavoidably say, "No wonder we can't see the sovereigns outside. This fog cover is enough to hide all the divine splendor. I'm afraid that what we see outside is all false." A few people nodded. The rest of the people have not yet opened their mouths to speak. They heard a neatly organized pace, which made their heads confused. What is the sound? How does it sound like a military formation? Immediately after that, a group of soldiers in neat formation could be vaguely seen marching numbly forward under the fog, dressed in ancient armor that should be bronze or silver, but had buried the color under the passage of years, with only eternal blackness surviving. Each of them was cold and numb, but what they carried was an aura of solemnity. All of them are in the King's Marquis realm. The leader of the group is in the Zuni realm. Lu Jr. exclaimed in a small voice. His heart and soul flowed with shock, to know that the venerable realm and the 6 holy places also belongs to the mainstay, but in this Yin ruins is only a small captain of the patrol team. What made them feel the most incredible was that obviously the sound of footsteps was still echoing, but in just a few breaths of effort this group of jingoistic, blade-wielding patrols just disappeared, vanishing into thin air. This made the group of people from the East Prosperity Sect's scalp go numb, and they couldn't help but exclaim, "It's a human or a ghost." Jiang Chen's pupils were also slightly frozen. Although his master had warned that this trip would be dangerous, this kind of weirdness still surprised him, and he also couldn't help but sweep his eyes at the group of senior brothers and sisters behind him, and said, "Are you willing to follow me on my journey, or are you looking for a chance alone? Follow senior brother Jiang. Follow eldest brother. Follow brother Jiang closely." East Prosperity Sect people scalp numb, earlier perhaps moved to separate the idea of exploration, now is incomparably determined to follow the big brother beside. Really to the moment of crisis big brother will not care about them, and find the benefits of the big brother will also share a piece of the pie, or let them very assured. Aha! Ginger Dust nodded gently, at this time and heard the sound of footsteps in the midst of the confusion, after seeing clearly also exudes the slightest color, knowing that it was the people of the Tianji sect. It seems that they chose to go exploring alone. Next all the way to see a lot of fallen candidates. Obviously the other sects have chosen to spread out, looking for their own chances. If they get a great creation, they may not be able to achieve the Saint's Son against all odds. The people of the East Prosperity sect were much simpler. There's meat in the lap, with ginger dust. What do you think of the Holy Sun? Fear is not to be suppressed by one hand, gradually moving forward. Some of the disciples from the East Prosperity Holy Land were also showing confusion. This direction was not heading to the palace, but in the opposite direction going out of the city, which confused them, with disbelief on their faces, and in the way of the majesty of the eldest senior brother could only suppress their thoughts in the bottom of their hearts. Ha! I see a relic. There really is a legacy. There's an exalted level magic weapon shining inside. When passing by a mansion, the door was open and there were magical artifacts flowing amongst them, causing these disciples to exude delight. Most of them were in the king's marquee realm, and the venerable level of inherited magical artifacts were already very hot in their eyes. Whoosh! But Jiang Chen didn't even pause and swept straight through, which made those heart-thumping disciples' eyes flicker with loss. And then they even saw an inheritance mansion, and even saw a human emperor realm inheritance artifact. But what shocked them was that eldest brother swept straight through without even pausing. What is this going to be? The confusion in the eyes of some of them intensified, and there were even disciples who couldn't bear the longing and chose to give up their followers and go to a human emperor realm inheritance residence to seek opportunities. Moving on, people are also dropping off more and more. As it neared the exit of the city, the number of people was less than 5, but Jiang Chen's eyes filled with intense delight at seeing the destination, saying, "This is it. Senior brother. You know what this place is?" Senior brother Lu was puzzled. Jiang dust but did not respond. Eyes instead of burning, he can be said to the scene ruins still planning, closed his eyes and thought of life simulation. According to the normal trajectory, ye dust in the East Prosperity Sect step-by-step growth, with their own eyelids under the eyes of the silent achievement of the Zunshur realm, but still cannot be able to do anything about their own, and the turning point of everything, all from this Een market. There's a great inheritance inside Een ruins. Ye dust is here to obtain the inheritance. To say is also ridiculous. According to the original trajectory of their own, in order to deliberately suppress ye dust, in the ruins of the expulsion of him, do not allow him to approach the direction of the palace, which thought that on the contrary, the achievements of the ye dust, so that he came to this place, looking for the real inheritance of the Een ruins. There are 3 things in there. Vital. A feat. The Book of the Great Phoenix. The Een dynasty's Jingguo inheritance could cause people to fight across levels. The Sword of Jingguo. The Een dynasty's ancestral artifact, which could suppress qi and could also be used to defend against the enemy, gathered thousands of years of the Een dynasty's qi, and was of immeasurable value. The mystical inheritance. This is the most precious thing among the Een ruins inheritance. When the Een dynasty was only so destroyed, because of the inheritance, was coveted by the strength of the East outside the domain, and thus chased and killed here. One night will be the destruction of the Een dynasty, but the dynasty also did not look for such a thing. Who could think of hiding in this inconspicuous place? 3 things. All of them are the most precious. Ye dust also completely rose to prominence by virtue of these 3 things. Whether it is a gong method or heritage, it is not inferior to himself, and even surpassed in one fell swoop, and also left the ambush for his own defeat in the future. He didn't expect that after watching the life simulation, a heavenly chance for this Yi Chen would be intercepted by himself instead, which made him unable to stop the corners of his mouth from breaking into a smile. Chapter 51, Xiao Rongyu's Crisis. The ruins of Een. Leaf dust was there. Only at this time he suddenly felt that his mind was very empty, lost, as if he had lost a great creation of some heavenly magnitude, a chance that was enough to change the trajectory of his life. The feeling made him uncomfortable. Puzzled, he muttered, "What happened?" Een Xiu. Xiao Rongyu was among them. She was among the first. Een ruins present alarmed the major forces in the eastern region. The 6 Holy Lands Patriarch was even in person. In the first time came to the front of the ruins, united with the Nangong clan, the Jiang clan's head of the family. The joint efforts to open the dusty ruins, torn out a gap, a few peak figures to break directly into the inside, each then dispersed. Seek your own chance. Under the foggy haze, Xiao Rongyu was wearing a bright red robe. Her eyebrows were like a painting. Her eyebrows were stained with a little bit of vermilion sand. Strolling within the hazy fog, she heard a gust of strange iron armor biting sound around her, and in a short time, she saw a pair of hollow patrolling soldiers, clad in black armor, holding long gorges and marching straight to the line. There's no hiding, Xiao Rongyu sighed softly. These soldiers, as long as they are not encountered head-on, will generally be fine. And right now this group of soldiers have been following themselves for a long time. Want to hide is impossible. Phew! A flick of the sleeve. A breeze rolled in. All of the many soldiers went up in smoke. Second wave. Xiao Rongyu muttered. The first wave she encountered was merely the Marquis realm puppet Cultivation, while the second wave was already in the Zunsha realm. Silently thinking that she could not stay here for long, her figure flickered and quickly disappeared here. Slaying those illusory armored soldiers, though unproductive, allowed her to see the light of day, and with the proximity indicated that she was close to the Imperial City, or rather, in the middle of it right now. Close your eyes. Silent thought. Distribution by region. The Yin Dynasty scores a region. Medicine cabinet. Cultivated specifically for the royal family to cultivate a variety of pills. This place is the most precious, not only because the Yin Dynasty dominated the eastern region for many years, cultivated countless pills, but also because of the silence of hundreds of years. Even seedlings have grown into precious pills. Casually picking up a plant is not a false trip. Soldiers' Pavilion. This is the second important area. The Yin Dynasty overlooking the eastern region for many years. There are several saints sitting together. The birth of countless treasures, and to the collection of the royal family. There must be a lot of magic weapons. Can destroy the Yin Dynasty in one night. Of the great powers do not see these weapons, but for them is the most precious. No one would mind having more spells. Especially the Norse clan. More is better. Treasure chest. This is the third town, although different from the Pill Pavilion, as well as the Divine Soldier Pavilion. But here is a collection of all the heritage of the Yin Dynasty. Whether it is the princes and lords on the offer, or the harvest of the son of the Yin Dynasty, countless types of treasures are hidden inside, and even the Jingguo divine artifact Jingguo sword may be hidden in it. Formation Pavilion. This is the earth for important areas. When the Yin Dynasty is strong not only in cultivation, but also formation. Rune Road. In the eastern region of the nearly lost rune paper, even only saints can refine the rune paper Yin Dynasty have. Even if you go to the empty, can collect some materials is also blood money. Cash. This was the fifth area. Seemingly precious but not that precious. The true saints' canonical books could not be stored in the hidden scripture cabinet, and the books of the human emperor realm. The six powers were not lacking. Placed in the usual time, this was an area of heavy treasures, but compared to the previous few, this would be much inferior. In addition to these things, the Yin Dynasty has other treasures, such as the town heritage Great Phoenix scripture. There is also a mysterious heritage heard that the Yin Dynasty is because of it and fell. Xiao Rongyu closed her eyes for just a moment of contemplation and then opened them, resolutely marching in the direction of the scripture pavilion, muttering, Scripture Pavilion Scriptures. Elder Chu studies the scriptures daily. It won't last long with the Donglin Sect's scriptures. It just so happens that the Yin Dynasty has been dominating the eastern region for many years. The bottom line is deep. Inheritance is countless. If we find the place of the hidden scriptures and bring back a huge amount of scriptures, he will definitely be very happy. This cool, peerless woman's eyes laxly revealed the innocence and ignorance of a young girl, and there was no trace of the high spirits she had in front of outsiders. All the way forward, there were a couple of ups and downs. Still came to the cache without incident. From afar, an ancient and gray stone building stands there, because for many years no one has been repaired. The warp building has lost the color of carved dragons and phoenixes, standing hollow in the wind, under the dim sky, more like a demon suppression tower. Hidden scriptures. A plaque hangs above the library of scriptures, also residual saint's breath. If the mind invades to watch, there will be a monstrous sharpness. This is when the saint personally seal carving, leaving traces of the holy way. Both deterrents can also be enlisted, in which a wisp of the holy might. In one piece, Xiao Rongyu's beautiful eyes flushed with joy, from the appearance of the scripture pavilion, and no one ransacked into the inside. But I do not know what is the situation inside. Lightly move lotus steps. Forward. Buzz. Without going far, there was a magnificent formation that suddenly lit up, trapping him in the center. Formation. Xiao Rongyu face surged with gravity. After carefully sensing, also slightly relieved. Yin Dynasty buried for hundreds of years. Along with the array is also weak. No one to replenish the energy. This is fortunate. Or else I am afraid that the array in its heyday will be enough to exterminate me in a single photo. But, now cannot delay me for much time. She sat on her knees, sitting quietly in the void, feeling every grain of the surrounding array. As the head of the East Prosperity sect on the way of the array is also touched. The solution, although troublesome, is not without ideas. However, inside the hidden scriptures, but there is a pair of demonic and surprised ghostly pupils, like an accident that someone has found this place, but also bubbling hot excitement, as if a demon that has been sealed for many years has encountered a blood meal, revealing greed that makes the saliva unconsciously swallowed. Chapter 52, Everyone shouting. Xiao Rongyu, who cracked the formation, frowned slightly. A pair of phoenix eyes produced a few moments of doubt. Between sensing the formation, vaguely felt that there were greedy and evil gazes peering inside the scripture pavilion. It struck her as absurd. The Yin Dynasty has been overthrown for hundreds of years. No one can live for so long inside, unless it is a saint, and if there is still a saint in the Yin dynasty, it is impossible that he has not come out of the gate yet. Illusion. Definitely overthinking it. Xiao Rongyu murmured and slowly closed his eyes again, concentrating on sensing the formation. Most of the day later. Boo! A ripple washed out from around her body. The formation that trapped her gradually disintegrated. And when the last runic formation also dissipated, Xiao Rongyu did not rush to enter the hidden scripture pavilion, but rather paused slightly for a moment before stepping in. Snort! Dark! Damp! Cobwebs all over. Hundreds of years no one has come to the warp cabinet has long been all over the old, but one side of the bookshelf is neatly planned in that. Placed a book. At the entrance of the hidden scripture pavilion there is a table and chair. A set of withered bones peacefully lying there motionless. Obviously was robbed too quickly. Even can not do the reaction will fall there. Pity. Xiao Rongyu sighed darkly, but also looked to the scriptures on the shelf. The beautiful eyes contained a wisp of radiance and joy. Even if I thought that which big man who overthrew the Yin dynasty would not look at this kind of technique, when I was really sure, I was still a burst of joy. The bottom is intact. Even if there is a deviation on the top, it won't be too much. Jie, little girl. But a sudden ghostly bone claw probed from behind Xiao Rongyu, so swift and aggressive that it almost gave no time for reaction. But Xiao Rongyu had a jade talisman of defense on her body that she directly crushed, and in an instant a protective light shield enveloped her, and that ghostly bone claw slapped on it merely shook her off. Really? Someone? Xiao Rongyu's pupils contracted. When he cracked the formation outside the scripture pavilion, he felt the demonic evil gaze and felt that it was an illusion. But he was always vigilant, and he did not expect to be attacked just after entering inside. Ha! Donglin Sect Talisman. What is your relationship with the East Prosperity Sect? Inside the gloomy scripture pavilion, a bizarre shadow reflected on the wall, revealing a bizarre smiling face, as the shadow peeled off like an illusory figure, floating in mid-air, demonic eyes with a few moments of curiosity. Looking up and down Xiao Rongyu's delicate and pretty face, he pursed his lips and said greedily, "This seat has been forced here for hundreds of years. It's been too long since I've tasted blood food, especially such a delicate little girl. It's really fortunate to be able to have a good time." Demonism. One of the demons. Xiao Rongyu recognized the identity of this bizarre figure almost instantly, and his pupils suddenly contracted, not having thought that the devil who had disappeared in the eastern domain would reappear in the world and also appear within Yin ruins. Jie. It seems that only recognizes this seat as a person of the demonic sect, but has not yet recognized the identity of this seat. There is no harm in telling you. This seat back then outside of the honorary name is Green Ox Demon Monarch. Boom! Xiao Rongyu's heart and soul trembled violently. How can she not know this name? Or that no one in the 6 holy places do not know? The year of the extermination of the Devil Conference, the extermination of the Green Bull Demon Monarch, the various forces of the saints to join hands to encircle. I did not expect that not only did he not die, but instead, he sneaked into the middle of this Yin ruins, in order to avoid the disaster. Jie, little girl, you still haven't told me what your relationship is with the Donglin sect. Green Bull Demon Monarch face there is greed. More is excitement. It was struck into serious injuries to hide into the Yin ruins, fell into a deep sleep, and then woke up to be sealed inside the hidden scripture pavilion. With the formation a little bit weakened, she finally have the opportunity to get out of the head. Fresh blood food is also sent directly to the door, and it was still a little girl in the 5th realm of the human emperor. Very satisfying for it. If the cultivation is too strong, it is difficult to fight with its weak body nowadays. If it is too weak to eat, it cannot make up for what chi and blood. But instead, the human emperor 5 realm can just reply to a little chi and blood, and can be easily taken. The expression of the leisurely, not worried about this little girl can escape from their hands. Forbidden spells. Phoenix body. Xiao Rongyu looked awestruck as she directly burned her life essence blood and gained powerful cultivation in turn, which she had only performed twice in this life. Once in front of the East Prosperity Sect gate, worrying about Elder Chu's safety, the other time was now. Boom! Cultivation explodes. Human Emperor 6th realm. Human Emperor 7th realm. Human Emperor 8th realm. Human Emperor 9 realms. Peak Human Emperor 9th realm. In just a split second's effort, her cultivation level climbed directly from an inconspicuous one at the Human Emperor realm to the peak of the Human Emperor, which caused the faithful Green Bull Demon Monarch to freeze, and she didn't even have the time to stop her. Boom! After breaking through the 9th realm of Human Emperor cultivation, Xiao Rongyu chopped away with his sword, not at the Green Bull Demon Monarch but towards the outside world, erupting into a blazing wave of amazement, with the firelight swirling around, causing the fog to disperse. Not far, Tianji Sect Patriarch. Immortal Way Sect Patriarch, sect leader of the Divine Walking Sect. These people all frowned slightly and skimmed the area, secretly saying, Xiao Rongyu of the East Prosperity Sect, bursting out with such a powerful cultivation. Who forced her into this? Yin Hui. There are demons. Xiao Rongyu's voice rolled and turned into a wave of sound that completely exploded. Boom! True Martial Sect Patriarch Lunanshan's pupils contracted, and the first thought in his mind was to stop the flow, and in the next second, almost out of instinct, he turned into a stream of light and ran towards the Tibetan scripture pavilion, not caring if he would provoke Yin Hui's great terror. Jiang Chen, the head of the Jiang clan, Divine Feminine Sect Patriarch Chu Yao Yao, Nangong Clan Chief, Sect Leader of the Divine Walking Sect, Tianji Sect Patriarch. These 6 Holy Land of the Patriarch and the 2 ancient families, almost instantly will be transformed into a stream of light speeding to run. The devil 2 words in the ears of the top forces in the eastern region is quite harsh. That is everyone shouting to kill the existence of. Regardless of what faults the 2 sides of the clan, there is a demonic race in the case of the same exchange, the first to kill the demonic race. This is the consensus of the eastern region, and no one dares to violate. Even though the demon race had disappeared from the eastern region for many years, there were still some demons that came out to wreak havoc from time to time, blood-sacrificing a city and a country at every turn in the remote areas, and the helmsmen of these forces had arrived at the affected areas afterward, and hated and detested this quite a bit. Boom boom boom. Swoosh. Almost a blink of an eye. Several powerful men descended like a great sun. Chapter 53, A Toad Wants to Eat Swan Meat. Boom. The sound is already here before the person arrives. True Martial Sect Patriarch Lunantian was still far away, but his palm imprint had already fallen. Hallowed. Using a Buddhist palm technique, the great sun Rolai palm, and between the urges, the sky was filled with bright golden light, dispelling the hazy gray mist. Bang! The Green Ox Demon Monarch was staggered as his body was smashed under this palm. Humph! A chortle. Goddess Sect Patriarch Chu Yao Yao also rushed to this place. Slender white small feet gently moved, accompanied by a lotus flower bloom, raised his hand as a burst of lotus flowers downward suppression. Not to be underestimated. Each of these lotus petals contained terrifying energy within them, as if they possessed the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth, and it was difficult for the top human emperor realm to resist them. The devil race is miserable and should not be present in the eastern region again. The patriarch of the Tianji sect was dressed in blue and white Taoist robes, holding a duster and gently waving it down. Thousands of dust filaments transformed into sharp sword chi. Next moment, Immortal Road Sect Patriarch Qin Yu also pro. Only the latter's eyes are very cold, and to the devils also against Xiao Rongyu. Eastland sect and he has a deep hatred. Normally is never possible to come to the aid, but the devil is both in. What grudges can only be slightly backward. Overbearing golden spear spit out endless sharpness, directly pounced on the kill. TSK. This made the Jiang clan's family head, who had just arrived, gush in wonder, muttering, this on close combat, or Immortal Dao Sect Master Qin Fierce Ah, this overbearing gun intent, how can the average person withstand it? But that said, still out for suppression. Rumble, dum dum dum, boom boom boom, clang, snort. The Green Bull Demon Monarch man was dumbfounded. Earlier, looking at that exquisite little girl with a big red robe, it was both salivating and excited, thinking how it could not possibly escape from its own hands, even if it had been suppressed for hundreds of years and weakened beyond recognition. But who knew that she would suddenly erupt with the strength of the peak of the 9th realm of the human emperor, and chop down with a single sword to call out her fellow colleagues. In an instant, a figure descended in a domineering manner. There is no division. Straight up suppression. Put. This came to the first figure when it is not thought. Eyes contempt. Human Emperor 9 realm of cultivation is not weak, but the face of their own is ultimately a dead end. Which thought? The second man. The third man. The fourth man. In the twinkling of an eye, a full 8 figures descended. Xiao Rongyu, who was the weakest earlier, had also forcibly elevated to the peak of the human emperor 9th realm with the help of a forbidden technique, and for a time, 9 peak human emperor powerhouses gawked at each other and surrounded the scripture pavilion. Clueless, the Green Bull Demon Emperor was truly confused. Mindfulness. This closed several hundred years. The East Domain is not what happened to the big event. The human emperor 9 realm is no longer so unattainable. It remembers their own vertical East Domain of the years. The human emperor 9 realm is enough to take charge of the Holy Land of the Head. In the East Domain belongs to the top ranks. Who knows the turn of the day there are more than one Zune descent. Swish swish swish. 8 people one after another in the air. One by one also frown tightly. Through the gravity. Just now they 8 people in a row to kill. For any one of them are dead. Even if it is a half-saint cultivation is afraid to be robbed. But the weak devil, just coughing up blood and suffered a little bit of injuries, which makes their hearts and minds vibration feeling tricky. Green Bull Demon Monarch. Xiao Rongyu told its origin. Several major forces of the controller, The pupils are contracted. Thought of what this is the character. In hundreds of years ago blood sacrifice in the eastern region, triggering monstrous sins, and even the various saints to join forces to encircle before barely killed, which thought that it was not even dead in its own right, but instead folded in this, looked at each other with horror. But there is fury. More than anything else, it was a celebration. If it is not their first to come to the ruins of the Yin dynasty, to those young generation of geniuses to break in, 10 deaths, all to him to send blood food. By then not only the young generation of the eastern region all die young, the eastern region fear and then a great chaos. It's weak. It can be killed. Nangong clan's patriarch's eyes flickered coldly. The peak of the green bull demon monarch they did not dare to provoke. But this week only a layer of skin left. A shadow. How could it still dare not kill? Kill. Xiao Rongyu swung her sword. The brilliant sword chi transformed into a dazzling phoenix with blazing heat, which made the shadow of the green bull demon monarch show a painful look. Compared to the others, this girl's brilliant sword intent gave it a greater threat, especially that blazing wave of fire, as if it was going to blast and burn him into nothingness. GG. Just you guys, trying to kill this seat too. The dense black mist spread and shrouded. The figure of the green bull demon monarch was hidden in the middle of it. Even if it was traumatized, the strong nature of it would never show it. Kill. Shasta. The 8 peak powerhouses sparsely killed. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, that dropped the color of the Tibetan scripture pavilion violently sank 10 feet. The ground was hard to sink, but also fortunate that this is the old capital of the Yin dynasty. Even if buried for many years, there is still a formation of support does not cause more damage. At the same time is also fortunate that the hidden scripture pavilion has its own formation. Even in this monstrous aftermath can also stand peacefully, only in the inch sinking. Was skip like a lonely boat under the waves. There were already many more young celestial pride amongst the ruins of the Yin dynasty, all of them sensing the tremendous commotion. A figure quickly leaning towards this place, with curiosity, secretly saying, what a strong fluctuation in the exchange of blows. Hiss. So many people in a melee? That's the East Progenitor Sect leader? There were young prides of the Eastern domain who saw the female Sect leader in a big red robe, wielding a sword with her right hand and pinching seals with her left hand. Her bursting cultivation was comparable to that of other Sect leaders, causing their jaws to drop, and they were also secretly shocked. The Sect leader of the East Prosperity Sect has turned out to be so strong that it can fight against the other Sect leaders. It's really hidden deeply. Which one of the graceful, concave and convex body, slender little feet with flower lotus every time it falls is Chu Yao Yao of the Divine Feminine Sect, isn't it? This delicate and white little feet is really perfect. Love. Whoosh. Jiang Clan's Jiang Ju also asked for information to come. Far from seeing where the fierce battle, dark heart trembling said, 6 great patriarchs come together. There are 2 ancient families of the head of the family all in this killing. Is it encountered what treasure? Divine Feminine Sect Saint daughter also came. Beautiful eyes flashing on the master's worry. More is the blazing desire to see that the hidden scripture pavilion know that the problem stems from that. Have the heart to go over. But the black fog in the middle of the fluctuations that constantly pervade out of the heart of the fluctuations that make her heart trembling. That is the Zunshur realm touch must die. Simply do not dare to go over. Phew. Quietly. A figure secretly approached the place and drilled into the hidden scripture pavilion without anyone noticing. And then immediately, while shedding sounds of painful struggles, Yi Chuan gritted his teeth and said, it really hurts. Even with your body protector? Teacher. It feels like my body is going to fall apart. A pale voice also came from within Yi Duan's body, cunningly and sinisterly saying, this group of power holders in the eastern domain are killing together. They must have come across something unimaginable. Either the great phoenix scripture of the Yin dynasty or the sword of Jinghua, but both of them are difficult even if they want to cause them to kill each other in this way. I feel that there is a possibility that it could be that kind of thing. What? Leaf Dust was openly trembling. The pupils contracted gently, vaguely thought of something. Master, are you referring to the source of the Yin dynasty's downfall? Aha! Yi Dust breathing sharply. As early as before coming in will listen to the master said. The Yin dynasty may be hidden in an unimaginable thing. The Yin dynasty will be overthrown because of it. That is the saints cannot keep things. If it is really like that. Inside the ring, a weak soul shrouded in demonic energy. Saw Yichuan's foolishly masturbatory face also disdainfully spit sound. Really toad want to eat swan meat. What all dare to think? That even if the real thing to take to the hand is also you worthy of dying fingers? Chapter 54 Chicken *******. Thinking that he had also recovered quite a bit now, and with the constant offerings from Yi Duan and the immortal Dao sect, he already possessed quite a bit of strength, so he could plan to directly replace Yi Duan and take that thing for himself. Also said, young people should not be overambitious. That thing is still a matter of whether it is there or not. First go upstairs to take a look. Buy me to cover your breath. Will not be found in a short time. Thank you, teacher, Leaf Dust excitedly said. Muddy Waters. Pick up the slack. Steal the baby. These are the things he's good at, especially being a fisherman. Under the ring teacher's tutelage, which had long since been perfected, he ran up to the 6th floor almost silently. Boom! There was a violent roar. A strong tremor emanated from the 6th floor. A real figure from the outside world fell into the hidden scripture pavilion. Or said to be knocked into the hidden scripture pavilion is more appropriate. The Green Ox Devil Father is full of pain. More endless grief. It hull of a generation of demon monarchs. Long years of domination of the eastern region. Even all the saints join hands cannot suppress him. It is difficult to not want to fall here. By a few juniors to suppress the younger generation. This caused him to be humiliated. If he was given a little bit more time. As long as he devoured a few people a little bit. Even if he was at the Zunshur realm cultivation he could replenish his chi and blood. And fight to the death with that group of people for a while. But he was just too weak. As early as a few hundred years ago was seriously injured. Hidden in the Een ruins in the sleep to heal. A closed eye is hundreds of years. Revived again thought it would revitalize the power. Who expected when the stick to the head. To be put to death. Despair. Anger. Unwilling. And the menacing look. Gulp. Yi Chuan also stood there dumbfounded. His brain was buzzing. Not understanding that he just came over to pick up the pieces and ran into the main man before he even walked up the stairs. The Green Bull Demon Sovereign was also stunned. Raising his head to look at each other in all four eyes. Both sides looked exceptionally brilliant. Greedy killing thoughts rose from the bottom of his heart. Accompanied by intense palpitations and horror. Which made the Green Bull Demon Sovereign's heart soar. Just now so a moment he actually felt the strongest threat. Which in the usual nothing. Now this juncture if the trauma once again can be dead. An illusion? It stared at Yi Chen with a deadly stare. A Zuni realm. Somehow slipped into the cache. This kind of cultivation. Even now can slap a piece of death. But just clearly feel palpitations. Gritted his teeth and looked at the outside world. Also know that there is no time to consider. Angrily said. Brat, count your life. Shoo. The Green Bull Demon Lord gave up his body. Into a soul. It swooped into Yi Chen's body. Temporarily as a possession. At the last moment, it still chose to believe in intuition. Earlier as contempt Xiaorong fish but was in a hand. Resulting in being surrounded by 8 strong. And now if it is again planted in this little guy on the heel can be dead. And then say that they sucked this little guy's blood with the ability to kill them. But also not guilty. It was hard to escape the seal. Just go back to the eastern region. Find your own magic cauldron. Easily restored to the top. At that time, these several human Emperor 9 realm powerhouses were still not as easy to crush as ants. It was not a crime to die with them. And it was also this change of thought that caused the Green Bull Demon Monarch to cling to his body. True Martial Sect Patriarch Lunantion locked his brows tightly as he stood in midair panting slightly. The Green Bull Demon Monarch's recalcitrance was beyond his expectations. So much so that he had just suffered a traumatic encounter in the midst of the melee. It's not just him. The duster in the hands of the Tianji Sect's Patriarch was blown up with bald hairs left. His blue and white Taoist robe was stained with its own blood. And his vicissitudes of life were full of fatigue. Divine Feminine Sect Patriarch Shu Yao Yao could hardly hide her fatigue as well. Each of them had suffered many injuries in the fierce exchange of blows. Her beautiful eyes flushed with determination as she said, "It won't last much longer. One more round will be able to subdue it." Aha! A few people nodded. A slight gasp. In the process of conditioning his own injuries. All the while preparing for the next attack. LOL. Whoosh. The exit of the Tibetan scripture pavilion suddenly scurried out a figure. Jiang Chen of the Jiang clan's Jiang Chen's mouth percolated this cold smile, saying, "It seems that the Green Bull Demon Monarch is going to be robbed here." Boom. He possessed himself to kill. Immortal Tao Sect Patriarch Qin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at the familiar back figure. And almost instinctively, the golden spear in his hand intercepted horizontally, blocking in front of Jiang Chen. "What are you doing?" Kong Yungsan stormed into a rage. Tianji Sect Patriarch. Goddess Sect Patriarch. Patriarch of the East Prosperity Sect. These people's pupils instantly went cold. "That's my Immortal Tao Sect disciple." Qin Yu and his voice. There was also anger rising in the bottom of his heart. If it was an ordinary disciple who died, it would be dead. On the contrary, this Yi Chen he knew. Heavenly talent. Saints had looked favorably on it, and said outright that it was the future pillar of Immortal Tao Sect, and he couldn't die here. Jie. Yi Dust body emanates gusts of strange laughter. The Green Bull Demon Monarch seems to be talking to Yi Dust. "I did not expect you little guys still have this layer of background. It seems to leave behind the backhand do not have to move, but also really want to thank you." Boo. In an instant, Yi Chen's face changed from rosy to pale and shriveled. his body's qi and blood was emptied of a large portion, while a dark stream of light was even more rapid and speedy, and in an instant, it disappeared into the body of the other heavenly pride who was still watching the battle not far away. Buzz off, possessing himself between several people in a row. Even the patriarchs of the 6 Holy Lands were overwhelmed and had difficulty locking onto it, and then there was even a long rainbow that transformed into a stream of light and sped away, disappearing within the vision of several people. One time, the scene was extremely depressing. An unspeakable rage built up in the hearts of all of them. All of them looked indifferently at immortal Dao Sect's Qinyu as well as Yi Chuan. If it wasn't for this guy, it would have been difficult for the Green Bull Demon Monarch to escape death, and it was too late to say anything now. Let him escape. Divine Walking Sect Patriarch Dina's face was also ugly. They were aware of the difficulty of the Green Bull Demon Monarch. A few people had not been able to kill him under the joint efforts. If he was allowed to escape into the Eastern Domain to perform a blood sacrifice after which he recovered his peak, I'm afraid that it should produce a disaster again. Hateful. Several people were coldly staring at Yi Chen. If it wasn't for this junior quietly intruding into the Tibetan scripture pavilion, where did the bull ***** come from? Even immortal Dao Sect Qin Yu didn't stop and let Jiang Chen suppress the latter. That Qing Nyo demon monarch was just as incapable of escaping, and just by losing concentration for a split second, he let Qing Nyo demon monarch slip away. Yi Chuan also woke up from the trance. His face was terribly pale. His body was like being emptied out. It was the disappearance of a massive amount of qi and blood, and also felt that there was a devilish qi remaining in his body, which was eroding his flesh all the time. He arduously let out his voice. Then he saw that the eastern region's several power patriarchs were coldly overlooking him. Even his own patriarch Qin Yu was mercilessly overlooking him. I'm afraid that at this time immortal Taoist Sect Qin Yu did not know that old monster Zhao had died because of him, or else I'm afraid that he himself would have smacked the kid to death under the extreme anger. Chapter 55, Jiang Chen's Qi Advancement. It's done. Better think of a countermeasure. Immortal Wei Sect Patriarch Qin Yu. Convergence of the hands of the golden spear. The same blood stained his cold stand there. Clearly is not prepared to have an account of this matter. Humph. The Divine Walking Sect Patriarch carried anger in his heart as he questioned. Patriarch Qin, if it wasn't for you blocking the way, the matter of Elder Zhang's suppression and killing of this man would have also forced out the Green Bull Demon Monarch, and there would still be hope of decapitation. Shouldn't you be responsible for this matter? Immortal Dao Sect Patriarch Qin Yu indifferently said. This person is an immortal Dao Sect disciple, shouldn't fall under an undeserved calamity. What's more, didn't that Green Bull Demon Zun say on his way out that he had a backhand yet to be executed, and that he might not leave him behind even if the Jiang family lord forcefully suppresses him? You're strong-arming me, but for what it's worth. Seeing the two sides have the meaning of quarrel, Tianji clan patriarch also tightly urged eyebrows. His heart is also very angry. A good opportunity because of this kid was missed. If it is forced to kill, which even if this time to kill the Green Bull Demon ruler can also be quiet for a period of years, to the eastern region to take a breather. And now it is good. I'm afraid that the eastern region is going to be robbed. Tianji Sect disciples, follow me back to the sect. The Tianji Sect patriarch looked at Ji Duan in disgust and said in a cold voice, causing the surrounding Tianji Sect disciples to quickly gather, each with a blank look still in their eyes. That's it? Just got in. Haven't even started exploring the chances yet. Goddess Sect Patriarch Chu Yaoyao's pretty face was also suffused with pallor and weakness as she said, where are the Goddess Sect disciples? Follow me back to the sect. The Nangong clan chief also coldly said, Nangong clan members, follow me back to the clan. It's done. The Green Bull Demon Lord has fled. This Yin dynasty's relics are no longer a chance. Instead, it is lurking a great danger. Who does not know from which corner the Green Bull Demon Monarch will pop out to sneak attack? The 8 of them joined hands, were unable to kill each other, and now escaped into this chaotic place, secretly spying sneak attack. Who cannot carry? Moreover, this trip was not without gain. In addition to the Yin dynasty's most precious Great Phoenix scripture, the Jinhua sword, and that nebulous mysterious inheritance, the rest of the things were gained, and it was not a loss to leave even though, shoo, several patriarchs had wrapped a group of people beside them and chose to leave. Sect leader Shao, do you want me to escort you? Jiang Jinshan exhaled a turbid breath and came to Xiao Rongyu's side. He knew that the latter had just used a forbidden technique and burned his essence blood. Once the time limit of the forbidden technique arrived, he would fall into an unprecedented weakness. No harm done. It'll last a while. Rather, family member Jiang should be careful on the road. Xiao Rongyu barely managed to squeeze out a smile, his large red robe even more vibrant due to being stained with blood, and his voice remained clear and cold as he said, disciples of the East Prosperity Sect, return to the sect with me. Jiang Jinshan gently nodded, also no longer reluctant. As long as out of the Yin dynasty outside someone Huang Yingying, back to the East Prosperity Sect is still unharmed. nodded and then also looked to the Jiang's already gathered sons and daughters, of which Jiang Ju is the leader. Accompanied by his sleeve wave, the massive light shrouded all the people straight to the outside world. Put. Standing alone in front of the hidden scripture pavilion, Xiao Rongyu but opened his mouth to spray out thick blood. His face is getting paler and paler. Already using the forbidden art consumes a huge amount of energy. In addition to being targeted by the green bull demon monarch, crazy burning essence and blood now only feel that the life essence and the rapid flow, and then stay down every minute and every second is a huge cost in pain. Whoosh! However, at this time she still rushed within the Tibetan scripture pavilion, comparable to the weak eyes full of perseverance, but came to the 8th floor of the Tibetan scripture pavilion to see the placement of a stale book. Pale cheeks spread a smile, revealing a brilliant smile. Beautiful. Sovereign, the disciples of the East Prosperity Sect, on the other hand, were worried and tense, now that they also understood the causes and consequences. What worried them even more was that while the other several patriarchs were avoiding the inside of the hidden scripture pavilion like snakes and scorpions, worrying that there were still changes inside, their patriarch rushed in without any hesitation, stomping his feet outside nervously but not daring to take a step inside. Whoosh! The wide sleeve robe waved, collecting the Yin dynasty's scriptures sparsely, and looking up to the 9th floor of the scripture pavilion, with a slight hesitation. Xiao Rongyu still retreated. Perhaps there are saintly scriptures on the upper level, but it's too dangerous. The 9th floor of the East Prosperity Sect scripture pavilion was filled with many murderous auras, and this Yin dynasty was afraid that it would not be any worse. With a little loss in his eyes as he murmured, "If I don't die from this calamity, I will definitely make another trip to fetch these scriptures for you." Swish! With the withdrawal of the East Prosperity Sect, the ruins of the Yin dynasty fell into a brief silence while a low and painful moan came from one place. It wasn't a bystander. It was none other than Yi Chuan, who didn't choose to leave with immortal Dao Sect leader Qinyu, but instead stayed his hand here to seek his chance. Even if there was still a terrifying devil hidden in here, he couldn't care less. Patriarch Qinyu was already holding a grudge against himself after experiencing this incident, and if he knew that the outside world had even fallen old monster Zhao because of him, he was afraid that he would kill him under his indignation. Jie, little guy, you're pretty lucky. The ring inside the teacher was surprised that the green bull demon monarch possessed in his body, when he left, although emptied part of the blood, but also left a burst of demonic gas. The intention is that the demonic gas infested the body slowly grind him to death, but did not think of their own this big devil in the middle of the ring of the guy, but also said, I pass on a set of cultivation and refining method, mastered after you can devour this demonic gas. After Yi Chuan received a burst of divine sense inheritance, his brows furrowed slightly as he said, Teacher, this technique is a bit like a demonic technique. The devil inside the ring snorted in his heart. This is definitely a magic skill. Still need to hesitate? On the surface of the breeze said, Teacher is also no way out of the matter. You are now fallen into this realm. Not to practice this method will soon die. But do not worry about that, your teacher has the ability to kill the master behind this magic power. Give some time, will be able to give you to dissolve this hidden trouble. Leaf Dust reluctantly nodded his head. Believe the teacher. Start practicing this gong method. Cultivation has skyrocketed. Ha! In the ring within, the old man's eyes gradually diffuse odd colors. He was casually said, that thought of this kid in the body, there is another stream of true chi surging, in the dissolution of the defects of the devil's power. Doubtful, this kid really has great luck. All this kind, but also can be good luck, to obtain an alternative harvest. Compared to Leaf Dust, Ginger Dust was much smoother. In the life simulation, it is clearly known that Yi Chuan has obtained a heavenly creation here, and he has not wasted the slightest effort in searching all the way. And as he stepped into the mysterious little secret realm in the middle of Yin ruins, he succeeded in searching for three things: the Book of the Great Phoenix, the Sword of Jinghua, the mystical inheritance. The first two Jiang Duan accepted, but this third was left unopened, ready to be gifted to his master. Thanking his teacher for the gift, and after peacefully memorizing the contents of the Great Phoenix scripture sparsely, his closed eyes were also ghostly opened. Unbeknownst to him, at the top of Jiang Chen's head, there was originally a purple chi that vaguely had the shadow of a spectral lotus, and right now this spectral lotus was gradually gazing at it, and in almost a couple of breaths of effort this spectral lotus had condensed into substance. Pom. Chakra Promotion. Phantom Lotus Level. Chapter 56, Yin Ruins Falling. The chi changes. Mystery after mystery. Jiang Chen only felt that for a moment. Blessed to the core. There was an indescribable feeling. His mind was enlightened. He only felt that the haze that had clouded his heart was thinning and dispersing, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Reach out. The Book of the Great Phoenix, the Sword of Jinghua, the mystical inheritance. All three items fell into his hands. Shoo! As he took a step, His figure disappeared from this world and then returned to the original world. The few people who were guarding outside, Master Lu, never left. Senior Jiang, eldest brother. Several people have opened their mouths, their eyes with blazing and excitement. Master Lu also obviously froze when he saw Jiang Duan. Just for a brief moment, he felt as if senior brother Jiang were different. Really want to say in detail and can't say. It's just that this kind of nebulous feeling is very marvelous. As a diehard is also excited and said, "Congratulations to senior brother for furthering his career." Jiang Dust gently nodded, looking at a few people when the gaze is also very kind. These are their own diehard, all the way over towards the edge of the Yin dynasty. Even if the way encountered Zunshur level, and even the human emperor realm tantalizing inheritance has not faltered, to this place is just outside the guard. The degree of loyalty can be seen, and he was not one to eat alone. In the middle of the small secret realm there was not only the great phoenix scripture, the Jinhua sword, but also other secret treasures, and now he waved his hand out without stinting, saying, "This belongs to you. Human emperor level scriptures. Hiss. I'm an honorable mana weapon. Also this secret treasure fits me too well." Looking at a few people exuded a smile from the bottom of his heart. Jiang Chen also smiled and said, "These are nothing. When your cultivation up there are better for you. Now you can't drive the first for you to keep. Many thanks eldest brother." As senior brother Lu led a line of people even more heavily saluted, immediately followed by, "Senior brother, just now you were not in the timing we happened a big event. The imperial city side of the outbreak of intense fighting, followed by a stream of light breaking through the air traveling away to return to the original world." Jiang Dust slightly murmured. This he is aware of. According to the life simulation, this Yin dynasty hides a big devil. Not only that, his own cousin Jiang Ju is also in this place and ye dust acquaintance. Friendship. Step-by-step collusion. It seems that after his own death is this guy to replace his position. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, mocking himself. I don't know if Yi Chen, who was robbed of his own chance, has run into Jiang Ju, but it doesn't matter anymore. With worshipping Elder Chu his own destiny has long changed. Calmly said, "Let's go too. Maximum chance has been chopped. There's no need to linger." Outside, Elder Wang he worriedly sat on the ship's board, both overlooking the bottom with anxiety and also whispered, "Sect Master Shao, why don't we withdraw first? Just square." The patriarchs of the 6 great holy places mutually agreed to walk out from Yin ruins. Each of them was seriously injured. Not only them, even the helmsmen of other forces were stunned. The 6 great holy places of the eastern region already represented the strongest fighting force. Yet all of them suffered traumas in Yin ruins, so it could be imagined what kind of ferocity was contained inside. Even if they inquired about the original reason afterward, it scared these top forces into confusion. Even the peak human emperor patriarchs had fled. What else did they expect? One by one, they also flew and slipped away. Rolling eyes. It was empty in front of the Yin ruins, compared to the previous bustling and booming, with the eyes of all the forces focusing on it. Now it was as cold as it could be. Wait a little longer. Xiao Rongyu's words just fell. A few figures flew out from below. It was Jiang Chen and his group. Go! Elder Wang he face a happy. Will be a few people on the flying boat, but also quickly ride away from this place, as this place is ominous. In fact, this area as they leave is empty, turned into a pure land on earth, like a forbidden land. No one guards but no one dares to enter. East Prosperity Sect. Phew! As the flying boat entered inside the sect, Elder Wang he on the airship let out a long breath. Even at the cultivation level of the human emperor realm his forehead was flushed with a few drops of sweat, which showed the level of nervousness, and at this time he also completely relaxed and smiled. Sect Master Shao. It's here. Aha! A weak voice came from within the flying boat. At first Elder Wang he still carried some confusion, but the moment Xiao Rongyu stepped out, his complexion suddenly changed greatly, exclaiming, Sect Master. You! Xiao Rongyu full head of green silk turned white hair, vitality to the naked eye visible speed flow. Even if at the moment her face is still stationed in youth, afraid to pay a great price to restore. Keep quiet, Xiao Rongyu weakly said. But soon, Elder Kong, Elder Wang still arrived, especially the latter, who was in charge of suppressing the forbidden land of the East Prosperity Sect, and was still confused when he was called by Elder Wang he. What could make him appear? But when he really came to the sect leader's cultivation place, his face also changed color violently, and he said angrily, Sect leader Shao, who injured you like this? A constant flow of life essence, gradually weakening body. It's clear that it suffered a heavy blow like never before. Lunanshan? Qin Yu? Elder Zhang's pupils were also spewing anger as he whispered. These two sects are really too much. Are they really not afraid that my East Prosperity Sect saints will recover from near death and make a trip to their sect? Not them, Xiao Rongyu said weakly. Elder Wang He to know the causes and consequences, expounded out the cultivation land into a short silence. Who would have thought that in ruins among the hidden a devil, or when even the saints are powerless green bull demon monarch. My lifespan is about to end, and my only worry right now is the East Prosperity Sect. So the three of you discuss who will be in charge of the East Prosperity Sect next, and become the new sect leader. Xiao Rongyu weakly said. What nonsense! My East Prosperity Sect still has its reserves. I also know a sacred herb. It will be fetched for you. Suppressing the forbidden land of Elder Wang's eyes reddened. He was watching the naive little girl worshipped in the East Prosperity Sect, step by step to the present day, a lifetime of prudence, silent and unproductive for the East Prosperity Sect to pay, if not for the fact that her master left early. With her talent to specialize in immersive cultivation, the achievement will be higher than the present. Right now, for the sake of the East Prosperity Sect to encounter this kind of disaster, how could one turn a blind eye to it? Useless. Xiao Rongyu extruded a weak smile. Her physique is clearer than anyone else. Back then only so was the last head of the Donglin clan accepted as a disciple because of the body of the phoenix body, but also hides a huge hidden trouble, difficult to awaken. Even if the cultivation to the human emperor realm of her physique is still not awakened, but can also be able to perform forbidden arts, barely revive the phoenix body. It is just that every awakening needs to burn essence blood and pay the price. The longer it lasts, the heavier the damage. And then in the middle of Een ruins the green bull demon monarch was actively attacking her, wanting to get rid of the person who was the biggest threat, leading to the madness of burning essence blood to the point where it was now beyond help. Holy medicine is useless. The saints are useless. Chapter 57, Drops of Life. Elder Wang He, Elder Jiang, Elder Wang who suppressed the forbidden land. The three of them were all red-eyed. That Xiao Rongyu's vitality that was passing away within his body made them realize something as well. Their hearts trembled and they said, I'll go and beg the sage. His elder, I don't believe that he doesn't have a solution. Elder Wang, no need. Xiao Rongyu pale said, back then, she will meet the saint. The reply is that the body is not recovered before the use is prohibited. If the forced recovery of 30 breaths within a small recuperation can be a teeny to make up for the root of the holy medicine, more than 2 T-saints are also useless, and she revived in the Een ruins of the forbidden art of more than 30 breaths, nearly an hour. This long time has long exhausted the life essence, even if the saint in person are useless, not to mention their own saints are still that kind of weak state. If you fall, what about the East Prosperity Sect? Elder Wang He sadly said. Never thought Xiao Rongyu unknowingly in the East Prosperity Sect status is so important. That usually only in the land of the head of the cultivation of the little girl. It turns out that has long been quietly support a piece of heaven. Ahem. Put. You guys go first. Xiao Rongyu weakly said. The three were moved by it. As a human emperor, still powerless, came to the head of the cultivation place outside. 3 people have dark eyes. Did not expect to go to the trip to Een ruins actually have such a calamity. The true martial arts sect, the immortal Dao sect does not dare to take action against them, but instead is the emergence of a green bull demon ruler. Elect a master. Elder Wang He complicatedly said. Who to choose? Who can carry this burden? Elder Wang? Only a few people look at the eyes. Suppressing the forbidden land of Elder Wang gently shook his head. He is responsible for suppressing the forbidden land. Easy to walk a trip to enter the clan hall is already the limit. If you are serving as the head of the forbidden land is bound to be a problem. Elder Kong? Elder Jiang himself shook his head. He knew his status. Not only was he an elder of the Donglin sect, he also moonlighted as an elder of the Jiang clan. This kind of status was not suitable to be the head of the Donglin Holy Land. Wang He? Wang He is even shaking his head. His cultivation bottom weak. Only a human emperor 3 realm. This cultivation in the eastern region of the top forces as the head of more than enough. But in the East Prosperity sacred ground is worse than a chip. Especially at the moment, the critical moment of life and death. Pick who? Elder Chu? Not about. A name welled up in their hearts. If they let Elder Chu serve as everything is more than enough. Both time to manage the clan. No identity sensitivity issues. Not to worry about cultivation. Completely competent for the position of the head of the door. Elder Wang. Who was suppressing the forbidden land. However, sighed again. Elder Chu prefers quietness and doesn't like to participate in the complicated trivialities of the sect. He may not be interested in the position of the sect leader. Here's the deal. Elder Jiang pondered and then said, the position of the sect leader is temporarily vacant. The 3 of us will combine our efforts to lead the East Prosperity sect. We will break off the small matters and consult Elder Chu when we come across the big matters. Good, good. This proposal is ushered in 2 people's recognition. With the manic atmosphere inside slightly calmed down, the 3 people walked in again, only to see Xiao Rongyu's white hair through the withering. The life essence flows serious. Even if Xiao Rongyu's extreme efforts to maintain You can still see the crow's feet at the corners of the eyes, which makes a few people's heart ache. Elder Wang He spoke of the discussion he had just had. Xiao Rongyu nodded in recognition. Then we bid you farewell. Slow. Don't tell Elder Chu about this. I don't want to see him. Xiao Rongyu's eyes were dark. Looking at the white hair hanging down on her shoulders, there was a burst of sadness in her heart. She didn't want this face to be seen by him. Elder Wang He complex sigh. Really bad karma. They knew that Xiao Rong fish heart Chu elders, but the flowers have intention of flowing water is heartless. The creation of this matter they cannot intervene. There's also this part of the scripture that was obtained from amongst the Yin ruins. Pass it on to him for me. Xiao Rongyu handed out a void ring, which contained the biggest harvest of her trip. Elder Wang He choked as he nodded over the ring. A few moments later, Elder Wang He came to the 8th floor of the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Even if Sect Master Xiao had instructed that he did not want to see Chu Sun, but such a big thing had happened. How could Elder Chu not be clear about the cause and effect of the matter? Listening to the exposition of Elder Wang He, initially Chu inquiry is slightly frowned. In his anticipation has his own a talisman paper, even if not deal with the Green Bull Demon Monarch, but by virtue of Jiang Chen's great fortune, enough piggyback Xiao Rong fish into danger, which thought or an accident, suffered such a serious injury. But after hearing the original reason a few moments later, he couldn't help but sigh quietly. Creation and fate are messing with people. Who would have thought that at that joint Yi Duan would provoke Jiang Duan? And even more so, who would have thought that the talisman paper that he had given him to use to protect sect leader Xiao would have been used in the first place? The matter is known to me. Put down the books in your hands. Chu Sun stood in front of the window to pause for a moment, then took a step toward the head of the cultivation place. If they really cannot do anything about it, but now there is a drop of life droplets in the hand, enough to live and die, how will still look on? A few moments of work. The place where the master practiced, Xiao Rongyu seems to be too seriously injured, also seems to have finished arranging the aftermath. The heart is no longer attached. Hazy closed his eyes. Even Chu Sun's arrival did not feel no. In a stupor and sleep wandering constantly, dreamy murmuring, scripture, scripture. Chu Sun sighed quietly, his eyes streaming with complexity as he said, I have received the scripture. Xiao Rongyu's breathing gradually stabilized. Let go of the most obsessive thoughts. There you go. At this time Chu Sun did not hesitate. Even if the value of the life droplet was immeasurable, Xiao Rongyu treated herself like this. How could she be indebted to her? What's more, leaving aside her identity, she was still a naive little girl. Boo! A droplet of life water, wrapped in aura, was sent to Xiao Rongyu's lips, and all of a sudden, a vitality that was dense to the extreme, wrapped her up, soothing her injuries, and her wrinkled brow was stretching. Wisps of white hair are also converting green silk. The crow's feet between the eyebrows are receding. Slightly dry skin re-emitting color. White, smooth and hydrated. Red lips are also bright, even if the eyes remain closed. But the vitality is bursting at the seams. No harm done. Chu Sun nodded in satisfaction and was about to leave. Boom! Sudden, an even stronger aura erupted from Xiao Rongyu's body. Blazing. Bully. It's like a wave of fire. It's more like a phoenix rising from the ashes. This makes Chu Sun for the pause, exuding astonishment, watching the rich vitality into a willow wrapped her, the fire-colored blaze shining with the luster of the phoenix, in her body as if hibernating. A divine phoenix, is slowly recovering. Physique, awakened. Chu Sun marveled. I didn't realize there was such a catch. As for Xiao Rongyu also woke up from the drowsy, hazy see a figure quietly standing there. Want to open the eyes to see carefully, but the overbearing recovery of the direct impact of her bones are to be scattered. A muffled grunt has just come, a strong vitality in smoothing out the injuries in the body, and so converted. Week after week, her aura grew terrifying. The cultivation on his body was also surging. Human Emperor 6th Realm. Human Emperor 7th Realm. Human Emperor 8th Realm. Not the kind of outbursts that relied on forbidden techniques, but rather a long-lasting residency in this realm. Chapter 58 Prideful Ginger Dust. Boom, boom, boom. This change, it naturally drew the attention of several elders. Elder Wang He, Elder Jiang, Elder Wang who suppressed the Forbidden Land. The three of them almost instantly transformed into streams of light and flashed here, alongside Chu Sun, looking at the Xiao Rongyu who was sleeping peacefully, but in his body was in waves of constant outbursts were surprised. Physique recovery, Nirvana regeneration, Phoenix Nirvana, ha. The heavens will not fail me. East Prosperity Sect. Several people are showing ecstatic expression. Never thought it was such an ending. Seriously injured Xiao Rongyu in the dying moment. Actually Nirvana regeneration. Accidentally resuscitated Phoenix divine body. Elder Wang He, however, in a burst of surprise, some suspicion to look at Chu Sun, Before the foot Xiao Rongyu was still on the verge of death. After the foot of the Elder Chu just came to the Xiao sect. If he said that there is no oddity he does not believe. The sect master is lucky. Chu Sun smiled. Aha! Heaven blesses my East Prosperity sect. Elder Jiang as well as Elder Wang who suppressed the Forbidden Land on the other hand didn't think about Chu Sun at all. After all, sect leader Zhao's physique was something that even saints couldn't solve. So how could Elder Chu solve it? Nirvana is longer. Several people were also waiting quietly. Elder Wang, who was suppressing the Forbidden Land, said with all the relief on his face. Sect leader's Nirvana rebirth has awakened his physique, and in the future, the East Prosperity sect is considered to be completely seated in the position of a Holy Land. Elder Jiang also nodded his head. Earlier they did have this layer of worry. The East Prosperity sect saints were about to sit down and there was a delay in having a strong person who could come up with something to do. Although there were high hopes for Elder Chu, the time was still too short. Now Xiao Rongyu revived his physique. It would be enough to hold out through the difficult years until Chu Sun rose to prominence. If only we could give the sect master another technique. I've heard that the Yin dynasty's great phoenix scripture would be suitable. Pity, this sutra has disappeared. Even the sect leader didn't seek it out. Talking kung fu. Outside, a disciple approached. Ha, Ginger Dust. What's he doing here? Elder Wang he was surprised in his heart. Although there was a lot of commotion here just now, but they blocked the breath and commotion after they descended, and outsiders couldn't perceive it. Whoosh! A ray of light wrapped the ladder in. Jiang Dust pays his respects to teacher. Originally Jiang Dust is to seek to see the Xiao sect leader, but descended here to see the teacher is standing aside peacefully. Cannot help but froze. In his cognizance the teacher seldom out of the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Today how to have leisure. Look around and see a few elders, but also cannot help but respectfully. Greetings to a few master uncle. Come here for what? Chu Sun said. There were some gains in Yin ruins. Jiang Chen's plump jade-like face wore a warm smile as he gently flicked his sleeve, and a secret book hung peacefully in mid-air. The Book of the Great Phoenix. The Great Phoenix Scripture? Great Phoenix Scripture. Several elders' jaws dropped, incredibly looking at this scripture. To know that Sect Master Xiao and the patriarchs of the 6 holy places went in to look around and didn't find it. How could they think that it would fall into the hands of this junior? Let's see. Isn't that true? Yes. It really is the Great Phoenix Scripture. Scriptures of the Yin dynasty. Feeling the stunned and stealing looks, Jiang Chen couldn't help but slightly raise his chin again. His haughty stance was unmistakable, but a few people didn't care. Instead, their smiles grew even wider. Good. Yeah, Jiang Chen, what a great contribution to the sect. Facing the agitated several human emperor realm elders, Jiang Chen didn't change his color and said in a breezy manner, this is just one of them. Is there more? Elder Jiang, Elder Wang He, Elder Wang who suppressed the Forbidden Land. These 3 people were dumbfounded, and their expectant eyes were like looking at a stunning beauty that was about to be stripped naked, greedy and blazing with even more anticipation. Buzz! A long dusty bronze sword was taken out by Jiang Chen and hung in the air. A wisp of dragon chi lingered and filled the air, ringing around the bronze sword, and along with it, the entire Donglin sect's chi fortune violently fell 3 falls towards the bottom. Boom! Elder Wang he stared wide-eyed. That when the Great Phoenix scripture was taken out they were already stealing and satisfied. Who would have expected that this Jiang Chen had a second good thing? Even if just now they were with expectation and hope, they didn't dare to look at was the Jinghua sword, and now when it was suspended in front of their eyes, they were so satisfied that they were about to swoon over. The sword of Jinghua. Jinghua sword. Surprisingly, it's the Jinghua sword. Elder Jiang was also full of marvel, and could not help but say, this is a good thing. Stained with hundreds of years of Yin dynasty's dragon's chi, it has long since metamorphosed into a supreme holy weapon, possessing the efficacy of suppressing the chi, and my Donglin sect can also be more prosperous with this object suppressing the chi. Elder Wang he also nodded his head in satisfaction. When this bronze sword was sacrificed, Donglin sect's chi was pressed downward by 3 points and became more solid. It was clearly a symbol of good. Just that this thing was after all Jiang Chen's, it wasn't too good to hog it just like that, was it? If Jiang Dust is an ordinary disciple levied, and later slowly give returns, but instead, Jiang Dust identity is special. This thing is beneficial to the East Prosperity sect, the same for the Jiang, but also cannot help but seriously ask, this thing is extraordinary. Sure you want to contribute to the clan? Jiang Chen arrogantly glanced at Elder Chu, his face filled with a bright smile as he nodded heavily. Good. Yes. Elder Wang, who was suppressing the Forbidden Land, no longer hesitated and laughed brightly. Jiang Chen, you've made a great contribution to the clan this time. You will be enthroned as the holy son of the East Prosperity sect in the coming days. Elder Wang He, Elder Kong, even Shu Sun all slightly sidelong glance. Holy Sun heralds the next patriarch's successor. Usually the East Lin sect did not set up a Holy Sun. 1. There is Jiang Chen, this big mountain and the outsiders cannot cross. Secondly, Jiang Chen's identity is special, does not see to take over the East Lin sect. Thirdly, although there has not been the edict of the Jiang Chen, but it is an undeclared thing. Whether it is within the sect or outsiders regard him as the Holy Sun. Both inside and outside the sect regarded him as a Holy Sun. And right now, this statement is tantamount to giving a promise. The official announcement of the identity of the Holy Sun of Ginger Dust. There are two options for the future. Either you inherit the East Prosperity sect, either you inherit Kong. Leave it to Zhang Duan to choose. This was something that was simply impossible in normal times. To serve as the head of the East Prosperity sect had to be someone with the right roots, or else it would be easy to favor one's own family. Whereas now, this worry was completely dispelled. Master, Jiang Chen looked towards which plain old man, his heart filled with admiration, knowing that if it wasn't for him he wouldn't have made such a great catch at all. Aha! Chu Sun nodded gently, sort of a tacit approval. There were also a few curiosities. The relics of the Yin dynasty. This kind of cave is logical that the biggest harvest is often the protagonist of heavenly destiny, and now it all falls on the head of the disciple. It seems to be that Yi Duan can't suppress the disciple's qi, and not without opening his eyes. Name, Jiang Duan. Age, 28. Cultivation level, VE Realm of Honor. Chakra, Yulian, Destiny's great villain. Ha! This change makes Chu Sun a shock. To know that before or Deep Purple, and went to a trip to the Yin dynasty qi actually produced a sea change. That represents Jiang Chen should have other gains. Cannot help but meaningfully look at the eyes. Chapter 59, Snowy Mountain Hall. With a simple and generous naive smile, Jiang Chen said, I knew nothing could be hidden from teacher. Elder Wang He, Elder Jiang, Elder Wang who suppressed the Forbidden Land. Unable to help himself, he said with a shudder, is there more? Buzz. The palm-sized bronze tripod was taken out, rusted and carved with traces of age, with ancient images branded on it, including savages from the ancient times, as well as auspicious creatures such as dragons and phoenixes, and even more ferocious beasts such as blockheads, as if it was the tripod of the 10,000 elephants. This is, Elder Wang He's beard rushed, staring dead at the bronze tripod. The ancient aura coming from it proved that this object was very ancient. At the very least, it was far too long and far too old compared to the Yin dynasty, and he couldn't help but think of one thing. Elder Jiang also breathed heavily and stared dead on, saying, could it be that this is the culprit for the destruction of the Yin dynasty? The thing that attracted the coveted attention of the supreme powers in the outside world? Aha! Ginger Dust nodded. Sort of an admission. Boom! This is in the hearts of several people even set off a strong storm. Obtaining the Great Phoenix scripture is already an unexpected joy. As for the Jinghua sword, let them excited almost fainted. And now there is such a mysterious inheritance. The whole person is giddy. No good. This thing may not be a blessing. Elder Jiang calmed down after his excitement. In the past, as powerful as the Yin dynasty couldn't keep such a thing. How could their Donglin sect keep this thing when all their saints were now facing the situational realm? Since it's in their hands, they can naturally keep it. Chu Sun lightly said, confidence permeating his words. No one knew yet that the bronze tripod had fallen into their hands for this matter. As long as they were given a period of time, even the great powers from the outside world need not be afraid. Jiang Chen revealed a bright smile and offered his hands, saying, Master, this is my disciple's filial honor to you. Ding, please choose the host. 1. Accept a disciple's filial gift and add an extra holy weapon. 2. 10 times the reward for refusing a disciple's gift. Incidentally, accepting a disciple's gift is tantamount to depriving the disciple of this opportunity, and the chi will fall again to the deep purple level. Seeing this option, surely do not need to think disciple filial piety of the mysterious inheritance how will also be worth above a holy weapon, which is lighter than the other. He can still distinguish. Besides accepting the gift, the disciple's chi still have to fall with it, more or less a little bit of a loss. Plus, he is still a kind of merciful and good master, not by shaking his head no. Elder Wang He, Elder Jiang, Elder Wang who suppressed the Forbidden Land. There is also the recovery of a wisp of mind. Xiao Rongyu are mind wildly trembling. Clear-eyed can see that such a thing is extraordinary. Who knows that Elder Chu was not moved? Master, Ginger Dust was still about to speak. Chu Sun, however, shook his head and said, what belongs to you is yours. This thing may not be useful even if it falls into my hands. Don't believe me? Open it and take a look. Boom! Jiang Chen lifted the lid that covered the bronze tripod. And just after exposing a wisp of a crack, a skyrocketing divine splendor rocked upwards. And even more so, a huge energy erupted out to penetrate through the heavens and attracted a vision. Jiang Chen was even sent flying. Buzz buzz. The bronze tripod was going to fly away in a trembling sound. Suppress. Chusun stretched out his palm and clasped it, and his body's cultivation exploded. Human Emperor 6th Realm. Human Emperor 7th Realm. Human Emperor 8th Realm. When it came to the peak, it was only by forcing suppression that the alien image of this bronze tripod was covered. Hiss. Jiang Dust inhaled cool air. Did not think that just open a mouth will break out this kind of power? At the same time also thankful that this is in the eyes of the teacher in the East Prosperity Sect. Otherwise I'm afraid it will be made known to the whole world. The heart cannot help but flooded with doubts. In the original track when ye dust to obtain the bronze tripods, how did not make a commotion? What a powerful fluctuation. Elder Wang marveled, but gradually, seemed to realize what? Dead staring at Chusun, face full of consternation, exclaimed, Elder Chu, your cultivation? It's not just him. A few of the others looked over as well. All dull. It's like a wood carving. Human Emperor, 8th Realm? That gradually withstand berserk breath. Will be revived. Xiaorong fish also completely frozen. Clearly in a few months ago Chusun is still the Human Emperor 5 Realm. This is just how long past. On the Human Emperor 8 Realm? Ha? The Elder Wang who was guarding the Forbidden Land was full of bewilderment. He had practiced for 300 years and wasted his life to enter the 8th Realm of the Human Emperor with great difficulty and was already quite satisfied. But then he looked at Chusun's cultivation. When was the Human Emperor realm so good to break through? It seems that a year ago Elder Chu had just recovered and surveyed the knot in his heart, and now only how long has passed. His cultivation continues to soar. Next time we see each other, aren't we all going to become saints? Facing the astonished eyes of several people, Chusun said gently, there are some small creations. Oh, a few people were silent, but it suffered a heavy blow. Elder Wang He, Elder Jiang, these two people who wasted half a lifetime in the Human Emperor realm Dunfoot, for the first time, felt that the storm was so big that they forcibly twisted their necks and did not look at Chusun. This guy kills people and kills their hearts. Buzz. In the meantime, Jiang Chen also carried a stream of memories, and as he slowly opened his eyes, he also shed complexity and said, Teacher is right. This bronze tripod contains an inheritance, the legacy of an extinct ancient Tao lineage, but the inheritance has heavy shackles. One of them would not be acceptable to the master. Rebuild the clan. Choosing to inherit this lineage would mean being its disciple, and restoring its former glory would be at stake, and that alone would dissuade the master. Oh, Elder Jiang, however, revealed his relief. It turned out that this thing was actually the legacy of an ancient Tao lineage. No wonder it would attract the covetousness of the great powers in the outside world. This kind of inheritance is indeed worthy of the ancient powers to make a bid to seize it. Do I want to inherit? Ginger Dust asked. Naturally. The East Prospect Holy Land is in the wind. The outside world is the same. Eastwick. Remote area. There is a dependence on the snowy mountains of the clan. Perennial freezing cold. Ordinary people in this simply cannot survive. However, this place has also become the sanctuary of the refining of the body. Relying on the snowy mountains of the weather cold. Can be unscrupulous refining the physical body? Only need to be strong to a certain extent. Can still be across the eastern region. This force is called a Snow Mountain Hall in the East Domain. Name gas is not as good as the 6 holy places. Is also only a batch of the existence of the Snow Mountain Hall of the Master is the existence of the Human Emperor 8 realm. Right now the Snowy Mountain Hall's Hall Master frowned. Originally being cultivated he felt gusts of heart palpitations, as if there was an apocalyptic catastrophe about to come, causing him to walk out of the Great Hall in confusion. Into the eye. A young disciple dressed in the robes of a disciple of the East Prosperity Sect was seen standing in the air. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up. His eyes suffused with an evil aura as he stared at the Hall Master of the Snowy Mountain Hall, as well as those disciples who were exercising their physiques, revealing their greed. Constant gulping. Gollum. What a fresh, beautiful and strong cultivator. This handsome disciple's eyes were greedy, and stared at the Snowy Mountain Hall's Hall Master excitedly. This kind of thick chi and blood, if swallowed, will be able to quickly restore cultivation. If only there were more of this kind of body cultivator in the Eastern Domain. Demon race. The Snow Mountain Hall Master's pupils contracted. The mind shook violently. Just realized? Late. This handsome young man's body was permeated with demonic aura. And under the invasion the Snow Mountain Hall Master was defenseless. While those disciples who were still bitterly hammering their bodies for cultivation were all raising their heads in horror, only to feel that their bodies' chi and blood were rapidly dissipating. Buzz. There was a red-colored void cauldron suspended there in mid-air, crazily devouring chi and blood. It's a pity that my demonic cauldron went somewhere, so I can only use the red cauldron void shadow method. However, looking at the rich chi and blood that was rapidly converging, this handsome young man grinned a bizarre smile and said, this chi and blood is also enough for me, the Green Ox Demon Monarch, to reshape my flesh. Chapter 60, The Sage Manifests. Something big is happening. Not good. Big deal. The elder of the East Prosperity Sect's intelligence division quickly came to the Sect leader's cultivation place and nervously said, Sect leader, the Snow Mountain Hall has been destroyed. The eastern region is shaking. Should we send someone to check it out? What? Elder Wang He, who was still in the Sect master's cultivation ground, snapped his eyes wide open and said, how could it be possible? The Snowy Mountain Palace is a force second only to the 6 holy places, and it still takes the line of body refining, belonging to a unique one in the eastern region, and it is located in a remote area, seldom inviting strong enemies. How could it be wiped out by someone? 1,000 times over. Chickens and dogs. The Snow Mountain Hall is empty. Hiss. Elder Zhang's scalp also tingled, suddenly thinking of a devil, the Green Bull Demon Monarch who escaped from the middle of the Yin ruins. His eyes showed strong scorn. He had predicted earlier that the eastern region might be in chaos, but he hadn't expected it to come so quickly. Are we going, man? Sendo Sect, True Martial Sect, Divine Feminine Sect. There are strong men rushing over to these. Go! Chu Sun said in a deep voice. The destruction of the Snow Mountain Hall is a big enough event to shake the eastern region. At this time, the East Prosperity Sect can't afford to be absent from the scene, and also knows that the only one who can spare a hand in the East Prosperity Sect right now is himself, and said, I'll go on my own. There was worry in Elder Wang Yi's eyes as he said, or else, we in the East Prosperity Sect won't go to join in the fun. The Snowy Mountain Hall has already been destroyed, so it's already too late to go and do anything. No harm done. Go make sure of one thing, Chu Sun said. Snowy Mountain Hall. The north wind is howling. Snow flurries. Instead, in the sky above this place stood one strong man after another, standing with their hands folded, silently overlooking the palace below, frustrated and in crisis. Snow Mountain Hall. Really finished. Hanging King Hall's Hallmaster's eyes filled with sadness. Counting him and Snow Mountain Hall's Hallmaster is an old enemy. Each other do not deal with each other. Cannot be counted as a friend, but also respect Snow Mountain Hall's Hallmaster's straightness. But now this old friend is just like this gone. The rabbit is dead fox sadness. The expression is downcast. The Green Bull Demon Monarch has really reappeared in the world. The Floating Moon Sect Patriarch also looked bleak, with a hint of panic mixed in his eyes. The power he was in was not far from the Snowy Mountain Hall. Both were second only to the 6 Holy Lands. There was no saint sitting within the sect, and he was also worried about stepping into the Snowy Mountain Hall's footsteps. Swish swish swish, one after another. Multiple figures descended. These are the top forces in the eastern region. Although they are not as good as the 6 holy places, they each control a side, such as the Snow Mountain Palace to bless a region. And now the Snow Mountain Palace's previous experience has made them smell the crisis. Even those who do not think of the people of the demon sect are now afraid of the panic. Shoo! In the tension that pervades, a figure suddenly descended. Boom! True Martial Sect Patriarch, Lu Nan Tian. Immortal Way Sect Patriarch, Qin Yu. God's Walking Sect Patriarch, Dinah. Goddess Palace Master, Chu Yao Yao. Tianji Palace Master, Xiao Wu Chang. In the blink of an eye, the 6 great holy places have descended, so that the terrified emotions in the field are slightly calmed, and the eyes of a person are filled with longing and hope, as if they have found the backbone, hoping that the 6 great holy places at this time have a decision. Boo! Next breath. East Prosperity Sect Chu Sun also came out of the void. See the latter. The reaction of the forces are different. Some are surprised. Some are happy. As for not Xiao Rongyu to come to them, but do not care. Chu Sun's cultivation is higher. The right to speak is also heavier. By his decision is not less than the Xiao sect to take care of the attention. Chu Sun frowned. The cold wind whistling to his realm has long been cold and heat, but here but feel gusts of cold, not from the weather, but the Snow Mountain Hall was overridden by the cold, piercing cold. A Norse clan, 3 human emperors, dozens of reverends, the princes and lords, the Dharma realm are countless. Seeing that such a huge clan was wiped out from the eastern domain in one night, the Snow Mountain Hall Master was even executed before he could rescue him, and there were still wisps of blood in the sky. It's him. That's right. Chu Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. This trip came to determine whether or not it was the Green Bull Demon Monarch, and now he was certain that he had seen the red-colored small tripod's hands in the heavenly cloud country, and the residual breath was exactly the same as the one in the air above. Several other sacred land patriarchs also obviously had the method of discernment, and recognized the latter in their pupil contractions, saying, "It is certain that it is the Green Ox Demon Monarch without a doubt." The Floating Moon Sect Patriarch said, "The 6 Holy Lands have been ruling the eastern region for many years, and now that the Devil Cult has resurfaced, please discuss countermeasures to discuss it together." A common discussion? True Martial Sect Patriarch, Immortal Way Sect Patriarch, Goddess Sect Patriarch. These people stand quietly in mid-air. Hear this want to laugh. They also want to discuss it, but that have the strength. In the Een ruins, the Green Bull Demon Monarch was suppressed for hundreds of years, even if the recovery has just been recovered. Weak to the point of being able to hard to shake them 8-peak human emperor. Now the Green Bull Demon Monarch do not know how many living beings blood sacrifice, and then face him only to die life. These matters are not for us to intervene, Lu Nantian said coldly. Master of the Hall of the Hanging King, Floating Moon Sect Patriarch. There are other top forces. There was a chill at the smell of it all. If the 6 holy places did not care, today the Green Bull Demon Monarch blood sacrificed the Snow King Hall tomorrow and dared to blood sacrifice them. So they could not help but say angrily, if we are all blood sacrificed by the Green Bull Demon Monarch, I'm afraid that all of you will not be able to escape by that time either. The Tianji Sect Patriarch also glanced at the latter and said indifferently, what's the rush? The Green Bull Demon Monarch has his opponents. We only need to finish looking after ourselves. What do you mean? A few people were at a loss, but in the open sea, feel the pressure of the flood. Time, space, nothingness 3 solidified. The people present are human emperor realm. Most of them are human emperor more than 7 realms of cultivation, but now they have to feel the pressure of suffocation. Are not appalled to stare into the nothingness, only to see an old man holding a heavenly plane plate slowly lined. Holy saints! Even Shu Sun's pupils contracted slightly. Sage of the East. The first time it was revealed. Senpai. Senpai. Accompanied by the salute of the Tianji Sect's Patriarch. Those at the helm of the top forces were all as if they were waking up from a dream, with both shock and surprise, bending down to salute one after another. The old man holding the heavenly chance disc gently nodded his head towards all of them, only to see him step forward to the sky above the snowy mountain hall, throwing the heavenly chance disc in his hand away, hanging in the sky above and pressing down as if the sky was tipping over. At this time people can see the texture of this Tianji disc carving, the front carving of the heavenly 8 trigrams, 24 weather, the reverse side of the carving of the sun, moon and stars, mountains and rivers and Hezi, both encompassing all the images and contains the nature of the heavens and the earth. The wisps of chi and blood that remained above did not enter the middle of the heavenly chance plate, causing the pointer on the front to rotate frantically, and soon it was fixed in one direction. Gentlemen, it's time to make a move. The saint of the heavenly chance sect spoke in a gentle tone, but several rainbow lights flashed around them, running wildly in the direction pointed out by the heavenly chance plate. Swish, swish, swish. Master of the Hall of the Hanging King, Floating Moon Sect Patriarch. The helmsmen of these top forces were creeped out, completely unable to feel that there was even a sage sitting in the void around them, even arriving a step earlier than them, and right now, with the guidance given by the sage of the Heavenly Mechanics Sect, these few saints were killed in the past almost in an instant. Chapter 61. Obviously, they also smell a crisis. If they allowed the Green Bull Demon Monarch to recover his peak, and this blood sacrifice went on, even as a holy land, they might suffer, and they did not hesitate to choose to join hands in front of this great right and wrong, kill the devil together. After the saints are gone, there was still silence over the snowy mountain hall. Master of the Hall of the Hanging King, Floating Moon Sect Patriarch. There were also the helmsmen of other forces. All of them had blazing eyes. Since the saints had taken action, the Green Bull Demon Monarch shouldn't be able to survive. And even if he survived by chance, he wouldn't be able to threaten them anymore. Ha ha, I knew the 6 Holy Lands wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. The Hall Master of the Hanging King Hall added enthusiastically. Why don't we take this opportunity to exchange objects with each other, so that whoever is in crisis can also support each other? How about it? Lu Nanshan's expression was calm. Looking at the Hanging King Hall Master, a slight disdain surfaced within his eyes. Just heard that the 6 holy places didn't care, then couldn't help but jump into the pot. Now seeing the saints move to hunt down and kill, and then the first time to jump out, but still agreed to his request. After all, the emergence of the demon race was a huge problem. A Green Bull Demon Lord. Who knows how many people can be involved behind the scenes? The cultivation method of the Devil Sect is again too demonic. Only need constant blood sacrifice can be a constant source of cultivation, so that those who have ordinary talent, the cultivation path is cut off to see the rise of hope, will defy all odds to cultivate, and cultivation to the late stage. This magic power will affect the mind. Reduced to only know how to kill the devil, is a forbidden art, is also the source of the scourge. Tianji Sect Patriarch also nodded his head. Exchanging objects to support each other was undoubtedly the best way. If they allowed the Green Bull Demon Monarch to make blood sacrifices, it might even threaten them. Even if the saints themselves were on the hunt, they still harbored uneasiness in their hearts, and the request of the Hanging King Hall's Patriarch was still reasonable enough for them to recognize it. An exchange of objects. Sendo Sect, Tianji Sect, Divine Feminine Sect, both received a lot of favor from the top powers. especially the true martial arts clan, is to get the forces of the fire. Want to have a friendship with? After all, the true martial arts clan hidden for the first forces of the eastern region is not just a name. On the contrary, the Donglin sect was reduced to the edge of exclusion at this time. The forces all unannounced avoided the Donglin sect, because in the eyes of the Hanging King Hall Master and others, the Donglin sect was not far from them. The only thing that still had the advantage was that the Donglin sect had a saint who was about to be seated. Once seated, what was the difference between them and the saints? What is the use of exchanging objects with such a power? The Green Bull Demon Monarch killed. Could it be that by virtue of their request, the East Prosperity sect would send strong men? Even if they did send strong men, they would be sending them to their deaths. Without saints sitting in the town, there was no value in climbing over the fence. Chusun took this scene into his eyes, and his emotions were extraordinarily calm, and did not get angry because of the doggedness of these forces. Whether it was the cultivation of the Tibetan scripture pavilion or the strength of his own cultivation, it had long since shielded him from these. Elder Chu, this is the seal of my goddess sect. Would it be convenient to swap? Goddess Sect's Chu Yaoyao's lotus stepped lightly. Her move also attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, Chu Yaoyao in the eastern region would have had the honorary title of these three goddesses. Not only is her appearance stunningly beautiful, can be described as a woman of great beauty, her identity is even more fiery. One of the 6 Holy Lands patriarch. If it can be mastered, it's also the ultimate in life. It was a pity that Chu Yaoyao's vision was too high, and she had never favored a man in her life, and her cultivation and status also gave her the qualification to be arrogant. Aha! Chu Sun took the token in her hand, not expecting that the first one to throw out an olive branch would be the Divine Feminine sect, and she also saw clarity, purity from within Chu Yuyu's beautiful eyes. At the very least, this moment was free of any distractions, and was simply wanting to exchange objects. Humph! Immortal Dao Sect's Qin Yu's pupils were sharp. His body was clothed in golden battle armor, and his hand was holding a golden spear tightly in his palm, and the prancing battle intent that permeated his body made the lively place of exchange quickly cool down. Master of the Hall of the Hanging King, Floating Moon Sect Patriarch. All of these top power leaders had heard of the feud between the two clans, and they didn't expect that at this juncture, just after everyone had finished exchanging, the Immortal Dao Sect Patriarch would begin to lash out. Elder Chu, without being outside the East Prosperity Sect's gates today, your family's saints won't be able to revive, and I'm curious as to who gave you the courage to come here. Immortal Dao Sect's Qin Yu sneered. Earlier, he had been prepared to make trouble after the East Prosperity Sect's saint had sat down, but since Chu Sun had personally come here to die, it was no wonder that he was not to be blamed. Chu Yaoyao's smoldering brows slightly knit, saying, "What grudges do you both have that can't be placed on that day, now that the Green Bull Demon Monarch has appeared in the world? If you wantonly spread your feats and gather believers, the Eastern Domain will be in chaos in a matter of days. The two of you are the topmost experts in the Eastern Domain, and you shouldn't be in internal conflict at this time." The two of us? Qin Yu sneered. Is he worthy? Cultivation on his body exploded in torrents. Human Emperor 8th Realm. Human Emperor 9 Realms. Peak Human Emperor 9th Realm. At this moment, Qin Yu was spirited and domineering, clad in golden battle armor and holding a spear, releasing an oppression that caused the Hanging King Hall Master, Floating Moon Sect Master, and the others to feel intense pressure and shocked. Too strong. Tianji Sect Patriarch. Sect leader of the Divine Walking Sect. Goddess Sect Patriarch. All looked grave, frowning slightly, knowing that Qin Yu was serious, not something that could be stopped by a few words from the sidelines. Glancing at each other and looking at Chu Sun also silently said, "Let them battle it out. Chu Sun may not necessarily not have any cards if he dares to come. And don't forget that in Ruins Jiang Duan was the one who chopped up the jowled monster with a single sword while holding a talismanic paper." The following few all nodded silently. They had also heard of this matter. They were only unimpressed by the fact that the talisman paper was containing a blow from Elder Chu. A few months ago they had witnessed Chu Sun's close call by Qin Yu Bai. It had only been a few months since then. Even if there had been an outburst, it was unlikely that it would have arrived at that kind of a point. Coming, Master of the Hall of the Hanging King, Floating Moon Sect Patriarch. Curiosity filled the eyes of these top power palms again. As for the true martial sect's Lu Nantian, he was happy to see this scene. If Qin Yu beheaded Chu Sun today, the one who would gain the most would be the true martial sect instead. Even if the Donglin sect saints recovered with anger, they would still be rushing towards the immortal Dao sect, so how could it not be the true martial sect's turn? However, he also secretly lamented in his heart that this Qin Yu was really good at picking the right time, and at this point in time, even if he really beheaded Chu Sun, the recovery of the East Prosperity sect saints wouldn't be able to create much of a threat. Several saints of the eastern region are united, is expelling the devil's religion, is not allowed to be interrupted. Even more so, He would not allow the Green Bull Demon Monarch to be found before his own family lost a saint. So even if the Donglin Sect saint recovered, the greatest probability would be that several saints of the Eastern Domain would join hands to oppress, forcing the Donglin Sect saint to reseal or to sit down on the spot, and there would not be a second choice. Therefore, if Chusun does not have a bottom card today, he is destined to die in vain. Chapter 62, Retreating 100 miles violently. The swords are drawn. The atmosphere was baked to perfection. Xinyu seemed to be bathed in golden divine splendor as a streak of incomparably bright golden light rolled across the sky like a bolt of lightning, splitting the poles with the scene of his highness, the snowy mountain, master of the Hall of the Hanging King, floating moon sect patriarch. These top forces of the patriarch is also quickly dodged, eyes mixed with banter. In their own no worry, the greed of the heart again in the stupid. East Prospect Sacred Land has stood in the eastern region for too long. It should also be a change of position, so that the latecomer to the top. Earlier Xiaorongyu outbreak of forbidden art seriously injured. This Chu Sun if the fall again, then it is really a real name. Watching the theater for the theater. Watch the hustle and bustle. Yet no one looked favorably on Chu Sun. Why bother? Chu Sun said softly, since he dared to come naturally have certainty. Moreover, in Inhui outside their own a talisman paper has shown strength. Why these people still do not believe? Xinyu could see Chu Sun's thoughts, and with a sneer and mockery in his expression, his body was filled with golden light, poised to strike a blow, and he laughed coldly. If it's that kind of fooling around with legal paper, use it as much as you can, and I'd like to see how many of them you've got. A quiet sigh. It was clear that he had exposed his cultivation. These people still don't believe it. Still not dead. Then fulfill that, Chu Sun slowly said. His eyes fell on the snowy mountaintops below, and as his thoughts surged there was an invisible sword condensed in his palm, lightly swinging and chopping down. Snort! In a split second, a condensed, matchless sword intent, like the Milky Way tilting from the 9 heavens, brilliant and eye-catching. Those who were originally still watching the show had their pupils contracted, revealing intense shock. An overwhelming and domineering sword intent raged above the firmament, and they, the patriarchs of the top powers, only felt as weak and insignificant as ants under the majestic and vast sword intent. The condensed, matchless sword intent did not chop down quickly, but it caused everyone to be on edge, as if the pressure of doom would chop down on them at any moment. Snort! Immortal Dao Sect Qin Yu's pupils contracted. The expression on his face changed from sneering and mocking to color change as well as panic. This sword was able to decapitate him, and almost without thinking about it, he frantically retreated violently. Boom! 10 miles, 30 miles, 100 miles, rumble, sword chi chopped down. It did not hit Xinyu, but landed in mid-air. A deep gully cracking and turning into an abyss spreading as a wisp of sword intent filled the air from it, releasing an unrivaled and domineering sword aura. The playfulness on the face of the Hanging King Hall's Hall Master disappeared, staring dumbfounded at the scene after the sword fell. The sword chi split the void, leaving behind a polar abyss-like abyss. Looking down, the pupils immediately reflected a brilliant sword shadow, stifling a grunt, hastily closing his eyes, but blood fell low from the corners of his eyes. He shook. Just one look. It wasn't even that he was targeted by this sword chi, but by viewing a glance at this residual sword intent, his eyes were stabbed. So what if this sword slashed at himself? True martial sect patriarch, Tianji sect patriarch, sect leader of the divine walking sect, goddess sect patriarch. These few people saw the change of the Hanging King Hall Master also slightly trembled. Their eyes also looked at it. Under the sword chi abyss there was a domineering and incomparable sword shadow. Even if they only looked at it, they released a powerful sword intent to destroy everything. They closed their eyes to wear out the sword intent in it. Although it was much better than the Hanging King Hall Master, but it also took several breaths of time. And after opening their eyes again, all of them are shedding a sense of shock, and their hearts are extremely unsettled. Snort! Snort! The residual sword intent was still growing in a steady stream, but there were no more sneers and scoffs in the air above. Everyone's face was unprecedentedly grave, and a horrified expression was fixed there, with some even looking at Xinyu. Immortal Dao Sect's Xinyu, still clad in golden armor, holding a golden spear in his hand. His body's battle spirit faded. His eyes were bewildered under the shock. He had already prepared for Chu Sun to take out his holy weapon, the Green Vine Sword, and he had similarly prepared a holy weapon that restrained the Green Vine Sword. Only Chu Sun had not moved the Green Vine Sword, and he had not taken out his holy weapon. The remaining traces of the sword Dao in the void were still there, but he couldn't help his body from trembling and spasming continuously. He wanted to fight again, raising his battle spirit over and over again, but every time he ran halfway through, he gave out. That residual abyss of sword energy, it's like a gully and a moat. It completely cut off his desire to win. He lost. The Floating Moon Sect Patriarch complexly said. His face was full of tangles. Who would have thought that it would end like this? There was no hallowed exchange of blows. It was similar to what they expected. This battle would be quick. Only that the person who lost had a reversal. Chu Sun only has one sword. Then he defeated Qin Yu. Why? Qin Yu, who was 100 miles away. After being frustrated, his eyes were filled with anger and shame for his actions. He had actually retreated 100 miles in fear under a sword light from Chu Sun, but with frustration because this sword Chu Sun was not prepared to slash at his body at all. Tianji Sect Patriarch also looked towards Chu Sun after his mind trembled. If Chu Sun wanted this sword, Qin Yu would not be able to dodge it so easily. Even if he could really dodge it, he would need to pay a price, and it would not be so simple. Is it because you're afraid? Afraid of retaliation from the immortal Taoist sect saints? The idea was abandoned just as soon as it started. Maybe in the next person works, but in him, even beheaded Xian Dao sect a number of human emperors. Even the human emperor 9 realm of Jowled monster were killed by him with a sword with a talisman paper. What is there is not dare to do? Really, if it is afraid of also would not have the previous things. So in his eyes beheading or not to beheading Qin Yu one are justified. Is it disdain? Still not worthy? Or too lazy to chop? Chu Sun still stood in the void, the mighty wind blowing through, blowing his sideburns, his expression as calm as ever as he said, "Spare your life for the sake of Yin Hui. There will be no next time." Qin Yu stood there dumbfounded. True Martial Sect Patriarch, Sect Leader of the Divine Walking Sect, Goddess Sect Patriarch, Tianji Sect Patriarch. These people also trembled. Never thought that this would be the reason. Just because in Yin Hui they helped Xiaorongyu. No matter from what purpose, help is help. And this also became the original reason for sparing Qin Yu's life. Qin Yu is also proud. He is not very old. This life has the opportunity to impact the saint. Belongs to his pride. First let him roar. Qin Yu, I need to recognize the favor. But then see that old man calm eyes. His pride collapsed. Completely lack of courage to shout out. Because he's not sure. After you finish yourself, will it be ushered straight into a green vine sword? Do it all. Chu Sun drew away. Now that the purpose has been reached, there's no point in staying any longer. The sky above the snowy mountain hall, however, was not quiet. Heavy breathing accompanied by the sound of a line of sight falling back under the lingering abyssal sword chi. As someone shocked, what exactly is his cultivation level? Chapter 63, Lost in Chase. The Divine Walking Sect's Patriarch fell silent, thinking of the first time he heard about Chu Sun's movements. It seemed to be a year ago that Chu Sun was suspected to have broken the realm. And then shaking his head, it was half a year ago that the Donglin Sect duel was held. And that day Chu Sun was only at the 5th realm of the human emperor. And the time had passed only a few months. And they had already been unable to see through Chu Sun's cultivation. Human emperor 9 realms? A half saint? Or has stepped into sainthood? They are not sure. This residual a sword chi. Just Chu Sun lightly a blow. No one even knows he used a few points of strength. But even so is not the human emperor 9 realm can withstand. If he fully exploded. Using the green vine sword and then with the great river sword intent. A sword chopped out. How stunning it will be. At the very least, it's a half saint. True Martial Sect Patriarch Lunantian was silent. This was a realm he had longed for. Stepping into that realm would be hailed as this not far from sainthood. But he never expected that he hadn't advanced much yet. But someone had already stepped in. Sect Leader of the Divine Walking Sect, Tianji Sect Patriarch, Nangungs, both chose to be silent. Master of the Hall of the Hanging King, Floating Moon Sect Patriarch. The helmsman of these top powers desperately wanted to hear words of denial from these people, thinking of the contempt as well as disdain that they and others had just shown towards the East Prosperity Sect, and then looking at Elder Chu, who had erupted into a half-saint cultivation in the blink of an eye. All of them were unable to stop themselves from trembling. But unfortunately, no one was able to deny it. And the more it was confirmed, the harder it was in their hearts, and the more it was remorse and regret. If they said that just now, they were not so flattering. The other 5 Holy Lands were not on the line with Chu Sun. The thought that Chu Sun would most likely set foot on a saint in the future, and that they would just miss their chance for nothing. Their hearts ached so much that they couldn't breathe. But then they glanced at Qin Yu out of the corner of their eyes, and silently felt much better, although they had lost a bit of face. But it was just a dog's eyes looking down on others and having eyes without a pearl. Then Qin Yu would be in deep trouble. Thinking of Qin Yu's arrogant words just now. He doesn't deserve it. He doesn't deserve it. It's just that the unworthy one is not Elder Chu, but him Qin Yu. Qin Yu also turned red under these afterglows, and even his thick skin couldn't hold out. So he flicked his sleeve indignantly and drew away, leaving this place of wrongdoing. Tianji Sect Patriarch, Sect Leader of the Divine Walking Sect, True Martial Sect Patriarch, Nangungs. The men also turned away in a languid complication. Only Chu Yao Yao of the Divine Feminine Sect, standing in the sky above the snowy mountain hall, slightly paused, her beautiful eyes showing complexity, softly murmured, "A great weapon late in life? Thick and thin?" This is everyone's evaluation of Chu Sun. Just never thought that this thick and thin will be horrible to this extent. The cultivation breakthrough is as easy as eating and drinking water, and came to the point where the next person could not reach. East Prosperity Sect. When Chu Sun came back, Elder Wang He, who had been in fear of his life, was relieved, and also greeted him at the first time, nervously asking questions, both worrying about whether Chu Sun had been made difficult by the other two sects, and also nervous about what exactly was going on in the snowy mountain hall, which was really blood sacrificed by the people in the demon sect? With Chu Sun's calm exposition, Elder Wang He was also in a state of shock, not expecting such a big event to happen, and more than that, he was still shaken. Who would have thought it would end up like this? Snowy Mountain Hall, a power second only to the 6 Holy Lands. It's just gone. Tight sense of crisis accompanied, when heard that the saints have been personally chasing the murderer before relaxing. Also said, although my East Prosperity Sect saints are not involved, but sitting in this is the best guarantee, that the Green Bull Demon Monarch should know that my sect saints have not yet fallen. In this period of time or a safe period, Chu Sun also gently nodded his head. At this juncture all know that the East Prosperity Sect saint is about to sit down. No one will mess with a dying saint at this time. Back to the light. The saint on the verge of death won't care about so much. Really want to pull one person to cushion their backs. Even if they can't beat them, they can also be crippled. No one will mess with such a madman. But there are advantages and disadvantages. Once the saint is completely seated, the accumulated conflicts will immediately explode. The Immortal Tao Sect or the True Martial Sect is also pressing a breath of air. And even the Green Bull Demon Monarch is coveting the great delicacy that is the East Prosperity Sect, so it can be imagined that the saint's seated body will lead to the changes that will be brought about. However, Chu Sun didn't want to talk about this at this time, and instead said, "Where's Jiang Chen?" Today, such a big thing happened with the demise of the Snow Mountain Hall. The 6 holy places in the eastern region and the various top power sovereigns all went there, and the only thing that was missing was Jiang's manpower, which made him feel strange. He's not. I heard that there was a bit of disagreement within the Jiang clan, suspected to be over the inheritance of the status of the firstborn son. Jiang Jinshan and a group of clan elders chose to support Jiang Duan, and a part of the clan decided to support Jiang Ju. All in all, it's very confusing right now, and I'm afraid that's the reason why I didn't go this time. Elder Wang He said. That's right. Chu Sun was thoughtful. Spinning around, he drew away. In the meantime, Eastwick, a corner of the marina, a wretched figure fought its way down from nothingness. A crimson void cauldron on top of its head, spilling chi and blood all the time, which caused the figure that was fleeing to shed anger and heartache. That was the chi and blood that he had painstakingly blood sacrificed to the snowy mountain hall to collect, and he had just refined not much of it before the group of slimy dogskin in the eastern domain chased after him, and even his red void cauldron gave him cracks, and every ounce of his chi and blood that flowed out made his heart ache. Son of a, wait for me, sooner or later, I'll blood sacrifice you all. Green Bull Demon Monarch eyes float sinister. Made up his mind, hands strangled, broke out a forbidden art forward blasted through the void in front of him, appeared tunnels, traversed into the disappeared. A few moments later, several figures descended. Big, strong man, the old man with the skyplate in his hand, a crone who was not fast and furious. There were also cold men dressed in blue and white Taoist robes. After chasing to this place, several people coincidentally looked at the old man holding the Tianji disc, while the latter rotated the Tianji disc in his hand. And after a moment slightly frowned and said, "The chase was lost." That stout and strong man dissatisfied cold snort. There is also fire in his eyes. Our chasing to this step eyes will be captured and killed, in favor of letting him slip away. Unhappy, East Prosperity Sect saints in the end there is no seated. The old crone who was not fast and furious also frowned slightly, knowing that this was aimed at the East Prosperity Sect saint. Previously they had joined forces to surround the Green Bull Demon Monarch who was refining his chi and blood. And the array that was set up appeared to be a little dewy, lacking a saint sitting down, or else it would be difficult for the Green Bull Demon Monarch to escape from the calamity, which was also the reason why this saint of the True Martial Sect would be warmly angered. The Eastern region's Green Bull Demon Monarch is now in the world. It will be another catastrophe. If the East Prosperity Sect saints know what's right, they should come out at the first time. With his dying lifespan, he will put everything together, and under the return of the light it will be enough to heavily injure the Green Bull Demon Monarch. Together with the assistance of us, the Green Bull Demon Monarch will not be able to escape from this battle. The old man holding the Tianji disc also calm face. Know how these people think. In the heart also slightly sigh. Just now if any of them are willing to pay a certain price, Even if the array of a missing saint sitting in the town can be the Green Bull Demon Monarch Shinkai, it is a pity that these several people do not want to contribute to the effort. And the unusual outburst is just a matter of seeing the Green Bull Demon Monarch want to fight for his life. And one is quicker than the other to flash. And watch the Green Bull Demon Monarch vanish. And miss a good opportunity. Chapter 64, Collusion with the Demon Clan. Whoa! The Green Bull Demon Monarch who escaped from the Void Channel opened his mouth and spewed out thick essence blood, his scarlet pupils carrying anger as well as a blazing murderous aura as he said, "This group of dogskin plasters." Back then, he was being hunted by this group of saints in the Eastern Domain. Hard to avoid the Yin ruins. If it wasn't for the fact that the Yin dynasty happened to fall at that time, he was afraid that he would have to be subdued in the middle of the search as well. I didn't realize that after all these years, showing up again. It still ends like this. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the Green Bull Demon Monarch's eyes showed anger and calmness. Two contradictory emotions. Anger to the extreme still retaining a trace of sanity. Gritting his teeth, he said, wanting to blood sacrifice a force like the Snowy Mountain Palace again is no longer possible. Even the secular dynasties have colluded with the six major forces. On his own. Hard to rise. A sneer spread across the corners of his mouth, with a touch of demonic evil. This eastern region. He could be more than just one devil cultivator. Eastwick. Ginger. As the oldest family, the inheritance of long years, compared to the East Prosperity Sect is even longer. The clan on the time of glory. Not to mention the East region. Even if you look at the central state is also a transcendent power. But unfortunately the decline of generation after generation, to the present can only be reduced to the East region to claim the throne. And now, inside the main hall, but a strife was ushered in. The strife concerning Kang's firstborn son. Humph. You want to install Jiang Chen as the next family head. The old man does not agree. An old man with a withered form was filled with glowing fire, like the remnants of a candle that was about to burn out the flame of life. Jiang Chen also faced slightly cold look to this old man, the clan's 5-old ancestor. Seniority is very high, even he has to address a uncle. Just this person is a little too ungrateful. Are a handful of years of age at any time will be killed in the yellow springs of the people. Do not cherish their own reputation, but also come to participate in these for what? 5th old ancestor. As a descendant respect your contribution to the family. But words can't be spoken, ears can't be chewed, talk should be about evidence. My son Jiang Chen is magnificent and gifted. Who else is there if not him to inherit the Jiang clan? Jiang Jinshan coldly said. Ha! Family Master Jiang is right. It's just that I have a point of view too. At this time another clan elder spoke up. It was Jiang Ju's grandfather. He smiled and said, Jiang Duan's great splendor is well known. It's just that the news that the East Prosperity Sect wants to establish Jiang Duan as the Holy Son has already been spread. My Jiang clan has a great opportunity to inherit the East Prosperity Sect and gradually penetrate it in the future. So why would I need to miss out on such an opportunity? Plus, my son Jiang Ju is not bad either. Jiang Jinshan looked away coldly. I'm afraid that this last sentence is what this old man wanted to say. A group of clan elders also have looked. Some of them nodded slightly, quite recognized. Jiang Ju this time as if knocked medicine like a surge. Continuous suppression of the younger generation in the clan. Its style is no less than Jiang Dust. Worthy of the Jiang family head. Ginger. Backcountry. Forbidden land. A handsome appearance. The temperament of the supreme young man stood there frowning. In front of him is the Jiang's forbidden land. Inside the suppressor of a devil. When the scourge of chaos, by the Jiang's predecessors suppressed, after many years have not been refined. What's the hesitation? Beside Jiang Ju, there was also a person standing. If Jiang Chen was there he would be quite familiar. Wasn't this precisely his old rival? The son of heaven's destiny. Yi Duan. I'm hesitating. Do this. Will it cause great trouble? Jiang Ju frowned tightly, and there was still hesitation on his face. This is your last chance. Today all the clan elders of the Jiang clan have gone to the Great Hall to seminar the argument. Even the Snow Mountain Hall overthrow no one has gone over. If this is the wrong opportunity, you this Jiang clan's first eldest son status will dream of dry thinking to go. Don't tell me that you are naive enough to think that you can really defeat Jiang Dust. Yi Dust mocked. Jiang Ju's expression loosened, mentioning that big brother he was both fearful and covetous. Since childhood all Jiang clan's younger generation lived under Jiang Dust's nightmare, and he was no exception. He remembered that he had learned a divine ability with great difficulty, and in the twinkling of an eye he saw Jiang Dust rehearsing several great divine abilities. An epiphany breakthrough by chance made him steal joy, but in the blink of an eye, he saw that Jiang Chen had already practiced breaking through several realms and his cultivation far surpassed theirs. Such a big brother was truly incapable of giving rise to the thought of resistance. But it's changed since Jiang Chen left. He was like a man of good fortune. Constant metamorphosis. Put in a few days ago, he still wanted to challenge Jiang Chen head-on, to defeat him in a dignified manner and replace the identity of the first eldest son, but the battle outside Yin where Jiang Chen defeated Yi Chen in a like manner, made him realize that there was still a long way to go between himself and this elder brother, and that it couldn't be made up for by 3 or 2 divine abilities, and the fear of the old days surged back to the forefront of his mind. And now, he came to the Kang's Forbidden Land under Yi Duan's compulsion. Unseal the Forbidden Land. This Jiang sitting on the Forbidden Land of a senior is Jiang dust that lineage. Forbidden Land outbreak he bears the brunt, cannot avoid the responsibility, and Jiang dust that lineage of people want to make up for the damage, can only be hard to go on, at that time, at least have to fall a few, or even a dozen. Once the Jiang dust that lineage weaken to the extreme, your opportunity will come. The last of the hesitation hung on Jiang Ju's face. What are you waiting for? Waiting for Jiang Chen to come back? But I know that Jiang Chen is already on his way. Once we let him get to the clan, it has been proposed that you both have a duel to determine the firstborn. When the time comes, will you have a single moment of hope? To be devastated in public, even the lineage that supports you will be shaken. You have no choice. Either lift the seal, or be a loser, unable to raise your head for the rest of your life, living under the shadow of Jiang Chen. Yi Dust's expression was grim, his pupils ghostly as he said, "No, I'm not going to live in his shadow for the rest of my life." Jiang Ju's pupils contracted violently, his complexion emitted intense fluctuations. The matter was also decidedly no longer hesitant. Stretching out his palm there was a pitch-black talismanic paper, releasing wisps of demonic nature. Under his determination, slapped towards the forbidden land of the Jiang clan. Rumble, with a violent shudder, the ground shook. These clan elders who were deliberating within the Jiang clan's great hall all suddenly changed color and said, "What kind of movement? Forbidden land? It's the forbidden area in the back of the mountain." Jiang Jinshan wake up with hindsight. His complexion also suddenly changed greatly. He is clear about what is suppressed in the forbidden land in the back of the mountain. Jiang's in the eastern region for a long time. During the suppression of the devil or evil demon can be more than one, which if they are allowed to run out recklessly, I'm afraid that the entire Jiangs are facing a crisis. Chapter 65, Crisis in Kong. After a long time, the Great Hall of the Ginger. Jiang Jinshan returned with a tired face. With it also returned a group of clan elders, but these people are all depressed. Dark face. The back mountain forbidden land for some reason revived. There is a devil cultivator almost took advantage of the opportunity to escape. Even if the Jiang clan set the strength of all the strong, but only barely suppressed. But there is a human emperor 8 realm of the strong man and fell because of this. The most chilling thing for Jiang Jinshan was that this strong man belonged to his right hand and right arm, assisting him all the way. He was able to be so smooth in the Jiang clan, and the latter made a lot of effort, but now he just fell. Not only was there heartache, but also a burst of sadness. Humph, where's old 10? Look at a forbidden place that can't be guarded, and there's no point in holding it anymore. Punish him to go to the face cliff to think. Jiang Jinshan forced down the grief in his heart, and his gaze gradually sharpened. Staring at the 5 old ancestors with very cold pupils, he smelled a crisis in targeting in these words. The forbidden land in the back of the mountain erupted. Fall of a powerful man. If old 10 is removed from the ginger discourse again, then it would be difficult for people from his own branch to take control of sovereignty again, while the 5 elder ancestors would only need to bring in those neutral factions again. And by the time the other branch became powerful, it might not be impossible for Jiang Ju to take the throne again. Just Jiang Jinshan's eyes are very cold. He can't believe that Jiang Ju, that line of people in order to junior set up as the first eldest son, all dare to great disrespect to cause trouble in the forbidden land. If it is really also don't blame him for being ruthless. Clean up the clan scourge. Humph, I swear to God, if this is caused by the old man, it will sever the old man's lineage. Although there is disagreement over the younger generation being established as the first eldest son, the old man is not so confused as to take the entire Jiang clan and mess it up. The 5th elder ancestor swore to the heavens with a face full of anger. Jiang Jinshan forced down the anger in his heart. I hope so. The silver-haired 6th clan master, who had earlier strongly sheltered Jiang Dust in Yin Market and belonged to Jiang Dust's lineage of supporters, also swept across the hall with a murderous aura and said in a domineering manner, "If I let my old man know that someone among you dares to do something in that forbidden land, I'll make him regret having lived this life." Humph. Jiang Ju's lineage of advocates. 3rd grandfather, on the other hand, coldly said, "There's no use talking about this. It's better to talk about how to solve what's going on down there. The forbidden land is in turmoil. Just paid a huge price. Merely forced back. A little while longer. It will also punch out. This trouble must be put to rest. It's already difficult to crush it with our Jiang clan's power, and the only way to reseal it is to ask for outside help." The Jiang clan elder who chose the neutral faction said sadly, Hire outside help? There was a slight silence in the Great Hall. Shame hung more or less on his face. As the oldest power, the Jiang clan was also a hegemon of the Divine Continent back in the day, but he didn't expect to fall again and again, and now even the Eastern region needed to ask for external assistance. Both blushing this face, but ultimately, it has to be resolved. Please. Even the fifth elder ancestor, who had just clamored for a firstborn son, sighed with complexity. Invite who? The Immortal Way Sect? True Martial Sect? The Divine Feminine Sect? Tianji Sect? None of these had any involvement with the Jiang clan, and they even couldn't wait for the Jiang clan to experience turmoil, preferably extinction, so that there would be one less transcendent power in the eastern region, and they would be able to increase their power of speech. Choose soon. Suddenly, Jiang Chen thought of which mediocre old man in the Tibetan scripture pavilion, and a strong trust permeated his eyes. If he was invited, he would surely be able to solve this matter. Ha! The third clan elder saw through Jiang Chen's thoughts and scoffed. Jiang family master, are you still being whimsical at this point in time? Even you and I are no match for the Forbidden Land, and he's worthy of getting involved as a mere cultivator of the fifth realm of the human emperor? Among the centrists, there were also quite a few people who thought of Chu Sun. Hearing this also chose to be disheveled. Yeah, they couldn't even solve it with all of John's experts. What can Chu Sun do to fix it? The silver-haired sixth clan elder snorted in dissatisfaction and said, who says Elder Chu is not worthy of participating? Hui Jiang Chen held this Chu Sun's talisman paper and killed Immortal Dao Sect's jowled monster with a single sword. That was an uncompromising human emperor's ninth realm. Hiss! An uplifting hope pervaded the eyes of the centrists. Ha! The old man of the three clans mocked. You also believe in this nonsense? When the East Prosperity Sect was forced by the Immortal Dao Sect and the True Martial Sect, the saints were almost revived. Chu Sun has that kind of strength, and it's still to the point of reviving the saints? The silver-haired boss of the six clans was furious, saying, you fart. You were there that day. The shadow that Chu Sun transformed into, holding the Taixian sword, split old monster Zhao with a single sword. Do you dare to tell me that this was not something you saw with your own eyes? The elder of the three clans scoffed. You believe that too? Who knows if that was a blindfold? Maybe it was a saint's legacy, but it was changed by Chu Sun by a fluke or two, mistaking him for him. Neutral faction has just risen. The fire of hope was extinguished. A face gloomy, and even more anxious eyes out of the fire. This does not work. That also does not work. How to do? Is not it possible to John's destruction of the family to do? The old man of the three clans saw that the fire was almost ready, and then leisurely said, my grandson Jiang Ju knows the Immortal Dao Sect's Yiduan. If you don't know about this person you can ask around a little bit. In recent years it's also a young man who is in the limelight. From the fringe of the East region's nooks and crannies step by step to the present. With an outstanding talent and perseverance of heart. It's even much more than the same age. The clan elders nodded their heads gently. To be able to come from the remote corner of the eastern domain and still maintain their splendor, had already confirmed talent, heart, and wisdom. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to live today. It just so happens that my grandson is a close friend of his. So if this person's tugging leads to him, it may not be impossible to invite a Taoist friend of the Immortal Dao Sect, or perhaps even a saint of the Immortal Dao Sect, to help my Jiang clan in order to put an end to the future. Really? Really? In an instant, the neutral faction that was still wavering, one by one, exuded a look of hope, talking to each other. Curious mumble too. Yi Duan, what need is there for people? It's really that good. Seeing that the situation in the field was moving towards the good side, the third clan master also had a quick smile on his face, never expecting that the Forbidden Land in the back of the mountain would suddenly erupt today. It was really heaven helping this branch of his lineage. Oh, Leaf Dust? Is that the little character who was almost beheaded by my random sword? Suddenly, a cold and arrogant voice fell into the hall, making the chaotic voices come to an abrupt end, and a line of sight fell down, seeing a handsome young man with a jade-like appearance slowly stepping into the hall. His temperament is superb, his white clothes are snowy, and he slowly steps forward, even though he is a young generation, but he gives many clan elders the strongest pressure on their mind, not in terms of cultivation, but in terms of temperament. For a long time it was invincible in the eastern region, hammering out an unrivaled intent, changes in the outside world's chi. It led to an indefinable transcendence in him. Ginger Dust, my son, Jiang Chen, who was frowning tightly in the great hall, suddenly had a chrysanthemum-like smile on his face, especially when he saw his son's temperament produce a radical change. The smile was even greater, and in a corner of the hall, a young man's face is frozen, the hands of the fist tightly clenched loose and clenched. He is not someone else as precisely the Leaf Dust, just with Jiang Dust in the back of the mountains in the forbidden area to do things will come to this spectator. Heard the three tribal olds so praised himself, The surface of the leaf dust does not move but the heart but the smile of the flowers, which think of the complacency is flourishing when a slap to come. Chapter 66 Tenfold Return. Ginger Dust. Cousin. Jiang Ju was also in a corner behind the hall, looking at the young man who walked into the hall in a dignified manner. The jealousy in his eyes reached the extreme. The same as the genius of the Jiang clan. He could only watch surreptitiously from a remote corner of the hall. On the contrary, his cousin did not need to be notified. He could enter the hall in a dignified manner, and none of them felt that there was a problem. Humph. The faces of the three clan elders were slightly cold. The momentum that had been built up with great difficulty was extinguished and doused in half by a single sentence from this latecomer. And those clan elders who had just lost their senses, all came to their senses. Ha! It seems so. Outside in Hui Jiang Duan did defeat a genius, and caused old Six to almost get into a fight with the immortal Dao sect. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but now it seems that Yi Duan is nothing more than that. Perhaps Jiang Chen has defeated so many geniuses that it's no longer surprising, leading to not caring. If that's the case, Yi Chen is indeed nothing. I thought it was some supreme genius. So it's him. The silver-haired old man pretended to look thoughtful, not very hurtful and extremely insulting. Yi Duan, who was in the corner of the great hall, had a face as black as charcoal. Humph. At the critical time, the third clan master could not stand to watch, coldly said, "Don't you all think it's too much? Can my Jiang clan resolve this crisis also right scepter this little friend? Will he be degraded to nothing? It's hard not to watch the immortal Dao sect break with the Jiang clan so that we can witness the Jiang clan stepping into a desperate situation. Desperate situation is not so bad. As long as my master is invited here, all these troubles are not a problem." Jiang Chen's white clothes were snowy and immaculate, quietly standing in the hall, not giving the crowd a chance to open their mouths. He continued, "If you're not clear about the big events that happened in the Eastern Domain today, you can go and inquire about them." The crowd of clan elders all showed bewilderment. Big deal. What great things can happen in the Eastern region these days? Wasn't it just one snow mountain hall that was blood sacrificed? At this time, an elder in charge of the intelligence service walked into the hall with a flourish, his face full of smiles as he joyfully said, "Good news! Good news! Guess what happened today?" The three clan elders' hearts thumped, vaguely flooded with ominous premonitions, when they heard this elder laugh out loud. Elder Chu of the East Prosperity Sect is really powerful. Who would have thought that after just a few months of not seeing each other, his cultivation now has a half-saint? The pupils of many of the clan elders present contracted and gradually enlarged, their hearts flooded with intense shock, as well as unimaginable premonitions. Even the silver-haired sixth clan elder was surprised. "What did you say? Half-saint? Half-saint cultivation? 1,000 times true." The elder in charge of the intelligence swore with conviction, and said with a heavy kenpo, "Conservatively, he is a half-saint cultivation, and may even be in the realm of saints." Along with the slow elaboration, the general silence in the hall. Who would have thought it would be such a situation? Just a short day did not go to the snowy mountain hall actually happened this big event. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, worthy of being Elder Chu. My son has truly worshipped a good teacher. Jiang Zhinshan swept away the disheveled and gloomy face. Renewed smile, bold voice overpowering the hall. Those who originally chose the neutral faction have faltered. If Jiang Duan's teacher is really so powerful, then the identity of the first son of the establishment will have to be cautious for a moment or two. A potential breakthrough in the saintly realm, even in the near future, may break the saintly seniors. The impact is still very large. My son, contact Elder Chu quickly. Invite him to the clan. Jiang Zhinshan laughed bashfully. System. In. Accept the reward. Chu Sun, who was inside the hidden scripture pavilion, also leisurely said that he had earlier rejected the disciple's gift and chose the second one, and now it was the right time to receive the reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 3 years of cultivation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the inheritance, 1 chi transforms 3 chang. Congratulations to the host for the reward and investment opportunity. Ha! The tenfold reward about the system had already been anticipated, but the moment these 3 things came out, the eyes were still suffused with astonishment and unexpected joy. The same, 3 years of training. Such things are not unfamiliar. It has even been used once. Quite familiar. The last one will be rewarded with an investment opportunity. Stuff like this is no stranger. Again, quite skillful. Only this second one. Reward inheritance, 1 breath transforms 3 purities. Such a thing caused Chu Sun's eyes to blaze, as well as a hint of excitement. Murmuring, could it be something like that? In his previous life, Chu inquired about many classic novels, in which there was almost always such an inheritance, and even within the mythical Tao system there were similarly circulated such feats. It is for the supreme Taoist creation of the opening. A gas into the three Chang. A person both three people war power, and also compatible. If the three are united will also explode the infinite cultivation. Buzz. A large amount of inheritance poured into his mind, putting down the scriptures in his hands and closing his eyes to slowly sense them. After a long time, Su opened his eyes, exude a different color. Fruity. It is rumored that the supreme cultivation method 1 gas into 3 clear is divided into several realms. The first day of cultivation can be divided into a body and their own strength. Cultivation of the second day of cultivation can be divided into a body. Cultivation of the third day of cultivation is the fusion of the original. Every fusion of the strength of the exponentially superimposed skyrocketed. Against all odds, Chu Sun's eyes show marvel. In the divine continent he has not heard of any secret art can let a person's strength suddenly soar dozens of times. And this 1 gas into 3 clear if the practice to the limit but can do this step. Not only that, once the practice of this method of the original will also be more secure. No one knows that he has 2 incarnations at the same time, even if the incarnation or the main body accidentally fell. As long as there is still one in the, can be recohesion to return to the peak. Phew. Exhale a cloudy breath. Exude a different color, pushing down the joyful emotions in his heart for a while. Close your eyes. Receive a full inheritance. This practice. It is a long month. There are no years in the mountains. It's 1,000 years in the blink of an eye. Being in the hidden scripture cabinet. Inheriting this supreme inheritance directly shielded and blocked the entire layer of space. Which means that even if you want to seek to read the human emperor level scriptures during this recent period of time, you can't do it. After more than a month, the hidden scripture pavilion that is sitting in a white clothes and white beard fairy style Taoist old man silent for more than a month. The body suddenly trembled a little bit, then see his hands to form a seal. Buzz. When its seal is knotted out, heaven and earth, suddenly filled with a mysterious to the extreme of the great power. In the sky above the dome of the sky there is an invisible avenue of the side of the knife. Brilliant bright light even the sky on the sun are given to cover. And this side of the knife seems to be only Chu Sun can see. 1 breath transforms 3 purities. The sword that cuts me. Chu Sun murmured softly, only to see the brilliant side blade suddenly chopping down. Ignoring space, ignoring distance, ignoring all obstacles. And chopping straight onto his brow, heavily chopping down and over everything. Boo! A hazy and blurry figure was brought out from Chu Sun's body and floated on his right side, and as that great Dao side blade chopped down again, the blurry figure completely gazed. 2 figures appeared inside the hidden scripture pavilion. Chapter 67. Sorry for being late. My name is Chu Sun. My name is Chu Sun. 2 figures appeared in the hidden scripture pavilion. One dressed in black robe, a white robe. They had the same appearance, the same temperament. And most of all, the cultivation level was also so, and a glance at each other could not help but shed a smile. It's done. The black-clothed Chu Sun, as the original, looked at this incarnation that came out on the right side, and his expression also revealed a strange color. This doppelganger possessed a cultivation that was equal to his own, as well as the martial arts under his control. System. Carry 3 years of cultivation. Chu Sun's warm eyes exuded calmness. He hadn't forgotten that he had such an important reward. Especially at this juncture, not knowing to what extent these 3 years of cultivation could charge him. Wow! The cultivation level in his body began to grow rapidly. It's like a waterfall. Again, it's as if you've been practicing on your own for years. To all of this, Chu Sun wasn't surprised in the slightest. Silent realization with eyes closed. If the next person at once to obtain a huge cultivation, simply cannot master, but he in the Tibetan scripture pavilion to watch books for many years, the state of mind has long been reached. The only lack of is the cultivation. Right now but the water to the natural course of nature. Mastery is also extraordinarily easy, and not even the slightest surprise. Boo! The 9 realms of the human emperor naturally broke, and the breakthrough continues. When the cultivation came to the peak of the 9th realm of the human emperor and was ready to impact the half-saints, Chu Sun held back and muttered, with this remaining cultivation not enough to support the impact of the half-saints. Wait again. Moreover, his heart also belongs to their own ambitions. Half-saint this stage belongs to can step on, cannot step on. Originally in the cultivation of half-saint does not exist. Only later there are practitioners to break through the realm of saints is too difficult. Chose to slow down, a little backward. First stepped out of a foot, and then the rest of the second foot, and then break through the realm of the saints. This method seemed to him completely unnecessary. With enough savings, totally capable of becoming a saint in 1 step. Wait a little longer. Chu Sun murmured softly, dispersing the formation on the 8th floor of the Tibetan scripture pavilion, his gaze gazing out of the window with curiosity, not knowing if any major events had happened in the outside world during the month or so he had been in seclusion. Whoosh! A figure descended even more quickly. It was Elder Wan He. The people haven't arrived yet. the complaints come in. Elder Chu, you're finally out of the gate. Chu Sun looked at Elder Wang He with a smile and also knew that he was not in a hurry. Otherwise he would have come to the 8th floor of the Tibetan scripture pavilion to disturb himself earlier. And also laughed. How is it that there is something big happening in the eastern region again? Elder Wang He said bitterly, if we say that there is no major event, during this period of time, the Green Bull Demon Monarch has hidden his movements. Instead, small demonic cultivators keep appearing in various places. It is possible that the Green Bull Demon Monarch has gathered his former subordinates. And there is also a possibility that the Green Bull Demon Monarch has spread the demonic power that he controls. Chu Sun was slightly more grave. If the former is okay, the latter can be a problem. Once the devil's power is spread, those who follow crooked paths only want to obtain something for nothing, which is still a scourge for the eastern region and needs to be quickly suppressed. However, all of this has nothing to do with the East Prosperity Sect for the time being. Instead, there is a problem with the Jiang clan, as the oldest lineage in the East domain with the most ancient inheritance. Even older than our East Prosperity Sect, and the clan also suppresses demonic cultivators and demonic evils. Some time ago, the Jiang clan's forbidden land went into turmoil, and Jiang Dust came to ask for help, and wants you to make a trip there. Wang He observer Chu Sun's expression, also hesitant, I and Sect Master shall mean that we do not want you to go. Too dangerous. Wang He sighed, even if this is a little bit of the Jiang clan. Earlier Jiang Jinshan wisps on the side of the East Prosperity Sect. Now encountering a crisis not to go over to help is really difficult to say, but thinking of the East Prosperity Sect's immediate embarrassment, he still dissuaded with a clear conscience, said, sincerely do not want you to go. Chu Sun gently shook his head and said, to go. He knew what Elder Wang He was worried about. His own cultivation had skyrocketed. This kind of breakthrough was feared that saints were extremely afraid. This trip might even encounter a saint's ambush. There were many crises, but Jiang Jinshan treated himself well, especially his eldest disciple. Jiang Dust, should also go over for his sake. Elder Chu. Elder Wang He's face tightened. He is afraid of Chu Sun to go before politely dissuade. Did not expect or useless? Gritted his teeth. Jiang's this can suppress January? I guess there is no big deal. Really can't let Xiao Palm go to a trip. She can explode the strength of the 9th realm of the human emperor. Enough to replace you. Her. Chu Sun smiled and shook his head. Jiang can suppress for a month. I am afraid that it is at the end of the road. With the Jiang's heritage more than one human emperor 9 realm less than one human emperor 9 realm is not a gap. The real can change the end of the world is the need for saints. At the very least, also need to be half saints. Xiao Ronyu is not enough to qualify for this. There is no need for dissuasion. My mind is made up. Chu Sun calmly said. If there is no cultivation of one chi transforms 3 Qing perhaps will still hesitate for a moment or two. Now have the bottom. Just need to split to go over a trip. Even if on the way really encountered the saint's ambush also harmless. But also from the front of the curtain to the back of the curtain. Moreover, the saint will not fall to ambush him as a junior. If the East Prosperity Sect saint is still in his prime, I'm afraid that the Immortal Way Sect saints will be foolish. And the East Prosperity Sect saint is about to be seated. They are not so petty that they can't wait for this amount of time. Elder Wang He still wanted to dissuade something, but looking at Chu Sun's determined look, he also said in a complicated way, then pay attention to your safety. This is a token. Pinch it when it's crucial. And the saints of my clan will arrive at the first opportunity. Chu Sun was slightly surprised and knew that this token was precious. In the meantime, Ginger, Rumble, Ho! A burst of roar passed from the back mountain of the clan. The aftermath of the release had long since turned the area into ruins. Jiang Jinshan, after uniting with a few clan elders to suppress it once again, stood on the void with a face full of fatigue, his gaze looking out in the direction of the Donglin sect. There was gloom and regret in his eyes. No one was mocking his unrealistic fantasies anymore at this point in time. Even he himself has given up. It's been a month. It's been a whole month since the news was handed out. The pleas for help to the East Rinzai sect sank without a trace. Not a peep. Even if it is again naive people also know that the East Linzone this is not ready to come. Bitter smile. Also know is their own extravagant too high. The East Linzone is now at state he is clearer than anyone else. Counting on Elder Chu Broken Saints to re-establish the status of the East Linzone. If this aid Jiang out of the clan, halfway through the ambush or change of heart, then the East Linzone will be finished. If one is Elder Chu, one would not choose to go out at this time. And this month's silence without response is to give the best answer. Complex. It is I who am too extravagant. The silver-haired 6th clan elder was also holding fire in his heart. But not towards Chu Sun, but angrily. If it wasn't for old Ten's problems guarding the Forbidden Land, how could my Jiang clan have ended up in such a state? Jiang Jinshan didn't want to discuss this and turned to ask, what is the situation of the clan now? Transferred. Jiang Chen turned to look at the life of generations of ancestral land. Generations of clansmen in this cultivation. During the birth of a strong cultivation of the quasi-emperor, vertical and horizontal outlook on the divine continent, but also gave birth to countless masters, did not think that even in their own generation even the ancestral land are lost? Eyes moist, silently nodded, gone is good. Stay in the Green Mountain is not worried about not burning firewood. Jie, you won't be able to seal me for long. Boom boom boom. The back of the mountain forbidden land here came vibration. Just this scale is not enough to break through the array. Jiang Chen just cold overlooking, and in midair those seated Ginger clan elders are all silent. They know that a few more times, at most, but 3 times, this forbidden devil will completely break out of the array, and can no longer be forced back. Recuperate. Adjustment. Prepare for the showdown in a few days. Jiang Chen said warily. The rest of those clan elders also closed their eyes when they heard that, to build up their energy, ready to fight to the death when this devil broke through the formation. They may fall a lot, but they no longer have a way back. Sorry, I'm late. At the moment when these people had just closed their eyes, one by one, their hearts were like water and they no longer held any fanciful hope. A gentle voice slowly fell. Chapter 68 Opening the Formation. The one who was the first to open his eyes was Jiang Chen. This middle-aged man with a tired face, opened his tired eyes wide and saw that green-robed old man standing peacefully in mid-air. This middle-aged man who had always been strong moved. His eyes slightly reddened, and then he released unparalleled radiance, a brightness that had never been seen before. Elder Chu, Jiang Chen shouted, voice loud and with strong excitement. To this time now, even he does not hold any illusions, which thought that the last moment, Elder Chu really came. Sorry, too late. Chu Sun apologized. Not too late, just right. Jiang Chen repeated chanting. His heart was full of complexity. During this period of time, the Jiang clan also tried to go over to other places to ask for help, but unfortunately none of the 6 holy places responded. After trying the warmth and coldness of the earth, in the end, he still had to count on Elder Chu. He was also pleased to look at the young man below who was practicing, lamenting that he had worshipped a good teacher. And down below that young man in white clothes, looking up at that old man above him, he also wore a radiant smile. He knew that his teacher would come, would definitely come. Even if everyone had given up on the East Prosperity Sect's aid, he knew that his teacher would come, and in the present, the teacher that he had waited so hard for had finally come. Aha! Chu Sun also nodded gently. Elder Chu. The rest of those people also opened their eyes, and when they saw this plain old man, their faces were flooded with ecstasy that was hard to hide, not having thought that he had really come at the crucial time. As for the other elders in the clan, they also have probed. A wisp of divine sense fell on Chu Sun's body. Feel that thick and unparalleled cultivation, the peak of the 9th realm of the human emperor, from the half-saint are only 1 step away, cannot help but have vibration. Look at each other to unspeakably shocked, although I have long heard of Chu Sun's strength, but has never been confirmed, and now they believe in it. The last time I saw it was still the 5th realm of the human emperor. This time, it's a direct human emperor peak. It's such a sudden advance. It wasn't surprising that he had erupted into half-saint strength. It's really a shame to bother Elder Chu to come all this way. Let's go. First we'll receive you and take out the fine wine I brewed for 300 years. The silver-haired 6th clan elder was also enthusiastic and bold. Some small epiphanies, temporarily closed for a period of time, did not receive a letter from the disciple. Chu Sun then said mildly, although he didn't need to explain. He still explained for the sake of his disciple. The silver-haired 6 clan elders nodded their heads, and even the other clan elders who chose to be neutral had smiles on their faces as they ushered them in, saying, Elder Chu has had a long and tiring journey, and there's no rush in suppressing the Forbidden Land, so go down and have a cup of wine first. Jiang Chen, who was also standing there, had a gentle smile on his face when he saw this, and he knew that it had been stabilized, and with the arrival of Elder Chu, those who had originally chosen to be neutral had all converged on him, and it was only necessary to suppress the Forbidden Land, so that Zhang Duanli's identity as the firstborn son would no longer be able to be shaken, and the other branch would not be able to become a climate. There's no rush. Finish dealing with the Forbidden Land first, Chu Sun said, also slowly stepped forward and came to the sky above the Forbidden Land, overlooking down only to see a layer of golden complicated spell formation shrouded below, while under the formation was a dense black fog rolling, all condensed by the demonic gas. From time to time there were hostile voices whistling. Jiang Jinshan Complex said, back then, my Jiang clan is still quite scenic, imprisoned a batch after batch of devils or evil demons. Some of them are for the sake of training the younger generation. Some of them are difficult to suppress, so fortunate to be shut in the middle of this Forbidden Land and let it be left to its own devices. And, in fact, It has been true for thousands of years. There has not been any trouble. Normally, no matter how vicious the demons and devils are in there to simmer for a few hundred years, a few thousand years will be turned into flying dust. But recently the Forbidden Ground formation loosened and broke, and a devil broke through several layers of the formation and came to the outermost layer. Aha! Chu Sun nodded. View from above. Within the rolling clouds, a pair of scarlet and evil eyes were seen. Greed, ferocity, brutality, and incomparable hatred and madness, which was the first impression given by the owner of the eyes. And the mind that was not firm would introduce a demon under the scarlet pupils, and might even be ruined. What a ferocious devil! Jiang Chen also followed. Later on, this devil will build up its strength to impact again. At that time, Elder Chu will go all out and only need to force it back to the deeper Forbidden Land. At that time, we will have our own sealing formation to make it difficult for it to escape. And this time, the assistance will be completed. Forced back? Right. The silver-haired 6th clan elder also came along. His face filled with gravity as he said, I know that this process is difficult, but don't worry, Elder Chu. The many clan elders of my Jiang clan, as well as the 2 elder ancestors acting together are enough to hold it back, and paired with Elder Chu is completely capable of bringing it back down. 9 clan elders, 5 clan elders, 10 clan elders. These few also came along and said, when it really comes to the point of being irresistible, Elder Chu can leave. This is my Jiang clan's Forbidden Land, and in the end, it should be guarded by us as well. Jie. The devil within that formation could sense the movement of the outside world and mocked. I thought Jiang had invited a what for an aid. It turns out to be nothing more than a tiny human emperor 9 realm. When I get out I will devour your flesh and blood. Boom! Boom! This devil hit the formation again and again. The raging devil gas boiled for it. The ferocious eyes staring at Chu Sun is also full of banter. The small human emperor 9 realm, but also cannot afford to turn over the waves. It seems that this time as no one cannot stop their own out. Release the formation, Chu Sun said flatly. Ha! Open formation, Chu Sun added. The Jiang clan's people thought they had heard wrongly, and when Chu Sun was here to make sure, they twisted their heads in dismay, both incredulous and shocked. What was Elder Chu trying to do? Open the formation, Jiang Chen also said. The rest of the clan elders hesitated slightly, thinking that this devil couldn't be sealed for a few days even without opening the formation. So they opened a corner of the formation, and all of a sudden, the winds and clouds shifted, and the devil's aura was soaring. Jie. A perverse evil laugh. A figure condensed from black mist stood in midair with sneers in its eyes. Looking at Chu Sun also mocked. I didn't expect this seat thought it would continue to be trapped for a few more days. I didn't expect that your words would open up the formation for this seat. In order to thank you, I can only eat you first. The devil's shadow's eyes flashed with sarcasm, and then he violently stomped his foot, only to see the monstrous devil chi actually transform into 1,000 feet-sized devil claw, piercing through the void, fiercely grabbing towards Chu Sun. How terrifying! Jiang Chen and the others all sucked in cool air. Even though it wasn't the first time they had encountered this suppressed devil, they still felt extremely threatened. Chapter 69, The Sword Comes. Boom boom boom. Terrifying claws approaching. Jiang Chen and the others hurriedly reminded. And stand ready to assist. That's it? A green mountain of the old man slowly looked up. Warm eyes through a few points of disinterest, which makes the devil has no reason to heart trembling. Feel unprecedented threat. The devil claws are accelerated suppression. Those clan elders of the Jiang clan also had no reason to tremble when they heard Chu Sun's contemptuous words. I don't know if Chu Sun was too pretentious or too strong. That demonic gas tumbled and boiled crazily, coalescing above, and the black pressurized demonic power made the strongest of the 9th realm of the human emperor tremble, and admit that they were unbeatable. 8 desolate palms. One could only see Chu Sun gently raise his palm, and a kind of withering filled the center of his palm. It was the power of desolation. It's been too long since I've utilized it. Chu Sun's eyes carried memories and emotions. With the gradual improvement of his sword technique, this palm technique was almost forgotten by him, and now when he activated it, an earth-colored palm the size of a millstone hung in the sky above him, accompanied by suppression and containing a strong attraction. The moment it touched with the 1,000-foot devil claw, the latter directly fell apart. And not only that, the barren power also carried a powerful devouring the devil claw's life essence in an unbridled manner. Phew! That devil shadow pupil of the eyes showed fear. He was not afraid of the sword technique, not afraid of the divine power, but afraid of the life force of the flow. Was suppressed for 1,000 years, he has been weakened to the extreme, even weaker than the green bull demon monarch. Every drop of the life essence is extraordinarily important, which cannot endure the palm of the devouring. Clenched his teeth and angrily said, Scram! Boom! He cuts himself off from the clutches, and Chu Sun still had indifferent eyes, his green silk fluttering, like a deity on high coldly overlooking, saying, "Too weak to fight, boo." That 8 desolate palms continued to descend. Under the watchful eyes of the people, the boom suppressed the demonic shadow. Click, click, boo. It took less than a breath of effort. The demonic shadow burst into pieces. The demonic aura in the dome of the sky gradually dissipated. Kang Jong-san. Numerous clan elders. All of their faces hung with a stunned expression. Even the silver-haired old man, the 6th clan elder, stayed there, having seen Chu Sun's talisman, knowing that he was very strong, but never thought that he would be strong enough to be like this. That seconds? Jiang Chen was also swallowing furiously. His head was buzzing. This devil that had plagued their Jiang clan for more than a month, even feeling a life and death crisis. The clan members all moved away so easily was subdued? Or seconds? It was only a breath from start to finish. Gulp, gulp. 3 clan elders. The 5 elder ancestors. Those who choose to be neutral. All quiet. All of them looked at the green shirt figure standing in midair with death. And 1,000 waves rolled up in the bottom of their hearts. In the face of those awestruck looks, Chu Sun was as calm as ever. And as his eyes slowly looked down, he softly said, "It hasn't been resolved yet. This is nothing more than an incarnation." John's group of clan elders just had a bewildered look on their faces. Then they heard the cracked formation under the Jejie strange laughter. "I did not expect but also came up with a half-saint. I think you Johns how to have so much confidence," said to let open the formation on the opening of the formation. Hearing that familiar devil's voice, the many clan elders of the Jiang clan trembled and twisted their heads, staring down at the formation in death. Everyone's scalp was numb, not expecting that the devil that had been trapped for 1,000 years had not appeared in the first place, but had appeared in an avatar out of thin air. It made them feel palpitations and at the same time gratitude. "I'm glad I invited Chu Sun. If it wasn't for him, even if their Jiang clan poured out all their strength and cards to kill the demonic shadow only to realize that it was only an incarnation, I'm afraid that it would be too late, and it would lead to a great disaster. Elder Chu, be careful." Jiang Chen is also fully concentrated. That devil shadow, although it is an incarnation, can show the strength of the power beyond the human Emperor 9 realm. As for the devil real body to come, at least is also a half-saint, not to be underestimated. Buzz buzz, mist rolling, from under the formation whistling out. A moment will cover the entire dome of the sky. The large Jiang from the scorching sun turned instantly into a dark cloud filled with demonic gas boiling, and all of this just with less than 2 breaths. Tianji Sect. The old man holding the heavenly chance disc could reflect a picture of the very same dense demonic aura that was now above the Jiang clan. Muttering, "The Jiang clan crisis. It's broken out." Earlier Jiang had asked him for help but he had refused. Jiang's water was very deep. Far from being as simple as it appeared to be, there would be a great evil involved. So he wanted to know how Jiang would respond? There was a mirror in front of the true martial sect saint, similarly reflecting a picture of none other than the present-day Jiang clan, only to see this saint's eyes slightly downcast, observing how things were changing. Divine Feminine Sect, Sendo Sect, Divine Action Sect. These were people who were watching the changes in Jiang through the secret treasure. Jie. Under the tumbling of the demonic gas, a substantial figure condensed and emerged. The real devil head unfolded. The head was born with double horns, and the body was suffused with pitch-black scale armor, which was very strange. Obviously the human race, but DD became this kind of inhuman and ghostly appearance. Even Chu Sun eyes are showing sympathy and pathetic, practicing the devil's way to make their own inhuman. What exactly do you want? The loss of human feelings? No enemies? No friends? Only know the living sacrifice. To obtain a strong cultivation. And ultimately what can be obtained? Poor guy. This kind of look seemed to stimulate the devil, causing him to growl hideously. His face was filled with ferocity. "Little fellow, I have already figured out your cultivation. It is not a half-saint, but it is by virtue of some secret technique that you are forced to explode into a half-saint cultivation, and in reality it is still the human emperor realm. Today, you are dead." Roar. A hideous snarl. The cultivation level was also climbing. Human emperor 8th realm. Human emperor 9 realms. Half-saint. Peak half-saint. St. The distance from the holy realm is still short of the last trace of the time. Stopped the cultivation. Even so the climbing aura also rolled over and covered the entire Jiang clan, so that all the clan elders have difficulty breathing. People under the 9th realm of the human emperor even chopped in mid-air are struggling, not to mention to give the help of the Chu Sun, Kang Jong-san, silver-haired old man, the 5 elder ancestors. This was one of the few people who could still insist on standing in mid-air, but they nervously looked toward Chu Sun, who was facing the demon head directly, and their hearts trembled as they said, "We're all so terrifying even though we're just incidental to the pressure." What about Elder Chu? First avoid the ferocious might of this devil. It won't be able to support itself for long in this state. I'll quickly turn the formation on. Jiang Chen's face was full of anxiety, and he breathed rapidly. No, Chu Sun calmly said. Jie, is no feudal struggle useless? Has given up? Devil Jie strange laugh. Fierce way also more and more blazing. In the bottom of the heart also guarded against Chu Sun's 8 desert palm. That is very strange. Even can devour the essence of life. As long as to avoid this palm, in front of the eyes of this old thing is to be in the lambs. Sword come, Chu Sun muttered. Shasta, buzz off. There is a sword mountain in the back of Jiang's mountain. Suddenly trembled. A sword inserted in the back of the mountain. There are broken. There are finished. There are ancient and simple. There are sharp. Thousands of Dao swords have long been transformed into a sword mountain. The Jiang sword cultivation people have also entered the inside of it from time to time to look for opportunities. But unfortunately, these swords are too arrogant, do not care to look at those Jiang sons and daughters. And now, with Chu Sun's sentence about the sword coming, the thousands of sword mountains trembled. Buzz off. Almost instantly, it then turned into a long rainbow and broke through the air. Chapter 70, easily subdued and killed. What's that? In the Jiang clan's sword mountain. Even at this moment there was an elder who was still guarding it. Except that this elder suddenly felt the sword intent trembling, and immediately afterward, a sword abruptly broke through the air. This made that elder exuded horror, his eyes full of shock, saying, it is one of the 10 famous swords of Sword Mountain. Inserted on Sword Mountain for 1,000 years, no one can take it away. How did it suddenly break through the air and seek the master today? Was being surprised at him? Buzz off. Sword Mountain. A sword light suddenly followed and resonated. In common trembling. 1 handle. 2 shanks. 3 handles. Wow. Almost instantly, thousands of sword lights streaked across, turned into a long rainbow, straight in one direction. This caused this elder to exude nervousness and great horror. This was his Jiang clan's sword Dao heritage, even if he had the intention to intercept. But with the next second the sword on his body also buzzed in a common trembling, detached from and turned into a long rainbow, did not enter into that sword flow, making him dumbfounded. Shoo! Swoosh! At first, the Jiang clan's clan elder still didn't understand the meaning of this sentence of the sword coming, but suddenly felt countless sharp sword intent coming from the south. Couldn't help but look over. His complexion was no longer able to remain calm, only to see a wandering sword dragon, whistling in a gallop. Thousands of divine swords flashing with biting cold aura. Not only that, along with their swords, they also broke free from within the void ring. Swish, swish, swish. Uncountable sword lights metamorphosed into swimming dragons, cut through the demonic aura, turned into an earthly green light. Come down here. Chop. Chu Sun held this traveling dragon and chopped down with a sword. Huang. Heaven and earth are bright. Unleash infinite radiance. The sky was filled with sword chi. Kong Jong-san. Silver-haired old man. The 5 elder ancestors. These 3 people are also cross-armed in front of their eyes, covering that blinding light. The heart is set off 1,000 waves, and those who have long descended to the bottom of the Jiang clan elders are jaw-droppingly looking at the sword light. Heavenly demon hidden god seal. This escaped devil also had supreme horror in his eyes, both fear and trembling, as if he couldn't believe that this junior of the 9th realm of the human emperor had erupted with this kind of power. How is it possible? You're clearly only at the 9th realm of human emperor. It looked hideous. Its monstrous demonic chi surged and surged. The gusts of demonic mist transformed into a huge divine seal, shaking on that swimming dragon sword light. Boo! A shocking impact came. Kong Jong-san. Silver-haired old man. The 5 elder ancestors. All of them retreated violently in horror. Only to a ball of light suddenly exploded, like a big sun collapsed. The formation of ripples instantly swept dozens of miles in a circle. Mountains instantly razed to the ground. The water pools instantly evaporated. Everything in the sky and the earth is covered by a white blanket. Boom! More with a loud bang. Intermingled with this roar of anger and resentment, the demonic aura in the sky dispersed. Only the light of the sword endures, and the forbidden area in the back of the mountain was plunged into deadly silence. After a long time. Dead? The silver-haired old man of the 6 clans looked on in disbelief with a few moments of disbelief. The demonic aura between heaven and earth was dispersing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. There was only one reason for this, and that was that the demonic head that had just come out of the gate had died. Unlikely. I'm afraid there are still frauds. The 7 clan elders on the other hand looked gloomy. Just now the devil came with a devil shadow. Hell knows if this is the real body. On top of that, the hallowed devil saint would be killed so easily? However, there are clan elders open the magic eye. Want to see that white everything? But that is not what he can see. The sky up and down is the sky rushing sword chi, directly pierced into his pupils, so that his eyes burned, the corners of his eyes dripping blood. Close his eyes to eat the pain muffled grunts. You can't open the Dharma eye. Jiang Chen also bellowed. The clan elders could only wait anxiously, but fortunately this was not a long time, and they saw the blinding light subside, while a green-shirt figure stood there peacefully, with 10,000 swords suspended behind him. It's none other than Kang's Sword Mountain. 10,000 swords returned to the clan. Kang Jong-san, silver-haired old man, the 5 elder ancestors. Being shocked by the scene was even more breathless. Hiss! After Jiang Chen sucked in a cool breath, he suppressed the shocking thoughts in his heart and also watched the surrounding area without seeing any traces of demonic chi, and tentatively said, Elder Chu, where is the devil? Dead. Chu Sun said. Dead? At this moment, the clan elders of the Jiang clan were all immersed in a crowd of seemingly drunken dreams. The whole person was dizzy, thinking that the devil that had rendered them helpless these days, the devil saint that could not be solved even with the power of the array, was just gone, and could not help but swoon. It's really dead. Aha! Chu Sun definitely nodded. His heavenly eye can not only watch the fate of the next person, earlier is to open the heavenly eye to see the devil is still in the formation, only appeared in incarnation, only with the 8 desert palm easily killed. Now the real body appeared. He did not wear a green vine sword. Naturally with the help of the Jiang's 10,000 swords, a sword to kill, well in the good effect is good. Gollum! Jiang Chen is also swallowing furiously. The whole person is a little dreamy. Feel that all this is really too fast. Whether it is the devil's shadow or the present is a move to kill in a second, giving him an unreal illusion. This duel is even ready to do John's hemorrhage. This kind of lightness instead of letting him be uncomfortable. It's fantastic. The silver-haired old man also spoke dreamily, thinking that it was unreal, but then he thought that if it wasn't for Chu Sun, they were afraid that they would have forced out all their cards when they faced the demon shadow, and when the real body reappeared, they would still be in a desperate situation. It's not that the devil is weak, it's that he's too strong. Subsequently, an absurd thought suddenly rose in the minds of the crowd. Sacred slaughter. Chu Sun slaughtered the saints. That devil is definitely a holy realm. Otherwise it is impossible to burst out that kind of power, weakened to the limit after hundreds of years of suppression. But the strength of the momentary outbreak, infinitely close to the saints, it must be the devil saint undoubtedly. It's just that, it has already become the past, and it was chopped up right in front of the eyes. Tianji Sect. The old man holding the Tianji disc suddenly frowned. That demonic gas shrouded the Jiang clan has not yet 3 breaths. There is a dazzling sword rainbow from the Jiang clan's internal eruption, transformed into a dazzling sword rainbow. A sword chopped down, dispersed the roiling demonic gas, and the Jiang clan unrest is even more to return to the calm. Solved? The saints of the Tianji sect were a bit uncertain because it was too simple. If it was really solved so lightly, why did Jiang need to ask them for help earlier? True martial sect saint also watched the mirror in front of him. The last second is also boiling magic gas shrouded the entire mirror, followed by a sword rainbow across the sky. The magic gas gradually dissipate. Just 2 breaths will be no longer a little bit of magic gas. He would like to watch more in depth. Just Jiang also have the town of the family things. Isolation of Jiang's heavenly dome transformations. But the outside world cannot peep at the inside situation. Divine Feminine Sect. Sendo Sect. Divine Action Sect. These few saints from the Holy Land also fell into a deep thought, and after a long time, murmured, the Jiang clan has great terror, hiding countless cards, worthy of being the oldest lineage in the eastern region. Chapter 71 Feast. Phew! Jiang Chen breathed a long sigh of relief, his face rejuvenated with a smile. The resolution of the Jiang clan's Forbidden Land was also the end of a major preoccupation. Smiling and congratulating. Congratulations to Elder Chu for slaughtering the saints. Slaughtering the saints? Chu Sun murmured. A strange ripple ran through his heart. There is joy. There's excitement. And a few moments of frustration. And yet, in the twinkling of an eye, peace returns. He knew that this was not something worth celebrating. It was really that the cultivation of this suppressed devil saint had fallen too far. Not to mention the saint realm. Even if it was a return to the light, the strongest outburst was only close to the saint realm. This kind of existence was not enough to be called a saint. Chopping him off didn't mean that he really had the strength to chop off a saint. However, Chu Sun also determined 2 things from this demon saint. One has strength comparable to the saint realm. Great river sword intent. Chaotic sword body. The green vine sword. These are the things that one's own body possesses, and there is no point in this battle to show. So even if one faces the holy realm, that even if one is not defeated, self-preservation is still more than enough. Elder Chu. At the bottom, those clan elders of the Jiang clan, however, warmly greeted them, each with a radiant smile on their faces, and among them were many who had remained neutral, now firmly choosing Jiang Chen. With such a teacher, stepping into the holy realm was a sure thing, and in the future, he could even become the #1 person in the eastern region. With such a great future ahead of him, who would he support if not him? Three clan old man saw this scene also complex to the extreme. All this seems to be expected. There is nothing to regret. Can really appear when the heart is still empty. In fact, when Chu Sun came to the Jiang clan the moment his heart has been loosened. The Jiang clan encountered a crisis in the entire eastern region are on the sidelines, silently watching the show, but only Chu elder disregard for their own safety and security to come. This kindness will be worth remembering in the heart. The past to Jiang Chen most of the dissatisfaction also stems from this, originating from the fact that Jiang Chen worshipped Chu Sun, and the latter had offended so many forces. Sooner or later, he was liquidated and dragged the Jiang clan into it, and now that Chu Sun had done everything to afford the Jiang clan in the name of this master, he had accepted it. Silently, he said, Jiang Ju, forget it, practice well. Beside him, Jiang Ju's eyes dimmed. This was the closest he'd ever gotten to Jiang's firstborn son, yet he watched him walk away, with both a few moments of resentment and deep fear in his heart, because he knew that Jiang's forbidden land was made by him. Elder Chu, the matter is settled. Go down and drink. The old man has prepared good wine. The silver-haired 6th clan elder laughed brightly and was in a good mood. Back then, he had felt that Jiang Chen had made the right decision to worship Chu Sun as his teacher, and now it seemed that this move was too right. There's no rush. Chu Sun mouthed with a smile. As the saying goes, good people do in the end. Send people to the west. This John's devil is already solved. The following array is not yet solved, and he is also curious about the array of Jiang seal. Recently this period of time in the cabinet of books not only involves martial arts cultivation, but also array, talisman, alchemy and other books. On the array of one also has some understanding. Coincidentally, can take the opportunity to study thoroughly under Elder Chu you are. Get the Starburst Stone, Sky Formation Stone, Shatter Stone, and Inscribed Runes. As Chu Sun opened his mouth, the many clan elders quickly circled around Chu Sun. Soon, this broken formation was also repaired. Boom! Moment! A pale flood atmosphere permeated the area, and all of the formations that had been broken earlier healed. Not only that, but they were also completely combined with the formations in the depths, surging out even more sturdy fluctuations. This makes the Jiang clan's clan elders were shocked and then exuded ecstasy. Although the Jiang clan can also repair this formation, but far from this point, so that the big formation fits perfectly, as if it was the year the person who set up this formation to reset in person. Surprised and not stingy with appreciation, he marveled. Elder Chu was worthy of being a person of great wisdom. Not only is his cultivation profound, even this way of formations is extraordinarily proficient. He can be called a master of formations. In the face of these words of praise, Chu Sun merely smiled in response, but in his heart, he carried a wisp of doubt, but did not immediately speak of it. Instead, he looked at the perfected formation fused with what he had learned, and there was satisfaction in his heart. Elder Chu, please. This time Chu Sun no longer refused. After less leaning, Ginger greeted the parlor reception of Chu Sun with the greatest pomp and ceremony. The table is even placed on the show food. A few of them exudes the color and flavor so that Chu Sun are throat wriggling, eyes diffuse bright. Come to this world has not yet properly tasted the food. Please. After the Jiang clan's clan elders invited Chu Sun to the honored VIP seat, the silver-haired 6th elder said bashfully, Elder Chu, come and taste the fine wine I brewed. The eyes of the 7 clan elders lit up, and their mouths watered as they said, Elder Chu, we've been in your good graces. This guy usually doesn't care to take this fine wine out, so we can taste it today too. The silver-haired 6th clan elder glared. There's no part for you guys. Only Elder Chu is qualified to enjoy this fine wine. You guys with dry eyes and no effort don't deserve to drink it. In spite of these words, the 6 clan elders still poured fine wine for all the people present. The aroma was overflowing, the smell of wine was refreshing, and the nose was gushing and the throat knots were also moving stupidly. Elder Chu, please. Chu Sun end cup sip. The entrance is soft, with a fruity aroma, should be brewed with precious fruits, but after entering the throat there is a hot pain burning, very overbearing. If it is the wine will not win the people. I am afraid that this cup will go down will be slightly intoxicated. And the presence of the clan old man did have a slightly reddened face up. Bully, Chu Sun a drink, closed his eyes to savor the taste of wine, and then open his eyes when his eyes are very bright. This wine contains a rich aura. Even if he is this kind of cultivation are feeling slightly enhanced a little. Good wine. Hearing Chu Sun's praise, the 6th clan elder grinned even more and said, 2 more cups, this wine 1 appetizer, 2 cups to warm up the body, and 3 cups to just get going. Yes, Chu Sun was also not polite. While the rest of the clan elders saw this and also hurriedly drank it all, taking this opportunity to rub some more wine. Even Jiang Zhinshan was bright-eyed and was also a good wine drinker. After the wine, naturally, I savored the dishes. A plate of precious meat are cherished ingredients. Usually even these old clan are not willing to easily slaughter. Now but generous slaughter full of a table. More in careful cooking. Out slowly a table of delicious. Clip up a piece of meat into the mouth. Meat aroma is rich. Did not have excess seasoning? Seems to be any kind of condiments will affect the freshness of the meat. Delicious. A mouthful of tongue or almost comfortable melt, which makes Chusun's eyes show strange color. And the 6 clan old man is smiling and said, although delicious, no wine accompanied how to. Come, drink. Gollum. Chusun counted on seeing it. This silver-haired 6th clan elder really loved to drink, but his wine was truly a masterpiece. Tasting delicious and sweet, with this food it was truly a life of enjoyment. Chapter 72 Sage Lawpaper. The wine is over. Dish over 5 flavors. The crowd also drifted back to the topic. While everyone is here, I have a proposal. To establish Jiang Chen as the first eldest son, as the young clan head, to inherit the Jiang clan in the future. Who has an opinion? The silver-haired 6th clan elder said very forcefully, with the intention of pulling out and practicing if he didn't obey. Naturally, Jiang Chen has been gifted since he was young. Who will he establish if not him? May. Recognized. Agreed. The clan elders have voted. Even now belongs to the neutral faction have also turned against. Not to be underestimated, this neutral faction has nearly half of the people. With their turn, almost the nail in the coffin again, no suspense. At the banquet Jiang Duan was the only junior who was qualified to sit here, and was also the one that no one had an opinion about. Originally Chusun was invited by Jiang Duan. Furthermore, when attending the banquet one and all had an unspoken understanding of what was about to happen. And Jiang Dust also exudes a bright smile. For the first son of the Jiang clan, if it is placed before, he is very heartfelt. Inheritance of the Jiang clan will mean to become the top group of people in the eastern region. But now his requirements are much shallower. He only wants to follow his master. After the feast, guests enjoyed themselves. Chusun was invited by Jiang Zhinshan to another place, within a lush bamboo forest, with green grass in front of him. The terrain was flat and open, accompanied by a small, clear lake, a place of rare purity. If you read books and scriptures here, your state of mind will be elevated by a lot. It's a great place. If Elder Chu likes it, this place is for you. You can come here from time to time to read and write scriptures. Jiang Zhinshan wore a smile at the corner of his mouth. While many spirit fruits were also placed in the pavilion, there were small grapes filled with purple chi. Each of them was large and full. They were unavailable spirit fruits, plucked from the spirit vines that only bore fruit once in the last 100 years. There were also brightly colored spirit fruits, bursting with a reddish haze, and the tantalizing smell had already struck before they even approached. Again, they were unparalleled spirit fruits. These unusual let the juniors eat will be cultivation will be refined. But in this but placed a full number of plates. Varieties vary, but are all fine spiritual fruit. Please, after taking your seat, since it is idle talk. After briefly talking about the matter concerning Jiang Chen, he then shifted to the present-day Eastern domain pattern. Now the Eastern region is in chaos. Jiang Zhinshan's eyes showed complexity. Although the Jiang clan was experiencing a crisis, but also always pay attention to the outside world, that Green Bull Demon Monarch summoned his former henchmen to start blood sacrifices in various places in the Eastern region. Although there is a connection between the top forces, but those secular dynasties will be miserable, separated by too much distance. Even if the message of request for help was sent over, it would be too late to rush to the scene. Already many small nations have been blood sacrificed. Billions of beings, the living are dying. Chusun's eyes also diffuse a little bit of sadness and sympathy. Tianyun country that day was almost a blood sacrifice, and that scene he still remembered. The people of the imperial capital, and the entire Tianyun country are shrouded in desperation. No one can move. Let that red-colored tripod swallow the essence of life, and watch themselves die, can be said to be the most tragic thing. The 6 Holy Lands have already dispatched strong men of the 9th realm of the human emperor to disperse to the corner of the eastern domain to sit on the ground, so that if there is a blood sacrifice that occurs again it can also be rushed to at the first time. Jiang Zhinshan sighed. Aha! It's a good thing. Chusun gently nodded. But also know that this is to treat the symptoms but not the root cause. One day does not solve the scourge of the eastern region of the Green Bull Demon Monarch will continue for one day. And recently Jiang's matter, I am afraid that the latter cannot be disassociated, but also will be in the repair of the array when the discovery of his own out. Jiang family master, I am in the repair of the array when I detected something strange. Buzz. A shallow wisp of residual demonic energy surged out from the palm. Kong Yongsan was puzzled, still a bit confused. This demonic aura is not the demon that suppresses the Forbidden Land, but comes from the outside world, and the loosening of Jiang's seal is related to this strand of demonic aura. No way. Jiang Zhinshan was in a fierce mood and argued. Although my Jiang clan has no saints, not everyone can sneak in, and the Green Bull Demon Monarch is practicing demonic skills, so as long as he sneaks in the first time he will find out. Not to mention that it is still the forbidden land of my Jiang clan's backyard with heavy blockades, so where is it so easy to get to? Which I don't know. Chu Sun shrugged his shoulders and didn't argue, pinching up a spirit fruit and putting it into his mouth to chew. It really melted in his mouth. Sweet and rich, it was delicious. And Jiang Zhinshan in a burst of excitement after a return to calm, pupils gradually grim and hostile. Earlier he suspected that the recovery of Jiang's forbidden land is too coincidental, just has been no evidence, and now he has a general candidate in his mind. The follow-up. Chu Sun did not participate. After all, it's a family matter. And now, Yoyo rushed back to the East Prosperity Sect, Sendo Sect. It's gotten a lot of attention lately. Previously, since Xiao Huangchao began to successively fold it and fell many saints, even some time ago, the deeds of the Snow Mountain Hall spread, undoubtedly became a joke, and people are also curious about the Immortal Taoist sect's subsequent movements. But unfortunately, the silence has been more than a full month, and now, there is finally a movement. A human emperor realm, dorsal birth of the Dharma. After pausing outside the sect gate for a few breaths, he turned into a stream of light and flew straight, aiming precisely at the East Prosperity Sect, a move that caused monstrous ripples, just like throwing a stone on a calm pool of water, splashing up waves and letting the turbulent waves underneath unfold for the sake of it. East Prosperity Sect, which Immortal Tao Sect's human emperor had not yet approached. There were several people who sensed it, and Wang He, who was sitting in the middle of the clouds and playing against Elder Jiang, laughed coldly. Really, what kind of cats and dogs dare to come to sow their wild oats? Do you really think that Dong Lin Sect, is still the same as before? Nowadays, not only is there Elder Chu, the great god, but there is also sect leader Xiao who has successfully awakened the phoenix body and his cultivation is rising. The unusual human emperor 9 realm is not seen as a rival. So what is the difference between coming back to the human emperor and sending people to their deaths? However, this human emperor, was full of vigor. Approaching the East Prosperity Sect calmly threw out a piece of legal paper and coldly said, "Where is the head of the East Prosperity Sect? Quickly greet the saints." Legal paper. Humph. Elder Wang He, Elder Jiang. These two originally wanted to get rid of this human emperor, but the moment the magic paper bloomed, a radiant light comparable to that of a great sun bloomed. The sun in the sky that overpowered it was eclipsed by the sun, and whether it was the disciples of the East Prosperity Sect or the people practicing in the vicinity, they all looked up and over in shock, their eyes revealing shock. That law paper hanging peacefully in midair, as if it was wrapped in a big sun. In fact, it is the release of light to form a big sun, but also exudes the breath and fluctuations of the saint, so that people instinctively trembling in awe, cannot help but want to kneel down. Chapter 73, Coercing the East Prosperity Sect. Holy, sage law paper. The Immortal Way Sect's saintly legal paper. Those who cultivated far away in the vicinity of the East Prosperity Sect, especially since there was a city below the East Prosperity Sect that was a place for the disciples of the sect to trade, as well as to bring their loved ones to live in, and at this moment, all of them were looking up in horror. And that Immortal Tao Sect's human emperor stood at one side of the saintly Dharma paper, which made it not difficult to recognize him. Even the city lord in the city below also exudes sincere fear. Recently the East Prosperity Sect madly offended the Immortal Tao Sect is not a secret. He trembles. This is the Immortal Tao Sect saints killed to come? Shoo! At the sect master's cultivation site, a similarly powerful aura rose up into the sky, and in the next breath, we saw a red-robed stunning woman standing coldly and proudly in midair. Her cool, beautiful eyes translucent with coldness as she stared at that human emperor and said icily, "The Immortal Tao Sect came up here to offer up sage Dharma papers. Are they trying to exterminate my East Prosperity Sect?" Faced the sarcasm in the middle of the words. The human emperor of the Immortal Tao Sect was unimpressed and shook his head. Sect leader Xiao has misunderstood. It's just that the Immortal Tao Sect saints want to personally talk to the East Prosperity Sect for a moment or two. Buzz. Within that holy and flawless golden paper, there is a hazy figure condensed, sitting within the paper, surrounded by the breath of the holy way. Under the light, flawless light shines in all directions, so that the people who feel its sacred breath are all trembling and kneeling. And the city below the Donglin sect has long been kneeling into a peace. Elder Wang He, Elder Jiang, these two ready to ascend to the mid-air people also openly feel the pressure of unspeakable. Seems to be a magnificent mountain on the shoulders, completely lost the ability to take off. The face cannot help but show shock. This is still a saint of a legal paper, not a saint in person. If the real body to come down. And what a great scene. The sage perched within the Dharma paper glanced at Xiao Rongyu and slightly lowered his eyes. The comforting human emperor of the Immortal Tao Sect then smiled and said, "Sect leader Xiao, My sage means to invite the sage of the East Prosperity Sect to discuss important matters with him. Humph. The faces of all the cultivators of the East Prosperity Sect were all black. Their sect leader personally greeted a piece of legal paper from a saint. And what did the latter mean? Looking down on the sect leader? That mother ***** a human emperor was even more hateful. Even saying outright that he would let the saint of the East Prosperity Sect come in person to communicate with him. A single piece of mana paper is just a piece of mana paper. It's not enough to make my family's saint come out of the gate. Xiao Rongyu's expression was clear and cold, and she responded with the same cold and arrogant stance. You said that I'm not worthy of communicating with you. Then how is a single piece of mana paper worthy of playing against my family's saint? What a sharp-tongued little girl. The saint perched within the magic paper spoke for the first time. His voice was not loud but made people anxious. Even the cultivators of the Donglin sect showed nervousness. It seemed that Xiao Rongyu's actions had caused the saint to be displeased, and there was a desire for her to apologize to quell the saint's anger. Bastard! Elder Wang He secretly cursed. Just now he even gave birth to this kind of thought. Immediately afterward, it was the rage of shame. Obviously the immortal Dao sect saints were coming from a bad place. With a single piece of legal paper they wanted to make the East Prosperity Sect succumb. He even gave birth to this kind of absurd idea. What a shame. Unworthy of being a human emperor. Elder Jiang also had a stiff face. Obviously experienced what happened to Elder Wang He. Complex relief. No wonder you and I. It's the saints' pressure is too heavy. People dare not disobey. There are saints in the eastern region, and every power with a saint could be honored as a holy land. The 6 holy land palms were common, but saints were uncommon. So every time a saint was revealed it would make waves. So much so that they had this trepidation. Xiao Rongyu, however, stared with cold eyes. Just this gesture alone convinced the 2 elders. It has nothing to do with cultivation. This state of mind is far beyond what they can do. Sighing, back then, Xiao Rongyu established as the sect leader is really the most fortunate thing. Now I'm afraid that in addition to Elder Chu, the one who has this state of mind is the sect leader Xiao. Brother Xia Yang. The eyelids of the body sound perched within the Dharma paper were slightly lifted, and a light voice fell, clearly not sensational, but when it fell on the ears, it turned into a flood of bells, constantly vibrating. Put. East Prosperity Sect. There are still some people who are practicing in closed doors in the secret room, do not know the movement of the outside, but suddenly, this voice fell into the ears without distinction, disrupting their cultivation. All of them are muffled grunts in the mouth of the chattering blood. The eyes flowed confused and shocked. That is the voice of who? Why is it like heavenly power? Swish! Xiao Rongyu's face changed. Donglin sect saints don't have much lifespan. They simply can't withstand this kind of consumption. If it's because of a law paper will be revived once, folding a little bit of life essence to sit down in advance, then it's really a big loss. Her pretty face suffused with coldness, and she angrily said, Is Sage Ji trying to stir up a fight between the 2 sects? Buzz. Moment of truth. The East Prosperity Sect's formation lit up, isolated the sound. Coiled in the law paper within the saint frowned slightly, gazing at the array but also did not use again strong. This trip is just a test. If it is along the way to disturb the East Prosperity Sect saints since the best, even if it does not matter. Deep eyes staring, calmly said, both Xia Yang brother is still in seclusion. It will not disturb him. Where is Chu Sun? Let him receive the decree. The human emperor of the immortal Dao sect standing beside the Dharma paper opened his mouth at this moment. His expression translucent with arrogance. Arrogant. Why should my Donglin sect's people receive your immortal Dao sect's decree? Xiao Rongyu was furious and laughed. A magic paper to suppress the Donglin sect is just that, but also presumptuous to let Elder Chu accept the decree. When he is what? Give him face? The figure within the saint's legal paper slowly opened the corner of his eyes, coldly said, East Region Green Bull Demon Monarch for the Scourge of Chaos. Spreading the devil's work led to the devil's teachings of the devil endless. The remaining 5 of the 6 holy places have been dispatched to the 9 realms of the Emperor of the People to sit on one side of the strongest, at any time to suppress the devil's teachings, and the previous thought of the East Prosperity Zone no human Emperor of the 9 realms will be just, there are human Emperor of the 9 realms of the people from a force. Xiao Rongyu frowned. Elder Jiang, Elder Wang He, the cultivators of the East Prosperity Sect were all slightly silent. This was the recent consensus in the Eastern region, and the East Prosperity Sect, as one of the 6 holy places, deserved to make a contribution as well. Eastworld, Marina Corner. It is the place of suppression that Chu Sun is responsible for. The human emperor of the immortal Dao sect still had a smile on his face, calm and unhurried, and with the sage Dharma paper in place, he had a strong bottom line and wasn't worried about any accidents. What if I don't go? Xiao Rongyu's pretty face was icy cold, as well. The figure perched within the sage Dharma paper swooshed his eyes open. His pupils translucent with ice and coldness as he said, "The East Prosperity Sect has a supreme treasure, the Taihao Cauldron, lent to Zhao Xian, who will sit in place of the East Prosperity Sect, not to mention Xiao Rongyu. Even the ordinary cultivators of the Donglin Sect are all showing their anger. The Taihao Ding is the Donglin Sect's treasure, obtained by the first Donglin Sect's ancestor, and has always stayed in the Donglin Sect to suppress the Qi, and this immortal Dao Sect saint is just borrowing it out of his mouth. So how is it any different from taking it by trickery? Dream on. It's not up to you." The saint entrenched within the saint's legal paper suddenly blossomed with a bright and incomparable holy light. The light shone universally, and under the pressure of the might, causing the already terrified Donglin city to panic even more. Even the cultivators of the Donglin sect were all as if they were facing a great enemy, and horror flowed from them as they looked up, inside that legal paper. After all, step out a man. Chapter 74, The East Prosperity Sect Sage emerges. It was a middle-aged man with a majestic face. His face was like a knife. Even his hair was angular. At this time he was no longer so blinding. The light was restrained, so that people could see his appearance accompanied by a burst of pressure. Saints, immortal Dao Sect Sage, an incarnation of a saint. I don't know how many people were in shock, especially those who were not far away from the East Prosperity Sect. Their scalps were about to explode when they saw the scene. The incarnation of a saint personally visited the East Prosperity Sect. Was this a desire to destroy the East Prosperity sacred ground? You have no choice. The middle-aged man with a majestic face, his eyes as cold as ever, without any emotion, indifferently disregarded Xiao Rongyu, or rather, from the very beginning, he had not put the latter in his eyes. It comes down to this, but a late bloomer. Even if the recent awakening of the Phoenix body breakthrough to the human Emperor 8 realm, that how, from the Holy Realm is still stranded 100,000 80,000 miles, the gap and the difference between the mud, difficult to get into the eyes of the law. For one thing, Chu Sun is sitting in the corner of the marina. Second, hand over the Taihao Cauldron. The immortal Dao Sect sage at this moment didn't even put up a front anymore, just blatantly demanding. His pupils coldly sweeping and oppressing the East Prosperity Sect. Humiliation, shame, rage, all sorts of emotions squeezed in Xiao Rongyu's heart. That delicate pretty face surged with flushing red, caused by anger, and more than anything else, it was shame. The East Prosperity sacred ground just couldn't wait for the immortal Dao Sect to get up due to the imminent sitting down of the sage. She couldn't help but sneer and laugh out loud, mocking, "Are you afraid of this? Afraid that my East Prosperity Sect's elder Chu will advance too quickly and advance to the sage realm before the sage sits down, letting your plans go down the drain?" In the face of this unbridled mockery, the immortal Dao Sect saint's face went cold. "Ha, I've been told. Earlier Elder Chu appeared in the Snow Mountain Hall. You still disdained it, thinking that it couldn't make waves." After Zhang's line, "You were afraid that Elder Chu would quietly advance to the saint realm, so you couldn't sit still. It's really laughable. I thought how big is a saint's belly, but it turned out to be nothing more than that." Xiao Rongyu sneered and mocked. It was a lonely moment for her. Behind it stood the huge clan, tens of thousands of disciples, thousands of princes, hundreds of honored people, several human emperors, but none of them rose into the air to stand alongside her to carry this pressure. A bright red robe, cold, proud and stubborn, he confronted the saint, with words that are as cold as knives, tough sarcasm to irritate the saints, and the latter's face was also icy cold, because Xiao Rongyu was right. Earlier he had disdained Shu Sun and scoffed, even if it was a general speed of advancement. In his eyes not entering the Holy Realm was also like grass, and could be chopped up with his hands, but he trembled after the trip to the Zhang's clan, and Shu Sun's realm was too fast. The first time to pay attention to or Xian Dao Sect fell several human emperor. That time Chu Sun in the human emperor 5 realm, and then a wobble outbreak of the human emperor 9 realm strength. Not yet months more in the Jiang outbreak of half-saint level strength, which let the high overlooking the eastern region of the saints worried about it, even though he knew that the realm of saints was a hurdle, a rift in the sky, not so easy to cross. Even if the scorching demon of heaven wanted to cross over without several years, he couldn't even think of it, and Chu Sun's time was only a few short months, too late to make a breakthrough. He was still worried, and dispatched a saint to pressurize the East Prosperity Sect. He knows, it's not just him. I am afraid that the saints of the true martial sect cannot sit still. Even if he does not come today, the saints of the true martial sect will not arrive on the same day. But he is a saint, although the thoughts of the saints, there will be a result. So he has come. Mighty pressure on the East Prosperity Sect. Strong, bully, spiffy. It appeared to be standing on the moral high ground, asking the Donglin Sect to do the same thing. But in reality, it was killing at every step, not giving Chu Sun a choice at all. Humph, savage girl, lacking in upbringing. The middle-aged man standing in midair looked indifferent as he pressed down with one hand, and the momentum of the entire heaven and earth tilted with it. Ugh, a quiet sigh. Su passed out, falling in the outside world. So that time, space, everything is caught in a freeze frame. In the East Prosperity sect of a certain back mountain cave came from the complex sigh, why bother? I am only a few months away from sitting down. You guys can't wait for this. Coveting the East Prosperity sect has been to this kind of field? Buzz. A palm poked out from the back of the mountain, and the pupils of the middle-aged man standing in midair contracted. Boom. Big hands probed. Pinch right on him. Bang. In the midst of countless people's shock. Straight up pinched. Along with it was the piece of legal paper. Boom. That human emperor of the immortal Tao sect's facial expression exuded great horror. Looking at that scene in shock, the saint incarnation that had been strutting its stuff and intimidating the East Prosperity sect in the previous second was just gone. Whoosh. The figure instantly retreated tens of miles violently. However, the saintly legal papers have fallen. How could you let him go? Put. A snap of the fingers. Dozens of miles apart. Direct hit. The cultivators in the vicinity of the East Prosperity sect were all looking on in horror. Their hearts filled with waves of shock. There was shock at the death of the saint. And there was also shock at the vulnerability of the human emperor. In front of the saint was like a mole cricket. Even if it was separated by tens of miles, just a thought could easily wipe out. Saints. Master. Senpai. Several horrified voices filled the East Prosperity sect at the same time, looking incredulously toward the back of the mountain, where an old man about to decay stood, his body permeated with the aura of lateness, as if he had crawled out of a coffin. Elder, you have come out of the gate. Suppressing the forbidden land of the Wang elder, mouth trembling, said, clearly realize what? His master, even if he maintains the state of slumber, there are only a few months of life expectancy. This time resuscitation. Can still live? Senior Xia. Xiao Rongyu looked at the figure at the back of the mountain. Also her emotions rippled and she said in a complicated manner, Senior Xia, there's no need for you to come out of the gate. I can handle this. The saints themselves. She couldn't handle it, but just a saint incarnation. With the East Prosperity sect's depth is still more than enough. Not to mention, this saint itself is within the East Prosperity sect's domain. If the suppression is still quite easy, having been bullied like this, what's the point of shutting down and pretending to be dead? Xia Yang shrugged his shoulders and laughed, looking at these juniors with gentle eyes, then asked, where's little inquirer? He's in seclusion, practicing a secret art. Elder Wang, he said. Aha! The old man coming out of the back mountain, who was about to decay and dripping with twilight, nodded his head and also walked forward, and Elder Wang he and Elder Jiang also rushed to meet behind them, and trembled again. Elder Xia, do you want to retreat for a while longer? Xia Yang shrugged his shoulders, and the cloudy eyes were also sharp, and laughed, it's not necessary, there's always a need to emit a final warm-up, or else, whatever cats and dogs are bullying over, and I, as an elder, won't be able to sleep soundly in the ground. Elder Zhang's heart trembled, knowing that Elder Xia had made a decision. This recovery, I'm afraid it's just not going to be in the closet. There is sadness in the heart. There was even endless panic. If the saint sat down after the East Prosperity sect, where should it go? Chapter 75, Marina Corner. Sendo Sect. Saints cultivate the land. Suddenly, an incomparably radiant eye opened, and the middle-aged man perched there had a smile on his face, unprecedentedly unrestrained, and laughed. Great harvest, great harvest. This trip to the East Prosperity Sacred Land had multiple purposes, one of which was to disturb Xia Yang, who was in seclusion. A saint whose lifespan was about to run out could not withstand such a setback, but what he did not expect the most was that the saint of the East Prosperity sect not only did not calm down, but instead, his real body revived and pinched and exploded his Dharma paper with one hand. Blood money. French paper only. It's nothing. For people under the saint realm may be extremely precious. To his level, although the magic paper is cherished, is not without a way to refine, and the loss of a magic paper will be alarmed. Xia Yang is definitely a big profit. I don't know if you're going to continue to be that turtle head, or are you rushing here to die? The immortal Tao sect saint narrowed his eyes. If that Xia Yan was still willing to be that turtle head, then let him be. I'm afraid that the recovery won't last for another month, and it's absolutely impossible for Don Lin Sect's Chusun to want to break through to the saint realm within a month. Thinking about this, he also completely let go of his heart. As for Xia Yang daring to come in real life, that's a death sentence. An old guy who's about to rot. It's not going to make much of a splash yet, especially at this moment. Tianji Sect. Elder Tianji, who was holding the Tianji disc, frowned slightly as he looked at the scene of the East Prosperity Sect. Sensei, the East Prosperity Sect sage recovery won't live long. The crisis of the East Prosperity Sect has been finalized. Immortal Way Sect, True Martial Sect, the two clans are eyeing each other. The end is finalized. do we want a piece of the action? Tianji clan patriarch eyes hot road. East Lin clan is the eastern region of the oldest forces. Unlike the Jiang kind of inheritance is long but limited capacity, East Lin clan is the kind of countless disciples. Return to the clan is countless. Hidden heritage countless. If you eat, even if only a mouthful of soup is also a big profit. No. The old man from the Tianji sect shook his head slightly, also with confusion and bewilderment in his eyes, and said, I divined a few hexagrams earlier. The East Prosperity sect's chi is extremely prosperous. The prosperity of the negative is not the chi that is about to decline, but instead, it is the chi that fell to a certain point to hit the bottom. The prosperity of the chi is far beyond that of any of the eastern domain. Hiss. The Tianji sect patriarch's eyes widened. He knew that his teacher wasn't joking, but how could this be possible? Being watched by the two sects, there was no way for the Donglin sect to survive. I also feel strange. The old man from the Tianji sect shook his head. Confusion filled his wise eyes. Divining the fortune of a clan required a large price to pay, and he dared to barely divine a few times by virtue of the supreme treasure in his hands, the Tianji plate, and every time the fortune was great, which made him suspicious. The sky does not die for the Donglin sect, and there are still certainties. Don't get involved first. The Tianji sect sage said Susu after a little bit of contemplation. Regardless of whether the true martial sect Immortal Tao sect could eat this piece of fat meat or not, he, Tianji sect, would not get involved in it. Aha! Tianji sect patriarch nodded his head, but with a little loss in his eyes. A good fat meat is about to slip away from the eyes of the rather unfortunate, but the words of the sage master, and did not dare to disobey. A late old man came to the scripture pavilion downstairs, looking at the 9-story pavilion in front of the carved dragons and painted phoenixes, turbid eyes filled with hush and complexity. That one glance as if traveled back to many years ago. He had just worshipped the East Prosperity sect to study the scene, and then took a step toward the scripture pavilion to walk out. The first layer, second layer, 5th floor, 8th floor. When coming to the 8th floor, seeing that closed eyes, surrounded by an arcane aura, the late old man also said softly, I didn't want to disturb you, but with the big day approaching, there are some things that have to be arranged. Chu Sun's closed eyes also ghostly opened. The first time he saw the old man in front of him, his mind was in a trance. He also knew what just happened in the outside world. The saints were oppressing the Donglin clan. The moment the saint's incarnation made a move against the Donglin clan, he was ready to drive his incarnation to make a move. It was only when the Donglin clan saints were revived that the idea of making a move was suppressed. Now look in front of the late old man. Eyes also trance over the complexity of the transient. About the senior in the information all surged to the heart. He just worshipped the East Prosperity sect when the senior is a saint. Or life is not much. To this day, but also finally ushered in the rest of their own light. Elder Xia. Chu Sun rose and saluted respectfully. Xia Yang calmly nodded his head, his cloudy eyes suffused with a ray of joy. The appreciation on his face was not hidden. He smiled and said, the foundation is quite solid, and there is no aftermath of successive breakthroughs. It seems that these 60 years of cultivating the mind and cultivating the heart is not in vain. Only when you suffer some setbacks when you are young, you will go longer and farther in the future. It is not in vain that I am optimistic about it. Chu Sun just stood there smiling and listening, and did not perfunctory response to thank you senior praise, because there is no need. Between the two, although not master and disciple many times has been beyond, and Xia Yang is also more like a protector of the road, in the Chu Sun has not risen to frequently maintain. Go, follow me out. Xia Yang calmly smiled. Where to? Eastworld, Marina Corner. Xia Yang's wrinkled cheeks also squeezed out a smile. Wanting to know, the Immortal Tao sect saints made a big deal of threatening Chu Sun to that corner of the marina. In the end, what exactly is there? If it is still hiding people who set up an ambush, Chu Sun is best to end it all in one pot. Aha! Chu Sun nodded his head gently. Anticipation and curiosity also filled his eyes, wanting to know what was ambushed in the corner of the marina. Whether it was the incarnation of a saint or a half-saint. If it was the latter, it would be best. Road trip. Xia Yang, the saint of the East Prosperity sect, also murmured softly, it's best if it's a half-saint. If it's wiped out in one fell swoop, it'll free up more time for you to cultivate. And I, the East Prosperity sect, will count on a respite. A corner of the marina, commonly known as the Devil's Culto should be. The Green Bull Demon Lord could even be hiding here. The duo also came here in a dignified manner, not worrying about bumping into the Green Bull Demon Monarch at all, because even if they bumped into the latter, the Green Bull Demon Monarch would definitely retreat and not dare to mess with them. A saint with a great limit on his life. Dying strike. Back to the light. Still extremely strong. Even if the Green Bull Demon Monarch has the strength to slaughter, saints will not do it. Exhausting means consuming blood and chi, and ultimately defeated by a seriously injured body. And what gain? the great limit will be the saint's blood and chi dry, and no sacrifice. Rather than fighting a battle, it is better to let it die on its own. A corner of the marina. In the void. Several figures perched in the void. Ordinary people simply cannot detect them. Even if the human emperor arrived here to see the empty void, simply do not know a few strong people lurking in this. If I say that the saint his old man is just superfluous, the East Prosperity Sect is unlikely to allow Chu Sun to come here, the Devil Sect's main camp, and there is the possibility of hiding our setups. As long as they are not stupid, they won't come. The rest of the people also nodded their heads, feeling that the saint was superfluous, and were about to speak out in agreement, but suddenly sensed that there was a fluctuation in the void that arose, and immediately an old man in a green shirt came to the place. Chu Sun? Ha, ha. These several latent half-saints were directly confused. Chapter 76 is not on the same level. How dare you come here? This was not the mind of a half-saint. Rather, it is the mind of all half-saints, knowing that you will die. How dare you come here? I don't know what to admire about your courage. Still admire your ignorance. Out of the void came a young woman. She was dressed in a Taoist robe. Her expression was cold and proud. At first glance she looked quite young, but in reality, even the corners of her eyes had crow's feet. At this level, the age was already quite old. Even if she couldn't break through to the saints again in a period of time, then she would have to face the problem of her great limitations coming to an end. I don't know if you're too foolish or too ignorant. Even if this place doesn't have a few of us sitting on it, it's not for you to come. Another old man said warmly, manifesting from nothingness. Ridiculous. Originally thought you were a character, but now it seems to be nothing more than that. There was even a young man with a sneer in the corner of his eye, mocking. If you think that the strength you displayed in the snowy mountain hall will be able to resist half-saints, then you can now account for your last words. More ignorant than I imagined. Marina Corner is dangerous. Not to mention you. Even I and other half-saints alone do not dare to come here. Need to be accompanied forward to have a self-confidence. I really do not know who gave you the courage. For a brief moment. 4 half-saints. Yokozuna. They surfaced in the north, south, east, and west, blocking Chu Sun's retreat. A faint divine splendor surrounded each of them, and a light mass wrapped them, and the green-shirted old man standing there also looked calmly, his eyes as gentle as ever, and saw the down nun-like woman, the gentle and amiable old man, the sharp young man, and the boyish teenager. 4. All of them are half-saints. Any last words? You can explain. That sharp young man's eyes were sharp, overlooking as if staring at a dead person. Simply do not feel that there can still be any wind and waves? A great deal. Chu Sun sighed softly. For half-saints, in the eastern region, even if the Green Bull Demon Monarch set off such a big wave, there has never been a half-saint revealed. Even if Een Ruin appeared in the world has not attracted their attention. But in order to intercept and kill themselves, but at once out of the 4 set up an ambush here. Not afraid of falling short? The slow old man sitting on the void but felt uneasy. Frowning tightly, this Chu Sun is too calm, as if everything is well in hand. Let him extraordinarily uneasy. And churning through the brain also did not think that Chu Sun can still have what to rely on. East Prosperity Sect has been declining into that. There is no half-saint of the realm, which even if there is, to come here is a death sentence. So he couldn't figure out what Chu Sun was relying on, and as a result, frowning tightly, is that how you've settled on me? Chu Sun also sighed softly, cultivating to such a realm, usually cautious and cautious again. Why would he be so relaxed today? Is he fixated on the downfall of the East Prosperity Sect? The woman in the Taoist robe, sharp young man, warm and fuzzy old man, young teenagers. 4 people's hearts are suddenly filled with strong uneasiness and vigilance. The woman dressed in Taoist robes even coldly grunted, playing God. Today, no one can save you. Boom! A large hand pressed down. It seems to be plain as day. The truth is that it is a door to the dryness within the palm. The great avatar. It's a surefire jutsu at every turn. This also let Chu Sun enter slightly relieved. If these several people still use pinch death ants when he killed the kind of means also cannot live now. They missed a point. Ugh! A quiet sigh, ringing out overhead. Time, space, nothingness. Everything is frozen in time. One could only see a tardy old man who was about to decay, slowly stepping out from behind Chu Sun, sighing softly, those cloudy eyes full of emotion, sighing softly, why bother? When he raised his head, his appearance was reflected in the eyes of the 4 half-saints, and the latter all had their pupils constricted. Their hearts were horrified, and they exuded an intense fear, staring at the wrinkled cheeks with horror. Xia Yang, East Prosperity Sect Saint Xia Yang, only for a moment. Then they were scared out of their wits. The whole thing went numb with horror. Sage of the Eastern Adventist Sect. Who would have thought? At this point in time the East Prosperity Sect sage would come in person? In everyone's cognition, the saints of the East Lin Zone are dying, fall into a deep sleep. Even if it is revived and awakened once is 1,000 times more difficult, and the remaining time is even more precious to keep the East Lin Zone. Give Chu Sun as well as Xiao Rongyu a little developmental respite. Which thought it would come here? I'm afraid that the immortal Dao Sect saints and the true martial Sect saints also killed themselves not expecting a saint to arrive, or else they wouldn't have sent a half-saint here to intercept Chu Sun. Boom! The moment Sage Xia Yang merely raised his head, the large palm that had been sent towards Chu Sun to kill him collapsed and disintegrated on its own, as if a mysterious order and energy had disintegrated the palm print, leaving it with only a few traces of the Tao, which dispersed in the heavens and earth. The gap is too great. Chu Sun's heart trembled. He had witnessed a saint strike, but this time, he was right next to a saint and witnessed his strike, deeply understanding the gap between the two. Half-saint. Sage. One word. A different kind of cloud. Half-saints ultimately have not fated mortal. Even if the human emperor to reach the limit can still be reversed, and to the saint is far from the human emperor can be counteracted. Not to mention the chopping, and even call the board is impossible. The gap between the realm of the formation of the qualitative change is not relying on the unusual treasures will be able to cross the boom. The Dao-robed woman's eyes showed endless panic. She clearly saw the old man's arm on the old man's spot. That is the symbol of life is not long to go. But on the contrary, this hand reached out to her, transformed into the hand of death. No. Mercy. Elder, I was wrong. I would like to apologize. Boo. Xia Yang merely held the woman, gently pinched, and the high and mighty half-saint in the eyes of the onlookers fell in this way, and Xia Yang was heard to murmur softly, if apologizing is useful, what else is there to do with cultivation? Slow old man, sharp young man, wizened childlike teenager. The three of them simultaneously exuded intense shock, not caring about the woman's body falling, almost instantly breaking free from the saint's pressure, turning into a bolt of lightning, and frantically fleeing. Boom! And an indescribably vast power filled Xia Yang's body, imprisoning the void, only to see his eyes grow deeper and colder, gazing mercilessly as he said coldly, it's too late to leave after having come, isn't it? Boom! Boom! Lift your hand, one after the other. The town kills. Slow old man, sharp young man. Even the distance of 10 miles did not escape before it turned into a cloud of blood mist. When approaching the boyish teenager, the latter even flopped down and knelt down, saying in horror, seniors, spare my life. I would like to submit. I would like to become one of the dogs of the Donglin sect, and guard the Donglin sect to the best of my ability. Please seniors, let me have a chance to live. I can't trust you. Xia Yang shook his head. Facing the life and death crisis of casting faith cannot. Moreover, once he sits down, Antibone is a doomed thing. No. The boyish teenager's face showed ferocity, roaring fiercely. So what if you're even a saint? But you're just a rotten, late blooming, and about to be seeded saint. Whereas I'd been cultivating hard for my whole life, and stepping into the half-saint may not be impossible to fight against you. The devil's cultivation method. That childish teenager's eyes suddenly surged with demonic energy, and the cultivation on his body continued to soar, coming directly from a half-saint to the top of a half-saint, and within a breath approaching the cultivation of Chu Sun, who had subdued and killed the demon saint in the Jiang clan, while Xia Yang gently shook his head, and slapped his hand. Bang! A cloud of blood foam exploded. Wizened teenagers. Dead. Fancy. Xia Yang snorted disdainfully, to try to force a breakthrough in a realm with the help of a demonic power in front of a sage. Was he looking down on the realm of saints? Or was he looking down on him? Chapter 77, Killing Madness. Chu Sun is also a burst of speechless. Once again feel the power of the saint. That childlike teenager in the last moment of the outbreak are on the verge of the holy realm. But in the hands of Xia Yang is still no power to fight back. Flick of the finger that is extinguished. But also a clear understanding of one thing. I am afraid that the eastern region of the demonic cult of the accumulation of not 3 or 2 days. Even the half-saints of the immortal Dao sect had demonic cultivation methods, so it was hard to guarantee that others didn't. It's taken so long to watch. Isn't it time to show up too? While Chu Sun was contemplating, Xia Yang slowly looked his gaze to the void on one side again, where a white-robed man, slightly embarrassed, stepped out and respectfully saluted. Semi-saint of the Divine Walking Sect. Meet Senior Xia. Be the first to identify yourself. Divine Action Sect. Don't make a mistake. Oh, the Divine Walking Sect. Xia Yang pretended to be in a trance and said, yes. There are no other evil thoughts this time, but I just happened to be passing by. Latecomer will leave now. This white-robed man awkwardly snapped. Bang! Raise your hand. Boo! It was directly beaten into a cloud of blood mist. Then he saw Xia Yang mocking. Is any of the people who still appear here at this time innocent? Swish swish swish. In an instant, the void, there's mania again. And, Chu Sun was also confused. On the way here he had thought that there would be half-saints who would take action. And the Forzun in his opinion had already looked down on him, who knew that there were so many lurking in the shadows, and was afraid that it wasn't just one clan, but multiple ones. Boom, boom, boom. Xia Yang pupils sharp. In that moment as if the sleeping dragon revived, but also as if the ancient gods and Buddhas awakened, accompanied by strikes, in an instant echoing bursts of screams, and begging for mercy, and finally returned to silence, in a brief moment to kill a number of people one after another. Who cares about the bull ***** holy clans? Uniformed suppression and killing. A few breaths later, Xia Yang returns. His face was as calm as ever, as if he hadn't done anything, but that light tone was also saying that he was killing mad today, and he said without thinking, "Is it really true that any cat or dog dares to covet my East Prosperity sect, and do you really think that no one can rule over you if this seat doesn't revive?" In the meantime, a corner of the marina. Demonism. Scared less. It's a real pisser. Earlier, they saw a plain old green-shirted man appear, and thought that they had come to prey, and were in the middle of their excitement to grab the prey, when they suddenly saw several figures that looked like saints, either sitting in a platter or with their eyes closed, and the aura that emanated from them far surpassed that of the human emperors, and made them tremble with fear, thinking that the saints were approaching. Who layers want to? Rolling eyes. The several high, like a saint strong man snapped his fingers and sat down, was another old man who looked like a bigger year to kill. Not only that the void is more lurking in the many terrifying figure, but all in the follow-up one after another to be executed. Even so, these people of the demon sect's faces were filled with bewilderment and unprecedented horror. Was this the East region's main camp? Or was it the demon sect's main camp? These Eastern region cultivators are too terrifying. Especially the older they get the more terrifying they become. A devil said in horror. This was really popping up with an old man more powerful than the other. Sendo sect. Benediction word court. Bang! Sudden. A life word sign broken. In that the elders sitting in the town did not have a reason to tremble. In recent days since the offense of the East Prosperity sect this life word sign constantly broken. Every broken one is a human emperor start, which makes his heart trembling to look at. Murmured, which is the unlucky human emperor has fallen. But when he looked at the location of the shattered words of his life, the whole person was directly dumbfounded. And after a few moments of dumbfoundedness, a wave of cool air rushed straight to the back of his head as he trembled and said, half-saint, half-saint, half-saint's words are shattered. Boom! Perched on the back mountain of the immortal Tao sect as practicing the saint suddenly opened his eyes. Pupils erupted sharp beams of light. The figure flickers will come to the word room, looking at the broken word. Silence, while at the side of the Chinyu but the atmosphere do not dare to gasp. In the saint's silence to feel the extreme pressure. Sage. Moved to anger. Chu Sun. The killing intent of the immortal Tao sect saints had never blazed so brightly. It's not just him. True martial sect. Which stout saint's eyes also erupted with intense killing intent. He knew about the immortal Tao sect saint's law paper. He just didn't think that Chu Sun really dared to go to the corner of the marina. And what shocked him even more was Chu Sun's battle power. It's only been a while. It's already possible to slaughter half-saints. If we give him another period of time to practice, will it really break the saints? Even though no one had ever been able to complete the leap from human emperor to sage C in such a short period of time, he felt starkly threatened in this junior. Same time, Tianji sect. When he learned that his own half-saint fell one, the corners of the mouth of the old man holding the heavenly chance disc were twitching, and his heart ached. What am I committing is owed to the fire merger between the three of their sects. Nothing to blindly put together what is the hustle and bustle. This time it's good. Die one for nothing. As for going for revenge, never thought about it. Because he has guessed who hands. Bin Haijio has the ability to kill the Tianji sect half-saint under the premise. Must first solve the immortal Tao sect, Jinwu sect's half-saint. And to that point has not been a junior can be solved. Think of not long ago Donglin sect saint awakening news spread. Who hands has been self-evident. Divine Action sect, the palace of the goddess. These two clans also broke their teeth and swallowed. Even if it takes revenge. It was also after determining that the East Prosperity sect couldn't afford to turn the tide. A corner of the marina. Solve those troubles. Xia Yang also said gently, I don't have much time. Chu Sun silently. This he is aware of. As early as before Xia Yang has been kept in a state of slumber there are still months of life. And this time the revival has been about to run out. Especially along with this action. I am afraid that there is not much left. At any time will be seated. While the last time can still emanate a little warm-up. What problems you have in your cultivation? You can ask me for advice. There is not much time. Pick some elements. Xia Yang also warmly said. Only when his eyes looked towards the distant sky seemed to have sensed something. His words were slow and grave. Chapter 78, Xia Yang's Epiphany. Yes. What a saint! Doubts filled Chu Sun's eyes. As early as earlier, his battle power had vaguely soared to the saint realm, especially after Jiang had chopped that revived demon saint with a single sword. He felt that his battle power was infinitely closer to the saint realm. But today, when he saw Xia Shang make his move, he found that it was a completely different matter. The woman dressed in Taoist robes from the immortal Tao sect used a great divine ability in her palm to exterminate him, but she was directly disintegrated and split apart when Xia Shang raised his eyes. Xia Yang also didn't expect Chu Ying to ask this question, and was slightly stunned, but still nodded slightly and said, "Your realm is also approaching the saint realm, so you should indeed know about this. The realm of saints is a hurdle, blocked countless people. Throughout the eastern region there are countless heavenly prides. There are only a handful of people who can truly cross over to the realm of saints. Sendo Sect, True Martial Sect, Tianji Sect, Divine Action Sect, Divine Feminine Sect, East Prosperity Sect, and the emergence of a saint will mean extraordinary. Just like the East Prosperity Sect, the middle of the emergence of the fault green and yellow in the Chu Sun did not rise, and even the top forces of the eastern region is difficult to beat. However, just because the East Prosperity Sect has a saint, can be stable to occupy the name of the Holy Land, there are saints and no saints. It's two different things. Even if the saints of the East Prosperity Sect were sleeping, as they were at this moment, saints revived. No matter how many half-saints you come, snapping his fingers and decapitating. It also means that a clan has a saint realm, directly produce heaven and earth changes. A person can destroy a clan. Simply no saint under the mainstay, and this is the reason why other forces dare not provoke. If the saint of the East Prosperity Sect falls, it may briefly strike out the name of the Holy Land. But the saint exists for a moment to hang on to the name of the Holy Land for a moment, and one person holds up a Holy Land. There are quite a few half-saints in the eastern region. At the very least there are far more than it seems, and there are only a few of us who have truly crossed over to the Holy Realm. All because the Holy Realm is not just a cultivation, but also has a natural sense of heaven and earth, which we call the laws. Xia Yang's fingers gently carved a word carved out of the void. Number 1. Look what this is, Xia Yang said. 1. Chu Sun frowned and murmured, then frowned tightly, and then stayed. No, this is not a. At the very least, it is not as simple as what you see on the surface. In a hurried glance, this is the number 1, but when you really stare at this one as if it were alive, buzz, there is an unrivaled sword Tao contained within it. There is also the power of desolation latent. More fingering, palmistry, formation, rare numbers are embedded within this one. Xia Yang with a smile at the corner of his mouth, also said, this is 1, and it is not 1, and this is the realm of the saint. The saint senses the natural laws of heaven and earth and fuses them, steals the power of the laws of heaven and earth, and all things return to 1. No matter what sword paths, formations, and divine powers are used, they all can't escape from the natural power of the laws of heaven and earth, and therefore, disintegrated the essence of her divine ability under my glance, so suppress her easily. Chu Sun listened in confusion, both a few moments of enlightenment and a few moments of bewilderment. This state was very esoteric, as if for a moment it allowed him to grasp the essence of breaking through to the Holy Realm, but it was just that this state could not be stopped for long, and he could only watch him pass away. Xia Yang said softly, this can't be taught. If it could be taught, the Eastern domain wouldn't be just a few saints. One needs to sense it for oneself. When one understands it, when one will step into the Holy Realm. Aha! Chu Sun nodded blankly, while Xia Yang beside him also looked at this flowing word with complicated eyes. Even if this is written by him, every time he watches it, he also has a different realization, a different state of mind, a different line of sight, and sees a completely different, the realm of the saints. It's too vast, even him. It also touches only the tip of heaven and earth. Every time you watch also have a different understanding, such as this moment, the end will come. He has been many years have not participated in the cultivation of the way, conscious of the breakthrough without delusion, and today review actually produced a different state of mind. Palm waving sea, a word constantly bloom bright light, from the original 10 feet to extend to the limitless distance from the nearest Chu Sun violently feel a vast holy Tao breath, violently twisted his head, only to see the side of this great limit will come to the rotten old man, has long closed his eyes, peacefully sitting on that, the body diffused out of the rich holy Tao of God, heaven and earth, at this moment filled with endless sacred meaning. What is that? Far away from the corner of the marina, or even the entire marina region, countless cultivators of the devil cult or not, cultivators or not, all looked towards this place, and an old man about to be seated appeared in their eyes. Sage, breakthrough? In such a moment, I don't know how many cries of alarm came, even from the distant immortal Tao sect, the saintly figure that was preparing to kill was suddenly lurched. His pupils contracted, and an infinite shock surfaced in such a moment. Xia Yang, elder of the Tianji sect, goddess sect crone, saints of the divine action sect. At this time, there have been sensed, a figure one after another opened their eyes, looking at the corner of the coastal. The heart lurks endless shock. Never thought that this old man in the end of the great limit instead of gain, and then make a breakthrough. Senpai. After a few moments, Chusun looked at this old man who slowly opened his eyes. In such a moment, even his white hair was blackened quite a bit. Obviously there was not a small breakthrough. His heart brought a few moments of joy to himself, and a few moments of helplessness. This Xia Senior said that he wanted to instruct his own cultivation, and as a result, he instead came to a small epiphany. But he was also happy. The stronger Xia Yang is, the more peaceful he is. Pity. Xia Yang's cloudy eyes filled with disappointment. In that short moment just now, he realized a lot. The past confused his cultivation have been solved. If he was given a period of time to digest it, perhaps he could break another realm, but the time was too short. Only this short moment, not enough to support him to break a small realm. Do we need to return to the East Prosperity sect first? Shu Sun also said. No. Xia Yang gently shook his head. He had already seen the figure of the saint approaching and knew that even if he digested the results of this time and managed to break through a small realm, his lifespan wouldn't increase. His end was near. Unless he broke through a superb realm, his fall was a doomed event. I didn't expect it. A middle-aged man with a majestic face, his face like a knife, even his hair is angular, standing peacefully in the void not far away. Looking at Xia Yang was also full of surprises. Who would have thought that this saint who was about to be seated would have an epiphany on the verge of another breakthrough even when his great limit was approaching? As for Chu Sun, he didn't look at it much. The way he came since he knew that the fall of the immortal Dao Sect's half-saint came from the hands of the Xia sage. Then Chu Sun was still a small grasshopper that couldn't turn the tide and wasn't enough to be feared. Chapter 79, The Two Saints. Too bad it's too late. The middle-aged man looked indifferent. It's not too late. Xia Yang smiled. Yes? The middle-aged man looked cold. His eyes clear and cold. Xia Shang. Back then, you were also a man of great splendor, illuminating the eastern region for many years. Now I'm going to give you a complete and decent opportunity to sit down on your own. Xia Yang smiled. Although this seed wants to slaughter saints to obtain battle results, it doesn't want to slaughter saints like you who are at the end of their days and about to be late. The immortal Dao Sect saint said with the same clear coldness as always. Stand back. Xia Yang calmly said. Chu Sun withdrew backwards. Know that it refers to yourself. Immortal Dao Sect saints from the beginning to the end did not look at more than one glance. Resolved Xia Yang Chu Sun such as mole crickets. What is the difference between the body blossomed a dazzling divine splendor? Straight to the heavens, the pupils of the sharp and icy cold said. Obsessed, must send to death. That can only fulfill you. One moment. Xia Yang's body also surged a terrifying sage pressure. His robes hunting, the turbidity in his eyes dispersed. His pupils filled with brilliant gold. His majestic aura, shaking the heavens, and there were even ancient characters surrounding his body. Dry, Quinn, Can, Away. Each character was like an ancient god and Buddha descending from the sky, surrounding Xia Yang's body, along with more and more characters. The heaven and earth also coalesced in ancient array, covering hundreds of miles in a circle, with brilliant golden runic lines running through the battlefield. The five elements of heaven and earth, the great Tao Qiankuan. The array was running again and again. Each time tens of thousands of runes changed, with Xia Yang's body as the center, forming a huge pattern, accommodating the great power of heaven and earth around, making that thin and single old man look so resolute and upright at this moment. Humph. Immortal Road Sect of Saints cold humph. Pupils also diffuse radiant coldness. The body has a golden armor cover. The hands have a golden lance held in the hands. As a saint, is at the peak. Dare to personally kill from the certainty that the pupils are sharp and icy cold. Your array of the way, compared to the year did not progress much. And my gun road. You and try. Boom. The domineering and incomparable lance spat out regal light, like a golden lightning bolt descending from the sky, releasing an overbearing pressure that was enough to shock the heavens. Dang. The ancient characters operated, transforming into an even more brilliant luster, directly descending on the place where the spear was pointing, and the two erupted into terrifying ripples, transforming into a golden radiance that shone and exploded. Rumble. The sky and the earth white everything. All the people watching the battle only feel the pupils flashing golden light. It stings to close their eyes, but still feel bursts of burning. The power collision between the saints completely burst out the limit of the force. Not the human emperor realm can resist, and not a half-saint can touch. Chop. The immortal Dao Sect saint was cold and strong, domineering. Your body is too weak. Your chi and blood withered. Not at its peak. And you can only rely on such sideways as formations to fight me. Destined to lose. Is it? Xia Yang's tone of voice was warm and swallowing, and between his palms, an ancient five-elemental character was also coming from the sky, transforming into a huge ancient god statue, maneuvering and moving forward to kill. In the back, Chusun watched from afar the exchanges between the two sides. His eyes also bloomed with unparalleled brilliance. He had never thought that the way of formations could also explode with such powerful might, not just for defense, rigidity, and solidity, but could likewise operate the exchanges and turn them into terrifying killing weapons. A thought. Thousands of runes descended. This if used in a group attack. No amount of people is enough. The way of the sage. 1,000 changes. A brief moment of relief appeared in Chu Sun's eyes, somewhat understanding why so many great Dao paths would erupt within the word one. That was completely the embodiment and epitome of the Dao. Boo! Along with the ancient divine image shattering, torn apart by the domineering golden lance. Before the immortal Dao Sect Saint could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw Xia Yang's left hand stretching out again, his fingers landing on the great Dao formation diagram, and a radiant giant sword peeled off from it, with an infinite amount of sharp chi permeating the heaven and earth, surging out with a supremely strong and victorious killing intent. If it was a quarter of an hour earlier, perhaps I would be at my wit's end, but the epiphany I just had has extended me in the way of formations as well. It is not just guarding, fixing, but can also be used to actively kill. Xia Yang's tone was lukewarm, while the entire heaven and earth surged with a terrifying killing fury, and a sword mark flowed amongst the nothingness. Underneath the coalescence of each shine was a sword. Together, the second way. 3 ways, the way of the 10,000, billions of ways. Under the overwhelming sword chi, in Xia Yang's mind, it coalesced into a majestic giant sword that could tear the heavens apart, and the pressure of the aloes made the saints tremble with fear. The immortal Dao Sect Saint's face changed. Unable to maintain the previous cool posture, the heart also filled with a few points of remorse. If he had known earlier about the Marina Corner, he would not have personally come over. The fall of several half-saints in exchange for a saint seated. Although the heart aches, but it is still earned. And he knew too late. In the road to know, that time has gone half. Plus see the huge changes in the heavens and earth here. There is a saint has some understanding. Let him worry about the late change, only to quickly come, but the real body after the presence. But found that Xia Yang did not have the so-called big breakthrough. Still the great limit is approaching. The life is not long. If we return to the Immortal Way sect at this time, the East Prosperity sect saints couldn't turn the tide. It's just a shame. He chose the dumbest kind of whipping. Deadly battle. The true body has come in person. And where is the intention to retreat and withdraw? Plus, the opposite side is just a bad old man who was about to sit down, rot, and die late. What's to fear? And now, faced with this billions of radiant sword light condensed into a majestic silverless giant sword, he trembled with guts. His sweaty hairs stood on end, smelling a strong crisis, hissing and growling. How much longer are you going to hide? Ha! A sardonic laugh came out from within the void of space, and a stout, bold-bearded man was seen stepping out, snickering and laughing. Seeing that you guys were fighting quite fiercely, I couldn't bear to disturb you. True martial sect sage. Chu Sun's pupils were also contracting suddenly. The best ending to this battle was to first resolve the immortal Dao Sect Sage, and then free up his hands to deal with the true martial Sect Sage. Only the script was not going as imagined, and he could not help but look at which old man in worry, with apprehension, not knowing whether or not he would be able to resist this kind of pressure. Chop! Xia Yang's eyes were as warm and calm as ever, as if he had long anticipated this scene, and then he saw the infinite sword intent steeply born in the sky and the earth, and the same billions of sword lights coalesced, transforming into another terrifying sort of killing and destroying. Snort! Amidst the whistling, chopping at the two respectively. It's a pity. True martial sect saints' eyes filled with emotion. Undeniable killing power of this majestic giant sword. If the two swords together against any one of them are enough to suffer, in preference to one into two, even if each sword contains the power to make the saint's heart trembling, and undeniably is the case that the two swords can't be united in a situation that is a sharp decrease in the power. Even if you were to die, you should have heavily injured one with the two swords in unison. Then you would be worthy of pride. The true martial sect saint murmured softly, those savage eyes releasing intense dominance. And behind him, an ancient true martial dharma phase even appeared suddenly, as he clenched his fists to kill. Boo! Shaking on the ancient giant sword. Click, click, click. The giant sword exploded. Fragmentation. And the latter is obviously quite a bit stronger than the former. Chapter 80, Extreme Sublimation. Ahem. The shattering of the giant sword was not enough to injure Xia Yang. What really hurt him was this. The cracking of the formation diagram. A fist blasted through the giant sword. The true martial sect sage topped the true martial dharma phase and trampled on it with a single step, as if the true general had invited the god to come. And a foot that covered the sky and the sun stepped down from the dome of the heavens and landed heavily on the formation. Boom boom boom. Bang, bang, bang. An unknown number of runes burst into pieces at this moment. Click, click, tie in. Blood was dripping from the corners of Xia Yang's mouth. The few strands of black hair that had just barely recovered due to the breakthrough instantly turned withered and white again. His eyes also directly dimmed. And the creases in old age on his face also increased significantly. You're too weak, the true martial sect sage said. Boo! In the meantime, the immortal Dao sect saint also chopped the giant sword. One time, the two saints stand empty. Release unrivaled light. One is enveloped by the great sun. One person's back is born into the Dharma. The two of them coldly looked down at the East Prosperity sect saints. A saint whose limit was going to be dying might be a trouble and a threat to any one of them. But the two of them joining hands was not a trouble. And they were still the two strongest saints in the East domain vaguely. Sit down. Give you a decent. The immortal Dao sect saint indifferently said. Ha! Xia Yan lightly coughed, the corners of his mouth stained with blood, mockingly looking at the two, slowly moving his pace to the body of Chu Sun. Originally he wanted to entrust the East Prosperity sect to Chu Sun, knowing that the inevitable body after this battle, but the words to his lips and could not bear to say. This is too much pressure for him, facing the two sects alone, especially if there are dual saints. Complex sigh. After this battle, you will leave the eastern region. Chu Sun shook his head. If he's gone, the East Prosperity sect would be finished. Xia Yang's wrinkled cheeks surfaced a smile. There is gratification. There is relief. There is also appreciation, knowing that he did not look at the wrong person. That cloudy eyes within a moment also erupted with unparalleled brilliance. Smiled and patted on Chu Sun's shoulder. Said, since it's not good to go, the outside doesn't see better than the East Prosperity sect. This battle, no matter what, it will also make them pay, to give you the opportunity to catch your breath. The twilight on Xia Yang's body dispersed at this time at a speed visible to the naked eye. The old man's spots on his body disappeared. The dried out skin was full again, and a more powerful breath rose from the body. Boom! The immortal Dao sect saint's palm filled with terrifying pressure. Late! It can't be stopped. The true martial sect sage also stared. Burning essence blood. Extremely sublimated. It's certain death. In this state, no one on the other side can break it. Unless one could suppress Xia Yang in the first place and not give him the chance to burn his essence blood. And it was obvious that neither he nor the immortal Dao sect sage possessed the strength. Boom! Full head of white hair faded. Newborn long hair dark and suffused with luster. Scattered behind the chest. Knife-like cheeks. Handsome and young. Pupils bright and rich in color. Pitch black metal armor covered his entire body, leaving only his handsome face. And a pitch black heavy sword fell into his palm, which restored him to his peak in youth. Senpai. Chu Sun moved. He knows. This kind of recovery. Certain death. Look favorably. Xia Yang's mouth was tinged with a smile, and as he turned around and straightened his back, it was as if the person with his back turned to him was holding up the entire sky and fetching him a piece of pure land. Chop! Xia Yang, who held a pitch-black heavy sword in his hand, young and domineering, chopped down with a single sword, slashing at the two saints, and even though he was fighting one against two, he did not feel a trace of fear or hesitation in his eyes. The saint is going to wither away. Chu Sun stood there, looking at the extremely sublimated old man. Clearly at this moment he was young, vigorous, and recovering his peak years, but he still felt an even more intense tardiness and decay from this old man. It was how it could not be dispersed and waved away. Boom! And at this time, he was unprecedentedly strong, and when the black sword chi curved moon chopped down, it was as if the heavenly abyss could be torn apart, erupting with radiant and incomparable sword intent. Humph! The immortal Dao sect patriarch snorted coldly. The golden lance in his hand likewise spat out endless sharpness. His eyes were sharp, and he said very coldly, this old fellow's extreme sublimation state won't last long. You and I just need to hold it off. The true martial sect sage nodded his head. He thought the same way. It was pointless to fight for their lives with an old thing that was about to revive. As long as they dragged it out, the ultimate victory would still be theirs. Boom! They think so. Xia Yang had also long predicted it, not giving them this chance at all. Carrying a sword in one hand, chopping and slashing, ink-colored sword chi shone in the eastern region, the Hall of the Hanging King, Floating Moon Sect, these clans that were slightly advanced from the Marina's corner status position. Some human Emperor realm powerhouses raised their heads horrifiedly and looked toward the distant sky, shocked. There are saints exchanging blows. Subsequently, the ordinary cultivators within the sect also detected this scene, looking up in the direction of the corner of the marina, astonished at the unparalleled sword chi that pierced through an unknown number of heavens. seeming to break through millions of miles of air with a single sword. East Prosperity Sect, Xiao Rongyu Fish, King Crane, Elder Jiang, Elder Wang who suppressed the Forbidden Land. These several people all walked out, silently standing at the highest peak of the East Prosperity Sect, silent and voiceless. From the moment Xia Shang recovered from the Forbidden Land they knew that there would be this battle. Only it wasn't in the Immortal Dao Sect, nor in the True Martial Sect, but in the corner of the marina began this doomed, tragic and meaningful battle. Boom! Burning life essence blood. The extremely sublimated Xia Yang was fierce, clad in black metal armor, his red cape swaying in the wind, but the heavy sword in his hand seemed to be able to cut down the sun and moon in the sky. Kill! Immortal Dao Sect Sage also forced out anger in one encounter. Pupils erupted blazing murderous aura. Said, "Old thing, really think that you are invincible when you are extremely sublimated? Not to move on you is to give you the decency to really think that you are invincible?" True Martial Sect Saints also pupils cold. The two of them were originally the strongest saints in the eastern region, especially under the joint efforts. Not to mention Xia Yang is still late decayed state. Even if it is really the peak of the arrival of them also have the confidence to kill. Ha! Xia Yang sneered, but did not say much. The heavy sword in his hand swung out violently. This sword cut down a large rain of blood. That was saints or chattering blood injured. Battle situation. Instant scorching. Tianji Sect. Divine Feminine Sect. Divine Action Sect. But it was extraordinarily quiet at the moment. Chapter 81, Chu Sun. I have a sword. A corner of the marina. The fierce battle continues. From the great battle in the void to within the marina. Dang! The trio landed a random blow. Descending on the surface of the sea set off monstrous waves, such as the Milky Way from the nine heavens backward leakage. Crystalline droplets spilled. Not yet had time to bloom and instantly by the aftermath of the battle waves. Directly into pieces and disappeared without a trace. Among them, in the crossfire, moving at speed, unconsciously, he passed by a demonic sect following the base. Ha! The people of the demon sect who were watching from below were confused, and before they had time to react, the saint of the East Prosperity Sect casually slapped his hand down, and the horrifying palm imprints covered the entire base, which was turned into flying ash in the next second. Put! Only a few human emperors fled out in a hurry. There was grief and anger in their eyes. The exchange of blows between you saints is none of our little minions' business. This can also provoke you? Boo! A wave of battle aftermath. These guys even turned into flying dust. But neither the Immortal Dao Sect Saints nor the True Martial Sect Saints put this scene into their eyes, but instead retreated as they fought, always keeping an eye on the state of Donglin Sect Xia Yang. The state of extreme sublimity could not last for long, especially since Xia Yang originally did not have much lifespan left, and only needed to be rested on, consumed, and he would decay and fall to death on his own. Xia Yang also understood this. His black metal armor stained with blood, his helmet already falling apart, his cloak of hair, his face stained with blood, staring sharply. If the two of you escape again, this seat will kill your clan. Boom! A sword slashed down, an endless spray of ink swords, not running at the duo. Instead, they were heading towards the eastern region. This sword, hundreds of miles across, it stretches to no end. The True Martial Sect Saints' pupils were icy cold and their faces were slightly ugly. If Xia Yang insisted on going crazy and killing the True Martial Sect, with the speed and power at this moment, it would be enough to arrive before withering away, and that was not what he wanted to see, and glanced at each other and said, "Since this old guy has gone crazy, let's make him whole." Boom! Once again, he summoned the True Martial Phantasm, no longer illusory. Instead, it solidified. A magnificent figure that covered the sky and had a coronet on its head emerged behind him, the pouring Dharma phase, with eyes that looked down on the world and a look that looked down on the ages, penetrating the dominance of the only one who had ever existed. Dang! Trample forward. The entire heaven and earth trembled slightly. Help me stall him. The Immortal Dao Sect Saint Muhong also said, his own shining rich divine splendor, a golden brilliant luster gathered on top of the lance, steeply erupting with piercing light, a divine lance, penetrating into nothingness, heaven and earth connected as a single line, shining piercingly long rainbow, transforming into that brilliant long rainbow hanging in the sun. Dang! Zhenwu Sect Saints also carry phantom suppression, not give Xia Yang the opportunity to detach, and smelled the crisis of Xia Yang as violently chopped out a sword, blazing sword chi, bursting unparalleled power, directly chopped off the Zhenwu phantom of an arm. Aha! True Martial Sect fell back with a muffled grunt. Instead, there was a glint in his eyes, because his mission was accomplished. Boom! The dazzling rainbow that pierced through heaven and earth was like splitting the entire sky in two, and the terrifying gun intent spewing out of the intent was covering countless miles in a circle, making it impossible for Xia Yang to avoid it. Dang! Even if you try your best to resist, you are still half a beat slow. Backhanded sword-swinging chopping power to resist all the power. That gold lance is too dominant. Heavy pressure penetrates the black metal armor. Impact in Xia Yang body. Put. Opened his mouth and spewed out thick blood. His face shriveled up for a moment. The black hair that was revived by burning the life essence was even more so, as many of them were directly whitened. Senior. Chu Sun moved. Looking at the old man with staggering steps and hobbling gait, there was unspeakable grief in his heart as well as an inability to catch his breath. This was the first time he had cherished a senior in this world, even if there hadn't been many encounters between the two of them. But this East Prosperity Sect saint is really gentle, kind, to him more attentive teaching as well as overbearing calf protector. Just because of the immortal way Sect saint's law paper pressure, East Prosperity Sect saint will not hesitate to go out. And at this time it is more in the middle of the two sides of the exchange of blood. Put. In staggering backwards. Xia Yang aged a lot in an instant. Humph. True martial Sect sage indifferently and proudly stood on the void. Mercilessly said. Extreme sublimation is ultimately a small path. Really think that with this move you will be able to crush the two of us? Not to you decapitated is to give you the decency. And now there is still a chance to sit down on your own. Don't make a mistake on your own. The immortal Tao Sect patriarch also looked down with a cold expression. Snort. Xia Yang was cloaked. His body was stained with blood, and his pitch-black metal armor was cracked, but he still held this heavy Xian black sword and slashed out. Brilliant sword chi erupted and slashed at the immortal Tao Sect sage, to finish this person who was interfering the most first. Stubbornness. I don't know what to do. Seek death. The two saints surrounded, which is extremely sublimated. Still hard to resist. Tianji Sect. The old man holding the heavenly chance disc reflected the image. His face was filled with booing and sighing. It's a pity. After all, he is late in life. His chi and blood is not the same as it was back in the day. Otherwise, with his strong use of the East Prosperity Sect's mastery, why would he have to end up in such a state? Divine Action Sect. Divine Feminine Sect. These two clans also fell into a brief silence. There are saints diffuse complexity. The eastern region has not fallen saints for many years. Today will be to watch the saints wither away, when it is a pity, but also lamented the hegemony of Xia Yang. Even if it is weak to this point, the extreme sublimation can still be in the hands of the two saints to adhere to this long. Pity, pity, they lamented. If Xia Yang is a little more rich and strong, even if only 10 years of life expectancy, the outcome of this battle is still undecided. But now the dust has settled and cannot turn the wind in waves. In a succession of traumas, Xia Yang's figure is also gradually thinning. His appearance is not to serve just when the extreme sublimation. At this time it is like the appearance of an old man in his 60s. If it is further traumatized, I am afraid that it will really fall to the bottom. True martial Sect saints and immortal Tao Sect saints slightly relieved. The great battle to this point also know that the end is coming. Xia Yang has been unable to turn the tide of the grasshopper. Some of the hearts of the heart and thankful. This battle actually won so easily. However, on second thought, if it is not the two of them join hands, want to take him down, there is bound to be one person to be seriously injured. This thinking is still within the range of acceptance. Silently nodded and said, in the end to reveal the end, or he is too weak. Senpai. Chu Sun murmured silently. There was also a fire burning in his heart. The East Prosperity Sect saints revived. Extremely sublimated. Everything is for the sake of guarding this clan, while he, watching from the sidelines, does not even have the qualifications to participate in this battle. Is it true that he does not have the possibility to change the battle situation, even if it is just a tiny bit? Senpai, I have a sword. Chu Sun's eyes filled with determination. Originally he was not prepared to go out and expose his full strength, but Senior Xia Yang for the clan to pay so much. How can you bear to watch him blood body fall? And even the most basic serious injury to the opponent cannot do. That Xia Yang with a face full of dried bloodstains heard the words. A warm smile appeared on his face, but he turned his back to Chu Sun and slightly shook his head. There was no need, because he said that this battle would cause the second saint to be heavily wounded and bloodied, and that he would not be able to pose a threat to the East Prosperity Sect for a short period of time. And since he had said that he was naturally sure of what he would do, he slightly closed his eyes. Within the pitch black eye, the one engraved earlier reappeared, and at this time his mind was instead extraordinarily peaceful, murmuring, without that brief epiphany perhaps it would not have been possible to injure the two, but at this time, how would the two of you dare to take me lightly and despise me? Chapter 82, The Wax Torch Turns to Ashes. It is. Give up. The immortal Tao Sect saint stood indifferently in the long sky, looking at the late old man with his eyes closed, and could clearly feel his life essence disappearing and withering at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, while his appearance was rapidly withering. 60, 70, 80 years old, 90, in the twinkling of an eye. East Prosperity Sect Xia Yang seems like an old man who will go into the ground at any time, and the two of them are also cold and handsome face standing not far away, mercilessly overlooking. Did not go to interfere? If Xia Yang sat down in this way is a good thing for them. There is no need to still go to mess with him at this juncture, and who knows if it will break out a near-death strike. Senpai, Chu Sun silently murmured. Looking at that old man has been unable to even hold up the pitch-black metal armor, hunched waist, withered white hair, creased and furrowed cheeks. At this moment he was really like that wind-swept candle old man, a gust of wind blowing, at any time will fall, but he felt an indescribable and terrible outburst, accumulating in the old man's body. Chop! East Prosperity Sect Sage Xia Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and in such a moment, his body violently burst forth with monstrous vitality, like that of the Phoenix Nirvana, more like the revived true self, bursting out with unparalleled and powerful vitality in such a moment. East Prosperity Sect, Town Jedi, Eastern Phoenix Bell. Dang! Between heaven and earth, a huge divine bell suddenly appeared, enveloping the sky above the dome and covering hundreds of miles in a circle, turning this place into a huge world within the bell. True Martial Sect Saint's eyes flashed a flash of horror. There is shocked. How is it possible? East Phoenix Bell, this masterpiece. How can you still release it when you are weak like this? The true martial Dharma phase was summoned by him once again, and that magnificent giant held up the sky with both hands. However, the divine bell was only leisurely cleansing, and a ripple spread out from within it. Avalanche. Click, click. Those raised hands cracked inch by inch. It spreads from the wrist to the arm, shoulders, upper body, and it only took a brief moment. Great horror also flowed from the eyes of the immortal Dao Sect Saint, and in the moment when the true martial Sect Saint summoned his Dharma phase to delay, he also released the immortal Dao Sect's mastery, inviting an immortal deity to use his supreme divine ability to stretch out his arms to support the great bell that was about to press down. Dang! The bells are cleansing. Once again. A ring. Put. True martial Dharma or not, so is the Sendo Sect immortal god. There was a lot of cracking. The Saint Xia Yang of the East Prosperity Sect also had shriveled and white hair, but the corners of his eyes carried a hearty and awe-inspiring smile. This side was his mastery, and the realization he gained from his brief epiphany, which took the East Phoenix Bell one step further, and this was powerful enough to subdue any saint. Even if the two of them joined forces, they would have to pay a heavy price. Put. The great bells are long and cleansing, exempt from the cover. Boo! The entire sea level sank hundreds of feet downward, forming a terrifyingly deep ravine, and the surrounding currents poured madly, and from afar, it looked like a large bell covering this place. Elder Tianji of the Tianji sect, who saw the scene through the Tianji disc, had his mind shaken and rose up from his seated position in shock, exclaiming in horror, how is it possible? Saints of the Divine Action sect, Sage of the Divine Feminine sect, these saints who were watching the battle through their secret treasures were all wildly shaken, staring deathly at the huge divine bell that descended from the sky, enveloping hundreds of miles and covering the two saints, not knowing whether they would live or die. It's over. The saintly crone of the goddess Sect leaned on her walking stick, her wrinkled cheeks flushed with shock. She knew that even the strongest two saints of the eastern region would have to spill blood and pay a terrible price under this big bell. Truly, the earlier epiphany wasn't a flat-out sensation. The saint from the divine walking sect also murmured softly, his expression revealing complexity, not having thought that an old man who was about to be seated would be able to force the two of them into such a state. Dang! Dum. The bells tremble. It is as if there is some great evil thing inside that is breaking free from its bonds, and a little loss pervades Xia Yang's eyes. The ideal state is that this big clock is trying its best to suppress, and it is best to be able to suppress one. But unfortunately, these two are too strong, especially when they join hands, and no longer care about anything else under the crisis of life and death, and they do their best to do it. Boo! The bells tremble. A punch mark indented. This is the fist of the saints of the East Prosperity sect. Bang! Sharp crashing sounds. A gunshot wound flowed out. This is the Immortal Way Sect Sage's gun. Refine. Xia Yang clasped his hands together, and the massive Eastern Phoenix Bell was shrinking, and without an inch smaller the pressure inside it skyrocketed exponentially. Roar! A hideous hiss, like a wild beast roaring. Trapped beast. Even the second saint smelled death. Kill. They blasted away as hard as they could. Shake on the big bell. The tremors are constant. The ripples wash away. Put. 1,000 feet high waves struck across the sky, flashing dazzling luster and water droplets. But also fortunately this is a corner of the coastal and no practitioners. I do not know how many people will suffer. Ka-ching. Gradually, as a crack spreads on the East Phoenix Bell, the decaying aura on Xia Yang's body is also getting thicker. Glancing at Chu Xin behind him, and then resolutely slapping out his palm to shake within the East Phoenix Bell. Block. Terrible waves of sound shook. In the meantime, the Eastern Emperor's bell suddenly shattered. Two blood-soaked figures from which to kill out. Just whether it is the immortal Dao Sect Saint Mu Hong, or Zhenwu Sect Saints are no longer the previous high and mighty. Each of them are blood-stained, pale and shriveled, pupils penetrating the anger as well as the naked murderous intent. Because of the moment of carelessness, just negligent answer. They nearly died prematurely. The gutter overturned the ship. Old thing, you really deserve to die. Blazing killing intent erupted on the face of the immortal Dao Sect Saint. Just now he almost fell. If not for the true martial Sect Saint who was with him inside the East Phoenix Bell, he would have already flipped the ship in the gutter. True martial Sect Saints off the mouth. The figure suddenly stormed back hundreds of miles, standing far outside the long sky. Scorn and palpitations, almost died. That the East Phoenix clock within the shrinking of an inch. The outbreak of the multiplication of the pressure almost crushed him into pieces. Even so, but also suffered an unprecedented bed. The 5 viscera have been shocked cracked. Need to urgently shut down to repair. Humph. Immortal Dao Sect Sage naturally noticed the latter's behavior. Normally as long as he followed the true martial Sect Sage and fled together. With Xia Yang's remnant body simply couldn't turn the tide. And he didn't even have the strength to kill the immortal Dao Sect. But he had just suffered a big loss. And his heart was on fire. So he was willing to give up. And his murderous aura boiled over as he said, Xia Yang, die. Boom. However, he hadn't done it yet. Then there is a monstrous sword light chopped over. That is a boiling sword river. Vast, stretching hundreds of miles, seemed to burst out from the East Prosperity Sect. Countless water drops are hundreds of millions. And each drop contains a sword chi. Hundreds of millions of sword chi of the metric. Actually burst out is not weaker than the Saint strike. Who? The immortal Dao Sect Patriarch's heart trembled violently. I didn't expect anyone else to sneak up on me. Chu Sun. True martial Sect Saints also paid attention to this sword. When searching for the manpower to perform this sword directly froze. Although Chu Sun holds a blazing killing intent, but since the beginning has never put this late generation into the eyes. Even if it is just a fight with Xia Yang, has never paid attention to more than a glance. Let's not talk about Chu Sun's desertion for 60 years. Even if it's not deserted. I'm afraid it's not as good as their eyes. Who knows? This monstrous sword light actually chopped out from his hands, and Chu Sun, who was standing in the distance watching the battle, was holding this green vine sword in his hands. His eyes were clear, cold and sharp, and he had earlier informed the East Prosperity Sect Sage Xia Yang by divine sense voice transmission that he had a sword present. This sword, chopped out. Chapter 83, The Dust Settles. Billions of monstrous sword river boiling in from that nine sky, pouring droplets boiling in the mingling, an invisible sword chi through the void, stretching longitudinal, passing by a sect, so that those small sects tilted their heads in horror. Do not know where this monstrous sword river comes from. Chop! Chu Sun waved the green vine sword in his hand, turquoise and verdant, filled with vibrant vitality, and no killing intent could be seen. But when the sword erupted, a huge green-colored imaginary sword swung out. It didn't enter that monstrous sword river, and fit with it, as if the huge green shadow was an illusory carrier, and the billions of water droplets wrapped around it after accommodating the sword river, transforming it into a substantial, real, invincible sword. Buzz! The void trembled. Sword chi burst. Hiss! The immortal Dao Sect Saint's scalp was numb and his roots hairs stood on end, never imagining that this junior, who had been ignored and disregarded by himself, would explode with a monstrous strike at this time to give him an extinction. Shun! In haste, the immortal Dao Sect Saint left hand pinch seal, a flood of legal seal suppression, turned into a huge palm. Usually this palm seal invincible. Unfortunately, today weak to a certain point did not blossom all the pressure. Collision, by the green sword is like a bamboo ripped, cannot block the slightest. Kill. The immortal Dao Sect Sage forcefully endured the full fury in his heart, folded his body, waved the golden lance in his hand, and released a monstrous holy Dao pressure as his body transformed into streams of light and crashed heavily. Rumble. A round of golden sun exploded. That is not the sun, but the center of the collision. The formation of a huge collapse. Nothingness. Blazing golden light to flood the heavens. This strike is actually not weak previous saint exchanges. Put. Ahem. When collision clearance. A cloaked figure detached itself from the aftermath in a sorry state. At this time, the middle-aged man was in rags. His body was full of wounds. His nostrils dripping blood, staggering in the void, his eyes full of anger and killing intent, as well as infinite rage. His hallowed immortal Dao Sect Saints had actually really overturned the boat in the gutter. Ah! He growled with rage. Killing intent rushes through the sky. Xia Yang lightly out of a step, came to the side of Chu Sun. The two stood side by side, staring at the crazy like madness. But whoever is in the eyes are not afraid. One is going to die. One is an incarnation. What's there to fear? fellow Daoist. Let's go. True martial sect Saint's eyes but suffused with scorn, especially when looking at Chu Sun. His face was gloomy. Who would have thought that this junior actually hid this hand? The key time not out of the way. A shocking, directly reversing the tide. If not this sword, the furious immortal Dao sect saint was bound to execute Xia Yang. Just after this sword, the immortal Daozong saint's new injuries, old injuries and recurrence, and then want to kill the two have been extremely difficult, and may even appear body fall possible. It's not what he wants to see. The immortal Dao sect saint was fuming. Both Xia Yang and Chu Sun had given him unprecedentedly heavy injuries today. Injuries that he had never even faced the Green Bull Demon Monarch. Looking down on those two mole crickets, each of them was at the end of their strength. One with an outbreak of lifespan that had consumed everything, and the other with a junior who had no more strength left after one strike. As long as he was given a few more moments he would be able to easily subdue the two. But the retreat of the true martial sect saints also caused him to wake up a tiny bit from his near insanity, and it was this tiny bit that caused him to hesitate. Can one really decapitate the two of them? Come before, faithful, feeling that can easily will Xia Yang chopped to death, even without hands will force him to sit down. And the final result is that he and the true martial sect saints are both bloodied and seriously injured. Nearly fell, and at this time who knows Xia Yang still have no follow-up means, and that junior and whether only the power of this sword? Chu Zun. The immortal Dao sect sage's angry roar called out the name of the true martial sect sage, and the latter understood his meaning, wanting him to fold his arms and come back, joining forces to kill these two, even if it cost him. I can't. The lanky true martial sect saint coughed up blood and tore open his chest, revealing his injuries. His entire body cracked. Even maintaining his state at this moment came at a huge cost, as he said. Just now within the Eastern Emperor's clock I resisted the pressure, endured the most, and paid far more than you can imagine. He coughed up blood. The body was also falling back. It is also why the moment of tearing the Donghuang clock will storm back hundreds of miles, because there is really no power to fight. Worrying about being entangled in Xia Yang really suffered, but also fortunate that the immortal Dao sect saint attracted the attention of Chu Sun, or that sword may really slaughter the saint. Shu, the true martial sect saint vanished. The immortal Dao sect saint's face was gloomy. His eyes were crazy, staring at the duo with both monstrous killing intent and endless madness, and finally laughed out loud. Ho, ho 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 ho. Is it hard for my hallowed saint to be afraid of one of your rotten ghosts who is about to be seated, and an unestablished junior? Among the sneers, he strides away, and the latter also wimped out. The true martial sect saint's disappearance also made him smell a crisis. Tianji Sect, holding the heavenly machine disc of the heavenly machine. Old man shocked at this scene, did not think it would be such a set of results. Earlier thought that the two defeated already shocking enough. That thought of the last time that they ignored the junior, suddenly broke out monstrous sword, chopped out comparable to the saint's strike, actually reversed the situation, fixed turn the battle, both lose, the dust has settled. Immortal Wei sect sage, sage of the true martial sect, the two retreated, and the East Prosperity sect sage is about to be seated. All of this seems to be with the initial expected gap is not much. The only little change is that the silence for many years of juniors, once again into their eyes, only this time no longer in the identity of the younger generation, but an identity that at any time will be equal to them. The crone of the divine feminine sect leaned on her walking stick, her cloudy eyes full of astonishment and surprise, but she also murmured, the immortal Dao sect saint is right. Xia Yang sitting down is already a nail in the coffin. As for Chu Sun, even if he cuts out a stunning sword, his cultivation is still a human emperor, and the distance to the saint realm is still extremely long. Once the immortal Dao sect sage or true martial sect sage recuperates from their injuries and returns to their peaks, without Xia Yang's support, the East Prosperity sect will still be destroyed at the snap of a finger. Even if Chu Sun erupts with a strike not weaker than a sage's strike, it's just a single strike, and without a sage carrying the load for him in the future, he will surely die at that time. The saint of the divine walking sect also let out a long breath. Although this result was surprising and shocking, it was also the most acceptable. To the immortal Dao sect, the true martial sect really had a saint fall as what he could not withstand. It was also the eastern region could not withstand, because there was still a green bull demon monarch in the dark eyeing the scene, even spying on it. Senpai. Chu Sun also worriedly looked at the old man beside him. He was even more late. The breath on his body fell to the bottom all of a sudden, as if the trust that carried the soul had disappeared. Yes, great. When the old man looked at Chu Sun, the appreciation and satisfaction in his eyes was also not stingy. Chu Sun's excellence was far stronger than what he had imagined, originally all ready to die in the great battle. I did not expect to still be able to spare some time and give himself the decency to sit down frankly. Chapter 84, The Powers Stroll Around. Twilight surge. Dead air filled the air. Chu Sun could feel Elder Xia in this moment. It's really going to sit down. This senior who had not known him for a long time. He's going to die. Don't be sad. There's nothing to be sad about. All men must die. Not to mention that I am also approaching the end of my days. Walking is also a joyful funeral. East Prosperity Sect Xia Yang face hangs a pleased smile. Looking around, also smilingly said, originally thought to be buried here. Now it seems to be able to spare some time to rush to the East Prosperity Sect again. Fall back to the roots. Chu Sun was silent. Look at the cheerful old man beside you. The heart was mixed. Go! Xia Yang but very cheerful. If he can die in his hometown to return to his roots has been the best ending. This time he did not wrap Chu Sun speed away, but slowly walking forward. Looking at the familiar place also show feelings. Emotionally, this place I've been. Once also left traces on that sword mountain. Overlooking down it was a small sect with only a few disciples. It was hard to imagine that such a sect had once been brilliant in the eastern region as well. And this place, one way to go. Xia Yang was happy, especially coming over a city. I remember there is a tavern inside that brews very fragrant and mellow wine. Let's go. Let's see if there's any left now. Xia Yang was excited and elated. At this moment he was as simple as a child. The two came to the city and didn't attract much attention. When they came to an old tavern, Xia Yang's face was full of smiles, more excited than defeating a saint, and said joyfully, this is it. I didn't expect that hundreds of years had passed, and that certain clans that were powerful for a while had declined and broken, but this tavern is still here. Junior, serve the wine. Cinnamon brew. The store assistant who came to beckon customers froze and looked at the two of them and said doubtfully, elderly man, are you shouting wrongly? We don't have osmanthus brew in our store. The sight of the shopkeeper but froze. Looking at Xia Yang hesitant confused, this old man is not already many years have not come. This osmanthus brew used to be the store's signature. Just the owner of the rounds of changes. To me here when it has not been sold this kind of wine. But the other wines have a different flavor. If you do not mind. Taste? No? Xia Yang was disappointed. There is a loss of heart. And yet, he nodded. Soon, wine served. Filled with fragrance. Seducing people's throats. Even Chu Sun end up gently sip a mouthful of eyes are slightly bright. This wine than the Jiang 6 clans of the old wine may be worse than the roll of the point, but the single round of flavor is not inferior to how much, and there is a unique fragrance. It should be the ancestral brewing. It's good wine. Xia Yang pursed his mouth. There is also a shallow loss in the eyes. The wine is a good wine. Is delicious. Unavailable mouth blessing. However, ultimately is not osmanthus brew. Thought of passing that small clan sword mountain, and many places that were once brilliant has been declining. His eyes also gradually dim. And ultimately sighed, belonging to his era has passed, and even with him is about to be buried. Serve the bowl. One drink. This can make the shopkeepers a shock, and quickly reminded, old man you drink slowly. My home this wine is not a signature, but also very strong. The young people do not dare to drink like this. You can be careful. Do not drink too much. The words of the shopkeeper also made Xia Yang's frustration turn back a little, and he smiled bashfully and said, since this is not your house signboard, then take out your house signboard. Yes, the shopkeeper saw Xia Yang is fine. Also know that this is a wine connoisseur. Also signaled the second to take out the signboard. After a few bowls down, Xia Yang's face is also slightly flushed. More than before a bit of color. On the way out the shopkeeper was both surprised and admired. The old man is really a huge amount. You also drank a lot today. And then send you to a little turbid wine. Xia Yang smiled, but waved his hand and refused. Thoughts of cinnamon wine. Since it no longer exists. Even if the wine was good he couldn't possibly taste it. As for Chu Sun also did not take. If it is like later will come again. There is no need and Xia Yang is sad in the stimulation of the disturbance. The two figures with the disappearance of the crowd and disappeared. Which let the shopkeeper stopped in front of the door. Silently sighed, I'm afraid that this is also a bit of cultivator. Cinnamon brew is already many years ago wine. Did not think that there are still people who remember. Farewell to small towns. The two remained forward. Just directions. Something's not right. Senior, this is not a return to the East Prosperity Sect. Chu Sun voiced the doubt in his heart. This direction was diametrically opposed to the East Prosperity Sect. It couldn't possibly be a return to the sect. Xia Yang nodded his head. His eyes were also filled with reminiscence and complexity. His earliest birthplace was not the East Prosperity Sect, but a remote place in the Eastern Domain. It was just that this time he was not going to go back. His life absolutely part of the time are spent in which the clan has long been as a second home, instead of the place of birth. In 300 years ago went back to a trip. Things are not the same. Once the deceased has long been turned into yellow earth, there is nothing to be fond of. Softly said, this trip is to go to the Tianji sect. Tianji sect? Chu Sun was puzzled. Aha! Xia Yang gently nodded and also said, trusting the Donglin sect with you is ultimately a bit uneasy. This has spare capacity before the trip, but also when the last thing to do. Inexplicably, there was a little lump in his throat. Eyes are slightly watery. Looking at this even if at any time will be seated. I'm afraid that at this time are hard to hold on to the old man, but also in the last breath of life for their own pavement. For the East Prosperity Sect to preserve. This life is really dedicated. All for the clan to pay. Tianji Sect. Tianji old man seems to have anticipated that Xia Yang will come, personally waiting in front of the door. When he saw Chu Sun who returned with Xia Yang, he also smiled and nodded. This is a kind of identity recognition. Once even when they met each other did not pay attention to it, but now the initiative of nodding belongs to the tacit acceptance of Chu Sun to stand on the same ladder. Even if it is still insufficient now, the future will certainly be able to reach it. Ha! You're a sensible old man. Xia Yang of the East Prosperity Sect was rather old-fashioned, while the latter also smiled sarcastically and didn't see any offense. Xia Yang then said, I came on this trip. There are a few things to be done. Chu Sun, you wait for me here for a moment. As Xia Yang entered the Tianji sect, a moment later, a bright smile bloomed on his face, getting the answer he wanted. Patting Chu Sun's shoulder and saying with a full smile, Go, put. Just stepped out not too far. Xia Yang then coughed slightly. The face is waxy. Twilight curled around his body. It's not going to hold up. Senior, go back to the sect. Chu Sun's heart trembled. No, it's not done. I'm not comfortable with that. Strongly supporting his weak body, Xia Yang took Chu Sun to go to a divine feminine sect, and then went to a divine walking sect. So far the 6 Holy Land sects should go to all. Back to the East Prosperity sect. Xia Yang was already too weak to stand, but there was a rich smile on his face. Aftermath. The arrangement is complete. You can also sit in peace. Chapter 85, The Sage Sitting. Senpai. Xiaorongyu Fish. King Crane. Elder Jiang. Elder Wang who suppressed the Forbidden Land. They stood in mid-air, welcoming the return of the saint from the East Prosperity sect, their hearts trembling as they looked at the saint in front of them with withered white hair and a withered form. They already knew what had happened today. Aha! Xia Yan looked at a few of the later generations of the Donglin sect. His face also hung a final smile. When he fell on Xiaorongyu some intolerance, sighed softly, pity you little girl. In the time when you should be cultivating by the sect tedious affairs pestered. In the future if there is a small matter to give to Wang He and they can do it. Senior Xia. Xiaorongyu's eyes flushed red. Alright. It's not like it's a big deal. What's it like to cry? Xia Yang waved his hand in a pretense of majesty, while the corner of his eyes were suffused with disenchantment, and glancing at Elder Wang He, Elder Jiang, and the place where he had stayed for his entire life in the East Prosperity sect, as well as the pairs of blazing and perplexed eyes down below, he smiled faintly, waved his hand at the people, and said, I'm leaving, no need to send them off. Chu Sun, Xiaorongyu Fish, Elder Jiang, Elder Wang He. There were also the other elders of the East Prosperity sect. They watched silently as this old man walked towards his homeward journey, and as Chu Sun bowed, the rest of them bent down and saluted. This salute, respectfully presenting the East Prosperity sect saint to his seated position. A few moments later, East Rinzong Back Mountain. Saints practiced the land. A clear light suddenly filled the room. Straight up in the clouds. Chu Sun, greetings to the sage. Wang He, greetings to the sage. Zhang Yun, greetings to the sage. Xiaorongyu, greetings to the sage. Wang Lushan, greetings to the sage. Elder of the East Prosperity sect, greetings to the sage. Disciples of the East Prosperity sect, greetings to the sage. East Prosperity clan, greetings to the saints. Lang Lang's clear voice echoed between heaven and earth. Tianji sect. Tianji old man with a sense of looking in the direction of the East Prosperity sect, feel that the sky of the clear gas straight up into the sky, and in a moment after the sparse scattered, turned into a ray of green light dissipated with the sky and the earth. At the top of the mountain stopped for a long time, revealing complexity, stooped down and bowed, silently said, all the way to go well. In the meantime, Goddess Sect Saint Crone, also looking out in the direction of the East Prosperity sect, even if everyone knows that Xia Yang is about to be seated, even from the time he walked out of the closed-door slumber place means seated, at this time when looking at the clear light dispersed in the sky and the earth, but also revealed complexity and sadness, sighed lightly, slowly go. The saint of the divine walking sect sat on the top of the mountain, watching the overflow of the clear light from the East Prosperity sect, his expression silent and impassive, and no one knew what he was thinking. And with his eyes closed, the sky and the earth returned to stillness. Eastwick, Ginger, Nangongs, the Hall of the Hanging King, Floating Moon Sect. These top forces of the eastern region also had a hidden feeling, silently looking in the direction of the East Prosperity sect, and after a long period of silence, They bowed and saluted, respectfully sending the saint to his seated position, a corner of the marina. A demonic young man was also looking out in the direction of the eastern domain. The corners of his mouth slightly curved up, outlining a bizarre arc as he laughed evilly. It's really a good thing. The eastern domain has fallen a saint. Let's fight. Let's fight. The more intense the fight, the better. The demonic man is not someone else. It is the Green Bull Demon Monarch. All of the earlier battle was seen in the eyes. The only thing that makes him pity is that the true martial sect saints, the immortal Tao sect saints retreated. Or else there is a real possibility that they could fight to death one more time. However, from beginning to end, he did not show up, because he knew that the Tianji sect sage, the divine walking sect sage, and the divine maiden palace sage were also paying attention to this battle, and as long as he showed up he would inevitably invite them over. And the result of this battle, great pleasure. Earlier, he then vaguely scorned the East Prosperity sect sage, a saint who was about to die and sit down. If you go out of your way to be hard on yourself, plus other saints to assist, he's a dead man. Who knows? I can't believe this place came up. They opened themselves up to civil unrest. Jie. With an evil smile on his face, he felt the pouring energy that this body had recovered and muttered, "Give me some more time and I will completely return to my peak. Even if several saints join hands, they won't be able to help me." East Prosperity Sect. Sadness enveloped the clan. The moment. Anyone who knows, the East Prosperity Sect is saintless. Saints sit down, dissolve with heaven and earth. If it is normal, the position of the East Prosperity Sect is still unbreakable, because there is no saint sitting in the town and Chu Sun this strong. From the corner of the marina that chopped out a sword has long proved that the saint of the down are to die. The East Prosperity Sect is still surrounded by strong enemies, and is still a saint level. Edict the disciples in the door. 3 days later the East Prosperity Sect will seal the mountain. No one will be allowed to enter or leave at that time, and those who violate the order will be chopped. Xiao Rongyu Ninja Sadness. Icy cold to give orders. 3 days. Elder Wang He's heart and soul trembled. Vaguely understood why it was not timely to seal the mountain. The saint sat down. The great war in the corner of the coastal area is about to spread. Between the time when everyone knows the crisis that the East region is about to face, that is the extinction of the disaster. The head of the door this is mercifully to give disciples in the door to make a choice, whether to leave, or to live or die together with the clan. 3 days. It is the choice. Sect Master. Elder Jiang is also a knot in his throat wriggling. The best way is to blockade the clan now, to stop the future, but also once and for all. This 3 days time who knows whether there will be changes. But look at Xiao Sect leader, that cold face under the cold handsome, but also know that it is the meaning of the absolute. Gently sighing, but also to leave it at that. 3 days. The crowd of disciples below. Someone gets it. There are still people who are bewildered. Outside the East Prosperity Sect there was also a guest who came late. Not an outsider but Jiang Chen, the head of the Jiang clan, who slowly came to the front of the sect gate, and Xiao Rongyu's and other people's sights also fell in phase with each other. I'm sorry, the Jiang clan, can't do anything about the crisis in the East Prosperity clan. Jiang Zhenshan's face showed shame. Also heard the words just now. Even as the top group of people in the Eastern domain, there were times when they were powerless. Facing the saints would not be something that the Jiang clan could solve. No harm done. The emperor of the Donglin sect crowd was warm in his heart. In this time of crisis, the Jiang clan was still the only power that did not draw a line and distance itself from the Donglin sect, and was also the first to take the initiative to visit. Elder Xia has gone, and with respect in my heart, I have come to offer my condolences. Jiang Zhenshan also walked inside the sect, revealing complex emotions. This moment was sincere, not because of the so-called karma, because those who truly knew how to avoid harm had already severed their relationship with the East Prosperity Sect and drew a clear line. Come to the back of the mountain. It didn't disturb deeply. Facing the place where the saint sat, 3 silent bows. Then he also looked at Elder Jiang and softly said, Jiang Yun, your time in the East Prosperity Sect isn't short, and in times of crisis, when the East Prosperity Sect is in need of people, so stay here. Aha! Elder Jiang had a smile on his face. Underneath his heart he had long since made a choice. Donglin sect had invariably become his second home. Even if he were to fall for Donglin sect he would be willing to do so, and at this time he naturally wouldn't leave. It's just that the patriarch's words also made him feel more at ease, and he nodded his head silently. Elder Chu, this is some of the Jiang clan's intentions. See if it's of any use to you. Jiang Zhenshan handed out a void ring containing the handwriting of the Jiang clan sainted man, hoping that it would be useful to him. Thanks a lot. Chu Sun also did not push back. A little body residency. Kan Yongsan also excused himself and left. One time, the noble East Prosperity clan is very cold. Xiao Rongyu, Wang He, Elder Jiang and others. However, after the silence, they have complexly looked at Chusun. Even if some of them were unable to bear it in their hearts, they still softly said, Elder Chu, the East Prosperity Clan, is all relying on you. Chapter 86, The Holy Virgin Rebels. Aha! Chusun nodded. Also looked grave. Having carried the favor of Elder Xia, he should also return the favor. Look around. Softly, he said, I'll go back to the hidden scriptures first. Via cabinet. Plate-sitting green figure slowly opened his eyes. At this moment that clear eyes within the flow of complex emotions, the bilocation of the things encountered by the present also all know. Look at the direction of the saint sat down, silently bowing sigh. Originally he had a drop of life essence even if the saint is dying can be cured. But the saint of the East Prosperity Sect is the end of the day. Life is not long. Even if the life essence to force the renewal of life is only a few years short. If there is no Xiaorongnu's matter of this drop of life essence gifted to the saint is also unharmed. But at that time of Xiaorongnu encountered a valley of life. In the case of never having met with the saint, it was natural to gift it to sect leader Xiao, and even if he were to reselect it now, the probability is that it would still be gifted to sect leader Xiao, to prolong the life of the saints for several years. A moment of peace. The long view. It's not cost effective. On the contrary, it was sect master Xiao, who had taken the life droplets and practiced Yin Hui's great Phoenix Sutra cultivation had come to the 9th realm of the human emperor, and the future entry into the saint realm was already on the line. Even if by chance he left the East Prosperity Sect, there would still be a saint to sit on the sidelines, and he could walk with peace of mind. After the emotion, also look through the void rings. It was a gift from Kong. There are some handwritten notes inside, for the saints themselves. What is a saint? How to break the saint? Picking up a volume to gently study, and the outside world of the sky also silently from day to dusk, and from dusk to dawn, a daytime quietly passed. Inside the East Prosperity Sect, the storm clouds are surging. The disciples are on edge. No longer the calmness of the past, the events that happened in the corner of the coastal sea has spread. The disciples of the East Lin sect also know each other, and understand more about the reason for the closure of the clan by sect leader Xiao 3 days later. Senior brother Wang, the East Prosperity Sect is going to be finished. I know that too. There are disciples gathered together in groups of 3 or 5, are all showing complex looks. These are people who have just joined the clan not long ago, before hearing that the East Prosperity Sect's prestige is flourishing. There are saints sitting in the town, flocking to come here, and now it is only in the past a few short months, the saints sit down. The East Prosperity Sect's crisis. At any time, it will be overthrown, and the people's hearts are in fear and panic, and no longer serve the pomp of the day. I came to the East Prosperity Sect to seek the opportunity to obtain the method to become stronger. Now the East Prosperity Sect is about to be robbed. Although I have a small favor with me, but it is not enough for me to lay down my life and forget about my death for the sect. This favor will be repaid in the future. A disciple suddenly got up. He joined the sect for a short time and was not prepared to die with the sect. Right. I'm going too. Though the East Prosperity Sect is good, but you can't die for him. One disciple said. Among them, there are also some people throat knots wriggling, want to speak and then stop, and finally gently sigh. In his view, even if the East Lin clan was killed by the saints will not hurt the innocent, these weak to the extreme point of their hands. After all, the saints and not a big devil, at best, is coveting the East Lin clan inheritance opportunities, really to the extinction of the time and then leave is not good. There is no need for a little bit of rumor on the edge of the day. Whoosh, 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 a figure, flying away from the clan, while the saints are still around. These disciples are all high and mighty, seeing the people of other sects and holy places as nothing, proud and unrivaled. And now that the East Prosperity Sect has only passed on the news that it is going to be robbed, they are all running faster than one another. Those who have been in the sect for many years, already have extremely deep feelings, for this and its anger, a group of white-eyed wolves who can't be bred. My East Prosperity Sect is valued as one of the 6 holy places. Even if there are no saints there is still heritage. There is also Elder Chu Sun. And there is also the Xiao sect. Is it the sect that can be attacked and destroyed by the others with a little bit of rumor? Senior Lu, at ease. Every man has his own destiny. Since they have their own choices then respect them. You, Jiang Chen's loyal junior brother. This senior brother Lu naturally said indignantly. I naturally live and die with the clan. The Holy Land treats me well. How can I pull out and leave at this time? Good. Me too. East Prosperity Sect. Martial Arts Dojo. A white-clothed girl was sitting there in meditation, and a fellow disciple came marching in with a complicated expression. Senior Sister Yi. Many disciples in the sect have chosen to leave and avoid this calamity for the time being. You have extraordinary talent. There is no need for you to live and die with the sect. The young girl who was sitting on a plate. It was Yi Qingcheng. Holy Maiden of the East Prosperity Sect, Ginger Dust's former goddess. Well, Yi Qingcheng, smoldering eyebrows slightly frowning, eyes also suffused with hesitation. The matter of the East Prosperity Sect she already knew, even the earliest group of people, even now seemingly Cultivation. In fact, the heart is also extremely chaotic. The situation of the East Prosperity Sect he is aware of, already facing a crisis. At any time will be all doomed. In this a rickety ship continue to navigate. Is it worth it? She was different from ordinary disciples. Noble saint. The talent is outstanding. Once the saints attacked the clan, is not going to leave her alone. Must fall with the clan. Is it worth it? She mused. The heart is extremely confused. The woman who came to inquire also said in a complicated manner. I'm sorry, senior sister. I'm going to leave first. It's not easy for me to come all the way from the remote corner nooks and crannies of the Eastern Domain to the present day, and I'm the only strong person in my hometown. If I were to lose my life here, my family would no longer have the same splendor and esteem as it does today, and I'm not the only one who I represent. So I'm sorry. With this fellow disciple gone, Yi Qingcheng was in a trance, thinking about the treatment that Donglin's sect had given to her for so many years, her master's love for her, the elders' respect for her. Even sect leader Xiao had anointed herself as the Holy Maiden. It could not be said that the grace was as heavy as a mountain, and this had become the reason why she was struggling. But suddenly, she had the thought of Jiang Chen, and an extremely strong loss pervaded in her heart. A short time, Ginger Dust suddenly stopped being a licking dog. Between the two, it has also changed radically. Jiang Chen has become the son of tomorrow in the Eastern Domain, successively suppressing the various heavenly prides of the Eastern Domain. Even the holy sons and daughters of other sects do not dare to compete in front of their eyes. On the contrary, they are still confined to the East Prosperity Sect. Their hearts are frustrated. And then associating the words of their fellow sect members just now, their eyes suddenly filled with a strong obsession. And they muttered, I can't die here. I'm not alone. I carry the blood feud of my family. If you die here, shame on the dead underground. Thoughts together. It can no longer be contained. The day, a piece of news spread out, sensationalizing the East Prosperity Sect. Holy Maiden of the East Prosperity Sect, Yi Qingcheng, leaving the clan. This news was no less than a bolt from the blue, causing those disciples who firmly believed in the sect to be shaken inwardly, generating unprecedented panic. Could it be that the Donglin sect was really going to become extinct? And even the Holy Maiden of the Donglin sect had given up on the sect and walked away. And at this moment, even senior brother Lu was in a state of bewilderment. Elders Hall. When this news into the inn, many elders burst into anger. More is shocked. East Lin Zone, what people can go. Even Jiang Dust can go. Only this Yi Qingcheng cannot be, because she by what to go? Nothing to come to the East Lin Holy Land. Worship, cultivation, sealed as a saint girl. Shanfan can be given. The East Lin Zone sparse gift. Cannot be said that the grace of a mountain. Nowadays. Not a word. Just leave? Palm cultivation place. Xiaoronya's complexity also flowed when she sniffed. That day sighed so Yi Qingcheng as the Holy Maiden was her attention. Now also silently sigh. Secretly blame their own vision. Recognize people is not clear. Ginger Dust cultivation place. Many disciples came outside the door. Brother Lu. Master Zhao. Sister Lu. These are all big fans of Ginger Dust. They're coming too. Trying to ask for proof. In a time of crisis for the clan. Will Ginger Dust go too? P.S. Today on Amor. In addition to thanking the cloud town of the god of the door, where the baby is the most well-behaved love to eat bitter gourd chicken pangu, love to eat honeycomb corn yut sangping, jiang kong, so valuable not luo, xianfeng yu, living in the world of men, and so on. The friends of the reward support. The number of people is too much to thank one by one. Thank you for all the support, brothers and sisters. Chapter 87 East Prosperity Sect seal the sect. In the past days they would definitely not have such thoughts. But Yi Qingcheng's departure was no less than the sky collapsing for them. The whole world dimmed. Even the Holy Maiden had defected from the clan. Who else could not possibly go? Moreover, Jiang Chen's shoulder, and not only the East Lin sect, and the Jiang clan, has been formally officially declared to establish him as the first eldest son. A great future there. There is no need to trip this mess. So even if Jiang Chen chose to leave, they will not be blamed. Only in their hearts, the fear of a strong loss. In anticipation, waiting, Jiang Chen came out of the gate, a gorgeous robe, long body, handsome features, abundant godlike jade, peacefully standing there. Then let many young girl disciples' eyes confused, showing nymphomania. The matter is known to me. My, willing to live and die with the East Prosperity Sect. Wow, there is not too much to invigorate the momentum of the speech. Only a short and light sentence fell in the ears of Lu. Zhao, Lu, These people is like heavenly music, such as that in the desperate situation to catch a straw, a beam of dawn, so that these disciples suddenly bloomed on the face of the bright smile, found the backbone. Big brother is in. The sun is in. What else is there to worry about? Even the sun is willing to live and die with them. What's wrong with them? One time, all disciples, smiles were flowing. Owing a bow, he said, I've disturbed senior brother's cultivation. The disciples then returned to the East Prosperity Sect in unison. Some went to the martial arts dojo, some went to the hidden scripture pavilion, and some went to the sword river in the back of the mountain. All in all, no one of the disciples at this moment showed any more idle emotions. Elders' Hall. When the elders heard this news, their faces also blossomed into brilliant smiles as they nodded slightly and smiled. Jiang Chen is worthy of being the saint son of the East Prosperity Sect. This bearing, it's worth it. Xiao Rongyu of the Sect Master's cultivation ground also heard these words, and that pervasive tense complexion blossomed into a bright smile, nodding her head slightly, full of smiles. 3 days. A wobble. Over the East Prosperity Sect, there were several figures standing. Xiao Rongyu Fish, Elder Jiang, King Crane, Elder Wang who suppressed the Forbidden Land. A few of them glanced at each other, overlooking the empty figures below the sect, compared to the more than 60% that had already passed away here before the sealing of the sect, and softly said, this time, the loss of personnel is a bit more than I had imagined. Elder Jiang also exudes complexity. Would not have gone so many disciples. It is not like the East Prosperity Sect really destroyed the sect, but with the departure of the holy maiden Yi Qingcheng, completely set off a frenzy. Those who wavered as if they had found the main backbone, one by one, followed the departure. Even the holy maiden has gone. What makes them not? Together with some of the elders, others have left, causing the large clan to be empty, if not for Jiang Chen stepping forward at the back to say a word, willing to live and die with the clan. I'm afraid that even more people would have passed away. Even so, it caused these elders to go into a trance. It's good to be gone. The remaining ones are elites, worth cultivating. In the past it was unclear who the resources should be tilted to. Now there's no need to think about it. Tilt and open up all the remaining resources to these people. Elder Wang who suppressed the Forbidden Land said, good, good. Several people nodded. Xiao Rongyu added, then start blockading the clan. Yes. Buzz. A few people joined forces, catalyzed the mysterious runes. A hazy light blossomed, enveloping the East Prosperity Sect in a brief moment, and in the eyes of outsiders it was a radiance that covered it, and in the next second the East Prosperity Sect disappeared before their eyes in consternation. Those who left the clan, some of whom were not far away, and still wanted to watch and observe the state of the East Prosperity Sect, and go back again if they survived this calamity. All of them were trembling in their hearts and minds, and the East Prosperity Sect had disappeared. Hiss. Somehow, these disciples, there was no reason for the heart to tremble. Yi Qingcheng, who was in the crowd, panicked inwardly for no reason, and the regret in her heart suddenly reached the extreme, because she suddenly remembered that once she left the East Prosperity Sect, who would be able to take care of her? Cultivation doesn't just happen on its own, and resources, and connections, and the background, detached from the East Prosperity Sect, nothing on his own. Look around the past. True Martial Sect, Sendo Sect, Divine Feminine Sect, the holy son and daughter of these sects have been established. Their own past is bound to encounter ostracism, even if it is to go to the slightly weaker Hanging King Hall, Floating Moon Sect, not to mention their ability to look at. Even if they really into the they will be careful to cultivate their own. There is the Donglin clan's previous experience. Even the Donglin Holy Land can betray and abandon. What else can't be done? She had this realization and thought after leaving the clan, only that this thought was slow to become bigger than fleeing, and still had her heart in the right place. And now with the disappearance of the East Prosperity Sect, she was completely flustered. Regret, remorse, spread the heart, permeate the mind, uneasy, blame yourself, fear. There is also uncertainty and helplessness about the future. East Prosperity Sect, no one would care about their emotions, and with the blockade of the clan, all those who were still practicing had a feeling in their hearts and looked up suddenly, only to see a few human emperors standing peacefully where they were. Immediately, the East Prosperity Sect sealed the mountain, until Elder Chu breaks the saint. Besides, for those who left the sect earlier, with immediate effect, the East Prosperity Sect will no longer recognize their identities. Xiao Rongyu's voice was clear and cold as she said, just one sentence obliterated those people's identities. No matter what kind of holy maiden, elder, or inner sect disciple, all of them were null and void since this sentence was uttered. Good. King Crane, Elder Jiang and the others were greatly satisfied. Inside the hidden scriptures, hearing the words of Xiao sect leader, Chu Sun's mouth also showed a slight smile. very time when the very thing, as the sect leader should do to kill and decisive, those who left the sect on their own, since they should be no longer entangled with the East Lin sect. In the midst of thoughts, he also slowly picked up the scripture in his hand and muttered, about to read 3,000 scrolls. I still don't know what the next reward will be. This time, the eastern region is in turmoil. The change is unrelenting. His doppelganger was dealing with one thing after another, while his main body was picking up the scriptures and studying them silently within the Tibetan scripture pavilion, immersing himself in the scriptures regardless of the time of the day or night. And now he had already read 999 scrolls, and was only one scroll short of the task of reading 3,000 scrolls, accompanied by a slow study. The final volume followed suit. The voice of the Blessed Soul resounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reading 3,000 scrolls. Mission reward. The empty finger. 30 years of training. One chance to invest in a villain. Chu Sun's eyes directly lit up, ignoring the remaining two, gleaming as he stared at the second reward. 30 years of cultivation. Enough to push himself to the realm of saints. Chapter 88 Breakthrough. 30 years of cultivation. Chu Sun murmured softly. Joy filled his eyes. As early as the last time he digested 10 years of cultivation, he felt that he was only one step away from being a half-saint. But he didn't choose to break through. But instead he steadily pressed down, accumulating, building up, preparing to step over this hurdle in one fell swoop, and successfully stepping foot in the holy realm. All this time has been building up as well. A daily look at the scriptures, the book of all books, writing, let the mind be free of dirt. Even if the eastern region is turned upside down, none of it affected his state of mind. And now, with the reward of 30 years of cultivation, it caused joy to fill his eyes as well, knowing that if he absorbed it he would succeed in stepping into the saint realm. However, 2 days in a row, Chu Sun wasn't even in a hurry to break the boundary. The realm of the saints. It's a qualitative change, not to mention burning incense and bathing. At the very least, the mind should be empty and quiet, with no distractions, and as a result, in 3 days, Chu Sun was ready to break the boundary. Thinking of the fluctuations that might be triggered when he broke through the realm, he also transmitted his voice with divine sense. Elder Jiang, I'm going to be in seclusion for a few days, so don't be alarmed by some of the commotion that might be triggered next. Elder Jiang, who was idly resting on the clouds playing chess with Elder Wang He, suddenly froze, and then surged with ecstasy. Elder Chu is going into seclusion. Woon Ti, that be a breakthrough? You'll want to. Breaking the boundary? Aha! Received an affirmative response. Elder Jiang was ecstatic. Whirling around, he tentatively asked, can we let the disciples within the gate know? These days the East Prosperity sect is closed. Even if the disciples are still in the sect have confirmed themselves, but the fear of the people is still unavoidable. After all, the East Prosperity sect will be facing 2 saints, rather than ordinary cats and dogs, and Chu Sun is the only support for their soul. The news about Chu Sun is about to break through the realm of the news, but also will be uplifted momentum. Yes, Chu Sun nodded gently. There were no comments. This breakthrough, it's possible that the movement will be tremendous. Couldn't hide it if I wanted to. Good. Elder Wang He exuded joy, and swore, Elder Chu, rest assured that you are in seclusion. No one can disturb you during this period of time, unless it is from my corpse that you cross over. Chu Sun motionless glanced at the latter, in his mind also silently thinking that there is no need to so set up the flag. But Elder Wang He is in the passion also slightly nodded, slowly gathered his mind, ready to accept the cultivation inheritance. Inside the clan, the news about Chu Sun's imminent boundary breakthrough came, and ecstasy immediately filled the sect. Many disciples had joyful expressions on their faces as they gathered with each other, murmuring, Elder Chu is already in the 9th realm of the human emperor, and this time he will be stepping into the semi-saintly realm by breaking the boundary, and is only one step away from the saintly realm. Phew, too soon. I thought that Elder Chu would need at least 2 or 3 years to step into the half-saint realm. There were also disciples who were excitedly saying that they had earlier prepared themselves for 10 years of seclusion, but now it seemed that Elder Chu would step into the half-saint realm on the same day, and within 3 years, there was hope that he would step into the saint realm, and at that time, the East Prosperity sect would be able to return to the heavens again. 3 years short, 5 years long, the clan exudes a piece of joy, but there are still some people's eyes show loss. 3 to 5 years, perhaps for most cultivators very quickly, but those who have a heart attached, but also do not give up the East Prosperity sect disciples in the heart of the matter is still a bit long. Complex. If Elder Chu can step on the saints within a year it would be good. It was just a thought that I gave up when I thought about it. 1 year to step into the holy realm. From half-saints to saints? Not at all. Never heard of it. Even if he had extremely high expectations for Elder Chu, He did not dare to have such thoughts, and laughed softly, but Elder Chu would be quite outstanding if he could break through to sainthood within 3 years. Inside the hidden scriptures, Chu Sun, who was already at his best, silently said, "System, ding, carry 30 years of cultivation, does it bear?" Yes. One moment. A majestic, vast cultivation energy was drawn from the void, and did not enter Chu Sun's body. This kind of breath was not unfamiliar to him. He had already carried it twice earlier, and practice makes perfect, naturally drawing these energies to nourish his body. 1 year of cultivation, 2 years of cultivation, 3 years of cultivation, 10 years of cultivation. The thick breath in his body was accumulating, and had come to an extremely appalling degree. If this time Chu Sun wanted to step into the realm of the half-saint, but it was just a thought, there would be no stopping at all. However, he was silently accumulating, and didn't go to step into this buffer realm, because in the earliest cultivation system, there was absolutely no such realm. Human Emperor, Sage, this realm was meant to be a one-off. Only those talented pan-mediocre generation cannot break through the holy realm in one breath only to choose a buffer, and the real saint's breakthrough is a drum, like a cracker. In the middle of that there is a pause. 15 years of cultivation, 16 years of cultivation, 17 years of cultivation, in a process of constant absorption. Hidden scriptures all around. King Crane, Elder Kong, even Elder Wang, who suppressed the Forbidden Land, came with a detachment. It's about Elder Chu breaking the boundary. Sloppy, just feeling the terrifying chi that kept accumulating within the hidden scripture pavilion. Elder Wang he looked grave and said, "Several elders, have you felt that pouring chi?" The duo naturally felt it, with both gravity and confusion on their faces, wondering, since Elder Chu said that he would go into seclusion to break through the realm, he must have full certainty of breaking through to the half-saint. And this thick chi has indeed come to the realm of the half-saint as well. It's just that what's odd is that Elder Chu hasn't stepped foot in this realm, and that this terrifying chi is still surging at an unceasing source. Elder Wang He, Elder Jiang, Elder Wang who suppressed the Forbidden Land. There was concern on all three faces. It's not clear what happened. Anyway, this is not the right situation. It's very wrong. 23 years of cultivation, 25 years of cultivation, 28 years of cultivation. While Chu Sun inside the hidden scripture pavilion was swallowing cultivation moment by moment, like that whale swallowing, letting the body's chi flip up to an appalling level. Chapter 89 Transition. Swish. The void. A red-robed Xiaorongyu also appeared out of thin air, with a long figure, snow-white skin, and exquisite eyes. A pair of flawless white jade feet pointing at nothingness, gazing at the muddy chi that pervaded the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Her red lips gently opened and said, "What happened?" Elder Wang He, Elder Jiang, Elder Wang who suppressed the Forbidden Land. All three were confused. More still, it's a worry. They were also not clear about what was happening. It was just that Elder Chu suddenly told them that he was going to break through the realm, so he was guarding from afar here. Who would have thought that the process of breaking through the realm would not go smoothly? But instead, the chi skyrocketed to a palpitating degree, and they also worried, if it skyrockets like this, will Elder Chu burst? It's not that he's an alarmist. Rather, the practice is like a carrier. Excessive carrying today. Can't afford it. Nature will detonate. Swish. The faces of several elders changed slightly, and Elder Wang, who suppressed the Forbidden Land, even glared at him angrily and grunted, "Shut your stinking mouth. You know nothing." Even so, his eyes were filled with unprecedented worry. Now Elder Chu's breath was very wrong. Tensed. Break the realm Quickly break the realm Hurry to break the realm Once you step into the realm of the half-saint, will completely absorb these chakras. In time, maybe it's even a step up, from half-saint directly to the peak of half-saint. Maybe it's still a happy event. However, this ever-soaring chi, it made their hearts tremble. 29 years of cultivation, 30 years of cultivation, when the last year of cultivation was also introduced into the body. At this moment Chu Sun was like a furnace, the whole person accumulated to a certain apex. At any time will erupt and explode. Those closed eyes also suddenly opened, eyes gleaming, exuding divinity. It's time to break the realm, the holy realm. In the midst of the soft murmuring, the pouring cultivation in his body flowed around his body as it was pulled, and a pouring and amazing aura was released from his body. Buzz, it was like a terrible divine light, filling the 9 heavens. It turned into a pillar of light. Boom! Master Shao, Elder Jiang, Elder Wang He, all of these people stormed back, horrified. He looked at the beam of light. There was fear in his eyes, because amongst their feelings, the energy within this beam of light could decapitate them if it splashed out a little. Even if it was Elder Wang who suppressed the Forbidden Land. Shoo! A silhouette rushed out from the hidden scripture pavilion and stood in the sky above. His body was filled with a majestic aura. It was no one else but Chu Sun. Looking at Sect leader Shao and the others, he said, "I'm going to cross the tribulation." Bewilderment permeated the faces of the several human emperors standing guard outside the Tibetan scripture pavilion, not understanding the meaning of these words. Transitional tribulation? Breaking through the half-saint realm required an apocalypse? Why had it never been heard of? Shoo! A stream of light sped extremely fast, arrived at the back of the Sect's mountain. Fortunately, the East Prosperity Sect's formations were vast enough, and when the entire sect was hidden and disappeared, all the peaks in the back of the mountain were brought along with it, which in turn freed up enough area. Standing at the top of the mountain, the cultivation within Chu Sun's body stirred and filled the air with a powerful aura, causing the winds and clouds to change and the clouds to surge, and in just the twinkling of an eye there were dense black clouds that rolled into the sky above, and within the clouds there was also a fierce and roaring lightning and thunder roaming around, like that fierce thunder dragon. Shoo! A thunderbolt cut through the sky and crashed down with a loud bang, blasted at whichever figure stood on top of the mountain. Boo! Chu Sun stood where he stood unshaken, and his eyes were also filled with a strange color. The thunder tribulation. This was the first time he had experienced it. Only this initial tribulation was not enough for him to make a move and allow that tribulation to descend on his physical body. The body trembled lightly. The silk of thunder spread, swimming around. It's like washing. However, this arrogant gesture was also seen by the thunderbolt as being provocative, and in an instant another even thicker thunderbolt descended. This one the size of a thumb. Boom! Second course. The third way. The fourth way. The ninth way. Thunder count. It's on the rise. The power is also skyrocketing. The people practicing within the East Prosperity Sect had also long been startled, and one by one, they walked out from their cultivation grounds, looking horrified at the thunderbolt that filled the sky above, while many more were bewildered and dreamily said, "Who's having a robbery?" In their cognition, the strongest person in the East Prosperity Sect, Elder Chu, is only the ninth realm of the human emperor. Even if he is going to break the realm today, he is also stepping into the half-saint. And who is the person who has crossed the threshold? Someone thought that there was still a human emperor in the East Prosperity Sect. It's just a long closure, not ever going out. Unable to help but rejoice, he said, "Could it be one of the seniors?" Over the hidden scriptures, Sect leader Shao and the others didn't chase after them, as they could also see the winds and clouds in that heaven and earth from here, and gazing at the majestic thunder that filled the heaven and earth, a few of them were left speechless with shock. Thunder! Thunderbolt! This was a sign that only breakthrough saints had, and not just any saint. It takes that kind of natural talent. Extremely demonic saints. Becoming a saint is what attracts the thunderbolt. And now, in front of them, Elder Chu is right in the middle of the tribulation. This made a few people's faces flicker with bewilderment, and more than that, shock. A few people have looked at Elder Wang He, and the latter also exuded an innocent look. Elder Chu just told him that he was going to be close to break the realm. Who knew that he would actually make such a big commotion? Isn't Elder Chu only at the human emperor ninth realm? Elder Jiang still voiced the doubts in his heart, and Sect Master Zhao's long eyelashes fluttered. His heart vaguely had a bold speculation. Shocked murmured, "I have seen a record in a volume of ancient books. In the earliest times the human emperor broke through the saints without having to pause. It would have been a step in the right direction. The only ones who stopped in the middle wasted their chi, and were destined to have low achievements in the future." After a reminder, a few people woke up as if in a dream, out of the blue shock. His face was full of shock and error. Even his tone was a bit stuttering. You're saying that Elder Chu is becoming a saint in one step, in the midst of a saint's calamity? Aha! Xiao Rongyu nodded gently. This undoubtedly set off a furious storm in the minds of several people. What a surprise. It's also too unexpected. The East Prosperity Sect saints had only fallen within a few days. Elder Chu broke the boundary and became a saint? Looking at the thunder filled the sky. The terrible pressure is suffocating. A few people are also in their hearts silently thinking about how long it has been since there has been a thunder tribulation in the eastern region, tracing the thoughts to the end of the day indistinctly awakened. It seems that the person who had the most recent tribulation was still the true martial great sage. Chapter 90, Sanctification. Rumble. Under the dark sky, a huge thunderbolt wandered through the clouds, and some thunderbolts poked out ahead, as if it was a revived dragon, looking down on Chu Sun mercilessly and indifferently. There were also thunder that shone with a hideous face, looking down on this weak and small human race, daring to provoke the thunderbolt, when it was truly treasonous. Thunder poured from the sky. Purple thunder released arcs of electricity that extended out, and a ray of thunder blocked the surrounding area, like a huge thunder domain sealing that person who had crossed the threshold, if he wanted to put him in a place of death. Chu Sun, however, was not afraid. Instead, they jumped at the chance. And within the East Prosperity Sect, horrified, tension, worry, all kinds of emotions permeate the hearts of people practicing in the East Prosperity Sect. They look at that way from afar, carrying hands, proudly standing with the void of the senior. The heart is full of worry. The East Prosperity Sect has not been easy to appear a predecessor of the tribulation, but cannot be so body fall ah. And Shao Sect leader, Wang He, Elder Jiang and others also revealed uneasiness. That huge thunderbolt was too terrifying. Casually overflowing an arc of electricity can collapse a mountain peak, so that Chu Sun's original foot of the mountain peak has long been turned into a deep pit. Boom! Rumble! Pouring thunder rushed down in a roar, to tear Chu Sun apart. By this time, it was also impossible to let the thunder bombard on top of his body again, and with a flash of glittering light in his palm, a pale green and turquoise green vine sword landed in his palm, permeated with a vibrant aura. Clang! A sword chopped away. Turquoise sword chi, split on the thunder. Snort! The massive thunder was torn apart by the sword chi, and only a small amount of it bathed Chu Sun's body, washing him, while this action caused the thunder to become more and more raging and violent. Rumble! A second wave of thunder descended. It was even grander than before, and at the same time, this thunder contained a rich dominance amongst it, as well as the deathly aura that decimated everything, and the vibrant vitality of the rest of the thunder, which made Chu Sun think of the 8 desolate palms, the power of desolation. In the midst of the sensation, he also swung his sword down, swept away the thunder before him. The third wave of thunder follows. This wave of thunder was already the thickness of a water bucket, and each thunder was like a pillar of lightning, and when it bombarded, the sky trembled, causing the East Prosperity Sect to vibrate slightly. Cross chop, an unusual sword she chopped out. When watching the scriptures in the hidden scripture cabinet, some good sword moves were also learned along the way. Like this cross chop is a trivial one. The power is mediocre, but it is more than enough to deal with this thunderbolt. Fourth wave, fifth wave, sixth wave, far from the thunder that kept descending, one after another, and the power is increasing. At the end of the day, even to use the Jedi, Great River sword intent, for no other reason. Among the clouds that one thunder dragon coiled around each other, entangled together, each one was tens of feet in size containing the essence of thunder. They swooped down together with amazing might, like even this heaven and earth were going to be buried, to knock the Donglin sect out of hiding from the reality. Great River sword intent, and Chu Sun swung his Jedi technique in response. Hiss! The several elders standing where the hidden scripture pavilion was, however, confused and dumbfounded recalled. How many waves are there? 9th wave. Terrible. Is this the saint's calamity? I feel like an unusual saint could be directly subdued. Is this really a calamity that people can get through? Xiao Rongyu's delicate face was also filled with worry as she said, the saints' apocalypses that I have seen from among the ancient books only have a maximum of 6 waves, and the normal situation only has 3 waves. Elder Chu's number of thunder tribulation far exceeds them and gets more ferocious the further into the later stage it goes. I'm worried that there will be more after this wave. Chop! Chu Sun's expression was clear and cold, bathed in thunder, sword in one hand, suddenly chopping away. The Great River sword intent surged. Snort! Clashing fiercely together with that roiling thunder dragon. One time. I don't know if it's thunder. Still the sword trembles. It resounded through the air. The ears of the people practicing in the East Prosperity Sect were deafened by the tremor, only to feel a powerful ripple washing and sweeping across the entire East Prosperity Sect, causing it to suddenly tremble 3 times. And after this wave, the thunder layer in the sky was dissipating. Instead, there was a ray of golden light refracted. It landed on the man who had crossed the threshold. To this point, it was only when the people cultivating in the East Prosperity Sect saw exactly who was transiting. One time, countless jaws dropped. Chu, Elder Chu. They're confused. Earlier thought it was the East Prosperity Sect which has been closed human emperor. Who knows that it is actually Chu Sun? In the happy but also stunned. Chu elders are not only human emperor 9 realm. How to cross the saints in a blink of an eye robbed. Finally, crossed over. Xiao Ronyu let out a long breath and her delicate cheeks relaxed. Elder Wang He, Elder Jiang, Elder Wang, who suppressed the Forbidden Land. These 3 also took a long breath and became excited while relaxing, saying, then, has my East Prosperity Sect produced another saint? Bathed in a golden sunrise, Chu Sun tilted his head, facing the sky. Feel the warmth. There's still a vibrant life. Sit on your knees. Absorb the breath of life around you. So there is both destruction and vitality in the thunderbolt. At this moment he was blessed to the heart. Feel the surging life around the gas. That is the domineering thunderbolt was destroyed after the residual vitality. Look around this area as if by the golden haze shrouded, and turquoise breath of life and as if the spring recovery. Elder Chu, Elder Wang, he murmured in a low voice. Joy surged in his eyes. Don't disturb, Elder Wang, who suppressed the Forbidden Land, hurriedly said, and there was exuberance on his wrinkled face, saying, I kind of know why all the saints who have crossed the threshold are this strong, washing their flesh with the lightning tribulation, and then having this rich life essence as a base, with some results. They are born to be far beyond the unusual boundary-breaking people. Yes, Elder Chu has broken the boundary this time. Fear continues to refine. Elder Jiang also rejoiced. Buzz, the Chusun who was sitting there in meditation seemed to feel their words, but with a hand, a rich life gas around was grasped by him in the palm of his hand, and with a hand, he threw it and scattered it above the Donglin clan, and immediately after, a spiritual rain descended at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Tick, tick. When the first drop fell on Jiang Chen, his bountiful jade-like face revealed surprise and exclaimed, This is spirit rain, the heavenly creation of a saint breaking through the realm. Quickly absorb it. Elder Wang He, Elder Jiang, Elder Wang who suppressed the Forbidden Land. These guys feel it slightly. All of them also exuded surprise. It's really spirit rain. Rumor has it that amongst the saints breaking through the realm, there are blessings roaming the heavens. I didn't expect that Elder Chu's casual throw was a heavenly creation. Elder Son of the Scripture Pavilion also sighed with emotion, but he also grasped the opportunity to sit outside and receive the spiritual rain. Xiao Rongyu closed her beautiful eyes, feeling the wisps of the great Tao that permeated the air and remained, and also her red lips gently opened. Even cultivation is much easier than usual, and the great Tao is instantly clear with the eyes in front of her. Ha ha, never thought that only a few days after sealing the clan Elder Chu would break the saint. Moreover, I didn't think that this is only a few short days there will be a blessing over us. It is said that the spiritual rain can develop one's potential and increase one's talent. This time we can make a lot of money. The next time we see each other we will definitely let those who rebel against the clan be surprised. Hey, do you guys think those who left the clan will regret it when they find out? Definitely. Don't dare say you're remorseful. At the very least, I regret 18 generations of ancestors. The disciples within the gate also exuded a snicker and couldn't help but rejoice, chanting silently in their hearts, Long live Elder Chu. Chapter 91, Cocooning into a Butterfly. 3 days in a row, the East Prosperity Sect was all immersed in joy. A blessing. It lasted half a day. Yet too many disciples have had epiphanies and breakthroughs as a result. Unawareness. The East Prosperity Sect's overall strength soared upwards quite a bit more. However, the green church figure that was sitting on a plate in the back of the mountain. It's like encountering nirvana. Golden light shrouded. A stream of light entangled, condensed into a cocoon, noiselessly shrouded him. Initially triggered a sensation, but later this cocoon within the breath more and more thick and pouring. People are not surprised. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, several days in a row. East Prosperity Sect has returned to business as usual. The disciples should practice, should take a walk. The haze that clouded their hearts also dispersed, but when they look at the cocoon in the sky their faces overflowed with pride. 7 days. Elder Son looked toward the direction of the back of the mountain. There is also envy in his eyes. He harvested a lot in half a day among the blessings. That one is even the blessing's cohesion into a cocoon. Absorption and digestion. Once the breakthrough is still do not know to what extent it will come. Joy. Elder Wang he also had a smile on his face. Originally breaking through the realm of saints needed to stabilize their own foundation. While this golden light hanging down completely made up for this flaw in time. Muttering to himself, I can feel that Elder Chu is already firmly stationed in the realm of saints, and is now bursting towards the next realm. Yes. Is this the transitional sage? Elder Jiang was also quite marveled. No settling required. It doesn't need to be solid either. It only took half a day to feel that the realm of saints had been stabilized. The cocoon is wrapped by the Chusun, such as if caught in the fetus. 30 years of cultivation once introduced into the body. Extraordinarily pouring even if the breakthrough of the realm of saints cannot use so much. Right now is to digest, plus breakthrough of the saints after crossing the blessing, but also a huge harvest, need to be slowly digested. And as a result, condensed into a cocoon, waiting to break the shell for a day, 7 days, 9 days, 13 days, in the twinkling of an eye. It is half a month. However, outside these times, it wasn't peaceful either. Tianbao City, the special place in the eastern region, both the 6 holy lands and the top sects in the eastern region traded here, and there was even a behemoth like the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures that ran through the eastern region, with a unique industry chain. In such a city, the East Prosperity Sect is no exception to have its own industry and foundation. The large sect food, drink, housing and transportation, cultivation resources, almost all rely on here to maintain the operation. And now, East Linzhen shops. Boom! Several unfamiliar men dressed in the same robes came to this place with an unfriendly aura, surveying the stores in front of them, and the corner of the mouth of the person in the lead sketched out a smile, saying, "The stores of the East Prosperity Sect, maintaining the heritage for thousands of years, should be quite rich. It's just a pity that it will be returned to my divine walking sect from today onwards." Arrogant. East Prosperity Sect stores immediately walked out of a white-haired old man, which belongs to the outer line of elders, only responsible for the stores here. No matter what happens in the clan has nothing to do with him. The cultivation is not high, only the peak of the Zunshur. Clang. The evil man at the head of the divine walking sect, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he said contemptuously, "In the past, relying on the remaining power of the East Prosperity Sect, a peak Zunshur realm powerhouse was still able to guard this area. But now, without the support of the East Prosperity Sect, will you be able to hold on to this great treasure? Put. Just snap your fingers." A sword chi then penetrated the old man's shoulder. "Be sensible. Make way. Yu Donglin sect is finished. This store, you can't keep it." The strong man of the divine walking sect exudes cultivation fluctuation. That is the human emperor breath. For a time, the attraction of the heavenly treasure city, countless people swarmed over, many leaning against the tea house restaurant to see to the scene of the people are heartbreaking, but also surprised to lament, "I did not expect earlier heard that the saint of the East Prosperity Sect fell. There is an intention to anticipate that this place of East Prosperity Sect should be unable to keep. I did not think that so soon. It's only been half a month since the East Prosperity Sect disappeared. The Divine Walking Sect then made their move. Too soon. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the East Prosperity Sect afterward?" Someone was whispering to himself. Retaliation? No way. The East Prosperity Sect saints have fallen. A fault line has appeared, falling into the years of green and yellow. And there are the Immortal Tao Sect and the True Martial Sect. Two transcendent holy places coveting. Once the two saints return to their peaks, all of the East Prosperity Sect will become extinct. This approach of the Divine Walking Sect is correct, taking the lead and grabbing a mouthful of fat while the two sects haven't yet laid their hands on the East Prosperity Sect. There were few who watched the show, which old man in the Donglin Sect stores and the group of people gathered behind him had anger on their faces. When had their Donglin Sect ever suffered such humiliation? Being suppressed in front of their faces. To seize the stores, the white-haired old man clenched his blood-stained teeth and said, "Divine Proceedings Sect. So impatient. Not afraid of retaliation from my Donglin Sect's true elder." Retaliation? Coldness flashed in the eyes of the human emperor of the Divine Walking Sect as his palm sliced downward. A streakless blade aura was released, cutting the plaque of the Donglin Sect in half, mercilessly looking down on the remaining people of the Donglin Sect, shouting, "Get out!" Retaliation? He's scared too? The East Prosperity Sect was unable to protect itself. Even the land of the clan was abandoned. Now I don't know where it's hidden. True Martial Sect. Sendo Sect. The two sects of saints were about to return to their peaks. Immediately the end of the East Prosperity Sect came. Do you have time for this? He also took advantage of the fact that the various forces in the eastern region had not reacted before, to nibble on this piece of fat meat. Coldly and proudly looking at the group of bereaved dogs, said, "Remember, this seat, Divine Walking Sect Ducin. If you don't want to submit to it, come as you please." This humiliation, not uniquely, the opening was triggered by the Divine Action Sect. One time, the entire eastern region, the industry chain regarding the East Prosperity Sect, there was a bloodbath. I don't know how many disciples were crippled and died as a result. Inside the East Prosperity Sect, people are blissfully unaware of this. It's been 19 days. Why do I feel that Elder Chu's chi is getting more and more majestic and vast? Even the Xia Yang sage of that day wasn't as terrifying as him. The disciples practicing in the East Prosperity Sect could not help but smack their lips as they felt the terrifying energy accumulating in the cocoon. Agreed. Deeply sympathetic. However, just how long do you guys think Elder Chu's transformation into a butterfly will last this time? In the midst of the debate, that golden cocoon, suddenly a crack opened. Click, click. The scene spreads gradually. Together. The second way. 3 ways. In the twinkling of an eye. Cracks were all over the cocoon, with a violent shudder. Cocoon tearing. Clang. A pair of dark and bright eyes then opened, blossomed with unparalleled light, while a head full of green silk is even swaying with the wind. That in the coiled sitting figure. An instant return to the young years. Glittering. Suave. Division. Master. Jiang Dust stunned looking at the cocoon broken into a butterfly figure. This is the first time he saw the face of the teacher when he was young. His features are exquisite. His eyes are brilliant like stars. Even if he sits there on a plate, his body's spontaneity and drift, but also pervade the suavity. Even in the crowd only a glance is difficult to forget. Chapter 92, the 9th floor of the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion. Is this the appearance of Master when he was young? Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with awe. It was too stunning. Even though he was as plump and handsome as Jade, he was still a bit short in front of his teacher. It was the spunky temperament, and the unconstrained flair. Elder Chu, King Crane, Elder Jiang, Elder Sun. These people also looked at the handsome face in consternation. The mind falls into a trance. This exquisite beauty, how long has it been? Xiao Rongyu was also obsessed for a moment. Memories about the past have come to her mind. She thought that she loved not this handsome face, but when it really appeared in front of her eyes, like a deer in the headlights, her cheeks welled up with flushing. And below, disciple of the East Prosperity Sect, completely frozen, jaw-dropping, always. Elder Chu's senses to them were all warm, kind, unhurried, calm and collected wise man. Where did he expect to suddenly transform into such a handsome and flamboyant man of beauty? Ah, no more. I can't take it anymore. Cranial orgasm now. Those female disciples are even more excited, cheeks flushed, red. The body is soft. If there is no one beside the body to help, can be soft on the ground. Well, even Shu Sun did not expect his appearance to have so much power. Directly conquering the disciples in the door, looking at the pair of adoring eyes, he could not help but gently dry cough, slowly restoring his own appearance to before. This scene also caused a loss to rise in the hearts of many people. Elder Sun, Elder Jiang, Elder Wang He, but silently relieved. Familiar with the older version of Chu Sun, suddenly young is still really uncomfortable. Cannot say where, always feel a strong pressure. Now or this face is easy to accept. East Prosperity Sect, many male disciples also long breath. Look at the corner of the eyes of the woman not far away also hides adoration. More still grateful. To Elder Chu has been kept young handsome beautiful man. The female disciples in the sect who can carry it. This at least give them a little opportunity to compete fairly. Elder Chu, those female disciples' eyes, however, were mesmerized and unwilling to give up, fluttering their long eyelashes, still wanting to take another look at Chu Sun when he was young, only to feel that there was a more attractive than Jiang Chen. Ahem. Elder Chu, Elder Wang He also came forward after a dry cough. The momentary display of his face just now made him marvel, but then it was the spread of joy. Realizing what was going on, he hastily stopped in midway and bowed. Congratulations to Elder Chu for breaking the saint. Senior Wang He also pays his respects to the saint. Elder Sun, Elder Kong, Elder Wang who suppressed the Forbidden Land. These people are also open to realizing something. Chu Sun, who had broken through to sainthood, no longer an elder. Instead, it's Chu Sheng. Greetings, Chu Sheng. Greetings, Chu Sheng. Greetings, Chu Sheng. One time, within the clan, the curling sound echoed. There is only one voice, heaven and earth. Only Chu Sun stood peacefully in the sky. In this instant he realized the identity and dignity of the realm of saints. Looking down, the entire clan was bowing down, and the soon-to-be decaying Donglin sect was even more due to the fact that he would return to the Holy Land. Be excused, Chu Sun said softly. Accept the salute of the crowd with candor. Cultivation world, the one who reaches is honored. What's more, he is already on the threshold of sainthood. Congratulations Elder Chu. Even Xiao Rongyu was speaking softly, her slightly flushed cheeks still tinged with crispy red. But then she said, since Elder Chu has broken the saint, is the sect boundary cancelled? Elder Wang He wanted to speak but stopped. Chu Sun although broken the holy realm is not false, ultimately only into the holy realm, and the true martial arts clan. The Immortal Way sect of the saints have long been breaking through for many years. If it is so obvious, that may not be a good thing. No hurry. Chu Sun gently shook his head. Although it wasn't true that he had broken through to the sage realm, there were still two things he hadn't done. He had previously carried 30 years of cultivation. There was still the emptiness finger that hadn't yet been passed down, and he was curious as to what was within the 9th floor of the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Xiao Rongyu nodded gently. Since Elder Chu was not in a hurry to open the boundary, then he would wait a little longer, and pondered seriously that it would be better to hide it and come at it a bit better. A few moments later, the 8th floor of the hidden scriptures. Slowly look away. A passageway to the 9th floor appeared. This is the last floor of the cache. The 9th floor of the hidden scriptures. Chu Sun's eyes were also filled with a strange color. Before, if one entered the 9th floor of the Tibetan scripture pavilion, one needed to satisfy one of the 3 heavenly prides. Firstly, one needed a saint to be willing to head. Secondly, the head of the door as well as more than half of the elders permitted it. And thirdly, oneself became a saint. Right now after breaking through to sainthood, it's also just about trying to step into the 9th level. Actually, if he wants to, it will be able to enter before then. However, the delay in entering, but instead, some time ago in the corner of the coastal exchange, Xia Yang performed a strike of the divine ability of the Great Phoenix Bell. For the East Prosperity Sect's Shinzong Ji Shu, Just a light town will be 2 saints blocked in which the true martial sect saints are the whole body cracked. Suffered an unprecedented serious injury, but also made him interested in this technique. Take a slow step. Step forward. Through the passage. Came to the 9th floor, the highest level of the hidden scriptures. Wide out. Empty. Very different from the layers underneath. The 9th floor of the Tibetan scripture cabinet does not have any bookshelves. At first entered as if to come to a fantastic empty fantasy, surrounded by the sky and the earth white. Can be slightly convergence of the mind? Look up, only to see the 3 groups of glittering light. They flicker weak fluorescence. It is the East Prosperity Sect's Shinzhong Jishui. 3 books. Chu Sun exuded a different color. The body hands probed. The first book fell into the palm of his hand. The Great Phoenix Clock. Chu Sun's face blossomed into a smile. Even though he knew that the 9th floor must have this technique, he really took it into his hands to feel at ease. So he was also curious about what the remaining 2 items were. Beckoned casually. Another book fell into the palm of his hand. The Book of the Great Phoenix. The expression exudes a strange color. Knowing that this is the Yin Dynasty's Jedi, placed in the 9th floor of the East Prosperity Sect is more than enough. But staring at the name above there is also an oddity. Muttering to himself, East Prosperity Sects is for the Great Phoenix Bellian Dynasties is for the Great Phoenix Scripture whether there is a correlation between the two and the name of the Jedi of the other Holy Land? Curious though. These thoughts, however, passed in a flash. Another look to the last same. The 9 strikes of heaven. Phew. See this saint-level technique with the Great Phoenix is no longer associated. Chu Sun also silently sigh of relief. Casually flipping through the 2 pages will be returned to the original position. This heavenly line of 9 strikes is a saint-level technique is a stick method, and their own cultivation of the way is completely different. If it is idle to see, now but not the time. Buzz, casually taking the Great Phoenix bell into his hands, he himself walked down from the 9th floor, and outside. The storm clouds are surging. These times, everything about the East Prosperity Sect is washing and clearing the cards. I don't know how many people have fallen, and those who have laid their hands on the East Prosperity Sect are trembling and worried, both with an overwhelming desire to take a bite out of this salivating behemoth, and also worrying about the awakening of this behemoth. And right now with the revival of the Immortal Tao Sect Saints, the real body floated above the Immortal Tao Sect, traveling in the direction of the East Prosperity Sect. The men took a long breath. The East Prosperity Clan is finally going to perish. Chapter 93, The Sage Pro. Immortal Way Sect Saints revived. Descend at the top of your game. And this time, the appearance of the Immortal Tao Sect Saints was extremely voluminous, with 3 golden divine beasts pulling into a carriage, and along the way, golden lotuses erupted from the sky, releasing all sorts of auspiciousness. Along the way, when passing by a city, a terrifying ferocious beast pressure descended before they even got close, causing all the cultivators in the city to be terrified, saying in horror, "The void is trembling, the demonic aura is surging, it's a great demon of the human emperor realm." This caused a commotion among the people of the city. To know, so many years, the 6 saints of the eastern region are sitting in the town. It has long since ceased to be the world of demonic barbarians. And now, how could there still be an emperor-level demon coming to the eastern region's hinterland? Whoosh! The city's city lord is even more gloomy face standing on the city wall, looking out from afar, feeling that surging demonic aura, his heart and soul trembling, because it is really a human emperor-level demon. His heart and soul frightened at the same time wanting to give up the city to retreat, but seeing that the demonic aura is raging but rushes to a slow speed, letting him also slightly pause, with another step closer. His pupils contracted, exudes a sense of shock, deadly stare there. Just see, the 3 golden divine beasts were pulling an ancient and simple carriage, which was so old that it had experienced ancient battlefields, and there were swords and spears and sword marks engraved on it, while this carriage just slowly traveled past, passing over this city. It scared the crowd of cultivators to death. Those of the common people look up too, full of consternation, whispering, "That 3-headed demon is so terrifying. I heard that it's at the human emperor level. Our city's city lord is only at the venerable level. I didn't expect that 3-headed demon to have this kind of cultivation. And what kind of characters are in that carriage? Who knows? But the golden lotus flower left behind by that passing along the way, transformed into an avenue, brilliant and crystalline. It's really beautiful. I don't know what kind of god it is." I hurriedly saw the picture in the van of an indifferent middle-aged man, and when I wanted to look again unfortunately my eyes stung and I closed them. These ordinary people were talking, and the practitioner, especially the lord of the city. Then the mind trembles wildly. These people don't know. Can they not know? This battle, there's only one. Sendo Sect, Sage, and the direction of this trip. It was the East Prosperity Sect. Thinking about today's news about the East Prosperity Sect sweeping through the eastern region, There was both the hegemony of Xia Yang's heavy attack on the two saints, as well as the regret of the saints sitting down, as well as the emotion of the disappearance of the East Prosperity Sect, and I didn't think that even so the immortal Dao Sect saints would refuse to stop there, and would insist on searching for and exterminating the sect. Why bother? The East Prosperity Sect is at least the longest established sect power in the eastern region. It has already shunned to the point of blockading the sect shallow to hide away, and it still refuses to give up? East Rin's in ruins. The area was buzzing. Although the once holy place disappeared, but the foot of the East Lin city did not take away. Now here will be more and more people. Around the topic is still not around the East Lin sect. The atmosphere in the city more negative. In the city to live and the old people can be said to be generations in the East Lin sect at the foot of the foundation has long been there. Saw the East Lin sect was robbed. A pile of tragedy. How can you not be heartbroken? The stores of the East Prosperity sect in Tianbao City are gone. The vassal states are also suffering miserably. The Hall of the Hanging King. Floating Moon sect. They didn't settle for greed either. And they also made a move against my lineage of the East Prosperity sect. And if we say that the only survivors are, I'm afraid it's only the people of our city. Inside the wine shop came this low mood. And people are more show fall. They naturally know what's going on. Only so keep them, that's because no one dares to move. True martial sect. Sendo sect. This behemoth of a second clan was staring at the East Prosperity sect, being the city of East Lin at the foot of the mountain. Who dares to venture out? But today, a sudden vibration came from the outside world. Knock, 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 knock. The heavy trampling sound, like a divine beast that shook the heavens, was trampling the heavenly dome step by step, causing Donglin City to shake, while a figure was even more unavoidable to come to the city wall and look at the past from afar, and his pupils were gradually contracting. 3 golden divine beasts of the human emperor realm were slowly approaching, pulling an ancient carriage, and the vibration that had just occurred was caused by these 3 divine beasts coming. There was no reason for the people in the city to shudder. Worst possible ending. It's still here. The saints of the immortal Taoist sect. ProClubberVIP.com. Moo. Arriving at the ruins of the East Prosperity Holy Land, the 3 golden divine beasts with robust physiques and broad mouths and fangs stepped on the path of golden light, pulling the carriage, seemingly slow but actually approaching, descending at an extremely fast speed. One of the golden divine beasts' ferocious eyes gurgled and said wildly, "The East Prosperity Holy Land disappeared and ran away early. It seems to fear my master to the soul." The other golden divine beast drew down low on the Donglin city below, and said in a ferocious tone, "If the Donglin clan is gone, then we will take it out on these people. They have been related to the Donglin clan for generations, and they are inseparable. So if I swallow them in one mouthful, this trip won't have been in vain." The golden god beast's wild and ferocious words were like thunder, blow up loud and clear, echoing overhead. It landed in the city of Dongling. It made the people of the city pale. There were even many scouts and watchers from other forces who looked terrified and regretted participating in this matter. Knowing that Donglin City was a dangerous city, why did they still want to join in the fun? The elder brother of the 3 golden divine beasts, the one pulling the center, then skimmed the second and third brothers, exhorting them not to speak indiscriminately so as not to anger the sage. And in the carriage, a middle-aged man, slightly closed eyes. "Nurture your energy." But also at this time, Su opened his eyes. One moment. The blazing light bloomed from inside the carriage, as if 2 great suns were blooming. Even the sun in the sky was overshadowed. Moreover, as he stepped out, there was a vast aura of the holy Tao that swept over the city, making the people of Donglin City tremble. And there were even the people prostrating themselves on the ground, trembling from their souls, not daring to raise their heads to look up to the heavenly might. The immortal Tao Sect saint, Mu Hong, stood indifferently in the void, a golden lotus stepping underneath him, and the 3 golden divine beasts prostrating their heads underneath. "Disappear! Hide! Hide!" Immortal Tao Sect saint's eyes suffused with a few points of disdain and ridicule. The Norse sect can't be taken away, much less disappear out of thin air, but it's just by virtue of the blindfold method of temporarily circumventing the ordinary people's line of sight, and it's not useful in the slightest in front of his kind of level. Boom! Gently lift your palms, press down, rumble, landslide. A massive palm slapped shockingly on the ruins. It was like smoothing out the entire site. And this moment, the corners of the immortal Tao Sect saint's mouth also twitched slightly, because this palm fell short, and the East Prosperity Sect's ruins were really empty and disappeared from this place. Chapter 94, Brokenness. Inside the East Prosperity Sect, Yi Qingcheng was also in the crowd. After leaving the East Prosperity Sect, she didn't know where to go for a while and wanted to see the final fall of the East Prosperity Sect, so she stayed in a restaurant in the city. Having just felt the vastness like the heavenly might of the saints descending, Her heart could not help but tremble as she looked up through the window from inside the restaurant to the silent saint in the sky above. But what made her immediately followed by shame? Because she realized that she wanted to watch the clan perish. Want to see the East Prosperity Sect destroyed. Thus, to confirm that you have made the right choice. It humbled her. And feel ashamed. The East Prosperity Sect had treated themselves well. How can you think such a thing? But watch. Waiting. One slap later. The immortal Tao Sect saints then remained silent. Like they were in silence. And also toward the fact that they were unable to find the East Prosperity Sect and were unable to do so. Standing blindly in the nothingness. Inside the city of Dongling. One by one. People sensed the scene. Joy washed over their faces. Hiding. Dong Linzong is in hiding. Not even a saint could find it. It cheered them up. As long as the East Prosperity Sect was not destroyed, it would eventually rise. When this kind of emotion spread unchecked in the city, those disciples who had abandoned the Donglin sect earlier, the elders panicked. If the Donglin sect was not destroyed, wouldn't it be saying that they were rats and mice? And what worried them even more was that once the Donglin sect regained its former status, how would it liquidate this group of them? No, can't find it. The East Prosperity Holy Land must perish. At this moment, what made people truly feel pathetic was that the one who wanted the East Prosperity Sect to perish the most was not the immortal Tao Sect, not the true martial sect, and not the hundreds of millions of cultivators in the eastern region, but the East Prosperity Sect defectors, which was truly shameful and humiliating, and laughable. The clan that single-handedly raised them, but hated the former's demise. How ironic is that? It's impossible for a huge sect to disappear out of thin air. Immortal Tao Sect sage Mu Hong quickly cleared his complexion. He didn't believe that the East Prosperity Sect really had a method to hide the entire sect out of thin air. Just missed it. It's just lurking a little deeper. If you are careful to seek it out, it's impossible not to find it. Saints are omnipotent. He murmured dreamily to himself, as if speaking to himself, more like speaking to the people of Donglin City, causing the people inside to form a polarization. One wave was praying to the heavens to make it impossible for him to be found, while the other wave longed for the saint to display his omnipotent strength and prove himself right. Divine Action Sect, Divine Feminine Sect, Tianji Sect, the Hall of the Hanging King, Floating Moon Sect. The gazes of the entire eastern region were all attracted over in an instant, for no other reason. The immortal Tao Sect saint's appearance was too grand and volatile, and also too ostentatious, like he was announcing the removal of a holy land. And if he had done it, all of this would have been harmless. After all, one person had destroyed a holy land, and it was still the oldest, and it had the qualifications to present this kind of platitude. Divine Action Sect, the Hall of the Hanging King, Floating Moon Sect. These people who couldn't wait to get their hands on the East Prosperity Sect's affiliated industry chain earlier, right now, they naturally hoped that the sage would completely eradicate the East Prosperity Sect in order to eliminate future troubles. On hold. 1 breath, 2 rests, 3 breaths. Every breath is so long. It's like a century. It's mind-blowing. Whoosh. Steep. 2 piercing eye lights refracted from the pupils of the immortal Tao Sect saints, and a subtle crack in the void was reflected in the eyes, which could not be detected at all if one did not look closely. And within this crack there was a small cave, which hid none other than the East Prosperity sacred ground. Immortal Tao Sect Saint Mu Hong sneered. Saints are omnipotent, not to mention that you can't carry the sect and escape. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you still won't be able to evade the saint's pursuit. Dang! Raise your palms. Rumble slap. The vault of heaven trembled. The sun and moon are not shining. Rumble. Inside the East Prosperity Sect, the disciples as well as the elders who were practicing at ease suddenly felt the luster of the entire world disappear, as if it was covered by a behemoth. And in the next breath there was a strong tremor, creating a shaking of the earth and mountains. Rumble. Rumble. The entire cave shook. Xiao Rongyu Fish, King Crane, Elder Sun, Elder Kong. These people surfaced in midair almost instantly, gazing at the terrifying palm from afar, with scorn as well as celebration in their eyes. Xiao Rongyu lost it and said, I didn't expect that the Donglin sect had been discovered even after hiding here. Elder Wang he also had palpitations in his heart, but more than anything, he was thankful. I'm glad that Elder Chu has broken through to sainthood. Otherwise, this calamity is inevitable. Found by the saints, it means, can't hide. And in reality, the people of Donglin City tilted their heads to look at the saint who was releasing countless divine haze radiance, and raised their hands to shake on a void crack that was expanding while the scene inside was presented. A clan. Extremely familiar, because they stayed for a long time. It's over. East Prosperity Sect. Found. Those who had generations of love with the East Prosperity Sect, their faces immediately crossed, and there were even many people with bloodshot eyes and blood spurts who wanted to stop it, but not to mention the saints. Just the terrifying ferocious might of the three golden divine beasts dropping down made them struggle, and their faces slumped in dishevelment again. As for Yi Qingqing's group of people, seeing the saints of the East Prosperity Sect being searched for heart flashes of intense complexity, celebration, boo-boo, and palpitations, they were shocked to find themselves palpitating, but because of the fear that the saints couldn't find the East Prosperity Sect, lowly, Yi Qingqing secretly cursed herself. The East Prosperity Sect obviously treats herself well, and was also appointed as a saintess. She was so bent on the destruction of the East Prosperity Sect, really lowly, but for some reason, a strong sense of relief rose within her heart, because she had made the right choice. Follow the Eastern Adventist Sect. Dead end. Still not coming out? Immortal Tao Sect Sage Mu Hong released endless holy might from his body, his pair of pupils resembling a great sun overlooking the East Prosperity Sect, the corners of his mouth tinged with contemptuous mockery. Found by the saints. Already the thought line. Hide it again. And what's the point? Buzz. The void cracks spread. Whether it was Donglin City, the scattered cultivators lurking not far away, or the Tianji Sect, Divine Feminine Sect, and Divine Walking Sect, all could see a huge sect quaking and suddenly descending from a rift in nothingness. Rumble. Crashed on the ruins of the East Prosperity Clan. The Protector Formation was opened. Shroud the clan. The clan that used to dissipate overnight. Back again. Ha! The corner of the Immortal Tao Sect Saint's mouth mocked slightly, while the Divine Walking Sect, Hanging King Hall, Floating Moon Sect, these people who have already laid hands on the Donglin Sect are relieved. They are afraid that the Saint can't be found, thus giving the Donglin Sect a chance to take a breather. After all, the Donglin Sect has a late bloomer, a thick and thin old man, and once it breaks out, who knows the upper limit is there? A trance also pervaded the eyes of the old man of the Tianji Sect, and in his expectations, he had thought that the Immortal Tao Sect Saints would not be able to seek out the East Prosperity Sect this time around, thus giving Chu Sun a chance to take a breather, to the point that he would show up again in the future to reappear in glory. Master, you're wrong. We should go get a piece of the action too. Tianji Sect Patriarch lost. All the major forces are in the division of the East Prosperity Sect. This piece of cake when he was also moved. Only the Master said straight East Prosperity Sect life should not be dead. There is still a chance to turn around. Will be recognized. Watched the major forces to eat up the East Prosperity Sect, and now East Prosperity Sacred Ground has been found. Has been allegorical solution. Chapter 95, Giving You Death. Tianji Sect Old Man eyes also flashed a burst of loss. In the bottom of the heart for the first time to produce doubt. Is their own Tianji disc divination miscalculation? This idea just up to throw away frequently. The Skywheel can't be wrong. Divination never fails. But today's inning, it left him utterly baffled. East Rinzin was sought. From the moment it was found, then it signifies the end. Sage, irresistible, nor can it be resisted. Between human emperor and saint is two realms. Even if Chu Sun can cut out that amazing sword, comparable to the saint cultivation, but only one strike, in the saint full strength under a few breaths will be devastating defeat. This time Chu Sun will not have any chance of survival. He could not think of anyone who can still save Chu Sun. The East Prosperity Sect is finished. Even at this moment, the saint of the Tianji Sect still carried an uncertain tone, feeling that there might be a change in the situation. Think about it, over and over again. Really can't think of any other variables. Even if that late generation is amazingly talented, outstanding demon, after all, the cultivation gap is too big. Not to mention the saints are still stranded between a half-saint. Even if Chu Sun one day across the half-saint, and then rush to break through the saints, it still won't be Immortal Taoist Sect Saints' rivals. Because breaking through to sainthood requires a solid foundation. None of these times alone are considered short-term. Plus, the Immortal Tao Sect Saint had been immersed in the Sacred Realm for many years. How could a person who had just entered the Saint Realm defeat it? So, even after thinking of 10,000 possibilities, and even boldly thinking of Chu Sun breaking the realm one after another, he still could not see any hope for the East Prosperity Sect. Murmuring, really? Looking away? The Immortal Tao Sect Saint stood indifferently in the long sky. His face was majestic. His face was like a knife. Even his hair was angular, and he just looked down from above, like a heavenly god looking down on ants. Even the three golden divine beasts at their feet showed their teeth, displaying the ferocity of beasts, and said greedily, Master, there are some delicious women within this sect. Can you let my brothers and three of us taste and savor them? They looked greedily at Xiao Rongyu, that quietly stood over the Donglin sect, a bright red robe, a delicate face, and a bit of vermilion sand on her brow, which was quite alluring and aroused their lustful evil. May, Immortal Daozong Saint gently nodded. Female color, in these years has long been not close, since their own mounts want to also become it, and is also the external oath of dominance and sovereignty, the hall of the Holy Land of the female head of Hao. angry at themselves. But is the foot of the mount's playthings only? An angry gaze within Donglin City looked at each other, only feeling that the bully was too much, killing people but nodding their heads. The Donglin Sect saints even wanted to use this kind of humiliating method to humiliate Sect leader Xiao. But it was precisely at this time they despaired and realized that in the face of that saint, there wasn't even a hint of a struggle left. Humph, arrogant. You really think I have no one in the East Prosperity Holy Land? When will Elder Chu come out of the gate? Behead the dog thief. The atmosphere within the East Prosperity sect is very different. They have witnessed Elder Chu's sainthood. Even that kind of pouring horror of the heavenly tribulation cannot help Chu Sun. This area of an ordinary saint, and how dare to make noise here? Noisy. Immortal Dao Sect Sage Mu Hong's expression was cold and indifferent to the raucous guards below without nothing. A finger gently pointed away. In this instant, time seemed to be flowing backwards, and fragments of light and light vaguely shone around him. Snort. Protect the clan formation. Cracked. Click. 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 A crack was spreading, coalescing like a spider web. Xiao Rongyu's face changed slightly. She knew that the East Prosperity sect formation couldn't hold up to a saint's borrowed power bombardment, but she didn't expect it to be broken so quickly. While Elder Wang, who was suppressing the Forbidden Land, said, "This is his great aptitude, the time finger, which can be called one of the strongest mastery techniques, and it's not a shame that the formation was broken open from this." The saint standing outside the East Prosperity sect was slightly surprised and skimmed Elder Wang. His heart remained open. He knew that the formation of a sect's holy land was not that easy, so he also came up and did not leave any residual force. This strike can be called the strongest jutsu, but outsiders don't know. East Rim City. People are shivering. Those who had reneged on the sect suddenly bloomed with extreme exuberance. Witnessing the formations breaking apart one by one, there was joyfulness, celebrating and invigorated by the saint's might, murmuring, "Worthy of being an immortal Dao Sect saint, it really is strong to the extent of being invincible." Yi Qingcheng also had her mind fanned out, thinking of Jiang Chen's master, which kindly old man, and silently said, "At this moment, I'm afraid that even you are powerless to return to heaven." Buzz, a plain old man from the hidden scripture pavilion out. Only one step will come to the East Prosperity sect above. In the face of that densely packed array cracks, but softly read a word, healing will be thousands of runes cohesion. Instantly make up for the cracks in the place, so that cracked array in an instant to make up for the good. Immortal Dao Sect Sage Mu Hong slightly frowned. Just so a moment Chu Sun gave him a strong illusion, then relaxed the frown, eyes showing satisfaction. This trip he was most worried about is still afraid that Chu Sun abandoned the clan to run away. Fortunately, this person is also a little bit of backbone, choose to live and die with the clan. This is also good. Eliminated the crisis. Phew. Same time, true martial sect. Saints cultivate the land. There were also sounds of relief, obviously also paying attention to this battle, relaxing at Chu Sun's appearance. His advancement was too fast, at one time making the saints jealous. Fortunately this time Chu Sun didn't choose to slip away, otherwise it was really a big hidden danger. "You should go. Pity, but this seat can still give you a chance to worship under my door." The immortal Dao Sect sage's tone was loose, as if he was showing the world a generous heart. "Even if you repeatedly offended me, this seat will not care. As long as you turn to the door you will be able to shelter your comfort." However, Chu Sun looked at him icily, because although the tone was loose, the immortal Dao Sect sage's eyes were always icy and cold. That was not going to give himself a chance in the slightest, and if he really chose to defect because of the words drumming up, he was afraid that he would die without even knowing how. "It seems you're going to be stubbornly recalcitrant." The corner of the immortal Dao Sect saint's mouth curled up slightly, outlining a contemptuous disdain. Between the lifting of his hands the void trembled with war, and the Saint Dao's might was released in full force. And even in the distant East Lin City everyone felt that the sky was collapsing, and they were in a state of trepidation. The might of a saint. Who can resist? Their hearts tremble. Both disobedience will give you death. Immortal Dao Sect saint pupil suddenly burst, shooting terrible killing idea, accompanied by the palm down. The horrible killing intent is also completely released. Enough to see the importance of this junior. The saint hands still go all out. Chapter 96, Exposing Cultivation. Saints. Chu Sun tilted his head slightly. The green shirt floats. The eyes were clear and cold. If placed in the previous may feel that this realm is mysterious and unattainable. At every turn will be like a god to speak directly to the life and death of people. People cannot give birth to the idea of resistance, but really stepped into this realm before suddenly feel that everything is just like that. When a saint made a move, his aura blazed, even if it was just a finger and palm falling. From within the palm they released heavenly sword chi, reaching the sky and the earth, and the crimson sword light pressed down on the heavens and flooded this place. And he was not afraid, since he knew how the holy realm was. and he himself had completely stepped in this realm. What was there to be afraid of? Lifting his hand, the green vine sword released a glittering light and fell into his palm. Buzz, a casual sword. Swing and chop, green-colored sword chi, turned into a blanket of turquoise, like a curved moon. Clang, after a sword chi penetrated through the formation. This entered the East Prosperity Sect but was intercepted by the pouring turquoise sword chi, which destroyed the sword chi released by the finger palm sword with just a single stroke of the sword. The formation is too weak, Chu Sun said softly. To this level, it was no longer realistic to rely on the power of formations. Buzz, a casual wave of the hand. The formation was removed, and the figure slowly stepped from under the East Prosperity Sect and arrived in the sky above the East Prosperity Sect, standing alongside the immortal Dao Sect Saint Mu Hong. Ha! Immortal Dao Sect Sage Mu Hong always maintained his lofty stance, seeing the opposite side dare to walk out of the array's shrouded range. He also scoffed contemptuously. You're courageous and honorable. It's just a pity that you've chosen the wrong opponent. Jie. Those three golden divine beasts also showed their teeth, displaying fierce looks, and when they who were pulling the carriage saw the latter's behavior, they even mocked. Is this giving up the struggle? It's also true that with such a large gap, a futile struggle won't serve the slightest purpose. The other golden divine beast was also speaking contemptuously, as they both greedily swept over the East Prosperity Sect and looked towards this exchange that was destined to crush. No more Xia Yang, and what are you? Really thought? There are still people who can protect you. Immortal Dao Sect Saint's face cold. Between raising his hand is the surge of energy convergence under the palm, suddenly pressed toward the bottom, like a terrifying energy ball outbreak. The pupils also released an icy cold meaning. Green vine sword. Chop. Chu Sun's expression was clear and cold. Still holding the sword. Chop down. Snort. Endless sword chi eruption. Turned into a terrible wave. In the first instant the immortal Dao Sect Saint corner of the eye still with a sneer. Small human emperor also dared to fight with saints. Really don't know how to die. And that sword chi collision of the moment erupted in indescribable pressure. He was actually in the inside to feel the saint realm breath. It made him shudder violently. Pupils constricted. However, there's no time to react yet. That sword chi has chopped the energy ball and blasted at him. It's too fast. Amazing speed. There is no time to react. Can only cross arms in front of the body. Block this terrible sword light. The sky-blazing sword gas will be submerged. Brilliant sword light flare of the East Lin City people cannot open their eyes. To be a long time later, they were horrified to see that stand with the sky on the middle-aged man. Injured. Blood flowed from his arm. Drops of crimson. A peacefulness pervades. Falling from great heights. And the immortal Dao Sect Saint also froze in place. Seems to be incredible. Also seems to be shocked. Look down at the sword marks on the arm. Although only a minor injury which only 2 breaths can be recovered. But the heart still set off waves. Murmured, I actually, injured. Saints, injured. Inside the city of Dongling, it also set off a clamor. Earlier, the reputation of Chu Sun was spread. With the realm of the human emperor one could explode with the might of a saint. Has always been to be a gimmick. Exaggerated. But really confirmed the moment. These people also all stagnant, dead staring at the sky. East Prosperity City within the hair of the old man with white hair also surged with joy. Murmured, could it be that there is still a chance to turn around? Yi Qingcheng, other disciples, Elder Panzan. These people, however, had their hearts trembling slightly. Elder Chu's natural talent and splendor completely let them marvel. Along with that is to celebrate and boo. Fortunately the immortal Taoist Sect Saint's kill and decisive not to give him a chance to take a breather to cultivate. If you let Elder Chu cultivate, I'm afraid that the consequences are unimaginable. Holy, I felt the Saint Realm aura. Immortal Dao Sect Saint Mu Hong face is also heavy and cold up. The first thought is impossible. The Holy Realm that is so easy to break through. Even when he breaks through the Holy Realm have wasted a long time. And now the distance from the corner of the coastal only less than a month or so. Even if Chu Sun again demon will not break through the realm. But the sword residual power is still there. It left him shaken and bewildered. It's not the great river sword intent. He had learned from that sword. This sword, more like a sparse sword, but chopped his own extremely strong blow. Could it be that really broke the saint? He stared at Chu Sun dead in the face, bold guesses in his heart, more unwilling to believe, and said icily, you broke the saint. Aha! Chu Sun nodded gently. There is no concealment. Because the ensuing handoff couldn't be hidden. The chi on his body skyrocketed. Human Emperor 8th Realm. Human Emperor 9 Realms. Half Saint. Sage. The raging aura continued to soar, causing the wind and clouds to change, while the hearts of anyone in East Lin City who tilted their heads to look up inexplicably trembled, and pairs of horrified eyes revealed extreme shock, as well as incredulity. Holy, Elder Chu. He broke the saint. Those who defected from the East Prosperity Holy Land trembled inwardly for no reason. Their faces surged with intense pallor, as if they were unable to face this matter head-on, unable to withstand such a great amount of pressure. Yi Qingchang was no exception. Her delicate cheeks, the color of remorse faintly permeating her eyes. Could it be that she really made the wrong choice? Over. The three golden divine beasts are all hairs of sweat, smelled a strong threat and pressure. Which flat and strange old man? The sudden outbreak of breath and pressure. Let them tremble, and vaguely feel that even stronger than their own masters on a little. How can it be? A golden beast whispered. The demon pupil is full of fear. Thought this battle is just going through the motions. That I know that there is a change. East Prosperity Sect is actually someone to become a saint. Crazy. My god. Chu Sun breaks the saint. At the same time, anyone who saw this scene alone showed shocking emotions, such as that godly walking sect's human emperor's heart trembled for no reason, thinking of his previous high-handed ransacking of the East Prosperity Sect stores, and once he had survived this robbery, his face turned pale and bloodless when the spear turned. The Hall of the Hanging King, Floating Moon Sect, and so on. These people who had laid their hands on the East Prosperity Sect were all ashen, staring at this scene in shock and madness. Who would have thought that Chu Inquisition, who had previously been a human emperor, would suddenly cross the Great Realm in just a short period of time, taking a step into the Saint Realm? Not really, not really, this must not be true. The heart of someone from the Hanging King Hall trembled as he stammered. This must be the use of some secret technique to forcefully elevate himself to the Saint Realm. The East Prosperity Sacred Ground is valued as the oldest inheritance, so there must be such a secret technique, right? The Hanging King Hall Master's heart trembled as well. He wants that too. But the quietly suspended figure. Burst of gas. It is the saints no doubt. Chapter 97, Chu Sun beheads the saint. One lord's head. Tianji Sect. The Tianji Sect patriarch's heart suddenly trembled as he looked dead at the figure suspended in midair. His head empty, disoriented and despondent, almost unable to believe his eyes. The old man. Surprise. Sanctified. Another saint from the eastern region. Put in the usual. It's something to celebrate. It was also worthwhile to make a big feast and invite all the powers to come and have a feast. But today, he believes, the mood of the eastern region's forces was bad, ugly, and even hated the fact that Chu Sun had not broken the saint, which made him shocked but also secretly admired his own saint, if it was not for his earlier reminder. I am afraid that he had also ordered people to invade the East Prosperity Sect's industrial chain, and then he would have offended a powerful enemy for nothing. I don't know. The selfsame saint was also shaken to the core. Chu Sun breaks the sacred. That speed. It's so demonic, even compared to the true martial great sage back then. East Prosperity Sect. Over. Immortal Dao Sect Saint Mu red face gloomy and cold. He is 1,000 calculations did not calculate that this junior will be so fast into the saint. Even if it has been rushed to rush or laid a scene. Cold, you are relying on what broken saint realm? The evil way? Or the East Prosperity Holy Land hidden fast saint of the law? Bang bang. The speaker has no heart. Listen and pay attention. The divine walking sect sage's drooping eyelids suddenly opened, erupting with a radiant aura. If the East Prosperity Sacred Ground truly had any speedy saint secrets, even he would have to move. Divine feminine sect's crone's eyes also openly deep, carefully counting up. Successive generations of the East Prosperity Sect has always had a holy realm to survive. Could there really be any secret method? As for the Hanging King Hall, the Floating Moon Sect, these people who were only one step away from the Holy Land were even more exposed to unprecedented luster, which then dimmed again. Hiding fear. No, it can't hurt. Capture you later. Everything will be known after the interrogation. Immortal Dao Sect Saint middle-aged appearance. Eyes deep and cold. Even though he was shocked at Chu Sun's broken saint, he was still confident and victorious. How could a person who had just entered the saint realm compare to his own cultivation that had been immersed in the saint realm for many years? The great Dao immortal palm. The immortal Dao Sect saint was indifferent, slapping down his palm from on high, while underneath the lightness of the wind was going all out to suppress Chu Sun with irony. And even if he became a saint, he would still announce to the world what would happen to him if he offended him. How about a saint? Still dying. A huge golden radiant Dharma phase rose up, like a layer of gold foil on a degree. A palm mercilessly covered and shrouded Chu Sun, covering even the sun in the sky, releasing an unparalleled radiant luster. Chu Sun eyes cold, looking at still not wearing armor, holding a sacred weapon Mu Hong, heart also with cold. All this time is still this kind of arrogance. Qingting's sword held in the palm of the hand. Randomly a sword swung down. The pouring green sword light tore the golden palm, mercilessly chopped to the other side. Snort! A cluster of blood splatters. Mu Hong was injured again. And this moment. But let Mu Hong pupil contraction. Always indifferent face for the stiff. with a few points of shock. If the last sword is Chu Sun's surprise, with the Saint cultivation outbreak let him eat a stifling loss, then this sword is a real. How is it possible? Mu Hong was whispering softly, unable to believe the scene in front of her. That great Dao immortal palm even in the immortal Dao sect belonged to the top tier of mastery, and it was just so easily broken? He didn't dare believe it. Snort! But, a green-shirt floating old man along with the upward stroll, out of a step to swing a sword. Each sword is transformed into a sea of swords surging, constantly superimposed, but also transformed into a tumbling wave of sword sea, raging forward to chop. A wave. Second wave. 3 waves. Dozens and hundreds of channels. Every wave that came in front of Mu Hong was like the sea clapping, setting off a strong rumbling and unparalleled tremor. And Mu Hong, under this resistance, had injuries constantly surfacing on his body. From time to time a mouth appeared on his shoulder. From time to time a crack surfaced on his calf. And from time to time there was an additional sword mark on his cheek. With a wave of swords passing by, Mu Hong was cloaked in hair and covered in wounds, which had the aura of a saint just now, standing in midair in a sorry state and gasping for breath. The scene could stun countless people. How? So, even the people of Donglan City were filled with unparalleled shock, which was very different from what they thought. Chu Sun's breaking of the saints made them rejoice and jump for joy, and more of them thought that Mu Hong couldn't do anything about Chu Sun. After all, the eastern region had never given birth to a saint-slaying feat in all these years, which gave people the illusion that saints wouldn't be killed. Mu Hong at best suppressed Chu Sun, and just now, what they saw was very different. The scene is the exact opposite. Mu Hong was cloaked, her chest heaving violently. Oh, Chu Sun was enlightened, looking at this saint in front of him with coldness in his eyes as well, saying, I thought how come you didn't use your full strength? So it turns out that just now is your full strength. If that's the case it's too much of a dish. In his anticipation, Mu Hong is strong. This battle will be fierce, even menacing, but after carefully thinking it through, he felt that this scene was all justified. He was able to injure Mu Hong with a sword when he had not yet broken through the Saint Realm, and now that he had broken through the Saint Realm it would have produced a qualitative leap. In addition to the washing of thunder encountered during the tribulation, as well as the recuperation from basking in the richness of vitality, which had made him far surpass the unusual saints from the very beginning, it made sense that this Mu Hong was not his opponent. After figuring it out, also the mind is open. Speaking to himself, he said, then I'll grant you a sword. You are also worthy? Mu Hong's eyes were cold and silent and icy cold. Just now he bluntly said that he wanted to bestow Chu Sun's death, and now the opposite side bestowed him with a sword to cut him down. How arrogant was that? Snort! But Chu Sun didn't give him the chance to talk nonsense. Directly urged the green vine sword in his hand, swung and chopped down. This sword he used his own chaotic sword body, all clear and bright to the immaculate divine sword. Just standing there, it released the brilliant sword light that people couldn't help but look directly at, letting people can't help but to cross their arms in front of their eyes. Sword intent, loud and clear, through and through flawless holy Dao sword intent. Shoo, a sword chopped down. The terrifying sword light transformed into a curved moon, more like a matchless Milky Way tilting from the sky, stretching for 3 million miles. The latter only felt his body trembling, his pores were erupting and exploding. An unprecedented crisis filled his heart, hissing, you, a junior who has just broken through the Saint Realm, dare to contend with me in the second realm of the Saints? Kill! The immortal Dao Sect Saint roared, means come out in full force. The neighborhood. I only felt the splendor of heavenly might. People are scared. A strong uneasiness pervades. Look away in horror. Puff. Only to see. The flawless curved moon longitudinally and disdainfully passed. After the pure and loud and clear sword she chopped down, a head flew up. The blood splattered 3 zhang high. But anyone who saw this scene were all dumbfounded. Their brains buzzing, trembling. Was the head that flew up just now a saint's head? Chapter 98, almost. Gollum. Gollum. People gulped furiously. Tianji Sect. Divine Action Sect. Divine Feminine Sect. These forces presented the battle of the East Prosperity Sect through the secret treasure, but their facial expressions were dull and stiff. Even the saints had their mouths twitching at the corners of their mouths, but then they stared at the dazzling white piece of light and frowned. It's white. It's hard to see. The sword chi is too dense to cover the peaking of the secret treasure. It's going to have to wait for the end. At this moment, even noble saints have no reason to be anxious and irritable for a few minutes. Such exchanges in their view are very rare, let alone this critical period. There will be no decapitation. Mu Hong isn't that weak. It should have been an illusion just now. The divine walking sect patriarch was also lost in thought and murmured, both being shocked by the picture, but also a few moments of disbelief. That Chu Sun was too confident and relaxed from the beginning to the end. Walking out of the East Prosperity Sect to stroll in the sky, walking casually, 1 step, 1 sword. Walking not even 10 steps will be the immortal Dao Sect saints injured all over the body. This was followed by an even more extreme swing of the sword. Lord the saints over their heads. This would be horrible if it were true. Can't see. It's so intense. Don't open your eyes. Especially the legal eye. East Prosperity Sect near the Cultivation has been to the Zunshur realm of people rushed. Far from the view where to see the white blanket. Want to open the magic eye peep inside the scene, but see the void filled with endless sword intent. Sparse and messy. Those white fragments are all the sword intent. Just open the eyes of the magic eye will be stabbed in the eyes. Ah, but there are still people who don't listen. There are bearded fat man. Both hands cover the eyes. Bright red blood flowing out along the gap in the palm of the hand. In that eat pain screaming, so that the surrounding people are more and more vigilant. Do not dare to risk opening the eyes of the law. Was that really a saint's head flying up just now? There were also many silhouettes within East Prosperity City that went up to the eaves of the houses, looking at the brilliant white light with wide eyes. Tick, tick, there was blood dripping down, landing on the golden divine beast's fur, accompanied by the saintly pressure, causing the golden divine beast as a whole to explode, letting out shrill cries. Holy way breath. This is the blood of my saint. Master is hurt. The 3 golden divine beasts flew away as they shrieked in shock, pulling the ancient carriage far away from this chaotic area of battle. In fact, when the great battle first started they sank downwards, and now they were leaving an even greater distance away. See clearly. As the golden divine beast pulled the carriage, it flashed different colors, restoring clarity to the people's vision, but with the sight of the scene above, each one's expression was fixed, frozen in place, because, ahead, being separated, the body is separated. Especially after seeing the injured one, the hairs stood on end. Chu Sun, the immortal Dao Sect saint, had endless killing intent and grief. Now that his corpse was separated, he was actually really beheaded by Chu Sun with a single sword. His corpse was separated. If it wasn't for the fact that saints could not be easily subdued, and that even a human head separated would not die immediately, he had now become a dead soul. Master, the golden divine beast that had just fled saw this and swelled with ferocious might, breaking free of its reins and transforming from its normal size into a mountainous beast with ferocious flames, charging in its gallop to protect its own master. Humph. Chu Sun eyes filled with coldness. These 3 divine beasts usually under the saints have not been less powerful, and now it is time to protect the master eager, but also to have the strength. Jingteng's sword swung down, a majestic sword light directly to a golden divine beast to force split, huge body from which cut into 2 halves, blood rained down and the organs clattered downwards. The scene caused the immortal Dao Sect sage to be both sad and furious, but it also bought him some time for the decapitated corpses to re-articulate. Chop! Chu Sun naturally wouldn't give him a chance. Big hands clap. The power of desolation spread. 8 wasteland poems, devouring life essence. Most of all, they deal with these people who are seriously injured. Chu Zun, aren't you coming out yet? The immortal Dao Sect saint's head dripped with blood as he roared with grief and indignation. Too late. True martial Sect saint gently dry cough. In all fairness, just now the performance of Chu Sun really will also be surprised him not light. A sword will Mu Hong beheading. The strength of the unimaginable. Only rely on their own is impossible to beat him. But also this point so that he came out to assist. Otherwise also happy immortal Dao Sect saints fall. Another saint. East Prosperity Sect. Xiao Rongyu Fish. King Crane. Elder Jiang. Elder Sun. There was a huge pressure in the hearts of all these people. That day it was these 2 who were intimidating, giving the Donglin sect no chance to catch their breath. Now these 2 saints had come again, targeting not Xia Yang, but turning into Chu Sun, and the only thing that made them feel slightly relieved was that the immortal Dao Sect saints had been decapitated, and their strength had weakened so much. Boom! The true martial Sect saint was stout and tall, his chi and blood exuberant like the ocean. Even standing here, there was a pervasive pressure that was exerting pressure. Pity! Chu Sun's eyes were filled with a few points of loss. If Chu Zun had come out a little later, he would have had the certainty of completely killing Mu Hong, but now it seemed that he didn't have the chance. Ka Ching, take advantage of this. The immortal Dao Sect saints were also healing their wounds. A few breaths later, then he reattached his head. Just the face but pale and weak terrible, especially to see as pulling the car of the 3 golden divine beasts fell one of the most ferocious, but also the most loyal ferocious beasts, both heartbroken but also endless anger. Just because of his momentary underestimation of carelessness actually happened this matter. The eyes are all red. Murderous aura. Really should be in the first time I heard of your news you will be heading you. True martial Sect saint also nodded his head gravely. That year did not put this junior into the eyes is really the most regrettable choice in this life. Well now there is still a chance. Not too late. 2 saints. Chu Sun stood there with a calm demeanor. There were still cards in his hand that he didn't play. And he wasn't like that day when he hadn't broken through to sainthood, and was helpless against the people in this realm. The Hall of the Hanging King. Floating Moon Sect. These people who saw this scene all had their faces shift monumentally. Just now the image resurfaced, presenting the immortal Tao Sect patriarch being decapitated. At that moment they really felt that the sky was about to collapse. How could such a thing happen? It was fortunate that the true martial sect saint reappeared to give them a hint of comfort. Not to be so desperate. Hooray! Hooray! It's fortunate that the East Prosperity sect has offended enough powerhouses, or else it would really be in the gutter. They whispered softly, but their frowning brows did not see any relief. The second saint's pressure was certainly terrifying, but with Chu Sun's strength that had just erupted, could it really be possible to completely annihilate him? They worried and said in alarm, it would be great if there was still a saint around at this time who could put pressure on the East Prosperity sect. P.S. Brothers, ask for a wave of 5-star praise. With the number of readers now easily 3 or 4,000 praise no problem. The new 500 praise plus one more. Chapter 99 Peak Showdown. The Void. The three human emperors stood opposite each other. Quickly suppress it. The true martial sect sage's rough surface was filled with coldness, and he himself turned into a lightning bolt to take the lead in rushing down. Waving his right fist, his whole body's chi and blood boiling, oceanic like a sea of chi and blood, paving over the sky and pressing down, carrying an extremely strong oppression. Clang! Chu Sun urged his sword to chop down. Fist and sword collide. The two were infinitely close, and could see the grim smile outlined on the opposite side. The true martial sect sage laughed. My old man's physical body has long been refined to an unparalleled realm, and ordinary saintly weapons can't hurt the slightest bit. Dang! He swung his right fist, and the chi and blood on his body surged and converged with it, even his meridians slightly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then he smashed down with a bang. Dang! Chu Sun's figure staggered. His arm felt a violent tremor. The terrifying brute force invaded his body through his wrist. His internal organs were trembling slightly, causing his face to turn slightly white as well, and there were a few moments of astonishment in his heart as he stared at the great sage of Jinwu. Not to be ashamed of being the strongest saint in the eastern region, and also not to be ashamed of being a saint who had been famous for many years. Knock! 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 The true martial sect sage did not summon a phallic phase, but instead came into a close combat, wild and simply martial, swinging his fists like rain, each punch carrying an explosion of chi. Boom 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 boom. This kind of barbaric and unreasonable means also let the people watching the battle are stunned. Even if it is the East Lin City city lord are dumbfounded. Snow Mountain Hall's refining art is recognized to be the strongest. But how do I feel that the Snow Mountain Hall's master resurrection is also far from the true martial arts sect saints? This is also too barbaric. There is no point in reasoning. Hard whacking to kill. It is to speak of a force to break all laws. Ahem. Almost between shots. Then they collided dozens or hundreds of times. Boom! Chu Sun's figure was also shocked and violently retreated. His footsteps scratched on the void to form a plow, while his face turned slightly white as he muttered, underestimated. Just a sword chop. The immortal Tao sect sage gave him an illusion that the saints were nothing more than that. With the Jinwu sect sage's series of explosive hammers made him realize that every saint had their own unique features not so easy to solve. The corner of his eye also glanced at the immortal Tao sect sage. Could it be that just now was his all-out effort? The immortal Tao sect saint stared at Chu Sun grimly, chewing on a holy medicine in his mouth, recovering his body's injuries with the help of the medicine, and didn't join the battle in the first place, but joining the battle was only a matter of time, and had perhaps been silksing up, searching for a breakthrough, and deciding on a single blow to determine the victory or defeat. Again, true martial sect saint is tall and sturdy, his chi and blood surging and surging, his eyes are also blooming with essence. Even if it is a saint battle, he has not had a sound fight for too long and too long. Even when he dealt with Xia Yang, he hid some clumsiness, and in the end, he ate a stifling loss instead, and it is only now that he is letting go of his hands and feet in the true sense of the word. True dragon fist. The chi and blood surged like an ocean, surging like a big red sun, and when he swung, he brought the resonance of heaven and earth with him, and swooped downward to kill. Speaking of the limit of force. Dang, dang, dang. Chu Sun also displayed extremely strong cultivation and strength. Between the two sides exchanging blows, the Saint Tao pressure erupted with full force. Each collision formed a golden mushroom cloud, like a small sun being blasted. The footprints also moved at a rapid speed, no longer confined to the top of the East Prosperity sect, and began to rapidly cross over. Boo! The true martial sect sage's toes touched on a mountain peak, and the huge mountain peak that was hundreds of feet taller than that directly exploded, flattening dozens of feet downwards, causing broken chippings of grass and trees to splatter, and messy rocks to fly across the landscape. Whoosh! Two people fighting the aftermath of the spread on a lake. Instantly the whole big lake steamed dry. Inside the fish and shrimp is too late to cry out, and grief will be accompanied by a life. This is an encounter between saints. See the application of the laws of heaven and earth at every turn. Tolerance and self. Don't look at the true martial sect sage moving a brutal and unreasonable physical combat, but his law was the cultivation of the law of force, which had long been imprinted on his body, and his every move carried horrifying destruction, as if he were a humanoid nuclear bomb. Put. Some of them have come to the cultivation of the Zunshur. In the eastern region belongs to the top ranks, but looked at the saints and their direction to hit, cannot help but color change, want to escape, but it is too late. Saints between the exchange of words, each time the horizontal shift is countless miles, they cannot dodge in time, by the aftermath of the wave, directly die a tragic death. Even a human emperor realm powerhouse rubbing a little aftershock or coughing up blood and retreated, staggering in the body shriveled, through an unprecedented weakness, both fear and horror. Saints meet, it's horrible. Ginger family head, Immortal Way Sect Patriarch, True Martial Sect Patriarch, Goddess Sect Patriarch. These group of people who stood at the very top of the eastern domain were no longer limited to watching the battle through their secret treasures, but rather their bodies moved swiftly to the far side of the battlefield, witnessing the saints spilling over. The aftermath of the exchange is terrifying, trembling their voices as they said, the gap between the realm of human emperors and the realm of saints turned out to be so great. Immortal Dao Sect Patriarch Jinyu, however, looked at Chu Sun's back in an extremely complicated manner, remembering the first time they met. He had merely forced Chu Sun into a desperate situation with a few attacks, and the Donglin sect saints were even forced to revive, causing him to have to retreat. And how long has it been since then? Even a year hasn't passed yet, but Chu Sun has come to the point where he can't even hope to reach. Goddess Sect Patriarch Chu Yao Yao, also in a trance. The beautiful eyes show this perseverance and consternation. When that encounter she was also in, although it is an onlooker, but also left an extremely deep impression. Very strong. True martial sect saints kill. The look is also more and more cold. He has done his best, without any hand, in exchange for other saints in such a high-intensity collision. The physical body simply cannot withstand, will be cracked. But Chu Sun did not appear in this state, although there is a withering, but always remain at the peak. How could his fleshly body be so strong? The true martial sect sage carried doubts in his heart. Normally Chu Sun's body should be weak. After all, he was practicing the way of the sword, but today it was ridiculously hard. If I'm not wrong, he should have crossed the threshold. The immortal Dao sect sage who was chewing on holy pills and observing the battlefield while healing his wounds opened his mouth indifferently, giving out this speculation in his heart because Chu Sun's heavy performance was consistent with this point. Human Emperor 9 realms, a leap, achievement of sainthood. This kind of performance can only be a step across the saints. Before this thought was too shocking, they didn't think towards this aspect. But now looking at Chu Sun, even his flesh is so hard. Then there is only this option. Breaking through the saints. Bathing in the thunder tribulation. His flesh has been baptized by the thunder. And naturally it is far beyond the unusual saints. Although it is not comparable to the refining of the body for many years of the true martial sect saints. But want to destroy for a moment is not shown. Plus Chu Sun performance of the battle force is not like just as the performance of the people of the Holy Realm. But if it is to get through the thunderbolt, then everything is said and done. Chapter 100, Fingering. I know it too. Thunderbolt. Immortal Way Sect Patriarch. Goddess Sect Patriarch. True Martial Sect Patriarch. These people are in a trance. A brief delusion occurs, because it's too shocking. It had been too many years since such a heaven-defying demon had appeared in the Eastern Domain, and the last one was still a true martial great sage, and had left the Eastern Domain early, going out to make his mark and not returning for many years. And now, this unimpressive old man is also so amazingly talented. When it is really not expected, but suddenly I do not know who woke up, whispered a sentence, he is actually not big It was only then that people woke up and realized that although Chu Sun was a plain old man in appearance, he was not very old, and was even much younger than many of the people present. So, Jinwu Sect Saint slightly narrowed his eyes. Mu Hong's words are considered to solve the doubts in his heart, but the greed in his heart is stronger and stronger a few points. The speaker does not have a heart. The listener has the intention to listen to the immortal Taoist sect saint just gave the East Lin sect a hat. Bluntly said that the East Lin sect has a method of rapid sainthood. He naturally does not believe it, but now it is shaken up. Perhaps, the East Lin sect really has a secret that the other side is not aware of. Again, Dragon Walking Tiger step forward. Will be the snorting disdainful martial arts to develop to the extreme. Is so brutal and unreasonable? Just after a set of fight, quasi-instantaneous and then restore the peak. This is if the same level who can stand it. It is no wonder that the eastern region of the practice of the physical body of the martial artist is extremely small. This system did not normalize up even if, after growing up in the same realm really few people are rivals. Dang, The self impacted as a cannonball. The air currents along the way collapsed towards the sides. Almost instantly, tussle and collide again. The immortal Dao Sect Saint had recovered. His breath was close to its peak, yet he was slow to make a move. Instead, he was looking for an opportune moment. Elder Chu, the Jiang clan's family head, looked worried. The immortal Dao Sect saints that surrounded him gave him great pressure. Wanted a reminder. But Mian thought that she could detect it herself. Not to mention Chu Sun. Coming. The immortal Dao Sect saint saw the two sides enter into a scorching white heat. His eyes suddenly flickered with coldness. No one found out when his figure disappeared. And when he reappeared, he had already come to the back of Chu Sun, clad in armor, holding a lance, obviously accumulating to a certain point, and the lance that was gulping out endless sharp edges, displaying a terrifying killing intent. Whoosh! It's too fast. Shocking. Elder Chu. Block. The green vine sword floated behind his back, warded off the blow. However, it also shook Chu Sun into staggering backwards. The four fields are in silence. A pair of unknowable eyes stayed there, full of amazement. In the immortal way, Sect Saint disappeared when no one thought Chu Sun can take this blow. It is too fast. Like a flash of emptiness. The naked eye did not have time to react to have been approaching. Whether it is Jiang Chen, or the other Holy Land Patriarchs, the face of the blow only a thought must die. Just, Chu Sun fights it off, out of their expectations. Easy peasy. Just staggered by the shock. No injuries at all. This, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and also said silently, "Is this the terrifying thing about saints? Being able to avoid such a tricky sudden sneak attack." He was expecting it. Elder Wang He also let out a long breath. Even if he understood that Chu Sun was keeping his mind on guarding against Mu Hong, and relaxed after truly letting the other party's attack fail. Too tricky and bizarre. Elder Jiang also sighed. In the most intense exchange between the two, but also when Chu Sun was flawless to favor a gun stabbed, domineering and overwhelming, to kill, fortunately blocked. As long as to resist this blow behind will be good. Humph. Immortal Dao Sect Sage Eye pupil sharp, and did not pause because a hit fell short, clad in battle armor. Set him off like an ancient general, a vertical and horizontal, waving the hand of the lance force split down. Block. One thought and two uses. Catalyze the green vine sword, defending Mu Hong on one side and facing the true martial Sect Sage on the other. He felt that Chu Sun was still a greater threat, and that he couldn't be the slightest bit careless when fighting head-on, or else he would be doomed to be plunged into doom and gloom. Suddenly, Chu Sun felt a threatening temporal might. The surrounding nothingness suddenly modeled up, himself as if immersed in the ancient river of time and age, leaking out an aura that made his body's hairs stand on end, and he almost didn't need to think about it to know that the immortal Dao Sect Saint had used his mastery, the time finger. This fingering technique had just been performed once already, breaking the East Prosperity Sect's protector formation, only affecting its power, able to disintegrate the surrounding time ages, causing people to fall into the most withering state. It was a very terrifying fingering technique. He's dead. Immortal Dao Sect Patriarch Qinyu, however, said that as the Immortal Dao Sect Patriarch, he had naturally practiced this finger, and deeply understood the great power in it, one of which was to reverse time and space, restoring a person to where he was before. If one were to deal with other saints, this fingering technique might seem pale and powerless, but to Chu Sun, just right. It doesn't have to be twisted for too long a time, just over a month, to beat Chu Sun's state to that point, just when Chu Sun didn't break through to saint. Once his cultivation plummeted, declining from saint to human emperor 9 realm to face two saints' pincer attack was a certain death. Fingering? So have I. Feeling the time around him fall into the middle of the mottled, Chu Sun did not even turn back. His backhand was a finger-empty finger. This is the finger technique that came down with the 30 years of cultivation reward, and it is also the horrible fingerprints that were just finished practicing. Buzz. The moment of eruption. A force of time is also induced. The two collision, so that the mottled void surfaced bizarre picture, as if reflecting the future picture, but also in a moment into the mottled broken in the middle of the time points. This area directly formed a big destruction. Is fighting Chu Sun and true martial arts Sect Saints smelled the crisis. Frantic retrogression. Whoosh! The two of them flashed to dozens of miles away almost in the blink of an eye. Instead, Mu Hong was not able to vanish in the first place under the emptiness finger, because the emptiness finger also carries the greatness of blocking space within it, condensing the blocking of space, and inducing the power of time for suppression and killing. And this is the full effect of the emptiness finger. Put. On the spot. Immortal Taoist Sect Saint Big Mouth chattering blood. The body just put on the armor instantly modeled disorder. From the holy weapon armor into an ordinary iron. And the middle-aged appearance of his hair is instantly white. The face was born wrinkles. The skin from the fullness of the instant into wrinkles. In an instant, as if the old dozens of years. The scene. Creepy. Even the true martial Sect saint who fell aside had his scalp numb, staring at the latter in death. The moment that the double finger collision, space and time disorder, out in instinct let him smell the crisis, but never thought it was so horrible. The realm of the saints. A moment of pallor. This is terrible. The thought that he almost fell into it, could not help but shed palpitations, knowing that he was hammering his chi and blood. If he fell into this miserable state, his chi and blood withered, his strength would all decline terribly, and also celebrated. Fortunately, it wasn't me. P.S. The added comments aren't very good, so I'll add more tomorrow whether I get there or not. Chapter 101, Wound for Wound. Just this unlucky egg as a self-ally also let the true martial arts Sect saint feel depressed, previously beheaded by a sword to heal half a day. It is not easy to recover. Go up and give yourself the whole thing. Choose soon. White hair, wrinkled skin, all of a sudden transformed into an 80-year-old immortal Dao Sect saint let out a sharp and hoarse roar. Even his eyes were much more vicissitudes than before, permeated with lateness, and even more palpitations of the aftermath of the robbery. If he fell into the inside for a few moments, I'm afraid that what would have ushered him in would have been decay, rather than still standing here. Even so, a great deal of twilight surged through his body as well. Late bloomer. The body realized the state of Jiang Chen. He took the seal with both hands, desire to put this state of affairs to rest. Humph. Chusen raised his hand as a big river sword intent. While you are sick to kill you, this is the refining realm of the cultivators know the secret. This immortal Taoist Sect saints move finger law inadvertently back to their own mistakes. In this case how can look at the other side peacefully expelled twilight. Rumble. Inside the East Prosperity Sect. Backcountry. A rushing sword river. Surging. From the back of the mountain rolled. To this level has no need to rely on the back of the mountain of the sword river. But the back of the mountain of the sword river through the thousands of disciples of the sword meaning of the refining more and more pure. By the help of the power can be a higher level. Even if it's a subtle increase in this time is very considerable. Chop. The river of swords raged. Drops of water are terrible killing swords. The immortal Dao Sect saint had comprehended the dreadfulness of this sword at the corner of the marina. And at this time, Chu Sun, who was in the saint realm, urged it, and the sound was even more volatile and terrifying. And the river of swords was like an unparalleled Milky Way pouring down. Help me stop him. Mu Hong gritted her teeth. Dang. The true martial Sect sage domineeringly blasted his fist and shouted. There's still me. You're not too unbridled. The fist intent surged, directly reflecting a picture of a jingoistic battlefield, an ancient battlefield, with 100 soldiers in tatters, scattered and mutilated inserted into a mountain, causing one's heart to flutter as if they were in the middle of a real battlefield. This was the will of the mind that experienced the fist intent, mirroring it, and the power was so great that it could not be underestimated, that even saints of the same realm would be cautious and not dare to be distracted. Kill. Chusen carried the green vine sword and quickly stepped forward, ignoring the killing fists behind him. At this time there could not be the slightest hesitation. The two saints were both very powerful, and one must first wait for a heavy blow before there was a subsequent finish and decimation. Ding! The great river sword intent surged and chopped down. The river of swords ran. The waves are surging. Elderly old immortal Dao Sect saint eyes also have anxious and anger. This is different from just now. He is now the body and bones by the erosion of time and years. Virtual into a certain degree. Even a moment more night he will be in the mottled river in the impact of the bones, directly sit down and disappear. And now look at the opposite side of the enemy in spite of the enemy behind him. Hard to kill. Chillingly, this is non-staring at me. Cannot? Immortal Way Sect. Town Jedi. Immortal Seal. Rumble. 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 The void trembled. The storm clouds in the dome of the sky are changing. A simple ancient pouring immortal seal from the dome of the sky condensed, with the suppression. Time, space, have a meal, hundreds of kilometers in a radius towards the bottom of the sinking sinking. Stride forward. Chu Sun is feeling the gate difficult. Even if it is a speeding river sword will also receive a block. The speed of the delay of 3 beats. Boo! The true martial Sect saint behind him, however, was unaffected and insisted on blasting his fist, accompanying the ancient battlefield when it bloomed, as if he wanted to crash Chu Sun's mind and will into it as well, encountering calamity. Chop! Chu Sun's eyes were clear and cold. Through perseverance, not the slightest mortar and pestle. Snort! That rushing river of swords, augmented by yet another sword chi, instantly broke through the obstacles and chopped down like a bamboo, while the immortal seal was also leisurely cleansing in the pouring water, suppressing it in front of Mu Hong and using it as a defense. You're too weak in this state. Chu Sun's eyes were cold as he wielded the green vine sword and swung the sword once again, chopping out a dozen swords in a row, transforming into a rushing sea of swords that increment on the great river sword intent, allowing it to break through the immortal seal with a forceful chop. Put. In the meantime, Behind, the domineering iron fist of the true martial sect saint also finally descended, pouring out all of its means sparingly, and Chu Sun, who already had very little left over, could only resist in haste. Dang, dull voice, rocks in the back of Chu Sun's heart, chest depression. The body is bent over like a shrimp. It's going backwards. Boom boom boom. But the true martial sect sage Chu Sun obviously will not give him a chance to catch his breath. Will be the savagery of the Wufu exhibition to the extreme? Directly as a set of combinations of punches came up to be the domineering combination of the art. Even if the hasty resistance, there are still a number of traumatic injuries. Each punch landed on the torso. The bones hit the shattered. The 5 viscera in the violent trembling. Displacement. Put. Both were miserable. All of them are flying across the room. Empty finger. Chu Sun gritted his teeth and burst out powerful guidelines. While the latter associated the tragic situation of the immortal Dao sect saints, had some scruples, and was not prepared to fight hard when he didn't thoroughly figure out this fingering technique, and in the slight dodging, gave Chu Sun a chance to catch his breath, and flew horizontally for tens of miles in a row, and stood in midair with a pale face. Right now he was just as miserable as the immortal Dao sect saints, but, compared to the latter, he's better. Immortal Dao Zone Saint is really difficult. The Great War just started will be a piece of the Lord's. It is not easy to reply to the injury, and rolled up within the time finger a moment of pale and terrible. Nearly directly sit down. Even so also pay a huge price, which was Chu Sun in spite of the true martial arts zone Chu Zun's suppression, forcibly above the exchange of injuries, resulting in the present injuries to the origin. The old man stood there. His eyes were empty, as if burning with the fire of life. His body decayed into a shriveled breath more and more serious. This state has been injured to the origin. Is more than Xia Yang hit him hard. How are you? True martial sect saints also paced toward the ally. Looking at their own allies, this tragic situation in the heart, there are a few boo-boo. More is still a different color in celebration. Today's slaughter of the saint is destined to have a casualty. And this person, if the ally, is naturally the best. Chapter 102 Eastern Phoenix Clock. It's holding up. The immortal Dao sect saint's eyes were gloomy. Even after suffering such a calamity, his skin was aging and shriveled beyond words, but he was still flooded with cold smiles. He was injured. Chu Sun was no better. He had allies. What did Chu Sun have? Shikino. There was also total silence. Unthought of. The battle was bloody to this extent. Saints hit hard. A tragic encounter. Chu Sun is ruined. True martial sect patriarch Lu Nanchan's expression was clear and cold. His tightly frowned brows also slightly relaxed, having encountered a set of combinations of punches from his own saints. Even if the physical body that had undergone the thunderwash from the transition was still going to be nullified. Elder Chu. Xiao Rongyu's beautiful eyes flooded with tension. Now Chu Sun is in a state. It's bad. Stained with blood. Cracked in many places. Even the green vine sword did not have the same luster as before. This set exchanges injuries for injuries. Obviously a big loss. Even though the immortal Dao sect sage was even more heavily injured, Chu Sun was facing another terrifyingly powerful enemy. The true martial sect sage, which was the strongest existence in the eastern region as of now. Bar none. LOL. LOL. Take out a holy medicine. Stuff it in your mouth. Chewing carelessly twice. Can't be bothered to savor it. It was then hastily swallowed. Sacred medicine power. Into a flood of medicinal power to repair their own injuries. The cracked wounds to the naked eye visible speed healing. And this cure is not the root of the symptoms. His heavier injuries are bones. Internal organs. Jinwu Zong Saint's fist is too domineering. Residual fist power in the wanton destruction. Such as a savage dragon in the charge. So that the 5 viscera and lungs are in a slight common tremor. The holy medicine filled into the body. Just to suppress. Even at this time to promote the Qingting sword feel unprecedented strain. The severity of the injuries is a rare in his life. Ha! This is the time to swallow the holy pill. Late. The true martial sect sage scoffed wantonly and slowly paced forward, hiding a few moments of caution under his rugged countenance. A lion fights a rabbit with all its might. Even if Chu Sun's state was weakened to the limit, he didn't dare to be careless, fearing that he would be returned or encounter the tragic situation of the immortal Dao sect sage, and said tentatively, "Are you still able to fight?" Mu Hong swept away indifferently, naturally knowing that she was inquiring about herself. Ha! The true martial sect sage rubbed his nose and smiled sarcastically. He was trying to get the immortal Dao sect sage to make another contribution, but this guy had already been crippled to such an extent that it was unlikely that he would want to make a contribution. And he also laughed and said, "There's no harm in doing so, fellow Mu Dao. Next see how I can subdue him." Roar. A growl. A great golden-colored phallic figure. From the sky will be. It's like a god. 1,000 feet tall. Clad in imperial robes. A pair of indifferent eyes. Scorned the heavens. Ruthlessly looking down from above. True martial phantasm. At this moment, the true martial Sect sage only used his own mastery. With a thought surging, the true martial Dharma phase constantly shrinking, from 1,000 feet to melt into a normal size, and his physical body want to superimpose. A moment, the true martial Sect sage pupils released a domineering divine aura. Essence and spirit are transformed, as if a new person, as if the true martial emperor possessed. Dang! Blast off with a punch, light and airy, but the void trembles. Break out a direct channel. Silverless fists poured forward to the kill. Roar! Its fist light roaring. In the back, Xiao Rongyu Fish, King Crane, Elder Jiang, Elder Wang, Elder Sun. These people trembled for no reason, even if they had sworn to Chu Sun before. But at this time he had suffered a serious injury. Could he still hold up to this domineering strike? Immortal Way Sect Patriarch, True Martial Sect Patriarch, Sect Leader of the Divine Walking Sect, the Hall of the Hanging King, Floating Moon Sect. These people who had once laid hands on the East Prosperity Sect all silently breathed a sigh of relief. If Chu Sun had fallen in this battle, then what they had done earlier had been the right choice, and there had been no mistake. Clang! Chu Sun wanted to activate the green vine sword in his hand, but just lifted. Then you feel the tearing pain in your tendons and bones. Can't hold out. Chu Sun muttered. This body is ultimately only after the washing when crossing the threshold, rather than purely refining the body. Was so a flurry of smashing injuries are too heavy. Even if you can block this overbearing punch cannot catch the second strike, the third strike, the fourth strike, and then by virtue of the sword road has not shown, cannot help but close his eyes. Elder Chu, Jiang Chen pupil contraction. No reason to tremble. This look can give up. What is the difference? Seriously injured dying body. Full strength is not a rival. Not to mention that now weakened into such, and close your eyes and send to death no accident. Boom! The true martial Sect saint, however, had cold pupils, sensing the crisis and knowing that it was the other party who wanted to fight to the death. Stern colors flashed from his face, and he grimly said, still wanting to fight to the death, it's out of the question. Eastern Phoenix Bell. Whoosh! With Chu Sun suddenly opening his eyes, Spooky spat out the numbers. The void above. Direct solidification. A large bell, solidified from the vault of heaven. The sudden suppression came down. Block. Bell resisted. Jinwu Sect Saint Chu Zun face showing horror. Previously in the corner of the coastal is ate this blow. Almost suffered a disaster. Has a natural fear. See the East Phoenix clock reproduced even if you want to escape or cannot be done. The East Phoenix clock blockade this space. Suppress down. Will be Jinwu Sect Saints shrouded within. Boo. Shikino. Silence. Everyone looked at this scene with shock. A large bell, enveloping the true martial Sect Saints, would have liked to sit back and enjoy watching the true martial Sect Saints to solve the Chu Sun's Muhong face changed. 8. The loss of the East Phoenix Bell. Know how powerful this divine ability. Every shrinking circle inside will be exponentially oppressive. Even if it is a saint, if you can't blast open the big bell in a short period of time, the end is also the fall to be refining. Truly damned. Killing intent erupted in Muhong's eyes, not expecting that even at this time, Chu Sun would still be able to erupt this kind of aptitude to break out of the desperate situation. Disperse me. Muhong gritted his teeth. His hands formed a seal, using forbidden techniques to dispel the effects of the previous time and time, to quickly bring himself up to the top of the absolute. Even if he couldn't do it, he had to return to the level of 80%. His head full of withered white hair blackened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his cloudy eyes gradually became pitch black and stern. His body's aura was skyrocketing. Kill. Not yet at the top. Muhong then killed down in a subdued manner. The look was fierce. Grimly, he said, Chu Sun, forcing the two of us into such a field. Your death is worth it. Chapter 103, There are still saints in the East Prosperity Sect? Dang. Chu Sun raised his hand and slapped it. Boo. The two sides exchanged blows. A terrible collision was formed. An immortal Dao Sect Patriarch Qinyu. Those who were earlier certain that the battle was settled and thought it was going to end couldn't help but look gloomy. Staring dead on. Staring. Saints. Are they that hard to kill? 1 against 2. Still under advantage. It is still the case. If a pair of people. Sage. Who can beat that? Dang. 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 Between the two exchanged hands, the huge East Phoenix Bell was also constantly trembling, as if it was imprisoning a devil. Struggling inside. Trembling. Swinging his fist like rain. Every blow that landed inside the bell formed a tremor, making the big bell bulge a bag, and in the blink of an eye, it was filled with densely packed fist prints, as if it would tear at any moment. Boom! Another tremor. It doesn't seem to be blasting on the bell. It was like a bombardment in the hearts and minds of Xiao Rongyu and the others, so that the confidence and courage that had previously flooded them also trembled, and with a trembling voice, they said, Can you break open the Eastern Phoenix Bell? No one said anything. Because, almost there. A hit. Strike 2. 3 strikes. 4 strikes. Click. Another succession of tremors. The East Phoenix Bell suddenly diffused a crack, so that the emotions of the people watching the battle were different. Some were relieved. Some were relieved. And there were still hearts and minds hanging together. Can't stop me. You're not Xia Yang. This Eastern Phoenix Bell. You're out of practice. Shatter me. Bouncing click. The Eastern Phoenix Bell tore apart, and a magnificent figure bathed in blood stepped out from within, like a demon god, with a monstrous aura and ferocious flames, his eyes surging with a golden luster, but his face blazing with murderous intent. Ahem! Immortal Dao Sect Sage Muhong also fell back in coughing blood, earlier injured the origin, just now and recklessly killed the past, in order to give the true martial Sect Sage a chance to get out of the trap, not allowing Chu Sun to display the divine ability to increase the power of the East Phoenix Bell. And now it has already been done. Then there is no need to be in the deadlock with a person who will be dead. Phew! Jinwu Patriarch Lunantian also long sigh of relief. The great name of the East Phoenix Bell he also heard. The name of the people. The shadow of the tree. Also worried about their own saints were robbed. See intact out of this only to rest assured down. He's finished. Goddess Sect Patriarch Chu Yao Yao also complex. Beautiful eyes flooded with surprises. The great battle to this can be described as ups and downs. And the ultimate end is still hard to escape death. 2 saints even if they are seriously injured, can deal with the weaker Chu Sun is still more than enough. Xiao Rongyu Fish, King Crane, Elder Jiang, Elder Wang, Elder Sun, Ginger Dust. These people in the East Prosperity Sect to watch the battle are all feeling the sense of suffocation. Especially Chu Sun's disciples, Jiang Duan, and Lu Jian. Their eyes want to crack, look through the eyes, and want to help. But they despair of the battle of the saints is too strong. Not to mention that they are even half-saints have no qualifications to intervene, and venture into the body of only the fall. Does not exist the second possibility. Dang! Dang! True martial Sect Sage Chu Zun was tall and sturdy, with horizontal meat on his face. But at this time, he said with fierce flames, at this time, what other means have not yet been used? Make them all come together. He is also afraid. First of all that never heard of empty finger this again appeared East Phoenix Bell even if he knows that Chu Sun's state is impossible to perform any more mastery. He is still a strong road. Ugh! Chu Sun sighed quietly. There was regret in his eyes. Earlier. Still want to try to take 1 against 2. Now it seems. It's not even close in the end. Single rely on their own a split body battle to this extent has been extraordinarily difficult. But there is no harm. Their own this split body is the end of the crossbow. True martial arts Sect Saints. Immortal Dao Sect Saints are also the end of the crossbow. Everyone's state is not good to take. At this time casually appear again a saint is the last straw that will crush the camel. Not to mention or the present body? Come out. Chu Sun said quietly. Sage of the true martial sect. Immortal Way Sect Sage. Both were creeped out. Instinct smells a crisis. Snapping his head around. Just see. Over the East Prosperity Sect. I don't know when. Walked out of a black-robed figure. He quietly levitated there. But the surrounding light but twisted away, behind his back to form a collapse, turned into a black hole. While he stood peacefully, even the sun and the sky are given to the pressure cover. But anyone who gazes at the black-robed figure, the mind instinctively produces a few points of fear in fear. Him? Who is it? Immortal Way Sect Sage. Sage of the true martial sect. These two people's faces flickered with strong scorn. Almost sensing a glance they knew that the cultivation of this black-robed person was at least a saint, which made them tremble in fear. How could the East Prosperity Sect still have a saint? Not only them. Sage of the Tianji Sect. Sage of the Divine Feminine Sect. Saints of the Divine Action Sect. Ginger Family Head. Nangong Clan Chief. These people also all dropped their jaws in shock, stunned to the extreme at the sight of that black-robed saint, their hearts flickering with crazy thoughts. When did the East Prosperity Sect have another saint? It's not just them. Xiao Rongyu Fish. King Crane. Elder Kong. Elder Wang. Elder Sun. These people also stared wide-eyed, incredibly looking at that back, both bewildered and also have stolen joy. In the life and death of the East Prosperity Sect within another saint appeared undoubtedly give them great encouragement. Invigorating surprise, seniors. I also hope that you will quickly help my East Prosperity Sect to survive this calamity. The black-robed figure nodded gently. However, the true martial sect sage's face suddenly changed, and he said uncertainly, "Who is your excellency? Can it be that you also want to participate in the affairs of my eastern domain?" He didn't believe that this saint was from the eastern domain because he knew all the saints from the eastern domain. Also in scorn, he threatened, "No matter where your excellency comes from, I advise you not to get involved in this matter. Afterward, Chu has his own reward. Otherwise, He will bear the retaliation of my true martial sect, even if your excellency isn't afraid. You have to think about my true martial great sage. He brought out the title of the true martial great sage, a demon who had come out of the true martial sect, who had long reigned supreme in the outside world, calling out the winds and the rain, and idle forces dared not mess with them, hoping that this unknown sage would be afraid and thus retreat. Pity, it works for the sidekick, but the black-robed man, it was none other than Chu Sun's original self. How could you be fooled by coercion? With up, the two saints suddenly felt the pressure. As for the several human emperor elders within the East Prosperity sect, while stealing their joy, they also looked at the back with slight confusion and muttered, "This back, why does it look a bit familiar?" Chapter 104, Family Matters. Immortal Way Sect Sage. Sage of the true martial sect. Both of these two blushed hard. It's that time of year. All three were strong. Who lasts longer? Who wins? With the state of the two of them, bullying Chu Sun was obviously more advantageous. But at this time, when the East Prosperity sect emerged as a saint, it became a straw that crushed the camel's back. No, it was even a crushing victory, and there would be no need to fight again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The true martial sect sage's eyes were clouded. He had never heard that the true martial sect was still involved with saints from the outside world. Plus he hadn't heard of any saints visiting the eastern domain lately. So where did this saint come from? Buzz. Already fragmented in the void. Suddenly a passageway surfaced. There are figures looming inside. To cross from it. Saints. At this time, watching the great battle here, people have no reason to be alarmed. The broken heaven and earth remains mottled traces of the great battle. There are sword traces, fist, gun, palm. Unusual human emperor before they can take off into the air will be blown to smithereens. Not a drop left. Only the saints dare to tear out cracks within this mottled and disordered space. And, at this time even the hanging King Hallmaster and others of their level were confused. The battle had reached such a level that it had almost swept through the entire eastern region. And another saint had sprung up. Who was it? Clang. Next breath. A cold man dressed in blue robes appeared in midair. A wisp of white sideburns scattered in front of his forehead. His eyes were cold and his body was permeated with indifference. Seeing the latter, people also slowly breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing the person who came, the saint of the divine walking sect, and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it's a saint from the eastern region. That's if there are still saints popping up outside the eastern region. Then they're really confused. Duel. This matter is a family matter for my eastern domain. It's also an internal mess in my eastern region, and no outsiders are allowed to interfere. Immortal Dao Sect Sage Mu Hong breathed a sigh of relief and also glanced at the true martial sect sage, knowing that it should be the latter who had invited him. Otherwise, with the honor of the divine walking sect sage, there was no need for him to come and get involved in this mess. Buzz. Ripples flooded the void. It's just the blink of an eye. Another saint descended. An old crone with a walking stick, waist and back hunched, pacing forward. The pace is very slow, but one can't ignore it. The walking stick in her hand gently pestled down, making the void tremble and ripple. The old crone's cloudy eyes also penetrated with blandness and sharpness, saying, "Eastern Domain family matters. It's not the turn of outsiders to meddle in it." Hiss. East Rim City. Nearby casuals. The strength of watching through the secret treasure. All marveled. Unexpectedly, the saints of the eastern region sparsely present. I'm afraid that now only the saints of the Tianji sect are still watching from the sidelines. In addition to the 6 saints of the eastern region have been Pro 5. And also can't help but to say, you guys say that the saints of the Tianji sect will intervene in this matter? Tianji clan old man shook his head. From beginning to end he is not prepared to intervene. East Lin clan is the sign of great prosperity, there is no need to offend. From the moment Chu Sun broke the saint has been doomed. As for the mysterious strong man who was he is not clear, but there is him even if the old crone. The cold man. The two together cannot help the East Lin clan. Phew. The true martial sect saints breathed a long sigh of relief, and a look of relaxation filled the corners of their eyes, regardless of whether or not the Tianji sect saints had come over. With their saintly advantage at the moment, the opposite side could no longer flip the plate. The corner of the eyes of the immortal Dao sect saint, who had panicked earlier, was still permeated with an indifferent sneer, the corner of his mouth curling up in mockery as he said, "Do you really think that you don't know that digging out an external aid from there will help your East Prosperity sect to get out of harm's way? Xiao Rong you fish, King Crane, Elder Jiang, Elder Wang, Elder Sun." These people, on the other hand, had extraordinarily ugly faces. Divine Action Sect, the Palace of the Goddess, come and intervene too. This took a sharp downward turn in a great situation. Who said that I am a saint outside the eastern region? That under the black robe shrouded man, voice hoarse, leisurely said, "The people have not yet had time to savor. We'll see which black robe man hands sealing." Gently suppressed and down, an ancient and grand Eastern Phoenix bell emerged, suppressed from the dome of the sky. Dang! The void shuddered languidly. Sage of the true martial sect. Immortal way sect sage. Sage of the divine feminine sect. Saints of the divine action sect. These few saints were all shedding great horror. The look changed abruptly. Eastern Phoenix bell. It's the East Prosperity sect sage. The pupils of the divine walking sect saints' eyes contracted. The East Phoenix bell was the Dong Lin sect's mastery. It was impossible for a bystander to learn it, and the Dong Lin sect would not entrust this mastery to another person. And now that it was being performed by an unfamiliar black-robed man, it made them tremble with fear, and they could not help but be horrified. When did the Dong Lin sect produce another saint? They're crazy. Not that. Is there only Xia Yang in the East Prosperity sect? Nowadays. Shu Sun. This black-robed man. Successive births of saints. When did saints break through so easily? The old woman of the goddess sect's face changed. If it was a saint from the outside world she would block. This is a family matter of the Eastern region. And this saint, if it is a saint of the East Prosperity sect, then she has no qualifications, and there is no reason to block. And it is really a saint of the East Prosperity sect is destined to be defeated in today's battle. She and the Divine Walking sect saints were determined not to offend a clan with two saints. After all, the Dong Lin sect and the Immortal Tao sect's matters were none of their business. Plus the Green Bull Demon Monarch had not shown up these days and was still spying in the shadows. And it was not possible for them to really fight to the death and pick up the pieces for the Green Bull Demon Monarch. So, just a moment's hesitation. Dang! The big bell that pours. Spectral suppression. Enveloping the Immortal Tao sect saints. Sage of the true martial sect. Imprison the two men. Xin Xing sect sage's face skin slightly twitched. Even if this matter he had the ability to step in to help and stop this strike. But, this was a matter between the Dong Lin sect and the true martial sect. When did it come to his involvement? Besides, as they said, this was a family matter in the Eastern domain. And the black-robed man was a Dong Lin sect sage. So it was a matter between the three of them, and it wasn't their turn to step in. And that's all the hesitation it took. Clang! Bell resisted. Cage 2. Put. There are screams and the sound of blood spattering. At this time, the people nearby are all trembling with fear. Just a photo will be two people hit heavily. Can be expected to be inside the person. How miserable? The heart also really trembled. Is it true that there will really be a saint meteoric rise today? Chapter 105, Refining Saints. Xiao Rongyu Fish. King Crane. Elder Jiang. Elder Wang, Elder Sun. These people's faces surged with ecstasy. But more than that, they were still bewildered. This black-robed man was using the East Phoenix Bell for the East Prosperity sect's mastery. Only, when did the East Prosperity sect have such a figure? How did they not know? Could it be that Elder Chu traded this technique out, thus exchanging it for a chance to preserve the sect? Elder Wang, who was suppressing the Forbidden Land, complexly said again, feeling that this possibility was extremely great. And although there was disappointment and loss, he felt that it might not be unacceptable, and that if the opposite side was allowed to join forces, the East Prosperity sect would be in a real crisis. Dang! Sage of the true martial sect. Immortal Way sect sage. These two are really panicking. Earlier encountered trauma. Are strong, but also the true martial sect saints are better. And the true martial Dharma phase fusion. Every move carries a disdainful imperial aura. The strength is also soared a few notches, but also limited. In the face of this big clock in front of him gritted his teeth and said, "You burn the essence of life and blood, to help me out." Immortal Tao sect sage Mu Hong face changed. Burning essence blood. Not a momentary thing as a long time cannot be recovered. Thorough damage to longevity, to their own state today, even after burning cannot live long. What are you waiting for? Wait a little longer. You and I are going to die. The true martial sect saint roared. His body was filled with a soaring golden light. His body's aura was skyrocketing. And it was obvious that he had burned his essence blood first, which made Mu Red change, knowing that he really couldn't drag it out any longer. Buzz. A strand of life essence blood burned. Withered gray hair. Rediffused the black. There is heartache in the eyes. More like resentment. Still struggling? Chu Sun eyes flashing coldness and mockery. All this time still want to do fearless struggle. Is simply naive and ridiculous? He this body although it is a heavy injury, but then again to promote a time the East Phoenix Bell is still more than enough. A thought up. The sky dome and more a big bell, with a leisurely tremor, violently suppressed. Dang! Double bell stack. Fitting together. Boo! There was a direct sound of bones shattering. Saints of the Divine Action Sect. Goddess Sect Crone. Both of these two are trembling at the heart. The Eastern Phoenix Bell. It can even be stacked. Even these few elders of the East Prosperity Sect were stunned in amazement, never having tried that this mastery could still be performed like this. Even if Chu Sun dares to operate like this as also has the absolute bottom line. This body and the split body belongs to one energy and what is completely compatible. At the same time, using the East Phoenix Bell superimposed together is still more than enough. That's going to be tough on the two people inside. A single Eastern Phoenix clock had messed them up enough. Now the two bells are together. The power exploded. Put. Coughing up blood. Weakness. Barely burned life blood recovery moo red black hair white. Eyes flashing grief and despair and powerlessness. He could feel his life to the end. The most terrible thing is that the clock is still shrinking. Every inch of shrinkage will be the pressure skyrocketed. He had a hunch that he could not hold out. Dying. Mu Hong said hoarsely. Is trying his best to bombard the bell of the true martial Sect Saint. Also heart and soul trembled. Twisted over. Saw his present state of skin and bones? The shape is like a withered. No has really come to the end of the dying time. There is also a tremor in the eyes. Even though expected the immortal Taoist Sect Saint's fall is a good thing, but really come to their own face, or heart trembling, rabid death fox sadness, or more or their own is also facing the situation of this situation. But I am not willing. Mu Hong roared hideously. He hallowed saints, conceded to come, but by a junior heavily injured so far, into the dying situation. Even death is not willing. Eyes scarlet red. Help me to revenge. Dang, dang, dang. The true martial Sect Saint's heart trembled. Witness the latter burning the essence of life. Extreme strike. Strike 2. 3 strikes. 4 strikes. Ka-ching. A scene ruptured. Opened the Eastern Phoenix clock. Jinwu Zong St. Chu Zun is to seize this opportunity, exerting every effort to blast away to spread the cracks, escaping from the huge pressure, looking back before the trip, only to see the immortal Dao Zong Saint dying, covered in flames, at any time will be feathered. Hoarsely, help me, take revenge, boo. Next breath, the immortal Dao Sect Saint was engulfed in flames, turned into flying dust, as the bell trembles, thoroughly refined, a generation of saints, meteor, gulp, gulp, the moment, heaven and earth have sensed something, and the nearest few saints also sensed, glancing at each other all had complex colors. The divine feminine Sect Saint lightly trembled and said, the saint has fallen, sage of the true martial sect, immortal way Sect Sage, the two, one must be dead. Xin Xing Sect Saint's calm nature of mind also emerged in a trance, face suffused with a brief stunned, more still complex. There has been a saint body fall. What to say next is also too late. Moving or not moving hands is meaningless. Boo! A bloodstained stream of light escaped from under the East Phoenix bell. Immortal Dao Sect Patriarch Qin Yu looked at the figure whose blood was boiling but showed all the weakness and fatigue. His body was like being struck by lightning and trembled violently. If not for the support of the divine lance he had already fallen down. His face was pale, and the depths of his pupils exuded fear as he said, "Where's my family saint? A saint has just said that the saints have fallen. Since the one who died wasn't a true martial Sect Saint, who could that be?" He didn't want to admit it. Dead on. Hearts are dripping blood and trembling. Whoosh! The true martial Sect Saint looked back. He was witnessing the death of the immortal Dao Sect Saint, burning his life to be refined alive. Even though he had this thought earlier, he could really reflect the matter or trembling, because their strong enemy had not yet been put to death, and his own Taoist friend was the first to die in battle. Well, and one got away. That black-robed man murmured softly. Seems to be with an accident. Palm turned down. A door big hand pain from the palm sea bloom. Shrouded Qian Kuan, slowly suppressing down. Help me. The true martial Sect Saint's eyes were filled with longing, the desire to survive. The immortal Dao Sect spelled out his life and burned the remaining embers, exchanging a ray of life for him, as well as the last words were directly thrown out of his mind. What vengeance! It was all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It was better to think of how to survive the joint efforts of these two before saying anything else. Saints of the Divine Action Sect, Sage of the Divine Feminine Sect, these two are also moving, witnessing the miserable state of the true martial Sect Saint. There was poignancy within his heart as well. This existence that was vaguely the number one saint in the eastern region was forced into such a state. It was truly saddening. Xiao Rongyu Fish, King Crane, Elder Jiang, Elder Wang, Elder Sun. These people also have feelings, but more is joyful. Immortal Wei Sect Saint Muhong body fall is the biggest joy for them. Masked in the head of a layer of haze is also dispersed. Uplift and steal the joy of saying, which black-robed man who, how can be so powerful? And Chu Elder joint hands. A snap of the fingers will be the strongest enemy will be killed with the nothingness. Xiao Rongyu, however, slightly shook her head. With her eyesight naturally see, that is Elder Chu previously hit the duo heavily. This is the end of the strong. With this some cooperation only succeeded in pinching the opponent, but it does not matter. Thanks to this scene, the next is just to wrap up the work. A Zhenwu Sect Saints cannot be against the sky. The divine walking Sect Sage hesitated slightly and spoke. I hope your excellency will be merciful. My eastern region is in a time of crisis, and there's still the Green Bull Demon Monarch watching, so I hope you'll be cautious. Get out. Chusun coldly spat out a word. Sendo Sect. True martial sect. Both sides kill when they come. Don't see you coming to be a peacemaker. Standing up for yourself at this point and expecting to give you face? The divine walking sect sage's face was cloudy. The palms of his hands under his wide sleeve robes pinched and loosened. Loosened and pinched and ultimately didn't make a move. Watching Chusun subdue the true martial sect sage. Chapter 106. Regret. Help me. A few shades of despair filled the eyes of the true martial sect saint. The glazed golden body phantom fit with his fleshly body. Yet he was beaten to the point of near collapse. His body stained with blood and withering away in an unprecedentedly heavy blow. Master. True martial sect patriarch Lunantion face changed extraordinarily ugly. This is not only the true martial sect saint or his master. If it falls in this true martial sect status will be 1,000 miles. Don't be impulsive. Sage he is blessed with a great life. Can escape. True martial sect other emperors also heart-trembling reminder. In the past days they are high up. At every turn can make the eastern region tremble. But at this time but even intervene cannot do. Sage of the divine walking sect. Sage of the divine feminine sect. Sage of the Tianji sect. Aren't they going to help out either? True martial sect patriarch Lunantion trembled. If the three are interested in rescuing, even a little bit of blocking can also give help. Can be bound hands and stand by and watch the latter was robbed. Pust. Large chunks of blood wither away. Breath shriveled. The look is uninspiring. But then the teeth were clenched. Running faster and faster. Humph. The Qiankuan in the palm burst out from the palm of his hand. Chusun slowly paced up and down. To pursue and kill the true martial sect saint. If he could kill this person here, he would be relieved of a major heartache. The two were one in front of the other. Extremely fast. Go! The goddess sect's old woman's cloudy eyes suffused with complexity. Things have come to this point. Since they are not prepared to step in next, there is no need to intervene. In vain as a villain. Really a little regret to come to this trip. But let her always want to understand is that the black-robed man and witch saint. When did the East Prosperity sect have this number of characters? The saint of the divine walking sect also has a cloudy face. He also cannot understand. If the East Prosperity sect early on this saint, why the need for Xiaoyang extreme sublimation almost cannot frankly sit down? And why be forced to self-appointment of the clan? Is it all about making a set? Can East Prosperity sect's status is completely not this necessary? He wondered. Nor do I understand. Lose. Bursts of shortness of breath came from within the East Prosperity city. No one had ever imagined that it would be like this. Descending as an unrivaled saint at the arrival of the immortal Dao sect saints. A strong mess. Oppression. Despair. And powerlessness of all sorts of negative emotions filled their hearts. Restaurant. Tea shop. Inn. Stores. Civilian houses. But all the daily needs of the place. As well as generations of civilians living in the heart of a layer of dust. That is, enveloped them for countless years of the tree fell. No less than the soul of the fall of the support. Spreading powerlessness. A moment of confusion, do not know what next to meet them. But then, which old man showed up? Green shirt and sword. Strong as a saint. A sword lords. At that time, they didn't rejoice too much because they knew that saints weren't that easy to kill. Besides, there was still the true martial sect saint yet to come. And with the dual saints descending, real pressure and despair rolled over them. Whereas now, their faces erupted with brilliant joy. And there were people in the streets who reveled in loud celebrations. Inside the restaurant, some people wantonly and highly spread the wine cups in their hands, cheering and joyful. The whole city was enveloped in celebration. Those old people who were already old, without cultivation talent, and had been living here for generations, were also smiling under their eyes, and along with the flow of people celebrating, they were sitting serenely in the corner of the wall, looking at this scene. Winning. The East Prosperity sect won. It continues again. Ha 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 ha. However, human grief and joy are not divorced. Yi Qingchang, as well as the previous defection of the clan's disciples, the elders, but the face of extraordinarily ugly, the look suffused with strong regret, powerless paralyzed leaning against the wall behind them, face full of remorse. They cannot wait for the defeat of the East Prosperity sect as a means of proving their own vision. Can be when the Chu Inquirer breaks the saint manifested themselves when they have already had a few moments of remorse. And now, having witnessed a saint being refined and another saint not far from death, the remorse in his heart was even more intense. It's over. Not only is the East Prosperity sect intact, but it even impacted an even stronger position. And with the East Prosperity sect's position, as long as it puts out a word, no one will dare to take us in. Remorse. Naturally, there is. But if you say the most remorseful, I'm afraid it's that Yi Qingcheng. Someone's corner of the eye quietly skimmed to fall on that exquisite young girl. See that young girl from the limp and powerless, just short of a breath, but also inexplicably relieved. Although they are miserable, but some people are worse than them. They are at most lost cultivation resources and status. The prospect of this is limited. This life to this is also just a pity that this holy girl, a great talent, is so wasted. I am afraid that not a few days will be drowned in the sea of voluminous people. The Hall of the Hanging King. Floating Moon Sect. Many forces. These people who had once laid their hands on the Donglan sect's industrial chain, witnessing this final fall, one by one, their breaths had frozen, standing there numb as statues. Sovereign! Sovereign! Someone tried to call out, however, and they were stiff as a rock. Stupid. Regret. Repentance is dead. Who would have thought it would be like this? The two saints are in the clan, only to be countered. I have to say this is ridiculous. And thinking of how they should face the wrath of the East Prosperity sect later, their expressions froze, and after a long time they gritted their teeth and said, "Fetch the treasure trove, and try to get the East Prosperity sacred grounds forgiveness at all costs." They're scared. If it is liquidated, they don't survive. Well, on the East Prosperity Holy Land, this piece of fat meat to move greedy people are not in the less said. The East Prosperity Holy Land of that old man that will not risk a big no, will be completely shuffled in the East region. But if the midway to destroy 2 or 3 displeasure also no one dares to say, are in a panic to take the treasure trove, not to seek the extreme, but seek to exceed the other compensation for the power. Ahem, ahem, mid-air, immortal way sect patriarch Chinyu, like a loss of blood, face turned unprecedentedly pale, upright body also hunched up, eyes are instantly filled with despair powerlessness. Who could have thought to come to a good time? The final end will be like this. When he thought that congratulations were still being offered within the sect, some elders were vacating the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion in hopes of moving the East Prosperity sect's canonical books, and some elders were packing up the Weapons Pavilion, Array Formation Pavilion, Pill Pavilion, and Spirit Medicine Pavilion. This caused the fear within him to infinitely increase. What would happen if he let them know about the outcome of this battle? He trilled, because, don't dare think about it. Sect leader of the Divine Walking Sect, Goddess Sect Patriarch, Nangungs, Ginger. The helmsman of these forces also looked at the latter sympathetically. Just now Chu Sun was chasing down the true martial sect saints, didn't have the time to pay attention to him. Once he freed his hands, TSK. Chapter 107 Liquidation. True martial sect patriarch Lu Nantian was no better. This difficult brother looked at each other. Who would have thought that one moment he would be the lord who dominated the eastern region, and the next moment he would become a lamb to be slaughtered? Whoosh, whoosh, the two flew straight ahead. All of them were going back to the clan. It's done. It's time to think about the aftermath. Sect leader of the Divine Walking Sect, Goddess Sect Patriarch, Tianji Sect Patriarch, Nangungs, Ginger. These forces at the helm of a glance also silent and motionless departure. They know that the next East domain will produce a huge change. If these people who was the most happy, I am afraid that the only Jiang family head Jiang Chen it, Chu Sun's broken saint. For him is naturally 1,000 joys. The most excited person. This incompetent son of mine has truly worshipped a good teacher. Jiang Chen smiled and muttered to himself as he also drew away, going back to the Jiang clan to prepare for Elder Chu's sainthood rite. On an endless ocean, Chu Sun chased me here. Then there was no trace of it. Looking at the disappearance of the true martial sect saints, a little bit of loss surfaced on his face. These saints are really difficult to deal with, but the level of fight but escape is first class, but also secretly regret that he did not learn a few paces, or today's ending is different. But this final result has also been satisfied. The saint of the true martial sect is dying, even if it doesn't, and won't live long. In the corner of the marina was the first to be seriously injured by Xia Yang, which has just recovered and was beaten by himself. In the East, Phoenix Clock is forced to burn life essence blood, and then all the way to chase and kill is to let the true martial sect saint dying from the realm of the death of only a line of separation. If the next time to meet him with certainty that he will be completely decapitated, forget it for now. Back to the clan. There are aftermaths that need to be made good, Chu Sun said softly. Tianbao City, not too far from the East Prosperity clan, is not too close. The spread of news also needs a certain amount of time. Although the major clans have detected the treasures of the East region, but ultimately the number of rare, it is impossible that are equipped. And now the city is talking about more or the East Prosperity clan. The saints out of today's scene is too pouring and vast. There is not the slightest concealment. Everyone knew that the saint had gone to kill towards the East Prosperity sect. Pity. East Prosperity Holy Land. Thousands of years of splendor. The oldest power in the eastern region. It's just gone. That's a bit of a boo-boo. Ugh. Pity. Didn't take the opportunity to salvage something. These people look enviously at the stores that once belonged to the East Prosperity sect. Now it has been occupied by the human Emperor Dusan of the Divine Walking Sect, and the rest of the several products have also been occupied by the Divine Walking Sect, and for this kind of behavior, they could not be considered as disgusting, but only deep self-blame. It is a pity that this kind of good thing did not paralyze their own heads. Two clear and beautiful-looking women accompanied a woman. One of them said in dissatisfaction, "Master, the Divine Walking Sect is a bit too overbearing, taking the East Prosperity Sacred Lands properties in Tianbao City in one go. It really doesn't leave anything for us at all." The woman's eyes also flickered loss. Earlier still can wait and see what happens, but with the immortal Taoist sect saints killed in a dignified manner will know that it has become a foregone conclusion. Also sighed, my goddess sect and the East Prosperity sect relationship can be far from the point where the East Prosperity sect slightly show weakness will fall on the well. Did not have to be the first to start, although I regret it, but can only be so. She reassured herself. It's done. What else can be said? Looking toward the Divine Walking Sect where the arrogant and domineering disciples within the sect also shook his head and said, this move cannot be taken often. Such a fat piece of meat. The true martial sect, the immortal Dao sect may not stop. The real trouble is still in the back. The Xinxing sect, which occupied the industry of Donglin Zone, did not have this kind of realization. The disciples were all complacent. With a smile, they felt that they had seized the first opportunity. This time they did not less secretly nibble Donglin Zone stores, and enrich themselves, one by one. They ate elixirs and ate with a red face, with a full smile and said, calculating the time, the Donglin Zone should be extinct as well. Well, pity, we have not seen it with our own eyes. It's really a shame. Boom! Between conversations, a red-robed woman descended from the sky, dressed in brightly colored robes, with a cool and noble face, bright jade-like feet gently dotting the void, descending on this place. For a time, whether it was passing pedestrians, or the surrounding stores all fell silent, followed by a jaw-dropping gaze, dumbfounded. Xiao Rongyu. They're confused. Xiao Rongyu fish. East Prosperity Sect Master Xiao. Hasn't he fallen by this time? Martyrdom for the East Rinzan? How did it come to be here? Ha! Standing in the East Prosperity Sect stores of the Divine Line Sect disciples also froze, one by one, growing mouth. There are disciples do not know the origin of Xiao Rongyu. Is shocked at that amazing face. Will see the latter flicked his sleeve wave? The Divine Line Sect disciples have been like grass like a cross flying, suffered serious injuries, cultivation bottom weak, directly body fall, boom, still inside the purchase of merchants. Pedestrians are also all silent, dead look, and the Divine Walking Sect stationed at this place forehead straight cold sweat, heart hairy, frantic. How she escaped, unbridled, the Divine Walking Sect grounds. Who dares to commit treason? The strong man stationed here from the Divine Walking Sect descended directly from the upper floors. His cultivation of the Zunshe realm was visible, domineering and strong, wanting to teach the person who had laid his hands on him a lesson, but upon seeing the latter, his entire body stiffened and his face froze. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, it was that the human Emperor realm pressure had already locked onto him and didn't give him a chance. Senpai, this Zunshe realm cultivator. His heart set off shocking waves, and he also generally did not understand how Xiao Rongyu arrived with the others. However, Xiao Rongyu's eyes were ice cold, and he casually slapped this person to death, and indifferently cruised the rest of the people, and said, where's the Divine Walking Sect's Dusun? In the meantime, Sendo sect, joyfulness. People had smiles on their faces. The elder of the scripture pavilion surveyed the newly vacated pavilion and said with a full smile, this pavilion is not bad. It can hold 100,000 canonical books, so you can move all of the East Prosperity Sect's martial arts aptitudes for my immortal Taoist sect's underpinnings. Pity. Senior brother Zhao Huang Chao. Senior brother Sentiment. Senior brother Gunan. It's a pity that these people failed to see this scene, but now that the East Prosperity Sect has been extinguished, and that Chu Sun should have fallen, it's also considered to be indirectly avenging the death. There were elders with complex expressions, thinking of the deceased people of the past. They were very sorry, yet they felt that it was still worth it. Loss of a few human emperors, in exchange for the Donglin sect's underpinnings. In fact, it's a blood moneymaker. No loss at all. Well, seeing a stream of light rushing into the sky above the immortal Dao sect, both the disciples and elders within the sect had smiles on their faces, knowing that the big event had been decided, and some even greeted them with smiles and said, Sovereign Qin, is it true that the Donglin sect has been destroyed? Now I will take my disciples and head to the Donglin sect to clean up the trivialities. Earlier, they were worried that when the saints exterminated the clan, the Donglin sect would break and injure their disciples, but now that the situation was settled, they could bring their disciples forward to collect the spoils of war. only to have the smiles on their faces stiffen slightly when they saw the walking corpse and the disoriented Xinyu. And the latter. Seeing the uplifted immortal Dao Sect disciples below, none of them were eager to try. The whole goat is ready to go. Not only do you want to chop up the loot, still wanting to hunt East Prosperity Sect disciples for fun, if it is usual. Naturally, yes. But when he thought of what he had witnessed in the East Prosperity Sect, he couldn't help but be furious as a mouthful of bruised blood spurted out. His face shriveled and pale, weak and desperate, and he hissed powerlessly up to the heavens. Sage has fallen. Immortal Dao Sect Sage. Dead. Boom. A bolt from the blue. It was like being struck by lightning. Disciple. Elder. Human Emperor. All stiffened up there. Chapter 108, Slap. Qin. Patriarch Qin. What nonsense are you talking about? After a few breaths of silence, an elder turned pale and couldn't help but exclaim a rebuke. Saints. Dead. Shu Sun. Broken saint. Boom. If the previous is still angry questioning, right now it is like a thunderclap. When the head of the baton, so that the elders of the immortal Dao Sect's face frozen, there is a deep fear in the eyes of the reflection. It seems that from the immortal Dao Sect has messed with Chu Sun after it has not been good. That old man is a demon god invincible. Every collision is an outbreak of unbelievable strength. Saints, how? It's only been a few days. How did he improve so fast? Furthermore, breaking through the saints may not be able to beat Elder Mu. Facing that voice of disbelief, immortal Dao Sect Patriarch Qin Yu's face shriveled up as he said in a feeble and weak manner, Chu Sun bathed in the thunder tribulation to achieve sainthood, and has long since solidified his saintly foundation, and may even step into the saintly second realm. And what is the most powerless thing of all is that the East Prosperity Sect still hides a saint that is far stronger than Chu Sun. And the dual saints struck out, and Elder Mu was subdued and killed. Put. A bolt from the blue. If it had just been. There are still elders in question, but with one by one out of their face expressions stiffened, vaguely can think of the East Prosperity Sect outbreak of the tragic situation. A bathed in the thunderbolt breakthrough saint. There is a lurking saint. If it is to take advantage of their unpreparedness, under the sneak attack, the immortal Taoist sect, the true martial sect saints do have the possibility of the body to fall. Really? There were also elders who trembled, realizing what a calamity the immortal Dao sect would suffer once a saint of the immortal Dao sect fell, even stepping into the situation that the East Prosperity sect had previously been in. Chu Sun went after the true martial sect saints and had no time to care about little people like me before there was a glimmer of possibility to escape. Xinyu Yu hoarsely laughed at himself. This caused the elders to fall silent for a while, looking at this conceited patriarch in the past, now lost in thought, the walking dead, with walkers no doubt. They believed it. One time, all were silent, suppressed and silent. Tianbao City. It was naturally impossible for human Emperor Ducin of the Divine Walking Sect to remain seated within the East Prosperity Sect store, even if this store had been ransacked, and the truly valuable things had long since been taken away, while the remainder was daily transactions, and with several of the Divine Walking Sect's Zunsure realms sitting in attendance. Even if a sudden change occurred, he himself would be able to arrive at the first opportunity, as in right now. Word travels fast. Elder Du. Big deal. Something's wrong. Sect leader Shao is here to kill. Is upstairs quiet room cultivation of the feminine man slightly frowned, instinctively want to chide panic what panic, but heard the end of the words but let him freeze. Shao Rongyu. She should not be martyred at this time. The East Prosperity Sacred Land Extinction, which is the last head of the door, should go to the death of death to thank for their sins. How would it come to the Tianbao City? A short meditation. It kept him from shaking. Soon, an aura filled his eyes. Doesn't matter. Since Xiao Rongyu had come to die, let's fulfill her. Although he knows that he is not Xiao Rongyu's opponent, but as long as you hold off for a moment to the transmission of the message we'll soon be able to send to the Immortal Way sect. Jinwu Zong hands. When the two sects of the strongest descended, the set of the three parties to easily suppress or proper. The thought of Xiao Rongyu, the beautiful and delicate face, cannot help but reveal the evil thoughts, may also be able to capture the taste of the Holy Land Sage taste. Jie couldn't help but smile strangely. Push open the door to the room, just out of the quiet room. Elder Du. Intelligence about the East Prosperity Sect. Du Sen's eyes were shadowy and grim as he looked at the swiftly approaching Qinxing sect disciples and said coldly, is it true that Xiao Rongyu has escaped and has already come to Tianbao City? The disciple in charge of intelligence froze. This seems to be somewhat right, and somewhat wrong. Xiao Rongyu was leaving the East Prosperity Sect but not to escape, but to leave openly and honestly. Furthermore, when did he come to Tianbao City? Seeing the latter, Ducin grinned a crooked smile. These intelligence disciples, efficiency is so slow. Xiao Rongyu had almost hit this before the intel came in. Looks like it's in need of a tune-up. Slow pacing. Keep moving forward. The disciple in charge of intelligence trembled again. It's not that Xiao Rongyu escaped. It's about the frontline battlefield. Chu Sun broke the saints, united with the mysterious person to kill the immortal Dao Sect saints, and heavily wounded the true martial Sect saints. Now that the East Prosperity Sect has safely survived the crisis, I'm under the order of the Patriarch for you to quickly leave the Heavenly Treasure City. Buzz buzz. Brain downtime. The sky spins. Even with the cultivation of the human emperor realm, Dusin had difficulty maintaining his calm, and it was only after several breaths that his eyes were like lightning, staring at the intelligence Sect disciple dead on, as if questioning, "What the hell are you talking about?" Buzz. And just in time, the token in his hand. Suddenly it trembled. Looked down. "Sage, return quickly." Only 2 words, but it was like a bolt from the blue. Knock. And outside of the Divine Walking Sect store, a holy and flawless stunningly beautiful woman descended, like a divine phoenix blossoming with dazzling light, a pair of clear and cold eyes piercing through the wall and gazing at the ladder. Sha! Sha! Sect Master Shao! The smile on the face of the human emperor of the Divine Walking Sect, Du Sen, stiffened. He did not deny the authenticity of this news, because the saints had told him to return quickly. Xiao Rongyu came to Tianbao City for more than a few meetings. The true martial sect, and the immortal Dao Sect delayed no one to come over had already explained the truth. Boom! Xiao Rongyu finger palm down, to raise the entire store to the ground. Dusin is quickly flashed to the outside world, blocking this blow. After all, underneath are the precious finances of the Divine Proceedings Sect. The loss must not. Smiled and said, "Xiao Sect Masters come to see us. There is a loss of welcome. I hope you forgive me." Pop. A slap in the face. Throw it in Dusin's face. Crisp rattle. It echoed in Tianbao City. Hiss. All around. The sound of cold air being sucked in. Exclamation. This rises and falls. All of them are shocked. Tianbao City did not belong to the 6 resorts. Normally the Zunshi realm was already in extremely high status, and the human emperor realm was even more of an overlord in the city. And witnessing a towering human emperor being viciously slapped in the face, the shock of the mind was still great. The shadowy and slim Dusin's face was grim. He could feel the redness on his cheeks and the fiery pain, but compared to the other he felt the unparalleled humiliation. The Emperor of the Halls. Noblesse oblige. Walking there is a seat of honor. Eastern region over the years. Haven't heard of any human emperor being slapped. Right now with this slap, I'm afraid that I'm about to become famous in the Eastern region. Not convinced? Xiao Rongyu indifference to look down on him. Slender white jade hand gently raised. In the latter palpitations and fear. Once again pumped up, a face dumped 13 slaps, sound clear and loud, resounded through the Tianbao City, so that all the forces of the spies, to see this scene all flowed marvel as well as shock. Killing is nothing but a headache. This is so humiliating. That's cool. Chapter 109, Strong and Overbearing. Ha ha ha. Cozy. There were still disciples of the East Prosperity Sect in Tianbao City. They had been humiliated by Dusin earlier and could only hide in the shadows. Now witnessing the sect leader descending powerfully and slapping that arrogant and unbeatable human emperor Dusin one after another, it was as sour as it could be. Ha 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 ha. The old man's bad breath is out. The old man with a full head of white hair also had a smile on his face, and the silt in his heart exhaled long and hard. Ah, Dusin is going crazy, being slapped in public one after another. It is a person who cannot stand it. The cultivation in his body skyrocketed. He wants to snow shame, even if he is not an opponent. He wants to make the other party pay a certain price. Pop. The cool-looking Xiao Rongyu didn't have any nonsense, and swung over with a slap, hitting Dusin's face, causing blood to flow by the corners of his mouth and his teeth to crumble. His body flew horizontally, slammed into the wall, and collapsed again like a dead dog. This time, he's honest. Feel the gap. Earlier Xiao Sect leader's cultivation was mediocre in the human emperor realm, and he could only rely on forbidden techniques for forced outbursts. But after awakening the Great Phoenix body and practicing the Great Phoenix scripture in ruins, his cultivation was increasingly soaring, and in the true sense of the word this was the first time that he had taken action after making successive breakthroughs, displaying a strong and unmatched strength that directly made his opponents despair. On your knees. Xiao Rongyu naturally wouldn't just let it go. A word of caution. Dusin looked shadowy and grim. He wouldn't. Ka-ching. Xiao Rongyu stepped forward and calmly stepped on his feet, making him assume a kneeling position, carrying him to the front of the Donglin Sect store, and said indifferently, "Anyone who injures my Donglin Sect will kneel outside the Donglin Sect store as a way of thanking me for my sins." Shikino. The people are all chilled. There were a lot of people passing by, yet they all looked at each other. Human Emperor Masters. Being so compromised. Both slapped. Forced to kneel again. In the future, his reputation in the Eastern domain was considered to be infamous. How ruthless. The Divine Feminine Sect's people in Tianbao City also came over to join in the fun, and after seeing the scene they couldn't help but show their gratitude in booing, and the two clear-cut women who had regretted not laying their hands on the Donglin sect earlier also said after the robbery, sect leader Xiao was really overbearing, and by taking action in this manner, aren't you afraid that the Divine Walking Sect won't be happy? The woman's eyes were also filled with awe. The Hall of Human Emperors was compromised to such an extent that his face was considered ruined, and thinking of the news he had just received, there was also a celebration, but he also said, the Divine Walking Sect doesn't dare to do anything. The East Prosperity Sect has already shown its unparalleled strength, and this breath is something that must come out, and it can only be blamed on Dusan for crashing into the muzzle of a gun. Who would have thought that the momentum had gone? All thought that the East Prosperity Sect was going to be finished, but then a strong saint suddenly appeared, and even united with the mysterious black-robed man to kill the immortal Dao Sect saints. The transformation was too fast. The Hall of the Hanging King, Floating Moon Sect, and so on. These people who had laid hands on the forces affiliated with the East Prosperity Sect, mingled in the crowd and saw this scene. All of them were pale. Even the human emperor of the Divine Prosperity Sect had suffered this kind of humiliation. How could they be any better? Jittery, regretting to death inwardly. Why didn't they wait until the dust had settled to fall into the well? The human emperor of the Tianji sect was also seeing this scene from afar, both booing and celebrating, lamenting the uniqueness of his own saint's vision. Or else this would have been his downfall. I'm afraid. Several hours later, a group of people walked slowly, headed by a white-haired old man with a walking stick, and saw this vacuum zone from afar, as well as the miserable silhouettes kneeling down. The sun is hot. Public exposure. Dusan was kneeling there like a piece of slime. Cultivation is ruined. Both legs broken. Cheeks red and swollen with slap marks. This kind of miserable scene. Let over a line of people have warm anger in the eyes. Hit the dog but also look at the master. Not to mention that this is the human emperor of the Divine Walking Sect. How can suffer this kind of humiliation? The head of the white-haired old man on crutches, slowly forward, near this place and did not first go to unlock Dusan's restraints, and the latter felt the blazing gaze, slowly looking up, dry lips, shriveled cheeks. Upon seeing the visitor, bow your head in shame. Sect leader Xiao, you've taken out the anger and you've spread the fire. So I'll take this person from the Divine Walking Sect. The old man on the crutches slowly said. Ha! Lead away? Kneel for 3 days. I'll see who dares to touch him. Xiao Ronyu's clear and cold voice penetrated down from the upper floor of the store. Penetrating coldness. More chilling. Killing the people of the Donglin sect wanna just let it go. Is it possible? Almost there. The white-haired old man said softly, and his cloudy eyes gradually filled with sharpness, saying, even though the East Prosperity Sect has saints, my Divine Walking Sect is not a vegetarian. You already have all the inside and face you should want. So why cling to an invalid? God's Walking Sect Dusan has been completely wasted. No more cultivation. This trip led away. The collar is the face. Oh, you try. Xiao Ronyu but very tough. Earlier accumulated weakness. Donglin sect has not suffered a lot of aggression. This is to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, but also to establish the prestige. And in the Tianbao city this mixed fish and dragons of the place is naturally more than appropriate. Humph. The white-haired old man also had warm anger. If not for the East Prosperity sect's state of affairs changing too quickly, he simply could not have let Dusan be robbed here. And now that he personally descended, this Xiao Rongyu still refused to let go of the person. It was really unbridled, and said in a cold voice, Xiao, take your master away. I want to see who dares to block it. Knock. A slap fell from the sky. The human emperor Nine Realms' mighty pressure was released. The pressure made it difficult for the Divine Walking Sect's group to breathe. Without fail, it was a grueling tilt of the head. With horror, Xiao Rongyu, when did he become so strong? Since you want to take it away by force, I will give you a corpse. Xiao Rongyu's voice was clear and cold. As her words fell, the palm was pressed down, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he was chopped to death, while the latter's eyes were filled with fear, horror, and begging that he didn't want to die, but they were all unhelpful, and in an instant, his spirit and soul were extinguished, leaving behind a remnant of a body. Dead silence, suppressed and silent. Even the white-haired old man stiffened there, not having thought that Xiao Rongyu would be strong to such an extent, decapitating the human emperor of the Divine Walking Sect in front of him, which was more than just a slap in the face so tough. Stiffened for a full few breaths before slowly turning his head and looking deeply. Donglin sect. This seat takes note of it. Go! Kane resident with a warm fury. The remaining few took Dusan's body with them. Leave Tianbao city. And all around, all were immersed in shock. Too strong. This is the East Prosperity sect? It's really overbearing. The message spreads. Inside the Great Hall, the immortal Dao sect's head Qinyu, And the few elders gathered together to hear about Tianbao City's deeds also said despondently, even the Divine Walking Sect has suffered such an end. My immortal Dao sect is about to follow in the footsteps of the dust. And the sect's disciples should be demobilized? Demobilized? But there are many disciples who are unwilling to leave, willing to live and die with the sect. There were elders who were both relieved and complicated, extremely emotional. Qin Yu gently nodded his head, wanted to look outside too. A blurry figure is slowly descending. Coming, Qin Yu murmured. Chapter 110. Several clans visited the East Prosperity Clan, elder of the Immortal Way sect, and disciples. They also came out of the temple one after another. Looking up at the figure, there is sadness in the heart. Pity, Qin Yu slowly said. There was a loss in his eyes. When things had not happened in Tianbao City, he had thought about whether he could let the disciples within the sect live. After all, these people did not pose a threat to the Donglin sect. Without resources, their cultivation speed was slow, and in a matter of days they would be drowned by the sea of people, and would not be able to make a wave. But with what happened in Tianbao City, it made him realize the strong and decisive nature of the East Prosperity sect. Even the Divine Walking sect possessed saints that were so strong to suppress, let alone them. The demise is already doomed. Close your eyes. 100 thoughts flashed in an instant. Once upon a time he himself was the pride of heaven. It is expected to impact the saints. Ben thought, the Immortal Way sect will flourish in its own hands. Which thought? It was actually the last patriarch. A self-deprecating smile. And ahead, the figure was also gradually approaching. Coming. The disciples and elders of the Immortal Dao sect were staring, but as they gradually approached, these people's brows coincidentally frowned. The blurry figure had revealed its outline. Not an old man, but instead resembling a young man. Frowning, he said, the visitor is not Chu Sun of the East Prosperity sect. Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the figure, pupils constricted. A great horror pervaded his heart. Exclaimed, Green Bull Demon Monarch. Boom! The disciples, elder. These people also heart and soul stirring. All are into a violent tremor, for fear that they also did not expect to disappear hidden for some time of the Green Bull Demon Monarch will reappear. And still appeared in this place. Open the formation. Exclaiming in shock. Even bellowed. Snort. The formation ripples and cracks. A demonic youth arrived over the Immortal Dao sect. The corners of his mouth sketched out in mockery. With a saint in this formation it was certainly powerful. But without a saint, what was this formation? But he wasn't in a hurry. Instead he slowly said, 2 fellow Taoists, come out. Buzz. The void rippled. 2 more figures stepped out. A demonic aura surrounded his body. Surging with bloodlust, killing intent. Demon Saint. 2 more. Immortal Dao sect elder's heart trembled. On this strength, even if the Immortal Dao sect Saint Muhong and may not dare to say that the whole body retreated. With a red-colored big tripod of the shadow summoned out, the body of a wisp of chi and blood was sucked away. Their eyes are flooded with despair and powerlessness. Vaguely see the next scene of the East region's great chaos. East Prosperity sect. Dozens of miles away, there was a line of people traveling together. Master of the Hall of the Hanging King. Floating Moon Sect Patriarch, Sovereign of the 10,000 Sword Sect, 10,000 Roshops, Nangongs. These were the forces that had fallen on the East Prosperity Sect, and now that the helmsman of the forces had gathered, their worry was evident with their words, and the Hanging King Hall Master's face was grim as he said, all of you should still think about how to calm the anger of the East Prosperity Sacred Ground later on. Falling down a well, beheading a member of the East Prosperity Sect. This matter can be big or small. The helmsman of the 10,000 Roshops was a little more relaxed. He had only appropriated part of the East Prosperity Sect's property, and had not injured the lives of his disciples, so as long as he paid a certain price, it could still be resolved. But instead, it was the Hanging King's Hall, the Floating Moon Sect. These people who had been motivated by intense greed, they should think about how to quell their anger. 100 miles away, 4 people at this level, not counting the distance, just in the twinkling of an eye. He came to the front of the East Prosperity Sect, and the owner of the 10,000 Row Shop greeted him with a long smile, taking the lead for the crowd, smilingly saying, this little brother, please give a notice, and say that the Hanging King's Hall, the Floating Moon Sect, the 10,000 Sword Sect, the Nangong Clan, and the 10,000 Row Shop have come to pay a visit. This guarding the door of the East Prosperity Sect disciples condescendingly overlooking. The earlier incident has been spread in the sect, the face of these high and mighty helmsmen not the slightest bit timid. Coldly hummed, apologize on apology. One and all still pretend to give the 250,000 as if to be like this store owner to learn. To take a beating should be upright. To do the wrong should be admitted. The Floating Moon Sect master was not afraid to put his face down, arching his hand and saying, I'll trouble this little brother to go ahead and enunciate. You guys wait, I'll go through. The guardian disciple coldly grunted. Soon. Going and coming back. Coldly, he said. The sect leader is not here. So you guys wait first. The Hall of the Hanging King. Floating Moon Sect. 10,000 Swords Sect. 10,000 Roshops. Nangongs. These people looked at each other. Also know that this is a downward spiral. But there is also helplessness on the face. After all, it is to apologize. Posture should be placed underneath. Since the East Prosperity Sect, let's wait. Then wait to put. Soon. Over the East Prosperity Sect. A figure sped. Some enter. Some go out. Looking at the foot of the mountain that waited for a group of big forces at the helm of the people. All are showing odd colors. While the disciples of the East Lin Sect is still more pride. The helmsman of the big forces and so on. Come to the East Lin Sect is not to wait obediently? A face for days. These guys look like they've been forgotten. The end of the third day. At dusk. It was only then that he was able to be summoned. Parlor. Previously, we were compelled by the Divine Walking Sect to do something foolish. So I hope that the East Prosperity Sect will forgive us. The Hall Master of the Hanging King Hall immediately bought the Divine Walking Sect. After all, there were a few grudges in his heart. If it wasn't for the Divine Walking Sect taking the lead, how could they not be in such a hurry? They would have waited until the East Prosperity Sect was completely extinguished before making their move. Previously, he laid down quite a hard hand on the affiliated industries and forces of the East Prosperity Holy Land. Now how come he's making amends? My East Prosperity Sect can't afford it. Xiao Rongyu mocked. The helmsmen of several forces cursed in their hearts, but they also knew that since letting in was a reprieve of things, they also immediately stated, we are willing to pay the price for the wrongdoings we have done. Any conditions? Xiao Rongyu's eyes were clear and cold. Several forces at the helm of the heart dripping blood, vaguely know that the next will certainly hemorrhage. But things have come to this point can only grit their teeth and admit it. Just hope that not a lion's mouth. 1. Encroachment of the East Prosperity Sect's industry sparse repayment. Occupying how much 10 times to repay how much? Wanching shopkeeper slightly hesitated and nodded to agree. This is nothing. To Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's ability to bear more than enough. The loss of the band your financial strength will be able to resolve this grudge. Is considered to be earned. May. The Hall of the Hanging King. Floating Moon Sect. They nodded in turn. 2. All those who laid their hands on the East Prosperity Sect were beheaded. Not a single one was left behind. Xiao Rongyu's eyes were clear and cold, wanting to avenge those dead fellow disciples. Hanging King Hall and other strengths slightly heart-trembling under. If all surrendered, even the mainstay of the Zunshe realm, but see that the cold eyes, but also gritted his teeth and recognized. No problem. I promise. 3. The next 10 years looked to the East Prosperity Sect as their leader. The Hanging King Hall, the 10,000 Roshops, and the 10,000 Swords Sect all showed resistance, especially the Nangong clan, which in the past was known as the oldest clan alongside the Jiang clan, and easily did not participate in the affairs of the various forces in the Eastern Domain. And now that they were asked to submit to the East Prosperity Sect and look to the East Prosperity Sect at the head of their horse, the resistance in their hearts was the most blazing, and they were extremely unwilling to do so. In the past days, they were able to maintain their high and mighty posture, even if the 6 holy places in the eastern region could not take them. If they took it on, they would instinctively drop a generation when they saw the Donglin Sect again in the future and take the Donglin Sect as the big picture, which gave birth to resistance as well as struggling emotions. If not, then all of you disperse. Xiao Rongyu's eyes were clear and cold. Chapter 111, Convening of the Saints. 10,000 Roshops. Nangongs. Resistance burned brightest at their second location, the Hall of the Hanging King. Floating Moon Sect. 10,000 Swords Sect. This category is slightly better. Originally they are in the 6 Holy Land below, with the Chu Elders this time to break the Saint is the foundation of the position. Submit to the East Lin Zone although forced to deterrence, but also is not unacceptable. The only thing that makes them hesitate is that this submissive means that in the future in the Eastern region will lose the right to choose. 10 years all to the East Lin Zone look forward to. Just on second thought, thinking about the fact that the East Prosperity Sect would be replacing the True Martial Sect for some time in the future, achieving the most flourishing power, it wasn't unacceptable. But, 10,000 Roshops, Nangongs, but it was really hesitant. That said as if it's a horse's head. Actually, it's just submissive. Lose 10 years of control over the clan. To accept? They were in a daze. Suddenly, the owner of the 10,000 bank shop looked down at a transmission token, and when he saw what was inside, his pupils continued to contract. Then he raised his head violently and looked at sect leader Xiao, saying, I'm willing. There was also confusion in the mind of the 10,000 Sword Sect master, not understanding what the latter had seen, but in an instant, he also received a message, and with a sudden change of heart and mind, he also said along with it, I promise. Next, the Hall of the Hanging King, Floating Moon Sect, Nangongs, and all know what happened. The heart is both shocked. There is also certainty. The Immortal Way sect is extinguished. This is in the people's reasoning, and did not have too much thought. But the next thing that shocked them is the Immortal Way sect, and a few days ago was exterminated. The clan is empty array. A little living life also did not. Early before, all people are watching the East Prosperity Zone. Want to know when Elder Chu on the Immortal Way Zone down. Plus the Immortal Way Zone late fluctuations come people also meaningless. And recently some people perceive not right. The Immortal Way Zone, even if the closed the clan these days, should be a little bit of movement. But with the past to explore, only to know that the clan has been extinguished. Not a drop left. Chickens and dogs. Such a bloody thing. It's mind-blowing. It doesn't matter who did it anymore. If the Chu Sun Hand can only say that the East Prosperity sect is strong and overbearing, even the destruction of the clan, this kind of thing are done out. Angry at him, there is no good fruit. If it is not Chu Shang, that is the Green Bull Demon Monarch. This time evening a backer is the best, but several people left the East Prosperity sect after promising to do so, and the news spread quickly, diffusing towards the eastern domain and the nooks and crannies of the edges, setting off monstrous waves. Those who are far away from the edge of the people, still immersed in the eastern region of the situation change. One moment secular dynasty talent received the East Lin Zone crisis, the news of the imminent destruction. The next moment to hear that the Immortal Dao Sect saints fell, the Hanging King Hall, Floating Moon Sect, 10,000 Sword Sect, and other top forces of the official declaration of the submission of the East Lin Zone, the jaw-dropping transformation, so that they are dumbstruck. One of them ate and said, "Is this the Eastern region? East Prosperity Sect?" Elder Jiang and others were similarly shocked by this news to the brain buzzing. Immortal Dao Sect in their view is already a fish on the chopping block, not yet slaughtered, but found that the fish is gone, was eaten. Surprised but also quickly looked for Xiao Rongyu, and the latter slowly came to the hidden scripture pavilion. Elder Chu. Aha! Chu Sun gently opened his eyes, warm with a few points of gravity, things he also knows. Only from the day of the battle his bilocation suffered a serious injury. These times are healing, ready to cultivation against the peak and then go to the two sects to get back the interest. Did not think that the Immortal Way sect was exterminated in the first step. How? Xiao Rongyu frowned. It should be the Green Bull Demon Monarch. Chu Sun thought. Exterminating the clan, this kind of tragic thing non-devil clan can't do. Even if he went to kill, at most will be honored realm and above cultivators will be killed. For this realm under the people won't kill. For one thing is not necessary. For another is to create a killing in vain. I'm afraid this matter will be planted on your head. Xiao Rongyu also looked clear and grave. As the matter spread, the vast majority of people would only think that it was Chu Sun's brutality, leaving no chickens or dogs behind, not even sparing those weak cultivators. No harm done. Clear the air. Chu Sun didn't care. It's just fame. He wasn't very concerned, per se. Sendo Sect. Over. Boo. Ripples filled the void. An old man holding a heavenly chance plate walked slowly, standing high in the sky overlooking the empty and silent sect below. A chill rose in his heart, knowing that the Immortal Dao Sect was not like the Snow Mountain Hall. The Immortal Way Sect is one of the 6 holy places without compromise. Even without a saint sitting in the town there are formations, as well as the clan's strongest people. Even if they are not defeated, they can also send out a call for help in a short period of time. And now from the Immortal Way Sect has been overthrown for many days, and they have not received even a little bit of news. And the heavenly plane disk detects the eastern region has not been detected. Duck duck. Another crone on crutches also paced, she'd in the Tianji Sect saints but also a step earlier. Just finished checking out the Immortal Dao Sect near the situation, and also went to the neighborhood around a few laps. Eyes folded back, not a devil saint shot. Alone with the Qingyo Demon Monarch to do this kind of step. And the most so that I feel threatened by this place's hidden breakthrough holy realm breath. Quiet sense. The old man holding the heavenly chance plate slowly breathed a sigh of relief and shook his head. It's not a breakthrough to the saint realm. It's a blood sacrifice. The Immortal Dao Sect's chi and blood is too prosperous. Human emperors, venerable beings, and even half-saints, align together huge chi and blood, creating an illusion. The old crone on crutches was also relieved, but along with it was still gloomy, saying, even if it's not a breakthrough to the holy realm, this kind of vastness and pouring of chi and blood will also enhance the cultivation once it is refined. And now it dares to hunt one of the 6 holy places. Will the next target be us? The saint holding the celestial plate was silent, because it's not probability. Instead, it's a big deal. Demon greed, cunning, menacing. When the human emperor realm can't satisfy them, since they will shift the target, if they are allowed to go down even if you are a saint, there is also a moment of calamity. Complex said, call the saints of the eastern region. Such a big event is not you and I can choose. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A stream of light flew away. East Prosperity Sect. Hidden Scriptures. Just after ending the conversation with Xiao Rongyu, he saw a stream of light flying outside the window, filled with the aura of the Holy Way. Chusun casually took it and closed his eyes for a few moments of enlightenment, and slowly opened his eyes and said, "The sage of Tianji sect has summoned all the saints." Going? Xiao Rongyu frowned. Go! Chusun rose slowly. This trip, regardless of the true martial sect saints in or out, the Green Bull Demon Monarch is always a hidden danger. If it is to discuss a result since it is the best. Chapter 112 Investing Back. Eastwick. Guarding Munsan. It is known as the highest mountain in the eastern region. When Chusun came when there have been several people seated, not Chusun the slow, but to come on the way to the immortal Taoist sect. Although the extinction of the sect can be the remnants of things are still in the Green Bull Demon Monarch is not to see these techniques books, even if you want to be useless. As for the old man of the heavenly Qi Zone, as well as the goddess Zone saints will not go to move the spoils of war, because I know that this belongs to Chusun, not moving okay, took nothing but sulking, even this convening will produce waves, so Chusun collects the loot is still quite easy. From a distance, 6 bushels, quietly placed there. 3 of them are already seated. Coming. They also raised their heads at that moment, looking towards the green-shirted old man who was slowly pacing and walking. Tianji Palace old man with a warm smile in the corner of his eye. Seems to not expect Chusun will come so fast, but also with a little boo. Xia Yang is about to sit down also brought Chusun came to a trip. That time is only the human emperor 9 realm. This goodbye is only a few days of work. Will already have the qualification and they want to sit with the same seat. The divine feminine sex old woman gently nodded. The divine walking sex sage's face was however slightly gloomy. Xiao Rongyu's incident in Tianbao City could be described as a direct slap in the face, and it was obviously impossible to make him welcome him with a good face again at this time. Take your seat. The old man from the Tianji sect smiled. Aha! Chusun nodded gently. Walk forward as well. Occupy a futon. To this point, 6 bushels left for 2. Is there anyone else? Chusun didn't move and looked at the empty futon. The immortal Dao sect saint had already fallen, and the true martial sect saint wouldn't dare to come over even if he gave him the guts. One moment, the old man of the Tianji sect said kindly, waiting in silence. A few moments of work. Walked an old farmer. If not appearing here out of thin air, I'm afraid no one would have thought that this old man with dark skin, undoubtedly the same as a crop farmer, was actually a saint. By way of introduction, this is Taoist Jin from the Eastern Domain, who has been traveling alone for a long time, and few people know where he comes from, and it's just us who know. The old man from the Tianji sect said warmly, Greetings, fellow Taoist. Chusun nodded his head gently. The latter also smiled and said, The younger generation is fearful. In the future, the great cauldron of the eastern region will depend on you. Little friend, I wouldn't dare. With a few respected seniors around. It's not yet Mr. Chu's turn. Chusun casually dealt with it. He didn't want to be fooled by this old man into being the main force of this siege. The sage of the divine walking sect interrupted the 2 exchanges and said, Is there anyone else who wants to wait? If not, then let's start getting to the point. The old man of Tianji sect hesitated slightly and said with great anticipation, Dare I ask you, which mysterious black-robed man was in Donlin sect some time ago? Can you introduce him? Sage of the divine feminine sect. Old farmer. Both of these 2 also contain expectations. Multiple forces. More than one grasp. He won't be involved in the eastern domain. Chusun gently shook his head. This makes Tianji sect saint eyes suffused with loss. This last copy of the bushel is for this Taoist friend is prepared. Since not ready to show up also cannot force. Spit out the turbid air. Said, then straight. The Green Bull Demon Monarch revived. And accidentally untied 2 demon saints. The lineup is not to be underestimated. We have to seize the opportunity to capture each other next time they make a move. Declare yourself in battle first. It's good to cooperate later. Sage 2 Realm. The old man from the Tianji sect said. Sage 2 Realm. The divine feminine sect crone said. Peak Sage 2 Realm. The divine walking sect sage said. Sage 2 Realm. The old farmer also said. Several people then looked at Chusun. Sage 1 Realm. Chusun calmly said. Only 1 realm. Several saints had a brief trance in their hearts. After all, that battle performance was there, giving them a strong illusion that Chusun had already advanced to the 2nd realm of saints, or even the 3rd realm wouldn't be a surprise. After all, it was bathing in the thunder tribulation. Being baptized, it wasn't unacceptable that there was a sudden advancement, and now only having the cultivation of a saint 1 realm instead made them even more surprised. But at the same time, they also realized that this was not an unusual 1 realm battle power. After all, Immortal Dao Sect Sage 2 Realm, True Martial Sect Sage 3 Realm, This is such a strong combination. Especially defeated. Really treating him as an unusual one realm. I'm afraid I won't even know how to die. Good. Tianji Sect old man nodded Su. The next is nothing more than speculation on the location of the Green Bull Demon Monarch's next possible strike. As well as the opposite side will appear a few saints and so on. After some rough planning, several saints are gently nodded. Even Chu Sun is no exception. To solve the Green Bull Demon Monarch he also happy trouble. The matter is finalized. Then Mr. Chu will take his leave first. As Chu Sun left, several saints also rose in agreement. In the process, no one to talk about the true martial sect Saint Chu Zun, and no one for him to intercede. Said that the eastern region has reached the time of life and death can put aside the grudge between the two. First temporarily united against the outside world. This kind of words they did not say, because they know that Chu Sun is unlikely to agree to. In exchange for them will not be. Almost by the double Saint Shin killed. And it is not easy to break the holy realm. You say that just let it go, just forget about it? Pity. The Tianji sect sage lamented. If there's even the slightest possibility. He even wanted to mention it. But they also know the deep hatred. Undissolvable. It was also a pity that Chu Sun had not been able to invite that saint from the East Prosperity sect. Back to the East Prosperity sect. Elder Jiang, King Crane, Elder Sun, Elder Wang who suppressed the Forbidden Land. The group, however, is a little dumb. Earlier Chu Sun was healing their wounds they were not convenient to disturb. Now that Chu Sun had returned to his peak, they were also curious as to where the mysterious black-robed man who had come to his aid that day came from, and how he could know the East Prosperity sect's best techniques. About that, Chu Sun had already thought of a countermeasure. It should not. That is the best response. With his status today, do not want to respond to this topic which is a few elders are helpless, can only resentfully press this doubt in the bottom of the heart, but also worried eyebrows. Which black-robed man is actually who? Inside the hidden scriptures, Ginger Dust, Ryujian, these two disciples are present, but the two men's breaths were also completely different. Jiang Chen's features were as plump as jade, his appearance was handsome, he was dressed in gorgeous robes, with a natural nobility between his eyebrows. A glance told him that he was not mundane, and was a saintly sun-level figure from a major power. Lu Jian is more introverted. The appearance of ordinary but sword eyebrow starry eyes, eyebrows with stern, belongs to the introverted form of the disciple, especially the awakening of the sword body. The future achievements may not be inferior to Jiang Chen. Congratulations to Master for breaking the saint, and congratulations to Master for beheading that dog thief of the immortal Dao Sect sage. I've long looked at him with displeasure, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Lu Jian, on the other hand, was slightly more restrained as he arched his hand and said, congratulations to Master for breaking the boundary. Aha! Chu Sun nodded gently to these two disciples, and he was quite pleased with it. Ginger Dust didn't need to say much. Lu Jian is introverted type, even if full of joy also do not know how to express, such as the I only a few words with less, but the mood is also high. Nodded, the two of you cultivation geometry. Exalted Ninth Realm. The Ninth Realm of Dharma. Chapter 113, 100 Years of Cultivation. Exalted Ninth Realm. The Ninth Realm of Dharma. Chu Sun murmured softly. It felt like the duo was making okay progress. Master, my senior brother and I have also discussed this. Cultivation in the sect has come to a bump in the road. It's difficult to break through just by pure cultivation, so I want to go out and roam around to see if I can gain something. Jiang Chen also gathered his playfulness and said seriously. Aha! Good thing too. Chu Sun nodded gently. Combination of work and rest. He has been practicing hard within the clan. The cultivation is there. Practical combat is lacking. The mind is lacking. If the two can sync their hearts and minds with him in the Tibetan scripture cabinet to watch the book, see more, the state of mind will naturally go up. But the two disciples are not talented in this area. See a moment is okay. If you have been drilling in the Tibetan scripture cabinet completely lack of patience, go out and take a walk may not be a good thing. Since we're going out, the master has also gifted you with a few items. Buzz. A flick of the sleeve. Several things fell in front of the body. A bronze tripod. An ancient sword. 3 sheets of talisman paper. These are in the immortal way sect within the chopping. Grade is not high, but let the two hold is more than enough. Especially Lu Jian only 9 realm of the cultivation is too inferior. This is specifically for the latter to prepare the talisman paper. I want this tripod. The remaining are given to the senior brother. Jiang Dust said blandly. Although he was not clear about what this tripod had a role to play, he had the intuition that it would be of great use to him, and the thought that he had taken the best of the best was somewhat taking advantage of his senior brother. He also whisked his sleeve. Diverse things on display? And said splendidly, these are also gifted to his senior brother. Lu Jian's heart warmed. Looked to the master. Another looked to elder brother. This is the kind of affection that I have not received for many years of fighting and crawling in the eastern region. A feeling of home, and knowing that both master and senior brother treat themselves like family. He nodded his head heavily and said, "Then I'll take it." He knew that his cultivation was slightly weaker, and no humility. Just wait for the future. Cultivation has skyrocketed. Thank you again and again, Master Sifu. After the two left, ding, the system's crisp voice rang out. Congratulations to the host on the completion of his investment. Get rewarded. 100 years of cultivation. This, on the contrary, made Chusun slightly stunned. He gifted the two disciples this time completely unintentionally, and did not deliberately invest in it. However, after looking at his own investment opportunities, there was one less time, but this feedback made his eyes bright, knowing that his current cultivation in the eastern region, although it belonged to the top, it was not invincible. However, if this 100 years of cultivation is all received, that cultivation will unfold a sudden and rapid progress, completely with the East region saints distance, but only need to gently lift the hand can be suppressed each other. It will be a qualitative metamorphosis. Does it bear? Yes. Chusun closed his eyes. Buzz. One moment. A large amount of energy was drawn from the midst of nothingness, slowly failing to enter within his body. In the past, the cultivation of saints was slow and needed to be slowly hammered out, but now it had passed through this excess. 1 year of cultivation, 2 years of cultivation, 3 years of cultivation, 10 years of cultivation. Boo! Originally stayed at the peak of the Saint One realm of cultivation is the breakthrough of the trend. The body breath slightly surged. Not only did not stop, but instead, with the help of this accumulation of thin hair is still surging forward, to quickly reach the Saint Two realm. And this was the benefit of surviving the Thunder Tribulation. If it wasn't for the accumulation of the Tribulation, it would have been impossible for him to rapidly impact the next realm. And now along with the introduction of cultivation, it accelerated the process even more. 15 years of cultivation, 18 years of cultivation, 20 years of cultivation. Unconsciously, cultivation piled up on the body, coming to the peak of the Sage 2 realm. Phew! Chusun leisurely exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, closed eyes opened. Normally he should be a drum shouldn't stop, but thinking that this is still in the East Prosperity Sect, then separated a wisp of mind, whisked his sleeve to isolate the hidden gold pavilion, so that outsiders can't perceive the breath inside, so as to concentrate on breaking the realm. Boom! A short stop. Cultivation breaks again. The 3 realms of the saints. 30 years of cultivation. 40 years of cultivation. 50 years of cultivation. 60 years of cultivation. Along with carrying, the breath on his body was also skyrocketing. No one in the East Prosperity Sect knew about this scene. No one even in the Eastern region knew about it. Or else they didn't know what kind of waves would be set off. Breaking through to sainthood was like drinking water. It was simply too much to think about. 70 years of cultivation. 80 years of cultivation. Boom! The breath shook. All around a book and the breath shock under the violent fall out of the bookshelf. Invisible ripples ripple, to destroy all these books into pieces. Good in the key time a wisp of calm breath fell. These scriptures to protect, but also sparsely scattered on the ground. Messy as if after a big battle. And his cultivation. But come on, the 4 realms of the saints. But, it doesn't stop there. Still picking up the slack. 90 years of cultivation. 100 years of cultivation. Boom! When the last year of cultivation was also introduced into his body, this 100 years of cultivation accumulation directly piled up Chusun to the peak of the Sage 4 realm, even though he was only 1 step away from the Sage 5 realm. This if it gets out. I don't know how much of a ripple it creates. Tianji Zong saints these old long rank the existence of saints. Bitter half of its life, but the talent is mediocre. Chopping can only come to the saints of the 2nd realm and then want to understand the breakthrough will be much more difficult. But it is the Chusun with the help of the system of feedback, noiselessly crossed a number of small realms, came to the realm that they dreamed of. Sage 4 realm. Fruity arcane. Chusun murmured. At this very moment, even if he is again sensing the way of the saint, the saint's law feel enlightened. The past days do not understand the mystery suddenly clear up. Then the traces, no longer diffuse and no chapter rules. Buzz. Fingertips pointing at nothingness. A rune coalesced. With the transformation into the Tao can easily form a small array. This is his research on the way of the array. In the previous certainly will not come to this extent. Can foresee this breakthrough is not only a breakthrough in cultivation. Even with the laws of heaven and earth and so on all have gained. It's a rare opportunity. Can't miss. Chusun murmured softly. He was now as if he had fallen into an esoteric epiphany. His sense of the heavens and earth was diluting every minute and every second. He had to seize this time to have as much excessive sense as possible, thus piling up the actual combat to order a grade as well. Buzz. Immerse yourself within the practice, and is unaware of its own transformation. A large bell suddenly descended outside his body. Boom! This is the Eastern Phoenix Bell. Earlier, the true martial sex sage had mocked him for not being able to practice his East Phoenix Bell as well as Xiaoyang, but now the aura displayed was far beyond Xiaoyang, becoming the first person to practice this divine ability. Clang! Next, he had sword chi all over his body. Swords erupted. There was clear, crisp sword energy visible through the body. Boom! Right along with. There are palm prints enveloping it. It was filled with the power of desolation. And then, surrounded by fingerprints. That's the empty finger. For a brief moment, he was surrounded by palm techniques, fingering, sword techniques, divine abilities, and the way of formations, each of which was breaking through, forming a resonance that surrounded his body. Chapter 114, Greetings. How long? Inside the hidden scriptures, a green-shirted gentle old man opened his eyes slowly, only to feel that the realization and gains were but a snap of the fingers, and with a pinch of the fingers, his eyebrows were also slightly raised, unexpectedly saying, more than a month, from bearing cultivation to epiphany, until now are presented with a spurt of outbursts. Gently snapping his fingers, a rune appeared in the scripture cabinet, a small scripture but exudes a horror of energy. If the suppression down the entire scripture cabinet can be destroyed, one of the torches, if he wants to, such a rune can instantly flow thousands of. Even the Tao of formation has seen a sudden advancement. If we were to face immortal Tao Sect Mu Hong again by virtue of formation, we would be able to easily kill him. Chu Sun murmured. Also, palmistry, fingering, avatar, it's all rewarding. There was a real surge in qualitative change. Get out and walk. Thoughts together. The figure follows. But take a step. Then he left the cache. No one knows. Tianfeng City. A small, unassuming city in the eastern domain. A tavern by the window. Choose an leisurely end of the wine cup, sip wine. The entrance to the extended. And no hot and spicy, because this is fruit wine. Compared to the sweet and spicy wine has a different flavor, not bad. Unfortunately, if it is compared to the summer seniors to take themselves to the restaurant is a little worse. Thinking back to Xia Yang's deathbed, take yourself to the tavern. Gammon wine, and Ishiam wine. There's also the signature warm spiced wine. All good fine wines. And this, and although the wine is slightly inferior than it, but the food is a great. Table on the table with a few plates, are the signatures of the restaurant, whether it is color and flavor are excellent. Clip up a piece of fish belly stuffed into the mouth. The aftertaste stretches. Sighed, this food is even better than compared to the East Prosperity Sect. In the meantime, far away in the corner of the marina, an island where no one pays attention, a group of black-robed men, respectfully waiting there. Boom! With the sound of a tremor. These black-robed men all exuded fervor. A demonic youth stepped out from the depths of the island. A powerful blood aura permeating his body. His face filled with intoxication and despondency as he rejoiced. The immortal Tao Sect's chi and blood is truly rich. This retreat absorbed the Sendo Sect's chi and blood. Cultivation to make another breakthrough. Come to the fourth realm of saints. Congratulations to the demon monarch for breaking the boundary. Congratulations to the demon monarch for breaking the boundary. Congratulations to the demon monarch for breaking the boundary. A large number of black-robed men had knelt down in excitement, feeling both the surging powerful aura of their master, as well as greed and fervor, and a black-robed man lowered his voice and said, with this breakthrough, the master should sweep through the eastern domain in order to avenge his past revenge. Green Bull demon monarch face filled with sinister evil and greed. He thought of hundreds of years ago Xia Yang teamed up with other saints to expel and suppress him, hiding in ruins to survive for hundreds of years, and also thought of just out of the gate by that little to be seriously injured, and now he has already figured out the identity of that little. The head of the East Prosperity Sect, Xiao Rongyu, Jie, lascivious strange laugh. Now the cultivation, the four realms of the saints, sufficient to cross the eastern region. That little should also pay the price for what he did, even though as a devil thought of that kind of stunning noble woman under the body is also enjoyable. Conjecture and reveal the ferocious hideousness. These time would also figure out where their small tripod went. Was the East Prosperity Sect's Chu Sun shattered? No wonder these time they can't find. At the same time, there is also a blazing murderous spirit. If it is not that kid, their own with the magic tripod, why need to go to the blood sacrifice of the snowy mountain hall? And was a group of mad dogs chasing after the cut. This new revenge old hatred should be liquidated. East Prosperity Sect is the next target. Congratulations, master. This time the realm is broken. The little one has a congratulatory gift too. A black-robed old man who was as thin as a wooden bone exuded fervor, and with a wave of his hand, he brought a young man who said excitedly, didn't the master say that he wanted a sword body at an earlier time? And it just so happens that this time, he went out to loot a junior who was in possession of a sword body. Ah, The green bull demon monarch slowly looked away. His eyes also had a strange color, casually bursting out a chi and blood into this withered old man's body, only to see him with the speed visible to the naked eye, blood and flesh full, white hair faded, rejuvenated. The green bull demon monarch slowly nodded and said, "You've got a heart." This is what he said back then when he wasn't forced into ruins by all the saints of the Eastern Domain joining hands. At that time the demon race was too much of a sign of weakness and needed some gifted people to join the demon sect and grow their power. Whereas now he doesn't dare to take an interest in this sword body. A person can sweep through the Eastern Domain and still needs to cultivate juniors? But this withered old man's loyalty, rather, it's worth cultivating. That young man, not a sidekick. It's none other than Lu Jian. At this time a depressed face. He is how can not imagine. The eastern region is so big. He went down to the first station on the mountain, encountered the devil looting, but also become someone else's trophies. More let him tired is also was brought to the devil base camp. The man standing in midair he already know who is. The green bull demon ruler. Stirred up the eastern region of the sky turned upside down of the big devil. Nima. This luck of mine. No one else. Lu Jian belly laughed in his heart. The next person looking for the green bull demon king that is the eastern region to turn over the dead cannot be found. Instead of their own, a trip down the mountain was brought to the base camp. I do not know whether to be lucky or bad luck. Take him first for a blood sacrifice. Begin the demonization. Qingyo demon monarch also did not forget this congratulatory gift. Casually took a look at the willow sword also sked. Even in this era sword body is not much. If it is after entering the devil, the future is another devil saint, when it will also become their own a big help. Yes, the old man who got washed was filled with joy. Take out a ball of chi and blood. Boom! Forcefully pouring into Lu Jian's body. Same time, Tianfeng City. Inside the restaurant, Chu Sun, who was savoring the food, was suddenly stunned. Telepathically a picture appeared in his mind. It was the look of Lu Jian struggling in pain, his veins sprouting up, many pores on his body chapped and overflowing with blood, but his body erupted with an extremely strong aura. Demonic and evil. At the same time, there were also some figures reflected in the eyes. One of them especially attracted Chu Sun's attention, which caused him to murmur to himself as if he was stunned. The green ox demon monarch. He was genuinely confused. Even itself froze. Tianji Sect saint holding the Tianji disc, searching the eastern region over and over again, even the corner of the coastal sea, but never found the traces of the green bull demon monarch. On the contrary, it seems that this disciple of their own has not yet come down from the mountain for a few days. How come they are mixing with the green bull demon monarch again? Swish! The thoughts surged in. The figure also quickly disappeared. Ah! In charge of the window table of the inn. Only feel their own twist to body guests disappeared. The corner of the mouth twitching. Muttered, I will not run into the single right. Came to the table to look at the silver too that stayed. This is relieved. Booing, fortunately, this adult left silver money when he left. Or I will be miserable. Chapter 115 Master. I'm possessed. Ah! The sound of agonizing struggles tore at his heart. One shudders at the smell. However, the black-robed men around them were oblivious. It's even exciting. This is a process they've been through. That cloudy mass of chi and blood. It contains strong magic. After forced implantation, even the most resolute of minds will fall to the devil. The process is painful, but benefit. It is also visible to the naked eye. Boom! Stuck in his Dharma 9 realm. Sudden breakthrough. The realm of kings and marquises. A fluctuation of surging princely breath rose from his body. To this realm, can be in the remote nooks and crannies of the eastern domain to open up a secular dynasty. Their own claim to be the king of the feudal lords. Commonly known as the princely realm. To this realm is also the true meaning of the formation of a huge opening and closing with the mundane. No longer a weak cultivator. The purpose of this trip down the mountain Lu Jian was to break through the Marquis of King's realm. I'm afraid even he didn't expect to break through the Marquis of King's realm so quickly and in this form. The Marquis of the King's first heaven. Marquis of Kings and Marquis of the second heaven. The Marquis of King's triple heaven. Marquis of King's 4 heavens. Between successive. His body surging powerful breath. So that this broke a big realm after not yet stopped. And with a rapid speed breakthrough one after another. And the consequences are his face filled with deadly black fog. The veins are also like black snakes in the wandering. The devilish gas haunting the body. Jie. What a natural devil seedling. The corners of the green bull demon monarch's mouth curled up slightly, outlining evilness. The fit between the willow sword and the demonic aura far exceeded his imagination. It was practically perfect, or else he wouldn't have broken several realms one after the other. The rest of the group of black-robed men also went from the cruel gaze of excitement at the beginning to jealousy. They were also infused with demonic chi and the gains they gained were nowhere near as great. Clank! A crystal clear sword intent dazzled. It was supposed to be clear and flawless, but now, but the devil is surging. Black clouds. I have entered the devil. Lu Jian had only this one thought in his struggle. Whoosh! Far out, a corner of the marina. An old man dressed in a green shirt paced slowly. 1 second he was in the distant sky transformed into a black dot. The next second a blurred outline could already be seen. And in another breath he had already arrived in front of him. Who, guarded outside the lonely island, has long been a demon religion in the alert. Suddenly looked at a coming old man. Alert in the big drink. But also the first time to launch an early warning. To inform the companions. But he's too weak. A wisp of pressure permeated his body. Straight up crushing. To the realm of Chu Sun. If an ordinary cultivator wants to kill, a single eye light can be, containing endless power. It is not at all an ordinary person can withstand. It will shock their minds and spirits. And falling below to see that vigilant black-robed man surrounded by a dried corpse, the warm anger in his eyes is even more prevalent. With his cultivation naturally can sense that these dry corpses are ordinary people in life. No cultivation fluctuations, but by the devil wantonly captured. As food, hunger and thirst will suck blood, and their own and no cultivation, can only watch blood flow, a little bit of dryness, and ultimately turned into withered bones. Pathetic and angry, the mind spreads. There were still quite a few remnants of the demon race around. These mortals really don't top eat. This is only past a short half-month. We'll eat a 7 or 8. Next time I want a more captivation point. Strive to plunder some small sect cultivators. Cultivators not only chi and blood sweet and delicious, and in the birth of the ability to be very strong, as pigs and sheep like to raise are good. They were talking recklessly, and the people who were looted over, the eyes have long lost their glamour, gloomy and lost sitting there, looking at the surrounding dead bones, and anger, and fear, and confusion and fear. Some of them are civilians, some are fishermen, more merchants, but now are prisoners' food. From the looting of the initial also fantasized about begging grandpa and grandma. As a cow as a horse may be exchanged for a chance of life, who knows that these people are devils, hungry to eat people's chi and blood, and the ghosts and monsters and the legend of the Jichi undoubtedly, or even more horrible. Mother! I'm afraid. There were tender children who were starving and fearfully burrowed in the arms of a woman who also made up for the dead ashes in her eyes and rubbed the child's head, only wishing that the next reincarnation would be a good one, as much as possible a family of cultivation, and would not be subjected to this kind of catastrophe again. Humph. Warm fire flared in Chu Sun's eyes. He rarely cared about matters outside of the East Prosperity sect. But this behavior, what's the difference between that and the devil? Kill. A strand of killing intent surged from his heart, and when he lifted his finger, a luster burst out from his palm, crisscrossing like lightning, passing through the brows of one black-robed person and exterminating them. That kind of movement naturally startled the few survivors. Dead and numb looked up and saw the gentle old man in green shirt standing in midair. The silent minds suddenly rippled. Dead. Dead. These devils are dead. There are survivors in a short period of silence after the outbreak of blazing and maniacal ecstasy. Witnessed the devil will be a little bit of their loved one's absorbed blood into a dry corpse. The heart has long been desperate and angry. See the devil suddenly died in front of them. Intense ecstasy so that they once even their own salvation to forget. From this moment onwards you are free. Chu Sun lamented. And with a wave of his hand, a soft aura coalesced and dispersed, disappearing into their bodies, moisturizing this dry flesh, and also softly said, someone will come later to take you away. Saved. Saved. We're saved. The child and the woman also woke up with hindsight, and then one by one, they hurriedly kneeled down and kowtowed, crying with joy, thanking the godly old man for coming to save them. Witnessed Lu Jian body permeated with monstrous magic, as well as the cultivation continues to soar. The Green Bull Demon Monarch has moved to accept the idea of discipleship. But suddenly look out to the east, where there is an old man in a green shirt slowly walking. It's you! The Green Bull Demon Monarch recognized the visitor. The many devils did not recognize it, especially the withered old man who had just been instructed by the Green Ox Devil Sovereign, and in order to show his loyalty, he even turned into a long rainbow and rushed off, shouting angrily, Master and wait, watch me capture this old guy. The withered old man raised his hand as a devil claw, white bone claw. Moving is the devil sect extremely common a divine ability, eyes also with cruelty and hideous, more celebration. Feel that they have this period of luck is really good. First captured a sword body genius. This again have unenlightened to send to death, so that they will show their loyalty. Slow. The Green Bull Demon Lord's eyes jumped. Pity. Still half a beat slow. It's not just him. The remaining few devils who wanted to show their loyalty were also instantly turned into flying ash, with not a single drop left. While those devils who were watching the show at the bottom had their jaws dropped, feeling the pressure of might that permeated that green-shirt old man's body, and said in horror, Sage, Saint, painful struggles with dreaming, Lu Jian opened his eyes in a daze, and saw the old man in green shirt in midair who was walking slowly, looking at him with pity and compassion, and could not help but bow his head in shame. Dreaming? I'm sorry, teacher, I've fallen into the devil. Chapter 116, Flick of the Finger to Suppress. Teacher? The Green Bull Demon Monarch was still in a slight daze. Boom! An intense demonic aura surged from his body. His face was hideous, and the sanity in his eyes was engulfed by the demonic aura, emanating the mournful hissing of a demon. Chu Sun's eyes flashed with pity. Looking at the suffering disciple, his heart was also sighing slightly. It seemed that he hadn't escaped from this mission after all. This young disciple had finally entered the Devil's Sect, and in a more extreme way. He couldn't help but to also think of Jiang Chen, this genius who had been suppressed by the Sons of Qi. Was he also experiencing setbacks? Jie. Interesting. The Green Bull Demon Monarch, however, laughed oddly. He knew Chu Sun, this man who made himself hate to be put to death, and mocked. Originally, I was still thinking about what way to make you regret going against me, but now it seems that it is very good. Your dear disciple has joined my demon sect and has become my disciple. Don't worry, after killing you, I'll make him the biggest devil under the heavens. It laughed wildly. Thought that would anger Chu Sun. Chu Sun, calm, there is only habit on his face. Thought of his own system's mission, which is to invest in the destiny of the villain, and thought that it could be saved. Now it seems that it is still in accordance with the original trajectory of the constant walking. Then is not he himself toward the future of the great devil's pace of the line? Humph. Green Bull Demon Monarch coldly grunted. There is ferociousness on his face, and he felt that if these righteous sects heard that their disciple is a devil who is not doing anything wrong will be pained. Which thought that it was so calm, and suddenly said, it's not interesting, since the latter cannot be provoked. Let's just kill it. One step forward. Unleash your own hegemonic cultivation. Sage 1 realm, the 2 realms of the saints, the 3 realms of the saints, the 4 realms of the saints. The pressure is more and more surging horror. The eyes are also filled with the cold, the palm of the ghost cohesion of a group of demonic gas, with the continuous aloe, into a horror of the dark vortex, inside the purple lightning crossed, like thunder across the depths. The corner of the mouth seeped this cold smile, when the year to break the seat of the magic tripod, and now also should be the new account of the old accounts and forget it. It's time to get it all together. Chu Sun also nodded gently. The Green Bull Demon Lord is a scourge to one side. Blood sacrifices were made to an unknown number of innocent people. It's time to settle this score. This kind of calmness and composure, on the contrary, made the Green Bull Demon Monarch feel uncomfortable. His feet paced slowly and his eyes grew colder as he said, this seat is very curious to know what exactly your bottom line is. Could it be that you think that by joining forces with the saints of the Eastern Domain you will be able to contend with me? The aura that faintly emanated from his body. It simply wasn't something that an ordinary saint could rival. The second realm of saints is here. Seconds in 10 moves. More or less useless. Plus, hide yourself here. There was a formation set up long ago. There is no way to notify the outside world. Buzz. A casual lift. The huge formation isolated heaven and earth. Shroud everything. Mockingly, he said, I don't know whether to mock your stupidity or your courage. Coming alone. It seems that the last battle gave you too strong of an ego, making you think that saints are nothing more than that. Boom. Palm press. The terrifying and dark swirling thunder, after frantic coalescence, had long turned into substance, suppressing it down, as if the entire sky had been overturned, with black clouds overpowering and ethereal clouds engulfing it, shrouding the latter. Rumble. No. Lu Jian, in the painful struggle to regain a wisp of consciousness, witnessed the scene as more eye sockets want to crack. The heart is trembling. That is his master. Respected master. Do not use talisman paper is not want to implicate the master. Did not expect to still lead to the master was robbed. Little fellow. Obediently watch. The gap between a sage 4th realm and an unusual sage is like the difference between clouds and mud. Can't you see that he has already given up struggling? In the future, obediently join my demonic sect. The Green Bull Demon Monarch scoffed wantonly, and felt extremely bored. This kind of saint who had given up struggling, there was no pleasure in abusing him. The demon saint is mighty. Master bully. Congratulations master for killing another saint. Those remaining black-robed people below respectfully kneeled down and bowed, congratulating their master on his battle achievements. And there were also people waiting with bated breath for the saint's blood to drip down. It was a great tonic, and just because the demon monarch, his old man, didn't look at it, it didn't mean that they didn't want it. But wait and wait. Wait. No blood dripping. There's no need to wait. This fragile saint has already had his soul destroyed under my strike. The Green Bull Demon Monarch turned around in a dashing manner. His expression was cold and arrogant, And the corners of his eyes also carried a few points of heartache. How could he have thought that Chu Sun was so fragile? But as soon as he thought that his own demon cauldron was the one that was shattered by him, he felt that it was also a bargain for him. Oh, this seed is dead? Yes? A light voice came from within that extremely terrifying phantom darkness vortex explosion, only to see the phantom darkness demonic chi that was devouring everything gradually dispersing, revealing a green-shirted old man, who stood there with a relaxed and peaceful figure, his gaze unchanged as he looked down on the green ox demon monarch. Hiss! This made the green bull demon monarch's scalp go numb. This guy? Why is it okay? Weak. Too weak. Chu Sun shook his head. He was able to fight against this realm of existence when he hadn't gained 100 years of cultivation. And now, he was even farther away. And this level of attack already didn't pose the slightest threat to him. Pretending to be a god, the green bull demon monarch raised his big hand to suppress again. A junior who just broke through the saint not long ago. Do you really think that you can turn over the sky by resisting your own blow by a fluke? And at this point, Chu Sun also hands, only to see him gently point the surrounding void time all into solidification. This is drilling empty finger when the space and time have a full understanding. Now a small test of the bullseye. The laws of space is released. The diffuse power of space directly will be confined to the green bull demon monarch, as if blocked in the four sides of the small grid. Boom! The green bull demon monarch struggled violently, feeling threatened. The eyes also grew fierce. What have you done to me? What is this law? Get off me! Gradual. Watching that green-shirted old man warmly stepped forward, the great fear within him was rising infinitely. Back then, he was not afraid of being killed by the saints of the eastern region in a joint effort. He was not afraid of being killed by the saints of the eastern region in a joint effort not long after he had just recovered. And he was not afraid of being killed by the saints of the eastern region in a joint effort. But he was truly trembling with courage and felt threatened when he was now faced with this saint who had just made a breakthrough. I really don't know what qualifications you have to be arrogant in front of me just because you've broken through the Sage 4 realm? Chu Sun looked down at him as his fingertips gently erupting with a might that surpassed the Sage 4 realm. This was the strength of the peak of the Sage 4 realm. The green bull demon monarch couldn't sense it, and in the midst of his great inner fear only knew that Chu Sun's cultivation was far higher than his own, which caused his voice to tremble. Who on earth are you? You're not Chu Sun of the East Prosperity Holy Land. He's only just broken through to the sacred realm. And you far surpassed the sacred person 4 realm. Chapter 117 Master, kill me. Who am I? I am naturally Chu Sun. Chu Sun warmly swallowed the road. But the hand is not merciless. The big slap directly down. A slap thrown in the green bull demon monarch cheeks. Hit the teeth out of the mouth. Blood flying. My disciple. You also want to grab it. Are you worthy? Chu Sun coldly said. And another slap smacked up, causing his body to stagger and nearly fall. Ah! The green bull demon monarch roared. When have I ever been humiliated like this? The hallowed demon saint. It's all about abusing others. What to think that one day you'd be bloodied instead? Snap! A series of 13 slaps, dow crisp resounding, so that the hearts of the crowd of black-robed people watching the show below are constantly trembling, as if it is not the green bull demon monarch that is smoked, but they themselves. There was even a black-robed man who swallowed his saliva in fear and rumbled. Is that really Lord Demon Lord being smoked? Could it be an imposter? That kind of talk. It fell into the ears of the Green Bull Demon Lord. It shamed him even more. Both want to kill everyone in the know. Trying to escape too. Run away as far as you can. This eastern region. Never to return again. The damn thing. It's horrible. Boom. Tried to break free. Saint 4 realm of cultivation and demonic chi also really struggled out. Looking at the ceiling around the formation, but also casually blasted. Twisted his head strange and hostile look at Chu Sun. Sinister, this seat remembers. Whoosh. Turned into a magic smoke, leaving at breakneck speed. As for the harsh words, but is habitually put. These years are being chased every time before escaping like to throw on a sentence. Even this also formed instinct, so that now finished on the regret. This guy is a ghost thing. More than their own scary. Provoke this guy to do what? Demon King. Master. Lord Demon Saint. Those black-robed man minions below were completely dumbfounded. The owner of the house ran away. What about them? Ha! Chu Sun shook his head. This if let the Green Bull Demon Monarch escape this trip is really in vain. Think of the Green Bull Demon Monarch in the East Domain for the scourge of many years, but also the eyes of the cold. Then the law of the East Domain will kill you. Eastern Phoenix Bell. Dang! The void trembled eerily. A big old bell. It enveloped 10 million miles in a circle. No end in sight. Yo-yo suppression. Boom! Only heard the miserable screams. That the Green Bull Demon ruler is not escaped a few steps will be imprisoned. With the East Phoenix clock shrinking refining, but a moment or 3 moments will be easily killed. Since then, Eastern Region Demon Sage. Green Bull Demon King. Dead. Gulp. Gulp. Silence. Deadly silence. Those minions who were still on the island looked up in panic and uncertainty, looking at which green-shirt old man's eyes were filled with intense fear. He had actually refined all the Green Bull Demon monarchs, especially when the East Phoenix spell was released. It covered 10 million miles and encompassed this heaven and earth, giving the impression that it was boundless and far more terrifying than when Xia Yang had activated it. Escape! Escape! Run! The Demon Lord is dead. The demon cult is finished. These black-robed people, there is no lack of some just into the devil's religion soon practitioners, would like to go to the extreme, not to get something for nothing, which thought just into the devil's religion in a few days was subjected to this kind of bloodbath, a pale and shriveled, their own boss is dead, and then do not run to stay in this why, panic in the haste to choose a way. Phew, a thought of breath, an invisible sword chi coalesced, pffffffff. No need for deliberate distraction. These demonic auras crisscrossed the landscape. Shasta. He then decimated the remnants of the devil's religion. A short moment. Heaven and earth are cleared. Ah, only one person body still into the storage of the devil, but also will be the whole process into the eyes of the Lu Jian. Witnessed the Green Bull demon ruler was killed. The bottom of the heart of the mouth of the tension of the gas is also given to slack. The eyes of the rationality is quickly engulfed by the devil. This process does not know how long it lasted when woke up again. The sky is already evening. Sure. Master. Lu Jian's sleepy eyes open. See not far away that sitting in a green shirt old man, shamefully lowered his head. At this moment he is really hoped that everything is a dream, but the master is perched not far away, will be the bottom of his heart of the fluke completely knocked out, and there is only sickly pale and powerless, himself, enchanted, thinking of the Eastern region's attitude towards the devil cult, and thinking of how he, as a disciple of a saint, had fallen into the devil cult, and how great the impact would be on his master if word got out. His face turned pale, and with a heavy pace, he took a few steps forward, knelt in front of Chu Sun, and bowed his head, saying, "Disciple, I'm ashamed of my master, and I'll allow my master to be punished." Chu Sun said warmly, "Why don't you use the talisman paper that was given to you? With his rune paper, it can behead anyone in the Eastern region. How could they have been robbed and captured?" Lu Jian's face pale, and a few regret, but also truthfully said, "Down the mountain first encountered the devil's blood sacrifice. Think of the matter of the Sky Cloud country would like to think that the snake, such as being captured to the lair and then use the master's talismanic paper, so that a sword swept away the devil's lair, is also counted as a people to get rid of the evils of not live up to the master's talismanic paper. But I did not expect, will be captured to hear." Chu Sun nodded gently. This he still trusted his apprentice to do. Seeing the master's father not speaking, Lu Jian lowered his head again and blamed himself. "Master will waste me. Nullifying all my cultivation. Even if the demonic chi is in my body, it will not pose a threat. It will not cause any grievances, and then expelling me from the East Prosperity sect at that time will have nothing to do with master." Lu Jian said with a trembling voice, "Are you willing?" Lu Jian's body steeply trembled. Willingness? How would he be willing? Step on the cultivation of the way to seek is to live forever, leading to invincibility. This is just where to wear. Life has just started, but also worshipped a saint as a teacher. Before the beginning of the end of the how would be willing. But the thought of their own has been reduced to the demon race, and that there is still the qualification to talk about what is not willing to willingly. Bowing his head, he said, "Disciple willingly, say the words as they are spoken." He released, "Look back on your life, from the emergence of the young, to the young man's heroic, to the youth of the downcast trance, as well as the turning point of life, in the East Prosperity sect at that time to worship the master. More along with the master to bring himself back to the Heavenly Clouds country to save the entire country. And now the family is proud of himself. The Heavenly Clouds country regarded himself as a legend, and his parents also because of himself to obtain a very high degree of respect. There is still what is not satisfied. Disciple willingly. If master thinks that disciple is useless, no relief. Kill also. Ryujian resounded. Into the devil. Then there is a price to pay. Even if he was decapitated by the master. And no complaints. While waiting, he heard a soft laugh. Lu Jian looked up blankly and saw his master, still gentle and kind, his fingertip gently tapping on his brow, smiling. "What do you think? What is evil and what is magic?" Ryujian was bewildered. Even the seat does not think that you into the devil is a problem. Who is qualified to ask? Life is short, the road of cultivation and walk and far. This is just a start, a little setback. What is the problem? Only need to repress the demonic nature does not mess with the killing of innocents can be counted. Counting, To help the teacher to get rid of the Green Bull Demon Monarch you are considered to be a great merit. Go home. A breeze wrapped around the willow sword. Ride the wind. And the latter, face written with bewilderment. Their own into the devil teacher father actually did not blame in the slightest, also do not mind. Slightly tilted his head to look at the familiar and respected teacher in front of him, the heart of the admiration surging. In the bottom of the heart silently decided to guard the teacher for life. Chapter 118, The Spoils of War. Back to the East Prosperity Sect. Everything is quiet and peaceful. No one even knew that he had gone out for a round and put to death the Green Bull Demon Monarch who had plagued the Eastern Domain and made all the saints feel at risk. And it was only at this time that the several saints in the Eastern Domain were still on edge, watching out for a sneak attack by the Green Bull Demon Monarch. And Lu Jian didn't go out in these days, chose to close the door in the clan. The master chose to turn a blind eye, but how could he be careless? In case he accidentally exposed the identity of the demon race in the outside world, it would be a fatal blow to the master's reputation. He had to figure out the attributes in his body in a very short period of time. Devil's breath. When will it break out? When and how to press? And so on and so forth. In peacefulness, Chu Sun's original body also slowly put down the books in his hands and calmly looked at his doppelganger, who also blessedly paid out his harvest this time, all of which were the spoils of the beheading of the Green Bull Demon Monarch. 3 of these things are more valuable. The remainder is more generic. Spirit herb, spirit stones. None of this is put in perspective. The time finger, the heavenly gun, the furnace. These 3 are the Immortal Way Sect's township. Earlier the Immortal Way Sect was destroyed. The Green Bull Demon Monarch could not see those small goods, but the Immortal Way Sect's township was taken, and is also the trophy of Chu Sun's fruitless search for a trip. Time finger, Chu Sun murmured softly, flipping through one of the pages. At first glance was a line of golden brilliant runes, like golden tadpoles, flowing with the flow of time. This was an extremely high inheritance, not relying on the words, but more to the divine understanding, using the mind to comprehend the meaning of it, and feeling the supreme profoundness. Well, slightly closed eyes. In a moment. Feel the passing of time. Even the empty fingers made a difference. It's an extremely powerful fingering technique. Even Chu Sun was slightly emotional. If one were to comprehend it with all one's heart, this fingering method together with the empty void finger would explode with extreme power. And the two complemented each other. Comprehending it would help each other. And it was extremely suitable for oneself, so that one could slowly comprehend the mysteries of it. But he didn't practice immediately either. Cutting off the sense. Look to the second sample. Clang! A golden godly spear, suffused with brilliant holy might. Its sharpness was clear. The tip of the spear was even stained with dried blood. It was the blood of saints. It was a very ancient and powerful object, belonging to the Immortal Tao Sect's divine weapon. Such a thing Chu Sun had once seen. In the snowy mountain hall Immortal Tao Sect's patriarch Qin Yu wielding the golden godly spear with the intention of beheading himself to death. It was just that at that time, his own self had already far surpassed the realm of the human emperor. And he was not even an opponent of the half-saints. And Qin Yu had not yet tried to show off his ferocity, forcing his body to sweat in fear under his own sword, and retreated violently for 100 or 10 miles, completely losing his will to fight. Not bad. Chu Sun nodded gently, randomly gathered up. Another look at the third item. The furnace. A red-colored furnace. After generations of alchemy, a lot of holy medicine residue and furnace fit into one. If you use this furnace, alchemy will enhance the probability of quite a lot of Dan. Belongs to the very best Dan furnace, is very cherished, but this kind of thing is more or less a little bit of senselessness to him. After all, he has already possessed the same. Earlier Jiang does to pay homage to the teacher. Jiang Zhinshan came to send a gift to pay homage to the teacher will have a pot of Dan furnace. The items or samples or effectiveness are not inferior to this red stove, but unfortunately, since then never used. Whoosh! Putting away the 3 items with a flick of his sleeve. Although the only thing that was really useful was the finger of time, but it was enough for him. But he also lamented. Green Ox Demon Monarch. What a dish! These long years. Is that all you got? But on second thought, this guy was previously chased to in ruins. Even the small red-colored tripod in his hand was lost. There really isn't anything to take out. These 3 are also the harvest of intercepting the Immortal Tao Sect. Otherwise he would be even poorer. Another random flip. I found a few books of magic skills. These things are divided into the upper middle and lower 3 books. If the circulation will make waves in the eastern region, I do not know whether it will cultivate the Devil Saint. A simple flipping through the book and then put it away, thinking that perhaps someday that little disciple of theirs will be useful. Even if they do not use it, they should be prevented from a disaster. Inside the clan, Wang He and Elder Jiang were playing chess in the middle of the clouds as usual, and in the middle of the game, Wang He also said, counting the time, Elder Chu has already broken the saint for many days. and it's time to organize a banquet and invite all the forces of the Eastern Domain. Elder Jiang also nodded gently, knowing that this is the consensus. If the breakthrough of the human emperor within the clan is not worth celebrating, but the breakthrough of saints that is a major event in the entire Eastern region, determining the Eastern region to fill a top figure, it is worthwhile to invite all the forces to come to congratulate the rest of the clan saints to breakthrough or so. Go find Sect Master Xiao. See what she says. The duo's figures flashed. It also came to the place where the sect leader practiced. Xiao Rongyu, who was practicing cultivation, also slightly pondered after hearing the words. Breaking through the saints really should be a big feast. Earlier when she had this idea, also willing to head, Immortal Taoist sect has been destroyed. Jinwu's sect can't become the climate, and the rest of the sects can also take advantage of the opportunity to deter and knock. I'll go and ask. A few moments later, hidden scriptures. Is practicing the time finger? Chusun ghostly opened his eyes. A moment just. The pupils of the eyes among the flow of traces of years, which let the arrival of Xiao Rongyu heart and soul stirring. For a tremor, more and more feel in front of Chusun is unfathomable. Pupils among the flow of time and years. The feeling is even more powerful than compared to the Xiaoyang. However, sect leader Xiao still stabilized his mind and spoke out the thoughts of the two elders. Aha! Chusun nodded slightly. Sulking, he said, there is no hurry. Although the matter of the Immortal Tao sect has been resolved, the matter of the True Martial sect has not yet been resolved. When the Immortal Tao sect was first oppressed, it is unrealistic to think of just letting it go. Give me a few more days of effort. I will resolve all of this by myself. Xiao Rongyu's smoky brows knitted slightly, worry surfacing on her delicate pretty face as she said, the True Martial sect is different from the others. There's no need for Elder Chu to be in a hurry. Worried about the True Martial Great Sage? Chu's eyes warm. A glance to see through the Xiao Rongyu heart thought. For this number of characters he has not forgotten, after all, but the life simulation will be their own decapitation of the ruthless characters. The future and their own have extremely strong drama. The latter worry, do not want to let themselves at this moment to provoke him also understand. Just, something, doomed to do it. The True Martial sect must be destroyed. True Martial Great Sage left the True Martial sect for many years. Even if what happened in the Eastern region to pass out, he also has no time to return. In addition to their own has long since not been the hands of the human emperor, Saint 4 realm of cultivation, but also enlightenment of a number of magical powers. The real war power is extremely strong. The face of the True Martial Great Sage may not necessarily be a steady defeat. The latter's lips quirked slightly. I also know that my mind is made up. Then there was no more dissuasion. A few days later, East Prosperity Sect. A figure stepped out from within the sect, this time walking out of the sect in a dignified manner, in the direction of none other than the True Martial sect, setting off a furor for a time, sparking intense concern within the Eastern Domain. Chapter 119. The Saint, who has been, Tianji Sect. When the old man holding the heavenly chance disc saw the figure presented within the mirror image, complexity and despondency appeared in his eyes and he sighed softly. Why bother? The True Martial Sect sage had already been beaten far away, so why bother to kill him? True Martial Sect is different from the other. There is a true martial arts great saint alive, out traveling for many years. Only a pile of his legend passed out. Know that the latter came to the unimaginable realm. Is not an ordinary person can be the enemy. If you know how to be interesting, Elder Chu should be safe and sound. Go in the East Prosperity Sect. Do not do anything. Pity. Going to stop it? Divine Feminine Sect's old crone leaning on her walking stick also fell into hesitation. She did not want to participate in the matter between the two holy places. But now the eastern region is in turmoil. The Green Bull Demon Monarch on the side of the peeping really cannot be further internal strife, or snipers and muscles, and even the fisherman's advantage, even with them will have a catastrophe. Thoughts. True Martial Sect. At this point, people are in fear. True Martial Sect Patriarch Lunan Tian, Grand Elder of the True Martial Sect, Second Elder of the True Martial Sect, Third Elder of the True Martial Sect, countless disciples of the True Martial Sect. They stood nervously under the clan's protective formation, looking at the old man in the distance who was slowly strolling. Their hearts were trembling. Even the True Martial Sect's patriarch, Lunan Tian, was breathing heavily at this moment. They had fantasized about this day, but they did not expect that it would really kill them. Surprise! Really? The kill is coming. He's crazy. Aren't you afraid of the True Martial Great Sage's retaliation? Hateful. Chusen, how dare he? My True Martial Sect saint is not dead either. He's just been beaten far away from a corner of the marina. How could he dare to strike against my true martial sacred ground at this time? These elders all said with trembling hearts and pain. Chusun defeated the twin saints. Kill the immortal Taoist sect saints. Destroy the immortal Wei sect. The word spread about this one. It's mind-blowing. But the true martial sect has always maintained a supreme stance. Possessing an extremely strong backbone, believing that even if they temporarily showed weakness, Chu Sun would not dare to take the true martial sect. But now that the old man who slowly paced and marched, made their hearts tremble. Looking around, a despairing emotion filled the air. Could it be that the true martial sect really wants to be destroyed from the eastern region? Short trip. But in a moment, Chu Sun had then arrived, standing under the true martial sect's formation, overlooking the clan below. True martial sect patriarch Lunantian was also staring at it. His eyes were cold, but more than that, he was bewildered, because he couldn't figure out that the initial meeting was still very weak. Chu elder. Just a blink of an eye, how could he grow to such a state? Even the saints weren't rivals. He inhaled a deep breath, gritted his teeth and said, Chu Inquisition, what are you coming to do? Chu Sun looked down coldly and said indifferently, true martial sect. When removed, boom, transient numbers, but it's like a thunderbolt, rolling across the entire eastern region. Tianji sect, Divine Feminine sect, Divine Action sect, the Hall of the Hanging King, Floating Moon sect. These top forces, even if they knew the end from the moment Chu Sun moved out, they still couldn't help but tremble when they heard these decisive words. Actually wanting to truly destroy the true martial sect. Was this a way to continuously eliminate the two holy places in the eastern region in a short period of time? They took a deep breath. The heart is slow as shocking. Think carefully. Think it's unbelievable. It's only been a while. The holy places that used to be high and mighty could not escape the fall. Ancestor sacrifice. True martial sect patriarch Lunantian's eyes were clear and cold. Since Chu Sun wanted to destroy the true martial sect, then there was really nothing more to say. Sacrificing his clan weapon to see if he could block the latter, Chu Sun gently raised his hand, slowly pressed down. Boom! A huge palm print, covering the sky, falling on the clan formation. That is like a curtain of light glaze shrouded. Huge formation suddenly trembled, seems to be unable to withstand the terrible pressure, especially with the palm print slowly descending. Every time the formation fell, a moment will quake 3 times. Despair filled the eyes of Lunantian and the others within the sect. The ancestral weapons had yet to be sacrificed, but they knew that it was already useless because the latter was too strong. In the meantime, a corner of the marina, at the deep sea, boom, with the waves rolling in. Wave bursts. A lanky and domineering middle-aged man stepped out from the waves, his bare feet stepping on the surface of the sea. Ecstasy surged on his face, but there was also strong resentment and killing intent in his eyes as he grunted. I really don't know whether I should be thankful or hateful. I didn't expect to be pushed to the limit by Chu Sun, this junior, and put to death, and accidentally break through from the Sage 3 realm to the 4 realm. Clenched his fists. Feel that surge of energy, flooding every cell in the body. It made him grin. Bearded, oily head and face. It's been over a month. Practice without regard for image. Harvestable. It's also extremely full. He now has the confidence to beat the previous 10 himself. The thought of their own double saints were Chu Sun too abused will have resentment spread. As pacing forward, eyes also suffused with ferocity, said, I do not know how the clan is now. That Chu Sun did not lay hands on the true martial sect, but it does not matter. And now my only body will be able to sweep the eastern region. It is time to liquidate the true martial sect. Despair spreads. It's over. It's over. The formation is going to shatter. Ka-ching. Click, click, click. With the diffusion of a crack, the faces of those cultivators within the sect were suffused with despair, especially when the pressure in the palm print descended down from the cracks, causing those with weak cultivation bases to be struck by lightning. Their bodies flew horizontally and fell aside, chattering blood in large gulps, and even the elders were pressurized and unable to breathe, and were forced to sit on the ground. One knows the power, oppressing the entire clan horizontally, not to mention against the enemy. There's not even anyone to fight against it. How is he so strong? True martial sect patriarch Lunantian was unwilling. Clearly Chu Sun's cultivation was weaker than his, but now that he hadn't even reached half saint, the latter had come to the point where he had to look up to him. I'm not willing. Put. Boo. The formation burst into pieces. Lunantian, who was still trying to struggle, under the might, sweep straight up, continuously crashed into a palace. The houses, pillars and beams crashed into the shattered, and finally heavily impacted on the back of the mountain to leave a deep silhouette branding. Only weak and powerless fell down, but that the eyes are suffused with powerlessness. The clan is still a fluke of the people completely despaired. Even the patriarch is so, and who else can block it? Tianji sect, Divine Feminine sect, Divine Action sect. See this scene. Both fell silent. The difference is too great. It's useless to make a move. Chu Sun, and in this matter, in the rear but came thunderous burst of shouts, suddenly attracted the attention of all the people, with the twisting of the head, only to see the far side of a rude and domineering figure. 1 second is still in the distant sky. The next second is like thunder and as if the great sun across the sky, rushing across the sky, quickly descending, like a comet falling to the ground, descending to this place. Sage of the true martial sect, Chu Zun, returned. Boom. See the ladder. True martial sect disciples, elders choked with emotion. At this time they have given up struggling, give up resistance, appointed as if by heaven's will. Who had thought that at this time their saints would descend with a thunderous momentum? The heart that has already given up the rolling hot water and moved. Sage didn't he forget us? Another elder choked. His voice was all inarticulate. The saint he had been concerned about the situation of the true martial sect and appeared at this time. Chapter 120, isn't he only at the sage one realm? Touched and deep concern and fear, because know the power of Chu Sun. That is the double saints join hands are not a rival. Now they saints suffered serious injuries, injury has not been repaired. And how is the rival? There are elders touched also shouted, Chu Zun saints, you quickly go. Do not come back. Saints, master. Heavily wounded Lu Nantian body armor cracked inch by inch. Among the corners of the mouth seeping blood. Hard to raise his head to look at that proudly stand in the long sky of the sturdy man. The heart of the emotions complex to the extreme. Both desperate to the limit of gratitude, but also a burst of celebration. An indescribable complexity. Lo said, Master, you quickly go. The true martial sect sage looked around. The sect formation was broken. Under that layer of ripples swirling around, the large and brilliant sect was like a sack, in a sorry state, and his own descent not only didn't allow these people to recover their fighting spirit, but instead, every one of them persuaded themselves to go, which made Chu Zun, who still wanted to make a big show of himself, pull out a cold in his heart. Are you that out of line? The eyes were ghostly cold, gradually reversed the past, staring at Chu Sun. The latter looked calm and calm. Seems to be slightly surprised at his arrival, but from the beginning to the end are very calm, more like their own present less a piece of trouble, without the future can go looking for, but also cannot help but the corner of the mouth percolate this cold smile. Mocking heckle. I don't know if I'm mocking myself or someone else. This trip back, he's going to take on the posture of a king, sweeping across the eastern territories. What Chu Sun, what a black-robed man, what a mysterious saint, just dare to come. Uniformed suppression and killing. Suppressing everything with his dominating and unrivaled double fists. Shouldn't have come. The Heavenly Chance sect patriarch saw the scene through the Heavenly Chance disc and secretly sighed and shook his head. The true martial sect saints didn't show up. Even destroying the East Prosperity sect would be a trivial matter that wasn't worth mentioning, and there was no loss of top battle power. But with the true martial sect sage showing up, that's a problem. The two saints fought. Sandpiper. Between the two, there must be an injury. It was something he didn't want to see. Divine Walking Sect Sage's eyes also slightly eased. True Martial Sect Sage's appearance at this moment was a bit unexpected, but his cultivation and injuries had already recovered was obviously a good sign, and at that moment, he also took a step out from the middle of nothingness, leisurely came to this place, stood not far away from True Martial Sect Sage, indifferently looked down at Chu Sun, and coldly said, Chu Sage, stop it, Buzz. An old crone on crutches also walked slowly. Chu Sun's eyes also grew cold, scanning around. Just two? Not so much. There should be more. Fruitfulness. The next moment, that old farmer who didn't belong to any power also slowly stepped out and said in a rather complicated manner, Shu Shang, stop. It's not that we want to insist on meddling in things between you. Now that the crisis in the eastern region hasn't been lifted yet, the two of you exchanging blows will only make the Green Bull Demon Monarch rejoice. So it's better to be in the old man's traction and turn the war into peace. Ha! Chu Sun hasn't made a statement yet. The corner of the true martial sect sage's mouth then hung a cold smile, mockery filling his eyes as he said, he is also worthy of turning a war with me into a peace? Saints of the Divine Action Sect, Sage of the Divine Feminine Sect, Old Farmer. These three were just about to say something. Boom! A strong aura erupted. Sage one realm, the two realms of the saints, the three realms of the saints, the four realms of the saints. This sudden diffusion of powerful cultivation that swept through the scene, especially the cultivation of martial arts physique, carried an unparalleled oppression that was suffocating. Stunned filled the eyes of the saint of the Divine Walking Sect, not having thought that the saint of the true martial sect who had escaped with serious injuries would still have this chance. Frozen broke through from the Saint 3 realm to the Saint 4 realm. The other two were also filled with astonishment, completely unaware of the true martial sect sage's breakthrough, and feeling the true martial sect sage's thick cultivation, as well as the powerful oppression it brought. They could not help but nod their heads slightly and say, since the two of you insist on fighting, let's divide them into winners and losers so as not to wear small shoes for each other in the future. Chu Sun's eyes instantly went down cold. Icy cold swept from the three saints. True martial sect saints just came out when they were worried about the latter. Have stood out to stand up to help. That is itching to fight with a seat. Now feel the other side. Cultivation is strong. Occupy the advantage. Will be cold-eyed to look on. Do not care about their own deaths and lives. It's ridiculous. Can't the Eastern region live with the loss of a true martial sect saint? He's a saint? And you're not? These men spoke well of him when he was strong. These people look on coldly when he shows weakness. What a fair saint. Good one for the greater good of the East Kingdom. Ha! Master has broken through the realm. Originally worried immortal Dao sect patriarch Lunantian. Surprise filled his shocked face. Not only him, those elder disciples of true martial sect had joyful colors that could not be hidden. One by one, they swept away the disheveledness on their bodies and said in surprise, "Senior, please also quickly suppress this madman." As the true martial sect sage watched the steep and large shift in mood around him, a smile appeared on his rugged face as well, mockingly looking down on Chu Sun and sneering, "While you still have time, invite whichever mysterious sage from your East Prosperity sect to come here. I'd like to see what kind of saint he is." Buzz. The green vine sword glittered. It fell into the palm of his hand. The turquoise color of life accompanies it. "It seems that you are obsessed with the truth, so I will grant you a death." True martial sect Saint Chu Zun's eyes gradually chilled. Extreme coldness spread from his body, turning into ice, freezing the void. Even the remaining few saints felt the piercing coldness, glancing at each other. He said, "Chu Zun doesn't seem to have gained a lot of opportunity in creation this trip to break through the realm. At the very least, this hand alone was something he did not possess before." Clang! The green vine sword releases light. Chu Sun's eyes were clear and cold, chopping down with a sword. Only one sword. Instead, it erupted into a roiling turquoise sheen. Shoo! The cold ice condensed in the void was chopped through. A curved turquoise sword chi. No match for the pouring. Hiss! The true martial sect sage's scalp tingled. The pupils of his eyes contracted violently as he stared at the sword, filled with horror and shock, saying, "How is it possible? This sword, how could it be chopped out by you?" His scalp was numb. The hairs of sweat on his body stood on end. His right hand waved his fist prints in a domineering manner. His fists cracked the void, condensed powerful traces, and suppressed them, making the heaven and earth tremble. Thousands of fist prints meet out, and strongly bombarded on the turquoise sword chi, but he didn't block for a single breath, and then it was shattered like a forceful blow. Put! Next breath, a cluster of blood splattered. A head flew up. This place, into a solidification like never before. Gulp! Gulp! This was the sound of swallowing saliva, but people's hearts were cold and numb. The creased cheeks of the divine feminine sect saint who was watching the battle from afar froze, and his gaze was fixed, and the whole person stood there dumbfounded, staring blankly at his body, and the bottom of his heart rose up with a layer of goosebumps under the extreme shock again, tingling all over. This sword, that old farmer also gaze solidified, as a saint can most clearly feel the pouring of this sword chi, far from ordinary saints can be compared. Even if you do yourself, the face of this sword will only lose faster, and even a sword under the soul. There is no struggle possible. The bottom of the heart is all shocked, muttering to himself, "He is not only a saint a realm?" Chapter 121, Sect Altar. The divine walking sect saint was clothed in blue and white Taoist robes, middle-aged in age but with a slim figure. His deep eyes penetrated with a calculating character, yet he was also shocked speechless at this moment. This sword, Tianji Sect, the Hall of the Hanging King, Floating Moon Sect. These people who saw this scene through the secret treasure were all fixed at that. Compared to the former, after the two are surging with ecstasy, because they have been tied to the same chariot with Chu Sun. The stronger Chu Sun is, the better it is for them naturally. Division. Division. Master. The smile on his face has not yet had time to completely bloom. Jinwu Sect Patriarch Lunantian expression in frozen in that. Not only is he, Jinwu Sect of those elders face smile is also followed by stiff. For a time I do not know that the flesh to see this is an illusion. Or how I, true martial sect sage Heart Harry, was beheaded by a sword. It is reasonable to say that he should erupt into a frenzy of anger. But now there is only deep fear and trembling. Clearly feel that the sword is not the full force of the old man in front of him, which makes him tremble with fear. Why? He broke through the same talent only for more than a month. Why would there be such a big qualitative change? It's time to liquidate. Chu Sun's voice was gentle. Slowly. Not too fast or too slow. This sound fell into the latter's ears like the urging of death. Yelling also in the accelerated neck and flesh connection. However, that turquoise sword chi decapitation also residual terrible sword intent. If not expelled, it is impossible to easily recover. Suppress. True martial sect saint eyes suffused with heart. Vaguely regret showing up. Had known that this guy is a monster. Why common sense? He broke a small realm. Is this one will not break the realm of the domineering chi and blood boiled like an ocean? impacting in the blood-dripping neck, so that the wisps of sword chi continue to burst out. Phew! 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 The subtle sword arcs continue to surge, bursting out in all directions. Boom! Fell in 100 feet high on a small mountain peak. In an instant, the entire mountain peak razed to the ground, and some fell in a lake within the horror of the sword directly evaporate the lake in the lake. This scene fell in the eyes of others as how shocked. That sword arc densely packed, or from the neck to force out the residual traces of the sword can be imagined that initially the sword is how sharp. It was accompanied by another long whistle. Finally the sword energy was forced out. The head re-heals. However, the true martial sect sage's chi and blood had obviously decayed quite a bit, much weaker than just now. An intense scorn permeated his eyes when he looked at Chu Sun again, and the arrogance and cockiness he had just shown was all gone. Again! Chu Sun's voice was soft, lightly said. Boom! This made the latter's scalp go numb with fear. Turn and run. This guy. It's the monster. Buzz! Chu Sun stretched out his palms, enveloping the heavens and earth in all directions. This was the law of space and time that he had researched based on the emptiness finger, directly solidifying the surrounding void and not giving the true martial sect saints the possibility of escaping by vanishing into it. The divine walking sect sage's eyes were wildly jumping. This was not a collision at all, but a unilateral massacre, and the massacre was still his ally. At this time, he should have stood out to dissuade Chu Sun, but he thought that his actions just now had already offended Chu Sun, and then came back to clamor for more, for fear of destroying him with a single slap. Goddess sect crone. Scattered old farmers. The two also clearly understand this reasoning. If it is unusual, they also said, everyone's strength is not far apart even if held down the head of the Chu Sun at a disadvantage. The latter can only be recognized. And now it is different. The absolute strength. And then dare to noisy this guy really may be a big slap flung to the public slapping. It can be a big loss of human disgrace. Master. Saints. Senpai. Inside the true martial sect. But it was a chipper one. Everyone is at risk. It was hard to hide the worry on his face. The joy that had just risen directly turned into despair. True martial sect sage, if they don't show up they at least have a thought. And now, that's not even a single thought. True martial sect Grand Elder decadently said, who's going to save Sage Senior? Even if it creates an opportunity for the sage to escape, it's better than being subdued and killed. Second Elder of the True Martial Sect. Third Elder of the True Martial Sect. True Martial Sect Patriarch. A moment of silence. It's not that I don't want to, rather, it's not possible. The battle between the two unusual saints involved in it is also bound to die. They only need a little aftershock of these human emperors will be able to bury them. Simply cannot affect the battle. From the just that burst of sword arcs can be seen, that is randomly one have the ability to destroy the murder of the emperor. Completely unqualified to block. To the altar. Summon the true martial sage. Go! The true martial sect sage in the midst of the wolfishness both scorched the furnace and growled nervously. Summon the true martial great sage. The true martial sect's great elders trembled slightly. How could they not know this? Back then, the true martial great sage left behind an altar when he departed, which could directly summon him, but from what they knew that altar only served as a notification message. Even if they informed the true martial great sage of the current situation, it would be difficult for him to return with his distance. We have to try. The second elder of the true martial sect also said, do not try is bound to die. Try may really happen to turn the tide. Maybe the true martial great sage also left behind a backhand. The clan's forbidden land. A huge altar, flowing with runic Dao rules, urging up is transformed into thousands of golden bright runes, transformed into a beam of light, straight into the sky, linking unknown how many thousands of miles away. Buzz, 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 it's in the waiting. Every breath is like a year. The true martial sect's grand elder said nervously, can we get in touch? This formation has been deserted for many years. The Jinwu sect's steady battle for the number one power in the eastern region does not need to contact the Jinwu great sage. And now with this deserted altar, can the latter still be contacted? After a long wait, exempt, a vast breath descended, like the gods above the 9 heavens, and like the supreme Taoist god sitting on a plate. Only a wisp of pressure descended to make the human emperors like a lonely boat in the ocean of the sea swaying with the wind. The breath far beyond the true martial sect saints, as well as any saints in the eastern region, is the human emperors have never perceived the majesty of the vastness. It's so powerful. In the first moment, they were shocked and their hearts were stirred, and then ecstasy surged. The stronger the true martial great sage was, the more likely the true martial sect's crisis would be resolved. The few saints of the divine walking sect who were watching the battle from afar also felt something in their hearts, and violently turned their heads to look inside the true martial sect, feeling that vast and infinite aura, and said horrifiedly, I feel that I'm just a feeble ant under that aura. The goddess sect crone was also stirred in her heart and soul, It was difficult to contain the shock in her eyes. They were already noble saints, high above, but a wisp of breath coming from within that altar would oppress them. It was really difficult to imagine which person who had left the Eastern Domain for many years would be as strong as they were. Chapter 122, a piece of legal paper. It worked. It really worked. Contacted the True Martial Great Sage. True Martial Sect Grand Elder's face surged with ecstasy, as well as unbelievable look. Never thought that this long-deserted altar could really contact the True Martial Grand Sage. Feeling that vastness as heavenly might, but also as the fuzzy figure of the Taoist priest sitting on the plate. Both excitement, but also elated. Ye seniors, can you hear me speak? At the other end of the altar, sitting on the fuzzy man nodded slightly. The complexity of the look is also slightly selected. These years as the cultivation continues to improve, those who once took care of others are cautious and humble up. This attitude differential let him feel despondent, but for many years but has also long been accustomed to it. Just the face of the once this brush off their own forces. He did not want to be too raw. The heart to retain a thought is the most precious. With many years without the relaxed tone, deliberately said, Great Elder, but it is not seen for many years. The tone of how to be so rusty. The late generation also remembered that year when the first time into the clan to get you to the brush off. Such easy words. If it is transmitted to the outside world, I don't know what waves will be made. That high and mighty sage of true martial arts. Is there such a thing as innocence? The True Martial Sect's Grand Elder's face surged with pride, slightly raising his chin. This was the most proud thing in his life. Back then, the True Martial Great Sage Yi Wuxuan had just joined the sect and was taken care of by him, only that this junior was too demonic, and only stayed for a few years in the Eastern Domain before he could not tolerate this Qilin, and headed for a higher place to break through. The time wobbles. Many years have passed. Only his deeds came through. But I don't see the honored one returning. Now hearing Yi Wuxuan humbly call himself a junior, the Grand Elder could not help but glow with pride. Yet he did not forget the purpose of this request for assistance, and in the most concise of words, he elaborated over what had happened in the Eastern Domain, and the current pattern. Aha! A short meditation. The fuzzy man sitting on the disc was back to being cold, like a deity sitting on a plate. Heaven's might is unfathomable. Misty, with a dreamy, Chu Sun, he murmured softly, seemed to feel surprised. This dusty name has been long forgotten if not mentioned by the Grand Elder. This life cultivation encountered countless geniuses. Even Chu Sun is only an insignificant one. Thinking of some time in the eastern region, the corners of his mouth also pursed up a slight smile, murmured, it's a happy period of time. Thinking back on the years in the eastern territories, calm, peaceful, even if there is a fight. It's easy, too, and after leaving the eastern region as if only set foot in the cultivation world, will be the Ui guile, and cruel competition killings fully revealed. A little careless will be swallowed up, dregs are not left. Just now when communicating with the Grand Elder the heart was flooded with a trace of thoughts, wanting to make a trip back to that earthly Pure Land. But thinking of the imminent matter here, he also murmured softly, unfortunately, it will not be possible to return in a short period of time. Gollum, Great Elder, Second Elder, the Three Elders, the Four Elders, Lunanshan. The faces of these people, full of anticipation and with blazing excitement, were frozen and fixed there, with nothing but ghostly fear and despair on their faces. Jinwu Deshan got in touch. Response can be given, but it made their hearts tremble. The real body is outside, unable to return. Then they, tilting his head back to look at the True Martial Sect saints who had long been heavily wounded and chattering, covered in blood. The latter also looked towards the altar place to get an answer from these people's faces, and the smiles and perseverance on their faces gradually solidified. Although the other few saints in the eastern region were not clear about what had happened, they also saw the answer in the eyes of the True Martial Sect saint and lamented. Can it be that the True Martial Sect is going to be overthrown as well? Yi, the Grand Elder's voice was a bit hard. The straight figure hunched over, 10 years old in a flash. Ha, Great Elder, even though my main body can't return, a single piece of mana paper is enough to solve these trivial matters. The tone of the blurry man sitting in a lofty plate was indifferent, as if dealing with a trivial matter, and then he saw his hands forming a seal, and a moment later there was a yellowish piece of mana paper that was transmitted down from within the altar. This altar is not stable. Han, spiritual body, neither can go down. May a piece of legal paper, more than enough, float, wobbly. A yellowish magic paper landed in front of the Grand Elder of the True Martial Sect. Feeling the surging energy coming from within the magic paper, the Grand Elder's bleak eyes erupted with unparalleled fervor, and he openly twisted his stance and looked towards Chu Sun with murderous anger, saying, today is the day of your demise, and it's no good for the Heavenly King to come. Boom! Crushed the legal paper. In an instant, a huge portal hanging between heaven and earth, Like the southern heavenly gate in the ancient divine flower, a wisp of a slit opening and closing. Thousands of golden auspicious haze radiantly irradiated. Bright people could not open their eyes, accompanied by the 5 fingers to cover their eyes, looked in the hazy slit and saw that the portal was squeaking open, and after the slit, Yo survived an ancient figure, he just so eerily seated, silent, his back to the heavenly court, but with the boldly raised his head and opened his eyes. It was like 2 rounds of radiant great sun blossomed. Hiss! Those who looked with their dharma eyes closed their eyes with trembling hearts, and shocked at the bottom of their hearts, saying, "What exactly is that figure? An avatar? Or a sky god? LOL. LOL. The radiant portal opens and closes completely. The remaining people also finally see the figure behind the phantom, but the breath is also frozen. The saints of the divine walking sect is no exception. The hairs of the body sweats, staring at the bright figure perched in the middle of the massive light. Just now they feel that the eyes like a big sun is quite scary, but his own body is even more horrifying. Boom! The heavenly chance disc trembled. Same time, the hall of the hanging king. Floating moon sect. These many forces, in the use of secret treasure to spy on this scene of people have trembling cover close hands of secret treasure, because the man overflowing energy is too horrible, is not these secret treasure can spy, even if it is the heavenly plane disc if forward to watch, and then after a few breaths will also be completely abolished. The loss of spirituality. Hiss! The old man of the Tianji sect's mind shook, staring dead away to feel where the great terror surging out. Shocked, the true martial great sage has left the eastern region for many years. What exactly has he grown to? Chapter 123, Jusun summons the Dharma phase. Inside that opening and closing brilliant portal, thousands of brilliant haze lights were released. Even the sun was overpowered. And the figure sitting behind the portal slowly got up and walked out of the portal. Snort! The piece of magic paper in the Grand Elder's hand also dissipated like flying ash, as if the significance of this piece of magic paper was to open and close this portal, allowing this deity-like figure to step out. Endless energy surged, directly disrupting this place. Law, Reiki, energy, all riot. It's like a storm raging. The crone of the goddess sect and the others couldn't hide the shock in their eyes as they murmured, "With my saintly cultivation, I don't even have the ability to use the air. How terrifying should this figure be?" Various kinds of order energy in the crazy wandering, condensed into intertwined chains. Just near and was that bright golden big sun to crush, as if isolated from all laws, alone in a world. He is divinely powerful. Indifference to the pale. Ruthlessly, he held out his palm. 5 fingers cover the sky, with a golden glow. It's like the palm of a Buddha. Buzz, cover the moment, as if the entire heavens are overturned. Chu Sin were the body directly under the emergence of a huge palm print traces, sunken tens of feet, surrounded by the wind howling. In the vicinity of the cultivation of people are not all hasty escape, eyes filled with shock, stare to that golden palm under the figure. Boom! Pouring pressure. Like a mountain. It seems like the presence of God. Let Chusen body robes hunting. Full head of long hair flying, always mild his eyes openly bloom bright sharp. Dead stare at the hand that covers the sky. The body also rise a rising phantom. This is the realm of the phantom will have the ability to summon the phantom. Since the beginning of the end he has never been used. Now, with the summoning, there was also a pouring Dharma phase rising behind him, an equally blurred figure that gradually gazed in cohesion, a tall figure with a hazy face, like pen and ink outlining an exquisite countenance, as well as a pair of equally disdainful and haughty eyes. This Dharma, since the young Chu Sun, boom, the phallic phase stood up, topsy-turvy, that Buddha-like palm could hardly descend another inch. This kind of scene deeply shocked everyone's mind. Those who fled to the far side of the people are not. In the lower pressure prostrate in the people also, are breathing shocked, dead stare at this scene. The bottom of the heart set off waves of shock. The goddess sect crone was surprised. This is his real strength? The true martial sect sage also breathed in sharply, far from expecting that the Chusen who had just casually waved his sword and chopped it down, bringing a deadly threat to himself, was actually still breaking out at full strength. Blocked. It actually blocked it? True martial sect those elders and disciples are also jaw-dropping, face full of shock. True martial great sages shadow show when they gave birth to the illusion of the face of God and Buddha. Who knows that even this kind of character cannot help him? Buzz, that great figure within the great sun, eyes indifferent pale, in the face of the latter's reaction, just indifferent downward continued to press. Suddenly, a storm from the middle of the collision between the two were born, swept around. The earth under the feet is a sudden tremor. Dozens of miles in a circle downward sunk more than 3 feet. Along the way I do not know how many mountains and trees popped broken, was leveled, into pieces. Dang, there is tremendous pressure on both shoulders. Even the phallic phase sank slightly. Sword. Chu Sun's eyes were cold. Only one word. The green vine sword flashed with light, turned into green light, falling in the palm of your hand, not held by the Han. Rather, it was the prime Dharma, which held up the oppression of the golden palm with one hand, and slowly chopped away with the sword in the other hand, obviously very slowly, as if anyone who was new to cultivation could dodge it, but the golden palm could not avoid it. Snort! Golden blood splattered in all directions. One palm, chopping down in the air. Hiss! Heaven and earth are silent. It seems that no one thought it would end like this. That incarnation, which was perched within the great sun but expressionless, had its head rippled for the first time, its eyebrows slightly raised as it gazed at the chopped-off palm. My God! Is this what he's made of? Intense horror flooded the heart of the saint of the divine walking sect, recalling how often he had struggled on the brink of death. He only felt cold sweat on his forehead, and felt that his life was really great. Tianji Sect, the Hall of the Hanging King, Floating Moon Sect. These people who watched from afar through the secret treasure fell into intense apprehension as the secret treasure disappeared, such as the old man from the Tianji sect who was as anxious as hell and muttered, "How is it? Is it over?" He wanted to go in person, but thought of the figure perched in the big sun, using the magic weapon to spy on the still nearly backfire, so pouring cultivation, suppressed Chusun only in a thought, and so he rushed over to the dust settled. Might as well wait here for a moment, and then use the heavenly opportunity disc to spy on the end. The Hanging King Hall, on the other hand, was in an uproar. All the elders gathered together, both frowning tightly and apprehensive. In their opinion the end was doomed when that phantom was summoned. Another elder said in a complicated manner, "It's a pity that just after being tied to the East Prosperity sect's charioteer, Elder Chu was annihilated. It's such a pity." The hall master then said, "Otherwise, this might be a good sign. Instead of being a servant for 10 years, now that we are directly breaking free from our bondage, my Hanging King's Hall will still have the possibility of rising to prominence." Boom! Pale golden blood splattered, scattered across the long sky. Chu-sun also wanted to take a step out in front of him, leveling off with the figure within that great sun, and at the same time, he also got a good look at this figure inside, and said with relief in the corner of his eyes, "You're not that scary." This figure perched within the great sun was only the size of a normal person, and everything that had just been released was an illusion, which was intense and shocking in the eyes of outsiders, but when one was truly qualified to stand alongside him, one realized that it was nothing more than that, no different from an ordinary person, and how could it be as sacred as a deity? There are some small means, no wonder the true martial sect was forced to this point, but since this father is here, everything ends here. The figure perched within the great sun only had a small ripple in its eyes when it severed its palm, and then it returned to silence. He is the incarnation of the true martial great sage. The cultivation is unfathomable, even if it's just a spirit body. Some of the energy carried by the French paper, it was more than enough to suppress a lesser saint. Today, both the radiant great sun is released, and I will also obliterate you with a divine ability you've never seen or heard of before. The figure entrenched within the great sun spoke in a cold tone and activated a Buddhist technique, a Buddhist divine ability that the eastern region had never seen before. Great Sun Ruler Dharma. As he murmured in a low voice, a round of light sun appeared behind his head, releasing unparalleled scorching heat, melting the void. The heat flow filled the sky and the earth were burning. The earth under his feet was like drying up for many years in no time. Cracks appeared, and those who were originally far away only felt extremely hot. Hot. It's hot. It feels like my body is going to melt. What is this? A person who had originally fled far away, once again fled toward the distance, eyes still filled with panic. That the figure within the great sun emitted light released unparalleled scorching heat, as if the sun really fell from the 9 heavens above. The terrifying temperature can evaporate everything. The true martial sect is even more urgent to use the power of the residual formation, to resist the pouring of the warmth. Great Sun Ruler Dharma. The Buddha Kingdom in the palm. The figure perched within the great sun once again probed his other hand. At this moment, it was as if he had become a true Buddha, accompanied by the chanting of 3,000 Brahma sounds. His indifferent face permeated with relentlessness. This was a Buddhist divine ability that the eastern region had never come into contact with, and he was confident that the latter would not be able to crack it. Chapter 124, All Out. What is it? Those cultivators around them all looked up at the sky in shock. A rising great sun, a palm in the middle of the Buddha's kingdom, taking in Chu-sun along with his Dharma phase in one fell swoop. Snort! With the terrifyingly high temperature still lingering in the air, it was hard to imagine what terrifying power permeated within that Buddha in the palm of the hand again, and one gazed at it almost as if it were still, saying, "Is it going to end?" Buddhist divine power. Within the Buddha country in his palm, a burst of Sanskrit sounds came from his ears, and with a slight tilt of his head, He also saw the Zhang'ad golden body perched within the great sun, which released a pressure that pressed down along with the entire Buddha country. Even though the law is pouring out of the sky, it's also hard to support. Smell the pressure. Green vine sword. Clang. The glistening light flickered. No killing. Coiled in the high altitude of more than 10 feet of golden body, voice hollow and emotionless. All of a sudden, that holding the sword of the killing heart instantly dispersed. If insisted on waving a sword, the power will be greatly reduced. There is no killing intent of the sword is still considered a sword? Degenerate. The figure perched on the big day, slightly downcast eyes, through the indifference, like a Buddha overlooking the living beings, and the bottom of the heart also with feelings. The Buddhist magical powers is good, but unfortunately, really face the top characters and not good. The flow of thoughts and look down. Know that to deal with this kid, but more than enough. After leaving the eastern region, exposure to the ancient Taoist traditions of the outside world, Confucianism, Buddhists, Taoist, all of them have been enlightened, trying to emulate the ancient sages, a collection of the best, take a whole new path. Buddhism, on the other hand, is the most grandiose. The scene is blazing. If you use an incarnation of a person in front of the saint is the most appropriate, so he adopted the Buddhist means, although did not cultivate to the proficient, but against him is completely sufficient. Annoying gusts of Buddhist sounds resounded throughout the entire palm of the Buddha's kingdom together, as if there were countless monks chanting and whispering, which was distracting and irritating, yet possessing a hint of spirituality, invading the mind and practicing enlightenment. Clang! Chu Sun's eyes also gradually glazed over, and his heart also raised an unyielding flame as he stared at the 10-foot golden body and said icily, "If you want to realize me, it also depends on whether or not you have the ability to do so." His sword intent was loud and clear. Chaotic sword body. Practicing to this day. First release. The whole body, even a hair, is transformed into a stern sword intent, accompanied by the chest of that aeon indestructible. Even in the palm of the Buddha, domestic prohibit killing intent, but he himself is transformed into a pure sword light, so straight and unyielding, chopped out. I have a sword, can cut God and kill Buddha. Boom! A sword slash. Explode with unexpected power. The Buddha's domestic splendor in the palm pierced the eyes. Heaven and earth were split in two. Snort! That high perched on the top of the more than 10 feet of golden body, gaze head fixed in that. Even if Chu Sun before chopped one of his arms have not moved, but also in the eyes of the change of expression, it is difficult to think of such a solution. Boom! Boom boom boom! Outside, even more so, I heard that terrible explosion. Immediately a ripple filled out. Snort! Sweeping across the 8. It was as if a great sun had exploded. The fallout is raging. Countless people have crossed their arms in front of them. After a long time. Gulp! It was the sound of shocked gulping. The true martial Sect sage also tilted his head and looked up. Eating? Is this the end? High up in the sky, Chu Sun proudly stood there and looked at it, and could clearly see the figure of more than 10 feet perched within the great sun. The golden light on his body dimmed, and the round of the great sun behind his head had already dissipated, and the energy in his body was consumed and empty, but his appearance still remained as brilliant as that of the god and Buddha, and he was perched there, standing within the massive light. Who won? The surrounding practitioners, but full of bewilderment, looking at that still standing in the sky on the two, from the body surface to see distinguish who won and who lost. Just collision and tremor let them shocked face, as if another sword of the open sky and earth tore everything. Sword! Chu Sun raised his hand and called. The green vine sword fell into his palm. Do you still need me to do it? Chu Sun calmly said. The latter has emptied everything. In the end is a phantom carrying limited energy. The palm of the Buddha is the last blow. Now the remaining surface is still intact, but within the period has been emptied. Even a little bit of energy cannot burst out. Even if it is a human emperor can be destroyed at this time of the incarnation. The incarnation of the true martial great sage perched in the massive light was just staring at the latter in a ghostly manner. He had not thought that this deceased person who had just broken through the holy realm not long ago would explode with such strength. If he had known everything earlier, he would not have used Buddhist means, but the wood has been turned into a boat, and if he lost, he would not have said anything more. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at the true martial Holy Land. It seems to be the last holdout. Boo! Spin! It turned into a rain of light, dissipate in the air, reduced to ashes. The true martial Sect's Grand Elder's heart fluttered fiercely. His lips quirked as he said, even this didn't kill him? Snort! Called for the green vine sword. Self is not a pose. The thoughts surged, falling from above. Put! The expression of the true martial Sect saint who wanted to escape was fixed there as a sword light descended from the sky and directly plunged into his skull, penetrating through his entire body from the top of his skull, causing him to be fixed on the spot, and the sword intent of the green vine sword surged and erupted along with it. annihilating the true martial sect saint's soul and killing his form and spirit in one fell swoop. Hiss! The surrounding practitioners witnessed this scene are all scalp numb, only feel the sky lingai with cold sweat, and feel this scene is too surprised and shocking. The true martial arts clan saints fell, heralded the recent era of the eastern region even fell 2 saints, which if it is in the usual simply do not dare to imagine. Tianji sect. The old man holding the Tianji disc felt where the fluctuations gradually dissipated. The afterglow gradually convergence, flooded with cloudy eyes or also complex confusion. Sighed, finally still be robbed? But this also let him feel confused. According to the fate and fortune projected earlier by Tianji disc, Donglin clan is a great fortune, bottoming out of the exuberance. There is a sign of flying, and right now Donglin clan has not yet begun to prosper, and even Elder Chu has not yet organized the Saints' Banquet. Donglin clan will then suffer the extinction of the disaster, which is in line with the trigrams do not show. But the aftermath of the true martial sect's encounter was already set. The winner is already decided. Ginger, the silver-haired 6th elder, feeling the aftermath of the gradual dissipation. Normally they cannot be sensed. It is really that this exchange of fluctuations is too large, almost sweeping the entire eastern region. As a peak of the human emperor, they are qualified to sense 1 or 2 eyes looking into the distance. The eyes are also slightly reddish. Thinking of that gentle and calm old man at John's banquet, and extremely satisfied with his fruit wine, with whom he played quite happily, and now also full of sadness and feeling, reddened his eyes, and scoffed to himself. The wind and sand blew into his eyes, looked to the householder who was silent as a stone, also whispered, "My condolences." Jiang Chen was like a clay statue, the silence was openly resolute, gritting his teeth. "I don't believe he will fall." Turning himself into a stream of light, he rushed towards the true martial sect. Chapter 125, True Martial Sect Overthrown. Floating Moon Sect, the Hall of the Hanging King, 10,000 Swords Sect, Manpower Merchants. These forces that were once affiliated with the East Prosperity Sect, before they had the chance to hold their thighs, they watched as the building tumbled down, and in their hearts, they were overwhelmed with emotions, not knowing whether to be happy or sad, and sighed softly, "I hope that Jinwu sect won't be able to clear the air on us. We were really forced to become affiliated with the East Prosperity Sect, and we didn't intentionally lean on them. Inform down, gather the resources within the sect, and at the same time warn the disciples not to leave the sect if they can without necessity." They gave the order. It was really because the eastern region that came in was too chaotic. First the crisis of the East Prosperity Sect, then the unexplained extermination of the Immortal Tao Sect, and now there was a reversal. It was too chaotic, and they were lucky to be able to protect themselves in this chaos. The forces reacted differently, and over the True Martial Sect, and yet it was depressing. Grand Elder of the True Martial Sect, True Martial Sect Patriarch, True Martial Sect Disciple. These people all looked up at the back of the one with the green shirt and sword. At this time he swept away the twilight on his body, especially since he had just gone through a great battle and was so sharp that no one dared to look directly at his figure. Exalted Realm and above cultivators, perish, Shu Sun calmly said. Wow, True Martial Sect. Many disciples and elders of the face suddenly pale. Many disciples' body directly collapsed. It is not easy for them to cultivate to the Zunshi realm, to become the best. Some are even young to hold the key positions of the clan. Is expected to achieve the human emperor to become the pillar of the clan. And now with the words of the annihilation of all their dreams, disillusioned, depressing, despair, it loomed over the clan. Shu, a wisp of sword intent was born. True Martial Sect Patriarch Lunantian was still clad in tattered armor. He stubbornly looked toward the green shirt figure, but no matter what, he could not see clearly, and his vision became more and more blurred, and a wisp of wavering wandering light pierced through his brow, so that his pupils in the midst of the divine light gradually extinguished, but the upright body was left there. The Grand Elder of the True Martial Sect also murmured dreamily, "Destroy the True Martial Sect. The True Martial Great Sage won't let you go. Even if you're arrogant and cocky now, there will be a day when you're overthrown." Put. A wisp of swimming light wavered. Crosswalk. Put. A powerful practitioner has no resistance to speak of. A short moment Jinwu's own Zunshi realm and above practitioners all fell. The residual only Weinho realm and the following practitioners. This kind of realm of people cannot turn the wind in waves. True Martial Sect is finished. The surrounding cultivators also softly lamented, with complexity in their eyes. Those who still stayed in the True Martial Sect at this time were all loyal and hardcore, as the disloyal ones had long since run away, and after this battle, the True Martial Sect had truly become the past, turning into dust. Even if the True Martial Great Sage had returned to bloodwash the East Prosperity Sect, he would not be able to restore the True Martial Sect's former splendor. Phew! Saints of the Divine Action Sect, Sage of the Divine Feminine Sect, Old Farmer. They also reveal complex emotions. A short time the East Domain even fell a number of saints. If counted, sitting Xia Yang is simply the East Domain catastrophe. But at this time they are not the slightest interest in the true martial sect's industry chain. Not to mention the Chu Sun. Just the true martial great sage will return at any time. And no one dares to move. My Eastern Domain has lost another saint. The divine feminine sect's old crone sighed with a strong sense of trepidation permeating her heart. The Green Bull Demon Monarch had been slow to show up, while the Eastern Domain had killed each other with the loss of many saints. In addition to their relationship with Chu Sun in general, they were really worried that the Green Bull Demon Monarch would kill them out of the blue. Chu Sheng, the old farmer, also tensed up. He has a Saint Chi and blood thick, most of the Green Bull Demon Monarch favorite prey. Also worried about being hunted. Want to bring back the former covenant. The Green Bull Demon Lord is dead. I killed it. Chu Sun skimmed a few words. Ha! Even if you are a saint is also drowned by this kind of ecstasy. These times they look through the eastern region over and over again late to find the traces of the Green Bull Demon Monarch. That expected Chu Sun not only found more will be the latter beheading. Which makes happy. There is also a relief. The Green Bull Demon Monarch body fall in the eastern region of the haze is also counted to go away. The old farmer immediately saluted and said, Chu Sheng's great righteousness. From today onwards, I would like to take the East Prosperity Sect as the governing body. This was the first to take a stand and bow down. So much for the eastern region. Immortal Way Sect Sage. Sage of the true martial sect. The two fell one after another. The remaining few have mediocre qualifications. Moreover, the old farmer also knew that he just blocked the fear to make Chu Sun's heart, but also in this matter hastened to make a statement, hoping to resolve those unpleasantness, willing to bend his head. The divine feminine sect's old crone was also changing her face endlessly. Behind her was along with a huge clan, but thinking that she had already upset Chu Sun again and again, she also gritted her teeth and said, the old me makes amends to Chu Sheng, and I hope that Chu Sheng doesn't take into account the previous suspicions and doesn't give the old me a general opinion. Chu Sun coldly skimmed the latter. As for the saint of the divine walking sect, his face was gloomy. Between him and Chu Sun is not simple to make amends and apologies can be resolved, as a saint's frame is still unwilling to put down. His face grimly swept the eyes of a few people along with drilling into the void behind him, leaving this place. All around the practitioners are also shocked to look at this scene, along with the two statements. Almost in the East region said that the future of the bullseye when it comes to the East Prosperity Sect, if it is placed in the usual, a lot of sycophants have to curry favor constantly, but at the moment, it is very strange to fall into silence, because it is not true that solved the true martial sect, but it is also offended by the true martial great sage, an incarnate legal paper. It is still so horrible. The real body descends. How horrible would that be? Nowadays, the East Prosperity Sect is in the limelight. For a moment, but who knows when the true martial great sage will return. Thinking back to the recent reversal of the East Domain's constant changes, they still tacitly chose to wait and see, waiting for the situation to further stabilize. Buzz, see you with your hands up. A single formation rune emerged. With the fall, seal off the true martial sect. The true martial arts Holy Land is also counted as the existence of quite a long time of the clan. Good things are not in the less said nearly with one person difficult to dig thoroughly, and this trivial matter only need to be handed over to the East Prosperity Sect can be. The head of the corresponding manpower will be sent to the planning of the classification of the true martial arts of the sparsely categorized with the East Prosperity Sect of the good materials. P.S. In fact, recently, someone constantly mentioned the collapse of the war power, or the true martial arts saint is too strong. This point was unwilling to respond. Slowly look at it, but the comments of the minority simply say it. The war power is temporarily no problem. In addition to the protagonist, in addition to the two people broke through a small realm. First, Green Bull Demon Monarch, blood sacrifice to immortal Daozong to break through a minor realm. Pretty reasonable. Second, the true martial sect sage, who belonged to the category of those who put their lives on the line and broke a minor realm by a fluke. Secondly, is to discuss the true martial arts saint. This point is actually very good to say. In the eastern region without the opportunity to everyone is bitter cultivation. Progress naturally slower. Go to the outside world, more resources. With the fight to grab the opportunity to advance a little faster is also reasonable. And the true martial arts saint has always been cultivation of talent is good. In the book is also considered to be quite an important role. The progress of a little faster is also reasonable. Any other questions? Comment away. We'll read. Chapter 126, Traveling to the Outside World? Whoosh. Take a step. Lightly folded. Return to the East Prosperity Sect. Inside the clan, Xiao Rongyu and the others had long been looking forward to the fluctuations that had occurred in the true martial sect. They had also felt it when one of the Dharma paper of the true martial great sage was summoned. These hearts were trembling, but thinking of the fact that Elder Chu had reversed the situation time and again, they believed that they would surely win this time as well. looking at Elder Chu's figure returning. These people breathed a huge sigh of relief. Elder Chu, Chu Shang, Elder Chu. A few people forward to greet, call but not uniform, look at each other also secretly ashamed. Rather than call other name, they still prefer to call Elder Chu. I do not know whether it is the reason of so many years of habit, or has been sitting in the hidden scripture pavilion. Aha! Chu Sun nodded his head gently and also said, the Jinwu sect's top combatants have been extinguished. The sect has been sealed by me. This is the entry token. You guys can enter the Jinwu sect to clean up the mess by holding this. Casually throw. Several tokens fell in the hands of several people. As for Chu Sun is a flash of the figure straight to the hidden scriptures cabinet, which makes the face full of worry. Xiao Ronyu still wanna care, but also can only be stopped. Turn to look at and show excitement of a few elders. Exquisite pretty face also cold and arrogant, summoning the disciples. Go to the true martial sect. A large clan. It's a bit of a struggle with just a few people. If you call on the disciples, that's a lot easier. A few days later, the fully loaded sect leader Shao returned with a bright smile on his face. The harvest of this trip was extremely rich. The true martial sect's collection not only included formation stones talismans, but also fields of spirit medicines, as well as a variety of hidden scriptures and books, all of which were needed by the East Prosperity sect, the latter in particular, which Elder Chu should have liked even more. I'm going to go to the hidden scripture pavilion, Xiao Rongyu said. King Crane, Elder Jiang, nod lightly. The eyes are also filled with a little worry. Temporarily East Lin's sect has been invincible in the eastern region, with Elder Chu sitting steadily on the name of the first power. But if Elder Chu left the eastern region, such as that the true martial great sage is not returned for many years, then what is the end of them? They still do not know. Should, in the short term will not leave it. Elder Jiang was a little hesitant. With the bottom of his heart, he did not want Elder Chu to leave. With him sitting in the town of Donglin's sect is the first Holy Land. With Elder Chu leaving, although the name of the Holy Land will not fall, but also no longer the splendor of today. Ugh, Elder Wang he also sighed gently. If Elder Chu really looks like his age would be good. Like the saints of the Tianji sect, the saints of the Divine Feminine sect, these are very old saints, and even go to the outside world even if there is a chance. The achievement is also limited. It is confined to a place to spend their lives in a muddled manner. It is not a good thing. Ran. Elder Chu is too young. Cultivation less than 100 years, but this realm, even if in the cabinet wasted some years, to Chu Elder's talent may not be unable to oust those of the Pride of the Sky. This kind of unicorn true dragon should go to the outside world, to break out of a piece of heaven, rather than in the cabinet within the muddled and those old saint of the old and rotten would like, mixing a lifetime. The 8th floor of the hidden scriptures. Chu Sun is practicing. Xiao Rongyu did not disturb after her arrival, but sat on her knees. From time to time she also looked at Chu Sun's face blossomed into a bright smile. Even her beautiful eyes were much brighter. Even when she was with Elder Chu, even if she was just sitting in silence, her heart was unprecedentedly peaceful and satisfied, making her intoxicated with this sense of relaxation, as if there were only the two of them in the entire world. But unfortunately, this state didn't last long, and as Chu Sun slowly opened his eyes, his warm eyes penetrated with calmness as he slowly said, "What is it?" This made Xiao Rongyu's beautiful eyes flash slightly lost, but she also quickly adjusted her state and said with seriousness and fairness, "This is the harvest from the true martial sect. See how to deal with it." A brief skim, mostly scripture, doctrine of the word, book volume. There are also several other supreme treasures, obviously well picked. I'll deal with these scriptures back. As for these several supreme treasures, let the sect leader dispose of them. They don't mean much to me. Chu Sun gently shook his head. Xiao Rongyu gently nodded her head, her delicate chin snow white and delicate, her eyes also suffused with complexity and loss, inquiring out Elder Wang He's concerns about them, and softly said, "When are you going to leave the sect?" This question to the point that Chu Sun was slightly stunned. Leave the clan? Where to? Looking at Elder Chu's consternation, Xiao Rongyu's beautiful eyes also rippled with surprise. She thought that Elder Chu would be leaving just in the near future, and was also surprised. You're not going to go for a walk outside? The outside world? Chu Sun thought and shook his head. For him the small eastern region also lurks so many dangers, nearly overturned in the gutter. This if you go outside the eastern region still do not know what kind of frustration will be encountered. In addition, his temperament is calm, prefer to be comfortable. Do a lazy Tibetan scripture pavilion elders is also good. Most of all, in the hidden scripture pavilion only need to read a steady stream of books will have system rewards. The harvest is not necessarily worse than going out to break into the world, and therefore there is no need to go out at all. Cultivation. This is all about coziness and comfort. What's the point of cultivating if you've been suffering all along? I think it's quite good to be here. Chu Sun's mouth was tinged with a smile. Xiao Ronyu held her forehead, seemingly not expecting someone to be able to say lying flat so justifiably, but thinking that Elder Chu had the ability to meet often. A bright smile also rose within her beautiful eyes, saying, I respect Elder Chu's choice. Practicing outside to the death is indeed not as pleasant as inside the scripture pavilion. Aha! Chu Sun also nodded in satisfaction. The children are teachable. Just wait a few moments. Still no sign of the palmist leaving. I can't help but cast a puzzled look. Is there something else? Sect Master Xiao also smiled sarcastically, and as she got up, her small hand also pinched the hem of her skirt to hide her nervousness, pretending to inquire carelessly, then if I have any problems with my cultivation in the future, can I come to ask Elder Chu for advice? Naturally, answered in the affirmative. Xiao Sect Master spread a smile, revealing a girlish and brilliant smile. Beautiful. The beauty of a woman at this age is undoubtedly displayed. Even Chu Sun are slightly trance, vaguely see awakened. This in the heart of the little girl who does not think, unknowingly also reached the age of splendor and beauty. Wang He and Elder Jiang, who were originally worried, were first puzzled when they saw Sect Leader Xiao, who was exuding a girlish smile, walk out of the scripture pavilion. What is it that makes the sect leader so happy? Immediately also awakened to realize that Xiao's sect seems to have reached the age of marriage. In the past just the identity of the sect and the important position so that this young girl had to board up the adult appearance, forcibly support this family. Chapter 127, 1 year later, and the Eastern region, in recent times, and yet it's confusing, yet there is order in the midst of chaos. Sendo sect, true martial sect, the fall of the two great holy places, in ordinary times will certainly set off waves, like the 10,000 Swords sect, the Hanging King Hall, the Floating Moon sect, as well as the 10,000 Treasures Merchant Company. These people will be transformed into sharks smelling the smell of blood, fighting to fight up to take a bite. How could they turn away from this tasty food? And strangely enough, these times are very calm. There was no one to covet the industry chain left behind by the two families, nor was there anyone to gather the remnants of the forces of both sides, nor was there anyone to try to fill in for the two vacant holy lands. Tianji sect, Divine Action sect, Divine Feminine sect. These three holy places also chose to acquiesce and calmly watched as the East Prosperity sect nibbled away at the massive remains little by little. And without these three holy places in the way, the East Prosperity sect was also eating out of the palm of its hand. But this behavior in the eyes of those practitioners in the Eastern region is more like a person who is about to starve to death. See the food crazy to erode, to eat, but in the end and what is the use? The true martial arts great saint only need to return. The East Prosperity sect will be transformed into the past, such as the cloud of smoke dissipate these get and will be spit out again. In this environment, they watched the East Prosperity sect grow, waiting, also day after day. The true martial great sage, however, was slow to return, which caused the expressions on the faces of those who wanted to watch the show to freeze, causing them to wonder for a moment if the true martial great sage didn't care about what was happening in the Eastern domain. The Hall of the Hanging King, Floating Moon sect, 10,000 Swords sect. These forces also gradually began to regret. If they had known that they should have played the name of the East Prosperity sect affiliation to nibble a wave to the true martial arts sect. The Immortal Way sect's huge legacy of even a little bit of encroachment can be transformed into a huge harvest. But on the contrary, they feel that the East Prosperity sect is going to be finished, and cannot touch these things, resulting in the East Prosperity sect now watching the completely digested, laid the foundations of the foundation, just as well, even if it's temporarily stabilized. What's the point? With Chu Sheng's heavenly talent, this pond in the Eastern domain ultimately won't be able to accommodate this true dragon. With Chu Sun's departure, there's still a chance to nibble away at it again. They reassured themselves. It's no secret, after all, if Chu Sin in when they are afraid of three, but Chu Sun away East Linzong is no saint of the situation. God Walking Clan, Goddess Sect will not let East Linzong has been growing, will certainly think of ways to nibble, and to the East Linzong those who are the emperor cannot keep the foundation of these. Then take the opportunity to show rate, in order to subordinate identity on behalf of the East Linzong to keep, but also can be both fame and fortune. However, what makes them odd is this, the great sage of Zhenwu didn't come, Chu Sun didn't leave either. This 1.5, it is 1 year, in the twinkling of an eye, it is 1 year later. Divine Feminine sect also ushered in the annual admission ceremony. The headmaster Chu Yaoyao stood in front of the sect's gate, looking at the disciples who came to worship the master fiercely. Less a large section, even if the heart has a surplus of material, also cannot help but flooded with loss. Said, fully 1/3 fewer than the last enrollment. All these people chose to go to the East Prosperity sect, wanting to worship the East Prosperity sacred ground. Beside them, there are also slim female elders with a few crow's feet at the corners of their eyes, but they also lamented, my divine maiden palace is fine, It only accepts female disciples throughout the generations. Even if there is an impact, it's still within the range of acceptance. But the Tianji sect and the Divine Walking sect are in a miserable situation. I heard that their enrollment this year is more than half less than usual. This caused helplessness to flash across Chu Yaoyao's face. A year of settling in. The East Prosperity sect had already stabilized its name as the #1 Holy Land. Once the 6 sacred sites: True Martial Sect, Sendo Sect, Divine Action Sect, Divine Feminine Sect, Tianji Sect, East Prosperity Sect. After a short period of time, the True Martial Sect and the Immortal Way Sect have been reduced to the dust of history. And the Heavenly Chance Sect accepts disciples and is more demanding. Proficient in spy on the heavenly chances, the disciples' cultivation is not strong, but the ability to turn good fortune into good fortune is not small. And the Divine Walking Sect is more miserable. There is the East Prosperity Sect, and there is a day for them to come out of the woodwork. Even the Sage Elder didn't anticipate it. Chu Yaoyao sighed lightly. According to the old crone of the Divine Feminine Sect, the thick and thin Elder Chu would not be able to stay in the Eastern Domain for long, and would leave this place and head to the outside world to make a break for it. At that time, he was also convinced of this statement. The Eastern Domain was really nothing worth Elder Chu to stay in. Who knows? This 1.5. It's been so long. 1 year. A silent flow. Even now, Elder Chu did not even have the thought of leaving the East Prosperity Sect, and in recent times with a number of good seedlings heading to the East Prosperity Sect, it could already be expected that the East Prosperity Sect's growth would be unstoppable. And even that the East Prosperity Sect gave birth to a new human emperor. I also don't know what cultivation level he has come to now. Lamenting, Chu Yuyu casually mentioned it. Those seductive eyes both mesmerized and complicated. What kind of cultivation? Several Divine Feminine Sect elders' eyes also suffused with admiration, as well as curiosity. As early as a year ago there was a sweep of the Eastern region, the power to fight the strength of the true martial great sage lawpaper. And now after a year of precipitation to his thick and thin hair should come to what level? Sage 5 realms? Sage 6 realm? Sage 7 realm? It won't be that fast. Chu Yaoyao gently shook her head. The advancement of saints was already slow. Elder Chu only advanced fast with the previous tribulation. And now that he had already passed through that short burst period, even Xu Sheng couldn't have advanced too fast. And it should be around the 5th realm of saints. Not only them, those who had nothing to do in the entire eastern region were also curious about what level Elder Chu should come to after a year of precipitation. After all, even Xiao Rongyu, who possessed the great phoenix body, had come to the peak of the human emperor, and was only one step away from the realm of the half-saints. East Prosperity Sect. Among the clouds, King Crane, Elder Jiang, the two of them continued to play chess at a leisurely pace. Two people look relaxed. The general situation in the eastern region is basically stable. The East Prosperity Sect is sitting steadily on the name of the first power, and the outstanding juniors within the sect are also a steady stream. As the fame continues to expand, the preferred choice of these outstanding geniuses in the eastern region are all within the sect, resulting in the acceptance of disciples. The quality of the skyrocketed by quite a lot. It only needs time to settle down, and these disciples grow up, and the sect will truly be sitting in the eastern region's first power. But Elder Chu's strength should have no problem sweeping across the eastern domain. Elder Jiang said softly. He had unrivaled strength a year ago. Right now, even if the eastern domain was still hiding any high-level people, I'm afraid they wouldn't be Elder Chu's opponent. You don't say. I'm really curious, but I'm afraid that the only one who really knows what level Elder Chu has come to is sect leader Xiao. Elder Jiang also said with a smile. This year, sect leader Xiao hadn't dealt with the sect's affairs as much as he had traveled to the Pavilion of Hidden Scriptures. Outside, talking points, and inside the Hidden Scriptures, the green-shirt old man holding the scroll in his hand also slowly put the book down. The color of wisdom permeated among his eyes, while also looking at the silhouette beside him. After the last instruction and choosing to cultivate in this place, he finally had some understanding now, and his body was permeated with the divine phoenix aura, one step further away from the semi-saint realm, and now the long eyelashes also fluttered slightly, the closed eyes also lifelike open, the radiant beauty of the eyes within the reflection of that person's figure, full of joy. P.S. A few short overdoses. I hope you'll pardon me. The outline for the next episode is already planned. It feels wonderful. Chapter 128, The Three-Legged Golden Crow. How? Chu Sun had a smile in the corner of his eye. One step further from being a half-saint, vaguely touching the laws of heaven and earth. But unfortunately, what I have sensed is only the blazing amazing law, Xiao Rongyu quietly said. White flames also surfaced on his body, containing terrifying heat, as well as the power of the laws. Yet in Chu Sun's eyes it was inevitably a bit thin and monolithic. With the current cultivation level, wanting to enter the realm of half-saints will still take some time, but it is also a good symbol. Smiled and said, After some time will completely enter this realm. Need to slowly cultivate. Aha! Xiao Rongyu gently nodded her head, her beautiful eyes flooded with joy. This year's cultivation is the happiest time in life. In this place can feel at ease to cultivate. To discuss cultivation, the main thing is that when you open your eyes you will be able to see your beloved. Exempt. Chusun frowned slightly. Xiao Rongyu was puzzled. What's wrong? For the third time, Chusun gazed beyond the East Prosperity Sect and looked distantly at the edge of the Eastern Domain, where an extremely strong fluctuation appeared and slowly entered this realm with an extremely assertive stance. What? Chusun slightly shook his head, his eyes also with confusion. To know that the Eastern region is thin compared to the outside world aura, the birth of the spirit is also less. According to reason is not supposed to attract to the outside world practitioners to come here. Then what is the purpose of this line of people? Tianfeng City. East, a small inconspicuous city, located in the hinterland of the eastern region. If the true inquiry to this is not strange, when Xia Yang before his death to bring him to eat a meal of wine is in the middle of the small city. The people of the city, as always, live a mediocre life. The city practitioners also have the highest practitioners but the peak of the Marquis of the King. This kind of cultivation in the eyes of the Holy Land is not worth mentioning, but in the ordinary city has been really good. Exclusion. Feeling a blazing overbearing heat made the cultivators in the city take the lead to open their eyes and look towards the sky, only to feel the clouds above them fiery red and blinding, followed by the ordinary people who were washing, selling, and reading books, who also tilted their heads in horror to feel the terrifying heat flow, and with the tilting of their heads, only to see the clouds in the sky cracking open a slit. Phew! A bird chirps. It resounded through the 9 heavens. A fiery red divine bird swooped down from among the clouds, its feathers flapping into a storm, and moreover, an overwhelming heat flow rolled out, enveloping the 4 directions of heaven and earth, leaving the cultivators and the people of the city stunned. God bird. 3-legged golden crow. Even the city of the city's lord are wide-eyed, pupils showing horror. To know that this kind of god bird only in the ancient records, how can there be substance? And more so that he was surprised that the god bird above the 2 silver-haired young people dressed in gorgeous robes standing. This is the eastern region? The aura is really thin. Loss permeated the silver-haired youth's eyes, while the youth on the right side was not the first time he had arrived. His face was normal, and he blandly said, back then, the eastern domain erupted into a shocking battle, which crippled the rules of the great Tao, resulting in a thin aura that was difficult to heal for a long time, and along with it, it was difficult for the Eastern Domain practitioners to erupt into a strong force, and even more so, there was a lack of the kind of spirit that aids in cultivation. The silver-haired youth on the left side nodded, recalling that in the southern region, not only is the aura rich, but also from time to time the birth of heavenly treasures, some of which can help saints to cultivate. One day, 1,000 miles, and in such conditions out of the strong some more, but also able to worship that legendary palace, desolate heavenly palace. If it wasn't for searching for something like that, you and I wouldn't have come here. The silver-haired youth whispered softly, quite dissatisfied with the environment of this place, but also looking forward to hoping for something. City Lord's mansion. The city lord looked at the cultivator standing on the 3-legged golden crow and wanted to be brave enough to ask the 2 where they came from, but when he saw the pressure flowing from the divine bird's body, a mere wisp of breath caused him to catch his breath, which horrified him and secretly exclaimed, this divine bird is at the lowest level of the human emperor realm, and may even reach the peak of human emperor. With this divine bird as a mount, not to be messed with, pull out the token, quickly pass the word. The hall of the hanging king. The hall master who was practicing cultivation, felt the tokens trembling slightly frowned and skimmed a glance after. His eyes shed shocked, murmured, there are outside cultivators coming to my Hanging King Hall's territory? Tianfeng City belonged to the affiliation of the Hanging King Hall, and that sitting city lord was also a disciple who came out of the Hanging King Hall, and with the call for help. After a slight contemplation, the lord of the Hanging King Hall still quickly rushed there, ready to take a look at the situation. Coming. The silver-haired youth's eyes were frivolous as he gazed at the sky, only to see a burst of radiant and holy Buddhist light. There was a huge male lion with unruly eyes and towering hair. Its body was as massive as a mountain, while on its back sat a few monks, a young monk and 2 old monks. Amitba. After Advent, that young monk put up 10 with one hand, and his Buddha eyes also looked calmly at the 2 silver-haired youths, and spoke. Southern region. The southern heavenly hall has come swiftly, one step faster than my western region Ruochan Temple. Ruochan Temple Buddhist son. The silver-haired youth also showed a strange color, but casually said, we also just arrived, but it's a few masters who are not slow in coming. Between conversations, among the clouds, another terrifying pressure filled the air. A black auger dragon, its body suffused with pitch-black scale armor, glistening with metallic luster. its icy vertical eyes looking down mercilessly, transmitting the ferocity of a cold relic demonic beast, its huge body snaking and twisting, coiled into a circle, while its erected serpentine head was like a pillar of the heavens, and on it stood a few red-robed practitioners as well, the holy fire cult of the Northern Territory. It's all here. The silver-haired youth laughed softly. Southern Domain, Southern Heavenly Cult, Western Wakizashi Temple, the holy fire cult of the Northern Territory, gathering in the Eastern region. In the meantime, the hall master of the Hanging King Hall came late, but just as he approached Tianfeng City his footsteps were fixed, his eyes staring deathly at the three absolute great ferocious beasts in the distance, his heart full of shock and fear, his heart flooded with anger towards the city master of Tianfeng City. Didn't you act that there was a human emperor realm ferocious bird as a mount? You're sure that this is a human emperor realm? A three-legged golden crow whose body was covered in flames, hanging in the air there, surging with a terrifying aura, especially a ferocious eye that skimmed inadvertently. It made the soul of the Hanging King Hall's hall master tremble. It was the suppression of the level of life. And then he saw a fierce beast as huge as a mountain, its hair towering, rather lazy climbing in mid-air, but there was also an overwhelming ferocity and wildness on its body. Then it is to look at the third kind of demonic beast, that is a dragon. Ink-colored scale armor, huge as a river-like body, winding. It is difficult to imagine if the body is unfolded and the huge to what extent. And these three ferocious beasts, all holy realms. This caused the hall master of the Hanging King Hall to tremble. Fear from the soul. Looking at the characters on the head of that ferocious bird, it was even more heart-trembling. These are all from what side of the force? Even to the Saint Realm ferocious beast as a servant. And why come to the Eastern region? What is the moral of it? Chapter 129 The desire to build a school palace. Such a sight. It has long alarmed everyone in the city. Looking at those three terrifying ferocious birds, any one of which could devour a city, there was both fear and panic in their eyes. Where had the strongest people from the Eastern region arrived at this time? It seems to be responding to them. A man dressed in blue and white Taoist robes stepped out. His cheeks were thin, but his eyes had a divine light as he looked toward the young men and slightly curtsied. The poor Taoist has met the holy son of the Southern Heavenly Hall, the Buddha son of the Rukun Temple, and the Buddha son of the Sacred Fire Sect. The faces of the people in the city flushed with bewilderment. How could the saints of the Divine Walking Sect come and still salute these few juniors? Weren't they the ones who should be saluting the saints of the Divine Walking Sect? But the next scene. But it causes a fire in people's hearts. Aha! The two silver-haired youths nodded slightly. Amitabha Buddha, the Buddha's son, returned the salute with one hand erected. 10. The Holy Fire Sect saint's son also nodded calmly. The three of them acted like this, as if they deserved it, and should have endured the baptism of the saints, which made the hearts of the people of Tianfeng City roll up with nameless anger. By what right? But just a few juniors. Who gave him the courage to be so arrogant? However, the scene that happened next made their hearts slightly cold. Not only did the Divine Walking Sect sage not pan out in anger, instead he said in a gentle tone, "There happens to be a nice tavern in the city here. If you don't mind, come with me to drink with me." Yes. The silver-haired youth nodded slightly. The group descended towards the bottom. There were saints of the Divine Walking Sect leading the way. The scene, falling in the eyes of the bystanders, chills spread in the bottom of their hearts, because the saint of the Divine Walking Sect was too much like a renegade. Even if the status of the several young people who had come from the outside world was ridiculously large, there was absolutely no need for the saint to stoop to such a level of respect. Was this a deliberate attempt to flatter the outside world's forces? They just can't figure it out. What's the point of doing that? Tianji Sect. The old man holding the heavenly chance plate sighed softly when he saw this scene. Perhaps to the onlookers the person from the outside world was the first time he showed up, but he knew that this pedestrian had already made his third trip to the Eastern region, and he had come to look for him during the second trip, but was politely refused. And the posture of the Xinxing Sect saint today was clearly that he had already submitted, or was willing to cooperate with him. The message came. It quickly swept through the Eastern region. The Hall of the Hanging King, Floating Moon Sect, 10,000 Swords Sect, Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, and so on. These forces had heard about what happened in Tianfeng City, and one by one, they went from being surprised at the beginning to being shocked later, as well as being ashamed. The hallowed saint of the Divine Walking Sect represented not only the face of the Divine Walking Sect, but also the face of the saint. However, just a couple of juniors would be given to the pinnacle, and that would be too much of a shame. Divine Feminine Sect. Xu Yaoyao beautiful eyes also flooded with anger. Feel suffocated. The outside world. Even if the practitioners are slightly higher than the Eastern region, but as a saint of the dignity of the great need not lower their status, even if the other saints came to be qualified to sit on an equal footing, let alone a few juniors? Ugh, The crone on the crutches sighed languidly and looked in the direction of the East Prosperity Sect, saying in a complicated manner, "It's because he's putting too much pressure on him." Shu Yao Yao was silent. There was a silence. Knowing that today's East Prosperity Sect is in the ascendant, the Divine Line Sect and the East Prosperity Sect have a fault. Even if they do not make a move to the previous period of time of the acceptance of apprenticeship ceremony will be able to see. Even if this continues, the Divine Line Sect will also be worn down by the slow meteoric rise. Had to seek the variance. Why with this? It's natural for a saint of the Divine Walking Sect to lower his stance when he's begging others. The old woman lamented. Master knows something? Confusion flooded Chu Yao Yao's face. Aha! The old crone on the crutches nodded gently and also said, "This group of people from the outside world are looking for one thing in the eastern region. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but it requires a notable amount of manpower, as well as a name that speaks for itself. Otherwise, the desolate heavenly palace won't allow other forces to interfere with the other forces in such a way." Aha! Chu Yao Yao nodded her head. After her master's popularization, she also knew what the desolate heavenly palace was in her master's mouth. It was a supreme hall, transcendent and beyond, overlooking the 4 regions of the desolate state. No one dared to go against its will, but Chu Yao Yao's face is still permeated with bewilderment. Even if there is a request for outside forces, are they willing to offend Chu Sun? After all, Elder Chu is not an unusual saint. As early as a year ago, he swept through the eastern region, and today's cultivation will only be even more unfathomable. Naturally not. 2 for the price of 1. The old woman's cloudy eyes filled with complexity. Did not expect a calm for more than a year in the eastern region is about to rise again. Also said, the outside world to the forces want to join with the Divine Walking Sect to build a palace of learning. The Eastern Region School Palace. The Supreme Academy, led by the saints of the Divine Walking Sect. Southern Heavenly Hall of the Southern Domain. Western Wakazashi Temple. The Sacred Fire Cult of the Northern Region enters. At that time it will be a Supreme Academy established. Chu Yao Yao heard here no reason to tremble. If it is true, can think of what will set off a storm. A force with 4 saints in the town will be attractive directly beyond the East Prosperity Sect. Not only that, the 4 forces have also decided to take out a lot of resources as well as saint-level cultivation method to fill the Palace of Learning vacancies. Once the formation of the will be turned into a tidal wave of frenzy. This is undoubtedly a shake-up and provocation to the East Prosperity Sect. At the same time, the dilemma of the Divine Walking Sect today can be directly resolved. Not only that, with the help of the 3 major powers of the name can be realized to reverse the situation. I see. Chu Yao Yao was silent. If this is really the case, Xinxing Sect saints put a low profile can be understood, but it is a loss of some face, in exchange for the harvest can be clearly seen. By the 3 powers descending to the Holy Beast as a servant can be seen in the clan's depth, when the Xinxing Sect will really rise, but the eyes are also suffused with loss and apprehension. Said, then they have not asked you? The Divine Maiden Palace crone shook her head slightly and said, my clan is all women. It is not appropriate to participate in this and other matters. There's just one thing she didn't say. Southern Heavenly Hall. Wakazenji. Holy Fire Cult. Obviously looking for something in the eastern region. So much for not finding it. Once sought, will withdraw the residual manpower. By then this brilliant moment of the East Regional Palace and will be a basket of water. Not only can not fall good may also involve a lot of trouble. It would be better to leave it to its own devices. After all, their roots in the other domains will not be in the east for a long time to stay. Oh, Chu Yao Yao revealed a transcolor. Understood, but did not ask. The God-walking Sect saints could not see this point of stupidity. Since the saints have a plan, there will certainly be something to gain, otherwise lose face. Degradation of identity. Empty busy work a game as the saints to do things? However, he also silently looked in the direction of the East Prosperity Sect. The godly walking Sect sage was obviously stirring up trouble, with which person's status it was impossible to not see that. And what would he do in response? Just kill it? Think about it, and unlikely. This is too overbearing and strong. Besides, the saints of the Divine Walking Sect are hitched to this line in the outside world. Before they do not get what they want and also do not allow Chu Sun to behead the saints of the Divine Walking Sect. Read this also complicated. I did not expect the situation in the eastern region to be more disordered instead. Chapter 130 Eastern Region Academy Palace. Inside the restaurant, the silver-haired youth of the Southern Heavenly Hall sipped his wine, playing with the wineglass, showing a playful look. Their party naturally know the meaning of the saint of the Divine Walking Sect. Coincidentally, they also have the will in this regard. If there is a local head of the snake to lead the way, acting naturally everywhere convenient. After hearing the proposal of the Divine Walking Sect saint, he also slowly nodded his head and said, I, the Southern Heavenly Hall, have no objections and would like to take out 3 saint-level cultivation methods to co-construct the completion of the Academy Palace. The Divine Walking Sect sage's eyes lit up. 3 saint-level feats. Sincerity has been in full force. Look to the latter too. The Buddhist son of Ruochan Temple chanted, Amitba Buddha. And with that, he said, my Buddhist sect also includes some techniques, and I would like to take out 3,000 copies of the Buddhist scriptures, 100 copies at the human emperor level, and 10 copies at the sage level, for the cultivators of the eastern domain to peruse. This pouring numbers, which is the southern heavenly hall. The forces of the holy fire sect are slightly stiff. Then the eyes also gradually deepened, realizing that the original reason for the Buddha's son. I'm afraid that they also want to take advantage of this opportunity to pass on Buddhism into the eastern region. After all, Buddhism's previous power is limited to the western region, and now want to take a bigger step to expand their power. The saint of the Divine Walking Sect also frowned slightly. How could he not know the intentions of the Buddha's son? But thinking of the situation in the eastern region today, if they did not join forces to fight against it, I'm afraid that they would be nibbled away without even a crumb left. And they also said, May. Holy Fire Cult then took a stand. Satisfactory response. The Divine Walking Sect sage also nodded slightly. Raise your glass. Drinking together. Spinning around, he drew away. Since the purpose has been achieved, there is no need to accompany a few juniors to eat wine. If the people behind these several people are willing to show up, he does not mind doing a little more. But these several forces come obviously do not see him. Then there is no need to cold face to hot ass. As long as to achieve their own purpose, lose some face is nothing. Silver-haired youth. Son of Buddha. Holy son of the Church of the Holy Fire. These 3 also looked at each other with a light smile on their faces. How do they not know the significance of the saint of the Divine Walking Sect? If it is an unusual force, they don't mind helping out, even if the other side of the clan is destroyed. So what? It just happens to be an opportunity to show themselves. But since it is that person, it needs to be careful for a moment or two. They don't know about the Chu inquiry. It's also not clear how good he is. But they know the true martial great sage. Chu Sun, since the qualification and true martial arts great saint in the same age segment competition. Talent potential is undoubtedly. Even if the silence for a period of time, after a short period of time, the strength of the power also soared terrifying. This kind of character does not offend, even if it is. Offend will be directly press death. Do not give any room to fight back. Although the saints of the Divine Walking Sect have some friendship with us, they are not yet guilty of offending any of them. The silver-haired youth shook his head slightly. This was not only their intention. Even the saints behind them acquiesced in this way. Otherwise the saints who met with the Divine Walking Sect today would not only be them, but also those powerful saints. TSK. The Holy Fire Cult's saint's son gave a brutal and strange laugh. Standing in front of the tavern window, looking down, also exudes fun. The 4 powers. Joining forces to create a schoolhouse. Even if their real purpose is not here, but if the success of the real organization also has a very deep meaning, to attract the entire eastern region of the proud son of heaven to come, then those extremely outstanding geniuses, they can also follow the trend of attracting to their own clan, such as the entire eastern region as a subsidiary, but also counted as a merit. If the Zen Temple Buddha's son also had a smile on his face, waiting for the opening of the Palace of Learning, the flow of Buddhism into the eastern region will harvest a large number of believers, which is also a merit for him, regardless of the ultimate purpose of this trip. In terms of today, it is not a loss. The silver-haired young man from the southern heavenly hall, however, narrowed his eyes slightly and looked out in the direction of the East Prosperity Sect, saying, whether or not the East Domain School Palace can progress smoothly also depends on which one's intention. If he insists on blocking this school palace, may not be able to build it smoothly. The message was spread intentionally, spreading towards the eastern region, but for a brief 2 or 3 days, then it became public knowledge. In the meantime, the picture is also steeply transformed. As early as a few days ago, the size of the eastern region of restaurants and inns, talking about are still saints of the divine lineage sect. His groveling is quite disdainful of the shame and anger. Feel disgraced in the eastern region of the face. The size of the streets are all in the mouth and penalties. And even those who were interested in the divine lineage sect of the young geniuses are hesitant to enter the clan. So that the future of the clan has a future? But the word is out. The divine action sect is united. Southern Domain Southern Heavenly Hall. Western Wakazashi Temple. The Holy Fire Cult of the Northern Territory. Join forces to organize a schoolhouse. Eastern Region School Palace. Not only that, the 4 powers decided to each take out a number of Holy Realm techniques to fill the vacancies in the Palace of Learning. And there are 4 powers of the saints to take turns to sit in the town, such as the cultivation of confusion. You can ask the saints to point out. The news came out, set off a huge storm. Even if it is already ranked and the human emperor's seniors are moved, the saints point the way. That alone, it is enough to attract countless people. This makes the eastern region of the wind steeply transformed. Once those geniuses only the choice of the Divine Action Sect, Tianji Sect, East Prosperity Sect, and now this no school palace. And there is no restriction. In the school palace practice, if you do not want to stay, you can leave on your own. There is no binding and constraints. Purely teach without class. All sorts of benefits. One by one. Naturally, it triggered a frenzy. Then there are countless practitioners rushed towards Tianfeng City. When they saw a silverless mountain range to the right of Tianfeng City were flattened. The Divine Walking Sect, Rua Zen Temple, South Heavenly Hall, the Holy Fire Sect all have powerful practitioners in the construction of this. A fast runic complex array stone was taken. Into the ground. Into the foundation. It's magnificent scene. Even the human emperor are trembling. One by one. They also thankfully realized that this was really to create a no-school palace. Otherwise it wouldn't have spent a huge amount of money. And for a while, they ran to each other to pass on the news. And the news instantly swept through the eastern region, causing countless geniuses to look forward to it. And were looking forward to the opening of this school palace. At the same time, and yet there are those who show hesitation. Southern Heavenly Hall, Wakazenji, Holy Fire Cult. After all, it is a foreign power. This kind of unconditional good to the East region may be, but there are still people firmly believe that there will not be any problem. After all, the saints of the Divine Walking Sect are involved. There are saints to do the guarantee this thing is right. The Hall of the Hanging King, Floating Moon Sect, 10,000 Swords Sect, Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, and so on and so forth. These forces heard but gently sighed, exuded regret, a sad brow show bitter melon face. Originally the East Prosperity Sect after the dominance of their days are not very good. Good in the East Prosperity Sect recruited a limited number of geniuses can still give them a mouthful of soup to drink. And now once the construction of this palace can be all finished, East Prosperity Sect, Eastern Region School Palace, both tit for tat, turned into a giant fight. Even if there are still some geniuses left should be worshipped in the Divine Walking Sect, Divine Feminine Sect, and Heavenly Chi Sect, when these holy places are divided up only to leave out a few broken brass. When the time comes, they don't even have soup to drink, which is undoubtedly gloomy for them. Hanging King Hall Master was even more worried. The East Domain Academy Palace was within his domain belongings. If the Academy Palace was built so close, who else would come to their power? But also could only look expectantly in the direction of the East Prosperity Sect, muttering, "This is shaking the root plate of the East Prosperity Sect, which should not be allowed." Chapter 131 for Servants. The message came. Enter the hidden scriptures. Jumper. Chusen gently shook his head. Want to build a school palace in the eastern region is not wrong. If it is with foreign forces together will be doomed to impossible. Everyone has selfishness. Buddhism has Buddhism's self-confidence. The Holy Fire Cult has the Holy Fire Cult's thoughts. How will it be because of the search for a little something will spend a huge amount of money? At first it was regardless. That kind of thing. Just leave it to its own devices. However, as time passes, a huge palace rose up from the ground, built brilliantly and grandly. Carved dragons and phoenixes, jade masonry and carved railings. Not only that, in order to facilitate the guests who flocked to the East Domain Palace of Learning. Around the East Domain Palace of Learning was also built a city, with the East Domain Palace of Learning as the center. This kind of decent construction both makes people's hearts flutter, but also makes people panicked. Eastwick City. This makeshift city, named after the Eastwick Academy. Now there are already many practitioners from the outside world who have rushed to stroll among them. Looking at the atmospheric buildings around, many people are marveling. It's too atmospheric. It only took a few days. I heard that it hasn't been half a decade yet. It looks like the East Domain Academic Palace is really ready to fight hard with the East Prosperity Holy Land, to see who's the number one power of the East Domain. Those who witnessed the city being uprooted step by step also lamented. Only by witnessing the uprooting of this city can we know the swiftness and probability, and better know the determination of the four major powers, which is determined to build a schoolless palace. I heard that quite a number of books have already been transported over, and among them, there is no lack of saint-level gong methods, which can be viewed by simply breaking through the test. This kind of talk spreads. It's causing a flurry of buzz and heartburn. Really? I thought enrollment hadn't started yet? How can you let people in early? I don't know about this. I heard that it's a power from the outside world that wants to see the talent of the Eastern region cultivators, and at the same time, it's also considered to give a small congratulatory gift, and it's allowed to enter in the short term, and then it'll be terminated after some time. And it's only waiting for the day when the Eastern region's academic palace opens to massively enroll the students. Someone explained in a low voice. This made quite a few people's hearts pound. If it was true, and they displayed their notable talent, wouldn't they be able to enter the Eastern Domain School Palace in advance and become a part of it? Which instantly gave the people who were wandering around a target. heading straight for those examination areas. Eastern Region School Palace. Heavenly Devil Mountain. Thousands of steps. A sweaty young man with steely eyes. A radiant smile blooming on his face as he took the final step to the top of the mountain. He had succeeded and passed the test of the sacred fire cult. The Thousand Devils Mountain contains multiple tests such as illusion, cultivation, pressure, etc., all rolled into one. Normally through 700 floors will be included in the East Region Academy Palace, but this teenager in front of him came to the 1000th floor, standing at the peak, looking back, overlooking the layers of steps, and the corners of his mouth are also sketched out with fun. His name was Lin Dong. Step by step from the remote corner of the Eastern region out of the nooks and crannies, boasts of outstanding talent, even if it is the East Prosperity Sect can be easily worshipped, and now coincides with the first appearance of the East Region Palace of Learning. Naturally want to try the water. The process, although some difficulties, but also the smooth ascent to the top. Looking forward, see two eyebrows printed with the mark of the sacred fire of the old man. The corners of his mouth also grinned, brilliantly saying, I heard that by ascending the 1000 tiers of steps one would be qualified to observe the saint's notes, recorded with the saint's mind. Is that true? Yes. The Holy Fire Sect elder nodded his head gently. Appreciation also filled his eyes. This is the third person to reach the top. Compared to the first two, this teenager used less time. The talent is also more outstanding. Then I want to read the first book. Put. The contemptuous scoffing sound fell. Then saw a young man dressed in red robes of the Holy Fire Sect walking. Eyes with playfulness and mockery. Said, Sage notes as you want to seek and see it. Need to worship into my Holy Fire Sect disciples to be qualified to watch. I see you have a good talent. Coincidentally, also in the Eastern region lack of two servants. If the body is a servant, but also barely able to watch. The smile on Lin Dong's face gradually stiffened. He had traveled thousands of miles from afar and climbed this heavenly demon mountain. But the final result was that he had to be a servant in order to watch that sage's notebook. And his gaze was fixed. Didn't he say that he would be able to watch it if he worshipped in the Eastern Domain's Palace of Learning? Yes. Worshipping the East Region Academy is able to watch. But what kind of identity do you have that you also want to view my Holy Fire Sect sage's notes? The youth condescendingly looked down. The contempt and scorn on his face carried a natural arrogance. As if he was destined to be superior by being born in the sacred fire sect. So, Lin Dong murmured softly, also whisked his sleeve and turned around. Young man, don't enlighten yourself. The old man of the Holy Fire Sect also said slowly, the cultivation world is inherently cruel. Without resources, even if you have great talent, it will go to waste. Becoming Qingguan's servant is your honor. Qingguan is also second only to the status of the Holy Sun within the Holy Fire Sect. You should be glad that with the first two has agreed to be a servant. Ha! Qingguan of the Sacred Fire Sect sneered with cold eyes. There's no need to think about going to other forces to test. They're all the same. Do you really think that the sage's feats will be gifted to you and others for nothing? The message flows. With Lin Dong, this kind of hard backbone chi person is not in the less said. It causes verbal abuse. It felt that the East Domain School Palace was bullying people too much. How dare you despise the people of the Eastern region so much? It was as if outside practitioners were born superior. On the basis of what? In the face of this overwhelming skepticism, the Eastern Region School Palace watched with cold eyes. Just the following day, a message flows. It makes monstrous waves. Divine Feminine Sect, Tianji Sect, decided to build a branch in the East Region Academy Palace, joining the East Region Academy Palace, hoping that the future of the East Region Academy Palace will be more and more beautiful. This news came out so that those who verbally attack the hearts of the people are broken. Even these two holy places are involved in it. What hope does this East region have? For a time they all despairingly look at the East Prosperity Sect, the Norse Eastern region, only the latter. If even he couldn't hold out and chose to join the Eastern Domain School Palace, then the Eastern Domain would truly be finished. Top geniuses eventually falling into the role of servants of others. How dim was this? Those who earlier held the expectation and excitement of the people also heart are cold. Realize the outside world of the strong and domineering. This that is in the eyes of the Eastern region, clearly will be treated as a subsidiary. And the ultimate source of the more blame on the divine walking sect saints. If it is not he led to, how would the outside world of the power to come here? Argumentative. Verbally attacked. In this bad situation, the construction of the East Region Academy Palace has not suffered an impact, and the East Region still has a large number of young people rushing to come. Even though the slave as a servant is a hateful thing, but if you seize this opportunity to rise up in one fell swoop may not be unacceptable. Moreover, if the real talent is superb, will one day please the status of a slave. I don't know if this self-congratulation is pathetic or ridiculous. Sage Kung Fu. The saints point the way. Sacred realm forces. The temptation to produce really too big. Even if you know that the East Regional Palace is a trap, there are still countless people flocking to go in. And in this bad situation, the East Regional Palace is also slowly construction is completed. An invitation letter is also transmitted to the East region of the forces of large and small. The East Prosperity Sect is no exception. An invitation to be placed in the main hall. Chapter 132 found. Invitation. The Hall of the Hanging King. Floating Moon Sect. 10,000 Swords Sect. Wanqing Chamber of Commerce. None of these forces that had quite a face in the Eastern Domain had received the invitation. Like at this moment, the Hall Master of the Hall of Hanging Kings looked at the invitation in front of him. His face was sorrowful and extremely complicated, and he said softly, "Want to go?" The construction of the East Domain Academy Palace was clearly targeting the East Prosperity Sect, and it just so happened that they were affiliated with the East Prosperity Sect, whether they admitted it or not. The Divine Walking Sect Saints had already acquiesced that they were standing in the East Prosperity Sect's camp, or else they wouldn't have not disturbed them for such a long period of time, and instead, they would send them an invitation at this juncture. In my opinion, the sovereign need not worry. Let's see how the East Prosperity Sect responds. Since we are affiliated with the East Prosperity Sect, then we will listen to his choices. If he lets us go to observe the ceremony, what's the harm in going? If he doesn't let us go, there's also an excuse for that. A rather old elder gave his experience. The Hall Master of the Hanging King Hall nodded gently. He had this same thought. I'm afraid it's not just him. The same is true of several other clans. I believe. East Prosperity Sect. Xiao Ronyu looked at the invitation with an expressionless face. On April 28th, the East Domain School Palace will open, and the East Prosperity Sacred Ground is invited to come and observe the ceremony. This is also too fast. Elder Jiang looked at the invitation letter also half surprised. From the news spread to the East Region School Palace construction, everything is not yet 2 months, but the invitation has been issued. Not only that, the East Region School Palace is well built. This speed and scale are amazing. Also said, East Prosperity Sect to go to people? Go! Xiao Ronyu nodded gently. Elder Chu led the way. Personal observation. Hiss. King Crane. Elder Jiang. Both of them were shocked. Unexpected. The construction of a schoolhouse. It actually made that one all up in arms to go out and walk around. The day. Floating Moon Sect has a line of people on a giant sword to break through the air. Led by the Floating Moon Sect Patriarch himself. And accompanied by 3 elders from the disciples or even more dozens of disciples. Apparently also extremely curious about the opening of this East Region Academy Palace. Feel that it is a rare event. May break out unexpected things. And these young disciples have the probability to socialize with their peers. They are brought together. The crowd was voluminous and rushed to the East Domain City, overlooking the huge city from afar, also exuding amazement. With an elder speaking, the year before last when I passed by this place was still a mountain range. I didn't expect that in such a short period of time it would be razed to the ground and a huge city established. Aha! The Floating Moon Sect Patriarch nodded gently, also carrying a group of disciples down. Midtown. The silhouette pokes and prods. Many figures also looked up and saw a group of people from the Floating Moon Sect, which triggered a small stir. After all, this level of power of the Floating Moon Sect is also second only to the 6 holy places, and counts as a strong sect in the eastern region, especially when it's led by the Patriarch, with a large number of disciples, which still triggered a small amount of uproar and heated discussion, but did not reveal too obsessive thing. After all, this is by the 4 holy realm forces to join forces to create the Palace of Learning. More Goddess Sect, Tianji Sect to join, even if the Floating Moon Sect status is not bad, but also just so. Another one. The 10,000 Swords Sect is here. The Hanging King's Peak is here. The Chamber of 10,000 Treasures is here too. Right now the Floating Moon Sect is also here. The only top power that counts in this eastern region is the East Prosperity Sect, and I don't know if it will come. What's the hurry? It's only April 17th? There are still 11 days before the East Domain School Palace opens its feast. Even if the East Prosperity Sect will come, it should be the last day, and by then it might break out with several saints showing up together. The people in the tea house and streets were talking, making a newly built city full of vitality, and the flow of people and shadows was quite enthusiastic. Even the Floating Moon Sect Patriarch entered the city, feeling the prosperity inside was quite astonished. I'm afraid that only this supreme power was built to suck all the gazes of the eastern region over. Go! Find an inn and stay there. There's something for tomorrow. That's it. As time passes, East Domain City also became more and more lively. Various forces, genius, Chamber of Commerce, swarming, originally do not look favorably on the East Regional Palace of Learning people were also marveled by this scene. Secretly lamented, this scale, compared to the East Prosperity Sect enrollment is more than 10 times more voluminous, which if the official opening of the clan, widely recruit students. I do not know how many geniuses will be admitted. Eastern Region School Palace. A supreme temple. Qingguan of the Sacred Fire Sect stood there overlooking the silhouettes poking and prodding of the Eastern Domain City. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up in contempt. His eyes mingled with mockery as he sneered. Ha! What a bunch of cheap bastards. East Region Academy Palace and not opened before the early enrollment for a period of time. That humiliated the East Region geniuses. This is about to open the clan there are so many people flocked to. Is not a cheap bone and what is it? An old man beside him gently shook his head and said, it's good to know some things on your own. Telling them plainly will only create trouble for yourself. Qingguan, however, was unimpressed. So what if you know? The cultivation world was inherently strong. Nothing more than verbal humiliation. Even if it's a public slap. Bully hard. So what? No strength. Even if they are bullied. And it had to be endured. He thought that he was more talented than these people. And he didn't care about their hatred at all. Laughing softly and mocking. As long as my cultivation is strong enough. So what if I'm a bit more overbearing? The old man frowned slightly, feeling that Qingguan's three views were not correct, but then he thought that this was the Eastern region, and even if he stabbed the sky here, it wouldn't hurt, so he nodded his head gently. There's no harm in the Eastern region, but when you go to the outside world, you'll have to restrain your temper. Before the words were finished, the old man violently twisted his body, shocked to look at the rear. A three-legged golden crow surrounded by blazing divine flame, tilted his head and long squealed. Before he had time to react, it turned into a flame lightning shuttle into the clouds and disappeared, followed by the other two ferocious beasts also followed closely behind. 3 ferocious beasts, straight in one direction. This caused the old man and the Qingguan duo to shake slightly, glancing at each other, and the levity and contempt on their faces were gone, replaced with gravity, saying, could it be that something like that has been found? This makes them feel surprised. Originally prepared for a protracted war, in the Eastern region will be decades. How could they think that this passed only a few short months to find? It is not too fast. Inside the city of Eastwick, such a big move. Naturally, it attracts countless eyes. Those cultivators were all looking up in the direction of the Eastern Domain School Palace. Surprised. What happened? Those 3 ferocious beasts just now actually ran in the same direction. The sage of the Divine Walking Sect, who was practicing within the Eastern Domain's Palace of Learning, also had his eyes condensed, and his face showed gravity. He naturally knew what the outside world's visitors were aiming for, but it might not be a good thing for him if he found something like that so quickly. Chapter 133, Zhu Sunlin. Master. Xinxing Sect Patriarch Dai Na revealed hesitation and nervousness. At this critical time, the major powers of the Eastern region have descended on the Eastern Region Academy Palace. Looking at a vast spectacle is about to open. If the 3 major powers from the outside world come at this time because of the distraction, resulting in the absence of saints, will it form a tiger's head and a snake's tail? 11 days to go. It shouldn't have much impact. Xinxing Sect Saint frowned tightly. In his prediction, this group of people to find the later the better, and now suspected to have found let him feel the crisis, but also relieved. 11 days should not affect the opening day of the Palace of Learning. The eyes are also more and more stern stare at the East Prosperity Sect, which will be an opportunity to turn the tide. Eastern Borderlands. Heaven's Desert Mountain. Shoo shoo shoo. Several huge ferocious beasts descended. The first to arrive was the 3-legged golden crow that was covered in white divine flames. After all, it was known for its speed, followed by the black scaly dragon, and finally the belatedly arriving lion, with young people standing on top of the heads of the 3 ferocious beasts. The young man from the southern heavenly hall had a strange look in his eyes. Staring ahead, there was a layer of 7-colored glazed light curtain that shone like a rainbow. If in normal times it would never have been discovered, but today it was inspired by a secret treasure. And he also couldn't help but murmur, is this the place? If a Buddhist son of a Zen temple, holy son of the Church of the Holy Fire, they also come with excitement and anticipation. It went too well. There are no twists and turns. Enter the Eastern Domain with ease. Not only did they successfully find this place, but they also established a school palace, which would be able to continuously provide the sect with fresh blood in the future. All of this goodness made them sway for a while, thinking that the trip to the Eastern region might be the most correct choice in this life. Boom! A domineering figure descended from the sky. He was dressed in silver battle armor. His eyes were clear and cold, but he was extremely young, holding a silver spear and gently pointing it. The void in front of him tore, but the 7-colored rainbow didn't crack, like a layer of invisible ripples fluctuating to dissipate the blow, which made him exude joy, saying, this is the place. Amat Ba, a Buddhist chant. You will see a body glazed golden Buddha light, like a layer of gold foil of the high monk descended. He is as thin as a wood. But the Buddha eyes contain wisdom. Chanting Buddha can affect the state of mind of others. Cultivation is a little weaker in a Buddha chant. will put down everything to convert to the Buddha. The saint of the sacred fire sect saint also came with him, his body similarly surrounded by blazing flames, with a flame mark carved on his brow, appearing here together and staring at the seven-colored rainbow with joyful expressions. 3 saints. As this group of young people came to the eastern domain together, they did not show up earlier when they met with the sages of the divine walking sect, and they did not show up when they established the palace of learning, but they showed up one after another as this place was found. Do it together. The 3 looked at each other. Strike forward at the same time. The shadow of a silver spear suppressed heaven and earth. A Buddha's palm is draped in Sanskrit. One fist seal breaks all laws. All 3 combined. Blasted forward. The dusty 7-colored rainbow was torn, revealing the scene inside. A wisp of haze from the inside of the immortal gas surging out. In a trance only leaked out a corner but saw inside the immortal cranes flying. The ancient treats and Tian. There are immortals shadow residual and that sitting sermon. Even if only a hurried glance also let these people heartbeat accelerated. Gulp. Gulp. They gulped. Exudes excitement. Excitement. Fervor and ecstasy. Really with the ancient records of the same. This mysterious place was actually found by them. Glancing at each other also flooded with hostility. From this moment onwards, these people are no longer allies, but each other wary of the opponents. Tianji sect. Through the monitoring of the Tianji disc, the old man of the Tianji sect who saw this scene had a great trembling in his heart and soul, and he also saw a corner of the scene that was like the immortal world that made him breathless, and he was surprised and said, "There's still this place in the eastern region? Buzz off." Hurriedly, he catalyzed the heavenly chance disc. Start divining. A little later, put. A mouthful of blood sprayed. Head more white hair. The whole person aged 10 years. Eyes have shocked murmur. Guashos. This place should not be at this time of the world. Out of the world too early contains a great evil. The absolute great evil. An inadvertent fear for the eastern region to bring about the destruction of the disaster. Hiss. Goddess Palace Crone also through the secret treasure to see this scene of the mind fell. When the 3 beasts left the East Regional Palace will realize that things happen, but never thought that the outside world came to the forces are looking for this place. The most surprising thing is that she is a saint of the East region is not at all aware of this place. No, this treasure land must be shared. The divine feminine sect Crone's face gradually revealed greed and hideousness. If this was missed, this life would really stop here. Xiao Rongyu, who detected the scene in the East Prosperity sect, also trembled and muttered, "What exactly is that place?" She didn't see the specifics, but the fervor that flowed from the thumping hearts of the 3 saints made her realize that perhaps a supreme divine object would appear. Possibly the Eastern Domain's reserves that had been accumulated for so many years transformed into divine artifacts. Buzz. The void rippled. The old crone on crutches tore through the void, rushed at the fastest speed, just descended to this place when her body slightly stiffened, feeling being stared at by the absolute ferociousness, only to see the 3-legged golden crow, the male lion, the black auger dragon and the icy cold gazing at her. Seems to be dissatisfied with this uninvited guest, which made her smell the danger. Also sober alert to their own even face these 3 ferocious beasts are a little difficult. To fight with these several saints fear some difficulties, but feel the void again fluctuations. That alone to face their predicament is also slightly relieved. Shu, Godline sect saint also came. He was manipulating the East Domain School Palace that is his main purpose, but through the secret treasure to detect the scene can no longer keep calm. Know that the outside world to look for something very extraordinary, but did not think that extraordinary to this extent, which if it is to turn a blind eye. When the sky hit the thunder. Ahem. Tianji sect old man also came in a light cough. His body is weak. Just divining a hanging collection of backlash. Bitterly discouraged, several friends. This place has a great evil. Not suitable to open now. But also please be careful. Snort. The silver-haired youth standing on the head of the 3-legged golden crow snorted. They came here to find this place. Not to mention that there is a great evil inside. It is 10 deaths to break in. Saints of the Southern Heavenly Hall. If the Zen Buddhist temple is sacred, holy fire cult saints. Looking at the several saints that had suddenly arrived in the eastern region, their brows furrowed slightly. These few saints second realm cultivators were not placed in their eyes. What really worried them was whether or not which one from the East Prosperity sect would arrive. Boo! The void rippled. An old man in a green shirt, slowly step out. At this moment, those 3 ferocious beasts were all as if they were facing a great enemy. The 3-legged golden crow's body hair was taut. The male lion also stared at the latter in death. The black Jiao dragon was no exception. From this green-shirt old man felt a great threat. Even if this old man was only inadvertently transmitting a wisp of breath, it also made this ferocious beast trembled greatly. And the arrogance that had been there all along also instantly spanned. It's really coming. The few saints who came from the outside murmured softly, their eyes glowing with scorn. What they were most worried about still happened. This mediocre supreme being of the Eastern Domain was the great terror, the great threat. Back then, he was able to fight with the true martial great sage, and now he didn't know to what extent he had grown to? Chapter 134, The First Body Faller. Amit Ba. The Buddha sage of Ruachan Temple motionlessly surveyed the situation in the field, and there was a realization in his heart. Even though he had heard about the Eastern Domain pattern, it was not as good as seeing it with his own eyes. This Chu Sheng, although his cultivation talent was outstanding, but his relationship with a few other saints was average. Ah, he also chanted, since the Chu Sheng is also there, then let's go in together. Saints of the Southern Heavenly Hall, Holy Fire Cult Saints. The two blushes were hard to see though, and yet there was no stopping it. Who knows what's going on inside? Having a powerful cultivator may not be a bad thing. Furthermore, they are afraid of Chu Sun, but it doesn't mean that they don't have the ability to check and balance, forcing them to summon the great sage's leftover Dao soldiers. They can still kill each other. Boo! Buddha sage is a horse. Take the lead and march inside. Saints of the Divine Action Sect, Crone on crutches. These people are close behind. Even if the old man holding the heavenly chi disc knows that there is a great horror and great danger inside, also struggled up. The trigrams show absolute evil, but also have the possibility of turning good fortune into good fortune. More heavenly chances of creation, belonging to the crisis and opportunity coexist, cannot catch all depends on their own skills. Witnessed a few saints are drilled into it, also gritted their teeth to go in. Shoo! Since then all of the existing saints in the eastern region had entered inside. Even the old farmer was late, rushing to the gap at the end to burrow inside. Buzz! With the entry, there was a whirlwind of heaven and earth, as across a small world. When they were conscious again, they came to a red and barren land that stretched for thousands of miles. The sky was dark and crimson. The land was left with the mess after the great battle. There were ancient chariots with missing wheels, and on them were also left with sword tips and gun marks. In the distance there were also tattered flags planted on a mountain, and there were even white bones and broken swords that could be seen everywhere. The silver-haired youth of the Southern Heavenly Hall's face was slightly pale, and horror filled his eyes, which was different from what they had seen in the outside world, which was a hazy, holy, and flawless immortal atmosphere, with immortal cranes flying and chirping, and the palace everlasting, and the great tree that covered the sky dropping the supreme Taoist fruits, and even more immortals sitting and lecturing under the ancient tree from ancient times, expounding the supreme mysteries, which was completely a blessed and good place. And what's this? 1,000 miles of bare ground. The sky is cloudy, white bones everywhere underfoot. A terrifying killing aura filled the surroundings. Ghosts in the silence. It's not just him. Sage of the Divine Feminine Sect, Saints of the Divine Action Sect, Old Farmer. Their gazes were also fixed there. Their expressions were a bit frozen. Regret had spread out. If they had known that this zone was this hellish place, they wouldn't have come down even if they had a life to enjoy the good things. Silently turning back, only to see that the back road had been cut off. The beam of light that had sent them into this place had already disappeared. Finished. Tianji Sect old man's face was slightly pale. The trigrams showed that it was very bad, but he still didn't have the patience to move, and as a result, he encountered this scene, and it was hard to know whether he would live or die. The several saints who came from the outside world also looked grave. The previous fervor and joy on their faces had disappeared, replaced by gravity, and that just centrifugal mood was also gathered. The saint from the Southern Heavenly Hall said softly, "It seems that this place is really not ready to be opened, and is still accompanied by great evils. Before we achieve any results, we still hope to assist each other." Ruachan Temple's Buddhist sage and the Holy Fire Sect sage both nodded their heads gently. The scene in front of them was really not optimistic. They felt that they had fallen into an ancient relic, within an ancient battlefield. The slightest carelessness would trigger something unfathomable. Where is a broken holy weapon? The silver-haired youth from the Southern Heavenly Hall's gaze fell on a broken longbow not far away. Somewhat foolishly, even if this holy weapon was broken, it could be used with a little mending, and could be sold for a not-so-small increase in money. "Don't move," the Southern Heavenly Hall sage said indifferently. "Aha!" Silver-haired young man nodded gently. "Came to this weird place, the most basic or no?" However, his gaze seems to still wake up the sleeping spirit. A moment, the pole-broken longbow outbreak blazing kill idea, as if the old scene reappeared. A supreme great figure, holding this him all the way to kill until go break the sinking halberd. And this pole of the long spear also only survives the broken spirit, only killing thoughts. Feel the gaze of the onlookers. Shoo, chopped straight up. A gook cuts down. Release the scarlet curved moon. Humph. South Heaven Hall of Saints cold snort. A small remnant of soldiers also dare to wantonly. But when he was going to move, but suddenly feel the entire ancient battlefield seems to be inspired. A terrible killing gas from all directions. The dark dome of the sky as if condensing a terrible killing array. the kind of trembling from the soul, so that he was frozen on the spot. And just this hesitation, the silver-haired youth on the left side was directly chopped. Put! A cluster of blood erupted. Drops of crimson. The silver-haired youth standing on the right side had his gaze fixed, frozen dumbly there, and in the next breath his heart filled with intense killing intent and panic as he growled, "Brother!" The two of them for the twins. The same outstanding talent was together to be enthroned as the holy son of the South Heavenly Palace, and he and his brother these years inseparable, which cannot think of this time to go out, just because of a look at the remnants of the weapon was brutally abused and killed. Shoo! The three-legged golden crow immediately covered the only remaining silver-haired youth's breath, not allowing his anger and murderous anger, as well as a variety of emotions to be released to vent, and the four fields also fell into solidification. Saints of the Divine Action Sect, crone on crutches, old farmer, as well as the Buddha's son and other people who came over with their peers, all of their gazes were frozen. They had just come in, and a holy son of the Southern Heavenly Hall had suffered a bodily death because of one more glance at a broken holy soldier, and even the saints couldn't make a move to shelter them, which made them tremble slightly. What exactly is this place? Boom! Dressed in silver battle armor, the pupils of the Southern Heavenly Hall saint erupted into sharp beams of light. There was also anger roaring in his eyes, just because of a hesitation just now. His extremely appreciated juniors fell one. His eyes stared at the vicious long gorges. His pupils surged with killing intent. His fingers and palms probed out, forcibly imprisoning and suppressing. Don't be impulsive. The face of the Buddha sage of Wakazashi Temple changed slightly. Is this place a place for violence? Boo! This saint of the Southern Heavenly Hall, however, could not care so much, if even this murderous weapon could not be solved. This trip, not to go, forcibly imprisoned. That long gorges under the palm of the inch twisted, broken, popped, turned into pieces. And this kind of behavior also attracted the source of trouble. The red earth began to tremble. Above the dome of the sky there was a terrifying beam of light flowing, the aura of solemnity and murder surging. Under the dim sky, steeply lit up a red-colored huge sword chi. They hung in the dome of the sky, 10,000 swords dropping down, but with the chapters and laws. Tianji Sect old man looked around, even more breathless, horrified. We are inside the formation. Chapter 135, the heavenly chance disc was robbed. No reminders are needed. Those present noticed something strange around them, earlier perhaps because it didn't move. Now with the reveal of the formation, they only realized with horror that their position was in the formation. As long as the slightest step was wrong, there was the danger of doom. One by one, tilting their heads to look at the terrifyingly huge swords dropping down from the dome of the sky, their hearts were chilling, and they were glad that they hadn't just walked around randomly, and at the same time, they also felt that the Holy Son of the Southern Heavenly Hall hadn't died unjustly. That's what just happened. Whoever moves dies, and they certainly wouldn't stay put. So the death of the silver-haired youth was equivalent to indirectly helping them explore the way out, so that they wouldn't be in the dark and know nothing. Clang! The breath of the saint of the Southern Heavenly Hall exploded fast, introverted fast, so that the formation above lost its target for a moment, but it was in a semi-activated state, and would continue to descend if it was not careful, which made the people in the arena look at it very hard. What exactly is this coming to? This killing formation? It's not too scary. Saints of the Southern Heavenly Hall. If the Zen Buddhist temple is sacred, holy fire cult saints, all of them were grim-faced. Even Shu Sun are showing the color of gravity, eyebrows slightly knitted, perceiving the killing aura of this place. The air flows if not the sword intent, if the chaos sword body to perceive. The four directions of heaven and earth is everywhere sword intent. The huge sword hanging above is just a front. The real horror is diffused in the invisible nothingness, and not without saying, what is this place? Saints of the Divine Action Sect, sage of the Tianji Sect, crone, old farmer, they are still not sure where this is? The face of the saint of the Southern Heavenly Hall was gloomy. Having just lost a junior, he was in a bad mood and didn't want to answer the question, saying with cold eyes, who knows formations? The several saints from the eastern domain did not move to look at Chu Sun. This one had displayed an uncommon way of formations when he was in the Jiang clan, and with his cultivation, he might be able to survey one or two of them. Amit Ba, the old monk knows a little about it. If the Zen temple Buddha saint chanting Buddha's name, one hand also toward the front point touch, condensed into a complicated axiomatic conformity, melted in the void so that under the seemingly calm nothingness reveals the other side. There is a piece of formation stone melted in the void, and linked into one after another small formations, which are linked to each other to transform into a huge sword formation. Wanting to break this formation needed to be broken one by one, starting from the small formation and then spreading to the large formation. The Buddha sage of the Buddhist sect frowned slightly and said to himself, some suffering. Clang! the Buddha's light flickered around his body. Shasta. A rune flashed past. It landed on the eye of the formation in front of it. Put. Shasta. The surrounding area is empty. The gloom and doom that had been weighing on the hearts of all the people was dispersed. The formation is broken. The crowd was effusive with joy. The old Buddhist monk, however, shook his head slightly and said, "It's only the first formation. There are still thousands of such formations. We can only take dozens of steps forward, or else there will be a crisis coming." Saints of the Southern Heavenly Hall. Holy Fire Cult Saints. The two looked at each other. The heart sank slightly. If the formation was to be broken at this speed, I don't know how much time would be wasted if I wanted to get out of this formation. But thinking about coming to the Eastern Domain all ready for decades of protracted battle, it wouldn't be a problem to spend a few years on this. The divine walking Sect saint, however, changed his face. The opening of the Eastern Domain School Palace in the outside world was imminent. If this was missed, there was no telling how many ripples would be triggered. But seeing that the way back had been broken, he could only clench his teeth in the dark and hope that the manpower remaining in the outside world's forces would be able to open the Eastern Domain School Palace successfully. Go! A line goes up. Chu Sin but did not move. He is also quite proficient in the way of formation. Do not dare to say is the master level, but also far above the Buddhist saints. He just cracked the method is too much brute force. Destroy the array I. With this kind of broken array method even if it can work, but the number of thousands do not know to break to the monkey years and months. Slowly open the pupils of your eyes. The field of vision for the sudden change. In front of the void within not only the birth of billions of circulating airflow, there is also a terrible killing array. It is the vault of heaven's huge array map as the main. The air residual sword chi as a supplement. A small array as the foundation. The birth of a huge array. The real crack requires a certain amount of skill and strength. Go! A line goes up. Subsequently perceived. Chu Sun did not follow. The old man of the Tianji sect was aghast at this. The saint from the Divine Walking sect also noticed and realized what Chu Sun was trying to do, and couldn't help but show a sneer out of the corner of his eye as he said, "If he wants to break the formation, then let him break it. Let's go." A person who does not even know what this place is also trying to break the formation. Really whimsical, but the line of saints from the outside world know the situation here, and even know how to go. How to choose still need to choose. Chu, the old man of the Tianji sect opened his mouth slightly, wanting to dissuade something, but seeing the latter's resolute eyes, he also sighed. Su, let's go. Follow the outside world saints. With the broken formation, keep moving forward. A quarter of an hour later, break another formation. They came forward, but the saint of the Southern Heavenly Hall is frowning. This speed is too slow. A quarter of an hour only broke 2 arrays. According to today's speed, want to crack all the arrays also do not know how long it should use. Cannot help but frown and said, there is no way to make the speed of breaking arrays a little faster? Yes. The Holy Fire Sect's Holy Son stared with burning eyes at the Tianji disc in the Tianji Sect's old man's hands and narrowed his eyes. Such a thing is not bad. It's a supreme treasure that can be used to assist in breaking formations. Swish. The Tianji Sect's old man changed color. This Skype disc. It is the most precious treasure inherited by Tianji Sect through the generations. Amit Ba. Wakachenji Buddha sage recited a Buddhist chant with dozens of hands. Man in silver armor. The sacred fire teaches the saints to understand. Roar. The three-legged golden crow. Lion. Black augur. All together. They stepped forward and hissed, their ferocious demonic pupils staring at the old man of the Tianji sect. And a moment later, the sage of the Southern Heavenly Hall, holding the Tianji disc, revealed a playful expression, looking at the wilting old man of the Tianji sect on the side, and mocked, if I had known this, why would I bother struggling? Goddess Sect crone. Old farmer. They are all silenced. Another endless chill. Tianji Sect's inheritance treasure was taken away just like that. If this group of people from the outside world looked at them and what evil consequences they would suffer. For a time, they vaguely regretted why they chose to go with this group of people. Perhaps it was not bad to follow beside Chu Sun. Buzz. With the aid of the Skyrider's disc, the speed of breaking the formation obviously plummeted. A small formation, 2 small formations, 3 small formations, for a brief moment, broke a dozen in a row. After breaking nearly 20 formations in just a quarter of an hour, the qualitative change presented by this speed caused the faces of the line of saints coming from the outside world to show a look of comfort, and even the face of the grief-filled saint son of the Southern Heavenly Hall looked quite a bit better. The Holy Fire Sect's Holy Son also skimmed which one of the green-shirted old man they left behind. Looking at him still standing still, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up in a mocking color. Mocking. The profoundness of this formation is something that he, a small saint, can comprehend and understand? Goddess Sect crone. The shriveled old man of the Tianji sect, and the old farmer, as they looked at the green-shirt figure that had been left behind by them in the great rear, they also secretly said in their hearts, perhaps, they made the right choice. Just in time, that kept his eyes closed. The green-shirt old man who was attending to the formation suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 136 Growth in the Way of Formation. In the void, thousands of formations remain. They are quite involved. Damage a small array and a small array will not help at all, because the array will also heal itself. With the destruction of the array I in the huge array map repair, those damaged array I rehealing, once completed and will be restored to the beginning, such as just breaking the array of white broken. This discovery also let Chusun inner slightly sunken. Just now, he also felt that these people break the formation is too casual point, that the void above the cohesion of such a huge formation map, how can be so easy to crack. And now look at this group of people first cracked the place has been healed. Revert to a small formation. The bottom of the heart also completely sank. This formation, hang on, he said softly, even if the one that came was just a bilocation, if the folding is in the person, it's also a loss. What's more, this doppelganger also carried the green vine sword. Once lost, it can be really left behind. Ahead, Saints of the Southern Heavenly Hall, Holy Fire Cult Saints, the three-legged golden crow, Black Augur. Looking at Ruochan temples, this Buddhist monk sitting there for a full 2/4 of an hour without moving, also frowned and said, earlier breaking the formation was so easy, but have you encountered trouble? The Buddha sage of Ruochan temple opened his Buddha eyes to show his gravity, and also said, this huge formation has thousands of small formations connecting it, among which there are hundreds of medium-sized formations, as well as dozens of large-sized formations, and the one that is trapping us right now is the medium-sized formation. The Buddhist son of Ruochan temple understood. Looking up at the giant sword hanging in the sky, they were like terrifying killing weapons, and softly said, that means that all of these formations are one big formation, but it encompasses small formations, medium-sized formations, and large-sized formations. A medium-sized formation formed by the articulation of hundreds of small formations. There are dozens more medium-sized formations forming a large one. And finally there are these dozens of sitting formations coalescing the formation diagrams on the sky dome. Nice. The Buddha sage of Wakazashi temple nodded slightly. Then the cracking began. One side is based on what you have learned. On one side, he deduced the heavenly chance disc, with the tip above. Keep cracking. Half a day later. Snort. With the void in the middle of a formation eye broken. The suppression of this place suddenly disappeared. A group of people exuded joy, but also toward the front step. And the Tianji Sect saint also looked far back. At this time can only see the blurred figure. He is still standing quietly, motionless, as if it were a clay statue. Ha! A cold sneer also hung at the corners of the divine walking sect saint's mouth. There are no outside saints. There's no Skype disk. What's the point of breaking the formation? What about sweeping the eastern region? I'm still going to die here, since it can't be cracked. Then learn. Chusun's eyes filled with waves. If he were to follow the example of the saint of Ruozen temple, he thought that he could do better. The speed of cracking the formation would also be faster. But that would ultimately be treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Maybe in the end an empty work. Instead of that it would be better to go and learn about this formation. As if he were learning about Taoist scriptures within the scripture pavilion. Read this. Then he sat down on his knees. Truly empty your mind. The mind was immersed within this great formation. In the meantime, hidden scriptures. Chusun's original leisurely opened his eyes. About the relics of the thing he also knows. Now waved his sleeve inside the cabinet of those about the formation of the scriptures have surfaced in front of the body. Not only in the relics to learn the way of the formation. Even this body is also in the observance of this book about the formation of the books. In the formation on the attainments is the visible speed of the eye to the advancement. 3 days later, inside the ruins, the old man of the Tianji sect was still always concerned about Chusun's state. Right now they could only see a black dot at the back from afar. But now that the small black dot that had been silent for many days suddenly moved, which caused the old man of the Tianji sect's emotions to ripple, and his cloudy eyes were dispersed, and all that was left was a secret joy. After so many days, he had finally moved. Saints of the Southern Heavenly Hall, Holy Fire Cult Saints, Saints of the Divine Action Sect, these people also face cloudy sweep too, even if their mouth how not think, but the heart is still with concern, that after all, is able to fight with the true martial arts great saint of the people, but the mouth can tempt. If the heart to look down on that is really stupid, even cracking the array of Roa Zen Temple Buddha Saint or slightly pause, even if not turned around, but the divine sense is also in the back of the attention. A quarter of an hour later, snort, a sound of a formation breaking, then I saw the black dot, move forward a little, that's it, even the Holy Fire Sect's Holy Son had odd eyes, this one pretended to waste 3 days there, and now he wasted such a long time cracking this first small formation, thinking of the countless formations along the way. as well as the medium-sized formations that were combined together. Then he looked odd and said, "Then this is enough for him to suffer." Saints of the Southern Heavenly Hall, Holy Fire Cult Saints. If the Zen Buddhist temple is sacred, even though these three did not open their mouths, their looks already told them to completely relax and no longer for the sake of the intention. If the Zen temple Buddha sage also concentrated on breaking the formation, no longer concerned about the latter. However, in the back, the eyes of Chu Sun, who cracked the formation, were suffused with exuberance and joy as he muttered, "This way has really become a success. Learning plus repairing, slightly changing the attainment of the formation, and not needing to go and damage it at all." Whoosh! He enumerated the second small formation, the third small formation, the fourth small formation, the fifth small formation. If the first formation trapped him for a quarter of an hour, the second was a few minutes faster, and it was each formation that was increasing in speed, and in the end, his speed of cracking the formation for a quarter of an hour was enough to crack dozens, or even hundreds. Phew, phew, phew. The later it gets, these little formations that trapped him, just look up, it will disintegrate with the lifting of a hand. Only the medium-sized formation slightly trapped him, and Chu Sun cracked the array, and the former is very different. If the Zen Temple Saint's method is to find the array diagram with the help of the Tianji disk to the eye of the array, and impose a breakage, resulting in the array failure, shuttle past, and this although available, the side effects are also very obvious. Along the way through the array, along the way is the healing, directly break the back, if you want to go back to the need to break it once again. Instead, he repaired and remodeled, changing the subtle patterns of each small array, causing him to easily traverse a small array along the way, even if he wanted to go back. It was also a thought, and the array he had repaired would always be viable, not a place where popping up and breaking the eyes of the array could only be used for a moment. Way between the two. All broken formations though, but the effect is a world away. Chapter 137, Divine Feminine Sect Sage Fall. It's stuck. The Sage of the Southern Heavenly Hall murmured softly. This was already the second day. The longest time that the Buddha Sage of Ruochan Temple had been stuck before had only taken 6 hours. And this time it was already the second day, and it was still unknown how long it would take for it to completely disintegrate. Amit Ba, Ruochan Temple's Buddha Sage recited Buddha's name. Buddha's eyes filled with complexity. The degree of difficulty of this large formation is far beyond his imagination. Softly said, "This should be a large formation, but also a crucial one." Even with the aid of the heavenly chance disk, for did not find the eye of the formation. Saints of the Southern Heavenly Hall, Holy Fire Cult Saints, Saints of the Divine Action Sect, Crone. None of these people's hearts sank. You didn't find the eye of the formation? Look up. A terrifyingly huge sword was suspended there. It could tip over at any moment. Once it descends, the saints also fell. A slight tremor. Are they going to die here? It's not that we couldn't find the formation eye, but the old monk found too. The Buddha Sage of Ruochan Temple added. The sage from the Southern Heavenly Hall frowned. Do you mean that the two formations are unsure of which one is real? Wakazenji Buddha Sage nodded. That's good. The Saint of the Southern Heavenly Hall's face exudes a color of ease. If he seeks two array eyes not sure which one is really extremely easy. He really thought that it was impossible to find the array eyes. With a smile and his eyes gradually cold, staring at the old crone of the Divine Feminine Sect, his voice icy cold, said, "You go to the test. First go to the first array eye." Boom! A bolt from the blue. Thunder struck on the spot. The old crone of the goddess Sect's wrinkled cheeks are frozen there, incredibly looking at the latter, and then looking at the ferocious birds behind the South Heavenly Palace, where there is a 3-foot golden crow, and even more young people who have not yet stepped into the Holy Realm. These people are fully equipped to test the authenticity of the array eye, and he chose to let himself be tested. You have to know that you're in the Saint Realm. The Holy Fire Sect Saint's eye pupils also rolled out ice-cold intentions, looking down indifferently. What? You won't do it? Strong cultivation oppression. Sacred Realm 4th Realm cultivation. Full crush. The old crone of the goddess Sect turned pale, feeling the same kind of powerlessness that the old man of the Tianji Sect had felt when his Tianji disc was robbed. Only now it was even more crisis and desperate. He looked at the latter to ask for help, but found that the saints of the eastern region were avoiding her eyes. At this moment she suddenly laughed hoarsely, somewhat understanding why these people found the relics and didn't enter in the first place. Waiting for is their group of saints to come in. If they encounter a crisis will be a pawn. If the opportunity to go along with the bag. From beginning to end they are the tools of this group of people. A hoarse chuckle. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. With self-deprecation. I didn't expect to live a lifetime. The end of the day. You're blinded by the geese. I'll go. The Divine Feminine Sect's old crone's face was filled with desolation. If she went to the test, there was still a chance of survival if she found the real array eye, but she would surely die if she resisted. Come before the first formation. Lift your hand and press it down. Click. The eye of the formation is broken. But the formation did not dissolve. Instead, it was the crimson-colored giant sword hanging above the sky dome, filled with a shocking killing aura, descending at an appalling speed, and in an emotion that the onlookers could not contemplate, poofing into the goddess Sect's crone's body, and in the next breath, the endless sword intent erupted from the body, obliterating the crone directly and completely annihilating her. Sage. Dead. Gulp. If the Zen Temple Buddha Sun, the Holy Fire Sect Buddha Sun, as well as the three-legged golden crow, these people were stunned. They know that the giant sword in the sky dome is very scary, but never thought that the horror to this extent. Just trial and error. There will be a giant sword, will be a saint to cut down the saints. At the same time, also a little lucky. Fortunately, it is the East domain, this group of tools, to follow the person, or else, they can be among them again to follow one. In shock, exempted from feeling the threat around him loosened, they looked away, only to see that the saint from the southern heavenly hall did not know when he came to the second formation eye before easily annihilating it, and with a relaxed expression, he said, since the first formation eye is fake, then this second formation eye is real. This kind of relaxed look also made the old man of the Tianji sect, the old farmer, and even the saint of the divine walking sect's heart flooded with coldness. A saint of the eastern region paid his life for this, and he was so glib, not even caring a word. It was hard to believe that they were really as humble as a toolman. Watching the line continue on, and they did not rejoice in the slightest. This one cracked the formation. What about next time? Then there's trial and error. Who will it be? Is it yourself? Or is he? Even the heart of the saint of the divine line sect is slightly sunken for a few minutes, but looked at the old man of the Tianji sect and the old farmer will be slightly relaxed. There are these two, and the possibility of their own trial and error is still in the rear, and really to the last resort after the incident. He does not think that his life is not as good as the bottom of the feet of these a few ferocious birds. At least they were their partners, building the East Region School Palace together, and even if their status was not as important as these holy sons, it was still more than enough compared to the holy birds. Pathetic. Pity. The old man of Tianji sect had pale eyes. The rabbit died, and he also saw the intentions of the saint of Xinxing sect, and felt that his idea was really ridiculous. Even the saints' lives weren't worth anything. So what makes your saint of Xinxing sect's life worth more than a holy fowl? Just because of the cooperation? Ridiculous? I'm afraid that they would like to see the saints of the eastern region die out so that they can completely occupy the eastern region. So how would they care about your life? He regretted coming here. And even more so, he regretted why he wasn't with Chu Sun. Even if he was slow in solving the formation, it would be better than being a scapegoat. Think of Chu Sun, and then you can't help but look back. But this glance, but it made his body stiffen. The whole thing was fixed there. How is that possible? He was full of shock, to know that although they were hindered by the large array for a day, but this day Chu Sun could break a few small arrays, even if it was more than a dozen, so what? But who later thought? Chu Sun had already come to a short distance behind them. The distance that they had crossed only a few days ago, was easily caught up by Chu Sun. How? He repeated the murmur in shock. Waves of shock rippled through his heart. The old farmer has been heart like ashes, ready to meet the fate of the next test array. I also felt the backwardness of the saints of the Tianji sect. Cannot help but lowly, useless. Do not follow the continue to go. They will instantly move to kill you. Now follow, there is still a ray of life. This large-scale array, although horrible, but will not let us all run into it. Gulp, gulp. The Tianji sect old man swallowed furiously. No time to listen. The old farmer also twisted his head to look at. Immediately his footsteps also followed to freeze there. The action of opening his mouth also formed stiff. Just froze and looked at which green-shirted old man behind him. He could even see the other party's subtle expression. The holy son of the southern heavenly hall. If a Buddhist son of a Zen temple, sacred fire teaches the Buddha's son. Even the three-legged golden crow, the lion, the black augur dragon, they turned back the same fixed in your. Even if the outside world came a few saints or so, witnessed which slowly up, hindering their formation. In the hands of this hand casually cracked, as if in the backyard of their own garden, walking leisurely. If the Zen temple's Buddhist saint mind has suffered a major blow, dead stared at Chu Sun, breathing sharply said, just now that place I came, there is a medium-sized formation inside, trapped me for 6 hours, he will not be so easy to break. The words were not yet finished, then he saw where Chu Sun walked into. Subsequently, step out, from start to finish, not even a few breaths. Scene, dead silence. Chapter 138, Chu Sun makes a move. Ravenous. The only thing that was left was a pair of expressions that looked like they had seen a ghost. Through the madness. And unbelievable. That medium-sized formation? It's just broken? Gollum. Not only them, Even the saints of the southern heavenly hall were breathing heavily, stiffly craning their necks to slowly look at the Rukun Temple saint, their eyes questioning, as if to say, "You're not playing me, are you? This formation? Is it really that hard?" Ruochan Temple Buddha sage was also confused. His brain was buzzing. How difficult this formation was he knew best. How difficult it was to walk step by step from nothing. Without the Tianji disc in the hands of the old man from Tianji sect, he couldn't even take this step. And how could he be so fast? Think back to the beginning. He stood there motionless. 3 days later, begin to Senate. It took a quarter of an hour to break a small formation. How long has it been now? Not even a day yet. Even this medium-sized formation couldn't hinder him by half a step, which caused his mind to tremble wildly as he was shocked. Could it be? Is this a formation genius? From nothing to something. From not going to the top. All of this. How long has it been in use? Shu Xin, who was cracking the array, also saw this group of people in front. His expression was calm as always. Just now the scene of the old crone of the Divine Feminine sect he also saw, and for this reason he felt sorry. After all, it was a saint in the eastern region, and it was more or less a pity that he just fell in body like that. But that's about it. Except after the mind flickers a little less volatile. Then it was back to normal. As in right now. Keep breaking the formation. The speed of it. Jaw-dropping. Not much longer. Then came to a large array before, which let all the way fast-walking Shusen pause. And this also let if the Zen Temple Buddha Saint long breath, wiped the sweat on the forehead, murmured, "This large array is different from the previous. If it is a medium-sized array I can also break. And large array even with the help of the Heavenly Opportunity Disc also just fine to array I. Still not sure which one is true." South Heaven Palace Saint looked at the latter rather speechless. That speechless expression seems to say, can you not say? Just because you said a medium-sized formation is difficult to break, people turn their eyes to break. You this acme in case to the opposite side of the easy to break. Hit the face of not? Kind of funny. Gazing at the complex array in front of him, Chusen also slightly raised his eyebrows. This large array is far more than the previous small array. Medium-sized array to be more than 1,000 times more difficult. Because of the fusion of dozens of hundreds of medium-sized arrays, cracking up is also extraordinarily difficult. Such as if simply looking for the array I is easy, but his purpose is not so. Enlighten me then. The eyes diffuse a few points to see the hunt for joy. This kind of formation, if it is to understand and eat through in the formation road, is also a substantial enhancement. If the Zen Temple Buddha Saint also felt the pressure, the latter's break formation speed is too fast. According to this speed, not much time will be able to get out of this big formation. And once out, will come to the real place of opportunity, where there will be no more danger. It's hard not to be able to. Their painstaking search for the sake of that thing will be surrendered to the hands of the people. Where? The eye of the formation. If the Zen Buddhist saint points the way, the saints of the southern heavenly hall, however, did not go to break. The Holy Fire Sect saints did the same. When the Ruochan Temple Buddhist saints were about to break the small formation in front of them, Chu Sun had already partially disintegrated that large formation. According to the speed, it wouldn't take more than a few moments for it to be completely resolved. And after glancing at the front, there were still countless road-blocking formations. With their speed, there's no way to compare it to him. Then sparring nevertheless. Then there's only one option. Morphological coldness filled the eyes of the southern heavenly hall sage as he indifferently said, "Go towards him." Phew. Finally. It's settled. Chusun slowly opened his eyes, revealing a relaxed look. This large formation, although difficult, but also not the same, mastering the foundation of the formation after this deduction. Cracking is still relatively easy. Boo! A flick of the sleeve. Array pattern cracking. The big formation dissipated. And looking up, he also saw the group in front of him. Saints of the Southern Heavenly Hall. Holy Fire Cult Saints. If the Zen Buddhist temple is holy, their eyes were rather cold. There were some words that were inappropriate coming from the mouths of these elders. So the Holy Fire Sect's Holy Son invited, Shu Shang, we would like to invite you to join us in cracking the formation and getting out of this predicament. Oh, Shu Sun exuded a playful look, his tone still not seeing any ripples, and calmly said, "Then can you now tell Chu where this place is?" Slight hesitation. The sage from the Southern Heavenly Hall said, "An inheritance, an emperor-level inheritance." Hiss. Saints of the Divine Action Sect, sage of the Tianji sect, old farmer. These several saints of the Eastern Domain's hearts and minds trembled, even if they had already had a guess or were still shocked by these words. Emperor-level inheritance. But anything related to the emperor is not extraordinary, which thought that this was actually an emperor-level legacy. Oh, Shu Sun nodded gently, also thoughtfully. About that. He thought of that too. Seeing the terrifying crimson-colored giant sword hanging in the dome of the sky, as well as this continuous great formation, it was not at all like an unusual person could set it up. If it was related to the Emperor, then there was an explanation. So after nodding his head, he also said, "Not interested." Hearing such a dry refusal, the pupils of the Southern Heavenly Hall sage's eyes went cold, and not only him, but even the entrenched Buddha sage chanted, "Amitba Buddha." A swashbuckling, a sudden rise of solemnity filled the air. Chusun looked rather playfully at the Buddha sage of Rukun Temple and laughed. "I've heard that Buddhist monks are all benevolent and kind, so why is it that when it comes to the master, he feels hostility? Amitba. Nonetheless, it's just that the scholar is destined to have a calamity, and the poor monk has only come to fulfill it." Chusun nodded, and no more. Only the pupils of his eyes gradually snapped up. "Ha!" The Holy Fire Sect saint's eyes mocked as he sneered. "I'll give you another chance to choose. Recognize your identity. This is within the Great Formation. Once an argument arises, you won't even have a chance to escape." Boom! Chusun indifferently swept a glance at him, and the latter was struck by lightning as if he had been struck by lightning. His body stiffened, and he couldn't even do anything to move his aura, and he watched as Chusun probed out his palm and imprisoned himself within it. No! Intense horror filled the eyes of the Holy Fire Sect's holy son, and the remaining few saints were also shocked. They didn't even notice how Chusun had made his move. Then he saw Chusun's eyes snapping, gazing icily at the Holy Fire Sect's holy son. His voice cold, "This seat has also long wanted to settle things with you, but I still want to see what's after this formation, and since I can't wait, it'll start from now on." Slow. The Holy Fire Cult Saint breathed heavily. "It's his offspring. Save me." Sacred Fire Sect Holy Son eyes through the despair. At this time also awakened the identity between the two. Although he is noble as a holy son, these time in the eastern region dazzling, but the cultivation is not the holy realm after all. So close to face this kind of level, with the difference between sending to death? I've heard that you and the others have flaunted their power in the Eastern Domain, establishing the Eastern Domain School Palace, treating the Eastern Domain geniuses as slaves, trampling on their dignity at will, and deliberately humiliating and suppressing them? Chusun's eyes stared coldly, every word uttered. The Holy Fire Sect Saint then paled 3 times. Boo! Save your palms. A dance of blood exploded. Holy Fire Cult Saints. Dead. If a Buddhist son of a Zen temple, the holy son of the Southern Heavenly Hall. These two are also creepy. Even the 3-legged golden crow, the lion, the black augur dragon are scalp numb, to the eyes of the heart to show a wave of fear, because some of the unruly geniuses of the East Domain Palace of Learning had been eaten by them. Earlier wantonly, do not think that, and now it is to feel a deep trembling in fear. Liquidation. Here we go. Chapter 139, Sage 5 Realms. How dare you? The Holy Fire Sect Sage's heart surged with infinite fury as he stared at Chusun with boiling killing intent, a few words popping out from between his teeth. Just because of those mole crickets in the Eastern Domain, does the Chu Sage want to oppose us? He's restraining, even if the dead offspring, still wanting to count on Chusun to break the formation for him. Yes, with Chusun nodding his head. Sacred Fire Sect Saint anger and laugh. In his opinion, the eastern region of this group of ants die out, so what? Even if it is the eastern region of saints are also like ants, pupils of ice cold. Accompanied by a step forward, the horror of the pressure from his body diffusion fell in front so that the emptiness has become heavy up. The Tianji Sect old man, the old farmer, is also to feel the terrible pressure. That is far more than the true martial arts sect of the saints. Snort! His palm stretched out towards the body of Chusun in front of him, and a terrifying force was born, and the aura of heaven and earth in the void fluctuated violently, as if a large palm print was born, snapping towards Chusun, which was treating him in the same way as his own. A terrifying aura also permeated Chusun's body, his eyes cold and with a few moments of contempt as he stared at the Holy Fire Sect Saint and mocked. Peak of the 4th realm of saints? This cultivation is certainly strong. Being able to run roughshod over the eastern region, treating other saints as nothing. Just as early as a year ago he was able to easily kill the Sage 4 realm, and now after a year of precipitation. What was the peak of the Sage 4 realm? Buzz! Chusun clenched his right hand into a fist, his body flowed with divine splendor, rocking upwards, and blasted out a fist through the air. The void appeared to bang and explode, and people could only see a terrifying fist print running through the void, as if it could suppress everything and shatter everything, shaking on top of that huge palm with an unstoppable stance. Bang! With a loud bang, the Holy Fire Sect Sage's body transformed into an arch. In front of him that residual fist mark domineeringly bombarded at his chest, causing the back chest shirt to directly explode out of a fist mark, and the next moment his body crashed away like lightning. If not for the Southern Heavenly Hall Sage catching it at the back, this instant alone would have knocked out the safe area of the formation. Put! The Holy Fire Sect Saint opened his mouth and coughed out blood, staining his clothes red. The raised pupils of his eyes revealed an extremely strong sense of shock. In their intelligence, Chu Sun was only at the cultivation level of the 4th realm of saints. But how could he explode with this kind of strength? Eastern region saints. Unbeatable? Chu Sun indifferently stood in the direction where the Holy Fire Sect saint had previously stood, faintly swept a glance at him, and said indifferently. Another mouthful of blood sprayed out from the Holy Fire Sect saint, his face reddening. Losing in seconds is not good enough. Even if the chi and blood in his body surged, it was not as lethal as Chu Sun's words. All along he had despised the Eastern Domain. Even when these saints from the Eastern Domain showed up, they had only sent one of their juniors to intercede, believing that they were not worthy of being ranked alongside them. And now that he was being injured to such a degree by a single punch, and was being trampled on and humiliated so viciously, he only felt wretchedly unworthy of being attacked. Sage 5 Realm. Saints of the Southern Heavenly Hall. If the Zen Buddhist temple is sacred, the two of them, however, also saw the realm on Chu Sun at this moment, and at the same time, they also exuded relief. And the Sage of the Southern Heavenly Hall pacified. It's not a loss to lose. He's one realm above you, so it's reasonable to suffer a dark loss. Sage 5 Realm. The eyes of the Saint of the Divine Walking Sect were also cloudy, far from expecting Chu Sun's advancement to be so rapid. At the same time, there was also gratitude that the saints who had offended the outside world coming even if they were saints at the 5th realm. So what? As far as he knew, these people were carrying secret treasures on their bodies, which were enough to support them to make a battle across the border. Not to mention that it was still a number of people who were joining hands. Chu Sage. I have to say that we have looked away. We can still give you another chance to choose. Cooperate. Or die. The eyes of the Saint of the Southern Heavenly Hall were cold. Even though Chu Sun had revealed his strong cultivation, he still looked down indifferently, his posture towering over him. What if I choose not to? Chu Sun said. It seems there's no choice. South Heaven Palace Saint's eyes filled with cold. As early as before we'll have made a choice. If everything goes well in the eastern region of nature is best. If the East Prosperity Sect Chu Sun blocked, that will be a thunderous force to kill. Directly press him to death does not give him any room to turn the tide. Both to this step, there is nothing good to hesitate. Buzz. He sacrificed a bronze-colored ancient tripod. Above the rust, residual traces of swords and knives. And each weapon residual traces if the mind to watch will be the mind-hand trauma. Because that is the supreme intention residual in that. Contains the intention of the person who attacked in the past. The viewer cannot be. And the sacrifice of this tripod also let the surrounding array are slightly stagnant. A supreme treasure. Extremely supreme. Beyond any one treasure in the eastern region. After this battle, there will be no saints in the eastern region. The Southern Heavenly Hall Sage coldly swept his eyes around. The words he spat out made the old man of Tianji Sect, as well as the old farmer, tremble. Even the Saint of Divine Walking Sect had a great horror in his eyes. Looking incredibly, he was going to even cut himself after this battle? The Holy Fire Sect Saint who coughed up blood at the corner of his mouth wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were cloudy, not having thought that he would almost turn over in the gutter in the Eastern Domain, but the mockery in his eyes still didn't see any reduction. Sneering, bottomless Eastern Domain cultivator. Everything should end next. Perhaps we should also be able to cut you down in the first place. He sacrificed the supreme treasure. A stone tower. The whole body is stone, but the runic fluctuations that float out, but compared to that bronze tripod are not the slightest bit weaker, or even a long victory. The expression of the cold death under the supreme treasure. You can also be proud. Amitabha Buddha. Ruochan Temple's Buddhist saint also chanted Buddha's name. A rare stern color appeared within the Buddha's eyes. This was a strategy they had predetermined early on, beheading the saints of the Eastern Domain within the relics. The outside world was controlled by the Eastern Domain Academic Palace, and the Eastern Domain would be eaten up and swallowed. Even if Chu Sun didn't fight back, he would really have to meet such an end when he stepped out of the array formation. Chu Shang, elder of the Tianji sect, old farmer. These two saints but the face of shame toward the Chu Sun to come. The outside world saints of the mind has been known to everyone. This time and then follow them is tantamount to seeking death. Want to seek refuge in Chu Sun, but also think of all the previous cannot help but show shame. But also very apprehensive about Chu Sun will not bless them. The Divine Walking Sect sage's face, however, was somewhat frozen. His current status was extremely awkward, both as a traitor to the outside world saints and maintaining an antagonistic relationship with Chu Sun. The Buddha son of Ruochan Temple wore a gentle smile and smiled towards the Xinqing sect sage. Amitabha Buddha. Don't worry, monks. Even if you have to execute the Eastern Domain sage, you won't be able to do it to you. The three major forces always have to leave a voice in the Eastern Domain. As long as you behead this too titillating show of loyalty, the future of the Eastern Domain will be decided by you alone. Chapter 140 Time Sword. The Divine Walking Sect saint leapt over his heart and stared at the Rukan Temple Buddhist son dead in the face. What is this junior talking about? Showing loyalty. What does that make him? Dogs? Beheading the two saints of the eastern region and sending a pitch. Is this really treating him as a dog? His face is ugly, looking at the smile that contains as if it were a man-eating devil. Where is what Buddha's son? It is simply the devil, certain that he has no back road in terms of so unbridled humiliation. He looked at the holy son of the southern heavenly hall and found the same such cold gaze, as if he was viewing him as a dog from the beginning to the end, which made him hoarsely want to laugh. The hallowed saint, formerly the supreme figure of the eastern region, was reduced to this scene. It was really pathetic and laughable. What are you waiting for? The Buddhist son of Wakizashi Temple looked aghast, actually heckling. Roar! The male lion behind him also paced forward, exuding wild ferocity, and the other two demonic beasts also paced slowly, especially the black Jiao Long's hideous head exuding hideousness and ferocity. Xin Xing Sect Sage Long breathed some regret for cocooning, but the sage's decision is still rapid and cold. Ice-cold stare at Tianji Sect Sage and the old farmer. Cold. You also see, even if I don't do it, you will be buried in the belly of the demon. Not as bad as dying in my hands to look good. Bind your hands, elder of the Tianji sect. Old farmer. Both of these two looked away in anger. It's that time of year. Still obsessed. Ha! If the Zen temple of the Buddha with a gentle smile on his face. See the scene of the heart of the feeling more, even if it is a saint and how, is still a person. As long as there is a break in the heart of that is a traitor. Pinch the break will be able to easily pinch his life and death. The corner of the mouth slightly cocked, but also compassionate recitation of sound of the Buddha's name, Amitabha Buddha. The saint of the southern heavenly hall sacrificed the bronze tripod. As for the rest of the saints in the eastern domain, he did not ask, thinking that a few juniors with the ferocious bird would be able to solve the problem. While today's main purpose was to kill Chu Shang, Amitabha, the Buddha sage of the Ruochan temple chanted a Buddha's name, flexed his fingers, and a grain of dust and sand shot toward Chu Sun, as swift as lightning. Humph! Chu Sun snorted coldly. This sneak attack tactic, it's a bit vulgar. Chu, however, when Chu Sun attacked the moment itself but fell into a trance, and then surfaced has been within the empty world, and the South Heavenly Hall saints, the Holy Fire Sect saints they are also confused, looking at the sudden disappearance of Chu Sun, doubtful, he was that a grain of dust and sand on the collection? The Buddha sage of Ruochan temple shook his head slightly and said, no, you should have heard that my Buddhism has a great magical power, a flower and a world, a leaf and a bodhi. This dust sand is a divine object made after the flower and a world, and it can move people into it briefly. However, with Chu Shang's cultivation, he wants to break through the dust sand and it's very simple too. The Southern Heavenly Hall sage revealed a look of enlightenment, understanding that it was too dangerous to do so under this formation. The slightest mishap could attract the red-colored giant swords dropping down from above, whereas there was no such concern at all within the small world. Go! The realization of it. A few people quickly rushed off as well. Shoo! 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 A group of people surfaced in the middle of a large barren world. Inside there has been a figure waiting for a long time. Even Chu Sun also looked around with interest. This short-lived small world presenting a huge space, can be called a treasure. The only thing that makes him feel sorry for is that the space is not stable. If you want to tear in order to the saint's cultivation is enough. Whoosh! After the three figures descended, they looked at each other and directly said, attack and kill. South Heavenly Hall saint wearing silver armor, revealing an extremely young face, must be in the outside world is also more talented saints. Now the head of the bronze tripod, with the forward suppression, a powerful pressure shrouded the Chu Sun, so that the space is solidified. Lifting the foot hard, action is also slowed. Boom! Raising his fist to suppress it, surging out raging divine power, his eyes also penetrated with arrogance, and he sneered, this tripod was sacrificed by those who had achieved the great sage fruit within my clan, so is it not something that you can struggle against? Dang! Within the shrouded area of the bronze tripod, Chu Sun only felt that his own aura was running much slower, and his strength was suppressed quite a bit, especially when his fists collided, and he only felt that his own force through the aura dropping down from that bronze tripod really didn't fall on the Southern Heavenly Hall sage much, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. This bronze tripod, it is truly a treasure, unbelievable, can help people fight across borders. While his fists collided and coped, the Holy Fire Sect saint also killed, his middle-aged appearance but with a red-hot murderous aura, wanting to snowball his shame for the defeat he had just suffered. Lifting his hand, a stone tower also flew over, similarly possessing the function of suppressing space and sealing off the void. Laughing coldly, under the tower, you can't even dodge. Under the suppression of the dual supreme treasures, the void solidified and sealed everything. The Holy Fire Sect saint indifferently pinched the seal to suppress the killing. His expression was perverse and ferocious, scoffing, the same supreme treasures will be able to plurality of us to cross the border to cut you down. not to mention the two supreme treasures together? The green vine sword. Chu Sun wields a sword, lightly chopping away. A sword chi but weakened by as much as 60%. Pity. Chu Sun secretly regretted in his heart. The green vine sword was not a supreme treasure after all. Even though it was one of the best among the Saint Realm weapons, when one truly encountered such a supreme treasure there were still limitations, and one could not utilize the maximum strength. Amitabha Buddha. Ruochan Temple's old monk also recited the Buddha's name. Perched there, his whole body flowed with golden dharma, more blazing and pure than that dharma paper of the true martial great sage. After all, this old monk himself was a pure Buddhist cultivator. His mouth recited the 6 words of truth, and he lifted his hand to see that he also fiercely suppressed. The three of them combined form a siege. Chop. Chu Sun's eyes also gradually diffuse a chill. Since the solution of the true martial great sage law paper after he has always been immersed in seclusion, drilling mold countless scriptures, not only in the cultivation of gains, in terms of actual combat is the advancement of the amazing, which the power of space and time to time refers to the power of space and time, fused in the sword road, drill a terrifying killing move, time sword, clang, a sword swing, a wave of time like the age of the sword leisurely flow, the sword light within the flashes of countless stars, which seems to be the passage of time and the vicissitudes of the world, can see the germination of a plant and thriving growth, can see the grass broken and withered, phantom life and phantom death, everything only in the blink of an eye. Swish! These three saints from the outside world all had their faces change in concentration as they quickly dodged this sword light, saying in disbelief, Time Sword Tao. In the cultivation to the Saint Realm after the enlightenment of the laws of heaven and earth, fused in a few body, and the law of all kinds of two of the most powerful. One is the law of time, the other is to kill the law of the sword is known, and this sword but the fusion of the two laws of time and the sword, incarnation of the strongest law. Put. The saint of the southern heavenly hall wanted to retreat, but this time sword had already locked onto him, and there was no way to retreat, and even with the suppression of the bronze cauldron weakening this sword chi, there was still a residue that chopped into his body, and that silver armor instantly lost its color and spirit, but in an instant, it completely cracked open, revealing his true self. That extremely young face all of a sudden aged dozens of years, creases filled, sideburns white, as if stepping into the ranks of the elderly, the body even more sword intent in the continuous erosion, extraordinarily domineering. Holy fire cult saints. If the saints of the Zen temple, both of these two had a sudden change of color,